My brother just wanted to throw firecrackers into the sewage pit to blow up some poop for fun, but unexpectedly, when the poop flew up, a bunch of luxury cars followed suit. When I looked up and saw a Lexus flying in the air, and a Lincoln Continental upside down on the ground, along with a Porsche kissing a manhole cover, I felt like the sky had fallen. Seeing this, I exclaimed, "Wow, it really is true that when the firecrackers go off, gold comes pouring in." My brother successfully turned our family from rich second generation to negative second generation. After this incident quickly went viral online, that night I saw my girlfriend of 2.5 years actually get into a BMW guy's car. Just when I was feeling hopeless, a voice echoed in my mind, "Congratulations, host. Your life is filled with tragic misfortunes. Just input 3 dog heads on your phone screen to activate the God-level rich system." Hearing this, I inputted with a half-believing attitude, and to my surprise, another voice echoed in my mind, "Congratulations, host. The God-level counterattack system has been successfully bound. As long as you spend in nightclubs, you will receive 10 times the amount in return." At this moment, I felt like I had grasped a lifeline, and my eyes instantly brightened. Isn't this tailor-made for me? At that time, what $1 million compensations for Porsches, Lincolns, and Lexuses, and what women can't be found? Bro, you are such a demolition genius. Well fried, as expected, when the firecracker goes off. It's worth a fortune. Thinking of this, I quickly grabbed a shared bike and headed straight to a massage parlor nearby called Hon Langman. There are beautiful women everywhere, and the service is attentive. It is said that the Jade Emperor package includes 4 beautiful women giving the customer a massage from head to toe at the same time. But when I arrived at the entrance, the old security guard saw me riding the shared bike and immediately wanted to kick me out. Seeing this, I directly threw a bill in his face and said, "As long as you park this shared bike properly, this 100 yuan is yours." Upon hearing this, the old security guard's eyes widened. He quickly grabbed the 100 yuan, and immediately helped me park. Suddenly, it seemed like the old security guard thought of something and shouted into the store, "One VIP, please let the boss in." At the same time, I heard a sound, detected that the host spent 100 yuan at the night venue, 10 times cashback successful, 1,000 yuan credited to the bank card. Looking at the SMS notification on my phone, I was overjoyed. The ups and downs of life are just like this. Ha 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 ha. When I swaggered into the massage parlor, a 30-year-old charming beauty approached me and said, "I'm the manager, Su Mimi, you can call me Xiao Lu." Seeing this, I couldn't help but swallow hard. No wonder rich people love to frequent places like this. Su Mimi noticed me staring at her intently, chuckled, but was secretly sizing me up. In my early 20s, dressed in cheap clothes, hadn't washed my hair in days, and with a gaze that looked at women like a wolf looks at meat. What kind of VIP was this? Su Mimi frowned slightly, her expression somewhat dissatisfied, and said, "Handsome, is this your first time here? Do you need me to introduce our packages?" I naturally picked up on the coldness in her tone, but I believed that within half an hour, this woman would be just like the security guard. I said, "No need, just the 888 full body massage." Upon hearing this, Su Mimi turned around in surprise, looked at me a couple more times, then shook her head. Looking at my entire outfit, which cost no more than 200 yuan, she thought it impossible for me to be wealthy, estimating that I was just a newly paid worker trying to show off for a bit. She said, "We require payment before service here. Could you please scan the code?" I nodded and directly paid 888 yuan. However, at the moment of my payment, the system also chimed, detected that the host spent 888 yuan at a night venue, 10 times cashback successful, 8,880 yuan credited to the bank card, current balance 8,992 yuan. Seeing this, I felt a surge of joy, but my slightly excited expression and trembling hands appeared to Su Mimi as pain and stinginess, prompting her to roll her eyes again. She then disdainfully handed me a playing card and angrily turned to leave. I just smiled lightly at this and found room 996 with the playing card in hand. Before long, a slender and beautiful female technician walked in and said, "Hello, VIP, I am technician Xiao Rou, number 9. I am very happy to serve you." Although Xiao Rou said she was happy, she didn't even want to lift her head, clearly indicating that she didn't want to give me a massage because she thought someone dressed like me, poor and smelling bad, wouldn't bring in any money. Seeing this, I didn't indulge her either and directly waved my hand to ask for someone else, while feeling even more disdainful inside. A group of women who just smile for money really think too highly of themselves. Although I wanted to earn gold coins through spending, I didn't want to spend money on such a woman. Subsequently, several technicians walked into 996 one after another, but I rejected them all. After a round, no one from the entire Red Romance was willing to give me a massage. Until the end, Su Mimi had no choice but to let a new technician nervously walk into my room. She said, "Hello, I am technician Ting Ting number 21, and I am very happy to serve you." Looking up, I saw a slender girl who didn't even dare to look up while speaking. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a baby face, innocent and pure, speaking softly, and had her hair tied in a ponytail. Seeing this, I was suddenly brightened. I didn't see any disgust towards me from her, only nervousness and trembling, likely because it was her first time giving a massage, and she was sent by Sumini to fill in. I said, "You're the one." Tingting was taken aback, not expecting that I would choose her, surprised yet somewhat relieved. She said, "Thank you, brother, I will do my best." Soon, her delicate and fair little hands pressed on both sides of my head, and the cool yet warm sensation quickly spread throughout my body, pressing down to my shoulders. I couldn't help but take a deep breath, thinking about how my younger brother, that demolition genius, had caused such a huge mess at home, and then thinking about the nearly 10,000 yuan in my bank card in just a few minutes. 2 words, comfortable. This is what life is about. After a whole process, I was sweating profusely. Tingting couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Brother, if it hurts, I'll use less strength." I replied, "It doesn't hurt. Keep going. You can't say you can't in front of a woman." Tingting, how much longer will this massage last? Tingting paused to check the time and said, "About half an hour more." Then, she brought a hot towel and leaned over the bed to wipe my sweat. Just as I opened my eyes, I happened to see something. I exclaimed, "Oh my, what a big deal." I didn't expect that although Tingting is not very old, she has quite a bit of capital. I swallowed, inhaling the fragrant air, feeling a bit restless inside. Noticing my unusual reaction, Tingting's face turned slightly red. In her line of work, as long as the money is right, who wouldn't want to earn some extra cash? I said, "Tingting, talk to your manager. I want to change my package to the 1688 full body essential oil SPA, and add 3 more hours. Hearing this, Tingting was taken aback, completely not expecting that I would actually spend more money. But when she saw my faded jeans, she reminded me, "Bro, our services here are a bit expensive." I replied, "What a coincidence. I just like expensive things. If it's not expensive, I wouldn't be happy. Hurry up and call your manager over." Soon, Sumini walked into the room, and her attitude was noticeably better this time. She said, "Handsome, are you sure you want to upgrade your package and add hours?" I said, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and scan the code." Saying this, I impatiently waved my hand and directly scanned 3,000 yuan. Seeing this, Sumini spoke up. 3,000? Handsome, you gave too much. I said, "The extra can be considered a tip. Don't just stand there being an eyesore. I might call you later." After that, I closed my eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, a voice sounded in my ear again, detected that the host spent 3,000 yuan at the night venue. 10 times cashback successful. 30,000 yuan credited to the bank card. Current balance 35,992 yuan. Hearing this, my heart raced, and I exclaimed, "Wow, that's almost 40,000 yuan. But my face remained calm. When Sumini saw that I spent 3,000 yuan as if it were 30 yuan, she regretted her previous attitude immensely. She said, "Tingting, take good care of this boss. If you need anything, just let me know." Hearing this, I opened my eyes, waved my hand in annoyance, and said, "Enough with the chatter. My biggest need right now is for you to leave quickly." Sumini nodded quickly and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, at that moment, I suddenly grabbed Tingting's little hand and said, "Beauty, you did a good job just now. Let's exchange contact information." Tingting's face turned red, and she said, "Sure, bro. Let me scan you." It was her first time giving a massage and her first time adding a customer. But the next second, the notification sound from her phone made Tingting freeze. 5,000 yuan? What are you doing? Lindong smiled in disbelief while rubbing her small hand. "Didn't I tell you before? I like to spend money when I'm comfortable. Just take it. The $5,000 is my tip to you. LOL. Sume Mei, who had just walked to the door, stumbled and almost fell on her face. $5,000 in tips? This Lindong, he's too bossy, isn't he? Thank you, brother. Tingting was moved to the point of being a mess, and half of her body leaned on Lindong's arm. The technician's uniform was meant to be a thin layer, and all of a sudden, a warm, soft, slippery feeling came over her. The taste, it makes you float. Looking at Tingting's big watery eyes, Lindong had no doubt that as long as he smashed a little more money, the little girl would definitely give her body to him. Ahem, don't get me wrong, brother is a decent man. Besides, what's this money? Chapter 5, The Millionaire. LOL. Another sound came. Sume Mei, who was standing at the door, had her intestines in a state of remorse. "Manager Su, is there anything else you need?" No, don't listen to the wall if you don't have it. I still have to whisper to Tingting. Lindong said nonchalantly. Sume Mei was scolded. Not only did she not have a little bit of resentment, but on the contrary, Her heart was warm and fuzzy. Rich people curse with such panache and poise. She couldn't wait for Lin Dong to curse a few more times, preferably giving $1,000 for each curse. At the same time, Lin Dong also felt his cell phone vibrate, took it out, and sure enough, the cashback had arrived again. Detected the host spending $5,000 at a nightclub. 10 times cashback success. Bank card to the account 50,000 yuan. The current balance 80,992 yuan. $80,000. It's about to break 100. This system is really interesting enough. The more you spend, the faster you make, the more you earn. Reverse this a few times and you'll be earning $100,000 a day in no time. No, 100,000 is not enough. This is so inefficient. He's going to pull it all at once and dry it in place. Ting ting, can we get a card to recharge here? Of course, the more you charge, the more you get, and there are even grades. While massaging Lin Dong, Ting Ting smiled and introduced, charging 2,000 is an ordinary member, 5,000 is a silver member, and 10,000 is a gold member. Lin Dong did not have the heart to listen and directly waved his hand. Don't talk about that, just tell me, how much do I have to charge for the highest grade? This, Ting Ting hesitated and stammered, charging 100,000 is a supreme member. Red Romance has been open for so many years, and there are only 3 in total. Then I'll charge this and call Sumimai over. What do you need, brother? A short while later, the door to the booth was pushed open, and a fragrant breeze hit his nose. A plump and soulful figure stuck up, itching to sit directly on Lin Dong's lap. Looking at the enthusiastic Su Mei Mei, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. This woman, she really sees money. Entering the door, lovingly, now, just about to jump into the arms. Manager Su, Dong wants a card. Ting Ting carefully said as she massaged Lin Dong. Su Mei Mei instantly brightened up. Afterwards, he took the initiative to hook Lin Dong's palm with his index finger and kept rubbing it. That's a good thing. Red Romance is short of generous customers like Dong. Honestly, I've long been annoyed with that bunch of thugs, with $2 crappy in their hands, not knowing their own last name, asking for this and that. And look at Dong, handsome and suave. If people were 3 or 5 years younger, Su Mei Mei said with a flavorful smile. He also pulled up his hair and deliberately raised his chest, directing that pair of rounded fullness towards Lin Dong, worthy of being the manager. In 3 words, directly Lin Dong evil fire are hooked up. Hate to put this YouTuber on the spot. Luckily, Lin Dong held it together. He certainly wasn't a willow, but he was going to make it worth his while. Manager Su, I'm doing a supreme membership here with you guys. Don't you, give away any extra services? Send. Of course. Hearing this, Manager Su smiled even more happily. She did not feel that Lin Dong was calculating. Instead, she felt that Lin Dong was rich and would enjoy himself. At this grade, he doesn't care how much it costs. What matters most is that the emotional value is on point. Wait a moment, brother Dong. I'll get ready right away. After saying that, Su Mimi's 2 long and slender legs lifted and deliberately waved in front of Lin Dong's eyes for a while, fearing that he would not be able to see his own open fork. How could Lin Dong not understand this little thought of hers, and smoothly hooked it with his index finger. Su Mei Mei giggled and walked out with a fluttering flowery branch. It doesn't matter if it doesn't come out. As soon as it came out, it was straight up dumbfounded. 7 or 8 technicians surrounded the doorway. All of them are 1 in 1,000 beautiful women. Standing there is a beautiful landscape. At this moment, they were eyeballing the room behind Su Mei Mei. Each and every one of you. What are you standing here for if you don't go and give your customers a massage? Su Mei Mei frowned slightly, with a hint of displeasure in her expression. The beautiful technician named Xiaoro couldn't hold back and was the first to stand out. Her face filled with aggression and pleading. Manager, the technician in room 996 was supposed to be me. It's all my fault for being unskilled and making the boss angry. So help me put in a good word and let me go in and serve too. With Xiaoro starting this, the other technicians also spilled the beans. Manager, I want to go in for a massage too. My technique is the best. It's all favorable reviews. I definitely don't take tips. Whatever the boss says. Please manager, you can't let Ting Ting make all the money. I want to go in there and apologize in person. Su Mei Mei rolled her eyes. The way I see it, you guys aren't trying to apologize, you're trying to go for tips. Apparently, the fact that Tina had received a $5,000 tip had blown up in the group. All the technicians who had previously disliked Lin Dong and felt that he could not squeeze out any oil from him were now repenting in their intestines. Had they known that Lin Dong was so rich, they would have said anything to serve well. Looking at the crowd's hungry and thirsty looks, Su Mei Mei shook her head. Okay, later, you all come in with me. It's up to you to behave as far as the guests are concerned. A few minutes passed. Lin Dong, who was enjoying the service, suddenly heard a burst of music, as if it was coming from outside. Immediately afterward, The door to room 996 was opened. Sumei walked in pushing a cart full of gifts, fine wines, red romantic customized gold silk bathrobes, expensive essential oils for cleansing and skin care, as well as a small black card in a simple and extravagant style, yet dominating. On it was simply engraved Lindong's name. Sumei picked it up with both hands and respectfully sent it to Lindong. Hello Dong. Congratulations on becoming a Red Romance Supreme member and enjoying the highest service treatment in this massage parlor. The store gives you a free unlimited bath emperor service. You can stay as long as you want. Just mention anything you need. Before the words fell, Sumei made a sideways turn. 7 or 8 beautiful technicians with beautiful figures walked in with smiles and looked at Lindong like a wolf seeing meat. This beauty on the left has a small delicate cubomb face, full of collagen scents. At first glance, she was in her early 20s, right at the age of water. This beauty on the right had long waterfall-like hair that was just about waist high, and the 2 petals fell beautifully by Lindong's hand. The rest of the beautiful technicians also swarmed up, this shoulder rubbing and that foot pinching. Be as hard as you want to sell. It was a far cry from the disgust I felt when I first walked in the door. They say money talks. The way I see it, it's the money that makes the mill push the ghost. A white-blossomed leg was dangling in front of Lindong's eyes, which was more exciting than in the movies. Comfortable. Lindong was fluttering for a while. Dong, is this the right amount of intensity? Well, almost. Brother Dong, can people add you on WeChat? I've never seen a man as handsome as you. Don't use Microsoft. Brother Dong, it's all my fault just now. Don't be angry. I'll make you happy today. The pretty girl named Rose said while her hands gradually went down. Lindong did not resist, and in no time at all, he stepped onto the peak of his life. His body's 36,000 pores soothed. By the way, there was a beautiful look at the text message. Detected the host spending $50,000 at a nightclub. 10 times cashback success. Bank card to account 500,000 yuan. The current balance, 530,992 yuan. Detected the host spending $50,000 at a nightclub. 10 times cashback success. Bank card to account 500,000 yuan. The current balance, 980,992 yuan. 980,000. In just a few hours, Lindong had directly turned into a millionaire. Jingle bells. Just then, Lindong's cell phone rang. It's Feng Shui calling. Ha, this woman. And she has the nerve to call me? Lindong snorted coldly with a somewhat disdainful expression. Times are different now. Now, one was not the stinking hangdog who was casually toyed with by her. In the next second, Lindong picked up the phone. Lindong, what are you doing? Why is it so noisy? Do you know how many times I called you? Where have you been? It's the first anniversary of our relationship. You didn't buy me a present, did you? Pretend. Still pretending in front of my old man. What an innocent jade girl. What a clear water hibiscus. Just a. Lindong was so angry that his teeth itched, seeing that he was so fiery. Tingting and the others were also very sensible and accelerated their hand movements, their voices dainty and pouty. Dong, do you think this is a good strength? Dong, will I feed you grapes? On the other end of the line, there was silence. Feng Shui froze for a moment first. It was followed by a roar. Lindong, what are you doing? Chapter 6, everyone gets a tip. Lindong, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? On the other end of the phone, Feng Shui was so shocked to the point of trembling that she could not speak for half a day after learning that Lindong was spending time outside. It was only when the female technician's coquettish voice came to her ears again and asked Lindongshu if she was uncomfortable that she woke up as if from a dream. And then, the outbreak. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Where did Lindong get the nerve to go to a place like that to hook up with a woman? And, by the sound of it, there's more than one. It's a bunch. The next moment, a slow response came from Lindong on the other end. Doing what? Doing, of course, what I want to do. Ah, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lindong slapped heavily on the ass of the beautiful girl next to him. A silver bell-like laughter rang out. Feng Shui's anger soared again. Lindong, I was so blind to be with you in the first place. If I had known I would have. Just halfway through his sentence, Lindong picked up the words. If I'd known, you wouldn't have listened to your master and played along with me. The hangman, would you? What? Feng Shui was momentarily speechless and looked a little flustered. What are you talking about? I can't understand. Damn, how did this guy know? Lindong snorted coldly and mocked. You, still pretending? You really think I don't know about your? I've seen you 2 dogs playing car sex in the neighborhood. Put such a big green hat on my old man. And now you're still here pretending to be pitiful and innocent. I shucks. Speaking of this, Lindong spat harshly at the phone. It startled the beautiful technician who was rubbing his shoulders and squeezing his feet. At the same time, it also had great contempt for this Feng Shui, whom it had never met. You don't want Lindong. A handsome and rich male, to go out and hook up with other men? Are you out of your mind? Thinking of this, the group of female technicians once again stepped up their efforts and used all their strength to serve Lin Dong. They can't wait for Lin Dong to kick Feng Shui in the face so they can use the opportunity to get to the top. Dong, I'm 36D and I want to be your girlfriend too. Tung. I'm barefoot 170 long legs and usually like to wear black silk, white silk, fishing net stockings. I'll wear whatever Dong wants me to wear. The sound of a group of warblers and swallows falling over each other confused Feng Shui once again. Are these women out of their minds? Lin Dong, a stinking loser. Was it necessary for them to curry favor with each other? Still, Su Mimi had the eyesight to deliberately come to Lin Dong's side and said smilingly, Brother Dong, thank you for recharging $100,000 in our store. From now on, you are the supreme member of our Red Romance massage parlor, enjoying the best service and all the technicians at your choice. How much? 100,000? Hearing this number, Feng Shui's pupils shrunk, grabbed the phone and started to ask after it. Lin Dong, speak clearly. What 100,000? Where did you get the money? Lin Dong skimmed his lips and directly hung up the phone. Feng Shui's lungs almost exploded as she listened to the beeping sound. Meanwhile, Red Romantic Massage Parlor. Lin Dong's set of flowing movements directly made the beautiful technician look wet. Of course, it's the eyes that are wet. Brother, this kind of woman doesn't deserve you at all. Yes, what's old is new again. And it's that woman who's too stupid. Brother Dong, feel free to say what you need. In fact, people are single too. For these thousands of beauties that came up, Lin Dong was not polite at all and accepted them all as they were. The passionate fire that he couldn't experience at Feng Shui's place, he enjoyed it enough here. Even more so, these women were prettier than Feng Shui and would serve people. 2 words, comfortable. After tossing and turning for a full 2 hours, Lin Dong was reluctant to let them stop. Hard work. I'm happy today. Everyone gets a tip. Tip? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard those 2 words. Then, hands and feet took out their cell phones and scrambled to add Lin Dong's friends. Didn't they serve so passionately until now? Just for this moment? Soon. A group of female technicians had excited smiles on their faces. 6,666? Dong, you're too good to me. 8,888. Tung, I love you. Unsurprisingly, the system's voice sounded at the same time as Lin Dong's frantic reward. Detected the host spending $6.666 at a nightclub. 10 times cashback success. The bank card arrives at $66,660. Within a short while, the balance of Lin Dong's bank card came to $1.5 million. Still, he was not satisfied. Just over $1 million? With this amount of money, you can barely buy a house in Tianhai. And that's just the kind of neighborhoods that just need it. If you make such a small amount of money and call it quits, how can you live up to such an unbelievable system? Thinking of this, Lin Dong beckoned towards Su Mei who was standing to the side. The latter's eyes lit up and his ass came over. Dong, what are your orders? Nothing much. I just want to ask, what other upscale consumption places are there in our Tianhai city? Remember, it must be upscale. If Lin Dong had said this when he entered, Su Mei would have directly blown him out without saying a word. But now, Su Mei would only feel that this man was too charming. The way the money is spent, it's simply masculine. Dong, I do know a few good places. Downtown's Wangjiang Pavilion, Michelin revolving restaurant, 5-star Haitian feast. Oh yeah, and Imperial KTV. All of these places spend more than $10,000 per person, and they definitely meet your requirements. Su Mei feigned an unintentional bending of her waist, coincidentally exposing the large, deep, bottomless trench in front of Lin Dong's eyes. No opportunity is missed to show off. Unfortunately, the current Lin Dong was bent on making money. Otherwise, she will definitely be made to suffer. Okay, this is the KTV. Flanked by several technicians, Lin Dong put on his clothes and walked out of the massage parlor with a dashing stride. Take care Dong. Dong come often. Mooah. A series of petulant voices came from behind. However, Lin Dong did not even look at it and went straight to the parking lot. When the old security guard saw this scene, the man was dumbfounded, half speechless. Previously, he had thought that Lin Dong was acting as a fat man to beat his face. So, he's a real tycoon? Otherwise, with Red Romance, a group of money-minded female technicians, how could they all stick their hands up? What's up, old man? Seeing his dumbfounded appearance, Lin Dong couldn't help but tease. My bicycle, where did you put it for me? It didn't get bumped, did it? In the next second, the old man directly stood upright and gave Lin Dong a salute. Don't worry boss, with me here, no one will touch your car. Well, good spirits. Lin Dong nodded slightly and patted the old man's shoulder as if he was a leader. Then please write it out for me again. If it were anyone else, treating himself like this, the old man would have been furious long ago. But now, feeling complimented by the boss. It's an honor to serve you. Welcome to the next visit. Chapter 7, Imperial KTV. Phew. Riding a shared bike with a small breeze blowing in my face, Lin Dong let out a deep breath and felt an unprecedented coziness. He had been living a muddled life for more than 20 years, and had been cheated out of everything by this woman, Feng Shui. With the system, it's always possible to change destiny. However, at his current price, riding this thing was just too much of a drop in the bucket. Why don't you take a cab? Hello, is this the Tic-Tac limousine you ordered? Glad to be of service. Not long after, a brand new Mercedes-Benz S-Class stopped in front of Lin Dong. The driver was a middle-aged man in formal wear with a kind face. 2 words, professional. Lin Dong nodded and settled down in the back row. As soon as he got into the car, he subconsciously looked east and felt around. This was the first time he had ever been in this kind of car, and he couldn't help but be a little curious. The driver saw Lin Dong's movements through the rearview mirror and smiled faintly. It was only assumed that Lin Dong was used to living a hard life and wanted to spend a lot of money. After all, who doesn't have dumplings for New Year's? It didn't take long for the Mercedes-Benz S-Class to drive steadily into a bar street in Tianhai City. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of lights and there were handsome men and women everywhere. Lin Dong was dazzled as he watched and sighed in his heart. These rich people, they really know how to enjoy themselves. In the past, Lin Dongjin didn't even dare to go in. I didn't realize that it hadn't been long in the past and he was able to come here and spend money in a big way. It didn't take long for the Mercedes to pull up in front of a gilded building. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had just gotten off the bus when the system's voice sounded. Host spending $500 detected. Tenfold cashback success. Bank card arrives at 5,000 yuan. Lin Dong froze for a moment first. The corners of his mouth then turned up slightly. I didn't realize that you could get money back for a cab ride to a nightclub. Thinking of this, Lin Dong became even more spirited and walked into the Imperial KTV with a 6-parent pace. The 2 welcoming ladies in slit cheongsams immediately greeted with smiles and enthusiasm, bowed respectfully, and their voices were sweet. Welcome, boss, to the Imperial Palace. Glad to be of service. Lin Dong nodded. Come up here and call me boss. Whoever hears that will feel good in his heart. Subsequently, he directly took out his cell phone and said in a serious manner, the 2 beauties have good service. How about adding a WeChat? WeChat? Upon hearing this request, one of the welcoming ladies was obviously a bit resistant. The other welcoming lady smiled awkwardly and finally gave Lin Dong this face. Handsome, she doesn't have a cell phone. Add me. Success. Lin Dong nodded and quickly added his friend. Bonus? The welcoming lady had planned to turn around and delete Lin Dong. As a result, it never occurred to me that Lin Dong added his friends and sent a transfer in the first place. 2,000? Handsome, you didn't type 2 extra zeros, did you? The welcoming lady's hands trembled in disbelief. If you're an off-site greeter like them, you're lucky if the guests don't give you 2 blank stares, not to mention the red envelope tips. What did you say? What 2,000? The other welcoming lady was a bit puzzled and subconsciously glanced at her cell phone. Then, directly afterward, the wind went out of his sails and he froze for a moment. In this regard, Lin Dong was very frank. It's only 2,000. Just make a friend. Maybe, I'll come back more often. Yes, you must come more often. In the next second, the welcoming lady's attitude turned 180 degrees and she smiled, also intentionally lifted the slit thigh upward another piece. Snow white spring light close to the eyes. Lin Dong subconsciously licked his lips. Still, it was held. Right now, it's still important to make money. Okay, we'll talk later. You may come in. Only when Lin Dong left did the welcoming lady who had not added him to WeChat react. Unfortunately, the person is gone. Ouch. She stomped her foot hard in anger. Coincidentally, broke the heel. If I had known that, I wouldn't have installed it. Hearing the sound of breaking heels behind him, Lyndon would smile. Just now I added you without giving face. Now you regret? Late. For this kind of green tea whore, Lin Dong was not spoiled at all. He was also never stingy with women who gave him face. Unsurprisingly, the system's voice sounded before Lin Dong could take a few steps out. Detected the host spending $2,000 at a nightclub. 10 times cashback success. The bank card arrives at 20,000 yuan. Another $20,000 in hand. The small amount of money that Lin Dong spent was not hot at all. The action of tipping is getting silky smooth. Moments later, Lin Dong arrived at the front desk of the Imperial KTV. At this moment, a beautiful woman with a beautiful figure and innocent dress stood there. With a professional smile on her face, her proud figure leaned slightly forward. Welcome to Imperial KTV, please. In mid-sentence, the receptionist suddenly frowned. Looking Lin Dong up and down, he shouted out his name with some uncertainty. Are you, Lin Dong? You know me? Lin Dong froze for a moment. He was a little dazed at being called out by name in the cold, Hee hee, Lin Dong, what are you pretending for? Don't you even recognize me? Me, Bai Yuqing. Upon hearing this name, an additional memory instantly appeared in Lin Dong's mind. The study committee member in my high school class, the teacher's heel, who pushed myself to turn in my homework every day. At that time, Lin Dong was not a good student, and was at the bottom of the class, and often did not finish his homework. This led Bai Yuqing, who was a member of the study committee, to despise him greatly. And, every now and then, he was teased about being a rural person. Then after high school, the two broke off. I didn't expect to meet again in a place like this. Oh, I remember. Bai Yuqing, our class study committee member. In those days, I was first in my class every day and got all kinds of awards. What brings you to work at a karaoke bar now? Lin Dong slapped his head with a look of realization, clearly shaming her for coming here as a front desk girl when she had the first grade. As expected, once she heard Lin Dong's teasing, Bai Yuqing's snow-white little face instantly drooped and her two little hands clenched into pink fists. Glancing at Lin Dong's entire body, which was dressed in less than $200 combined, he also sneered back. You're not doing too well, and you still have the nerve to talk about me? For old time's sake, I'm kindly reminding you, this place has a minimum spend of several $1,000s. It's not a place for you. You're quite a big man, and you don't even have that kind of eyesight. I'm ashamed of you, Bai Yuqing said while fanning her small hand as if she was chasing away flies. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong completely ignored him and looked at the price list behind Bai Yuqing and read it out word by word. Small private rooms, from $1, $888. Medium room, from $6, $888. Large private rooms, from $8, $888. Supreme deluxe private room, from $88, $888. One room only. It's kind of fun. Lin Dong smiled faintly. It's amazing that this $80,000 plus supreme package doesn't include other services. It's like a giant piñata. However, the more Lin Dong liked it. Isn't the purpose of his coming here to spend popping gold coins? Chapter 8, Old Classmates. Lin Dong, have you seen enough? I'm telling you this much for the sake of being a classmate. Don't give me the face, or I'll call security. With a look of impatience on her face, Bai Yuqing made a gesture to pick up the landline and call security. When she was in school, she despised Lin Dong, a country bumpkin. Now that Lin Dong was trolling her with his identity as a receptionist lady, she certainly would not let go of the opportunity to fall on her sword. Hold your horses. Who says I'm just looking and not spending? Old classmate, why don't you take me to the private room? Lin Dong said with a smile. Bai Yuqing was about to make a call when she heard these words and suddenly stopped. The expression was also one of contempt. You don't have any money and you're acting like a wimp? Are you out of your mind? Okay, you're trying to make a fool of yourself, aren't you? I'll give you that chance. Alright Lin Dong, I'll show you inside. But if you don't have the money, then don't blame me for yelling. Bai Yuqing hugged her arms, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. As if he did not see it, Lin Dong smiled and nodded his head. Don't worry, I don't have any other hobbies. I just have a lot of money and I like to spend it. Nerves, Bai Yuqing cursed in a low voice. Afterward, she forced herself to hold back her resentment and led Lin Dong to the small private room. Push open the door and what comes into view is a brightly lit area. 2 rows of spotlights overhead, moving slowly to the beat, create a mesmerizing yet elegant atmosphere. The tables and floor tiles in the room are black and gold primed and gilt covered. It gives an unparalleled and honorable experience. Looking at the tattered Lin Dong again, he was out of place with the environment here. And even Bai Yuqing felt that he was very obtrusive. Lin Dong, the price of the small private room is 1,888 yuan. How are you going to pay? Swipe or scan? Bai Yuqing thoughtfully took out a QR code as well as a POS and held it in front of Lin Dong. Just wait until he can't get the money, then call security and throw him in the pool outside. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong sized up the situation and unexpectedly shook his head, frowning and sighing again. No way, the place is too small to cast. What did you say? Bai Yuqing froze for a moment, not reacting for a moment. In the next moment, Lin Dong opened his arms and gestured towards her twice. 2 words written all over his face. Disgust. Old classmate, this private room you recommended is also too small. If I were louder, my ears would be deafened. Is there a larger booth? Seeing this expression on Lin Dong's face, Bai Yuqing directly looked stunned. Good lord, it's really mounted? He didn't have the heart to beat him up, but he turned his nose up at him. The more Bai Yuqing thought about it, the more angry she became, and she nodded heavily. Of course there is, just in case you can't afford to spend it. You say that like I'm poorly paid? Lin Dong said with a big grin. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and change to a bigger private room. I can't wait to howl twice. Bai Yuqing snorted coldly and walked out of the private room with a puff of air, leaving Lin Dong with a pinned back. Lin Dong immediately brightened up. Why didn't you see when you were in school that Bai Yuqing was so materialistic? In this uniform, there was a surprisingly seductive smell of uniforms. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised as he admired Bai Yuqing's back while following her into another private room. This booth is significantly larger. The decor and furnishings are also more luxurious. Even the microphone, it's gold-plated. How's it going, Lyndon? Satisfied? This is the most popular center pack in our Imperial KTV, and it's usually very difficult to get a reservation. You're lucky today. One just happened to be empty. Not bad, not bad. Very high class indeed. Lin Dong rubbed his smooth chin and couldn't stop nodding. It looks like Lu has entered the Grand View Garden. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing once again secretly despised it inwardly. A redneck is a redneck. Just now, he almost bluffed himself into thinking that he was really rich. Now it seems to be nothing more than posturing. Alright, don't dawdle. If you're satisfied, hurry up and set it down. The total is 6,888. You don't, by any chance, have any money to pay the bill, do you? Bai Yuqing clasped her arms and propped up her two plump masses, her brows filled with questions and dislike towards Lin Dong, as if certain that he had no money in his pocket. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not eat her at all and still shook his head unsatisfactorily. Not that I'm saying, old school, this booth is still a bit small. It's not easy to consume once. How about not compromising yourself? Big bag, is there a big bag? You, seeing Lin Dong pointing his finger, Bai Yuqing's lungs were about to explode. More and more. Lin Dong felt that he was teasing himself. The previous $1.888 pouch was too small. Now the $6.888 center pack is still too small. This time, Bai Yuqing wasn't going to waste any more time and directly tore her face off. Lin Dong, let me tell you, I've gone beyond my job by bringing you here. Do you know how much you've delayed me by wasting so much of my time? After saying these words, Bai Yuqing had no more hesitation and directly took out her cell phone, about to call and shake people. Seeing her in this state, Lin Dong smiled instead. Say you, what's with the temper? I didn't say I wouldn't pay you. Tell you what, I'll put down a little deposit. Is that okay? After saying this, Lin Dong directly took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code. Oh, and the deposit. Where did you get the money? Bai Yuqing had a disdainful look on her face, still feeling that Lin Dong was playing the big-tail wolf. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the sound of a wonderfully melodious collection came to her ears. PayPal arrived. $5,000, 5,000? Bai Yuqing stared wide-eyed, directly dumbfounded. It was surprising that Lin Dong had been so generous. It's hard to believe that you've been looking away. Detected the host spending $5,000 at a nightclub. 10 times cashback success. The bank card arrives at 50,000 yuan. What are you doing, old classmate? Seeing Bai Yuqing freeze, Lin Dong deliberately extended his hand and waved it in front of her. Couldn't have been mesmerized by my payment pose, could you? But that's normal. It's been so many years since I've seen you. Who hasn't changed a bit, don't you think? Bai Yuqing's eyebrows knitted tightly, still somewhat unable to accept it. Now, can you change my private room? Can. Unable to do anything else. Bai Yuqing could only harden her heart and bring Lin Dong out. This time, she opened the door to the large private room. As soon as the door opened, the lights flickered. A picture of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains was presented. A variety of finishes that are as luxurious as they come. Not bad, that's more like it. Lin Dong smiled faintly and sat his butt firmly on the sofa in front of Bai Yuqing. For some reason, it was clear that Lin Dong was wearing a ground-up outfit. However, in Bai Yuqing's eyes, there were actually a few moments of a superior's demeanor. Is it hard to believe that this is the metamorphosis that comes from having money? Chapter 9, You'll sing with me. Old classmate, even the big bag is so luxurious. I'm curious, what's the only supreme classroom you have here like? Lin Dong suddenly smiled and opened his mouth. Bai Yuqing's petite body shook with some inexplicable panic. Lin Dong, almost done. Money doesn't burn like this. Could it be that the large private room doesn't satisfy you? At this time, Bai Yuqing had already put away her thoughts of messing with Lin Dong. After all, the $5,000 deposit had been transferred to her. It was enough to show that Lin Dong did have some family money. However, it was still too much to ask him to go to the Supreme Class Deluxe private room. Keep in mind that whether it's a small bag, medium or large, it's a 4-figure spend at best. But the Supreme Suite is different. There was only one in the entire Imperial KTV. And the price had skyrocketed to 888. Sing a song and spend almost $100,000. There are so many big bosses and rich second-generation people in Tianhai City, and not many of them have such a big hand. Besides, was Lin Dong sure he had that much money? Just leave it alone and take me there. Lin Dong could see the hesitation and questioning in her eyes, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. The front desk should get a commission for taking guests to private rooms, right? Doesn't your commission increase the higher the class of the private room I open? What's the hesitation? Get a grip. I'm going up and down in hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute, okay? Hearing this, Bai Yuqing completely lost her temper. However, she still did not believe that Lin Dong had the ability to consume the supreme private room. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yuqing pulled out her cell phone and prepared to make a call. Lin Dong, wait a moment. I'll ask our boss for his permission to open the supreme private room. What a dawdle. Hit it. Lin Dong nodded somewhat impatiently. However, the worse his attitude became, the more Bai Yuqing felt that he was unfathomable. Inside her impression, rich people were all in this temper. Soon, Bai Yuqing obtained the boss's consent and led Lin Dong to the door of the most luxurious private room of the Imperial KTV. On the main door, it was carved with mountains, rivers, grass, trees, flowers, birds, fish and animals. Just the front door, it's all so luxurious. The setup inside was unimaginable. Lin Dong, let me confirm one last time. Do you really want to book this private room? Hurry up. Waste of words. Bai Yuqing's little heart was pounding. It was the first time she had ever opened a supreme class private room. Today, it was also thanks to Lin Dong's favor that he was able to go in and take a look. Thinking of this, Bai Yuqing bit her lip. Suddenly, he felt that Lin Dong was not that annoying anymore. Instead, it has an indescribable charm. Lin Dong noticed the change in her and could not help but sneer in his heart. Women are really newy strong. At first, he was disgusted with himself and bossed around. After seeing him with money, he was instantly tender and passionate. But that's fine. Lin Dong's favorite thing was to temper this kind of woman. If you don't have enough money, throw money at the dead. It always smashes until the other person opens their mouth or spreads their legs. Wow! Bai Yuqing's small face was red as she pushed open the door. Presented in front of, no longer a piece of gold and blue, but a wild forest-like flavor of the landscape. A babbling river flows at your feet, with koi jumping every now and then. Hiss! Even though Lin Dong was mentally prepared, he could not help but be slightly stunned. This supreme room, surprisingly, is a natural beauty. Bai Yuqing also looked dumbfounded, her chest thumping like a deer. But what shocked her even more was yet to come. Old school. I'm satisfied enough to pay. Before the words fell, Lin Dong once again took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code. PayPal arrived. $88. 888. At the same time, Lin Dong received a prompt from the system. Detected the host spending $88. 888 at the nightclub. 10 times cashback success. Bank card to account 888,880 yuan. The whole 88 million. Cool. Lin Dong's blood was hot, and his body's 36,000 pores opened up in unison as he could not help but want to take a deep breath. Bai Yuqing was even more excited than him, her small mouth opening wide into a cherry shape. Lin Dong had spent nearly $90,000, and she had at least $9,000 in commission. Where is Lin Dong, a country bumpkin? Simply her god of fortune, the man of her dreams, male god. Ah no, Lin Dong, thank you for spending 888 renminbi. I welcome you on behalf of Imperial KTV. Bai Yuqing was already incoherent, her tongue in knots. Seeing her blushing and shy appearance, Lin Dong subconsciously licked his lips. However, he was in no hurry. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. Women need to be trained little by little. Lin Dong sat down on the leather sofa with a big horse and said indifferently, "Old classmate, isn't it a bit too boring for me to sing by myself in such a big private room? This way, it looks like I'm lonely. Don't worry, we have the prettiest escort princesses here. I'll call them over right away and guarantee your satisfaction." Bai Yuqing was all smiles, and instantly wiggled her, but as she was about to walk out, unexpectedly, Lin Dong directly called her back. "No, why go through all that trouble? The way I see it, you're just fine. Why don't you have a drink with me? By the way, to renew our old school friendship." Lin Dong smiled faintly, opened a bottle of whiskey and poured a glass for Bai Yuqing on his own. For a while, Bai Yuqing was in a dilemma, riding a tiger. If she refused, if Lin Dong got angry and complained about her, she would definitely not be able to eat. But if agreed, what? Am I in no position to invite you for a drink? No, no, no. Bai Yuqing hurriedly shook her head like a rattle. After hesitating for a long time, she still walked in a cat-like manner and sat on the sofa opposite Lin Dong. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong immediately frowned. Old school, what's the point of sitting so far away? Let's get closer so we can communicate better. Exchange of feelings? Bai Yuqing bit her lip. How could she not remember that she had any feelings for Lin Dong? There is mutual dislike. But now, how can one be qualified to dislike people? Let's just say that this 888 supreme private room is something she can't afford to consume in her lifetime. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. I'll tip you as long as you serve me well. Lin Dong took advantage of the situation and sat down next to Bai Yuqing, and even handed over a glass of whiskey. Chapter 10, Godly Singing, Unstoppable Golden Gun. Tip. Hearing those two words, Bai Yuqing was a bit moved. But, normally, she doesn't even drink with them. After all, in a place like KTV, once you get drunk, you will definitely become a lamb at the mercy of others. What happens next can only be imagined. But, for the sake of the money, she hesitated for half a day, but opened her mouth and drank the wine down. Yes, Lin Dong shouted. Then, the hands and feet suddenly became dishonest, and directly put their big hands on each other's thighs. No, no! Bai Yuqing instinctively resisted Lin Dong's up and down hands. Lin Dong was not in a hurry, and while admiring her charming demeanor, he was following the temptations, blowing hot air and talking to the root of her ear. Old school, you're beautiful. Here, let me give you a little bonus first. Moments later, Bai Yuqing received a transfer. The moment she saw the string of numbers, her eyes widened directly. 18,888? Bai Yuqing's eyes were drawn. This time, there was no more wriggling and she directly fell into Lin Dong's arms, letting two big hands reach into the neckline, kneading a plump and delicate mass. For a while, countless great spring lights were captured by Lin Dong. What surprised him even more was that Bai Yuqing was obviously untouched. Just the slightest touch made her body flutter gently. Gollum! Lin Dong swallowed deeply, somewhat unable to suppress his inner agitation. Just then, the system's ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing a special conquest mission at the nightclub and receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine singing skill. What? Divine singing? Lin Dong froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, he felt a marvelous change in his body. Godly singing. Interesting. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Unexpectedly, the system's rewards were not only rich, but also had this special ability. It was just as well that he was in a karaoke bar right now, so he could test out this godly singing, just how good it was. Thinking of this, Lin Dong randomly ordered a song called Jing Zhong Hui Gua. Then, clearing his throat, he began his performance. Originally, Bai Yuqing didn't have much to look forward to. As a result, her entire body was stunned as Lin Dong opened his mouth. Her body trembled gently, as if her soul had been shocked in some way. Horseshoes go south. People look north. One looks north. The grass is green and yellow, and the dust flies. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Bai Yuqing had been working at Imperial KTV for a few years and had seen countless people come here to sing. Many tycoons have even brought in professional singers to support the show. But in all fairness, Lin Dong's unadorned, back-to-basics singing skill was definitely the first time she had seen it. Thinking about this, Bai Yuqing became more and more curious and desirous about Lin Dong. How many secrets is this man hiding? I will defend the land and restore the frontier. Tanghua Ci is going to let the four directions come and congratulate. After the song was finished, Lin Dong's face did not change its color and his bravado was overwhelming. It's like a victorious general returning to his home, proudly looking down on the crowd. The microphone in his hand was also like a sword to cut down the enemy army. Not to mention Bai Yuqing, anyone would have their blood pounding after hearing this song. Lin Dong, when did you learn to sing? I didn't even know that when I used to go to school. Bai Yuqing stared straight at Lin Dong as if she was a small wildcat in heat. The two small hands were wrapped around each other's necks at some point, and their bodies were even more tightly fitted together. Instantly, Lin Dong felt a warmth and softness. It was also at this moment that the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing a special conquest mission at the nightclub and receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden gun. In the next instant, Lin Dong only felt that his internal organs were agitated and became more ferocious, especially now that Bai Yuqing was hugging him tightly. More than that, it gave him an evil fire. Bai Yuqing could see his restlessness. Full of shyness, she stuck her head into his arms, murmuring in a voice that only two people could hear. So what, Lin Dong? I suddenly realized that, in fact, I kinda like you. Why don't we do it? Before the words left her mouth, Bai Yuqing suddenly felt her body lighten and her entire body was picked up by two strong arms. Lin Dong, be gentle. It's hurting me. Bai Yuqing closed her eyes shyly, fearful of being seen in this flirtatious state. At the same time, there was a vague expectation of being done something to her by Lin Dong. Lin Dong also very much liked this shy look of hers and hooked Bai Yuqing's jade-like delicate chin with his fingers and sent a deep kiss. Then, laugh freely. That's just where it's at. Later, I'll love you. Well, Chapter 11, Crazy Spending. $5 million cash back. Now, let's have some wine first. What kind of wine do you have here? Lin Dong did not forget the most important thing. Grinning broadly, he flipped over the menu on the coffee table and casually scanned it. Beer, there's Corona, Heineken and Budweiser, and the most expensive is only $500 a bottle. Champagne, 2,000 bottles of Noble Champagne. 6,000 bottles of King of Champagne. 8,000 bottles of Ace of Spades Champagne. Luxury Wines, Zuni Blue Label 20,000, Royal Salute 18,880, Remy Martin XO 16,800. The more Lin Dong read, the more he frowned, and the movement of turning the pages became more and more impatient. What's all this? It's so cheap. Is it for people to drink? Ha, Yu Qing, you are also too insufficient. It's not easy for me to come to your KTV to spend money, and you are fooling me with this kind of cheap wine? It's already expensive, okay? Hearing Lin Dong's complaint, Bai Yuqing was dumbfounded. Half a bottle of Remy Martin XO. Enough for a month's salary for her. A small sip is hundreds of dollars. How dare Lin Dong think it's too cheap? However, once she thought of Lin Dong's big spending, and the supreme private room was booked when he said so, Bai Yuqing was relieved and obediently curled up into a ball. Noticing the change in the other party's expression, Lin Dong could not help but want to tease. Yu Qing, you've been working at the Imperial KTV for so long, don't you want to try the most expensive wine here? Maybe, even your boss can't afford to open it. Bai Yuqing had been a bit giddy when she heard this and couldn't help but light up. Lin Dong gave her a chance to experience the life of the upper class. Lin Dong, turn to the last page. There is something you want there. Bai Yuqing spat out her tongue. Oh, Lyndon answered with interest and flipped the menu to the end. This page is really different, surprisingly inlaid with gold trim. Each letter is branded with a gold seal for luxury and nobility. The drink varieties, and the string of zeros that follow, are equally shocking. 82 Lafite Rothschild, $80, 000/bottle, from Chateau Lafite Rothschild in Bordeaux, France, rich and mellow, with flavors of blackberries and cassis. Eskimo Ice Wine, $90, 000/bottle, from the Maple Leaf Country, is fresh and delicious with a strong polar flavor. Louis XIII Cognac, 100, 000 RMB/bottle, from Chateau Louis XIII in France, long and long to dissolve in the mouth. Not bad, that's what you call wine. There's no comparison to those things just now. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he finally nodded in satisfaction. A couple $100 for a bottle of wine, doubled tenfold, would be a couple thousand. And an $80, 000 bottle of Lafite will make him a wild $800, 000 profit. Who's good and who's bad? Cootie. Know it all. This, and this. Never mind. All this wine, give me a bottle of each. Lin Dong lightly poked a few times as if it was a point-and-click machine. Seeing this gold-splashing move, Bai Yuqing couldn't help her petite body from shaking. Although, Lin Dong was dressed in rags, but the way he pays, he's really handsome. What are you waiting for? Go order some wine. Snap. Lin Dong slapped Bai Yuqing's rounded buttocks. The latter let out an electrified pout. This time, however, not daring to fart, he hurriedly got up and walked out. Within moments, a couple of waiters dressed in white shirts and black jackets with little greasy hairs walked in pushing trolleys. From head to toe it reveals two words, professional. Bai Yuqing walked at the front, her head held high, not to mention how proud she was. Lin Dong, oh no, Mr. Lin, here's the wine you asked for. Will you open it now? Lin Dong nodded slightly and waved his hand towards her back again. No one else. Just stay and open the wine for me. Hearing this, Bai Yuqing's pretty face flushed red. The crowd of waiters also understood and carefully put the wine down. Then, one by one, they walk out. Before leaving, he even cast an envious look at Bai Yuqing. This front desk lady, this is being looked at by the big boss. Tomorrow you may fly to the top of the branch and enjoy all the glory and riches. Lyndon. Bai Yuqing picked up the corkscrew with ease and opened a bottle of wine for Lin Dong. The whole time, both little hands were shaking. The price of a bottle of wine topped her yearly income. If it was not for Lin Dong, I am afraid, she would not have been able to have the qualification to taste it in her life. I don't know. Lin Dong was even more excited than her. Detected the host spending $80, 000 at the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $800, 000. Detected the host spending $90, 000 at the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $900, 000. Detected the host spending $100, 000 at a nightclub. A series of beeps came down. Lin Dong frantically spent $500,000, and his bank card balance instantly lost a large portion. But soon, with the successful tenfold cashback, his balance skyrocketed to 7 figures again, breaking through the 5 million mark. Lin Dong could not help but sigh as he savored the fine wine. Sure enough, this KTV, it's better to drink and spend money fast, as you like. At this time, Bai Yuqing sipped a few mouthfuls of 82 Lafite, has entered a slightly drunken state. Her small face is pink and red, especially attractive. The OL uniform that wrapped around the luscious body had been torn open a few times. A wolf's paw ran down the collar and drove in. Well, Bai Yuqing couldn't help but let out a gust of wooing sounds. Lin Dong, gently. People haven't had boyfriends yet. The more Bai Yuqing spoke, the more petulant she became. I don't know how such unashamed words came out of my own mouth. As a result, it never occurred to him that upon hearing these words, instead of reducing his strength, Lin Dong moved even more. Bai Yuqing rolled her eyes straight up, nearly about to faint. Seeing her look like she was obediently giving in and letting the king have his way, Lin Dong gulped and could not resist the urge to put her on the spot. Offhand. Just then, the cell phone rang loudly. Who's that? So ungrateful. Calling at a time that has to be spoiling my fun. Lin Dong frowned slightly. Feng Shui has been blackballed by him. This woman, she's not going to come to my door, is she? The next moment, upon seeing the caller ID, Lin Dong could not help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. The answer button was then pressed. Chapter 12, Jealousy. The phone had just been connected, and a petite voice came from the other end, with a bit of shyness in its tone. Dong, where are you now? I haven't seen you in a while, and I miss you so much I'm tickled. I see, it's more than just an itch, isn't it? Lin Dong smiled and deliberately turned on the speakerphone. The moment this charming voice came out, before he could do anything about it, Bai Yuqing's eyes widened first, immediately afterward, subconsciously grasping his arm. The two proud plump masses also pressed up against it. She knows rich people play with flowers and change girlfriends faster than they change clothes. However, it was the first time that she had seen someone like Lin Dong who ate from the bowl and watched the pot, and always thought of getting a spoonful from others. Lin Dong, who is she? Your girlfriend? After all, Bai Yuqing had been a receptionist for a few years and had a knack for detecting words and colors. While gently opening her mouth to inquire, she used her soft and boneless little hands to serve Lin Dong as if she was declaring her sovereignty. Phew! Lin Dong could not help but to fight back a jolt as he looked at Bai Yuqing with a slightly surprised look in his eyes. You're obviously a kid. How come you know so many tricks? What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a pig run before if you've never eaten pork? People also have a few co-workers who deliver fruit trays. It's just that we all share different jobs and make different money. But now, it's their turn to be jealous of me. He. Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Meanwhile, the woman on the other end of the line was anxious. Dong, where are you now? I'll come to you right away. You are the most honored member of our red romance. Not just any cat or dog can serve you. Anxious. She was anxious. The person who called was none other than Ting Ting, the beautiful technician from Red Romance. Originally, Lin Dong was just saying a mouth high and contacting him after work. I didn't realize that the other side took it seriously. Presumably, they also wanted to hold on to Lin Dong's 3 thighs and struggle for a few decades less. Yes, I'm in the Imperial KTV Supreme Room. Come over. The cab fare is transferred to you. Come on. The next second, Tina received a transfer of $2,000. The little girl was overjoyed, and Dong couldn't stop screaming. Wahahaha, love you East. Bai Yuqing was filled with envy and jealousy when she saw this scene. The eyes were also slightly sultry. Lin Dong, people have served you for so long, how come they don't have a hard labor fee? I want it too. Both. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile. These women, they're really realistic. But, luckily, you can get 10 times as much for yourself as you give them. Never lose. Thank you Linden, love you the most. Mooah. Bai Yuqing clicked on the big red packet of 6,000 yuan, and all the anger subsided, and she directly jumped into Lin Dong's arms and rubbed against him. A beautiful leg also went down the short work skirt that had been torn open and rested on Lin Dong's waist. Detected the host spending $2,000 at the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $20,000. Detected the host spending $6,000 at the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $60,000. Another $80,000 arrived. Easily. At this time, Lin Dong, looking at the extra $80,000 on the bank card, was unmoved, as if he was drinking cold water as rare as usual. Who has millions still lying in his bank card? This $80,000 was nothing but a drop in the bucket. He was already looking forward to the two women meeting up in a few moments. I just don't know if it's to enjoy the blessings of all, or the shura. A graceful, youthful and beautiful young girl stepped on her high heels and walked to the entrance of the supreme private room. A googly-eyed face, willowy eyebrows, and a pair of watery, naturally charming eyes. Icy, tender skin, a watery collagen. You can tell at a glance that you're not even 20 years old. It was Tina who came all the way here. At the thought that there was a demonic in the room, attempting to snatch Lin Dong away from, Ting Ting could not help but bite her lip. Then, push the door open with all your might. Dong, I'm coming. You guys. Before the words were out of her mouth, Tina froze outright. In the private room, Flickering and chaotic neon lights intertwined and entwined with dance music. The originally reserved Bai Yuqing had long since let herself go. The neckline of the OL uniform was open to the maximum, and each of the two hands was resting on Lin Dong's shoulders, so the snow-white spring light was in full view. The plump legs were hanging around Lin Dong's waist, and were flinging their bodies wildly in time with the rhythm. What was even more exaggerated was that Bai Yuqing was holding a tall glass in her mouth as she poured wine for Lin Dong in an extremely seductive position. Pouring wine in this position, of course it's not stable. The luxurious and expensive 82 Lafite was just sprinkled all over Lin Dong's chest. There were only a few drops that landed on the tip of his tongue. However, it could be seen from Lin Dong's expression that he was enjoying himself immensely. Tina, you're here? Lin Dong was busy and saw Ting Ting, who pushed open the door and walked in. A direct wave, without the slightest hint of avoidance or weakness. It's like, it couldn't be more normal. However, Tina was not happy about it. She quickly walked over and forcefully wrapped her arms around Lin Dong. Then, with his shoulder, he shoved Bai Yuqing, who was still dancing. Dong, drinking so much alcohol is not good for your health. What kind of intention does this woman have to open so many such expensive foreign wines for you? It's obvious that she wants to earn a commission and pit you against your money. Dong, you must be drunk, right? I'll rub you, Ting Ting said as she took the initiative to massage Lin Dong's temples with her small hands. Upon first contact, Lin Dong actually developed a feeling of floating in the air. Bai Yuqing's passionate passion and Ting Ting's cool touch were like ice and fire. Who are you? How dare you call me a cat or a dog? Let's see. You're the one who's a pheasant. On the other side, Bai Yuqing was infuriated. Those foreign wines were clearly something that Lin Dong himself had insisted on drinking. She was a good talker. How did it turn out that she wanted the commission? Although, she does get a good amount of commission. However, that was also if Lin Dong was willing. It's not like she stole or robbed anything. Humph. Demonic. Bah. Massage parlor pheasants. And you have the nerve to talk about me. Dong, you have to do right by people. She scolded me. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was clearly you who scolded me first. Lin Dong, you can't watch her bully me. Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing have a left and a right. 1 second, they were quarreling and their eyes were red. But the next second, they were pampering Lin Dong, being as whiny as they could be. What's more, the two women each have their own specialties. Ting Ting is very online in both body and face value, with two long, straight legs that are definitely of car model level, plus less than 20 years old. Who doesn't like tender? On the other side, Bai Yuqing was no less impressive. As the face of Imperial KTV, dressed up, quite a star. The legs were not as long as Tina's, but the front and back were far above her. This kind of woman, when well trained, simply makes it impossible to get out of bed. Now, these two extremely beautiful women were actually fighting over themselves. Lin Dong had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Chapter 13, License Plate 88888, Top of the Line Primera. The same as spending money on Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing. They have 10,000 ways to get away with it and feel so good that they can't breathe. Spending it on feng shui is a meat bag with no return. Nope, got something back too. That's a big green hat. Damn, thinking about this makes me angry. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging, moving into a rage. It scared the two women. It was Bai Yuqing who was bold, and after a moment, cautiously asked, Lin Dong, it wouldn't be because we made you angry, would it? Seeing this, Ting Ting was not shy and placed her small hand on Lin Dong's thigh. Dong, it's my fault, don't be angry. I'll rub your legs. When Lin Dong saw this, his anger subsided by half. Immediately, he shook his head and said dismissively, it's nothing, just remembering something unpleasant. Come, keep drinking. These wines, all of them are from the collection of Imperial KTV, and a cup costs several $1,000s. However, the flavor is indeed good. Thousands? Ting Ting's small mouth opened wide into an O shape, obviously shocked. The red wine they use at Red Romance to entertain their Supreme members is just over $2,000. It's weak in comparison. If she were to know that the more Lin Dong drank these foreign wines, the more money he had in his bank card, she wondered if she would be stunned on the spot. Here, have a taste. Lin Dong smiled faintly and took the initiative to pour a cup, sending it to Ting Ting's lips. Tina blushed and took a sip with desire. The next moment, Ting Ting's delicate little face swished and turned red, flushed with an enigmatic flushed color, clearly drunk. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing looked directly happy, her eyes full of disdain. With this amount of alcohol, you're still drinking with Lin Dong? Better go back before it's too late. Don't drink under the table later. Bah, you're the one who can't drink. I can drink. Obviously her tongue couldn't even be pulled straight, but Ting Ting couldn't help herself and squirted passionately against Bai Yuqing, especially when she thought that, if she was drunk, Lin Dong would be possessed by Bai Yuqing alone. She was even more energized. Unsurprisingly, the two beauties were at each other's throats again. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but reveal a bitter smile. He knew that neither woman was a good person. Sure enough, there was no way to stop, but he's the best at dealing with this kind of problem. It's simple, just throw money at it. Alright, all of you, stop it. I was going to reward you guys for your good behavior. Now, there's no such thing. After saying that, Lin Dong looked impatient and poured his own wine. In an instant, the two people who had just been arguing in the heat of the moment instantly lost their tempers and their desire to fight, leaving only the quest for tips. Little cutie. All could hear that Lin Dong's so-called rewards were red-hot banknotes. Dong, people don't argue anymore, so calm down. Yes, this new sister and I will get along and serve you well. Yes, sister bye. I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. Where is this coming from? Making Lin Dong happy is the most important thing for us. Both men are human beings in the service industry and speak better than they sing. Just now, it was clearly close to a fight. Now, it was sisters. Although, it could be seen from the way they each grabbed one of Lin Dong's arms that this was only a superficial, temporary peace. But enough is enough. That's right. Come. Today the little master is happy. Reward you all. Pay attention to check the receipt. Lin Dong spoke lightly. Then, taking out his cell phone, he began to transfer money. 50,000? Lin Dong, you are also too trenchant. However, I like it so much. Wahahaha. Thanks for the red packet from Big Brother. As a token of my appreciation, I'm going to present you with a dance I just learned. The sledgehammer and the open train. After Bai Yuqing finished speaking, she could not hold back her inner excitement, picked up a bottle of foreign wine, walked to Lin Dong, stepped on a pair of crystal high heels, and danced a passionate dance. The powerful melody with the choppy body is a sight to behold and think about. Wow! Bai Yuqing seemed to think that it wasn't enough, and went so far as to douse herself from head to toe with foreign wine. The already torn OL uniform and skirt were all wet. The rise and fall of the layers can be clearly seen in the wakes. Lin Dong was directly dumbfounded. In the past, he had instead often swiped through the cell phone screen to the live broadcast of beautiful women. Now, it's still the first time you get up close and personal offline. What's more crucial is that such a showy and beautiful woman can enjoy herself as much as she wants. Humph, isn't it just dancing? I can do that too. Not to be outdone. Tingting also stood on the sofa and danced for Lin Dong. Wipe the glass. Wipe the glass. In the private room, two big beautiful women danced. The atmosphere ambiguous and extravagant. What was even more unexpected to Lin Dong was the next hint from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing a special conquest mission at the nightclub and receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the license plate 88888 Top Edition Porsche Panamera. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special ability, not getting drunk from 1,000 cups. What? Lin Dong was inwardly shocked, and a large portion of his alcohol sobered up. Under the effect of 1,000 cups, his body alcohol was breaking down rapidly. What had been cloudy vision also became extraordinarily clear. On top of that, Lin Dong also noticed something extra in his pocket. Pulling it out, it turned out to be a car key. It is engraved with a gold and red crest design. It was the keys to the top-of-the-line Porsche Panamera, with a market value of $3.5 million. I'm going to make a killing. If anything, the top-of-the-line Panamera. Money can buy it. The 5/8 license plate number definitely has a price tag and is a status symbol. Lin Dong, how was the dance people did? Still like it? Before Lin Dong could recover from his surprise, Bai Yuqing walked over and took his arm. Ting Tings wiped the glass halfway and also wiped on Lin Dong's body. The two women had gone to great lengths to gain Lin Dong's favor. Lin Dong was dazzled and fluttered as he watched. Nice dancing. Come on, join us for a drink. Lin Dong poured a glass of Louis XIII for each of the two and brought it to Cherry's small mouth. The hospitality was so great that neither woman could refuse. More importantly, they all wanted to get Lin Dong drunk, take advantage of the situation and be the first to eat. Lin Dong, people are drinking, you have to drink too. Yeah, or it's not fair, you bully little girls, Tina said as she spooned into her arms. The two small, soft, boneless hands subconsciously kneaded Lin Dong's arms. Looking at her face again, a blush, winks in spring. Bai Yuqing's pair of peach blossom eyes also stared straight at Lin Dong, exuding an irresistible charm. Chapter 14, 1,000 drinks. Fine, I'll drink. Lin Dong gulped down 2 large gulps. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing smiled charmingly and gently and slowly undid Lin Dong's collar, a few fingers rubbing his neck. The electrifying sensation instantly caused Lin Dong to drift and become intoxicated. Then, couldn't help but sigh. It's you city people who know how to have fun. No wonder the king doesn't go to court early, with so many beautiful women serving him day after day. He was an emperor and was not happy to get up early. Well, Dong, I can't drink anymore. On the other side, Ting Ting finally could not hold on any longer and her head lolled, lying on top of Lin Dong with a red face. The two long legs close to 1 meter were casually resting on Lin Dong's knees as the ultra-short skirt was raised. Ha, just like you, you're still accompanying Lin Dong? Bai Yuqing obviously had a good capacity for alcohol, and after drinking so much, she was still only slightly drunk. Lin Dong could not help but be interested. He was trying to see where the upper limit of his new ability was, and if he could really be drunk for 1,000 drinks. Yuqing, Ting Ting can't, let's continue. Yes, Lin Dong, I toast you. Bai Yuqing said as she softly and charmingly poured a cup of Remy Martin XO and raised it to Lin Dong with affection. Drink this glass of wine, and any previous misunderstandings between the two of us will be erased. You can't blame people anymore. Oh, Lin Dong smiled faintly, knowing that what Bai Yuqing was talking about was from the school days. He shook his head and took the glass. Don't worry, the Prime Minister can hold a boat in his belly. Do I look like the kind of person who is careful? Besides, you're so sincere. Lin Dong enjoyed the wine while going up and down. At once, Bai Yuqing was made to pout and tremble. But since you're apologizing, 1 cup won't be enough. Gee, I get it. Bai Yuqing skimmed her lips and poured herself another glass of red wine, and with a lift of her jade neck, the wine entered her throat. Yes, Lin Dong called out. Bai Yuqing glanced at the royally drunk Ting Ting next to her, and was very pleased with herself inwardly. You're just like me, and you still want to steal Lindo from me? Dreaming. More. No, people are getting a little dizzy too. After 2 more bottles were downed, Bai Yuqing finally couldn't hold her liquor and shook her head. At the same time, she was surprised to see the image of Lin Dong taking a sip of a cup with no effort. In the past, at class reunions, Lin Dong only had 3 or 5 bottles of beer. How did he become a big drinker now? Drinking so much wine without blushing a bit. Bai Yuqing had wanted to get Lin Dong drunk and cook the raw rice. Now it seems that you are the prey, the one who is on someone else's plate. I can't, Bai Yuqing murmured. Before his words fell, he also jumped headfirst into Lin Dong's arms, left and right with Tina. They were just 2 little party favorites. At this point, even if the body is picked up, it probably doesn't know anything. Phew, Lin Dong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The alcohol in his body instantly dissipated, and his slightly reddened face returned to normal. Then he stood up like nobody's business. Then, with interest, he picked up the empty bottle, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This 1,000 cups of drunkenness is really magical. Not to mention 1,000 cups, I feel that I can still drink 100 bottles. Unfortunately, right now, I have more important things to do. Lin Dong turned his head, his expression somewhat jumping up and down. The 2 delicate beauties were drunk and unconscious, as if they were 2 lambs to be slaughtered. You know, he has more than just the ability to not get drunk from 1,000 cups. There are still golden shots left to try. Go you! With one hand, Lin Dong effortlessly helped the 2 women up, placing their arms on his shoulders. Then, very high profile, he walked out of the supreme private room. It didn't occur to me that there were 2 rows of waiters standing respectfully at the door. When he saw Lin Dong come out, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Hello boss, thank you for spending money at Imperial KTV. You're welcome to come back next time. Lin Dong nodded perfunctorily. Just then, a middle-aged man with a human-like appearance and a big belly greeted him. With a fawning smile piled up on his face, he bowed slightly and asked carefully. Hello boss, I'm the general manager of Empire KTV, Song Dafa, and $600,000 in drinks. How do you see paying for that? Lin Dong froze for a moment. It just occurred to me that there wasn't enough wine back there and I ordered a couple more bottles. Bai Yuqing was too drunk to swipe his card. That's why the group is waiting here. In fact, Lin Dong had misunderstood. The reason why Song Dafa had arranged such a big battle was not that he was short of that money, but he just wanted to see with his own eyes who this big shot who was generous and waved his money around like dirt was. He knew many dignitaries and had never heard of one named Lin Dong. It would be a good idea to take this opportunity to flatter and leave a good impression on Lin Dong. Maybe, it will be able to keep a big moneymaker for Imperial KTV. Never thought that Lin Dong was not some kind of tycoon or big boss. Surprisingly, he was just a young man in his early 20s, covered in groundlings. This was a bit mind-boggling to Song Dafa. Couldn't see through Lin Dong. From there, it becomes more and more unfathomable. What kind of a cat or dog would be a character who could spend $1 million a night at Imperial KTV? People just keep a low profile. That's why they purposely dress so personal. Song Dafa brainstormed on his own for a while. At this time, Lin Dong had already pulled out his bank card and threw it in his hand. Okay, hurry up and swipe your card. I have things to do. Song Dafa smiled and nodded. The smile intensified as she inadvertently glanced at Bai Yuqing who was lying in Lin Dong's arms. In the past, Bai Yuqing kept herself to herself and never came out. Dare I say it's a long shot, waiting to catch a golden son-in-law. Boss, you've spent a total of $600,000 extra. I'll give you a discount for a total of 500,000. There's no need for a discount. It's what it should be. Ha, what? I've got money I can't spend. Cut the crap and swipe your card. The rest, as your tips. Today I'm happy. Hearing this, everyone was both amazed and surprised. Lin Dong was really rich and generous, giving him a cheap price. What a lot of money to burn. But the more they did, the happier they were. Who wouldn't be happy to make more money these days? What do you care? Maybe these rich people just have some special fetish. Perhaps Lin Dong was actually the son of some big family and had no concept of money. Detected the host spending $600,000 at the nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $600,000. Just then, the system's alert tone sounded. Lin Dong nodded his head contentedly. The more I spend, the more cashback I get. You give me a discount. You're working against me. Boss, watch out for the steps. Slow down. Song Dafa took the waiter and sent him all the way to the door. Originally, he was still thinking about whether or not to give Lin Dong a ride. Unexpectedly, in the next second, they were once again dumbfounded. Chapter 15, Going to the Hotel. Drops. In the parking lot, two blinding headlights suddenly came on, illuminating the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was a sleek black sedan. The triangular front end is elegant and dynamic, and the streamlined body is pleasing to the eye. It was Song Dafa who had a cunning eye and recognized the model and license plate at once. Porsche Panamera? License plate 58. Which young master is making a private visit? $1 million limousines are not uncommon at Imperial KTV, but a license plate with 58s is definitely a rare sight. Moments later, the car drove up to them. Only then did the crowd realize that the person driving the car was actually Lin Dong. At this point, it was waving at them. Manager Song, if it's not too much trouble, I'll give Yuching a vacation. You know, I understand too well. You take care on your way. Song Dafa nodded his head as if he were pecking at a chicken. In his heart, he was chanting, Bai Yuching is really lucky to have embraced such a big thick leg. It's broken. I forgot to ask for contact information. Song Dafa suddenly woke up, but it was too late. Lin Dong drove the Panamera and had taken off. Under normal circumstances, after drinking that much, he probably couldn't even grip the steering wheel, and getting caught would be drunk driving. However, because of the special ability of not getting drunk from 1,000 cups, at this time, he was even more sober than an ordinary person, and his mind was unusually active. Boom! Lin Dong kicked the gas down and the engine hissed madly. It didn't take long to reach the destination. The top luxury hotel in Tianhai City, the Dynasty Hotel. The per capita spending is $18,000, and the most ordinary room costs $3,000 or $4,000. It is known as the rich man's ghetto and the boss's tender spot. Wake up, we're at the place. Lin Dong parked his car near the hotel and patted Ting Ting and Bai Yuching's faces. As a result, the two remained confused and unconscious. Ugh. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile and was somewhat helpless. Just then, a brand new BMW X5 passed by. Not surprisingly, it's also a young couple coming to the hotel for a spring break. Hubby, why are you so atmospheric today, taking me to stay at the Dynasty Hotel? It's not because you've been chanting and dreaming of experiencing the life of the rich, but I've satisfied you today. Hubby is the best. Mooah. At a closer look, on the co-pilot, the one who was pampering and fawning was none other than the woman Lin Dong was once most familiar with. Feng Shui, the man she was hugging and kissing, whose name was Wang Long, was the small boss of a company in Tianhai City. Also, Feng Shui's top boss. Because of the convenience of his position, he hooked up with Feng Shui after a while. Even, Feng Shui was allowed to be with Lin Dong. This will not only dispel the suspicion of the tigress at home, but also have an exciting feeling of cheating. Unfortunately, Lin Dong saw him and Feng Shui having a car sex and dumped Feng Shui in a fit of rage. That excitement, much less so. Honey, look at that car in front of you. I've seen it online. I think it's called some kind of Panamera, and the top version costs several $1 million. Feng Shui raised her hand and pointed, her expression somewhat excited. Wang Long also couldn't help but poke his head out and take a closer look. It's true, there are just a lot of rich people in this Tianhai City. I wonder which male is in there. A car like this is not affordable for the average person, and a year's worth of maintenance would be enough to buy me this car. Feng Shui knew that after Lin Dong left, her value was greatly reduced. So, hurriedly cupped Wang Long's stinky feet. Honey, you can't say that. We're not better than the top, but we're better than the bottom. You see, a stinking hanger-on like Lin Dong can't earn a single wheel of a Panamera in his lifetime. Isn't that much better when you think about it that way? Wang Long smiled and nodded deeply. Even, the expression was a bit arrogant. It's still true. I can't beat a rich man, but I can't beat him? However, comparing this kind of hangers-on to me is really a bit of an insult. Baby, let's get up there quick. I'm suffocating. Look at that monkey business. Hey, try a few of the positions I just learned later. They'll definitely get you off. Bah, no shame. Feng Shui scolded, pawing away Wan Long's devilish claws reaching for her neckline. Underneath the wraparound skirt, 2 long legs stepped out and got out of the car as fast as her eyes could carry her. The entire time, her attention was on that Paramera, and she didn't pay attention to what Wang Long was saying. In the past, the reason why she stayed with Wang Long and even listened to him and put a hat on Lin Dong was because she saw that Wang Long had a little bit of money in his pocket and was able to buy himself jewelry, bags and all kinds of luxuries. But human desire is like Pandora's box. Once it's open, it's never ending. At the moment, the cool Paramera, it hooked Feng Shui's soul. Full of thoughts about which rich kid the owner is. Do you have a chance to meet each other yourself and add a contact? After all, compared to Paramera owners, Wang Long is simply weak. Feng Shui, what are you fuming about? Hurry up, I can't wait. Hearing Wang Long's urging, Feng Shui was a little unbalanced inside. With her own posture, can she only find a big-bellied greasy man like Wang Long? Wang Long did not notice the slightest hint of disgust in Feng Shui's eyes, and thought that she was still the same little woman who was subservient to herself and had never seen the world, and immediately pulled her hand towards the Dynasty Hotel. Be gentle, you're hurting me, that's just where it's at. In a few moments, I'll make you scream for your father in pain. Cut. Feng Shui rolled her eyes. What Wang Long did in bed, could she not know? Holding on for 5 minutes is already over the top. Also called dad. What he should have called was the doctor at the men's hospital. Snap. Just then, Lyndon came down from Paramila. The afterglow glanced at the side and always thought that the car looked a bit familiar. Vomit. Just then, a vomiting sound suddenly rang out. It was clearly by Yuqing and Tingting, 2 great beauties, who were vomiting on the side of the road. Lindong smiled faintly. Luckily, one has 1,000 cups to drink. Otherwise, it's 1 down with 2. Alright, if you're almost done throwing up, get up, go inside the hotel, take a shower and change your clothes. Look at you guys, you're all dirty. A moment later, Bai Yuqing and Tingting sobered up considerably and stood up. Bai Yuqing looked at her OL uniform that had been torn beyond recognition, her pretty face slightly red. Tina was no better, came in 2 black fishnet stockings, and I don't know whose salty hands made a flurry of rags. The 2 long, greenish-white, rounded legs were completely exposed to the air. However, the more this happens, the more tantalizing it becomes. The most beautiful images are never naked, but rather Judas. What are you waiting for? Go! Seeing the 2 of them frozen in place, dawdling, Lin Dong waved at them, somewhat impatiently. Unexpectedly, the 2 looked at each other and actually looked at each other with some reluctance. Lin Dong, so, what, is it the 2 of us together? Chapter 16, Grievances and Grievances. Ting Ting bit her lip, bright red with desire and asked, Brother Dong, can there be a first come first served? It's my first time, I want to have that alone with you, says whoever isn't the same. After all these years, I've kept myself to myself and haven't had a boyfriend. Bai Yuqing let out a pout and purposely puffed out her chest. At the end of the day, most women, in the Dragon Kingdom, are still relatively conservative in their thinking. The mouth may be open to yellow and it may seem like there are no taboos. However, something like 2 women sharing a husband is still beyond the acceptance of most women. Seeing this, Lin Dong directly snorted coldly. He doesn't have that much time to coax women. What web celebrity, anchor, and starlet can't be taken with a few $1 million? You 2 are squirming and finding it difficult? Then don't do it. Can't take it? Then get the hell out of here. What's the point of pretending to be a White Lotus when you're working in a nightclub? What can't you accept? Bah, it's just that the money isn't there? I'm telling you guys, there's only one chance. Either, go upstairs with me together now, and I'll do whatever I please, or, you 2 roll up and leave together. I don't care. As the words fell, Lin Dong directly threw his face away and walked away. What? Being scolded by Lin Dong's chopped head, Tingting and Bai Yuqing were directly confused. Originally, he thought that as long as he was pampered and cute, Lin Dong would surely take pity on him and fulfill all his needs. You can also turn the tables on the man yourself and hold him in a death grip. Now it seems that I was taking myself a bit for granted. Lin Dong did not eat this at all. Sister Bai, why don't we? Tina's delicate little face was red for a moment. Right now, Lin Dong was angry. If we don't remedy the situation, I'm afraid it will be irreparable. Ta-da! Just then, the sound of a sharp stomping on high heels suddenly rang out. Tina was straight up confused. What about the big Bai Yuqing? It was just here. Lin Dong, don't go. I know I'm wrong. Don't be angry. Don't say 2. 2 more will do. Nice guy. You're changing your face faster than a book. Bitch, wait for me. Dong, not to be outdone. Tina caught up with him at a quick pace. Then, with Bai Yuqing on the left and right, they hugged Lin Dong's arms. It also intentionally stuck very tightly, giving Lin Dong unprecedented satisfaction. Looking at the appearance of the two women throwing their arms around him and competing for favor and kneeling, Lin Dong was happy in his heart. You're still trying to pin me down, aren't you? Sorry, I'm a Sigma man and I never eat women. A little threesome, take a pinch. Moments later, the three of them walked into the Dynasty Hotel. It was not a small amount of attention. It can't be helped. Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing are too pretty. A watery innocence, a mature imperial sister. What's more, these two soulful and tantalizingly lethal creatures were willingly following that man who looked a bit dodgy. This guy, it can't be some cockney guy again, running out to lose his money, right? East, noticing the crowd's strange gazes, Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing couldn't help but blush, wishing to find a crack in the ground. However, once they thought that Lin Dong was still in front of them, they had to speed up their pace again and followed in a trot. It is said that you don't bend over backwards for $5. However, the rice that Lin Dong had popped for them was enough to collapse their waists. Who has trouble with money these days? The front desk lady of the Dynasty Hotel, seeing this lineup of three people, also revealed a gossipy look. However, the person was of high quality and didn't ask many questions, just smiled and nodded. Hello sir, how many rooms, please? We have deluxe rooms, executive suites, VIP suites and presidential suites here. The receptionist hadn't finished her introduction. Snap, with a big wave of his hand, Lin Dong slapped his bank card on the counter. A presidential suite, swipe your card. I'm in a hurry. Yes sir, please wait. The receptionist smiled as she collected her bank card and turned her head to the computer. Just then, the sound of a man and woman arguing came from behind them. Also, the woman's voice sounded a little familiar. It's your fault for having to book some special. Now, well, the rooms are full and they just give you your deposit back and won't let you stay. Wang Long, you can't be doing this on purpose, can you? This was followed by a chorus of men arguing. You fart, isn't it just $2,000? Am I the one who's short on that kind of money? I'm going to book the most expensive presidential suite right now, and tonight, I'm going to make you shut up. The woman grunted and rolled her eyes at the man, but in the end, followed the other to the front desk. Immediately afterward, it suddenly froze, because she saw an unexpected character, a stinking hangdog who had no business being here. Linden, why are you here? Feng Shui shuddered inwardly, her eyes glaring to the maximum, and subconsciously tugged on her pink wraparound skirt. However, once she thought that the two of them had already broken up and did not need to pretend anything in front of Lin Dong, she put it back. In fact, when Feng Shui and Wan Long were arguing, Lin Dong recognized the two. In the past, when Lin Dong saw this pair of dogs and men making love to each other, he might have been so angry that he would have been smoking with grief and anger. Now, times are different. Now he didn't even put this pair of dogs in his eyes, especially when he heard that Wang Long had booked one of the cheapest special rooms in order to save money. Lin Dong did not have anger, but only a strong disdain. In his eyes, this pair of dogs were like two clowns who had no money and came to a place like this to pretend to be big spenders. Yoo-hoo, Feng Shui, if it isn't your hangdog ex-boyfriend, why is he here too? Wang Long had just walked to the front desk and pulled out his bank card when he spotted Lin Dong standing next to him, dressed in a ground floor eye. Immediately, he grunted coldly and shook his head. Lin Dong, you can't be still wanting to win back Feng Shui and deliberately stalking her to beg for a reunion, right? I advise you to die of this. You and Feng Shui aren't even from the same world. Also, there's one thing she may not have told you. Wang Long said this and directly wrapped his arms around Feng Shui's slender waist. It made the latter blush and feel uncomfortable. Wang Long, what are you doing? Everyone is watching. What's wrong with watching? You're my woman. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Long snorted coldly, his eyes showing a hint of perversion and madness. Feng Shui is with you, and it's all because of the mission set by my old man. From start to finish, you're a green turtle. Wang Long sneered and hugged his arms, full of anticipation for something. As a result, from start to finish, he did not see the slightest bit of anger on Lin Dong's face. In the next moment, there were even two beauties who came up and wrapped their arms around one of Lin Dong's arms respectively with an incomparably intimate look. The words were filled with disdain and disgust for Wang Long. Brother Tung, who is this guy? He's got a fat head and a dirty mouth. How dare he call you a loser? I'm afraid he hasn't woken up yet, right? Yeah, it's ridiculous to come out and humiliate people without taking a piss and looking at yourself. Chapter 17, The Presidential Suite. What? For a moment, the air was suddenly quiet. Wang Long and Feng Shui stared blankly at the two beauties who threw themselves at Lin Dong. In their eyes, Lin Dong was a stinking beggar from the countryside, a licking dog who had been tricked. But now, two enchanting and charming big beauties, whose posture was still above Feng Shui, even took the initiative to fall back. Even a little bit of jealousy. How do you expect them to believe that? Wang Long's forehead veins rippled as he directly revealed Lin Dong's old self. I say, You two beauties. You're not mistaking me for someone else, are you? This guy's name is Lin Dong, and he's a smelly hanger-on with cleaner pockets than his face. You must have been fooled by him. Feng Shui also nodded deeply. At the same time, the eyes that looked at Tingting and Bai Yuqing showed a hint of mischief. Oh, watch your mouth. You're the one who stinks of hangers-on. Yeah, you're the one who's blind. A man like Dong who is both handsome and rich in gold can't be found in a lantern. You can't compare yourself to him, but you can't spit on him. It was Bai Yuqing who reacted quickly. Looking at Feng Shui's expression as she clenched her pink fists, she instantly guessed what was going on. Oh, I see. It must be because you're envious and jealous that you're deliberately slandering Lin Dong, right? Nonsense. You fart. Wang Long was instantly furious. Other people said he could, but only Lin Dong could not. Obviously he was the one who greened Lin Dong. What did he have to envy? Calm down. Calm down. Wang Long let out a cold smile and forced himself to hold back his inner urges. Lin Dong, you're such a coward. You only know how to hide behind women. Aren't you going to say anything? Hearing these words, Lin Dong coldly smiled. Talking to people like you only wastes my time. What? Wang Long froze for a moment. In the next moment, Lin Dong shook his head. Anyway, I wouldn't go all the way to the Dynasty Hotel just to book a special room. Swollen face, really don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Hearing this, not only did Wang Long grit his teeth, Feng Shui's face was equally ugly. In the next moment, she could not bear it anymore and directly pointed at Lin Dong, saying, Lin Dong, I don't know where you found two vixens from to deliberately piss me off. However, let me tell you, no matter what you do, you can't get rid of the fact that you are a smelly hangman. Wang Long did book a special room. How about you? Who are you? A man who can't even shell out $200 and usually rides a bicycle to work. To talk big here? You can't afford to live there even if it's a special offer. After Feng Shui finished speaking, the air suddenly quieted down. Lin Dong was too lazy to explain. But when Feng Shui saw this, she thought that he had been broken down and was speechless, so she couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, Lin Dong had not changed and was still a stinking beggar. I'm not blind to let a golden boy go myself. On the other side, Wang Long also found a trace of superiority. Although, he did not know what tactics Lin Dong had used to trick the two beauties. However, the aspect of making money, he is still very confident. In this lifetime, Lin Dong would never be able to surpass himself. Unexpectedly, just then, hello Mr. Lin, your presidential suite has been processed. You can check in now. Presidential suite? Hearing those 4 words, Feng Shui's eyes directly widened. The smile on Wang Long's face also instantly froze. Put. Seeing the expressions of this pair of dogs that were worse than eating, Bai Yuqing and Tingting didn't hold back and directly ha. The smack in the face came too soon. On the front foot, Wang Long and Feng Shui were still taunting Lin Dong. The Dynasty Hotel wasn't a place he could come to whenever he wanted, and even if it was a special room, he couldn't afford to stay there. On the back foot, the receptionist delivers the killing blow. Invisible slaps to both men were red and painful. Mr. Lin, this is the room card for the presidential suite. The room is on the top floor. If you need anything, just call me, and enjoy your stay. The receptionist lady watched the fun and deliberately raised her voice so that Wang Long and Feng Shui could hear clearly. Okay, thanks. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised as he used 2 fingers to hold the housing card and flung it to Bai Yuqing in a very dashing manner. Be careful, don't lose it. After all, this is the kind of room that certain people can't afford to live in for the rest of their lives. You, Wang Long angrily pointed at Lin Dong, his face red with anger. In the end, not a single fart came out, because what Lin Dong said was the truth. The presidential suite at the Dynasty Hotel costs at least $50,000 for a one-night stay. For him, though, biting the bullet and getting it out. But it's too uneconomical. Feng Shui was also infuriated, and once she clenched her teeth and stamped her foot, she looked at Wang Long with hatred. Wang Long, I also want to stay in the presidential suite. What's the point of staying? Where does the old man have that kind of money? Wang Long was very upset and let out a cold laugh. Besides Feng Shui, you don't really think that Lin Dong is salty and suddenly has so much money, do you? What do you mean? Feng Shui frowned, suddenly realizing what was wrong. Ha! Wang Long sneered at the corner of his mouth. Think about it. Yesterday, Lin Dong was still riding a bicycle and eating instant noodles. Today, how could he be staying in a presidential suite? He must have swollen his face and taken out some kind of online loan. Either that, or he's tricking women into spending money on him and being a pussy-eating gigolo. As he said this, Wang Long glanced at Tingting and Bai Yuqing intentionally or unintentionally. It can be seen from the dress code that these two people often go to high-spending places and use the latest cell phones. Therefore, it was very likely that Lin Dong had fallen for 2 small rich women. Otherwise, why would he have given Bai Yuqing his room card in the first place? The more Wang Long thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Even Feng Shui revealed a disdainful look. Lin Dong, I was really blind to be with you in the first place. It's a shame that you don't work hard to earn money, but you're reduced to taking out online loans and becoming a duck. Feng Shui sneered at Lin Dong for a while, oblivious to the fact that she was cursing herself with every word she said. Noticing the growing number of contemptuous and unkind eyes around him, Lin Dong was about to be infuriated. I say, Feng Shui, you two have too much imagination, don't you? I, Lin Dong, no matter how shameless and skinless I am, will not sell my body for a bag or a cell phone. This kind of person, I, Lin Dong, despise the most. Hearing this, Feng Shui's face swished red, a look of annoyance at being poked and prodded. Lin Dong, just keep talking tough. I just don't believe it. You've got what it takes to make money besides taking out online loans and being a gigolo. When the time comes, don't be unable to pay back the money and be forced to sell your blood. Alas, seeing that Wang Long and Feng Shui were still persistent, Lin Dong felt that it was necessary to show them what it meant to be a true tycoon. Snap! Lin Dong let go of the two big beauties who were hugging him left and right and slapped his room card on the counter. The receptionist was a little confused. This man, he's not really broke and wants to check out, is he? Chapter 18, A Month's Stay. I'm sorry sir, if you check out, we need to deduct 10% of the handling fee. That's $5,000. Do you think it's acceptable? Who said I was checking out? So what are you? The receptionist was puzzled. Lin Dong smiled and pulled out a card once again. This time, it's a bank card. I heard that your hotel president is quite nice. I'll open a month to stay, and when I'm in the mood, I'll come over and sleep for 2 days. A month? The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. It's $50,000 for one night stay. That's $1.5 million a month. Converted into red-hot $100 bills, they can be stacked more than a meter high. What's more, from what Lin Dong said, it was just for driving around, not necessarily coming to stay every day. Lin, Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not joking? Upon hearing these words, the smile on Lin Dong's face gradually disappeared as if he had been provoked by something, and he said with a somewhat irritated expression, do I look like I'm joking when you look at me like this? Or do you think I can't afford to spend it? No, it's not. The receptionist was so frightened that she hurriedly shook her head. Please wait a moment. I'll check you in right now, and if you stay for a month in a row, you'll get a discount. No, I'm most annoyed with any offers. It's what it should be. I have plenty of money. It doesn't hurt. Lin Dong said with a serious face. If it were someone else who said such underhanded words, Tingting and Bai Yuqing would have been very contemptuous, thinking that the guy was sticking his nose into the scallion and pretending to be an elephant. However, Lin Dong was different. He's already raking in millions at Red Romance and Imperial KTV. A mere $1.5 million to stay in a hotel is a bit of an exaggeration, but it's really nothing. On the other hand, Feng Shui and Wan Long couldn't sit still. Lin Dong, almost enough. There has to be a limit to pretending. Wang Long's expression was a bit unnatural, and he snorted. If you check out now, you'll lose up to $5,000. If you persist, people should call the police to arrest you. Wang Long, what do you care? You can't spoil this kind of person. You have to teach him a lesson. Feng Shui, on the contrary, was watching the fun. In her eyes, Lin Dong was still the same smelly beggar that she had called around. Even if you fall for 2 rich women, it doesn't change anything. If a night passed and Lin Dong could even shell out $1.5 million, she gouged her eyes out. Also, let's hide far away. I think this guy has mental problems. Wang Long nodded repeatedly and brought Feng Shui to stand a little farther away. Not only the two of them, but other passers-by also stopped and waited for a good show. Just then the lady at the front desk started to swipe her card. A few moments later, a small ticket was successfully punched. This meant that the transaction had been completed and that Linden did have that much money on his bank card. How is that possible? Feng Shui stumbled and almost didn't stand still. Sorry to disappoint you. Lin Dong smiled lightly with a cloudy expression and signed his name on the small ticket in passing. Mr. Lin, this is your room card and bank card. Please keep them. The receptionist respectfully handed over the room card and bank card. In this instant, Feng Shui's face turned pale to the extreme. For a moment, she only felt countless contemptuous, teasing gazes looking over. At the same time, the watching crowd of eaters on the side were talking about it. This handsome guy's name is Lin? How come I've never heard of such a person in Tianhai before? $1,100,000 is enough to buy a house, and he only uses it to stay in hotels. I don't understand the world of the rich, the crowd murmured, feeling more and more that Lin Dong was unfathomable. At the same time, his eyes teasingly looked at Wang Long and Feng Shui. For these two, only special rooms are available. They're the hangers-on. They're the ones who don't deserve to be at the Dynasty Hotel. Feng Shui, pinch me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Wang Long shivered and opened his mouth, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. More accurately, the whole body was trembling, to his death. He had never imagined that the hangman who had once been trampled under his feet had transformed himself into a rich man. However, what he didn't expect even more was that Feng Shui completely ignored him. At this moment, was softly looking at Lin Dong, twisting and biting her lips. Oh, seeing this expression on Feng Shui's face, Lin Dong instantly guessed what she was trying to do and could not help but sneer in his heart. There are only two words for this kind of woman. In her bones. Worship gold. She could hook up with Wang Long for money. Now, also for the sake of money, he could cut himself off from Wang Long and throw himself at him. For so many years, one's wholehearted devotion is simply a meatbag with no return. In the next moment, Lin Dong suddenly developed a hint of bad taste and beckoned towards Feng Shui. There's nothing special about me. I'm just nostalgic. There were a lot of things I didn't do right in that previous relationship. Too, if I'm given another chance, I'm going to cherish that girl, even if it costs her more money. I'm willing. Hearing this, Tingting and Bai Yuqing were moved to tears. They had really seen how much money Lin Dong had spent. Transferring a reward to yourself is all about pressing zero with your eyes closed. Lin Dong, I believe in you. Dong, me too. I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Aha! Tingting and Bai Yuqing exerted all their strength, itching to rub their entire body into Lin Dong's body. A bunch of men looked at it with their blood boiling, and they couldn't even think of not getting cocky. On the other side, Feng Shui also couldn't help but have her eyes reddened and flooded with a little bit of tears. Lin Dong, I'm sorry, it was all my fault before. Now, I know it's wrong. Can you give me a chance for us to start over? I must love you more than everyone. Have you forgotten the vows we made at the beginning? Holding the hand of your son and growing old with him. Feng Shui spoke slowly with a sobbing voice. Word by word, Lin Dong could not help but recall all the things that had happened with her and the various small gifts that he had painstakingly prepared. However, the more Lin Dong reminisced, the icier his eyes became as he looked at Feng Shui. In the beginning, one couldn't even hold her hand. Behind her back, she and Wang Long were playing any position. Now, she's playing the emotional card with herself? That's hilarious. Feng Shui didn't realize that the more she said, the more wrong she was. From start to finish, Lin Dong never wanted to get back together with her. Feng Shui, what are you talking about? I'm still here. Do you think I'm dead? The other side. Wang Long just couldn't listen anymore, and yanked on Feng Shui's hand, trying to pull her back. This woman, too, is too realistic. Seeing that Lin Dong has money, you want to get back together with Lin Dong? What do you take him for? Wang Long, let go. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. We're broken up. In the next second, Feng Shui shook off Wang Long's hand with force, her expression resolute. The latter was dumbfounded, his eyes whiter than copper bells, his eyes full of disbelief. What did you say? Chapter 19. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Feng Shui wiped away her tears with a disgusted expression. You're dawdling over a special room, and you don't even have me in mind. Now that I have a better choice, not only do you not bless me, you try to stop me and make me suffer with you. You don't love me at all. Ahem. Upon hearing these words, Lin Dong almost failed to tense up. In the past, why didn't he see that Feng Shui had so many great ideas, great potential to become a little blue book blogger? At the same time, the eyes that looked at Wang Long became more and more teasing. You like me? Now, it's old man green you. You. Wang Long was furious. Just when she wanted to make some kind of move, she saw Feng Shui feigning shock and stepping back, protecting her upper body. Wang Long, what are you doing? You still want to hit someone? After this set of operations, Wang Long was so angry that he almost went over his back. Feng Shui, you, okay, old man roll. In the future, don't let me see you. Wang Long huffed and slammed the door. Feng Shui, on the other hand, did not even look at him and directly turned around, walking towards Lin Dong with affection. The gazes that looked at Tingting and Bai Yuqing were also filled with hostility. It was as if she was Lin Dong's main palace. These two women, they're just unapologetic mistresses. Lin Dong, forgive me, okay? Feng Shui spoke softly and walked slowly. In the next moment, Lin Dong slowly extended his right hand. Feng Shui instantly cried pearly tears of gratitude. At the same time, it was as if she had seen the life of a paper-drenched noblewoman beckoning to her. The other side, Tingting and Bai Yuqing, on the other hand, looked as if they were on the verge of an attack, their expressions somewhat anxious. It never occurred to him that Lin Dong was still a love brain. It's possible to forgive this woman for being green. In the future, would there still be a place for them beside Lin Dong? Just then, Feng Shui had already walked up to Lin Dong and was about to throw herself into his arms. Snap! A crisp slap suddenly rang out. Feng Shui's brain buzzed and her mind went blank as she looked at Lin Dong with a dull gaze. Looking at Lin Dong again, he was slowly putting away his right hand with a cold expression. Did I say I was giving you a chance? Self-indulgence. What did you say? Feng Shui covered the left side of her face that had been reddened by the whip, her expression shocked. At the same time, he looked at Lin Dong in astonishment. Just now, he had clearly said that he remembered his old feelings and wanted to start over with himself. Now, what's with the flip-flopping? Isn't it clear enough what I've said? Lin Dong coldly smiled as he sized Feng Shui up from head to toe as if he was looking at an oddball, and every now and then he shook his head instead. I did say, give the guy I like a chance, but it was never said that this person was you? What makes a gold-digging, green tea whore, like you, who'll do anything for money, think that I'd even like you? Who gave you the courage, Queen Leong? Lin Dong snorted coldly and opened his arms, wrapping the two big beauties on the left and right into his arms. Don't be funny, big sister. And don't take a piss and look at yourself. Do you deserve it? What the old man is talking about is the two of them. You're the one who thinks you're running over here to fall on your sword. Beating you makes my hands dirty. After saying that, Lin Dong shook his hands in mock disgust. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he asked the front desk for another wet wipe. Now, is that clear? For a time, throughout the Dynasty Hotel, everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Shui. More accurately, it was staring at her groundless face, frantically stifling laughter. Relief. It's such a relief. That's the way to deal with such snobbish ES. On the contrary, Feng Shui's face changed countless times in just a minute. Surprise, bewildered, shocker, and then now irritated and red as a monkey's ass. He could not wait to find a crack in the ground. In order to hold on to Lin Dong's thighs, she stomped away from the money tree Wanglong. As a result, at the end of the day, people and money are lost. Thinking of this, Feng Shui couldn't hold it in any longer and cried with a wow. Lin Dong, you asshole, don't regret it if you can. Hearing this, Lin Dong almost laughed out loud. He regrets it? Bound to the system, he can't spend all his money. Instead of going for a web star, turn around and go for a gold digger? No money for hard licking is understandable. Rich and licking, that's. Lin Dong did not bother to talk nonsense and directly waved his hand as if he was chasing away flies. Alright Feng Shui, don't pretend to shed tears. Who are you pretending to be pitiful for? That Wanglong hasn't gone far. It's probably not too late for you to go find him now. Go late and you can't smell the BMW exhaust. What? Feng Shui jolted awake. In the next moment, he viciously glared at Lin Dong and decisively turned around to leave. Walked that fast without looking back. In fact, she had no shame in staying on. People here looked at her like she was a circus clown. Lin Dong, look at her. She looks like a dog That's right, it's still a falling dog. Ha ha, people love to see the beating of a fallen dog. Who told her to leave Dong blindly? You see I won't. I'm going to take care of Dong comfortably. The two women didn't miss any opportunity to compete for favor and pandering. While saying this, he rubbed his arm against Lin Dong's arm as if no one else was around. Their bodies were already very hot, and with such a hard squeeze, one of the peaks was somewhat deformed. Lin Dong immediately sprouted a ball of evil fire and backhandedly wrapped his arms around the water snake waist of the two. That's what you said, so don't pretend to be reserved when you get to your room later. Lin Dong placed a kiss on each of their faces with an ambiguous expression. Nasty. Go, ha ha, in full view of everyone. A man and two women walked straight into the elevator and headed straight to the topmost floor of the presidential suite. The other side, Dynasty Hotel parking lot. Feng Shui is pulling out all the stops to try and win back her love. Wanglong, listen to me. I really didn't mean it at that time. It's all because of Lin Dong. He's the one who lied to me. I was just momentarily haunted. Feng Shui cried with pearly blossoms and explained frantically. However, throughout the entire process, there were only two words on Wanglong's face. Oh, when you put it that way, is it, after all, my fault? Feng Shui bit her lip, not reacting for a moment, and surprisingly went along with him down the line. If you hadn't booked that special room, you wouldn't have. That's enough. Shut the up. Snap. The next moment, another slap landed on Feng Shui's face. Before, Lin Dong hit the left side of his face. Now, Wanglong hit the right side of the face. Rather symmetrical. Wanglong, you hit me? Feng Shui stared at Wanglong with wide eyes in disbelief. Before, Wanglong had some extraordinarily vulgar pet peeves though, but never laid such a heavy hand on it. Hearing these words, instead of pitying him, Wanglong became even more irritated. Beat you? I'm not only going to beat you, I'm going to beat you so bad your mom won't even recognize you. Snap. Two more loud slaps. It directly knocked Feng Shui off her feet. Then, Wanglong didn't feel relieved enough and kicked Feng Shui in the stomach again. Chapter 20, The Rainbow. Inside the parking lot, scream after scream rang out. In less than a moment's work, Feng Shui, who originally still had a few moments of good looks, completely broke her face. Not only was his face swollen like a pig's head, but his body was even more bruised and purple, as if he had suffered domestic violence. Bah! You deserve it. Wang Long spat a mouthful of phlegm at Feng Shui, his expression full of disgust. The latter's bowels are green with remorse. I don't know if I regret what I did, or if I regret having less of a cash cow in the future. In the meantime, Dynasty Hotel, top floor presidential suite. Lin Dong, I'm going to take a shower first. I want to wash too. Wait for me. Tina and Bai Yuqing giggled and walked into the bathroom. Lin Dong watched the two figures looming through a layer of blurred glass door. His grandmother, isn't this forcing me to commit a crime? You're all going to take a shower, don't I have to? That's not good. A bad smile appeared on Lin Dong's face as he walked to the bathroom door. Then, barged right in. Two screams rang out. Soon the bathroom was in springtime. Detected the host completing a special mission. Nightly defense of two women. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1,000,000. Another hidden quest that brings in $1 million. However, right now, Lin Dong had no time to care. What time is it? In a daze, Lin Dong rubbed his eyes and fumbled to pick up his cell phone. Seeing the large number 14 on the screen made me realize it was afternoon. Snap! Just then, a small white jade foot rested on his chest. Even the crystal toes with nail polish were visible. Lin Dong froze for a moment, turning his head to look. Tingting and Bai Yuqing were lying eastward on the bed, not yet awake. Snap! Lin Dong slapped his hand over. Get up and stop pretending. Phew! Was expecting a response. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuqing slept like a dead pig and didn't react at all. It was enough to see that it had been tossed around by Lin Dong. Tina was no better. She couldn't keep her eyes open. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile with some helplessness. It seems that one is still too strong. Two women had completely failed to satisfy him. You guys get some sleep. I'm going to make a phone call. Lin Dong put on his clothes, slowly got up and walked to the living room. I have to say, the presidential suite is just not the same. Not only does the decor and furnishings reveal understatement and luxury at every turn, the view is unparalleled. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook half of Tianhai City. Lin Dong picked up his cell phone and dialed a string of numbers. As a result, no one responded after waiting for half a day. Also, at this hour, Mom and Dad should be out working and have no time to answer the phone. When he thought of his parents, who were far away from his home in the county, still working hard and saving money, Lin Dong could not help but have a sour nose. He had been in Tianhai City for 7 or 8 years, and he hadn't made a name for himself at all. It was so hard to find a girlfriend, spent so much money, and was thinking of taking her home to make her parents happy. As a result, in the end, it's also a waste. Now that he has money, he wants to make it up to his parents so that they can live a good life and enjoy all the glory. Phew! Lin Dong let out a deep breath and opened the banking app on his phone, preparing to transfer a sum of money back. At first, he directly pressed 6 zeros, or $1 million. However, upon careful consideration, Lin Dong shook his head again. Parents have always been honest. All of a sudden received $1 million. Not to say scared half to death, but also think that they are engaged in some kind of illegal business. After Lin Dong reconsidered, he decided to transfer $100,000 first. Big deal. Just say you won the lottery and let them be happy too. After filling out the information, enter the payment password. Results: payment failed. Payment failed. Still payment failure. With 3 tips in a row, Lin Dong was directly dumbfounded. Could it be? Is there something wrong with the system? The $10 million that he just got, and hadn't even warmed up yet, disappeared in place? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Dong could not help but feel a chill run through his body. Then, it was a rush to check the balance. It wasn't until after he saw the string of zeros that he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. Fortunately, a false alarm. The reason why the transfer failed was also because he spent too much yesterday and was temporarily limited. It can only be resolved by walking to the bank in person. It's not too late to get this settled while the bank is still open. Lin Dong had always been thunderous, doing what he wanted to do when he wanted to do it. Squeak! The door to the room opened. After glancing at the 2 girls who were still sleeping, Lin Dong slowly walked out. As he left the hotel, a group of staff members even gave him a respectful greeting. Directly booking a presidential suite for a month, everyone knows that Lin Dong is very uncomplicated. Naturally he was given VIP level treatment. Come to the parking lot and get in the Primera. Buzz. One button starts and the engine comes to life with a familiar roar. Lin Dong was refreshed from head to toe and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Then, with a kick of the gas, the Primera took off instantly. Not long after, Lin Dong arrived at the entrance of a nearby bank. Lin Dong parked his car casually and walked inside with a big grin. As expected, at this point, the bank was just about crowded. A group of grandparents were in the front of the line. Lin Dong was helpless and received a number and waited obediently. 187. Please proceed to counter 1. After waiting for half a day and almost falling asleep, Lin Dong heard his number in a daze. He hurriedly got up and sat down in front of counter number 1. He was greeted by a middle-aged woman who looked full of impatience. What business? I have a limit on my bank card and would like to withdraw the transfer amount. Oh, the middle-aged woman nodded, took the bank card and checked it out, casually asking, the transfer limit on this card of yours is currently $10,000 per day. How much do you want to mention? Lin Dong thought for a moment and said tentatively, why don't we just mention 10 million to see if it doesn't work and then add more? Oh, 10 million. Wait, how much? The middle-aged woman froze. Then the eyebrows went up. You're making fun of me in the middle of the day, aren't you? And $10 million. Hilarious. Chapter 21, The Dog's Eye View of the Man. The middle-aged woman's face instantly fell. Through the glass window, he sized up Lin Dong from head to toe. The sight of his whitewashed jeans was a further moment of contempt. These days, there's really something for everyone. Mention 30 or 50,000 even. $10 million? Are you worthy? It's annoying enough to go to work day in and day out, and then to come across this oddball. What a breathlessness. Lin Dong frowned slightly as he sensed that the other party was a little impatient. However, there was no immediate seizure. After all, he was waiting to transfer money to his parents. So, with patience, he asked, what process do I need to go through? Or do I have to show my papers? After saying that, Lin Dong was about to take out his ID card. Never in a million years. The saleswoman didn't even bother to lift her head and just waved her hand. Can't do it. Go wherever you like. Don't hold us up here. Can't you see how many people are waiting back there? $10 million? Ha, why don't you say 100 million? When she finished, the saleswoman pressed the end button and went straight to calling the next person. What did you say? Lin Dong frowned and did not get up. Others, however, were outright hyped. They had witnessed the entire process, and instead of feeling that the salesman was at fault, they thought that Lin Dong was holding everyone up. A middle-aged man with the appearance of a small boss had a bad tone and directly walked up, tapping his shoulder. Hurry up and get up. Don't occupy the pit. Several grandparents followed and helped. If you want to touch a car, go somewhere else. The bank is not the place for you to be wild. And you can't blackmail. That's right. Quite a big handsome guy. Why don't you have any pussy? Open your mouth for $10 million. If you really have $10 million, you will come here to line up? With this poor look, it's a blessing to be able to come up with $10,000. Hurry up and get up. Don't hold us up. For a while, Lin Dong became the target of a crusade and was sneered at. The salesman saw this and instead of stopping it, he had a sneer on his face. See, the eyes of the masses are shining. I'm warning you, if you don't leave, I'm calling security. Lin Dong's face was expressionless as he remained seated on the chair. Then, even more so, he slapped his bank card on the counter. Why should I leave before the business is done? Today, I'm not going anywhere until you give me a raise. Hearing this, the salesman was stunned for a moment. Obviously, it had not occurred to him that Lin Dong was still a tough guy. She then yelled directly afterward. As you can see, it's not that I'm not going to take care of your business. It's that this man is sticking around and wasting everyone's time. At her provocation, the crowd once again became agitated. How can there be such people, running to the bank looking for trouble and having nothing to do? Oh, just look at him. I can tell he's a hobo. It's a safe bet he just got fired from his company and is looking for a place to go crazy. Where's the security guards? Hurry up and pull people away. In the midst of a loud noise, a middle-aged man dressed in greasy clothes came quickly. Glancing at the swarming crowd, he looked again at the salesman at the counter. Chang, what's wrong? Manager Wang, this man is looking for trouble. Once the salesman surnamed Zhang saw the savior coming, he immediately pretended to be pitiful. Manager Wang froze. Usually, there are people who come to the bank unsatisfied with their business and make a fuss. However, it was still the first one like Lin Dong who had upset everyone. This gentleman, I wonder what kind of business you want. Seeing that there was finally someone who could take care of things, Lin Dong directly said, it's very simple. I want to withdraw the amount, and she won't do it. Raise the amount? Manager Wang frowned slightly. Isn't this just a matter of filling out a form and clicking a mouse? Excuse me, how much would you like to mention? Not much. 10 million. $10 million? Manager Wang froze. Subsequently, it was always clear why the salesman did not do it for Linden. Normally, withdrawals of up to $100,000 are handled by the salesman on the spot. If the amount is large, it is necessary to apply upwards and go through layers of approval before it can be approved. After all, not everyone has the credentials and assets to do so. Manager Wang, listen to this. Do you call what he said human? What happened to paying back $10 million? Who does he think he is to take $10 million? The salesman couldn't get enough of it and continued to add to it. The small boss from earlier was also a little dissatisfied and snorted coldly at Lin Dong. Don't daydream in broad daylight. My company's annual water flow is only tens of millions of dollars, so you're better than me? I know quite a few bigwigs in Tianhai as well. What nook or cranny did you pop out of? With this time, you might as well go to the construction site and move a few more bricks. At least you won't go hungry. Unlike now, where it's a disgrace. Looking at the small boss's condescending and aggressive attitude, Lin Dong was infuriated and laughed on the spot. You mean, I want to mention $10 million, or is it my fault? Of course, you can't use $100,000, not to mention 10 million. The small boss snorted with a sneer. This gentleman, I'm really sorry for the delay. I'll have security drag this man out right away and I'll take care of your business personally. Just a moment. Manager Wang is also a snob. As soon as he heard that the little boss knew many big shots, he immediately greeted them with a smile. As the saying goes, many friends make a difference. Their bank loves quality customers like small business owners. Maybe, get a loan at their bank. Hearing this, the little boss became even more pleased. Holding his arms, he looked down at Lin Dong, who was relying on the front of the counter as if he was looking at a clown. In this world, money is the master. Cats and dogs like you are not even qualified to talk to me. Seeing this expression on his face, Lin Dong only wanted to sneer. He kind of understood what it meant to be dog-eyed. So, if you can't do it for yourself, you can grovel for that little boss? The manager even served him personally. Interesting. Thinking of this, Lin Dong finally lost all patience and once again pushed the bank card into the glass window. This time, however, it's no longer a withdrawal. Tell you what, I'm not going to raise the limit. Just take all the money out of the card. By the way, it's going to be cash. Hearing this, the little boss let out a cold laugh of disdain. It's kinda like that to pretend. And cash, is there $10,000 in the bank card? Manager Wang didn't want to waste time and directly urged the salesman. Xiao Zhang, if he wants to withdraw the money, you do it for him, and hurry up and send the people away. I don't believe it. Without the little money in his card, our bank can't play. In his opinion, in Lin Dong's card, it was only a few tens of thousands of dollars at the end of the day. Optional for banks. The salesman nodded and numbly tapped a few times on the keyboard. As a result, when he saw the string of numbers on the computer screen, he froze in place on the spot. Manager Wang couldn't help but urge her again when he saw her fidgeting. Come on, everyone's still waiting back there. Scripture. Manager, why don't you come and take a look for yourself? It's not as if I'm blinking, is it? The salesman was in a trance, somewhat doubting his eyes. What do you mean? He really does seem to have over $10 million in his card. Chapter 22, out all the money. What did you say? Manager Wang was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he had heard wrong. However, the expression on the businesswoman's face, who was so shocked that she couldn't speak, didn't look like there was a fake. Lin Dong's books really have more than 10 million. Gollum. Manager Wang swallowed deeply and a few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. The small boss behind him was uncertain and urged. Manager, is it ready yet? Hurry up. This $800,000 transfer of mine needs to go through today. People have been waiting for half a day. The little boss deliberately mentioned a mouthful of $800,000. Afterwards, a glance was given to Lin Dong. I was expecting that the guy would know what to do and show some kind of embarrassing expression. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong acted as if nothing had happened and did not react half-heartedly. Even crossed his legs. No quality. The small boss grunted coldly, feeling more and more that this person was not to be ignored. Perhaps, this kid has never seen so much money in his life and has no idea what $800,000 is. Wait a minute. Manager Wang's brow was furrowed and sweating. A wave of the hand at the little boss signaled for him to shut up. What did you say? The little boss froze. Then, in a bad tone, he said, let me wait for him. On what grounds? Is this how your bank serves quality customers? I warn you, if you upset me, in the future, I won't even do business with your bank. Now, at once, get my money out. The small boss followed Lin Dong's tone and wanted to give Manager Wang a hard time. However, the next scene made him directly dumbfounded. I told you to wait. Don't you understand? Manager Wang turned his head and gave him a hard stare, staring the latter right back in disbelief. Also, your 800,000 is nothing compared to this gentleman. You want to take it out? Go ahead. Now, though, you'll have to wait for this gentleman to finish his business. After speaking, Manager Wang leaned over slightly and shushed Lin Dong. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin, for keeping you waiting. I'm going to process your withdrawal right now. Can I get you a glass of water? What? Looking at Manager Wang's arrogant behavior, the small boss was dumbfounded. The others were all wide-eyed, wondering why Manager Wang had suddenly changed his face. Could it be that Lin Dong really had $10 million? No, what do you mean? The small boss still couldn't accept this cruel fact. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Dong did not look like a multimillionaire. Why should I have to wait and give him first dibs when it comes to me? I want to complain. Manager Wang remained very cold. You want to file a complaint? You'll have to wait until this gentleman finishes his business. The small boss was disliked and his face was suffocated. Then, suddenly thinking of something, he forced himself to hold back. He would like to see what Lin Dong was capable of that made Manager Wang go out of his way to offend himself. The other side. The businesswoman's face was white and her hands and feet were shaking. She had worked in a bank for so many years, where she did not know clearly that a balance of $20 million on the card meant that Lin Dong's assets were definitely still above that. If he really followed Lin Dong's request and took out all $10 million, it would be a small mountain. Even they don't have enough cash reserves in this outlet. This time, she really kicked the bucket. Noticing that the salesman's expression was not right, Manager Wang was also at a loss. She was then rushed out of the workstation. Hello Mr. Lin, I'll take care of your business personally. Whatever, just take out all my money, in cash. Lin Dong did not eat his words. Just now, how much these people danced. Now, it's time to make them die as bad as they can. Isn't it true that you don't give yourself a raise? Well, then, he'll just take it all. Over $10 million. Let's see how long you guys get it together. This is really sorry Mr. Lin, just now it was our fault. We really didn't want to make things difficult for you. Let's put it this way. In the future, if you come to our bank to do business, you can look for me directly, and I will absolutely answer any request. There was a hint of pleading in Manager Wang's tone. One could imagine how difficult Lin Dong's request had made it for him. If the bank lost such a big client because of him, he would definitely be disciplined. In more serious cases, you even have to roll up and get out. Thinking of the consequences, Manager Wang almost pissed himself. Seeing this expression on Manager Wang's face, the little boss was also instantly enlightened. Lin Dong wasn't just some hangman, but a hidden bigot. Mr. Lin, we don't have that much cash in the bank. $12 million? Can't come up with that in a short time. Why don't you reconsider taking less? 12 million. Hearing this figure, the small boss's body gave a jolt and almost fell to the ground. That's over a year's worth of running water for him. As a result, just the deposits in Lin Dong's bank card. And how horrible should his entire fortune be? Thinking of the cold and sarcastic comments he had just made to Lin Dong, the small boss could not help but feel weak in his legs. If Lin Dong held a grudge against him and tried to find a way to retaliate, perhaps, his company would not even be able to open. The other side. Manager Wang had a burst of kind words for Lin Dong and was close to kneeling on the spot. As a result, Lin Dong did not let up at all. I said I'm going to take all the money out. Hurry up and don't waste time. And, as of today, I'm not putting any more money in your bank. Then wait a moment. I'll ask the governor. Manager Wang had no choice but to tough it out and go to his supervisor for help. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Now you know to be afraid. Just now, weren't you arrogant? Today, I'm going to let you know what it means to be outside of people and outside of heaven. Da-da-da-da. A few moments later, a rush of footsteps sounded. Immediately afterward, a Mediterranean man came hurrying up. Behind him was Manager Wang, who was also following in his footsteps. Before and after walking up to Lin Dong's face, Mediterranean instantly nodded his head in greeting. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhao Jinming. I'm really sorry for the trouble we caused you because of our mistake, and I apologize on behalf of all the staff of the bank. The words fell, and the Mediterranean man bowed on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone froze in place, not daring to breathe. Normally, when they come to this bank to do business, which time they don't endure blank stares. If you're not careful, you'll also be disliked angrily. As for Manager Wang, he was polite in front of the rich man, never gave a good face in front of them ordinary people either. As for Zhao Jinming, he was a legendary figure. Their little amount of access money is not qualified to be received personally by a bank president. Never expected that this fat-head Mediterranean Sea Governor Zhao, the first time he saw Lin Dong, without saying anything, he bowed his head. So it can be said that he has given enough face. This made the crowd even more curious as to what kind of god Lin Dong was. Chapter 23, Transfers. It's over. It's all over. The little boss shivered and his forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Others may not be aware of the concept of what a bank president is. However, he deals with banks on a regular basis, but he knows all about it. Once the bank president holds a grudge, all future loans will not be good. People can kill you with just a couple of minor snags. Imagine needing to borrow $1 million and the bank only approves you for $500,000. $500,000 would be fine, but there's still a 6-month process to go through. By the time $500,000 arrives, the yellow flowers will be cold. When he thought that just now he had no eyes and was actually shady to Lin Dong, the small boss could not help but turn pale and could not wait to slap himself twice on the spot. And even more nervous than the little boss were the saleswoman and Manager Wang. They're the ones who are really sitting on pins and needles, with chills running down their backs. As long as Zhao Jinming gave the word, they had to roll up and get out, even being blacklisted. Mr. Lin, look at, Zhao Jinming inquired tentatively. Although Lin Dong was dressed in clothes that were all ground floor goods and did not look like a rich man in any way. But the facts are in front of us. A whole $12 million, just lying on the books. More importantly, Zhao Jinming also knew about Lin Dong's actions at the Dynasty Hotel last night through personal channels. How can someone who throws away money for 2 women and opens a presidential suite for a month only have $12 million? Maybe it's just people's pocket money. Zhao Jinming looked far more and farther than manager Wang. That's why it's so low. Losing a big client is light. And if you get into trouble with any of the big boys, you won't know where to apologize and make amends. You're the president of this bank? Lin Dong smiled faintly and sized up Zhao Jinming with interest. Nice haircut, pretty chic. Hearing this, Zhao Jinming froze for a moment. Then, subconsciously, he touched his Mediterranean. Just then, Lin Dong's words changed. It's just poor vision. How did you find such a bunch of dog-eared employees? I was just trying to get a withdrawal business. Nice guy, giving me a snide comment. Those who don't know, think I've made some kind of mistake. Lin Dong sneered as his eyes looked towards the saleswoman and manager Wang. All of a sudden, the bank was silent and dead. Manager Wang was even weaker in his legs and feet, barely able to stand still. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I apologize. Please, be generous and forgive me this time. I promise I'll never make the same mistake again. He really didn't want to lose the job that had a head start and was raking in the cash. If he was not concerned about the crowd, he would be able to kneel in front of Lin Dong right now. No need. The way I see it, you don't know you're wrong. You know you're afraid. Lin Dong shook his head and did not intend to give him this opportunity. Governor Zhao, just take out all the money for me as I said before. Please hurry. I'm in a hurry. Zhao Jinming's face turned blue. To withdraw that much money, you need at least a day's notice to apply to the head office. The head office then arranges for the transfer of the money and sends it under armed escort. By then, the head office will surely know what they've done. Surnamed Wang, look at what you've done. The more Zhao Jinming thought about it, the angrier he got, and he reprimanded on the spot. I've explained 3 times that I don't look at people through colored glasses. What an account manager. Do you really think you're an onion? Do you realize how much trouble you've caused the bank and how much negative impact you've had? What a success. Manager Wang was scolded and didn't even dare to raise his neck. He had never dreamed that Lin Dong, who looked so unassuming, would have so much money. Governor, please, give me another chance. You get the hell out of here right now. As far away as you can. Zhao Jinming waved his big hand and pointed at the salesman inside the counter. And you, off with him and don't come to work. Hearing this, the 2 men turned pale as if they had died. Mr. Lin, does this treatment seem satisfactory to you? Zhao Jinming was in a much better mood after scolding him. Turning to look at Lin Dong with a different smiling face, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked Zhao Jinming up and down. He knew that this Governor Zhao was performing a bitter trick to ingratiate himself. It did, however, relieve him. Well, good. I suddenly don't need that much cash. Okay, Mr. Lin, as long as you're satisfied. Zhao Jinming smiled and nodded. Then, personally enter the counter and sit down at the computer. Mr. Lin, I'll handle your withdrawal right now, as much as you want. Seeing this scene, the crowd could no longer remain calm. Since when are banks so humble that they require the president to conduct business in person? However, once they thought that this person was Lin Dong, everyone was relieved again. $12 million is worth the governor's time. Alright Mr. Lin, I've already raised the transfer amount to 100 million for you. Is that alright with you? It's not bad. Trouble Governor Zhao. No trouble, no trouble. It's an honor to serve you. A few moments later, under Zhao Jinming's respectful escort, Lin Dong walked out of the bank with great generosity. Looking at the Porsche Panamera with 5/8 on the license plate, Zhao Jinming was even more determined that Lin Dong was not simple. A long breath followed. Luckily, I reacted quickly enough to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, it really offended Lin Dong. The other side. After coming out of the bank, Lin Dong immediately transferred the account to his parents. As a result, just as he put down his cell phone, a call came in. Son, are you crazy? Suddenly transfer us $100,000. Where did you get so much money? Your father is going to be scared to death. The one who called was Lin Dong's mother. Li Shouqin saw the bank to the account text message. Li Shouqin thought he was blurred. Rushed to Lin Dong's father Lin Xianjin called together to see. It was better if he didn't look at it, but when he did, he almost scared Lin Xianfang out of his heart. Then came the call. Mom, did you get the money? Son, tell mom honestly, where did you get all this money? As she spoke, Li Shouqin's voice trembled. You're not breaking the law, are you? I saw on TV that a lot of people go to Burma to engage in fraud. You must not go astray. Lin Dong laughed bitterly and said somewhat helplessly, "Mom, people are cheated in Maine. I've transferred money to you. If I want to cheat, it's also me who cheats others. It's not okay to lie to people, so hurry up and give them their money back." "I'm kidding," Lin Dong helplessly said. "I recently negotiated a large order, and this money is a bonus from the company. My son is making a good living now, and in the future, he'll be able to make more, so that you can have a good life." "Really?" Li Xiaoqin was still a bit unconvinced. "So there's a fake?" Lin Dong cried and laughed a little. "Don't worry guys, this money is clean. Don't worry about spending it." Chapter 24, whoever wants to be in this class will be in it. Only after Li Xiaoqin confirmed it again and again did she hang up the phone. Pity the world's parents. I thought that my parents would be happy to see so much money. As a result, the first thing that comes to mind is worrying about yourself. And think about that feng shui. It's like a heaven and a hell. No, she doesn't even deserve to be compared to her own parents. Just as Lin Dong was lamenting, another call came in. Picking it up, it was the company supervisor calling. "Hey, Lyndon, what are you doing? You didn't show up for work this morning. You can't get through on the phone. Do you still want the job? If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out." This supervisor was called Lu Haichao and was Lin Dong's top boss. Previously, it had been at odds with Lin Dong. Seeing as he's a bully, he often makes him work late and bring breakfast. Every time Lin Dong asked him for overtime pay or meal money, Lu Haichao would push back. He also threatened Lin Dong that if he dared to talk too much again, he would directly fire him. Anyway, three-legged toads are hard to find, and two-legged cows and horses are plentiful. Lyndon thought about quitting countless times. However, when he thought of having to pay for Feng Shui's high spending, he had to hold his tongue. Last night, after breaking up with Feng Shui and obtaining the system, Lin Dong directly put the matter of going to work behind him. Neither noticed that Lu Haichao had made dozens of phone calls to himself. "Lin Dong, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Are your ears deaf or your mouth mute? Do I have to fire you before you'll make a sound?" Lu Haichao had an aggressive attitude, thinking that he had Lin Dong's lifeblood in his grasp, and spoke without any politeness. In his eyes, Lin Dong was a perfect punching bag of anger. Having to whisper and nod to yourself for the sake of your family and your life. In the next second, Lin Dong finally spoke. "It's none of your business if I go to work or not." "What did you say?" Lu Haichao froze for a moment, not reacting for the first time, and thought he had heard wrong. When had Lin Dong dared to speak to him in such a tone? "This Thai class is for anyone who wants it. I'm not serving. I don't want that crappy paycheck. I don't want it either. Save it for an urn for your mom and a funeral car for yourself." You. On the other end of the phone, Lu Haichao's forehead veins rippled and his body trembled gently, obviously infuriated. Seeing this scene, the rest of the company was stunned. It was the first time that they saw Lu Haichao being infuriated into this state. "Who the hell is that?" "Lin Dong, if you're capable, say it again. Go ahead." Lu Haichao took his cell phone and yelled. Unexpectedly, the next second, Lin Dong directly hung up. Lu Haichao held a bellyful of fire and had nowhere to vent it. Originally, he was still thinking of spraying a few words against Lin Dong. As a result, people didn't give him that chance at all. For a while, Lu Haichao had no place to send his fire. His lungs were about to explode. Just then, too, someone in the company group suddenly bubbled up. "Is anyone there?" Someone glanced at the cell phone and realized it was Lin Dong, who hadn't come to work in the morning. Soon, a good old boy knocked on the line. "Lin Dong, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you come to work?" "Yeah, just now Supervisor Lu was shouting your name. You guys didn't have a fight, did you?" A word of advice from someone who's been there. Bear with it for a while and take a step back. It's hard to find work these days. For a while, so many people were urging Lin Dong to bow his head and apologize to Lu Haichao, but they don't realize that times are different today. In the past, that Lin Dong was as tired as a dog for a $3,000 to $4,000 deadbeat salary, and he didn't dare to complain. Right now, he's got over $10 million on his books. How can you still put up with that villain Lu Haichao calling around? Soon, Lin Dong sent out several messages. "That dog Lu Haichao, I've had enough. Old Zhang, Lu Haichao still hasn't paid you for the meal he owes you, right? Huang, at the last get-together, Lu Haichao said it was his treat, and as a result, you ended up paying the bill, right? And Sister Song, Lu Haichao tries to mooch off you every day. When I see him later, I'll have to give him 2 punches." A message appeared in the group. The whole company instantly blew up. Asterisk. Is Lin Dong crazy? All these words dare to be said, although the surname Lu is unorthodox. If you offend him, you'll surely be put in small shoes. When did Lin Dong become so brave? He doesn't want to quit and leave, does he? Although, everyone hated Lu Haichao with a passion. But, for the sake of work, one has to compromise. Right now, seeing Lin Dong giving Lu Haichao a big scolding. They were shocked and at the same time felt out of breath and refreshed, especially that sister Song who gets her ass groped all the time. Even more so, he clenched his fist and hammered it twice into the air. Starting today, I'm not taking this Thai class. Before you leave, send out a few red envelopes to celebrate. Before the words left his mouth, several large red envelopes appeared in the group. The crowd lapped it up. After seeing the amount of the red packet, it was instantly unsettling. Asterisk 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 I grabbed 500. I grabbed 606. Such a large sum. Lin Dong is getting rich. Boss atmosphere. Lin Dong's scolding is good. Contraptions like Lu Haichao should be scolded more often. Bang! A loud bang came out of nowhere. The door to the supervisor's office was kicked in. The crowd instantly shut up and were silent. Lu Haichao walked out from inside the office trembling, so angry that his whole body smoked and he couldn't walk steadily. He then gritted his teeth and sent a voiceover inside the group. Lin Dong, you, now, get your ass over here right now and get your stuff. You're fired. Ha! Lin Dong smiled without anger and quickly responded. Lu Haichao, it's not you who fired me, it's me who fired you. You continue to be your supervisor. Master Wealth Freedom. Do not serve. After saying that, Lin Dong decisively retreated from the group, not giving Lu Haichao a chance to curse back at all. Ah! Lin Dong, you deserve to die. Lin Dong drove the Paramera, humming a little tune while blowing a small breeze. The group a retreat. The Lu Haichao phone a pull black. Linden was cool from head to toe. It was as if, at last, the mountain of 5 elements weighing on the body had moved away. He himself is like the Monkey King, who rises up into the clouds and goes up to the sky. As the saying goes, a man is only as good as his clothes. Now that we have the money, it's time to primp ourselves. Thinking of this, Lin Dong drove his car and directly arrived at the Tianhai City Yida Shopping Center. This is the biggest and hottest shopping center in Tianhai City. Previously, Lin Dong and Feng Shui had come here. As a result, casually picking out 2 cosmetic items cost him a month's salary. I didn't apply it more than a few times before I ate the dust and threw it at the bottom of the table. At that time, Lin Dong was heartbroken. For once, it's time to spend to your heart's content. At the very least, it looks like it has to fit the status of a rich person to avoid causing some unnecessary trouble. Chapter 25, Buying a Watch. On the first floor of the shopping center, it's cell phone, car, jewelry. All these things, he doesn't need. After thinking about it, Lin Dong came to the second floor and browsed the watch store. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches, cooties play with cell phones, hangers-on play with computers. In a sense, a car is a means of transportation, but a watch is a different story. With cell phones, watches have gradually become a symbol of identity and status. The higher the price, the more it emphasizes the owner's class. Besides, you can only drive on the road to pretend. Wear a watch that is worth a lot of money, but you can always pretend to fulfill your vanity. Patek Philippe Watch Boutique. A young saleswoman frowned slightly when she saw Lin Dong walk in. There was no way around it. What Lin Dong was wearing was really uncomplimentary. With his level of spending, I'm afraid, he can't even afford the cheapest watch in this store. However, in the spirit of the principle that a guest is a guest, the saleswoman still smiled and went forward to greet them. Hello sir, are you here to buy a watch? We have all styles of watches here. Look, which one do you need? The saleswoman inquired with a smile. Patek Philippe, a brand known for its exquisite watchmaking skills, unique design style, and excellent performance, is favored by European and American aristocrats. It is the most luxurious watch brand in the world, if not one of them. In a sense, a Patek Philippe can even make you fit into the upper class faster. Just look around. Lin Dong did not panic and spoke lightly, his tone calm. With $10 million lying around in his bank card, he was confident that he could buy any of the watches here. So, not at all timid. Seeing this, the saleswoman did not say anything more and allowed Lin Dong to go around inside the store. However, there was not much expectation for Lin Dong to buy a watch. As he walked, Lin Dong suddenly stopped. A silver and white watch stood out in the glass window in front of him, crafted in stainless steel with a black dial and white gold rubber strap. Both have the precision of a Swiss watch. It also has superior water resistance to depths of up to 100 meters. The key thing is that this watch is young and stylish looking, not dead like those gold watches before. Hold this watch for me, please. Yes sir. The saleswoman walked briskly. As a result, after seeing that watch, his expression suddenly hesitated a bit. Patek Philippe 6104G001. Domestic sale price 293,8700. The slightest bump is a nuisance to them. In case Lin Dong could not afford to pay for the damages, she could not afford the responsibility. What's wrong? Something's wrong, isn't it? Lin Dong frowned slightly. The saleswoman hesitated for a moment, but finally, she took the watch out. just carefully admonished. Sir, please be careful. This watch, there is only one in this store. Good. Lin Dong nodded. Then, very casually, it was worn on the right wrist. Unsurprisingly, the watch fits his style perfectly. Laid back but not disheveled, humble but slightly flamboyant. Simply the perfect light luxury watch. That's the piece. Yes sir. Wait, what did you say? The saleswoman froze. Close to $3 million for a watch that you just looked at and bought straight away? Before he could react, Lin Dong directly took out his bank card and slapped it on the counter. Pack the watch box and stuff too. I'll put it in the car. The saleswoman opened her mouth and wondered if Lin Dong was joking. She then stiffened up and swiped the POS. As a result, the small ticket was a direct hit. Success. Success? The saleswoman kept both eyes open and looked a little dazed for a moment. Just then, Lin Dong's impatient voice came from her ears. What are you waiting for? Do you think I can't afford it? No, wait a moment. I'll pack it for you right away. Soon, the saleswoman sent Lin Dong out respectfully. Until Lin Dong's figure disappeared into thin air, she had a strong feeling of unreality. From the time Lin Dong entered the store, to the time he checked out, it took no more than 2 minutes in total. Where's this Cockney guy from that's so generous with his money? Yet he's wearing a raggedy outfit. Could it be? Is there some special fetish? On the other hand, after buying the watch, Lin Dong directly walked out of the shopping center to the parking lot. As a result, from a distance, I saw 2 women in cool clothes, standing in front of my own Panamera taking pictures. Even, sitting on my butt on the front hood of the car. What are you two doing? Hurry up and get out of the car. Lin Dong's voice was somewhat sudden, took both women by surprise. One of the women with glasses and a slightly chubby build had an unhappy expression and turned to look at Lin Dong, cursing. What are you shouting for? You scared me to death. Next to her was a drained web-slinger in a wraparound skirt. At this point, it followed suit and helped. That's right. If you don't know, you'll think it's your car. What a nosy dog. Click, click. The Netflix woman said as she took her cell phone and continued to take pictures. Instead of getting his butt off the front of the car, he sat higher and higher. Eyes, half the body was lying on it. When Lin Dong saw that, his anger bubbled up. He's either heartbroken about the car or he can't stand the fact that these people are acting like assholes with his car and calling themselves names in return. It's almost as if I don't know what I'm talking about. Get down. You guys hurry up and get down. Lin Dong took 3 steps and walked to the side of the Porsche and was about to pull the netizen woman down. As a result, before the netizen woman could open her mouth, the glasses girl was unhappy first and directly stopped in front of Lin Dong, and pointed his cell phone camera at him. What do you want? I'm videotaping it. Watch out, we'll call the police, post you on the internet, and sue you for molestation. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong was almost infuriated and laughed. What am I doing? It's my car. I want to take it away. Do I need your permission? Is this your car? The Netflix girl and the glasses girl froze for a moment at first. Afterward, he sized up Lin Dong from head to toe. This was followed by a snort, and a look of disdain in his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. How can this car be yours? A stinking beggar, who earns not enough in a lifetime for a cartwheel. Chapter 26, The Wind and Water Turns. Lin Dong was furious and laughed. If it's not my car, then whose is it? Of course it's ours. The Netflix woman hesitated and lied. Anyway, the owner of this car won't be here for a while and no one is poking around. Yours? Lin Dong looked the other party up and down with odd eyes. Yes, that's what my sisters bought. What? Envious? Jealous? The glasses girl hugged her arms and skimmed her mouth disdainfully at Lin Dong. Originally, I just picked up the car today and was in a pretty good mood, but I didn't expect that I would run into a hanger-on like you, so it's really bad luck. That's just it. These days, there are really more and more schemes to sell insurance. I know that you want to use this tactic to get our attention, but it's a bit too clumsy, isn't it? Seeing that Lin Dong was speechless, the netizen girl and the glasses girl exchanged glances and thought that they had guessed the truth, with a smug look on their faces. As a result, in the next second, Lin Dong directly pulled out a key from his pocket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 2 men's pupils shrank and their smiles froze. However, even so, they still did not believe that the car was Lin Dong's. Lin Dong didn't bother to argue and just fired it up. Boom! There was a roar from the jet Paramera's engine, like the hissing of a beast. Holy! The web-slinger woman sitting on the front of the car was so startled that she almost fell over. The glasses girl also changed her face drastically and looked at Lin Dong with disbelief. It never occurred to me that this car was really Lin Dong's. You. Lin Dong lazily ignored the 2 and directly flashed his headlights. The 2 fairies finally came back to their senses. The expression on his face went from shock to embarrassment. Finally, it turned into a thirsty and ingratiating smile, one that pushed forward. The netizen woman also took out a QR code and smiled fawningly. wanting to add Lin Dong's contact information. Lin Dong's answer was also simple. Buzz. A foot on the gas and the Paramera took off. The wind and waves were so strong that they nearly blew the two ferries over. Unexpectedly, instead of making them disgusted by such a brutal and rude approach, Lin Dong, so handsome, simply my dream man, Prince Charming, if I had known I would have talked to him more. It's your fault for talking about people selling insurance. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You weren't the one who sat on the front of the car first. Why are you blaming me? The two fairies instantly flip out and fight over missing out on a rich kid. Ugh. Women. Lin Dong glanced at the rearview mirror and found the two women fighting, and the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a smile. Has he seen fewer women like this who love vanity and forget their own interests? Even if it was by Yuqing and Tingting, Lin Dong was just playing around and would not give his heart. His true heart, long ago, shattered into crumbs outside the window of his BMW X5 last night. Grunt. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's stomach suddenly rumbled. He then realized that he had been busy all day and hadn't even had a bite to eat. It would take at least half an hour to get back to the Dynasty Hotel, so I might as well find a restaurant close by. Let me see if there are any upscale restaurants in the neighborhood. Juxianzwang, Roast Duck Place, Kyoto Japanese Restaurant, Taihiyuan State Guesthouse, with a per capita consumption of 3,000, was once the site of a royal garden, and boasts the strengths of the 8 major cuisines, as well as the cuisine of the world's finest dishes, specializing in the reception of foreign guests and business dinners. Lin Dong's eyes lit up and he nodded in satisfaction. A luxury restaurant of this caliber is only fitting for his current status. Just go here. Boom! Another kick of the gas went down. It didn't take long for the Paramera to pull up in front of the Tahoe Park State Guesthouse. As soon as the porter saw the racy little car, he immediately waved and came trotting along. Sir, welcome to our dining experience. Would you like me to park your car for you? Lin Dong froze for a moment first. Subsequently, it occurred to me that the general upscale consumer places, there are valet parking business, do not need to do it yourself. So be it, follow the customs and enjoy yourself. Drip. Lin Dong was about to hand the key to the porter when an Audi A5 suddenly drove up behind him. The 2 men and 2 women in the car, who were blocked by Lin Dong, were originally still a little annoyed and irritated. However, once I saw that it was a Porsche Panamera, I swallowed that breath again. At the same time, there was the sound of a woman's exclamation. Honey, this car is so handsome, it must be $2 to $3 million, right? I saw one last time I went out with our boss. I think it was called some kind of Panamera. Who drives such an expensive car? It can't be some cockney, can it? That's for sure. It's not uncommon for people who come to dine at the state guesthouse to be rich, and it's not uncommon to meet a few rich people. The 2 women marveled in awe and their hearts soured. I had thought that the husband I found was already considered rich, but it's still more than a head shorter in front of these really rich people. There's no way to compare. Hearing the 2 women's conversation, the only thing on the faces of the 2 men sitting in the front row, their boyfriends, were helpless and bitter smiles. Who let himself not be born in a good birth, and his family could only have enough to eat? In the next moment, their eyes suddenly widened and the bitterness on their faces turned into shock. What the hell? Did I read that right? That guy who got out of the car, is that Lin Dong? What did you say? Our college friend, Lin Dong, the hick? Thanks. You're welcome, sir. It's an honor to park your car for you. Lin Dong stepped out of the car and dashingly threw the key to the doorman. Then, headed straight for the front door. At a restaurant of the caliber of Taiyan Garden, there are high-definition cameras everywhere, so you don't have to worry about anything going wrong. Even if anything goes wrong, they will be responsible to the end. Old school, old school. Just then, a shout came out of nowhere. Lin Dong frowned slightly and stopped in his footsteps. That voice, it felt a little familiar. Looking back, it was 2 men walking toward him, greeting him very warmly. You are, look at you, what a nobleman. I'm Sun Jianzhong, he's Hu Hao. We were college classmates. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, then the names of the 2 men gradually came to mind. Good, the 2 were indeed his college classmates. Even Hu Hao was his housemate. It's just that the relationship between them, it's not a good one. At the beginning, Lin Dong and his class, a large part of the city people, each family is well off. As a country boy, Lin Dong was rightfully ostracized. Unlike Bai Yuqing, who kind of looked at people with colored glasses, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao were all sorts of difficult and isolated towards him. Every time there was a class dinner or a dormitory dinner, Lin Dong would be deliberately omitted. The homeroom teacher never notified Lin Dong of any explanation. The most excessive time was when Li Xiuqin took 2 baskets of eggs to see Lin Dong. Originally, Lin Dong was thinking of distributing the eggs to his housemates to try. As a result, the eggs were broken and thrown into the garbage can by Hu Hao in the effort of going to the toilet, and that it was some kind of filth, that it was an eyesore to put there and polluted the dormitory environment. Since then, Lin Dong cut himself off from them and became a transparent person in the class. It would still be taunted, but never did anything in response. I didn't realize that the wind and water had turned. The two people who had bullied themselves the most in the beginning, now, even took the initiative to come over to flatter themselves, with an incomparable fawning smile on their faces. It's so sad and ridiculous at the same time. Chapter 27, Do You Have a Girlfriend? Lin Dong feigned a sudden realization as a wide smile appeared on his face. Although, that smile was as fake as it could be. Gee, look at my memory. Come to think of it, you're a cheap bastard. You're a rat. Bastard? Rat? Upon hearing Lin Dong's term of endearment towards them, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's faces changed slightly. But again, don't dare roll your eyes. Who let Lin Dong now developed, driving around in a Porsche Panamera? Maybe, there are some noble people behind it. The two had been out in society for so many years, and had long since developed the habit of looking at people. Before figuring out Lin Dong's bottom line, he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Endure. Yeah, it's us. Old school. Thanks for remembering us. Of course I won't forget. After all, I went to school together for 4 years. Lin Dong smiled and shook their hands, knowingly asking, why, you guys also came to Tai Yuan for dinner? Yeah, it's not like I just got paid and came to dash. Sun Jianzhong smiled somewhat awkwardly. This time, when he came to Tai Yuan for dinner, he purposely put away $20,000 to $30,000. Now, suddenly, it feels a bit out of reach. Tada! Just then, two more people came down from the back of the Audi A5. A long-haired beauty in a tight black wraparound dress, with big eyes and a high nose, fair skin, and a size of 170, with the body of a car show model. The other is not far behind, dressed stylishly and with studs. A V-groove so deep that two large thunders nearly burst the top half of the short sleeves. If the butt was a little bigger, it would be a perfect S shape. More importantly, the two girls had been curiously sizing up Lin Dong after getting off the bus, even deliberately touching his hair and winking in front of him. There's drama. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but smile slightly. These days, rich people are just popular with the opposite sex. How come I haven't heard that you have such a powerful old classmate? Don't introduce yourself yet. Just then, the studded woman took the initiative to walk over and hooked Hu Hao's arm. Hu Hao looked a little embarrassed. Afterward, he came over next to the earring girl and whispered in a low voice, Xin, he is the Lin Dong that I told you about. Is he? Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes were stunned, her expression surprised. As far as he could remember, every time Hu Hao brought up Lin Dong, he was always scoffing and making all sorts of disparaging remarks, using him to elevate his own status. How is it not quite the same when we meet now? He's Lin Dong? Next to Sun Jianzhong, the model woman Ning Fei was also shocked. Obviously, had also heard bad things about Lin Dong from Sun Jianzhong's mouth. Looking at the two women's shocked eyes, as well as Sun Jianzhong's and Hu Hao's somewhat embarrassed expressions, Lin Dong instantly guessed that these two fellows definitely did not spend a lot of time behind their backs to denigrate and insult themselves. Originally, he had wanted to spare the two. After all, it's not necessary to keep holding on to what happened in college so many years ago. In hindsight, he was still too merciful. These two guys, after all these years of graduation, they still don't have a mouth on them. Well, don't blame yourself for giving them a hard time. More crucially, these two women were both very much to Lin Dong's taste. Thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately waved his hand and said generously, Jianzhong, howsy, after not seeing you for so many years, today I will treat you to a good meal. No need to save my money for me. It's the last thing I need right now. Really? Hearing this, all four of them lit up. As the luxury restaurant with the highest level of consumption in Tianhai City, ordinary people passing by Tai Yuan didn't even have the courage to look at it. Even Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao, who occasionally came here to spend money, did not dare to order more than a few dishes. However, if there was a treat from Lin Dong, the wrongdoer, they would have to open their stomachs and gorge themselves. Compared to Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's eyes, Ning Fei and Su Xinyue were another expression. As a car show model, Ning Fei is extremely sensitive to luxury cars. Just now, she was also the one who stated the price of the Panamera. Su Xinyue is even easier. Originally, looking for Hu Hao to fall in love with him was to be a big shot. Now that the even richer Lin Dong has appeared, what more is there to do with Hu Hao? Right now, she's figuring out how to kick her current boyfriend's ass. Then, a seamless transition to Linden. Su Xinyue was not worried that Lin Dong could not see himself. Just now, she had noticed that the other party had stolen several glances at her giant thunderbolt. That look in his eyes, he couldn't wait to have something with her on the spot. Su Xinyue was confident that she could hook up Lin Dong with her own capital. Great! Xin, haven't you always wanted the kumquat veal and Wellington foie gras from Thai and Garden? Today, in Mr. Lin's honor. I can finally taste it. Hu Hao licked his tongue, his expression excited. Su Xinyue secretly rolled her eyes. Girlfriends are flying off the handle and still thinking about taking advantage of good food. Old school. Can I really order anything? Tai He Yuan. In the luxurious private room, Sun Jianzhong grasped the gold-encrusted menu in his hand, and his hands were gently trembling. Don't worry, it's been said that I'll be the host, so I'm sure I won't make you pay for it. Alas, I've had enough of the hard life before, and now that I'm rich, I can't help but enjoy myself? Ha ha. Lin Dong grinned and purposely placed both of his hands on the table, hidden pulled upward on his sleeve. Hu Hao often ran business and had poisonous eyes, and immediately recognized the watch on his hand. Subconsciously, he blurted out, Patek Philippe? Lin Dong, you're wearing this kind of watch now? It's a lot of money, isn't it? Ning Feifei and Su Xian often went in and out of high consumption places, and also knew that this watch was worth a lot of money, and immediately looked over with a surprised face. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head, saying lightly, oops, not much money, just 2 million or so, just wearing it for fun. 2 million or so. Hu Hao's expression changed slightly, and his eyebrows furrowed into a Sichuan character. He works outside in sales and only earns 20,000 to 30,000 a month for his hard work. Would have thought, had been the best of his age. As a result, he couldn't even afford the watch that Lin Dong wore. This made Hu Hao a bit unable to accept it for a while. His expression as ugly as eating to the naked eye. Sun Jianzhong is also much worse. During his college years, he was the one who had a good family and was a top student, and as a result, became class president. Sun Jianzhong used the position of class president to suppress Lin Dong both explicitly and implicitly. After graduation, when he heard that Lin Dong only earns 3,000 a month, he even openly mocked. Why don't you just go back to the countryside and come to the big city if you don't have any skills? Now, whether it was the luxury car Lin Dong drove or the watch he wore, it made Sun Jianzhong ashamed of himself, and his face was hot and painful. This guy, how the hell did he get developed? Without a word, suddenly you're rich, hubby, this classmate of yours. Oh no, it's Mr. Lin, does he have a girlfriend? Just then, Su Xinyue giggled and inquired half jokingly, half seriously. Chapter 28, Getting Drunk. Hu Hao nodded and immediately responded. Of course I looked for it. Lin Dong's girlfriend is called Feng Shui. She's so pretty. I used to secretly go through his circle of friends and get all kinds of eye candy. Asterisk 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 you. Eat your bowl and think of the pot. Ha ha, back then, wasn't it you yet? Su Xinyue twisted Hu Hao, but her eyes had a hint of gloom. Sure enough, rich men are never short of women around them. Beside her, Ning Feifei silently sighed as well. Originally, she had thought of getting on the Primera to experience the experience and let Lin Dong take her for a ride. Now it looks like there's no chance. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly shook his head. Hey, don't mention it. That woman, who went behind my back to find a wild man, has now broken up. What? Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao froze violently. This Feng Shui, is her brain kicked by a donkey? You don't want to let go of Lin Dong, who is handsome and golden and has an unlimited future, and go out to look for a wild man? After the shock had passed, a touch of gloating passed over Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's faces again. These days, rich people are still green. For a moment, the two men found a slight psychological comfort. Unbeknownst to them, their girlfriend's eyes instantly glowed green when they heard that Lin Dong was single. It's like a cat spotting a mouse, a hunter stalking his prey. Ugh, what a shame to meet such a woman. Yes, Mr. Lin, don't be sad. It's hard to find a three-legged toad. There are plenty of two-legged women. Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue, one on the left and one on the right, offered all sorts of kind words of comfort. That looks like two sweet little coats. When Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao saw it, they had some bad taste. When did his girlfriend become so caring? Normally, but they spend their money and use them as servants. In contrast, Sun Jianzhong wasn't too worried. After all, Ning Feifei had been a car model for so long and had seen many rich people. Bosses who want to adopt her can be lined up abroad. As a result, they were all rejected by Ning Feifei. Thinking of this, Sun Jianzhong ate a piece of foie gras without haste. The flavor of the outside and the inside was a great shock to his tongue and made him feel good from head to toe. I have to say, rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. The other side, Hu Hao wasn't very bright and hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Still calling Mr. Lin with every word. Mr. Lin, is it convenient for you to reveal what kind of business you do to earn so much money? We're brothers in the same dormitory. We can't afford to be outgoing. A dormitory? And brothers? Yuck. Thinking of what Hu Hao had done, Lin Dong inwardly laughed coldly. Don't you want to ask for tips on how to make money? Come on, let's talk about it with some sincerity. Waiter, serve the wine. What? Hu Hao froze for a moment. not understanding what Lin Dong meant by this. At that moment, two young and beautiful waiters came with several bottles of Mao Tai. Lin Dong wasn't enough and ordered a few more bottles of vodka and red wine. Here, this much wine, shall we drink it? Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong looked at each other. Normally, they drink when they run their business. However, it is rare to drink such a high number of wines. Drink it, it doesn't cost you guys anything anyway, Lin Dong said indifferently, as long as you are happy with your drink. In the future, I will bring you all together to make money. Hearing this, Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong's eyes straightened immediately. As a man, why wouldn't they want to make a lot of money and spend it all? They don't really think that there is anything wrong with their abilities. I just feel that there is a lack of an opportunity to be promoted by someone. Although, pleasing Lin Dong felt a little awkward. But, these days, who has a problem with money? Big deal. When we make enough money, we'll kick Lin Dong out. Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong glanced at each other and felt more and more that Lin Dong was a little cutie, surprisingly sharing the secret of making money to outsiders. It would be a shame not to slaughter such a big fat sheep. Lin Dong, Mr. Lin, no, Brother Dong, let me toast you. The previous things have much offense. In the future, what command? Just open your mouth. Brother will definitely saddle for you. And me, Brother Tongue, don't worry about me. Here, it's all in the wine. In a short while, the two of them were red with drink. Logically speaking, Lin Dong had drunk even more than them, and should have been confused and lying at the bottom of the table a long time ago. However, he was still smiling and pouring drinks for both of them as if nothing had happened. Just then, Lin Dong glanced at Ning Fei Fei and Su Xinyue and poured a glass of Romane Conti with a smile. The two beauties don't just eat the food. This bottle of wine costs $60,000 to $70,000. Don't you want to taste it? $60,000 or $70,000? Hearing this number, Ning Fei Fei and Su Xinyue were a bit surprised. After thinking about it, they politely took it. Completely unnoticed, a hint of cunning flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. After waiting so long, the fish finally took the bait. Come on, finish this one, there's 3 more to go. 3 isn't enough. 3 more. Inside the luxurious private room of Tai He Yuan, delicacies and wine were served. It's not just a restaurant, but also a KTV, a chess room, and a billiards hall. At this moment, Lin Dong picked up the microphone and sang. The song Sudden Self was sung and instantly gained a huge round of applause. It's so good, I feel drunk all over. Dong is really deep. 4 years of college and I didn't even know that you sing so well. Hiccup. Hu Hao was so drunk and red in the face that he hadn't forgotten to kiss Lin Dong's ass. It shows how much he wants to make money. Sun Jianzhong is a little less drunk, and he has already slumped on the table, unconscious. As for the two beauties, it was better. Lin Dong did not intentionally fill them with alcohol, keeping them in a state of slight intoxication. He didn't like getting drunk and picking up corpses. That would be a total waste and spoilage of food. Brother Dong, you're practically a singing god. Teach me sometime. The voice that made people tingle came. Su Xinyue, topped with 2 masses of plumpness, did not know when to sit next to him, and took the opportunity to grab the microphone and deliberately rubbed against Lin Dong's arm. It's soft, it's big, and most importantly it's round. Lin Dong glanced at it. Hu Hao followed suit and fell head over heels after finishing the last glass of Mao Tai. No wonder, Su Xinyue was so bold to come and seduce herself. I have to say, it was exciting. Teaching you to sing is certainly no problem, but I do charge tuition. But people don't have money. Su Xinyue put on a pitiful look and while beaming, she grabbed Lin Dong's right hand and placed it directly on the mountain peak. It was through his clothes, but it felt excellent in his hands. Lin Dong froze for a moment. I didn't expect the woman to be so wild. Ahem, that's not good Hin. You're Hu Hao's girlfriend, and he and I are brothers. As the saying goes, a brother's wife is not to be trifled with. Lin Dong coughed twice and took the opportunity to withdraw his hand. Su Xinyue was dumbfounded. She clearly felt that Lin Dong squeezed hard when he put his hand up. I had thought that I would be able to have a deeper conversation right away. As a result, the other side actually withdrew? For a while, Su Xinyue was very unwilling, oblivious to the fact that this was Lin Dong's desire to escape. Chapter 29, I'll give you $100,000. Xin. Right at this moment, Ning Fei Fei, who was next to her, couldn't stand to watch some of it. Even though she was a car model, she usually didn't have much contact with rich people. However, it was never like Su Xinyue, who sold her color and took her body to be backed up. Most importantly, Hu Hao was right next to him. By doing so, Su Xinyue had already violated Ning Fei Fei's moral bottom line. How can you do something like this without backstabbing someone? What's wrong, Fifi? Is something wrong? No, it's fine. I'm going to use the restroom. You guys eat. Ning Fei Fei sighed somewhat helplessly. Eyes not seeing, lifting up her two slender legs and staggering towards the door, leaving an evocative and pretty back. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and was rather disdainful inwardly. This woman, who usually scratches her head and shows off her body in front of the camera. Now, instead, it's loaded. Originally, Lin Dong still wanted to go along with the situation and push Su Xinyue down first. Now he has a new goal. Vomit. Just as Su Xinyue's too small, soft, boneless hands were placed on Lin Dong's chest, touching all the way to his abs, Hu Hao suddenly threw up. Holy! Su Xinyue was taken aback. Then, smelling the disgusting odor in the air, he covered his nose with a disgusted face. It's disgusting. Why is Hu Hao drinking so much? Xin, go and take a look. Just in time. I'm going to use the restroom. Lin Dong could not help but get up directly without giving Su Xinyue a chance to mooch off of him. Su Xinyue's expression was a bit ugly. As Hu Hao's girlfriend, at this time, she should indeed care and look after Hu Hao. However, she didn't want to let go of the good opportunity to take down Lin Dong. It's all your fault. Ho ho, if you hadn't thrown up, I would have taken him down. Seeing Lin Dong walk out of the private room, Su Xinyue coldly grunted and with incomparable disgust, she pulled out a piece of paper and pasted it on Hu Hao's face. The other side, Lin Dong came to the restroom. Before he could enter, he heard a chorus of apologies coming from next door. I'm sorry Boss Wang, I have a dinner party today, so I won't be able to attend the car show this afternoon. Why don't you find someone else? Soon, a man's voice came on the other end of the line. Fifi, for this car show, the labor fee is 5,000. Are you sure you don't want to come? 5,000? Ning Fei fell silent, the word tangle written all over her pretty face. Everyone knows that car models eat youth. Why wouldn't she want to make more money while she was young? $5,000 is enough for a month's salary for an average person. Nah, he was so drunk he couldn't even stand up, so he'd get in trouble if he went. I'm really sorry, Boss Wang. Well, we'll work together next time. Hanging up the phone, Ning Fei was filled with regret and despondency. This was a chance she had been waiting for a long time. It is said that this car show will come to many big shots with big names. By then, you might be able to meet a few rich people. As for Sun Jianzhong, Ning Fei wavered a little inside, especially after seeing the outspoken Lin Dong. He was even more unwilling. What woman doesn't want to wear gold and silver? Marrying into the family? However, Ning Fei demanded more. Looking for a high roller, not a big fat boss. Just then, the sound of burning breath suddenly came from Ning Fei's ears. Fifi, if you're short of money, just tell me, what's 5,000 bucks when we're on the same page? Ha! Ning Fei's beautiful eyes were stunned as she subconsciously turned around. Then, without waiting for her to react, two large hands had wrapped around her thin waist and half of her body leaned in. Ah! Ning Fei stumbled and sat down on the sink in one go. Subsequently, when she got a good look at the man's appearance, she was even more startled. Lin, Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Get up! If you don't get up, I'm going to yell for someone. Ning Fei also never expected that the courteous Lin Dong who was courteous at the wine table would do such things in private. At this moment, the two were face to face and close together, and she even clearly felt that the other was stupid. Ning Fei instantly blushed and desperately tried to break free from Lin Dong's grip. Nay, women are weak when they drink, but men are strong when they drink too much. One way or another. Instead of getting out of the way, she achieved zero contact. The perky buttocks wrapped in a tight black wraparound skirt were being kneaded by one of Lin Dong's hands. The slender jade leg was also grabbed by Lin Dong's other hand. You. Ning Fei was panting and still trying to threaten. I'm Sun Jianzhong's girlfriend. Are you crazy? Be careful, I'll call the police and sue you for forcing. Strong what? Did I force you? The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly, taking advantage of Ning Fei's furious stall to steal a kiss on her forehead. Besides, I'm here because I want to help you. Fifi, don't you want to make a lot of money? Drive a Porsche, travel around, buy any bags and cosmetics you want, just take them away. No worries. Hearing these words, Ning Fei's body, which was still struggling violently, actually slowly calmed down. A hint of longing also showed in his expression. Oh, feeling the changes in Ning Fei's body, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Ning Fei as a car model, though, is exposed to million-dollar luxury cars every day, but none of them belonged to her. She was only qualified to posy in the sidelines. Over time, Ning Fei developed a strong sense of falling short and very desperately wanted to own one. Lin Dong accurately captured the flash of desire in her eyes before he said the right words. Sure enough, the effect was overwhelming. Lin Dong, what are you babbling about? I don't care about a Porsche. I've seen plenty of those cars. Don't think just because you drive a nice car, you can do whatever you want. Ning Fei bit her lip and tried to push Lin Dong away. However, Lin Dong had long seen through everything. Don't pretend, Ning Fei. You're just a vain gold-digging girl. Aren't you with Sun Jianzhong because he's willing to spend money for you? But how can a salary of $20,000 or $30,000 satisfy you? To be honest, that little bit of money wouldn't even be enough to buy the wheels on that car of mine. Ning Feifei's gaze was stunned. Though, in a rare instance, there was no rebuttal. Sun Jianzhong emptied his pockets and bought a $400,000 Audi A5 in order to pursue her. As a result, after the two were together, she realized that the guy had taken out a loan to buy a car and had to pay back big thousands every month. It wasn't that Ning Feifei hadn't thought about leaving Sun Jianzhong. Nah, she hasn't found her next home yet. By me? The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. He had long seen that Sun Jianzhong was under a lot of financial pressure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped into the trap as soon as he heard that he was bringing him money. A woman like Ning Feifei was, essentially, no different from Feng Shui. The reason why she hadn't agreed to herself was because the money wasn't enough to break through her mental defenses. As long as she was satisfied, she would serve herself well, in a practical way. 100,000. How about I give you 100,000? Isn't that more than you'd make if you went to some car show and stood around hard all day? Chapter 30, $500,000 ahead. $100,000. Ning Feifei's eyebrows knitted slightly, biting her lip with a somewhat hesitant expression. Finally, there was a shake of the head. Lin Dong, I told you, I'm not that kind of person. Don't push me. 200,000. Lin Dong's face was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. No, 300,000. Lin Dong continued to raise the price. For a while, Ning Feifei was shocked by Lin Dong's generous offer. Each increase in price, $100,000. Is it possible that, in his eyes, money is no longer money? To be honest, Ning Feifei's psyche was already a bit shaken. However, when I think of how long I have kept my body like a jade, and how many times Sun Jianzhong has wanted to poke through that layer of window paper, and how I have told him to wait until the wedding day, Ning Feifei is a little bit unwilling. Then, once again, he shook his head. No, I can't. Ha! Seeing this, Lin Dong did not bother to waste time here. I'll say one last number. 500,000. If you don't say yes again, I'll turn around and leave immediately. $500,000. You can play a small star. Don't be insensitive. After saying these words, Lin Dong looked impatient and made a gesture to leave from Ning Feifei. Just then, snap, two small, icy hands wrapped around Lin Dong's waist from behind. I promise. $500,000. You can't lie to me. Sure enough, Lin Dong smiled slightly and turned around. What met his eyes was clearly Ning Feifei's shy and impatient pretty face. Powdery, like she was wearing light makeup. Seeing Lin Dong looking over, she hurriedly tilted her head, not daring to meet his eyes. The first time she did something like this, she was still a little weak. It just feels like, not only selling out your body, but also your dignity. However, at the thought of $500,000, Ning Feifei was still defeated. She was afraid that, after this village, there would be no more. $500,000, she'd have to attend over 100 car shows to earn it back. Now, instead, just spread your legs. It's just too easy. Moreover, not only was Lin Dong rich, he was also so young and handsome. Having something with him wasn't so much of a resistance on its own. Oh, this is a thought? Didn't you just think that people's Xinshin's mouth was ugly and you couldn't look at them? How do you turn around and pounce on yourself? Lin Dong spoke while playing with Ning Feifei's delicate face, and purposely squared her head to look directly into those eyes that feigned innocence and compulsion. In the next moment, Lin Dong's face changed abruptly and was incomparably ruthless. What I despise most is a double-standard woman like you. Isn't it all about the money when you're an innocent jade girl on your expression? But in reality, it's all about the money? Serve the old man right and there's plenty of money. Now, turn around for me. Before the words left his mouth, under Ning Feifei's shocked gaze, Lin Dong directly turned her body around. Ning Feifei's brain buzzed and her eyes rolled white. Unfortunately, she no longer had the right to refuse. Don't even dare to cry out, fearing that he would annoy Lin Dong. Bitch, acting noble. Move faster. You don't want Sun Jianzhong to come over later and see you like this, do you? Lin Dong's expression was teasing and his movements were rough, without any mercy. Once she heard Sun Jianzhong's name, Ning Feifei also looked flustered. Linden, let's not be here, okay? Ning Feifei raised her head and looked at Lin Dong with a pleading face. Seeing Ning Feifei's pitiful appearance, Lin Dong suddenly rose an evil thought. Not here, that's so pointless. However, since you begged me, I will give you face. Get in. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he directly pushed Ning Feifei into the cubicle. For a while, unusual noises came out from time to time. All it takes is for someone to pass by and notice the difference. Ning Feifei was both humiliated and had an indescribable excitement, as well as the feeling of breaking through the taboo. The other side, under Su Xinyue's care, Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong gradually woke up. What's going on? It's been half an hour. Why hasn't Lin Dong returned? Fifi is also missing. Su Xinyue was puzzled for a while. Just when he wanted to go to the restroom to look for someone, he saw Ning Fei limping and twisting, staggering to the door. At this time, she was cloaked, her clothes were disheveled, and her eyes were lax. It's like you just got in a fight with someone. Fifi, what's wrong with you? Su Xinyue scrambled forward and held Ning Fei up. Completely unnoticed, Ning Fei's movements were flustered and her eyes were averted. It's nothing, I just threw up for a while. Luckily, I met Mr. Lin, and he assisted me over. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Dong came out from behind and nodded with a smile. Su Xinyue looked at the two men with suspicious eyes, always feeling that they had some unseen secrets. Fifi, you're back. Hiccup. Just then, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao happened to wake up as well. They were so drunk and confused that they completely failed to notice Ning Fei's flushed face and messy hair. Of all the people, Su Xinyue was the only one who looked and looked. She had been waiting in the private room for Lin Dong to come back and was practically eagerly waiting. If it weren't for the fact that my boyfriend was still present, I would have jumped on him in a heartbeat. Staring and staring, Su Xinyue gradually realized that something was wrong. Lin Dong was fine when he went there, but when he came back, how come there were a few extra lipstick marks on his cheeks and neck? The collar was also buttoned up two wrong ways. Distinctly just put it on. What do you mean? Is it hard to take off your clothes even to go to the toilet? In the next moment, Su Xinyue suddenly thought of something. Her brain buzzed, and her gaze subconsciously glanced to Ning Fei in the corner. Her head lowered and her expression heartfelt. Sure enough, her good girlfriend's two long legs were covered with red handprints caused by pinching and kneading. Even the skirt of the black wraparound dress was ripped open, and the edges of the underwear were vaguely visible. Coupled with Ning Fei's fluttering red cheeks, Su Xinyue, even if she was a pig, knew what this pair of dogs had done. Oomph! Su Xinyue's pretty face reddened and she was so angry that she stomped her feet. Thanks to myself for calling Brother Dong with every breath. In the end, I let my best friend get there first. Why hadn't she seen before that Ning Fei had this kind of potential? Hearing Su Xin stomp her feet, Hu Hao sobered up most of his wine. Thinking that he had made his girlfriend angry at something, he quickly opened his mouth to apologize. Xin, what's wrong? Are you tired? I'll rub your shoulders and squeeze your legs. Unsurprisingly, Hu Hao received a direct blank stare. Off. Su Xinyue pushed Hu Hao away and headed outside without looking back. When he passed by Ning Fei, he even deliberately gave her a blank look. Seeing this, Ning Fei's little face once again turned red. Then, immediately, he took his two long legs and chased them outward. Xin, let me explain. It's not what you think. Chapter 31, The Unsolicited Handoff. In the blink of an eye, there were only three big old men left in the room. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao didn't know what was going on, and thought it was a quarrel between the two girlfriends, so they didn't bother to mediate. They sat beside Linden on the left and right, drunkenly holding up another glass of wine. Dong, here's to you. Thank you for being generous and taking us to make money, and if there's anything in the future, just greet the brothers. I'll give you whatever you want. Sun Jianzhong finished his speech and finished his drink. Lin Dong smiled faintly. If Sun Jianzhong knew that the goddess he had gone to great lengths to lick had already been taken by himself, he didn't know if he would still be able to drink this glass of wine. When that happens, I'm afraid, the redness will be more than just in the eyes. Dong, and me. Hu Hao followed suit and sought out Lin Dong for a toast. Even took the initiative to order a song. Come on, let's sing a chorus and we'll be good brothers from now on. Yes. The two of them did not wait for Lin Dong to agree and directly opened their broken voices and sang. Give a brother a hug and speak from your heart. Speak up about all your grievances and vicissitudes of change over the years. Under normal circumstances, the atmosphere had come to this point, and it was a bit hard to say if Lin Dong did not squeeze out a couple of tears and roar a couple of times. However, when he thought of all the suppression and isolation that the two had inflicted on him, Lin Dong did not feel the slightest bit of empathy, or even, lazily, play alone. Drinking 2 cups of horse piss and you want to make yourself forgive them? Dreaming. Simply getting their beautiful girlfriends was not enough. Soon, Lin Dong thought of a better idea. I say, Jianzhong and Rat, the 2 younger siblings have gone out, so aren't you going to follow them over to take a look? Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao are naturally relieved to be such lickspittles. However, at the thought of being able to follow Lin Dong to make a lot of money, he gritted his teeth again and shook his head. Dong, as long as you have money, what's a girlfriend? Right. It's not easy to find a 3-legged toad, but a 2-legged beauty. Isn't it still all over the streets everywhere? With money, changing women is as easy as changing clothes. Good. Lin Dong nodded slightly and took the initiative to mention a cup. Worthy of my good brothers, here's to you. After saying that, Lin Dong directly drank it all in one go. The two certainly didn't dare to drink less. That way, They were not giving face to Lin Dong, but they don't have the natural ability to get drunk from 1,000 glasses and have already thrown up a round. At this point, it was even more dizzying and uncontrollable. Seeing this, Lin Dong said in a mysterious manner, "While the two younger siblings are away, why don't I call a few pretty sisters and relax? Don't worry, I'll pay for it. You guys can play all you want. If you want to learn a foreign language, there's no problem, and that's a good thing?" Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao glanced at each other, looking somewhat impressed. As the saying goes, satiation. The two brothers had licked the goddess for so long, but were unable to get their hands on her, and had long been holding a bellyful of evil fire with nowhere to vent it. Now, upon hearing this proposal from Lin Dong, his eyes instantly went straight. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Lin Dong immediately smiled knowingly. Then, a clap. "Come in." Immediately afterward, 5 or 6 beautiful women walked into the private room with smiles on their faces. All of them are devilishly fit and dressed up in sultry ways. Although, the looks were not as good as Ning Fei Fei and Su Xinyue. However, people revealed 2 words from head to toe. Specialties. Golem. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao stared wide-eyed. They were considered to have seen the world and could tell at a glance that the standard of these beauties that Lin Dong had found was not low. At the very least, it's at the big 5,000 level. 5,000 for one chick. 5 or 6. That's tens of thousands. This made Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao even more foolish. It's hard to play this kind of extreme for free. Seeing the two of them looking soulful and foolish, a few of the women laughed their asses off. Some even deliberately squeezed their grooves, outlining a tantalizing curve. "Dong, this isn't good, is it? Xin Xin is still waiting for me outside." Although Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao were heartbroken, they were still more worried about their girlfriend getting angry. However, Lin Dong's next words left them with no more scruples. "Have you guys ever heard the saying? The deepest friendships are those where you've carried a gun together, split the loot together, and, as long as we do it today, then we are iron brothers. And in the future, when there is a chance to get rich, I will definitely not forget you. Or do you guys not want to earn money and think about accompanying women?" Hearing this, the two shook their heads in a hurry. Afterwards, Sun Jianzhong swallowed hard and used the slope as a pretext. "In that case, let's do it in style. Dong, respectfully." "Ha ha, yes." Lin Dong laughed out loud and waved his big hand. Several of the princesses immediately threw themselves at him. For a while, the private room was so full of spring colors. Just then, Lin Dong received a text message. "Brother Dong, I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot. Come on." Seeing this unfamiliar number, as well as the ambiguous content, Lin Dongmang suddenly thought of someone. He glanced at Hu Hao, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. "I'm going to use the restroom. You guys play." Lin Dong quickly walked out of the private room. One foot closed the door, the next silently called a number. "Hello, I'd like to report that someone is soliciting prostitutes in Tahoe Park. It's in the 888 booth." It wasn't long before the alarm bells were ringing loudly outside the door. A group of men in uniform violently pushed open the door of the room and poured into the luxury. It was a charming and unpleasant picture that came into view. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao stripped clean, and the moment they saw their uncle, they hurriedly put their pants on their bodies. Sweeping pornography. "Don't move." For a while, the two men blanched and sweated profusely. "It's over. It's all over. If this goes to jail, not to mention girlfriends, jobs will go flying. Uncle, we're turning ourselves in. If we didn't pay for it, does it not count as whoring?" The other side. Lin Dong also roamed to the parking lot. Sure enough, a familiar figure was seen next to his Primera. Front and back, yellow hair, a t-shirt that was about to burst, plus those winking eyes that could eat him up. If it's not Su Xinyue, who else could it be? "Brother Dong, you're finally here. People have been waiting anxiously." Lin Dong smiled faintly. He knew that it was Su Xinyue, the horse-forked bug, who sent the text message. How can any other woman be this Thai? Of course, to save face, Lin Dong still had to pretend. "Xinyue, what are you doing here?" "Jianzhong and Hu Hao are still in the private room, looking for you just now." Lin Dong pretended to be nervous and worried, and even moved Hu Hao out. As a result, the smile on Su Xinyue's face instantly disappeared. Even 100 times more. He skimmed his lips in disgust. "Brother Dong, can we stop talking about that lousy guy? He's ugly, he can't make any money, and he can't hold his liquor that well. Not a bit better than you." While speaking, Su Xinyue walked towards Lin Dong and grabbed his hand. That look of wanting to cover up is to die for. Lin Dong could not help but feel a dry mouth. He has the golden shot. Having done Ning Fei Fei just now could only be considered an appetizer. Now, here's the real meal. Right at this moment, Su Xinyue's small hand went down. Her cherry mouth instantly widened into an O shape, and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. "Brother Dong, You're awesome. Unlike Hu Hao, who claimed to love me, but turned out to be only SOSO. Su Xinyue stretched out 2 fingers and gestured. No wonder, the woman has been as hungry as ever. Turns out, it's the man of the house who can't get enough to feed. Discovering that Lin Dong had a strong capital, Su Xinyue was even more heartened. Even if it's just a spring break, even if there's no money in it, it's worth it. Chapter 32, Get in the car. And, Su Xinyue smiled with 1,000 charming smiles, not caring whether anyone saw. 2 small hands hooked Lin Dong's neck, took the initiative to stand on tiptoe and sent a fragrant kiss. You and Fifi have already done it, haven't you? Oh, Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. Unexpectedly, Su Xinyue guessed it so quickly. Sure enough, a woman's 6th sense is spot on. Brother Dong, you're biased. It's obvious that someone else took the initiative first. How can you cheapen her? At least, there should be a first come, first served. People want to try how good you are too. I see. Fifi's legs are weak when she walks, Su Xinyue whispered with a shy face. Lin Dong smiled at his words. Then, directly tearing off the disguise, he pressed Su Xinyue against the Porsche's window. Ah! Su Xinyue subconsciously exclaimed in a burst of shock, looking a little flustered. Before, Ning Fei was at least inside the toilet. Now, Lin Dong even wanted to be in the parking lot with her? Su Xinyue instantly reddened to the roots of her ears and tried to make a final struggle. It was just that her struggling, how she looked at it, seemed like she was urging Lin Dong to continue. Pretend what? Don't you just love it? Just now, inside the private room, if Hu Hao hadn't woken up, you would have had that hand inside my pants, right? Lin Dong opened his mouth with a smirk. Hearing these words, Su Xinyue subconsciously looked up. A bit of a thief. Lin Dong then went up and down for a while. Su Xinyue's robe was half undone, and a large portion of Snow White was exposed in the air. Aha! Su Xinyue let out a low gasp. Seeing that Lin Dong was about to break through the last line of defense, she finally managed to hold back and begged for mercy in a small voice. Brother Dong, let's go to the car. Is the car okay? People are shy. Lin Dong smiled faintly and slammed his hand up, setting off waves. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like there's anyone here, but it does have to be comfortable inside the car. As the words fell, Lin Dong directly carried Su Xinyue into the car and closed the door. Snap! A small hand clapped on the car window. Immediately afterward, the sound of clothes ripping came from inside. Although Su Xinyue was not as untouched as Ning Fei, but there isn't much experience with it, not to mention the car. Lin Dong could not help but take in a deep breath as the 3,600 pores on his body contracted in unison. Jingle bells! Just as the two were dry humping, a phone call coincidentally came through. Picking it up, it was Hu Hao calling Su Xinyue. It's bad. It's ho ho. Su Xinyue's eyes averted. At the end of the day, there's still a little bit of heart. Unexpectedly, before she could hang up, her cell phone was snatched by Lin Dong and pressed answer. At the same time, gesturing with her chin for her to speak, Su Xinyue had no choice but to do as she was told. And, the movement doesn't dare stop. Xin, where are you? Come to my rescue. I'm in a bit of trouble and need a bond. Margin? Hearing these words, Su Xinyue froze for a moment. Aren't Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong still eating? What's the margin for a good cause? Put. Just then, Lin Dong could not help but burst out laughing. What margin? Isn't it just a matter of getting caught in a vice raid and having to pay a fine? Hu Hao is quite good at names. Soon, the questioning voice of Hu Hao came from the other end of the phone. Xin, who's next to you? Why is there a man's voice? Su Xinyue's small face swished red and she frantically scowled at Lin Dong. Didn't we agree not to talk? Lin Dong clearly did it on purpose. Unexpectedly, not only did Lin Dong not avoid it, but he directly snatched the phone from Su Xinyue's hand. Hu Hao, it's me, Lin Dong. Dong, why are you with Xin? I was out for a smoke, and I happened to run into Xin, so I gave her a ride. Lin Dong smiled faintly. While on the phone, he let Su Xinyue continue to serve himself, and the whole person was enjoying himself from head to toe. By the way, are you two having fun? Don't mention it. I didn't read the calendar when I went out today. It's bad luck. Lin Dong smiled and pretended to be puzzled. What do you mean? They asked you to raise the money? No, it's not the money, Dong. Hu Hao had some difficulty speaking. After half a day of dilly-dallying, I decided to be truthful. I don't know which is so jealous of us calling the princess that he called to report it. Good lord. It almost didn't scare Sun Jianzhong and Ida P. Hearing the complaint from Hu Hao's mouth, Lin Dong almost laughed out loud. At the same time, the physical pleasure almost made him surrender. Dong, what should we do? Hu Hao still didn't know what his heartfelt girlfriend was doing at this very moment. Brother Dong, are you still handy? Can you lend brother some money? Uncle said that each person would be fined 5,000, and Sun Jianzhong and I would add up to 10,000, and we really don't have that much money. Borrowing money? Lin Dong lowered his head and looked down at Su Xinyue's head that was serving him attentively, only feeling refreshed and out of breath. Afterward, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, with our relationship, can I not help you? Wait, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Thank you so much Dong. You're my own brother." As soon as he heard that Lin Dong was willing to pay, Hu Hao was overjoyed. He also pulled Sun Jianzhong, and together they frantically worshipped. Ahem! Just then, Su Xinyue suddenly choked and coughed violently. Xin, what's wrong with you? Hearing Su Xinyue's coughing, Hu Hao immediately became anxious, and, for some reason, he always had a bad feeling. It's like, there's something extra on your head that's kinda the right color. Lin Dong was not panicked at all and said with a smile, "It's alright Hu Hao. Xin just choked when she drank water. She's much better now." "Oh, that scared me." Hu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Now, with his mind on money, he didn't think deeper. "Okay, thanks Dong. The money has been received, so we'll go ahead and pay it." "All brothers, it's a shame to talk about it." Lin Dong hung up and threw his cell phone to Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue beamed, her eyes a bit grumpy. "Aren't you afraid that Hu Hao knows about the two of us?" "What? Are you afraid?" Lin Dong asked rhetorically. Hearing this, Su Xinyue choked. On one side was Hu Hao, who couldn't get $5,000, and on the other side was Lin Dong, who drove a Porsche Panamera. "Cootie, I'll know what to choose. I'm doing this for your consideration. What if Ho-Ho can't think straight and get you in trouble?" "People, of course people want to be with you. You're not only rich, you're good at what you do. It's just great to be with you." Su Xinyue's face became redder and redder the more she spoke, and there was a sense of charming atmosphere. In the next moment, Lin Dong no longer hesitated and directly pressed her onto the passenger side. "With me Hao? Go on." Chapter 33, Divine Fighting Technique. Going to the bar. Facing Lin Dong's stern gaze, the last layer of defense in Su Xinyue's heart completely collapsed. Like an octopus, she wrapped herself around Lin Dong to death and refused to let go. Then, somewhat sheepishly, "It's just so cozy." Lin Dong laughed after hearing this. Then, once again, the conquest was launched. For a while, the Porsche bounced up and down, with the occasional evocative sound coming from it. After more than an hour, Lin Dong finally stopped. If it wasn't for Su Xinyue's constant yelling that she was dying, Lin Dong would have even been able to fight with her for a day and a night. There was no way that the talent of the golden gun was too unbelievable. After resting for a while, Lin Dong drove his car and sent Su Xinyue back home. Before leaving, Su Xinyue added Lin Dong's WeChat and made it clear that if she had any needs in the future, she could look for her at any time. Seeing Su Xinyue being so understanding, Lin Dong was not petty and directly sent her a large red packet. Su Xinyue was overjoyed, even threatened to find Hu Hao to break up. There was no problem even if he was to be a junior 5 or 6 for Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong refused the offer. He and Su Xinyue were just playing around and really didn't want to incur this trouble. The two soon parted ways. Just then, the system beep came. "Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission. Plum Blossom. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, the Divine Fighting Technique." In the next moment, Lin Dong only felt that his limbs and bones were incomparably smooth, and his entire body was transformed with an indescribable ease. He couldn't help but let out a deep breath, feeling his head explode with extra fighting skills. At the same time, the body is full of power. At that moment, Lin Dong's mood was incomparably excited. In just one afternoon, he not only chopped up 2 beautiful women and completed a double kill, but also ruthlessly took revenge on 2 old classmates who had insulted him. Now, with the acquisition of the Divine Fighting Technique, the ability to defend himself was greatly enhanced. This sourness is indescribable. After thinking about it, Lin Dong took out his cell phone and made a call to Ning Fei Fei, ready to call her out and renew the relationship. Unexpectedly, this woman took $500,000 after the direct cell phone shutdown. Evaporation. "I guess, it's still a bit hard to get over that hurdle in your heart. Never mind, I'll wander around on my own." Lin Dong drove the Panamera and wandered around aimlessly. Soon it was dark and came to night. "I just passed a hotel that was very busy with lights. Blue Siren? No wonder there are so many of them. Blue Siren, the largest and highest spending hotel in Tianhai City. It costs $700 or $800 to open any bottle of wine. It's a small $1,000 to open a card table, but that doesn't stop customers from patronizing it." Inside the bar, which has always been crowded with people, because, not only is it a beautiful environment, but also, the people coming in and out are all handsome men and women. Just look right and pull straight to a hotel room. There were even people waiting outside, specifically waiting to pick up the body. "This is it." Lin Dong smiled faintly and drove the car slowly over. Last night, he went on a spending spree at the nightclub and made over $10 million, experiencing the life of a rich man for the first time. Tonight, make sure you make more. That said, before, he had never been to a bar. When I was with Feng Shui, I saved my money and didn't even think about this kind of high spending. Now, he's going to play hard to get. Not long after, Lin Dong walked to the entrance of the bar. The waiter immediately greeted them with a smile. Hello sir, the bar deck is full. Do you have a reservation? Lin Dong naturally did not. However, he had something else that would definitely please the waiter. Here's a tip for you. Now, do you have a card table? Lin Dong smiled faintly and directly drew out a thick pile of $100 bills and slapped them on the waiter's hand. The system didn't let him down and gave him quick feedback. Detected the host spending $10,000 at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $100,000. The other side. The waiter was also wide-eyed and somewhat incredulous. $10,000 in tips? That's a bit too hoity-toity. The waiter then nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 yes. Just a moment. Sir, I'll get the station started right away. The next moment, the waiter put $10,000 directly into his pocket. Then, bumblingly, he brought Lin Dong into the bar. In no time, a VIP high-grade card seat was vacated for Lin Dong. Card seats at levels like this are often reserved for premium members, generally not available to the public. However, there was no way around it. Lin Dong was giving too much. The waiter was happy to make an exception. Sure enough, the VIP booths are in excellent locations and the sofas are first-class, warm and soft and comfortable. From the angle that Lin Dong was sitting, he could see the entire bar, and there were quite a number of beautiful women with better figures who were passionately dancing in the pool. When you come to a bar, of course you order a drink. Lin Dong picked up the list and ordered a few bottles at random. Let's start with a couple Bloody Marys, Champagne King, and yes, 2 bottles of Gold King Martell. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he directly swept the code to pay. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Detected the host spending $50,000 at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $500,000. The waiter took careful note. Not daring to raise his head, Lin Dong lightly, directly ordered $50,000 of wine. It's just too posh to be offended. Yes, please, is there anything else you need? Well, not for a while. Lin Dong shook his head and was in no hurry. Okay, you can call me anytime if you need anything. Just wave. I'll be right there. The waiter smiled and nodded, and was gone in a puff of smoke. Lin Dong sat on the leather sofa, his gaze drifting towards the middle of the dance floor. The men and women who were riding their bodies with abandon, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. It's good to be young. The other side. On the ordinary card seat a few tables away from Lin Dong, there were several familiar faces drinking mulled wine, vaguely led by one of them. Chow, really? That Lin Dong? How dare he scold you in the company group? What kind of a thing is he? That's it. This don't let me catch you or. A burly man said viciously, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a tiger and wolf tattoo. One look and you know you're a socialite. Sitting in the center was a big-bellied greasy man with a snarky face. It was clearly Lin Dong's former top boss, Lu Haichao. Tramp, who says otherwise? Lu Haichao spat in anger. Then, taking a hard swig of Budweiser, his eyes were red and he cursed. This dog, in the past, I told him to do whatever he wanted, work overtime and run errands, and didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Today, I don't know what kind of bear's heart and leopard's gall I've eaten, but I dare to scold me in the group, and to top it all off, a pedal to the metal resignation. If I ever see him, I'll have to get him killed. Chapter 34, Packing Up the Personal. As soon as the name Lin Dong was mentioned, Lu Haichao had a belly full of fire with no place to send it. Previously, within the company, it was Lin Dong who was the best bully. Let him do all the dirty work, and he's so honest he doesn't even dare to fart. As a result, very suddenly, Lin Dong looked like a different person. Not only did he scold himself on the phone, but he also sent red envelopes in the company group, urging everyone to scold him together, so that he lost face and majesty. Plus, Lin Dong resigned of his own accord and couldn't find anyone. Lu Haichao was so angry that he almost spat out blood. I also heard that there are a lot of blue goblin girls, so I shouted a group of dog legs and ran over to dash and relax. Just then, the waiter passed by with a couple of bottles of wine. A sharp-eyed lapdog, immediately recognizing the value of these wines, subconsciously exclaimed, I'm going, Golden King Martell and Bloody Mary. These wines, at least tens of thousands of dollars. There are really a lot of rich people. Hearing this, Lu Haichao was also shocked in his heart. You work yourself to death for a month and only make $10,000 or $20,000. People order a few random bottles of wine and it's much more than that. It's a real people pleaser. Ugh, drink, drink, drink. It's their business if they have money. What's it got to do with us? Lu Haichao picked up his wine glass and pretended not to care. Just then, One of the lapdogs nudged him in the shoulder and took a chin. Chow, look, the guy who ordered the drinks. Is he Lin Dong? Who? Lu Haichao froze and subconsciously turned his head. After taking a look at it, his pupils instantly shrunk. Wasn't the man sitting inside the VIP card seat, leisurely savoring a fine wine, the one he had longed for? Lin Dong? Damn! Where did this come up with so much money and open a card table and drink foreign wine? In an instant, Lu Haichao's eyes turned red. Being an executive myself, I can only drink beer here. What makes Lin Dong so extravagant? Lu Haibei thought the more unbalanced in his heart, and immediately stood up angrily. Wait, Chow! Seeing that Lu Haichao was going to do it himself, a few of his dog legs hurriedly stopped him. Chow, don't be impulsive. If you hurt him, you'll still have to pay for it. What then? Lu Haichao huffed and puffed. At this time, the burly man next to him with tattoos sneered and said, "It just so happens that I have a few brothers who hang out in this area. Why don't I ask them for a favor? That is, a little favor needed." Lu Haichao didn't care how much money he spent when he heard it. Normally, he can be the iron cock. However, today, with any amount of money offered, he had to teach Lin Dong a lesson. Better yet, keep him in a hospital bed for the rest of his life. Don't worry, brother, as long as this is done, from now on, I'll pay for as many drinks as you drink. The tattooed man grinned and tapped the table. Chow is cool. Wait, I'll shake someone right away. At this moment, Lin Dong was still blissfully unaware that danger was approaching. Without a moment's work, 3 tattooed street skaters blocked the entrance to the Blue Monster bar, some of them coming from a bad place. Who are you looking for? The waiter was so taken aback by the outburst that he stammered. The bald man at the head of the group saw this and smiled, patting his trembling shoulder. Don't worry, little brother, we're not here to pick a fight, we're here for a drink too. It's just that, before you play, you have to find someone. The waiter gulped. Before he could return to his senses, he felt a twirl in the sky. It was actually pushed aside by the bald man. 3 or 5 punks then fishtailed in. Soon, Lu Haichao and the others found the bald man. A dog-legged man hurriedly got up and greeted him with a smile. Tiger, you're finally here. Come, let me introduce. This is my friend Lu Haichao. Brother Chow, this is our Tianhai city's famous tiger, known as Smiling Tiger Wang Hu. As he spoke, Wang Hu glanced at Lu Haichao. Lu Haichao was jolted, though, he's usually mouthy, but it's all about being brutal in the company and never dealing with the community. Hello, Tiger. Lu Haichao smiled sarcastically and extended his hand. Aha! Wang Hu ignored Lu Haichao's outstretched hand and opened the door. I heard that you want to clean up someone? Let's get one thing straight. The brothers' hard work is not cheap. Hearing this, that dog-legger made a wink to Lu Haichao. The latter immediately understood and swore. Don't worry, Brother Tiger, I'm sure I won't let the brothers come for nothing. You named the number, and I'll never be shy about it. Cool, it's not much. 20,000. 20,000? Lu Haichao's eyes snapped wide and he subconsciously howled. In an instant, several people at the card table all looked over. Tiger brother, this is too much, right? Just teach a lesson to someone. Lu Haichao looked embarrassed. I thought that I would just deal with a couple thousand and get over it. I didn't realize it was going to be $20,000. Isn't this going to kill him? What do you mean? Too much? Wang Hu's expression was cold, and he lifted an empty bottle of wine with his hand, his face bouncing with horizontal flesh and a pair of bull's eyes ferocious. He has been mixing on this street for so long. What he is most displeased with is Lu Haichao's kind of credulous and tricky people, full of promises on the phone, and when they meet, they start acting like grandchildren. The side dog leg saw Lu Haichao's face turning blue, knowing that this iron rooster's problem was committed again, immediately advised. Brother Chow, Lin Dong is riding on your head and ting on you. You still can't afford to part with these few dollars. I can tell you, after this village, there's no such thing. Once Lin Dong leaves, I don't know when I'll bump into him next time. Hearing this, Lu Haichao finally made up his mind. He was breathing heavier, his eyes were red, and even his vocal cords were trembling. Fine, 20,000 is 20,000. As long as I can waste Lin Dong, I'll give it up. Okay, that's more like it. Wang Hu smiled with satisfaction. Call the money, and I'll go over there right away and clean up that kid. Lu Haichao's head was hot, and 10,000 current oceans were directly transferred over. That leaves 10,000. We'll settle it when we get back. Soon, in the eager gazes of Lu Haichao and the others, Wang Hu led 2 minions, walked straight to the VIP card seat, and swaggered in. It's done, Chow. This time Lin Dong is dead. Ha ha, this smiling tiger is notorious for having black hands. Lin Dong, even if he doesn't die, he will have to shed his skin. Chow, you didn't spend this money in vain. You finally got out of it. A few of the dog legs next to him were very excited and were yelling. Lu Haichao nodded with a bitter smile and a somewhat stiff expression. It's true to say that, but After spending $20,000, he was really heartbroken plus flesh pain. Right now, one could only hope that Wang Hu was really as powerful as the legends said, and directly beat Lin Dong into a half-paralyzed state, lying in a hospital bed for the rest of his life. That way, it's still worth it. Chapter 35, only $20,000? How many are in the deck? Lin Dong, who was savoring the fine wine and enjoying the hot dance of the beautiful women, looked at the sudden strangers with a puzzled expression, especially Wang Hu, who walked in the front. The word "picking a fight" was written on his face, and it looked like he was coming from a bad place. "You're Lin Dong? It's me. Something wrong? It's you I'm looking for." The corner of Wang Hu's mouth grinned, revealing a smile that was worse than crying. Then, he walked straight to Lin Dong and grabbed a bottle of wine from him. "Yo, this little life. It's pretty nourishing. All drunk on Martell. It's a pity that, in the future, you won't be able to enjoy any more or better wines. Someone paid me to beat you half to death." Wang Hu finished his speech and drank a glass of wine with a big smile. The two juniors subconsciously winced at the sight. People who are familiar with Wang Hu are clear that this guy, the brighter the smile before the fight, the more vicious the fight will be. That's absolutely no lightweight, either dead or maimed. Before that, Wang Hu went in and squatted for 5 years for intentionally injuring someone. In the eyes of the two juniors, Lin Dong was already a dead man. At the very least, a broken arm and leg. Unexpectedly, in the face of Wang Hu's threat, Lin Dong was calm and composed, unable to see the slightest panic. He had just obtained the divine fighting technique and wasn't really afraid of a few punks. And it's the kind of thing that doesn't even have to be done in person. Money? Someone paid to beat me half to death? Ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Lin Dong laughed out loud as if he had heard some kind of joke. Wang Hu and the two punks were confused. This guy, how can he laugh so happily when he's dying? Is it, like, a crazy person? You're laughing your ass off. Honest. A gangster chortled and was about to make a move, but he was interrupted by Wang Hu. He was very curious as to where exactly Lin Dong got his backbone and why he was laughing. "Lin Dong, what are you laughing at?" "I laughed at that Juga's lack of strategy, and Zhou Yu was too embarrassed to string the stage." Lin Dong cleared his throat and casually poured a glass of wine for Wang Hu. "This bald brother, there are many people here. Why don't we go out and talk?" Immediately afterward, Lin Dong stood up greatly. The look was calm and collected, and a smile was written all over his face. This made Wang Hu feel his hair even more. Although, he doesn't have hair either. Originally, he was thinking to finish cleaning up Lin Dong and take the money and leave in pain. But now, he wanted to see what kind of drug Lin Dong was selling in his gourd. "Bald brother, as long as you go out with me, I promise I won't make you regret it. Tell you what, leave this wine for these two brothers of yours. Order more if you don't have enough. Put it on my tab." Hearing this, the two punks' eyes went straight, and their harangues almost flowed down. This kind of foreign wine that costs tens of thousands of dollars. Before, they didn't have the chance to drink it. Now, it's enough? All this wine adds up to at least tens of thousands of dollars, doesn't it? Are you sure you want to give it all to us? Wang Hu was also a bit confused. Where is this ingrate who gives away tens of thousands of dollars willy-nilly? It's much more refreshing than that iron cock Lu Haichao. I said not enough to order more. I, for one, have the least amount of money. How about a little chat outside? Bald brother? Seeing the several people who had not seen the world, Lin Dong smiled evilly. A few moments later, Wang Hu walked out of the card table. "It's done, Chow. Tiger has finished the job. I've always said that as long as the money is there, no job is too tiring." Right now, Lin Dong is probably already in the big air and out the small air, breaking his arms and legs. The lapdog who had called earlier was giddy with a burst of invitations. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his mouth, a familiar face came into view. "Linden?" Lu Haichao's pupils shrunk, and his mouthful of old yellow teeth almost gritted. "Didn't you say that Tiger definitely made a move? How come Lin Dong didn't lose a single hair and was even smiling?" That's right, not only was Lin Dong unharmed, he was also hooking up with Wang Hu. There was a lot of chatting going on. With that look, if you didn't know, you'd think they were half-brothers and half-brothers. Seeing this scene, Lu Haichao and a few of his doglegs were confused. Seriously doubt that this is a setup, and Wang Hu and Lin Dong have teamed up to cheat him out of his money. My money, $10,000. At this moment, Lu Haichao's heart was dripping blood. It was at this time that the lapdog suddenly thought of something and came to a realization. "Chow, don't worry. Everyone on the road knows that Tiger has a trait. The happier he laughs before a fight, the harder he hits." Now that Tiger's mouth is grinning to the sky, Lin Dong is not far from death. Why else would his nickname be Smiley? Oh, there's such a thing? Lu Haichao listened in disbelief. When you think about it, it does make sense. Besides, he's only given $10,000, and he still has $10,000 left to give. Doing a full set of theater. Wang Hu is not so stupid as this. Chow, just wait for the show. In a while, let's go outside the bar and see how badly Lin Dong was beaten. Lu Haichao nodded his head heavily and couldn't wait to come down hard on Lin Dong's face. The other side. Wang Hu followed Lin Dong to the entrance of the Blue Siren. As soon as the barman saw that the person Wang Hu was looking for was Lin Dong, he immediately shivered. A tug on his arm followed. Handsome, if you get into trouble, just wink. Wink? Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then, seeing that the waiter was wiggling his eyebrows, he realized his good intentions. Ha ha, you're mistaken. This bald brother is my friend. Really friends? The waiter's eyes were suspicious. Yes, friend. Okay, you're busy. Lin Dong waved his hand. Then, under the waiter's suspicious gaze, he brought Wang Hu to the corner. Brother Bald, before I ask, what's your name? Wang Hu. They call me Tiger on the road. Okay, Tiger. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Then, without pulling any punches with him, he opened the door. Tell me, who put you up to beating me and how much did you pay? Wang Hu snorted coldly and said impatiently. Inquiring about this will do you no good. But the price, I'm quite happy with it. It's 20,000. Take less? You've got a donkey in your head, don't you? Just $20,000. Lin Dong was so angry that he snapped on the spot. That shocked and angry expression startled Wang Hu. This guy, what a shock. It's not really mental, is it? I'm at least a multi-millionaire, driving $1 million limousine for $20,000, and that's not enough money to buy a drink. Lin Dong had a displeased look on his face. Hearing the words millionaire, Wang Hu also looked up and down. Don't tell me, it's kind of like that, especially the Patek Philippe watch that Lin Dong was wearing. With Wang Hu's insight, it doesn't look like a fake. True. However, how could a dignified figure like Lin Dong mess with an inconspicuous little karami like Lu Haichao? Chapter 36, I can't help it. He gives too much. Just as Wang Hu froze in his tracks, Lin Dong made a few names. Wang Long or Feng Shui? Wasn't it that pair of dogs that paid you? No. Is it hard to believe that it's that manager Wang from the bank? Neither is. Wang Hu shook his head like a rattle. Seeing that Lin Dong really could not think of anything, he simply told the truth directly. It's a man named Lu, kinda stingy. Lu Haichao. So it's this grandson. If not for Wang Hu mentioning this name, Lin Dong would have almost forgotten about this person. Soon after, a cold smile appeared on Lin Dong's face. This iron rooster. How could he spare $20,000 on me? It's really the sun coming out of the west. I've heard and psychologized him that badly? Ha ha, laughing at Dad. The thought of Lu Haichao's furious appearance made Lin Dong smile. Soon, he noticed Wang Hu in front of him again. Since Lu Haichao paid for his own life, he didn't mind returning the favor. Tiger, I've got a deal here. Do you want to do it? Surname Lu offered 20,000. I'll offer 100,000. And, it's 100,000 for beating up a person. What? Hearing this, Wang Hu's eyes glared round, almost suspecting that his ears were out of order. Did Lin Dong just say $100,000 to beat up a guy? What? Don't believe me? Send me the card number directly. Lin Dong said indifferently. That glib look clearly didn't put this amount of money in his eyes. Wang Hu forced himself to hold back his excitement after reporting his bank card. Soon after, the text message came. The whole $300,000 into his bank card. Ringo. No, Mr. Lin. Little brother finally knows today what it means for a prime minister to be able to hold a boat in his belly. You deserve to be rich, and I'm here to make amends. Wang Hu was so excited that he was incoherent. If he had not been unable to let go of his face, he would have wanted to kowtow to Lin Dong. As for blackmailing Lin Dong and asking for more, he did not have the guts to do so. Since Lin Dong could casually pull out $300,000 for him, he could also pull out more money for others. When the time comes, a couple of casual remarks and he'll have to go back to the drawing board and go in for a decade or 8. Mr. Lin, I like to do business with a straightforward person like you. In a word, whatever you want a brother to do, a brother will do. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. It's simple, since the money I gave you is more than 10 times that of Lu Haichao. This strength. Don't worry Mr. Lin, I have 9 ways to get him killed. 9. While saying that, Wang Hu compared a number 9. At Lin Dong's gesture, Wang Hu dialed a string of numbers. Soon, a familiar voice came on the other end of the line. How's it going Tiger? Did it work out? Is Lin Dong unable to get up? Wang Hu bravely glanced at Lin Dong and immediately changed his face, saying viciously, dead or not, you won't know if you come over to see for yourself. Don't forget to bring the $10,000 final payment, Wang Hu said and directly hung up the phone. Then, somewhat fawningly, he looked at Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, look, did I act okay? Well, it's kinda like that. Lin Dong nodded. As long as you are satisfied. No matter who would have imagined that Wang Hu who had just been high and mighty, was obedient and submissive when facing Lin Dong. There's no way around it. Money doesn't just make the ghosts go away, it makes the mill go away. Especially Wang Hu, who had been in jail, had the most insight. Know who you can bully and who you can't touch. Like Lu Haichao kind, no background in small-minded goods, he can just take it. As for Lin Dong, he wouldn't dare to mess with it even if he had 10 guts. Soon, Lu Haichao and the two doglegs were trotting and walking out of the bar. The excited look was as if he had won the jackpot. They could not wait to see how miserable Lin Dong was now. Then, spit hard in his face. Unexpectedly, just after passing the corner, Lu Haichao and the others suddenly realized that Lin Dong was standing there unharmed. Lu Haichao, it's really you. You kid, you've grown so much that you're looking for someone to beat me up? Lin Dong teasingly opened his mouth. For a while, Lu Haichao was so angry that his face turned red. This Wang Hu, what's going on? It's amazing that they haven't done anything yet after all this time. Is it too little money? Lu Haichao clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, finally being ruthless. Tiger, why haven't you done anything yet? Is it a money problem? Don't worry, I'll call the rest of the 10,000 right away. Trouble catching, Lu Haichao said, took out his cell phone. A flurry of operation. Soon, Wang Hu's cell phone once again came with a text message tone. Only, now, with this small amount of money, he could no longer see it. Chow, thank you for your kind words. It's just that, with this amount of money, it's not enough anymore. What do you mean? Lu Haichao's brows furrowed, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. You want to sit on your ass? Wang Hu shook his head, an intriguing smile on his face. It was well known that the wider he smiled, the more vicious he was when he did it. For a time, obviously is 3 hot days, Lu Haichao and others feel like falling into an ice cave, the back of the wind blowing cold wind. It just so happened that at this time, Wang Hu's two little brothers were also drunk and came out of the bar. Wang Hu immediately beckoned towards them and spoke faintly. Brothers, since everyone is here, let's do it. The two punks nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice and ran ferociously towards Lin Dong. As a result, just as they ran close, Wang Hu flung them one by one. Over there? When did I ever say that I wanted to move Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Hearing this address, Lu Haichao finally realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. He was greeted by two sandbag-sized fists. Although, the two minions had no idea what was going on. However, as long as Wang Hu pointed east, they would never go west. Tiger, what do you mean by that? We're brothers. The dog-legger who had called Wang Hu here earlier was dumbfounded. Normally, he didn't pay out of his own pocket to treat Smiling Tiger to food and drinks. How is it that the other side is so unsympathetic at a critical moment? And that's even after receiving $20,000 from Lu Haichao. It's practically black and white. Yeah, we're brothers, but the other boss, Mr. Lin, raised the money, quite a lot. Wang Hu grinned. Lu Haichao and the others were straight in their hearts, and finally woke up to why two people would stand together and talk and laugh. Lin Dong, I'm not finished with you. Don't hit me. I have money. I have money on my card, Lu Haichao exclaimed. However, how could the small amount of money in his account compare to the $300,000 given by Lin Dong? He was greeted with a fat beating. Along with his two lapdogs, they were also beaten up. Ouch! Spare me, Lin Dong, this has nothing to do with me. Yes, it's all Lu Haichao's doing. The two doglegs couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly skimmed the surface in an attempt to take 2 less punches. But, Lu Haichao was in a hurry, and a mouthful of old blood was spat all over his body, leaving only half of his life. Chapter 37, I'll pay for everything. Okay, almost. Seeing Lu Haichao and the two doglegs being beaten half to death, Lin Dong called for a stop in time. It's not good if the fight goes on and people get killed. Wang Hu originally thought that it was not enough, but, since Lin Dong had given his word, he could only stop. On his way out, he did not forget to curry favor with Lin Dong. Straight away, he said that in the future, as long as Lin Dong had something to do, he would guarantee that he would arrive with his men at the drop of a hat. It didn't take long for Lin Dong to return to the bar, walked straight towards the DJ and grabbed the microphone. Originally, a group of handsome men and women were dancing passionately. Suddenly, the dynamic DJ stopped. For a moment, everyone was not happy. What are you doing? Amidst the angry gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong did not panic in the slightest. Holding the microphone in his hand, he said indifferently, all of you probably do not know me, and there is no need for you to know me. You only need to know one thing. Today I'm sore and happy. So, I'll cover the whole place tonight. I'll pay for the entire purchase. What? The crowd stared at Lin Dong with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. Suddenly, he wasn't so obtrusive. No, it's simply a crowd pleaser. I go. Where is the big wrong seed? Ah no, big gold. Thank you, Daddy Gold. I'm sorry we misjudged you. This guy, really? Don't you think he's drunk and playing with us? Does he know how much it costs to cover the Blue Monster bar? Not everyone in the bar was overwhelmed with excitement, either. They seriously suspected that Lin Dong was drunk to say such pretentious words. After all, the Blue Banshee is just too much to spend. He pays for the entire consumption, at least a few $100,000. Looking at Lin Dong's appearance, he didn't look like a rich man. Soon, the bar manager knew the news and walked to Lin Dong surrounded by the crowd. Hello sir, what's your name? Lyndon. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. If you want to charter the venue, you need to check your capital in advance. With regards to this request, Lin Dong did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, he didn't believe it when someone came out of the cold and said he was going to pay for everyone. Isn't it just a capital check? No problem. I'll give you my bank card directly, and how much you spend will be deducted directly from it. Anyway, the more money I spend, the more money I'll only get. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Lin Dong's mouth. What that last statement meant, only he knew. On the face of it, paying for everyone is purely being an ingrate. But, in reality, the more money spent, the more money he makes. Lin Dong was already looking forward to adding another zero to his bank card balance. A moment later, the bar manager walked over to Lin Dong with a six-parent stride and an excited face. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, it was me who had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai just now. Look, do you want to say a few words? Lin Dong shook his head. The bar manager immediately understood and spoke on his behalf. Everyone, I've personally verified that Lin Xiao does have the strength to buy the whole place. Let's all give our warmest applause and welcome Young Lin to the Blue Siren. Everybody get high. For a while, the Blue Siren bar was filled with passion. The music, the cheers, the shouts, nearly toppled the ceiling. Countless young men and women were like electrocuted, writhing their bodies frantically and tirelessly in the midst of the loud music and brilliant lights. From time to time, there were a few coolly dressed young ladies who took the initiative to strike up a conversation and stick it out with Lin Dong. There was no way. There were too few people like Lin Dong who were young and rich and still generous. It was so hard to run into one. They naturally couldn't miss it. Lyndon was also enjoying himself. When these women served him well and made him happy, he would not be stingy and reward him with a few small red packets. The lowest is 6,666. Thank you brother. Love Young Lin the most. Mwah. Lin Xiao. I want to touch your car keys. Is that okay? Mr. Lin's bravado made the group of demonic ES even more excited and kept going up and down. If he hadn't been unable to wipe his face, his pants would have been peeled off on the spot. Soon, the system also came with prompts one after another. Detected the host spending $5,000 at the nightclub. 10 times cashback was successful. Bank card arrived at $50,000. Detected the host spending $8,000 at the nightclub. 10 times cashback was successful. Bank card arrived at $80,000. Detected the host spending $10,000 at the nightclub. 10 times cashback was successful. Bank card arrived at $100,000. From the moment Lin Dong announced that the whole place was buying, almost everyone was spending lavishly, specializing in expensive wines. In just half an hour, Lin Dong's bank card balance jumped wildly, skyrocketing by $6 to $7 million. For the average person, it's astronomical. Enough to buy a big house with a good location in Tianhai City. However, Lin Dong was not moved in the slightest. Not even, for that matter, a lift of the eyelids. Too little. It's really too little. How can you spend so little when you're paying for the whole place? Will it cost money? Do you want me to teach you? Lin Dong had an impatient look on his face. At once, it startled a few of the nightclub girls. Thought he was offended by something he did wrong. After all, it's a well-known fact that rich people have big tempers. In the next second, Lin waved directly at the bar manager. So who? Come here a minute. The bar manager froze at first. Then, immediately, he came ass backwards. Lin Xiao, my surname is Zhang. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. Lin Dong nodded slightly and casually asked, Manager Zhang, how much is the turnover of our Blue Demonis bar for one night? Usually there's a couple hundred or 300,000. And when business is good, you can get 4 or 500,000. Only this much? Lin Dong skimmed his lips with some dissatisfaction. Manager Zhang smiled back, a little embarrassed. It was important to know that although Blue Goblin wasn't the biggest nightclub in Tianhai City, it was enough to be ranked in the top 3 in terms of popularity and level of consumption. There are some nightclubs that don't make that much money in a quarter. As a result, when it came to Lin Dong's mouth, it became so little. However, thinking of Lin Dong's earthy behavior, Manager Zhang was relieved again. Maybe, 400,000 to 500,000 dollars is not enough for someone to live on for a month. So, how much does it cost to acquire this bar of yours? Lin Dong asked. Manager Zhang's mouth twitched, thinking that Lin Dong had drunk too much. Young Lin, don't make fun of me. Do I look like I'm joking? Do you think? I'm asking you. Why don't you just answer and be done with it? If you can't answer, call your boss. Lin Dong spoke indifferently and directly drank the wine in his cup. Then, no longer bothering with him either, he continued to play with the beautiful girl next to him. Manager Zhang was on pins and needles. After a few moments of hesitation, it was hard to take out his cell phone and walk to a quiet place to ask his boss. It was only after about 10 minutes that he returned to Lin Dong's side. Young Lin, our boss said that he won't sell this bar without $20 million. Chapter 38, buy a bar. $200 million. $20 million? Hearing this figure, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Is this a bad coincidence? He had exactly $20 million on his bank card. As the saying goes, the wool comes off the sheep's back. The money earned at Blue Banshee was spent right on Blue Banshee. Okay, just $20 million. Take the bank card, and in 5 minutes, I want to see proof of the assets of this bar, and a contract to acquire it. What? Manager Zhang was directly dumbfounded. After so many years at the Blue Siren, it wasn't like he hadn't seen people who spent money like water. However, it was absolutely unprecedented for someone like Lin Dong to wildly dump $20 million with a single slap of his thigh. He didn't even counteroffer. What are you waiting for? Could it be? Do you think I'm the one who can't afford to pay that much? Seeing Manager Zhang's delay, Lin Dong's face sank slightly. No. Manager Zhang hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. Then, picking up the bank card that Lin Dong had dropped on the table, he made a small run. Next to them, a couple of flamboyant nightclub girls froze in their tracks. They knew that Lin Dong was rich. However, they did not expect to be so rich. It's the Blue Banshee, with tens of millions of dollars invested in hundreds of thousands of dollars of water flowing in every day. It's such a nightclub with an inch of gold, but it's been plopped down by this young man in his early 20s in front of him? Sure you're not dreaming? Noticing the dumbfounded expressions of the group of nightclub girls, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Taking advantage of their daze, they forcefully wrapped their arms around her. A sloppy kiss from one of them. As long as I'm happy, from now on, you'll be the Blue Leprechaun's supreme VIPs, and I'll pay for all the spending. How's that? Hearing these words, the women couldn't help but tremble with their delicate bodies. They frequented high-class nightclubs and were all too aware of the strength of Lin Dong's words. It's a lot more affordable than some little bonus package. For a while, these nightclub girls could no longer remain calm. Without waiting for Lin Dong to open his mouth, he took the initiative to throw himself into the arms of Lin Dong and used all his strength to serve him. Just then, Manager Zhang burst in with a red face, just walked through the door and was taken aback. Then, thinking of the contract worth $20 million in his hand, he gulped again and forced down his excitement. Lin Xiao, it's done. Congratulations. From now on, you are the sole owner of the Blue Leprechaun. You don't know, our boss's bowels are green with remorse. If he had known you were so forthcoming, he would have ordered more. Ha ha. At the same time, the system's beep sounded immediately afterward. Detected the host spending $20,000 at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. Bank card accounts for $200,000 yuan. 200 million. In hand. How can I describe this feeling? However, this was not enough for Lin Dong. Snap. Lin Dong once again slapped his bank card on the desktop. The smile on Manager Zhang's face froze. Can't it be that Lin Dong thought he spent too much money and backed out? Manager Zhang. Yes, Lin Xiao, I am. Manager Zhang carefully poured a glass of red wine for Lin Dong. Any further instructions you may have, just ask. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. He was satisfied with this Manager Zhang who had an eye for the future. It's not much. It's just a bar that's too small to be lively. Manager Zhang froze. Then, subconsciously, he looked at the hundreds of men and women who were frantically shaking their bodies. The scene was almost like a large-scale seizure scene. That's it. Isn't that enough? Then, young Lin, what do you mean? It's simple. I want to consolidate a few nightclubs in the neighborhood. And better yet, pack the entire Tianhai city. That way, if you have a membership at the Blue Leprechaun Bar, you can enjoy your membership no matter which establishment you go to. After hearing these words from Lin Dong, Manager Zhang's jaw dropped to the ground. Isn't this a franchise? But those franchises have memberships because of the thin margins. For example, if a cup of milk tea is sold for more than $10, members can be cheaper by $1 or $2. I have never heard that nightclubs, a place that spends thousands of dollars without moving, also engage in this form of franchising. More crucially, so far, there was no one who had enough financial power to dish out the nightclub business in the entire Tianhai city. Suppose Lin Dong really did this, then he wouldn't be the little prince of the nightclub. He'd be the greatest of the nightclubs. Lin Xiao, isn't this a bit? What? You can't do it? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows and crossed his legs, looking Manager Zhang up and down with a questioning face. The latter was startled. Now, Lin Dong was his bread and butter. He didn't dare to touch this god of wealth. Thinking again and again, Manager Zhang weighed his words and said, Lin Xiao, it's not that we can't do it, but the interests involved in this matter are really too big. We're willing to pay for it, but people may not necessarily be willing to sell it. Let's just say that our boss, ex-boss, regretted not asking for more money after signing the contract just now. How can the other bosses be so nice? After saying these words, he had thought that Lin Dong would know what to do. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong smiled lightly and took a sip of red wine lightly. What did I think it was? So it's money. Just remember, with me, if it's a problem related to money, it's not a problem. Isn't it just a matter of making more or less money when you're out selling? After saying that, Lin Dong slapped a certain beauty's face. That beautiful woman's petite body shook. Not only did she not get angry, but she became even more enthusiastic. It made Manager Zhang look at him in a daze. Come on, don't dawdle here. Just get this done and I won't treat you badly. Now, take this card and numb out to a couple of nightclubs. Whatever they offer, you just raise it higher. Go out and don't embarrass me. If you dare to disgrace me, then get the hell out of here. Manager Zhang's brain buzzed. Obviously, he was scolded by Lin Dong. However, his heart was warm and sweet. There is an added sense of purpose. Not bad, that's what makes me a good employee. Don't worry, as long as you perform well, I definitely won't treat you poorly. You get a commission when the acquisition contract is negotiated. It's not much, just 1%. 1%? Hearing this figure, Manager Zhang's breathing thickened, his heartbeat accelerated, and he was so excited that he almost had a heart attack. 1% sounds like very little. However, it is also important to see how much the total price is. A blue siren, that's $20 million. 1%, that's 200,000. He used to work his ass off at the bar and only make 30,000 to 40,000 bucks a month. Now, with a few light words, Lin Dong had tripled it for him. Even that's just a contract. If he really took down the entire nightclubs in Tianhai City, then he would be able to earn in a month what he couldn't earn in a lifetime before. Lin Xiao, Manager Zhang was in tears. For a moment, an impulse arose to die as a soldier. Seeing this, Lin Dong waved his hand. Get out of here. I want a contract, not your acting skills here. Remember, you only have one night. Overdue. Don't worry, Shaolin, I'll be right there. Manager Zhang immediately stood up straight and saluted, and ran out in a flurry of wind, his speed almost catching up with Bolt. Those who didn't know would think that he was an errand boy called by Lin Dong. Chapter 39, Continuing Acquisition. $1 billion. Put. At the sight of this scene, several nightclub girls burst into laughter. They had come to the Blue Demonis bar to play for so long, and it was the first time that they saw Manager Zhang lose his temper like this. The contrast, too, is too great. What are you laughing at? You guys are definitely faster than him if you can make a couple million a night. Once they heard a few million, a few people's smiles gradually froze. In its place, there was a strong sense of envy and jealousy. Why wouldn't they want to make money every day and turn a chicken into a phoenix? The problem is, there's no such opportunity. All they could do was to use their bodies to please a male like Lin Dong in exchange for a little hard-earned money. Lin Xiao, people also want a few million. Young Lin is the best. Give people a boss too, will you? A few nightclub girls hugged Lin Dong's arm and pampered him repeatedly. Lin Dong sneered inwardly. You can't the boss, but you can be ed by the boss. Go over there and get on your knees. Facing Lin Dong's commanding tone, the few women did not dare to be ambiguous. They know that this may be the only chance in their lives to move up in class. Not much longer. Inside the VIP deck, the sky is thundering. Phew. 2 hours later, the great battle was over. In the VIP package deck, 3 large, unclothed beauties, falling over. Some were lying on the bottom of the table, some on the couch, and one slept in a pile of wine bottles. Looking at this scene, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. It's not fun. It's not fun. With his current ability, not to mention 3 women, 30 women in a wheel battle wouldn't necessarily be able to bring him down. Just then, a figure gasped for air and hurriedly barged in. Lin Xiao, it's done. It's done. He stuttered up his words because he was so excited. Take it easy. Have a drink and take your time. Lin Dong smiled lightly and poured a glass of wine for Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang didn't dare to brush him off and directly dried it in one gulp. Subsequently, instead of getting drunk, I got more excited. Young Lin, all the nightclubs in the Blue Sirens neighborhood have agreed to your acquisition. A total of 3 bars and 5 nightclubs. Lin Dong shook his head, not caring about the number. All he cares about is how much it cost. It's about how much money the system returns to him. Get to the point. Yes, Lin Xiao. Manager Zhang nodded his head like a chicken pecking, his fingers trembling. Here's the purchase contract. Please take a look at it. Expenses totaled $91,600,000. Seemingly to show his loyalty to Lin Dong, Manager Zhang even emphasized on it. Don't worry, it definitely didn't cost you a thing. I've totaled it all up and the premium isn't more than 5%. It came to mind that upon hearing these words, Lin Dong's brows furrowed without a hint of happiness. Didn't I tell you? Raise the price higher. Who asked you to save me money? Ha? Manager Zhang froze. How can you save your own money and make a mistake? Forget it, it won't happen again. It's been a hard day. Send me your bank card number and I'll pay you. Manager Zhang immediately brightened up. Before Lin Dong lost his temper, he numbly took out his bank card. Not long after, I received a text message of arrival. When he looked at the string of numbers, he was instantly dumbfounded. 1 million? Lin Xiao, you're giving too much, aren't you? Seeing Manager Zhang's flattered look, Lin Dong was unconcerned. More than that, consider it a bonus. In the future, never save me money. It's a small amount of money, so don't make it a big deal. For a while, Manager Zhang seemed to be stepping on a cloud, and his entire body was floating lightly. He never dreamed that one day he would make so much money. This was all thanks to Lin Dong. Lin Dong ignored the enthusiastically brimming Manager Zhang and silently opened the system to check the rewards. Detected the host spending $5 million at the nightclub. 10 times cashback was successful. The bank card arrived at $50 million. Detected the host spending $8 million at the nightclub. 10 times cashback was successful. Bank card arrived at $80 million. Detected the host spending $13 million at the nightclub. 10 times cashback was successful. Bank card arrived at $130 million. Zeroing in and adding up, Lin Dong's bank card balance was no longer 8 digits, but 9 digits. That's $1 billion. It's hard to imagine that he went from being a multimillionaire to a billionaire mogul in just one night. No, more accurately, more than 2 hours. Once this kind of overnight wealth story was leaked out, there would be a lot of people who would come running up their asses to worship the master before the absolute dawn. All sorts of socialites, too, would scramble to come and make friends with the nouveau riche. Very good, very good. Lin Dong could no longer hold back his excitement, lifting a bottle of XO and pouring it all into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Manager Zhang couldn't help but have his eyelids flutter. Even if you're a good drinker and can drink, you can't drink like that. However, seeing the nightclub girl lying on the ground, drunk, and the boxes and boxes of bottles, Manager Zhang stifled his words again. It seems that this Dong Xiaolin is not only rich and has a big machine, but he is also gifted in drinking it all in one gulp. Lin Dong did not blush or gasp as he opened his mouth indifferently. Xiao Zhang, from now on, when I'm not at the bar, the Blue Banshee will be in you to take care of. You'll be in charge of a few other nightclubs as well, so nothing will go wrong, right? Hearing this, Manager Zhang's mind went blank. It took a full half minute of slowing down before a few words popped out of his mouth, his head nodding over and over. Lin Xiao, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. With me here, sooner or later I'll be able to earn back the money I spent. Aha! Lin Dong nodded indifferently. In fact, he doesn't care if these nightclubs make money or not. Anyway, $1 billion is in the bag. These nightclubs, too, lose their value. However, it's good to have your own property in case you can make money. Okay, then I'll see how you do. I have other things to do, so I'll go back first. If anything happens, call me directly. Lin Dong casually perfunctorily stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing that the god of fortune was leaving, Manager Zhang did not dare to be slow. Carefully following behind Lin Dong, he personally sent him to the parking lot. Then, blearily, he watched Lin Dong drive away. He had already made up his mind that in the future, no matter what happened, he would hold on to Lin Dong's big thick leg and lay down his life for him. The other side. Under the effect of 1,000 cups of wine, the drunkenness in Lin Dong's body quickly dissipated. He had clear vision and a clear brain, not at all like he had been drinking. However, after tossing and turning all night, even if Lin Dong's body was not weak, his spirit was a bit tired. He was going to go back to the Dynasty Hotel and get some rest. Unexpectedly, just at an intersection almost to the Dynasty Hotel, there was a circle of people surrounding him, making a lot of noise, which happened to block his way. Lin Dong got out of the car with some impatience. He wanted to see who had nothing better to do than stop his own way. Chapter 40, Selling Yourself to Save Your Mother. Brothers and sisters, grandparents, please, do me a favor and save my mom. As long as you guys pay for my surgery, I'll repay you like a cow. Before he could approach the pile, he heard the sound of a young girl's mournful plea. Lin Dong immediately frowned. It's a cliched line, and you know it when you hear it. It's a classic scam. Sell yourself to save your mother. Lin Dong did not bother to poke at it and moved forward, wanting to see who was so shameless. A young girl with an innocent and lovely appearance sat on her knees. The young girl was not very old, appearing to be in her early 20s. Melon face, high nose, and big watery eyes, although she was only wearing an ordinary little white dress. However, she could not hide the cool temperament in her bones at all. A pair of bright eyes, but also exudes a Lin Dayu-like ghostly tenderness. With the young girl's age and appearance, if she was placed inside the university, she would at least be a schoolgirl. How did it come to this? Lin Dong walked forward and glanced at the sign in front of the young girl. Her name is Lu Shiyun, and she just got into a key university in Tianhai City this year. As a result, her mother suddenly found out that she had a brain tumor and needed $500,000 for the operation. Since her father had died and Lu Shiyun had just started school, there was no money for treatment. With no other choice, Lu Shiyun had to try to get enough money for her mother's surgery by selling herself at a place like the Dynasty Hotel. Lin Dong looked up Lu Shiyun's information. Neither the school registration number nor the identity card was falsified. It was not as if her feelings were false, and she was genuinely anxious. Just then, several chortling voices suddenly came. Get out of the way, all of you. The crowd turned around, finding it to be 3 or 4 straggling, dry, skinny street skaters. They hurried to get out of the way. These days, it's better to mess with the king of hell than to commit a crime. Spiritual guys like this one, who don't hit hard, hide as far away as they can. When the leading yellow hair saw that the crowd was so knowledgeable, he snorted coldly, a cold smile on his face. It's good to know you're scared. We're hanging out with Tiger. At the mention of Tiger, yellow hair straightened his back. The 2 followers were also full of smugness. Soon, the 3 street skaters squeezed into the middle of the crowd and looked at Lu Shiyun, who was crying and wailing. Brother Huang, am I right? This chick is so hot and, well, just your type. Look, this information we have. Is it worth a pack of cigarettes? The junior said with a curt smile. Yellow hair grinned and patted him on the shoulder. Not bad. Turn around and buy you whatever cigarettes you want. I'll buy them for you. Damn, that's the first time I've seen one in such good condition. The 3 of them did not hide, in the slightest, their covetousness for Lu Shiyun. People like them never talk about quality and play with more flowers than the average person. Often greeted a group of people having a party. Right now, in yellow hair's eyes, Lu Shiyun had already become his bag of tricks. You guys, what do you want? Just as yellow hair and the others were about to molest Lu Shiyun, a white-collar man with a big belly stood out with a look of righteous indignation. The onlookers gave a thumbs up at the sight. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and did not open his mouth. He's not some kind of a goody two-shoes who's seen fit to give up his life for the sake of others, trying to get him to make a move. Unless, of course, there was something that would move him to benefit. It is a truism from time immemorial that if a man does not act for himself, he will be punished by the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the white-collar middle-aged man blocked in front of Lu Shiyun, his brows furrowed as he looked up and down at the yellow-haired few. I warn you, don't try to bully people in broad daylight. Now, get as far away as you can, or I'm calling the police. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun, who was sobbing with her head down, couldn't help but raise her head. Glancing at the white-collar man, his eyes showed a hint of gratitude. However, when they heard the word alarm, the yellow-haired few scoffed. You who? There's a hero here? You report it. I haven't stolen or robbed anything, and I'm afraid you'll call the police? Besides, she's the one who wants to sell herself to save her mother. Don't you see what it says here? What's wrong with me paying to help her? After saying that, yellow hair pulled out a few $100s from his pocket and flung it in front of Lu Shiyun. These, are they enough? Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes were stunned. The doctor said it would take $500,000 to operate on my mother. That's a couple $100. Not enough for change. The white-collar man also grunted when he saw this. That's all it is? Not even enough for the registration fee. Immediately afterward, the white-collar man turned his head and looked at Lu Shiyun with a gentle face. Little sister, take it easy. My name is Sue, and I have a car repair store under my name. As long as you come with me and we find a quiet place to communicate, I'll figure out how to pay for your mother's surgery. $500,000 may be out of reach, but a few tens of thousands are still available. Lu Shiyun frowned slightly. For some reason, hearing Boss Sue's words gave her a very uncomfortable feeling, especially the look in the other woman's eyes made her uncomfortable. At this point, yellow hair directly poked at Boss Sue's intentions. What did I think? So it's a little bit of money in your hand and you want to adopt someone? A pig's nose in an onion. What kind of elephant are you pretending to be? Being scolded by yellow hair like this, Boss Sue blushed. As it turns out, he's not a bodhisattva either, but has ulterior motives. Originally, he was looking at Lu Shiyun's simple-mindedness, very good at cheating, and could be coaxed into bed with just a little bit of money. Now, he was directly dismantled by yellow hair, causing him to be embarrassed both inside and outside, just when everyone thought that Lu Shiyun would simply refuse. To my great surprise, the little girl bit her lip and blushed. Can it be a little more? Tens of thousands of dollars is not really enough. If you can give me $500,000, I'll do whatever you want me to do, even if it's, stay with you, serve you and wash your feet. Lu Shiyun had some difficulty speaking and didn't finish her latter words. This pitiful look instantly stirred up the sympathy of the crowd. However, there was nothing they could do to help. These days, no one's money comes from the wind. Also, $500,000 is not a small number. Next to him, Lin Dong suddenly had a change of heart. Originally, he thought that Lu Shiyun was selling a sheep's head for a dog's meat, using the banner of selling her body to save her mother's life to cheat money. Now it seems that the little girl is all but helpless. Just then, hearing Lu Shiyun think that 30,000 was too little, Boss Su's face turned red at once, and his eyes grew unkind. $500,000 if you say so? It's because I see pity in you that I'm willing to be the wrongdoer and pay for you. Don't think I don't know that schoolgirls your age are so spent playing at school that I don't know how many hands have fallen. It's not certain if she's a virgin or not. And she opens her mouth for $500,000. Where did she get the face? Boss Su was full of obscenities. The hope that had just been ignited in Lu Shiyun's eyes was once again dashed, and her pretty face turned red. I've never had a boyfriend. Don't be ridiculous. Chapter 41, Use of Force. Oh, hearing this, Yellow Hair and Boss Su both lit up. I didn't expect it, but it was a real treasure today. Boss Su secretly gulped and stared at Lu Shiyun once again. As expected, the little girl's legs were tightly closed and tightly sewn together, obviously untouched. Still, he refused to let go of any opportunity to suppress his opponent. If you say you've never done it, you've never done it? I don't believe it unless you let me test it. What? Lu Shiyun's eyes widened and her body trembled gently. She'd spent so much time in the ivory tower of school that she'd barely set foot in society and hadn't encountered anyone like this at all. For a moment, it was hard to know how to respond. Oh, weak-minded, are you? I didn't know. Lu Shiyun shook her head repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes. Then, thinking of his seriously ill mother, he still had to bow his head. If I let you test it, can I pay a little more? Yes, of course. Boss Su was overjoyed and excited, but it's not up to him whether to pay or not. Let's put Lu Shiyun to bed first. Don't worry, as long as you're still a virgin, Uncle is willing to add more money. Boss Su hemmed and hawed, surprisingly ignoring the disgusted eyes of the people around him, straightening his hand to touch Lu Shiyun's face. And on down. Lu Shiyun was blushing and her body was shaking. You could see how nervous and scared she was at this moment. Right at this critical moment, the yellow hair on the side finally couldn't help himself and kicked Boss Su in the arm. Marred, you dare to touch the woman I have my eye on. Ouch. Boss Su screamed miserably and fell on his face. He glared viciously at Yellow Hair, incomparably angry at this guy for spoiling his good deed. Yellow Hair looked at him coldly and teasingly opened his mouth. Su Changyuan, right? If you don't want your mechanic's store trashed, get the hell out of here. Suddenly being called out by his real name, Boss Su's face turned green with fear. Rather, he still didn't want to miss the chance to eat Lu Shiyun. It couldn't be helped. The little girl was just too watery and seductive. You, who are you threatening? Think I'm scared? Yellow Hair snorted coldly, pointed at Boss Su's nose, and scolded. If you don't know me, you should know Tiger, right? Smiley, that's our big brother. Smiley? Su Changyuan licked his dry and cracked lips, revealing a panicked look for the first time. Who doesn't know that Wang Hu was a famous outlaw in this neighborhood? Earlier in his life, he went to jail for a few years for intentional assault. It was just released last month. When he thought of the trouble he might get into in the future, Su Changyuan's face swished white. As the saying goes, the rash are afraid of the horizontal, and the horizontal are afraid of those who don't want to die. Wang Hu is all about playing with people. He can't afford to mess with it. You know you're scared, so get lost. What a thing. And learning to be a pack rat. Yellow Hair snorted coldly. Boss Su's face changed, and in the end, he left in a sorry state. At the same time, the surrounding people subconsciously moved a little farther away from Yellow Hair's several people. At the same time, a regretful face shook his head. Today, it was hard for Lu Shiyun to escape. Not only is he unable to come up with enough money to pay for his mother's surgery, but he himself is going to be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. At this time, Yellow Hair flung the $200 and once again walked to Lu Shiyun. Pretty girl, be my girlfriend? Seeing Yellow Hair's naked eyes, Lu Shiyun's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Shivering, neither dared to speak back, a belly full of grievances and heartaches, and not daring to complain. If you don't say anything, take that as a tacit yes. Old me is so lucky to come out for a stroll and pick up such a beautiful girlfriend. Yellow Hair's heart burst with triumph. The two little brothers were also full of fawning. Brother Huang, it's still you. A beauty as pretty and innocent as this, who is still a fledgling, is not often seen nowadays. If this was in school, it would at least be a school beauty. If you're out for sale, you mustn't get 3,000 or 4,000 a night? Snap. Before the two could finish their words, yellow hair slapped him suddenly. Asterisk 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 off. How do you talk to your sister-in-law? Why don't you invite her over? The two junior brothers understood and walked towards Lu Shiyun with a bad smile, grabbing her arms left and right. Sister-in-law, please, I'm not your sister-in-law. I need to save my mom. Please, let me go. Being framed by a few people from yellow hair, Lu Shiyun's heart was half cold. Originally, in order to raise medical expenses, she was ready to be a mistress for others. I didn't expect to meet such shameless punks. A few $100 and you want to take possession by force. For a while, Lu Shiyun was near despair. Subconsciously, he looked at the people around him, hoping that one of them could save himself. However, these days, everyone sweeps the snow from their own doorsteps. Never mind the frost on others' tiles. Who wants to get into trouble when you're not related? Oh, don't look, baby. Say whatever words you want to say to your husband later, okay? Yellow hair grinned and sized up Lu Shiyun from head to toe. The more you look at it, the more stunning it gets, and the more the harumphs hit the floor. Just now, Lu Shiyun was sitting. It was only now that I got up that I realized she was not only pretty, but tall as well, wearing a pair of flat shoes. All of them were 6'8", practically a model's body. Compared to Lu Shiyun, what were those spiritual little sisters he used to play with? Let me go, you guys, let me go. Lu Shiyun cried like a pear and struggled desperately. However, it was completely impossible to break free from the iron jaw-like arms of the two minions. Just then, a youth stopped in front of the three. Yellow hair froze. I didn't expect that with Boss Su as a forewarning. There would still be someone who dared to jump out and touch his own brow. It was a moment of anger. Roll on, if you don't leave, watch out for me to remove one of your legs. Facing yellow hair's threat, the youth had a cold smile on his face. Yeah, you guys try. Let's see if I'm the one with fewer arms and legs, or if you all kneel down and call your grandpa. Yellow hair and the two minions froze for a moment. This kid, quite arrogant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Beat him up, yellow hair shouted sternly. At that moment, the two junior brothers took the lead and threw down Lu Shiyun and surrounded Lindong. One of them did not speak of martial virtues and came up with a whip kick to Lindong's lower third, clearly a wild way of street fighting. Bang! A heavy thud came. Immediately afterward, one man fell to the ground. However, that person was not Lindong, but yellow hair's little brother, only to see him clutching his calf's stomach, his whole face suffocating into a pig's liver color. By the sound of it, the bones are broken. Seeing this scene, everyone was startled. It also included Lindong. Never in a million years would I have thought that the divine fighting technique was so powerful. In his eyes, his opponent's movements were incredibly slow, and there were breaks everywhere. With a random move, you can hurt your opponent. It felt like an adult beating up a child without any effort. Chapter 42, Calling the Shakers. Seeing this scene, the spiritual guy next to him was instantly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a sandbag-sized fist broke into view. Bang! There was another muffled thud, and the minion fell to the ground as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yellow hair was taken aback. I didn't think that I'd run into a hard case. If you don't do something about it, you'll be the next to get your ass kicked. You, stay back. I'm warning you, my big brother is a smiley. He's killed people. If you touch me, I promise, you won't live through the day. Yellow hair shouted and tried to threaten Lindong. As expected, Lindong's expression was stunned for a moment when he heard the three words smiling tiger. Yellow hair thought that Lindong was afraid, and he breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart, once again revealing a triumphant smile. After all that, you're a wimp too. Alright, little master is in a good mood and won't pursue the matter of you hitting me. Now, get the hell out of here and don't keep me from doing my job. After saying that, yellow hair was going to hold Lu Shiyun's hand. As a result, it never occurred to him that Lindong suddenly kicked yellow hair straight to the ground. When the crowd saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, there was some surprise. Yellow hair had even reported the smiling tiger's name, but Lindong even dared to make a move. Could it be that this is the legendary firstborn calf that is not afraid of tigers? You. Yellow hair's face turned red and his fingers shivered as he pointed at Lindong. If you dare to hit me, my big brother will kill you. Fine, get him over here and I'll wait here. When he comes, I'll clean it up piece by piece. Lindong sneered and stood there with his arms wrapped around him, waiting for yellow hair to call. Yellow hair frowned, subconsciously feeling that something was wrong. However, thinking of Wang Hu's bravery, he immediately dialed a number. Brother Tiger, I'm Xiao Huang. I let someone beat me up at the Dynasty Hotel. I gave your name, and he wasn't afraid at all, and said he'd get you killed. Yes, you hurry up. While yellow hair was calling to shake people, Lindong reached out his hand and helped Lu Shiyun, who had a tear-stained face. Up, are you okay? Beautiful? Lu Shiryun was indifferent. Even the breathing was a little weak. Perhaps she was grieving because she knew she couldn't save her mother. It wasn't long before 4 or 5 men came whimpering along not far away. The bald man at the head of the group, carrying a flinging stick in his hand, looked like he was coming for a fight. Which ungrateful one dares to hit my man? Get thee outta here. This familiar voice, isn't it the smiling tiger Wang Hu? As soon as he saw the rescuers coming, Yellow Hair was so excited that he was incoherent and hurriedly greeted them with a trot. Tiger, you're finally here. That's him. This kid says he's going to clean you up. Following the direction of Yellow Hair's finger, Wang Hu instantly saw Lu Shiryun. Good boy. With a beauty like that, you didn't tell me earlier? No. Yellow Hair's heart shook, hardened his head and said, I wasn't ready to introduce her to you, but that kid stopped me. Wang Hu nodded, smilingly walking towards Lu Shiryun. However, he always felt that the man next to Lu Shiryun seemed a bit familiar. Just then, the man slowly turned around and looked at Wang Hu with an expressionless face. Bam! Wang Hu was so frightened that the throwing stick in his hand fell to the ground. Lin Xiao? In full view of everyone, Wang Hu jogged and walked over to Lin Dong. That respectful look was like meeting his own father. I thought, who is it? So jade-like and handsome. So it's Mr. Lin. Tell me, isn't this a big watery mess? Wang Hu burst out laughing. That stance was close to offering Lin Dong up. Seeing this scene, Yellow Hair froze for a moment. Thought that Wang Hu had an old habit of being polite before fighting. After all, the jungle nickname Smiling Tiger, the brighter the smile, the harder the fight. Unbeknownst to him, this time, Wang Hu was being genuine, not smiling. Brother Tiger, you have to avenge your brothers. Just then, seeing Wang Hu's delay in making a move, Yellow Hair couldn't help but ask one more question. Lin Dong coldly smiled as he watched the fun. Tiger, is this your brother? That's right, Tiger is my brother. No? Before Yellow Hair could see the situation clearly, he immediately let out an angry cry. Snap! A crisp slap sounded. I'll your grandma's leg. Do I know you? Just climb up the ladder here. Wang Hu glared viciously at Yellow Hair and spat again. Damn! You've dyed a few chicken hairs and you're learning to be a curmudgeon. Do you deserve it? It's bad luck. Immediately, Wang Hu turned his head again and said with a smile. Don't misunderstand. Lin Xiao. He's just a small rascal. I'm not familiar with him. It's good to be uncooked. Lin Dong nodded slightly and pointed at Lu Shiryun next to him. If I hadn't stopped them just now, this beautiful woman would have been taken away by them. What? Wang Hu's brain buzzed. Dare I say, it was Yellow Hair who tried to steal Lin Dong's woman, and Lin Dong hit him. Luckily he was quick. Otherwise, sooner or later, the fire will burn on him. When he thought of almost getting into trouble with a big shot like Lin Dong because of Yellow Hair, Wang Hu's back chilled. After the worry, comes the anger. Mud, what kind of thing dares to touch young Lin's woman? Brothers, give me a beating to make these guys learn a lesson. No, let them never touch a woman in their lives. Hearing this, Yellow Hair's brain buzzed. In the next second, before he could react, 3 or 4 throwing sticks greeted him. There are also people who specialize in shutting down his lower third. All of a sudden, a pig-killing scream rang out. Ouch! Tiger, what are you doing? I'm hanging out with you. On the other side, Yellow Hair's 2 followers also suffered. In less than a moment's work, he was beaten to a pulp. Mercy! Yellow Hair, in particular, was beaten the most. At this point, covering his crotch there in tears. Okay, that's pretty much it. Lin Dong waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Stop! Wang Hu understood and hurriedly howled out at the top of his voice. A few of the minions then stopped. Lin Xiao, do you think this will work? Wang Hu asked with some flattery. Lin Dong nodded. Then, taking out his cell phone, he made a flurry of operations. Soon, Wang Hu received a transfer text message. $300,000? Thank you, Xiao Lin. I pay my respects to you. Wang Hu burst into ecstasy. That's more money to be made than collecting protection money. The point is that it's also easy. A little bit of money, just as a drink I bought my brothers. By the way, I've bought the Blue Banshee, as well as a few nightclubs next to it. In the future, you guys help keep an eye on them. Lin Dong's glib remark caused Wang Hu and his group of juniors to shatter their glasses and be incomparably shocked. This Lin Xiao, unexpectedly did such a big deal without saying a word. Who the hell is he? Chapter 43, I can save your mom. Don't worry, as long as you perform well, you'll get less. Lin Dong smiled faintly. $300,000, that's nothing to him. However, it was not a small number for people like Wang Hu. It's totally worth it to use it to take them in. I have things to do, so you guys do what you need to do. Understand? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow and glanced at the assisting Lu Shiryun. Wang Hu smiled and touched his bald head. How could he not understand Lin Dong's meaning? And immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking. Get it? I can get it too much. Brothers, withdraw. Soon after, Wang Hu left with a group of people in a hurry, afraid of spoiling Lin Dong's fun. Those onlookers scared. Originally, he thought that once the smiling tiger arrived, Lin Dong would have to shed his skin even if he did not die. I didn't realize that the peaks and valleys, Wang Hu, whom Yellow Hair called, not only did not turn toward him, but also beat Yellow Hair violently. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. That boss Su, who was hiding behind the crowd, was so scared that his face turned pale and he no longer dared to hit Lu Shiyun. Just then, Lu Shiyun tilted her head to look at Lin Dong and spoke curiously. You, what the hell are you? Why are they all afraid of you? Lin Dong froze for a moment. It was a question he was surprised to be asked. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong said indifferently, it is not important who I am. What is important is that I can save your mom. Really? Lu Shiyun suddenly brightened up, and hope was once again kindled in her bleak eyes. However, when she thought of the unsavory intentions of Boss Su and Yellow Hair earlier, she bit her lip in an incomparably tangled manner. It was only after a long silence that a bold decision was finally made. Only, if you can save my mom, let me do whatever I want. I really haven't had a boyfriend. I'm still a virgin. Before the words were finished, Lin Dong covered her mouth. Nice guy. I do like women, but there's no need for you to be so proactive. Is there? In the middle of the street, yelling that you are a virgin. If you didn't know, you'd think I'd done something to you. As expected, several passers-by pulled out their cell phones, not knowing whether they wanted to take pictures or call the police. Get in the car and talk. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile, pulled Lu Shiyun, and walked quickly to the side of the road. Is this, your car? Lu Shiyun pointed at the Primera with some surprise. Although, she doesn't understand these rich people's toys. But if you've never eaten pork, you've never seen a pig run? Cootie. All can see that this car is worth a lot of money. At this moment, she also finally believed that Lin Dong had the ability to pay the $500,000 for the surgery. Get in the car. Oh, in the Primera. Lin Dong finally had a chance to get to know Lu Shiyun. Your name is Lu Shiyun, a student of Tianhai Polytechnic University? Yes. In that case, you still have to call me senior. What? Lu Shiyun's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was also a student of the Tianhai University of Technology. Her pretty face slightly reddened and she softly called out, Sifu, since it's senior sister's matter, then I, as a senior brother, of course have to take care of it. Seeing the trust in Lu Shiyun's eyes, as well as her body gradually relaxing, the corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. This thing, he knew, was 10-1. Tell me, what's wrong with Auntie? At the mention of her mother's terminal illness, Lu Shiyun shook her lips, her eyes reddening slightly as tears welled up. Don't cry. Speak slowly. Lin Dong took out a tissue and handed it to Go. This gentle and delicate gesture once again moved Lu Shiyun to the core. Then, in a fit of weeping and wailing, the story unfolded. She and her mother, Song Ruolin, are both from the countryside. They came to Tianhai City together because they got into college this year. Unexpectedly, before Lu Shiyun finished the enrollment procedures, Song Ruolin fainted on the road on the way. Lu Shiyun had his hands full and rushed her to the hospital. A quick examination yielded the bad news. The doctor said that my mom has a tumor in her head. It's already in the advanced stage. It's very difficult to treat, and the surgery cost is very high. It costs $500,000. My mom said she wasn't going to treat it for fear of delaying my future. But my mom raised me all by herself and suffered so much. How could I possibly see death? Lin Dong nodded. Is that why you want to sell yourself to save your mother? Well, then do you realize that in this world, there are a lot of bad people? Thinking of what had just happened, Lu Shiyun suddenly lost her color and subconsciously pressed the hem of her skirt. Then, suddenly thinking of something, his expression loosened again. No, there are still good people. Senior brother Lin is a good person. Lin Dong smiled faintly and patted her shoulder. I understand about you. I guess I can help you out with this money. Hearing these words, Lu Shiyun shook her lips. Afterward, as if she had made up her mind, she did not care if there was anyone outside the car, and gathered her courage to dive headfirst into Lin Dong's arms. Even, of her own accord, she grabbed his hand and placed it on her thigh. What are you doing? Senior Lin, I can't repay your great kindness. I can only give myself to you. Don't reject me, okay? After saying this, Lu Shiyun unbuttoned her own coat. From Lin Dong's angle, he could just about see a deep ditch. Hiss! Lin Dong could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. On the surface, Lu Shiyun belonged to the petite and lovely type. I didn't realize that the figure was so good. Noticing Lin Dong's burning gaze, Lu Shiyun's snow-white skin flushed slightly. It's like a peach blossom in its first bloom, delicate and beautiful. The next moment, it seemed that she was not enough, and she grabbed Lin Dong's big hand and sent it down her skirt. Looking at Lu Shiyun's raw and clumsy movements, Lin Dong smiled heartily and could not help but tease. Shiyun, didn't you say that you don't have a boyfriend? I watched that on a TV show. Lu Shiyun opened her mouth a little shyly. At the same time, take a deep breath and get ready to offer yourself. As a result, just then, Lin Dong pushed her away. This matter will wait until Auntie is cured. Lu Shiyun froze for a moment first. Then the eyes misted again. Now, she was more and more confirmed that Lin Dong was a righteous man. In fact, Lin Dong just didn't like this way. He prefers women to go all in, instead of being like Lu Shiyun, who was clearly preoccupied and had to play alone. It's no fun, even when it arrives. It's boring. By the way, besides fainting, does Auntie have any other symptoms? Lin Dong suddenly asked. Lu Shiyun shook her head. No, can eat and sleep? No different from normal. I didn't know that until I checked yesterday. That's odd. Lin Dong always felt that there was something wrong here, but it's not good to say so explicitly. Right now, the only way to know the situation was to meet Song Rulin first. Which hospital is Auntie in? I'll drive you there. As for that surgery, I'll pay for it up front and pay me back when you have the money. Chapter 44, Something's Wrong. Half an hour later, the Primera drove into the Tianhai Central Hospital. Lin Dong followed Lu Shiyun and came to the door of the ward. Through the window, Lu Shiyun's mother, Song Rulin, was seen. Somewhat different from what was imagined. Song Rulin was very young, looking to be only in her 30s. Moreover, the looks were also very beautiful, resembling Lu Shiyun by 7 or 8%. Without knowing it, one would think the two were sisters, not mother and daughter. Even compared to Lu Shiyun, Song Rulin had a bit more of a mature woman's flavor. Senior brother Lin, let's go in, Lu Shiyun whispered. Lin Dong jolted awake. Some sweating ensued. I didn't realize that. Just now, I was looking dumbfounded. Mom, I came to see you. Lu Shiyun eased her footsteps and walked over to the hospital bed. Song Rulin heard the sound and slowly turned her head. The gaze that looked at Lu Shiyun was full of love. Afterwards, he suddenly discovered Lin Dong next to him, and his gaze was somewhat surprised. This is, hello Auntie, I'm Shiyun's senior brother, Lin Dong. Linden didn't say outright that he had graduated. This also gave Song Rulin the illusion that Lin Dong might have been sent by the school. Oh, so it's Mr. Lin, have a seat. And for you to come all the way here, it must be our Shiyun who is troubling you, right? Song Rulin spoke very softly, with a crispy feeling. It was also the first time that Lin Dong had talked to such a charming and beautiful young woman, and for a while, his heartbeat unexpectedly slowed down by half a beat. Luckily, he adjusted right away with a sunny smile. Auntie, I'm here today to tell you the good news that the problem of the operation fee has been solved. Next, you can feel free to receive treatment without worrying about money. What? Upon hearing this news, Song Rulin stared at Lin Dong with wide eyes in disbelief. Then, he looked at Lu Shiyun suspiciously. Shiyun, is this true? Well, Lu Shiyun nodded playfully, her expression shy. She's too embarrassed to say that she almost sold herself for this surgery. Great, just great. Lin, thank you and the school for your help. Song Rulin was very excited and thanked him repeatedly. Lu Shiyun froze for a moment. Only then did she realize that Song Rulin had misunderstood, and thought that the surgical expenses were raised by the Tianhai Polytechnic University's fundraising efforts. Mom, you misunderstand. Actually, Lu Shiyun was about to explain. Squeak! Suddenly, the ward door opened. A middle-aged doctor, about 40 years old and not very tall, walked in with his chart. When I first came in, I was still smiling. As a result, after seeing Lin Dong, a stranger, his face immediately drooped. Who are you? Entering the ward without permission. Who gave permission? Why don't you hurry up and get out? Or I'll call security. Dr. Son, you're here. As soon as she saw the middle-aged man in a white coat, Song Rulin was about to get up with her hands full. Frightened, Lu Shiyun rushed to assist. Mom, slow down. You kids, you don't know anything. Song Rulin chided with an angry face. How can I lie down and let the doctor stand? Hearing these words, Lin Dong was slightly moved. Song Rulin's simplicity couldn't help but make him think of his parents far away from home. However, Dr. Son didn't appreciate it at all, still glaring viciously at Lin Dong. Says you, didn't you hear me? Security, security. Seeing this, Song Rulin hurriedly explained. Doctor, you've misunderstood. He's my daughter's classmate who came to donate on behalf of the school. Donations? Dr. Son froze. Unexpectedly, there were really people who donated money to Song Rulin. That's a whole $500,000. Even so, Dr. Son still had a bad look in his eyes and said impatiently, in the future, without permission, idle people, no one may enter or leave the ward at will. What kind of place do you think the hospital is? Think it's in your school? Lin Dong frowned slightly. Since when are hospital wards off limits? Isn't this clearly aimed at him? If he hadn't gotten to the bottom of things, he almost couldn't have held back and thrown a punch. This, Song Roland blushed slightly. Lu Shiyun was also filled with embarrassment. Student Lin, don't be angry. The hospital has rules and regulations, and the doctors can't help it. Shiyun, go stay with your senior. The doctor is going to examine me. Lu Shiyun nodded. Afterward, with a somewhat guilty expression, he walked over to Lin Dong's side. Master, excuse me, why don't we go out first? Aha. Lin Dong frowned slightly and walked out with Lu Shiyun. Dr. Sun saw this and breathed a long sigh of relief. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. That's right, how can I check if an outsider is here? Dr. Sun couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he surveyed Song Roland lying on the hospital bed. Now for the inspection. Take your time, there's no rush. The other side. Lu Shiyun was still apologizing nonstop to Lin Dong. I'm really sorry, senior, I didn't expect that to happen either. It's my fault, I should have told the doctor ahead of time. I'm sorry for the trouble. Lu Shiyun clenched her lips as tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Dong could not bear to see women shedding tears and immediately clutched Lu Shiyun's shoulders. Don't cry, I'm not that petty, I won't blame you, but I always had a feeling that something wasn't right. Lu Shiyun's expression was a bit puzzled. In her opinion, Dr. Sun only had a bit of a bad attitude, but was actually quite responsible and very concerned about Song Roland's condition. It was past 2 o'clock last night, and he still ran to the hospital, giving Song Roland a full body checkup. If I hadn't helped myself, I'm sure it would have taken a lot of time. Lin Dong shook his head and did not say anything more. Never mind, I'm going to the bathroom. You stay here with Auntie. Lu Shiyun nodded. Afterward, he watched Lin Dong leave. On the other hand, Lin Dong arrived at the nurse's station. There were 2 nurses on duty inside. Excuse me, I am Song Roland's family member and would like to ask how is her condition. Lin Dong inquired in a kind tone. Unexpectedly, the 2 nurses looked disgusted when they heard his question. Just a low blood sugar. What can I do? The 2 nurses gave Lin Dong a big blank stare as they finished speaking. Lin Dong was dumbfounded. Low blood sugar? Are you guys saying that what Song Roland has isn't a brain tumor? It's low blood sugar? The 2 nurses looked at Lin Dong with eyes that looked at idiots. One of them was too lazy to explain and directly flung the medical record book in front of Lin Dong. See for yourself. It's all in the medical records. What I'm most displeased with is you people, having 2 stinking dollars and thinking you're a grandpa everywhere. Lin Dong ignored the yin and yang of the 2 nurses, picked up the medical record book and examined it carefully. Then, the more you look at it, the more shocked you become. Chapter 45, The Truth Comes Out. The medical record book details Song Roland's journey from hospitalization to treatment. Nothing complicated with the medication, just a 3-day glucose infusion. Song Roland's dizziness is also well explained by low blood sugar. No wonder, Shiyun said that her mom has been in pretty good health. That day, I guess it was the sun and the lack of food that made me pass out from low blood sugar. The surnamed Sun even said she had a brain tumor and wanted $500,000 for surgery. Because of his lies, Shiyun almost sold herself. Lin Dong was so angry that he gritted his teeth for a while. He'd always thought there was something fishy about this. And now, finally, it dawned on him. This surnamed Sun is to see Song Roland mother and daughter is from the countryside, do not know anything, and then make trouble from it, cheating them. I just don't know what his intentions are. Did they keep the $500,000 for the surgery for themselves? Or did they have something else in mind? What are you doing? Seeing Lin Dong suddenly lose his temper, the 2 nurses were startled. Lin Dong shook his head and forced down the fire in his heart. Although, the 2 nurses weren't very nice just now, but without them, one could not have known the secret. Even, may also be a wrongdoer. In vain will be $500,000 to the surnamed Sun. Thinking of this, Lin Dong decisively took out a bunch of money from his pocket and stuffed it into the hands of the 2 little nurses. A little token of appreciation to buy the 2 beauties a cup of milk tea. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he walked back without looking back. The 2 nurses froze at first. Then, looking at what was in his hand, he was dumbfounded. Money, I'll be damned. It's quite a lot. No, what does he mean by that? The 2 nurses looked confused. Completely confused. Lin Dong suddenly gave them money for what? And that's a lot of money. $10,000. Thinking about their attitude just now, the 2 couldn't help but have their little faces red for a while and white for a while. Actually, this guy is kinda handsome. Who says rich people have big tempers? I think, this little handsome guy has a good character. The 2 men counted the money while smiling with their eyebrows raised. Lin Dong's image, in their eyes, was also incomparably tall and handsome. On the other side, Lin Dong was walking at a fast pace. Right now, he just wanted to rush back as soon as possible to expose the scam surnamed Sun. Unexpectedly, just after returning to the ward, Lin Dong suddenly realized that the door had been locked and the curtains had been drawn. Alas, things are a bit bleak. The condition has worsened again. If we don't operate, it could be life-threatening. Ward, Dr. Sun finished his examination with a serious face and sighed twice every now and then. For a moment, Song Roland's face, which was still somewhat flushed, dimmed all of a sudden. Mom! Lu Shiyun was also struck by lightning, and tears fell from her eyes. All this time, mother and daughter have been dependent on each other. It was a hard life, but a happy one. If her mother was no longer in this world, she would really have no one to turn to. Seeing this, Song Roland was also in tears and her eyes were red. Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke. Actually, it's not completely hopeless. Yes, Mom, Master Lin has promised to pay for your surgery. Lu Shiyun suddenly thought of something, and hope lit up in her eyes. Senior Lin? Dr. Sun froze. He had wanted to take this opportunity to hold the mother and daughter. Unexpectedly, a Lin Dong was suddenly killed. At the thought of a cooked duck at risk of flying away, Dr. Sun was inexplicably annoyed and said sternly, "Little girl, you're even counting on that man now? To tell you the truth, he's lying to you, that asshole. He ran away a long time ago. Otherwise, why hasn't he been seen for so long?" What? Lu Shiyun instantly changed her face, though reluctant to believe it. But, when you think about it, it seems to be true. Just now, Lin Dong said he went to the restroom. As a result, it hasn't come back until now. It's clear that he saw the situation and just ran away, but he had clearly promised himself that he would help pay for the surgery. And, the two are still in the car. When she thought of those throwaway moves, Lu Shiyun's little face suddenly blushed. Song Roland, after all, was a person who had been there before and saw the clues at once. Shiyun, tell me honestly, is that Lin Dong your senior brother or not? Mom, he did go to Sky Sea Polytechnic University, but he's already graduated. What? And what did he say about donating money? Song Roland frowned, somewhat unable to understand. Lu Shiyun stammered, not daring to say that she had sold herself to save her mother. As a result, this instead gave Dr. Sun the opportunity to confuse black and white and discredit Lin Dong. What donations? They're all fake. He must be trying to bully you in the name of donations. Am I right? Dr. Sun pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with a smug look on his face. Lu Shiyun shook her head frantically. However, no rational explanation can be given. Alas. Song Roland let out a long sigh, her brows filled with melancholy. Back then, one was victimized by a man. Now, the daughter is going to repeat the same mistake. Mother and daughter, what kind of sins have they committed? Mom, please, just wait a little longer. Master Lin will come back. Lu Shiyun was unwilling to accept this cruel fact, but Song Roland had already looked away. Shiyun, we can't always count on others. When it matters, it's still up to us. Don't worry, there's still me. Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke. Didn't I tell you? I have a way to pay for the surgery. In the next moment, Dr. Sun directly grabbed Song Roland's wrist. Lu Shiyun froze, not reacting for a moment. Song Roland, who was clenched to the point of wrist pain, did quickly realize that something was wrong. Especially, she saw the glint of greed in Dr. Sun's eyes. Dr. Sun, what do you mean? It's simple. $500,000 might be a lot for you guys, but I've at least been a doctor for so many years, so I still have that kind of connections and savings. As long as you cooperate well, $500,000, it's just a matter of words. Hearing these words, Lu Shiyun was thrilled. In her simplicity, she thought that the surname Sun was genuinely helping. Completely unnoticed, Song Roland had already changed her face drastically. The salty hand that was working its way up her arm. Now, it has come to the shoulder. Even, with 2 fingers, picking apart her hospital gown. A flash of white appeared at first. Dr. Sun. The next moment, Song Roland finally couldn't stand it and got rid of that salty pig hand, grabbing the hospital gown, her eyes full of vigilance. Dr. Sun, what you mean? I don't understand. Don't understand? Oh, it's not like you're a yellow girl anymore. What's not to understand? Dr. Sun snorted coldly and stopped pretending, directly grabbed Song Roland's hand, smilingly said, I said, as long as you cooperate, $500,000 is not difficult. Asshole, what are you doing? Things had developed to this point. Lu Shiyun, even if she was stupid, could see what the surname Sun wanted to do. With his hands full, he picked up a pillow and smashed it directly on Dr. Sun's head. Chapter 46, Beat to Death. Get out of here. Sun Kwanda pushed Lu Shiyun away, and gave her a hard stare. Is that how you treat your daughter? I'm saving your mom now. Do you realize that? Do you think that anyone other than me would be willing to shell out $500,000 for her? You. Lu Shiyun bit her lip as water mist floated up in front of her eyes. Where in heaven's name is this cure? Song Roland was also in mourning. I didn't realize that things would come to this. Seeing that the two had finally quieted down, Sun Kwanda was also in the middle of a figure of speech. Don't worry, just make me happy, I promise, and cure your mom's brain tumor, let alone $500,000, even $1 million, I won't bat an eye, Sun Kwanda said with conviction, without any psychological burden. Anyway, the brain tumor and $500,000 for surgery, he made it up. Could it be that you guys are still counting on that Lindong? A liar who is full of lies and pisses himself away? Oh, don't tease. Sun Kwanda smiled disdainfully. How can a young man in his 20s possibly afford $500,000 for an operation? And that, too, for an unrelated woman? No. Lu Shiryun subconsciously shook her head. The eyes, however, wavered a bit. Until now, Lindong had not shown up. The answer, it seems, is clear. Good boy. Be honest. You don't want to see your mom leave you, do you? Ms. Song, your daughter just started college. If she is alone without you, how lonely will she be in the future? What should I do if I meet a bad man like Lindong again? Hearing these words, Song Roland instantly changed her face. In this life, the person she cared most about was not herself, but Lu Shiryun. She was willing to give her life for her daughter, even if it cost her her life. That's why she didn't want to spend money on a cure and drag Lu Shiryun down. Now, with Lindong's previous experience, Song Roland suddenly did not want to leave. She was really afraid that Lu Shiryun, all alone, would be hoodwinked by bad people. When the time comes, there's no one to back her up. I promise. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you cure me. Seeing Lu Shiryun's tearful eyes, Song Roland finally managed to soften her heart. In the next moment, he even took the initiative to grab Sun Kwanda's salty piggy hand. Gulp! Sun Kwanda didn't hold back and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the next moment, he even directly pounced on Song Roland and was about to take off her clothes. Don't! Shiryun is still here. Let her go out first, okay? Song Roland watered and begged bitterly. Sun Kwanda snorted coldly. The gaze that looked at Lu Shiryun also flashed a touch of covetousness. His target was more than just a Song Roland. When you have the chance, you must take Lu Shiryun as well. It would be wonderful to have mother and daughter together. Bang! Just then, the sound of a slamming door suddenly came from outside the hospital room. Who? Sun Kwanda was taken aback. Soon the door to the ward was forcibly kicked in and a figure darted in. Without waiting for Sun Kwanda to see who it was, a sandbag-sized fist landed on his face. You, put. Sun Kwanda lost 2 teeth directly from that punch. He fell heavily to the ground, his head spinning. When Song Roland's mother and daughter saw this, they were also startled. Then, seeing clearly who the other party was, he couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Lin, Senior Lin? Lindong looked around and saw the half-dressed Song Roland and instantly realized what had just happened. Luckily he arrived in time. Otherwise, Shiryun, Auntie, are you guys okay? Lindong helped Lu Shiryun up and then looked at Song Roland who was lying on the hospital bed. What a coincidence to catch a glimpse of a springtime. Because of the shock, Song Roland was still in a daze. For a moment, it forgot to cover up, oblivious to the fact that 2 snow-white northern hemispheres were exposed to the air. Lindong's eyes were glowing and he only felt a dry mouth. Song Roland then realized that she was naked and hurriedly pulled the quilt over to cover herself. What gives you the right to hit people? You stepping horse. Just then, Sun Kwanda staggered to his feet, a look of exasperation. Just then, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the hospital room. Sun Dequan, shut up, do you know what you're doing? Sun Dequan was jolted. Following the voice towards the outside of the ward was a Mediterranean man wearing glasses. No anger, no cross eye. There were 2 young nurses behind him. Dean Lee. Sun Kwanda froze for a moment, his mind going blank. The visitor was Li Jianhong, the vice president of Tianhai Central Hospital and Sun Dequan's immediate leader, specializing in his department. Because Sun Dequan was quite responsible for his work, Li Jianhong basically never asked questions about the wards and applications for medication that he reported. I didn't realize that I had made such a big mess. Tell me about you. What are your intentions? You diagnosed someone with a common low blood sugar as a brain tumor. The patient was also told to pay $500,000 for the surgery. Are you crazy? Li Jianhong chided in an almost growling tone. This caused Sun Dequan, who had just wanted to find trouble with Lindong, to instantly lose his temper. Never would I have thought that this Lindong kid had not run away, but had found out the truth. He also found the vice president and did his job for him. Dean Lee, I'm sorry. I was confused and made a mistake. Please, give me another chance. I promise, this will never happen again. Sun Dequan begged for forgiveness to the bitter. On the other hand, Song Roland and Lu Shiryun were confused and had yet to figure out what was happening. Son, didn't you say that I have an advanced brain tumor and that if I don't have surgery, it will be too late? What does hypoglycemia mean? Sun Dequan was sweating profusely and his eyes were averted. Lin Dong coldly smiled and opened the door. It is very simple. This Dr. Sun saw the color, deliberately intimidated Auntie Song, saying that Auntie Song had a brain tumor and had to pay a sky-high surgical fee. And then he took advantage of the opportunity to blackmail and take advantage of the situation. If I come one step later, this doesn't know what it has done. What? Hearing the truth of the matter, Song Roland was shocked. What followed was a wave of fear and nausea. Almost, she fell for it and let Sun Dequan defile her body. Next to her, after Lu Shiyun froze for a moment, she also looked furious. And when she couldn't hold back, she was about to rush up and beat Sun Dequan violently. I'll fight you. You! Bang bang! Lu Shiyun landed several punches on Sundown's entire body in succession. But, because the force was so small, it didn't hurt at all. Shiyun, he won't grow out of it if you hit him like that. Since we're going to fight to the death. Lin Dong spoke coldly from the side. Hearing this, Sun Dequan, who was already trembling with fear, suddenly had an ominous premonition. In the next moment, Lin Dong kicked over, heading straight for his crotch. Chapter 47. Ouch! Sun Dequan screamed miserably and grimaced in pain. Then, even more so, he covered his crotch and fell to his knees, unable to stand up. Lin Dong used 7 or 8 points of strength in this kick. This guy, he's not going to be able to branch out for the rest of his life. Stop it! Stop it! Young man, what are you doing? Li Jianhong couldn't look away. Although Sun Dequan was at fault, he couldn't be beaten to death alive. Alright, Dean Li, for your sake, I'll leave him alive. But what do you do with such morally corrupt doctors? Lin Dong coldly opened his mouth and temporarily stopped. For a while, all eyes were focused on Li Jianhong. Li Jianhong frowned with a hesitant expression. Sun Dequan was the attending physician at their hospital and had never made a mistake in hundreds of surgeries, large and small. The rest of the work, usually, was very much a relief to him as vice president. He wanted to make a big deal out of it if possible. However, this time, the mistake made by Sun Dequan was too serious. Patients are deceived by falsely claiming that the other person has a terminal illness, forcing them to pay high surgical fees or even pay for their flesh. If this gets out, how will Tianhai Central Hospital lose face? Ugh! Li Jianhong sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Sun Dequan immediately begged bitterly with a handful of snot and tears. President Li, I've been working in the hospital for so many years. I've worked hard without merit, so just give me a break and spare me for once. And, Ms. Song, as an apology, I'm willing to pay up. Is 100,000 enough? If it's not enough, we can still talk. At this moment, Sun Dequan was truly flustered. After all these years, it was hard to become an associate physician. Drought and flood, easily hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. If you get sacked, your life is over. Hearing that there was $100,000 to be taken, Song Roland was a bit moved. Lu Shiyun had just started college and needed the money badly. As for myself, a little aggravation is nothing. How about? Song Roland opened her mouth and was about to agree. No, Lin Dong suddenly spoke, interrupting her. Master Lin. Lu Shiyun subconsciously grabbed onto Lin Dong's arm with a somewhat worried expression. Song Roland was also an honest person, and with the idea that it was better to do more than less, she wanted to stop here. Lin's students, too, or not to forget it. Actually, we didn't lose anything. Lin Dong patted Lu Shiyun's small hand and said indifferently, Shiyun, Auntie, don't worry, I'm here. Afterward, Lin Dong turned his head to look at Li Jianhong. Dean Li, we don't need this guy's hypocritical compensation, just a fair and just result. You, as the vice president of this hospital, hopefully won't make a mistake above this matter. You, seeing that Lin Dong was aggressive and refused to give up, Sun Dequan could not help but feel a pang of anger. If it wasn't for this kid, he would have gotten Song Roland long ago. Now, Lin Dong was even trying to push himself to the brink of extinction. Asterisk. Sun Dequan gritted his teeth, his heart crossed, and he even hit a rake backwards. Dean Li, I believe you've seen that this kid just hit me with his hands, and I didn't fight back from start to finish. Besides, if he says I'm taking advantage, I just misdiagnosed them. Big deal. Refund their medical bills. The whole thing. They directed themselves to discredit me and try to extort a fortune. What? Hearing Sun Dequan's sudden reversal of his confession and backtracking, everyone was dumbfounded. Song Roland's face was even whiter, and there was a wave of unspoken aggression. This guy, Sun Dequan, wanted to discredit himself on the basis that he had no evidence. Incidentally, it also erases the mistakes he made. If it's just a misdiagnosis, big deal. A workplace error is awarded, irrelevant to Sundaram. At most, a 2-day suspension for reflection. However, for Song Roland mother and daughter, it is to suffer an injustice. If word gets out, Don't even think about holding your head up. Sun Dequan, how can you say that? Your conscience has been eaten by dogs. Dean Li, you have to do it for us. Lu Shiryun looked at Li Jianhong and thought that Li Jianhong would do them justice. Unexpectedly, this Dean Li's next words left them dumbfounded. This little girl, be forgiving. Just now, Sun Quande has already said that he will compensate you. It's you who refuse to give up and insist on pestering. Ugh, honestly, you guys have no proof that he moved his hands. Even if it goes to the police, there's nothing you can do about it. Hearing these words, Lu Shiryun's pretty face paled. Song Roland also clenched her fists and almost fainted again. On the contrary, Sun Dequan, just now he was dying and wagging his tail. Now, seeing Li Jianhong backing himself up, he immediately had the courage to even straighten his back. See, justice is in the eye of the beholder. Tell you what, and don't say I'm bullying you guys. In order to make up for my diagnostic mistake, not only will I refund the full amount of the medical fees, but I will also, in my personal capacity, compensate you for $1,000 as a treat for you. How about that? Seeing Sun Dequan's smug expression, Song Roland and Lu Shiryun's faces turned ashen. Now they realize how insidious the big city can be. Being orphaned and widowed myself, I can't help but arm twist. Shiryun, let's go back. I'm fine as long as I'm fine. You have to report to school tomorrow. Song Roland shook her head somewhat helplessly, placed her feet on the ground and slowly stood up. Lying in the hospital for 3 days, she was tossed out even if she wasn't sick. Seeing Song Roland's mother and daughter accepting the reality and preparing to break their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs, Sun Dequan sneered inwardly. The eyes that looked at Lin Dong were also filled with complacency. With his tail going up to the sky, kid, want to save a girl from a hero? Save it. Don't worry, I'll remember your name, and this face, and get back to you. Sun Dequan snorted coldly and made a blatant threat. Unexpectedly, from the beginning to the end, Lin Dong had a faint smile on his face, as if, everything is under control. Sun Dequan immediately frowned. It had the feel of a punch in the cotton. He was just about to let out a few more harsh words when he saw Lin Dong's gaze turn to Li Jianhong next to him. Dean Li, are you sure you want to be in cahoots and collusion with this guy? Or is this your code of conduct at Tianhai Central Hospital? Allowing doctors to deceive and swindle patients? Li Jianhong's old face reddened, somewhat annoyed. Lin Dong, right, watch your words. Our Tianhai Central Hospital, whether it's the doctor's medical skills or medical ethics, is well known in the industry, so don't mess around here. Besides, isn't Sun Dequan willing to pay compensation? The people involved haven't said anything. What on earth do you, an outsider, want to do? After a rant, the entire ward was silent and the atmosphere was stark. For a while, Lin Dong became a target. However, he just laughed softly, his expression not the slightest bit flustered. Then, pulling out his cell phone, he gently pressed it twice. Chapter 48, Sincerity. To you guys, $500,000 might be a lot, but I've at least been a doctor for so many years, so I still have this much connections and savings. I'll take care of the medical bills if you stay with me for a few nights. Get out of here. Do you want to watch your mom die? I'm telling you, brain tumors are terminal. I was wrong, Vice President. I shouldn't have lied that Song Roland had a terminal illness, forced her to pay high medical bills, and made her pay for her flesh. An unmistakable recording came from inside the cell phone. The crowd's faces changed again and again, especially Li Jianhong and Sun Dequan. A moment of red and a moment of white. It was even more exciting than changing faces. Give me the phone. Knowing that the situation was not good, Sun Dequan directly tried to grab Lin Dong's cell phone. Nay, in front of Lin Dong, he was really unbeatable. Q. With a simple kick, Lin Dong directly dropped Sun Dequan. Subsequently, Lin Dong looked at Li Jianhong and opened his mouth with a smile. Dean Li, if I'm not careful and post these recordings online, your hospital should be red hot and rising in popularity all over the internet, right? Li Jianhong's face was ugly. If this recording is really released, their hospital will not only be highly visible, but will simply be stigmatized for years to come and become the target of the whole network's scolding. It was not until this moment that the wily vice dean realized that he had been pitted by Lin Dong. From the moment he walked in the door, he was recording, ready to go. Luckily, he thought that he had no evidence and could make Lin Dong and the others eat their words. Now, credit where credit is due. Little comrade, don't be impulsive. Everything is negotiable. Let's sit down and talk. Lin Dong smiled coldly. Discussion? Then show some sincerity. Didn't you just say that it was just a misdiagnosis? I'd like to see what you do with this misdiagnosed Dr. Son. After saying these words, Lin Dong sat on his butt on the hospital bed and looked at Li Jianhong, who was not a person inside or outside, with a big horse. After a celestial battle, Li Jianhong forced himself to hold back his inner reluctance and looked at Sun Dequan with a furious glare. Sun Dequan, it's all you're doing. Now, take off your white coat and then, Get yourself out of here. Get the hell out of here. And MS. Song. Lee Jinhong hardened a smile and looked at Song Roland with a pleasing face. Before all your expenses, all waived. In addition, the hospital is willing to make 10 times the compensation. You see how? Song Roland didn't reply. At this moment, her head was so dizzy that she somewhat suspected she was dreaming. On the other side, Lu Shiyun could no longer hold back her excitement and hugged Lin Dong at once. Senior Lin. That's great. The two had obviously known each other for less than half a day, but in the eyes of others, they looked like a young couple in the heat of the moment. Ahem. Song Roland coughed softly. Lu Shiyun snapped out of it and hastily retreated 2 steps. Meanwhile, the face was red. Lin. Senior brother Lin. It's okay, young people, it's normal. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Seeing the two separate, Li Jianhong also finally had a chance to interject. Even if he was stupid, he could see who controlled the conversation. Are you satisfied with the way this was handled, little comrade? Before Lin Dong could say anything, Sun Dequan suddenly grabbed Li Jianhong's calf. Dean, I really know it's wrong. Get out. Li Jianhong's face sank slightly as he kicked Sun Dequan in the face. This Sun Dequan almost dragged the entire Tianhai Central Hospital down. Li Jianhong not for the hospital, for the sake of his own hat, but also absolutely cannot leave him behind. Security. Where's security? Get this guy out of here right now. I don't want to see him. The scum. The scum. Amidst Li Jianhong's furious rebuke, Sun Dequan was like a lost dog, being racked out by 2 security guards. Lin Dong's face gradually improved when he saw this. Dean Li, I see your sincerity. In that case, this matter will end here. I'll delete the recording afterward as well, so I hope you'll do what you say you're going to do. Definitely. Hearing that Lin Dong promised to delete the recording, Li Jianhong breathed a long sigh of relief. A wink followed toward the 2 nurses. You guys go and refund the medical bills that Ms. Song paid and go to the hospital account. Yes, Dean Li. Soon, under the operation of 2 nurses, Song Roland paid all the fees back, and, additionally, received 10 times the compensation. It adds up to over $200,000. See the bank card. A string of zeros on the balance. Song Roland, who had never seen so much money in her life, couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin, classmate Lin, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, ugh. Song Roland sighed, her heart still palpitating when she thought of what had happened earlier. Lin Dong shook his head and took the initiative to pull Lu Shiyun in front of him. Auntie Song, the one you should be most grateful to is Shiyun. Without her, I wouldn't have known about this. It was Shiyun who was at the Dynasty Hotel. Stop. As soon as the 4 words Dynasty Hotel came out, Lu Shiyun looked flustered and hurriedly stopped Lin Dong. If she told Song Roland about selling her body to save her mother and almost being bullied, would Song Roland not pass out from anger on the spot? What dynasty? What hotel? Song Roland listened in confusion. Lu Shiyun hurriedly explained. Mom, I just happened to meet Master Lin at the hotel. Don't misunderstand. Song Roland frowned slightly, her eyes clearly disbelieving. She knew Lu Shiyun very well, and could tell at a glance that her own child was lying. So what's Shiyun doing at the hotel? For a while, Song Roland couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although, Lin Dong was his own benefactor. However, she did not want her daughter to repay each other in this way. After all, Lu Shiyun had just started her freshman year, uninitiated and simple-minded. On impulse, you are likely to do something that you will regret for the rest of your life. Auntie Song, it's getting late. Let me send you and Shiyun back to rest. Yeah. Before Song Roland could say anything, Lu Shiyun had already agreed first. The eyes that looked at Lin Dong were also filled with adoration and admiration. Growing up, she didn't have a loving father. Now, in Lin Dong, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Ugh, okay. Seeing that Lu Shiyun was deeply involved and unable to extricate herself, Song Roland nodded somewhat helplessly. A short while later, the trio arrived at the hospital parking lot. Upon seeing Lin Dong's paramera, Song Roland could not help but stare with an expression of indescribable shock. She thought about Linden having money. How else could one afford to advance $500,000 in medical bills? But never thought of being so rich. She hadn't seen the world, but she knew that this kind of car wasn't cheap. Mom, get in the car. Lu Shiyun acted like a hostess and pulled Song Roland to sit in the back row. Then, sit yourself in the passenger seat. Lin Dong saw the hesitation on Song Roland's face through the rearview mirror and could not help but smile heartily. Chapter 49, You Can't Be Together. Shiyun, now that you have money, what are you going to do? Over $200,000 is not a small amount. On the way back, Lin Dong took the initiative to ask. $200,000, to him, is the same as $2 to an ordinary person. However, to Song Roland's mother and daughter, it was definitely a sky-high figure. Lu Shiryun thought for a moment and replied, I want to buy a little tonic for my mom, so that she won't have low blood sugar. Then, renovate the old family home. After all those years of living here, it's time to clean up. Lin Dong nodded his head repeatedly after hearing this. Lu Shiryun is really a good filial child. When you have money, the first thing that comes to mind is not to spend it frivolously, but to improve life for your mother. This also made Lin Dong make up his mind that in the future, he would be nicer to this junior sister. Before long, the Porsche left the city and came to an urban village. Master, my family lives here. Sorry to make you laugh. From the bustling and tidy city center, it's a drop in the bucket to a dirty urban village. Lu Shiryun was a bit embarrassed and inferior. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not look down on her because of this. It's okay, I came from the countryside too. Not much different from you. What? Hearing this news, Lu Shiryun was both shocked and delighted. Originally, it was thought that Lin Dong came from a big family, a prestigious family. I didn't realize that it was a child who grew up in the countryside, just like myself. It also gave her and Lin Dong something to talk about in common. However, Song Roland did not believe in Lin Dong's words in a million ways. Lin Dong was only in his early 20s, and had started working, holding out for only 3 to 5 years. How is it possible to go from a pauper to a multi-millionaire in such a short time? Saying this may just be a way to draw closer to your daughter. Of course, Song Roland didn't break it down. After all, Lin Dong was the benefactor of his family. In her heart, she was still immensely grateful to the other. Mr. Lin, if you're not busy, come in and sit down. I'll get you some water to drink. Then I will trouble Auntie. Lin Dong smiled faintly. After all this time of talking, that's what he's been waiting for. Lu Shiryun's house is not big. All of them are small in the urban village. A kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms of 7 or 8 square meters. The furniture is only a bed and table, which is a home away from home. Spare a thought, the whole home doesn't look Spartan at all. Well organized, clean and tidy, giving a warm and cozy feeling. You can tell that Song Roland is a good and virtuous woman. Shiryun, go out and buy some fruit for Mr. Lin. Good. Lu Shiryun answered and walked out the door somewhat reluctantly. Originally, she wanted to stay by Lin Dong's side all the time and talk with him. However, it was really uncharacteristic to have no fruits in the house to entertain Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Song Roland was deliberately sidetracking her own daughter. As soon as Lu Shiryun left, he turned his head with a straight face and solemnly took something out of his arms. Student Lin, this is my bank card. Inside is the money the hospital just called over. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. You've seen the situation in our family, so I hope you don't think it's too little. Lin Dong froze. I really didn't expect that Song Roland would want to give it to herself after the money had just arrived. However, on second thought, he realized what was going on. Auntie, look, am I someone who is poor in this amount of money? Lin Dong asked with a smile. Song Roland was momentarily speechless. Not bad. Lin Dong drove $1 million luxury car, so how could he care about a mere $200,000? If you have something to say, you might as well say it. Song Roland sighed somewhat helplessly. In that case, I'm going to open up and tell you the truth, and you won't be offended. I know, you're a good man, but Shiryun can't be with you. She's too young to understand. Song Roland's meaning was obvious. Lin Dong and Lu Shiryun were not from the same world and were not destined to be together. In case Lin Dong got tired of playing one day and dumped Lu Shiryun, my own daughter is devastated and may never get over it in her life. So it is. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile. He knew that Song Roland was worried about this. If he told the story about Lu Shiryun selling her body to save her mother, and even volunteering to throw herself in the car, he wondered how the other party would feel. Of course, Lin Dong would not do so. Poor parents. Song Roland's concern was not unreasonable. Auntie Song, you're mistaken. I haven't thought about being with Shiryun, much less kidnapping her with this. I just think of her as a sister. Sister? Song Roland froze for a moment first. This was quickly followed by a shake of the head. Even if Lin Dong treated Lu Shiryun as his sister, Lu Shiryun would definitely not be willing. She could see that Lu Shiryun had already fallen. Actually, I prefer mature and sensual women. Lin Dong smiled and opened his mouth. After saying that, he even deliberately looked at Song Roland. What I hate the most is the kind of mediocre women who take the initiative to lean up. They say they want to be independent women, but in reality they are more gold-digging than the others. These days, there are so few women who are truly independent and self-reliant. I have to say, Song Roland is beautiful. If they didn't know that Song Roland was Lu Shiryun's mother, they would never be able to tell that she had given birth. It was clearly a beautiful young woman in her early 30s with a lot of charm. Every move exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. It's like a fine wine that you can't help but want to savor. Noticing Lin Dong's greedy and aggressive eyes, Song Roland's heart was pounding. Her 2 small hands were nowhere to rest. and her eyes subconsciously dodged. Lin's student, what are you doing? Please behave yourself. Lin Dong smiled. Instead of stopping, they got an inch. Auntie, you've been taking care of Shiryun all by yourself for so many years. You should be tired too, right? Hasn't it ever occurred to you to find another man to rely on? You're young. You can't stay single forever, can you? Song Roland merely bit her lip, her face somewhat ugly. Who says it isn't? Being only in her 30s, she could obviously enjoy a better life, find a good man and fulfill the void. However, for the sake of her daughter, she had to work hard and raise her alone. At times, she was resigned to it. Just then, Lin Dong suddenly climbed onto Song Roland's waist. Compared to Bai Yuqing and Ning Fei Fei's kind of water snake waist, Song Roland's waist was slim and at the same time very strong and healthy, just like a gymnast. The feel of it, great. Immediately after, Lin Dong's two large hands continued downward. Soon, it touched those firm, strong thighs. Song Roland's delicate body shook, so frightened that she directly stood up. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Just because you're a benefactor of our family doesn't mean you can humiliate me. Song Roland's pretty face was scarlet, her eyes wide with anger. Sure enough, this beautiful young woman was like a lioness, strong and tough. No wonder, after all these years of guarding your body. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had arrived here today to take her down. You don't stop until you get what you want. And his next words killed the game outright. Auntie Song, if I tell Shiryun that her father is not dead and is still alive and well, do you think that Shiryun will complain about you? Chapter 50, What I Like About You. What? Song Roland's pupils shrank as she looked at Lin Dong with disbelief. How does he know his secret? Don't give me that strange look. Lin Dong smiled gently and said casually, when I was going through the formalities for you guys, I accidentally saw that in the column of family members, the name of Shiryun's father was written. I suppose you want to let Shiryun go to her father after you give up the treatment? It turned out that Song Roland was thinking that $500,000 for the operation was too high and was planning to fend for herself. When he dies, let Lu Shiryun join the only family in the world. Unexpectedly, in the end, he was fine, but it was Lin Dong who had caught him in the act. What are you talking about? I can't understand. At this time, Song Roland was still beating a dead horse, trying to muddle through. Really can't understand? And who is Lu Chang? Lin Dong smiled faintly and spoke in a shocking manner. I'm sure there are still plenty of people willing to help me if I'm willing to pay. Just for example, tell me where Lu Chang went. No, Song Roland was in a hurry. In the heat of the moment, he even grabbed Lin Dong's arm and shook his head frantically. Seeing Song Roland's panicked expression, Lin Dong knew that the big picture was settled. Auntie, if there's anything, you might as well tell me. Saying it will make you feel better inside. After all these years, don't you, want someone to talk to? Under Lin Dong's guidance, Song Roland gave up her struggle and let out a long sigh. Alas, it's a long story. If God gave me another chance, I would never want to know that man. No, he's a demon. Song Roland was both scared and in pain, as if the past was unbearable. Lin Dong frowned and clutched Song Roland's hand. Song Roland struggled to no avail and eventually chose to accept it. Lu Chang is my neighbor, 2 years older. When I was a kid, I used to follow his ass around and think of him as a brother. As a result, just when I was 15 years old, he suddenly came to my house while the elders had something to go out. Speaking of this, Song Roland looked horrified, her body curling up into a ball. Still heartbroken after all these years, Lin Dong duly sent a warm embrace and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Song Roland subconsciously wanted to resist, but, for some reason, after a few moments of struggle, the guard was relaxed. I was just waking up and had no idea what he was going to do. Just seeing his face extra red and staring at me like a wolf scared me inside. He just said he liked me and asked me to be his daughter-in-law. My mind went blank and before I could answer, he pounced on me and ripped my clothes off. I'm not strong enough to argue with him. So, just, snap. A bean-sized teardrop slid down Song Roland's cheek, wetting the lapel of her coat. At the same time, the body was trembling gently. I just got raped by him. I yelled at him and hit him, and as a result, instead of stopping, this guy got rougher. Later, he said he regretted it and vowed to marry me. And then later, both parents found out about it. My parents were helpless and didn't want to marry me off to Lu Chang. As a result, their family said that if I didn't marry them, they would spread the word about me being raped. What? Lin Dong's brows furrowed as anger was born from his heart. How can there be such scummy parents? Your own son did something wrong and threatened you in return. It's true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. A virtue. Song Roland shook her head. At that time, the raw rice was cooked and she was helpless. The parents didn't want Song Roland to be pointed at, so they could only harden their hearts and recognize the marriage. Who knew that marrying up would be the beginning of the nightmare? Lu Chang not only beat and scolded me, but also often went out to gamble. pissing off his own parents alive, and losing the family fortune to him. I wanted to hang myself, and as a result, I was already pregnant with Shiryun. Song Roland spoke in pain. It's hard to imagine what she was going through at that time. The more Lin Dong listened, the more his fire grew. This asshole ruined Song Roland's life. And then what happened? Where did he go? He got into a fight outside and hurt someone and got 15 years. At that time Shiryun was small, didn't remember, and kept clamoring for her father. All I can tell her is that Lu Chang died and raised her alone. Lin Dong nodded slightly. No wonder. There was not a single trace of Lu Chang's life in the room. Turns out, the guy made a fool of himself and went in for jail time. But that's fine. At least, Song Roland didn't have to be beaten and scolded anymore. Do the math. He'll be out in a couple months. When the time comes, I really don't know how to explain to Shiryun. Is it possible to tell her that her father is a? Song Roland said while crying like a pear. Lin Dong could not help but hug her tightly from behind. He knew that this was a time when the woman was at her most vulnerable and in desperate need of attention. For a moment, the unique hormonal scent of a man hit his nose. Song Roland first froze for a moment, followed by a sudden reaction. Lin student, let go of me. You can't do this. Shiryun will be back soon. She'll misunderstand when she sees it. Auntie Song, no, Roland. Lin Dong hugged Song Roland even tighter. To tell you the truth, I fell in love with you the first moment I saw you. I know, you have to pretend to be strong in front of Shiryun. Women are soft and motherly, but in front of me, you don't have to hide. You can be the truest you. I genuinely want to help you, to save you, to put you out of your misery. So give me a chance, okay? Lin Dong's words were spoken with sincerity, coupled with the fact that the two of them constantly had skin contact. Song Roland's long silent heart quietly thumped, and a crack actually appeared. However, thinking that Lu Shiryun might barge in at any time, Song Roland immediately closed her legs tightly again and clutched Lin Dong's hand, desperately trying to stop his further aggression. Get off me, Lin Dong. What's the difference between you and Lu Chang when you're like this now? Sure enough, men are all the same. Unfortunately, Song Roland had underestimated Lin Dong's determination to take her down. He truly wanted to rescue Song Roland, who was in the middle of the fire. What's more, conquering such a woman is definitely something that all men dream of. Roland, just promise me, even if you don't think about the rest of your life, you should think more about Shiryun's future. Poetry cloud. Song Roland's beautiful eyes flooded with watery mist, and her expression was a bit intent. Noticing that Song Roland's strength had become weaker, Lin Dong decided to add more fire. Don't you want to know why Shiryun went to the hotel to look for me? Chapter 51, A Long Drought of Rain. Why? She sold her body to save her mother in order to raise $500,000 for the operation. If I hadn't stepped in, she would have been directly taken away by a group of hooligans. You're telling the truth? Song Roland's delicate body shook and her heartbeat accelerated. Finally, he knew why Lu Shiryun stammered and turned red when she mentioned the hotel. Turns out, it was a near sheep to the wolves. Because of himself, he nearly ruined his daughter's innocence. At this moment, she hated to slap herself. As I'm sure you can see, I'm rich, and, well, richer than you can imagine. As long as you follow me, I promise, you and Shiryun will have a good life. Not only will Shiryun be able to finish college successfully, but she will also be able to find a good and stable job in the future. So she will never have to worry about money again, and she can buy whatever she wants, eat whatever she wants, and play wherever she wants. Under Lin Dong's guidance, Song Roland's seemingly impenetrable layer of psychological defense was eventually broken. Her eyes were moist with tears as she allowed Lin Dong's large hands to roam around her body with abandon. Phew! Lin Dong let out a deep breath, knowing that things were halfway done. The next moment, she violently tore open Song Roland's pants. At once, a snowy white came into view. If anything, Lu Shiryun was slender and fair. Well, Song Roland is plump and round. It's true, mature women are more flavorful. Seeing that heaven's thunder hooked the earth's fire and a great battle was about to start, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Mom, I'm home. Clunk. Song Roland was startled and hurriedly pressed Lin Dong's big hand, shivering as she was about to stand up. Wait, Shiryun's back. No, don't. However, where did Lin Dong, who was already hot-blooded, care about this? The next moment, he roughly ripped off what was in his way and gritted his teeth. Immediately afterward, Song Roland's screams came from the room. Ah! Song Roland's mouthful of silver teeth almost crunched. Immediately afterward, the subconscious covered his mouth. Mom, what's wrong with you? At this time, Lu Shiryun had already walked outside the house, inserted the key, and was about to open the door. Hearing Song Roland's shout, he inquired somewhat strangely. Don't come in. Song Roland looked flustered and shouted urgently. I have something to say to Lin Dong. Don't come in yet. Lu Shiryun moved with a puzzled expression. What do two people have to say and avoid themselves? Sure-yoon, you, don't come in, mom's really in a hurry. Song Roland's voice trembled and she was on the verge of tears. The thought of Lee Sure-yoon barging in and seeing this ridiculous picture made him want to find a crack in the ground. Cool. It's so cool. On the other hand, Lin Dong was exceptionally enjoying himself and felt a different kind of excitement. Senior sister, listen to auntie, don't come in for now. We're talking about something important that you're not comfortable listening to. We'll tell you when you're older. Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Lee Sure-yoon stomped her foot in anger. She vaguely heard that Song Roland was panting heavily. It always felt like the two were sneaking around, doing something unseemly. However, since Lin Dong did not even allow her to enter, she could only wait outside. After all, she did not want to make Lin Dong angry. Okay, I'll meet you guys at the door then. Hearing this, Song Roland wanted to die. How could she be a human being if she was found out? Roland, aren't you having a good time right now too? Lin Dong leaned down and asked softly in Song Roland's ear. No. Song Roland shook her head with some blushing. Tell the truth. Lin Dong slapped Song Roland's ass. Song Roland bit her lip and almost screamed out, in order to not let Lee Sure-yoon suspect, but could only hold it back. Admit it, you've just been lonely and empty for too long. Wanting a man and not daring to. Don't worry, with me here, in the future, you'll never have to worry about being alone again. Lin Dong smiled and opened his mouth. A more vigorous output followed. Ever since giving birth, Song Roland had never experienced the pleasure between a man and a woman. After being tossed around by Lin Dong today, the entire person was so fluttery that he was on the verge of fainting. Fortunately, Lin Dong considered that he could not keep Lee Sure-yoon waiting for too long, and only bullied for 20 minutes before hastily ending it. Song Roland was lying on the table, panting and flushed. In time, her already mature and plump body became even more flavorful. Lin Dong helped her put on her clothes to cover the eye-catching spring light. Then he looked at Song Roland's little white and red face. Instead of being tired, there was so much more to it. Oh, really? Women are all mouths. Don't mean yes. Yes means yes. Get up, Auntie Song. Sure-yoon is still waiting outside. Hearing the familiar Auntie Song, Song Roland gradually came to her senses. Looking at Lin Dong's handsome young face, for some reason, there was some regret and inferiority complex. How could I have gotten so carried away that I did such a ridiculous thing? Obviously in their 30s and with kids. What a shame. However, Lin Dong did not leave her a chance to blame herself as he directly walked over and opened the door. Appearing in front of him was none other than Lee Sure-yoon, who had a complicated expression on her face. Mom, Sure-fu, what are you guys doing in the house? I think I heard you guys arguing and hitting each other. Mom, Senior Lin didn't bully me. You mustn't trouble him. On the way back from the hospital, she realized that Song Roland had been worried that Lin Dong was playing bad tricks on her. I'm sure that's what was being said just now. Hearing this rebuke from Lee Sure-yoon, Song Roland bit her lip. I'm picking on him? It was clearly this dogman that held me down on the table. Ahem, Sure-yoon, you're mistaken. We were talking about you going to college. I know a few bosses in Tianhai who happen to need good graduates from Tianhai Polytechnic University. I was just thinking that when you graduate, I'd just recommend you. Hearing this, Lee Sure-yoon immediately brightened up. Nor could they care about what had happened between Song Roland and Lin Dong. Their hearts were filled with yearning. As for the fight with Auntie, it was also because she was relieved to have you around more. You're not to be mistaken about Auntie. Song Roland turned her head to look at Lin Dong with somewhat odd eyes. I didn't realize that Lin Dong was so good at making things up. In 3 words, a suitable excuse for what had just happened. However, she did not feel that Lin Dong was being perfunctory either. With Lin Dong's ability and connections, introducing a good job to Lee Sure-yoon would not be a piece of cake. I'm sorry, Mom. I was wrong about you. Don't be angry. Lee Sure-yoon bit her lip and shyly walked over, grabbing Song Roland's hand and apologizing. At the end of the day, she's just a kid and a half, simple-minded and easily fooled. Chapter 52, Staying Over. Song Roland was relieved to see this. At the same time, a grateful look was thrown towards Lin Dong. Sure-yoon, in the future, you follow Lin Dong and study hard. In the future, our family will depend on you. Aha! Lee Sure-yoon nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, her nose twitched and she felt something strange. Ha! What is this smell? It feels so strange. Song Roland winced and subconsciously looked at Lin Dong. Instead, she saw the other party looking at her with an impish face, just waiting for her to explain herself. How could she not know what it was? My own daughter is still untouched. How can she touch such things? Sure-yoon, come on, go wash your hands. That's Mom sweating. Don't touch it. Under Lee Sure-yoon's puzzled gaze, Song Roland tidied up with her hands and feet. Luckily, my daughter didn't know much about such things and didn't ask many questions. Otherwise, her secret with Lin Dong would be revealed. Rather, Lee Sure-yoon still found some clues. Mom, Why is there a piece of your pants torn and your leg is leaking out? Ha! Song Roland's pretty face blushed slightly and subconsciously lowered her head. Sure enough, I found that there was a rip in the top of the thigh. Just enough to see the rounded thigh and a small corner of fabric. Ouch! Song Roland let out a pout and scrambled to block with her hands. Ahem! Lin Dong coughed twice and hurriedly changed the topic. I think Auntie accidentally scratched it when she was in the hospital. Sure Yoon, go get a shirt. Oh who? Lu Sure Yoon nodded her head in a somewhat confused manner. On his way out, he didn't forget to curse. I blame Sun Dequan, that dog man. Lin Dong and Song Roland looked at each other with somewhat odd expressions. Sun Dequan was just a salty hand, but Lin Dong was a real bully. These words from Lu Sure Yoon were more like scolding Lin Dong. It's your fault for not being gentle. What if we get caught? Song Roland was somewhat annoyed and punched Lin Dong on his chest. As a result, before she could retract her hand, it was grabbed by Lin Dong and held in the palm of his hand. What? Don't you like it? Who likes it? I saw that you were quite happy just now, and you were still humming all the time, Lin Dong said with a bad smile. At once, Song Roland reddened from her cheeks to her ears, especially when you think of your own active pandering. However, the more shy she was, the more tantalizing she became. Obviously in her 30s, she was more delicate and cute than a teenage girl. In the next second, Lin Dong once again handed over a deep kiss. He kissed Song Roland until he was dizzy and his face was wet before he stopped. For a long time, the lips parted. Roland, don't worry, with me here, in the future, you won't be wronged in any way, Lin Dong solemnly said. Well, Song Roland nodded daintily, half of her body shrinking in Lin Dong's arms. Those who don't know, think the two are a hot couple. Smelling the man's unique scent on her nose, Song Roland's heart melted. Never in her wildest dreams did she think she would roll into bed with a man 10 years younger. But the raw rice is already cooked and there's no turning back. Thinking of this, Song Roland ticked and drew on Lin Dong's chest. It's getting late, so why don't you, eat before you go? Yes, Lin Dong smiled faintly. He couldn't wait to spend more time with this beautiful young woman. Just then, there were footsteps again. Song Roland was startled and immediately pushed Lin Dong away. That's why it wasn't seen by Lu Sure Yoon. Mom, I brought the clothes. Oh, Song Roland nodded. Afterwards, pulling a strand of hair behind her ear, she said with a somewhat unnatural expression, That's Sure Yoon. If student Lin stays for dinner tonight, why don't you accompany me to stir-fry a few dishes? Hearing this, Lu Sure Yoon couldn't help but light up, though, and Song Roland walked into the kitchen. Looking at the image of mother and daughter cooking for themselves with their own hands, Lin Dong would smile. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but flash some images as well. Not now, but later on. It's impossible to say. It didn't take long for the meal to be ready. Song Roland also bought a few bottles of beer on purpose. At the dinner table, Lu Sure Yoon's small mouth blared. It was as if he wanted to tell Lin Dong about all of his experiences over the past 10 years. Song Roland smiled at her daughter, her gaze kind and pleased. She believed that with Lin Dong's care, her daughter would be able to live the life she wanted. Lin Dong was also drinking while talking to the mother and daughter. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh hard. It's broken. I can't drive back if I've been drinking. Auntie, is there any place to stay around here? Song Roland froze for a moment, focusing on entertaining Lin Dong. He forgot about this. It was Lu Sure Yoon who had an active mind and immediately said with a smile, Mom, why don't you let Master Lin stay at home for a night? Lin Dong made a pretense of excusing himself. No good. You orphans and widows, letting me stay overnight as a big man. Word gets out that it's a bad influence on you. I'd better go out on my own and find a place to stay. After saying that, Lin Dong wobbled and got up. Bam! Lin Dong almost fell over. A couple of beers was utter child's play to the man of 1,000 drinks. The reason for pretending to be drunk was naturally to force Song Roland to take a stand. As expected, seeing Lin Dong's stumbling appearance, Song Roland had a moment of weakness and still held him up. If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, just make do with the sofa for the night. Is this appropriate? What's so inappropriate about this, senior? Besides, my mom can't trust anyone else, but she can't trust you. Lu Sure Yoon covered her mouth and snickered. In her eyes, Lin Dong's image was extraordinarily tall. Unbeknownst to her, just as she went to buy fruits, Lin Dong had already eaten Song Roland clean. Ahem. Lin Dong coughed twice with some embarrassment and nodded. Well, then, I'll trouble you. Song Roland blushed slightly. Distinctly, he felt that someone had pinched his hindquarters. That thieving hand. Who else could it be but Lin Dong? However, with her daughter present, she couldn't afford to snap. All that could be done was to let the big hand roam unchecked. It didn't take long to make her blush and breathe heavily. Soon, night fell. Lin Dong slept on the couch in the living room. To the east and west were Lu Sure Yoon and Song Roland's bedrooms. Song Roland had thought that Lin Dong would have trouble sleeping. As a result, the other party made the bed more skillfully than she did, as if she were back in her own home. This made Song Roland begin to believe that Lin Dong was truly from a rural area. After the lights went out, the room was quiet. Lin Dong laid down on the sofa and closed his eyes, preparing to rest. It does get a little tiring after a long day. Unexpectedly, he had just closed his eyes when he heard the door open. Immediately afterward, a warm body burrowed under the covers. Chapter 53, Afraid of Being Found Out. So you hold back. Lin Dong touched a long, thin, soft leg. I couldn't help but tease. Little glutton. You didn't eat enough during the day, but you came out to forage for food again at night? Lin Dong had thought that it was Song Roland who had eaten her heart out and could not resist the loneliness, which was why she climbed into his bed in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the other party fell silent. If you don't say anything, it's a default. Lin Dong's heart itched and he directly wrapped his arms around the other party's delicate body, his big hands roaming around. Well, wait, that's not the right size. Lin Dong's brain buzzed. He remembered that Song Roland was choppy and had an excellent figure. How is it now that you've only touched 2 hoagies? Sure fu, it's my first time, so be gentle, okay? Sure Yoon? Lin Dong's eyes widened as he lifted the covers. Unsurprisingly, the one lying in his arms was not Song Roland, but Lu Shiyun. The bright moonlight fell on Lu Shiyun's innocent face. In the whiteness, there was a slight blush. In its shyness, there was a hint of seduction. At this moment, the 2 long legs also hooked onto Lin Dong's waist. Sifu. The little girl was a little shy. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so hungry and called himself a little glutton. Could it be that he had known that he would sneak under the covers? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Dong was waiting for Song Roland. Those flirtatious words just now were also all said to Song Roland. Unexpectedly, it was taken seriously by Lu Shiyun. Master, you want me. I have nothing to repay you but this. And, as promised, I'm yours. Lu Shiyun said as she took the initiative to move towards Lin Dong's arms. That stance was clearly to become one with him. Even the 2 small hands were raw and clumsy as they unbuttoned Lin Dong's coat. Lin Dong was a bit surprised and dumbfounded. In the first place, the meal has been brought to your mouth. How can you not eat it? However, once he thought of the high probability that Song Roland would fall out with himself after knowing about it, Lin Dong hesitated again. No, it's still too early. We'll talk about Shiyun later. Shiyun, come on. I don't want you to aggravate yourself. As for that pact, I never took it seriously, and you don't need to embarrass yourself. What? Lu Shiyun stared wide-eyed and froze for a long time, tears faintly welling up in her eyes. But, didn't you just say? Liar. Mom was right. Men are big liars. Senior brother Lin, I really like you. Let me follow you. Lin Dong sighed. He knew that Lu Shiyun was not a vain woman like Bai Yuqing, and was not with himself because of money, but it was still too early to eat her. However, it can't be rejected outright. That would break her heart. After thinking about it, Lin Dong reached out his hand and wiped the teardrops from the corner of Lu Shiyun's eyes. Tell you what, I'll pick you up every week when you start school, as long as you perform well. It's not impossible for Senior to promise you. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately turned from clouds to tears of joy. Really? In that case, won't I see you every week? Aha. Lin Dong nodded. Then, a flash of cunning flashed in his eyes. He sent Lu Shiyun home every week, so that he himself could meet with Song Roland more often and discuss the philosophy of life. Of course, when have I ever broken a promise? Aha! Lu Shiyun was very excited and jumped into Lin Dong's arms, hugging and rubbing his neck, like a clingy little leprechaun. Smelling the unique body fragrance of a virgin coming from the tip of his nose, Lin Dong's small belly was on fire with evil. Then, in order to avoid making a mistake, he hurriedly pushed away Lu Shiyun, who was still pampered in his arms. Okay, it's getting late. Come to bed. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to school. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun walked off the couch with satisfaction. Before leaving, she did not forget to slapdash-kiss Lin Dong on the face. Hook, line and sinker for 100 years. Good night, Master Lin. Looking at the little girl's back as she bounced back to her bedroom, Lin Dong let out a deep breath. Almost, one is about to make a big mistake. If he took Lu Shiyun in the living room, he would definitely make a scene. When the time came, Song Roland would not forgive him if he found out. Wait a little longer. The time is not right now. That little girl, she's so abrasive. How am I supposed to take the heat off in the middle of the night? Lin Dong was somewhat chagrined. In the past, when he was good with Feng Shui was not happy to make out with him, so he could only solve it secretly by himself. Now that he's sitting on $1 billion in assets, what's the difference between doing that and being at 250? Wait, isn't there another one readily available? Lin Dong's mind turned sharply as his gaze turned to the other bedroom. Then, slowly walked over. In the bedroom, Song Rulan had fallen asleep, completely unnoticed. A large gray wolf had burrowed into the room and was roaming all over her body. Song Rulan had a dream. I dreamed I was lying in a big luxurious bed. Immediately afterward, a blurry face appeared in front of her. The two embraced passionately and kissed each other passionately, pulling and tugging to the bathroom. Throw the clothes on your back all the way. In no time at all, Song Rulan was hot and bothered by her soul, especially that young, strong body. Wasn't it exactly what she'd wanted for more than a decade of being alone? Well, suddenly, a stabbing pain came. Song Rulan opened her eyes in a daze. You're awake? Hearing the familiar voice coming from her ears, Song Rulan's brain buzzed. Before he could react, the whole bed creaked. It was then that she realized that, as it turned out, nothing was a dream, and that blurry face, and strong body, was also Lindong. Lindong, you have too much guts. Shiryun is right next door. So, she'll find out. Song Rulan's mouth said so, but her body was honest, actively catering to the situation. He did not push Lindong away. Lindong also didn't care. Even if he was found out, he'd admit it. The sky is the limit and his happiness is the greatest. For fear of being discovered, I hold myself back. Woohoo! Song Rulan's face was red, but she had to force herself to hold it in. One night passed. When Lu Shiryun woke up from her sleep in a daze, Song Rulan was cooking breakfast with Lindong. That look of love and affection, like a young couple. It gave her a jealousy she couldn't quite put her finger on. Shiryun, you're awake. As if Song Rulan had done something wrong, she didn't dare to look directly into her daughter's grudging eyes. Lindong, on the other hand, smiled faintly. How did you sleep yesterday? Why are the dark circles under your eyes so heavy? It's not even pretty anymore. What? Lu Shiryun was shocked and hurriedly looked in the mirror. As a result, it turned out that Lindong was lying to himself. Bad guy. Don't mention it. Last night, I don't know where the two wild cats came from. They kept purring, so I guess they're in heat. Bam! The basin in Song Rulan's hand fell to the ground, her expression a little heartbroken. Chapter 54, Away to School. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lu Shiryun looked at Song Rulan with a somewhat odd expression. Song Rulan stammered at once, not knowing how to explain. It was Lindong who hastily opened his mouth and sidetracked the topic. Auntie is fine. Shiryun, eat quickly, and when you're done, I'll send you to school. After breakfast, Song Rulan sent the two to the intersection. Her jittery little heart slowly calmed as she watched Paramila disappear from sight. A strong wave of drowsiness then swept over him. Last night, the two of them were so upside down that they were still tossing and turning at dawn. Until now, she hadn't rested properly. When she thought of Lindong's bravery and the sweetness of the two of them, she could not help but have a happy smile on her face. However, when she thought of Lu Chang, who was about to be released from prison, Song Rulan frowned tightly again. Let's hope that guy doesn't make a mess when he gets back. On the other side, the Paramera, Lu Shiryun was curiously fiddling with the passenger screen. It was obviously something perfectly ordinary, but in her case, it was like a treasure. When Lindong saw it, he could not help but feel a little heartbroken. Like it? Well, Lu Shiryun subconsciously nodded. Reacting, he shook his head again hurriedly. No, not like that. Lindong smiled faintly, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. He lightly said, since you called me a brother, I'm going to recognize you as my sister. While it's still early, I'll take you to the mall and do a little shopping, as my gift to you for the start of the school year. No, senior, don't break the bank. Lu Shiryun shook her head like a rattle. Lindong had already helped her a lot. She would feel bad in her heart if she let Lindong break the bank again. Nay, the arm can't be twisted. Before long, the two arrived at a nearby shopping center. Wow, this place is huge. Master, do you come here often? Lu Shiryun stood in the mall, looking around, her face full of amazement. Lindong smiled and shook his head. He came to the mall recently to buy this Patek Philippe watch he was wearing on his wrist. Shiryun, if you see something, just buy it. Don't worry about money. This is not good. What's wrong with that? I did promise my aunt to take care of you. Lindong spoke indifferently. That look, not thinking about the money at all. Soon, under Lindong's leadership, Lu Shiryun changed her outfit from head to toe. Not only did I purchase the latest models of cell phones and computers, but I also bought several of the most popular halter and pleated skirts. The two then went to a women's clothing store. When Lu Shiryun walked out of the fitting room in JK, shyly, the customers and clerks in the store looked over all at once, their eyes awestruck. Lindong similarly lit up before his eyes. This set of JKs was practically tailor-made for Lu Shiryun. It retains her innocence and cuteness, but it also adds a touch of pure lust. It looks good, doesn't it, master? Lu Shiryun spun around in front of Lindong and inquired somewhat shyly. Good looking. Lindong smiled and nodded. Then, look directly at the clerk. How much is it to wrap up this one? And the two you just tried on? Yes sir. The total is $23,000. 23,000? Hearing this number, Lu Shiryun's eyelids jumped and she subconsciously tried to block it. These clothes, too, are too expensive. This much money is enough for the mother and daughter to live for a long time. However, Lin Dong did not even give her a chance to refuse and made the payment directly. For a moment, Lu Shiryun stood in place, somewhat at a loss for words. Don't freeze, don't you have to go to school? It's too late if we don't go. Lin Dong walked to the door and waved at Lu Shiryun. Lu Shiryun woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly followed. Still, the little face was a little constricted. Senior, when I earn money later, I'll pay you back. Shiryun, I'm not happy when you say that. Lin Dong feigned unhappiness and said seriously, to me, there is no such word as poor money. It would be looking down on me if people didn't want what I give them. Hearing this, Lu Shiryun's beautiful eyes were stunned. A warmth of heart followed, a heart that was instantly captured by Lin Dong's dominance. Go. Lin Dong spoke indifferently. The next moment, offered to take her hand. At once, Lu Shiryun was so shy that she couldn't raise her head. It didn't take long for the two to come to the car. The things Lin Dong bought for Lu Shiryun filled the back seat. Everything from everyday items to luxury goods. Some of these brands are unheard of. While Lin Dong was satisfied, Lu Shiryun was a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't long before the Paramera pulled up in front of the school. Many people stopped and looked around curiously. These Porsche Parameras don't come cheap. Its owner, surely, is either rich or noble. 18 or 19 years old is the time to be vain. Those female students who wanted to marry into a rich family and fly up to the branches to become phoenixes suddenly brightened up and couldn't help but want to squeeze over to strike up a conversation. Snap! Just then, the Porsche door opened. Lin Dong slowly walked down. In all fairness, Lin Dong was not good enough to be at the level of Netflix handsome, but the features are straight and bright. Also, very tall. Plus this Paramera is a dream man. After getting out of the car, Lin Dong slowly walked towards the passenger side. Grabbing a delicate hand, he very gentlemanly brought down a young girl. Holy, did I read that right? Isn't that Lu Shiryun? Didn't they all say she was a commoner schoolgirl and her family was poor? I'm convinced. I was thinking of spending a little money to chase her. Now it seems like I'm chasing a chicken. Although, Lu Shiryun had just enrolled in school. However, with the pure looks, as well as the cool temperament, it instantly attracted the focus of the majority of boys. Like a hungry wolf smelling spiced meat. I had thought that a civilian schoolgirl like Lu Shiryun could be taken casually by spending a small amount of money. As a result, people are doing it on Paramera. For a moment, it was as if everyone had been slapped in the face, and it was hot and painful. This is the kind of luxury car that they may not be able to drive in their lifetime. The difference is too great. What followed was another question. Who's that guy? It can't be the big boss who adopted Lu Shiryun, right? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Have you ever seen any big boss so young? It must be some cockney. Ugh, it's so human. For a while, there was a lot of talk in front of the school. A group of male students beat their chests and hated themselves for being late. In the future, if you want to pursue Lu Shiryun again, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Those female classmates are just downright envious and jealous. This man is so handsome and I wonder if he'll like me. Wash your hands of it. There is no shortage of women for a man like that. Damn it, where am I worse than Lu Shiryun? Why isn't it me sitting on the passenger side? I know a lot of poses too. Come on, rich people like pure beauties. Who likes a net face like you? I'm so envious of Lu Shiryun. She's about to turn a sparrow into a phoenix. Chapter 55, Divine Appraisal Technique. Senior, everyone seems to be looking at you. Lu Shiryun was very uncomfortable with the current occasion, and seeing so many people staring at her, she couldn't help but blush. Even the legs and feet were trembling gently. Though, there used to be very little attention paid to her, but it was all about appreciating her beauty, instead of the way it is now, with all the attention. Hearing Lu Shiryun's words, Lin Dong slowly shook his head. Shiryun, people aren't looking at me, they're looking at you. With so many people envious and jealous of you, you shouldn't feel inferior, but proud and honored. From now on, you'll never have to keep your head down again. Hearing these words, Lu Shiryun took a deep breath, gathered her courage, raised her head, and looked around. Sure enough, everyone looked at her with envy. For a moment, Lu Shiryun felt an unprecedented relief as warmth surged within her. The inferiority complex that had built up over a decade seemed to dissipate in this moment. Thank you, Master. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission. Wise eyes. Congratulations to the host for the extra reward. Divine Appraisal Technique. Divine Appraisal Technique, after using it, it can automatically determine the specific value of an item and, in addition, perceived the existence of an extremely valuable treasure. Lin Dong froze for a moment first. Then, a burst of ecstasy could not be resisted. It had been a long time since he had heard the system beep. I would have thought that the system would not come in handy except for spending money in nightclubs. Unexpectedly, helping Lu Shiyun to untie her heart, she had completed a special task by mistake. Wisdom. Not bad. Isn't Lu Shiyun the pearl of dust? The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he could not help but want to try out this special talent. Glanced behind him at the Porsche Panamera. The next moment, a copy of the details came into view. Porsche Panamera, top of the line. Worth 3,500,000 yuan. Lin Dong then swept his eyes at the Patek Philippe and cell phone. 2,900,000 and 8,000 respectively. It's almost the same as the asking price. And there are virtually no limits. This divine appraisal technique is really good. Senior, why are you smiling so happily? Ahem. Hearing Lu Shiyun's puzzled inquiry, Lin Dong hurriedly explained, I am happy for you. In the future, if anyone bullies you, be sure to talk to brother. Aha! Lu Shiyun smiled and nodded. This worry, however, is completely unnecessary. Everyone knew that she had a brother with an extraordinary shot and a mysterious background, and it was too late to flatter and please him, so how could he bully her? Well, I'll take your stuff to the dorm for you. Lin Dong drove his car directly into the school. The security guards didn't stop them, or even, without even asking, let them go of their own accord. A few moments later, the two arrived downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Because Song Ruolin was hospitalized, Lu Shiyun was delayed for a few days. Freshman orientation is now over. The rest of the dormitory had arrived long ago. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Shiyun and I also live in this dormitory. As soon as she entered, Lu Shiyun took the initiative to greet her. A few of the roommates heard voices and looked up, instantly awestruck. With it came a pang of acidity. Lu Shiyun is so beautiful. Standing with her, she herself, who was still a white swan, instantly turned into an ugly duckling. For a moment, a few of the housemates made no sound and looked as if they were in love with each other. Lu Shiyun had an awkward expression and was somewhat at a loss for words. Finally, it was a girl with glasses who stepped forward. Her and Lu Shiyun's families were similar, both from rural areas. Usually, she doesn't pay attention to dressing up, and her mind is rather simple. Lu, that's your bunk. You have a lot of stuff. Let me help you with it. Because of the late arrival, a good spot like the lower bunk had been taken long ago. The only thing left for Lu Shiyun was a top bunk near the door that was remote and leaky. Looking at the narrow and off-kilter crib, Lu Shiyun couldn't help but frown slightly, but the thought that it was you who had come too late had to be taken in stride. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Shiyun, they're your roommates, right? Hello everyone, I'm Shiyun's brother. From now on, please take care of her more. A few people froze. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiyun's brother also came. Just then, Lin Dong walked in with a smile. That gentle and elegant temperament, as well as his tall height, instantly attracted the attention of everyone. Wow, brother Lu Shiyun is so handsome. Didn't they say their family was poor? How come they're dressed better than me? Wait, isn't this the latest model of Apple's cell phone and computer? It costs tens of thousands of dollars. The crowd looked at each other with some confusion. It was completely at odds with what they had learned. Lin Dong looked around and roughly understood the situation. Lu Shiyun couldn't grab a good spot because she came too late. A couple of the girls were also eyeing her a bit. But what do you call a problem that can be solved with money? What is your name? This student? Lin Dong suddenly looked at the girl wearing glasses. Ha, me? The girl with glasses froze for a moment, not expecting Lin Dong to ask himself. After reacting, she hurriedly returned. Hello, my name is Huang Yan. If I'm not mistaken, that bunk is yours, isn't it? Huang Yan nodded. When she checked in, she came 2 days early. For that matter, grab a bunk. After all, afterward, it's going to be here for 4 years. Lin Dong nodded and instantly felt something in his heart. Then, taking out a bunch of money, he said with a smile, Shiyun is not well. Do you think you can switch beds with her? This money, as a thank you, treats you to milk tea. What? Huang Yan's eyes instantly widened and her person was dumbfounded. That thick pile must be at least $7,000 or $8,000? And buy milk tea? She won't be able to finish it even if it lasts. No, that won't work. Huang Yan's face turned red and she hurriedly excused herself. I'm sorry, it was a bit presumptuous of me. Tell you what, I'll add 3,000 more to round it up. Lin Dong smiled and pulled out another pile of money, sending it to Huang Yan. Mr. Huang, Shiyun is new here and unfamiliar. In the future, I'll trouble you to take care of her more. This, looking at the pile of red tickets, Huang Yan was torn for a long time, but finally couldn't hold on and took the money. Her family was already poor and she took out student loans. This $10,000 is enough to cover her tuition and living expenses for a year. There's no need to not even want the money for the sake of that pathetic ego. Thank you, brother. I'll change Shiryun's bed right away, so give me the stuff. Huang Yan was even more enthusiastic and busy. Looking at a few more of their people, they had long since frozen in place, and then, more often than not, regret, gutted. If they had known, they would have treated Lu Shiryun better. A lower bunk for $10,000? It's not picking up money. Seeing this, Lin Dong inwardly sneered. He's kind of been there. Taking a couple of schoolgirls is just not that easy. By the way, Shiryun, I almost forgot to give you your living expenses. Just then, Lin Dong tapped his head and pretended to remember something. Here's $20,000. Spend it all and ask your brother for more. Chapter 56, Antique Street. Bye brother. Thanks brother. Brother, come often from now on. Several female students sent Lin Dong out enthusiastically. Just now, they were also running around for Lu Shiryun. Even bought milk tea for Lu Shiryun. Lin Dong's big gesture had completely convinced them. After Lin Dong left, a few of the housemates even asked her questions. Shiryun, what does your brother do? Isn't your family poor? How come your brother is so rich? Shiryun, does your brother have a girlfriend? Ha! Hearing this question, Lu Shiryun's beautiful eyes were stunned and her pretty face turned red. Then, somewhat coyly, I suppose, sort of. On the other hand, Lin Dong drove the Paramera and left the school. Along the way, there were no shortage of female students stopping him and trying to strike up a conversation. There are even people who write their phone number on a piece of paper and throw it in their car. Lin Dong could not help but sigh. Are all college girls nowadays so proactive? In our day, we were so obviously simple that we blushed when we passed a note. Lin Dong shook his head somewhat helplessly. He had originally planned to go straight back to the Dynasty Hotel, take a shower and have a good rest, but suddenly remembered the new talent he had just gotten. Since it's an appraisal technique, it's natural to appraise treasures. Lin Dong's mind quickly thought of two places. The first place is the Tianhai City Museum. There are a lot of antiques there and, overwhelmingly, they are authentic. However, the antiques there are only offered for viewing and are not circulated for sale. The second place is a street of antiques in Tianhai. There are more than 3,000 stalls there, covering a wide range of antiques such as scholars' objects, porcelain and wood, jade, gold and silver. It's a case of what you can't think of, not what you can't buy. Most importantly, there is freedom of trade and no taboos. If you're lucky and have a good eye, it's no problem at all to find a small item or two, or even, get rich overnight, against all odds. But, more than that, it's where you get screwed and scammed. There are literally endless ways for scammers to fake and make old ones, and it's hard to keep track of them. And, there's a rule there. Buying is fixed. The buyer who fell for it has no choice but to consider himself unlucky. Previously, Lin Dong had stayed away from such places for fear of being duped. But now, times are different. Being armed with a god-level appraisal technique, he could see exactly what was worth how much. These fiery eyes are practically made for treasure identification. Let's go when we say we're going. Lin Dong stepped on the gas. The Paramera let out a roar like a beast hissing. In the blink of an eye, it was outside the antique street. Just as I parked and got out of the car, a series of hoots and hollers went up. From the south to the north. Look and see. Jade Buddha just dug out of the ground. This luster, this texture. Absolutely no worse. Big brother, palm your eyes. These are the real deal. For a while, Lin Dong looked like he had entered a food market. What is sold here, however, is not a few dollars and cents of rotten vegetable leaves, but thousands and thousands of antique line goods. Lin Dong didn't know anything about antique knowledge, so, it was a walk and a leisurely look around. A couple of vendors saw that he was white and smiled as they came forward, selling their business. Big brother, it looks like you know what you're talking about, and you're looking too closely. Looking at the peddler who took the initiative to welcome him, Lin Dong smiled faintly. That's a good point. It's something I only look at, not touch. The vendor froze, choking on the words. Ha ha, just kidding, your snuff bottle looks good to me. Lin Dong laughed out loud. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up a delicate brown snuff bottle to play with. He knew little about them, but the divine appraisal technique was clear as day. The mind moved, and in a flash, detailed information was reflected in the eyes. Qing Dynasty carved jadeite snuff bottle, imitation. Value, $60. Value of authenticity, 600,000 yen. Pust, that much difference? Lin Dong guessed that this was a fake, but he did not expect the fake to be so powerful. A $600,000 snuff bottle is only worth $60 if you make a fake one. How was it? How's it going, big brother? It's not much. $6,000. Just to make a friend. Ha! Lin Dong rewarded a blank stare and let the vendor experience it for himself. The vendor frowned. I didn't expect it. Didn't bluff, Lin Dong. He then smiled and spoke. Too expensive? Then I'll be your master and give you another 1,000 cheaper. $5,000. No less. 5,000 more? 500 isn't even worth it. Lin Dong snorted coldly and was directly about to turn his head and walk away. Just then, he suddenly realized that inside the vendor's stall, an object was emitting a faint golden glow. This was a divine appraisal technique that made a reminder when encountering a treasure. It seems that not all of these goods are fake. Instead, real and fake are sold together. That's how more people will fall for it. The next moment, he locked his eyes on the small glowing object. Get feedback soon. Qing Dynasty Jadeite Longevity Jade Trigger Finger. Value, 1.2 million. It was a white and green jade trigger with carvings, only slightly worn and not very pretty to look at. It is indeed quite unassuming when placed in a pile of delicate and beautiful snuff bottles. However, as Lin Dong took a glance over, the most valuable item was it. Immediately, the decision was made to buy it. He didn't know his way around, but at least he had watched the TV show and knew that he should never let the seller know what he was looking at. Otherwise, he will sit on his hands and not even sell. Ahem, $5,000. A bit expensive, isn't it? Lin Dong acted as if it was. A bit pricey, but didn't just walk away. That's a play. When the vendor heard this, he brightened up, thinking he had caught a big fish. Oh, $5,000. It's the lowest price. You go elsewhere. Where can it be so cheap? This snuff bottle is the Qing Dynasty royal family passed down. This workmanship, this craftsmanship, the average person is not blessed to enjoy. Non-royalty cannot afford to use. The peddler was on the verge of bragging about the fake. Lin Dong feigned hesitation and pretended to look at the ground unintentionally. Tell you what, 5,000 is 5,000. But you're going to send me 2 more trinkets. How about that broken bit of snuff bottle and jade trigger? It's done. The peddler was happy in his heart. The broken snuff bottle and the jade trigger, both of which he had collected from the village. All together, it cost 1,000. That would still net you several $1,000s. No, that would cost me money. Only one piece at most can be given away. Lyndon nodded, picking and choosing. Finally, begrudgingly, he picked up the jade wrench. This always works, doesn't it? If you say yes, one hand pays, one hand delivers. Okay, I'll bear with you and make a friend. PayPal arrived with $5,000. Hey, cootie, just more. The next moment, the vendor gleefully checks the collection. Without even noticing it, Lin Dong's eyes had a touch of cunning in them. He then found a place where no one was looking and casually threw the snuff bottle away. Then, delicately playing with the jade trigger, it cost $5,000 and turned $1,200,000. It's a business that's literally $1 million. Chapter 57, Picking Up the Pieces. Lin Dong was in a good mood, humming a small song as he continued to walk forward. Unexpectedly, just a few steps away, a man stopped him. It was a young man wearing toadstools and a flowered shirt. Behind him, there were also 2 large and thick bodyguards. By the looks of it, it should be Rich. Brother, you can't get this jade wrench out? I heard you just now. You paid 5,000 for it. I'll double it 10 times and buy it for 50,000. How about that? 50,000? Ha! Lin Dong directly rolled his eyes. Not to mention 50,000, even 500,000. Selling it would be a loss for him. So, he just shook his head, and without replying, he continued on his way. Unexpectedly, the flowery shirt was still not dead, and with a big wave of his hand, he added some money again. How about 100,000, 100,000 for this jade trigger of yours? Flower Shirt was loud with this voice. It drew a lot of attention. Everyone wants to see what baby is worth $100,000. Among them, the hawker just now was also included. Isn't this Mr. Chi Wenbin Chi, the male son of Daki Real Estate? Chi Xiao doesn't have any other hobbies. He just likes to collect some antique paintings and calligraphy. Can't help it. Rich people love to play this. I've heard that Chi Xiao has good eyesight. He must have seen the treasure today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for it. In the midst of the murmurs, the vendor who had just sold Lin Dong's snuff bottle suddenly had an ominous feeling. When he realized that Chi Wenbin wanted to buy his jade trigger, his eyes instantly widened. Asterisk. My jade trigger finger. Isn't that a redneck imitation? How can it be worth $100,000? The peddler was in a hurry. It never occurred to me that the most inconspicuous jade trigger was the real thing. It's more expensive than your own pile of crappy snuff bottles combined. At this moment, the peddler's intestines were green with remorse. On the other hand, seeing a bunch of people surrounding him, Chi Wenbin was even more energized. My friend, go out and ask around. Who doesn't know my Chi Wenbin's reputation in the antique street? That's famous for throwing money away. As long as it's something I like, I'm happy to spend whatever it takes. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in deep thought. The 2 bodyguards were also very supportive and gave a thumbs up. Shi Xiao Hao bang. However, Lin Dong revealed a disdainful smile, and a throwback. Isn't it just that people are stupid and have a lot of money? I don't care if you're Chi Xiao or Ba *******. I said this jade trigger is not for sale. $100,000? What are you paying for? Lin Dong snorted coldly, not caring in the slightest about the strange gazes of the people around him. Afterwards, it was even more deliberate to put the jade trigger finger on top of his thumb and show it to Qi Wenbin. This pissed off Qi Wenbin to no end. It was the first time he had ever been rejected. At the same time, he mentally muttered, "Is this kid a connoisseur? Knowing that this jade trigger is worth a lot of money? No way. I've been on this street so long. I've never seen him. It must be loaded." Qi Wenbin shook his head. In his opinion, Lin Dong did not understand jade trigger fingers at all. It was only the desire for more money that led to the opening of the mouth to refuse. "I see. Don't you just want money? Then name a number, as long as I can afford it." Qi Wenbin sneered and clasped his arms, waiting for Lin Dong to report the number. In his opinion, Lin Dong would not dare to ask for too much even if he did. Big deal. Just make less for yourself. Oh, Shi Xiao even let this kid make his own offer. It's too much for his face. Yeah, if I were this kid, I would directly give the jade trigger finger to young Qi. Maybe, I could even make friends with young Qi. I see this jade trigger is ugly. Is it really worth that much? The crowd was in a state of disbelief, and they all felt that Lin Dong did not know how to recognize him. Seeing an opportunity, the peddler squeezed his way into the crowd and offered his snuff bottles as if they were treasures. "Young Qi, that jade trigger of his, he bought it from me. I've got some more Sharpies here for you to look at. Not 100,000, just 70 or 80,000. The vendor had a smile piled on his face, clearly trying to take advantage of the fire. Unexpectedly, Qi Wenbin just glanced at him and rewarded him with a word. "Get out. What kind of crap is that and you want to sell it to me? Think I'm..." After saying that, Qi Wenbin ignored the peddler and once again looked at Lin Dong. "Have you thought this through, my friend?" The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly when he saw this. "Make me an offer? That's what you said yourself. Fine. $1.5 million. One hand pays, one hand delivers." "What?" Hearing that number, the crowd gasped. The hawker from earlier was even more thunderstruck and couldn't speak well. $1.5 million? This kid, he really dares to ask for it. A lion's share. Crazy, right? $100,000, raised straight to $1.5 million. However, shockingly, upon hearing this number, Qi Wenbin was first shocked. Immediately afterward, surprisingly, he stroked his chin and stopped talking. He's thinking about it. Surprisingly, he felt that $1.5 million wasn't completely out of the question. I'll be damned. This kid, he's not going to pick up the slack, is he? A $1.5 million jade trigger? Could it be that it was worn by the emperor? Look, someone passed out? Call an ambulance. In the middle of the conversation, a man was foaming at the mouth, as if he had a heart attack, and collapsed on the floor. Wasn't that face chagrined by the peddler? My jade trigger. My $1.5 million. Seeing this, Lin Dong shook his head. It can't be helped. Who told you to have eyes? Bad luck. Carry him away. Qi Wenbin waved his hand somewhat impatiently. The two bodyguards directly threw the peddler to the side and, subsequently, didn't care if he died or not. The first order of business was to take the jade trigger. Qi Wenbin could see that the jade trigger finger was a jadeite jade from the Qing dynasty and was worth a lot of money. But just how much it was worth, he wasn't sure. $1.5 million is too much of a risk. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Wenbin shook his head. No, I'll pay up to $500,000. Give me face. Let's make friends. In the future, if you encounter something in the antique street, say that you know me. Qi Wenbin. It's good. Before the words left his mouth, two large-waisted bodyguards also walked towards Lin Dong. Looking at the situation, Lin Dong had to sell today even if he didn't. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk down this street. Meh. Lin Dong's response was also simple. If you don't have the money, just say so. What's the whole thing for? Woo-hoo yelling. I thought you were so rich. Alas. In fact, I don't want to sell it to you. This jade trigger finger is kept to press the yellow paper. How nice. Hearing this, Qi Wenbin froze for a moment. The others were even more dumbfounded. Pressed yellow paper? $1.5 million worth of stuff. And you pressed the grave paper. Crazy. Ha. However, the less Lin Dong cared, the more it appeared that Qi Wenbin was in a hurry. For a while, it got him inside and out. Young Qi, this guy is looking for death. The two bodyguards could not bear it any longer and walked up with one on the left and one on the right, about to hold up Lin Dong and force him to hand over the jade trigger finger. Chapter 58, The Auction. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had never thought of escaping from the very beginning. He picked up his cell phone and yelled at the top of his lungs. Everyone look, the rich second generation of Daki real estate. Qi Wenbin, beat people, forced to buy and sell. These people are witnesses. Chi Wenbin's brain buzzed as he realized that Lin Dong's camera was facing him. Come back. Chi Wenbin's face was red. Suddenly I regretted why I had to introduce myself. Isn't that giving away a handle? Once Lin Dong exposed the video online and the beats flew all over the place, his family's dodgy real estate would definitely be affected. It's totally not worth it to affect the company's market capitalization for a jade trigger. The two bodyguards looked at each other. Now, it's a real dare to move. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled coldly. Playing with me? You're still a little young. Alright, get out of the way. I'm a very busy man. I don't have time to play house with you guys. If you don't have money, don't act like a big shot. Can't even afford to give $1.5 million. My ass. You. Chi Wenbin's face was red and he was so angry that he was about to explode. What's your name, kid? Lyndon. Okay, I'll remember you. Go. Chi Wenbin's face was gloomy, and with two bodyguards, he left in disgrace. He is a man who appears to be generous, but is actually most small-minded. Now, it had put Lin Dong on the retaliation list. Will definitely get my revenge back when I get the chance. Only after watching a few people walk away did Lin Dong put away his cell phone, humming a small song as he walked down the street like no one else. Nor was he worried whether Chi Wenbin would retaliate against him. Hurry up, you won't be able to get into the auction later. What's your hurry? We can't afford it anyway. Any antique inside costs millions. You know, I've heard that this time the treasure shop has brought a lot of treasures from abroad, so if you can't afford to buy them, it's okay to look at them. Two men hurried past Lyndon, mumbling something under their breath. Lin Dong pricked up his ears and quickly caught the keywords. Auction. There's the baby. You can pick up the slack. How embarrassing this is. Just coming in and letting me run into it. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he played with the jade trigger that was worth millions of dollars. He was worried that there was no place to show off his skills, but he didn't expect that. Just as he dozed off, someone would send him a pillow. Seeing that the two had not gone far, Lin Dong immediately followed. In a short while, they came to a building. Outside the door stood two mighty and domineering stone lions, and two vermilion pillars supported the three-story pavilion. The exterior resembles a pagoda, and its interior has a chic layout. The word, elegance, is evident everywhere. On the plaque, there were three big words written in dragon and phoenix. Jubilee. Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up before. The decor and design of this jubilee is not as gorgeous as the Imperial KTV, but just standing in the doorway, I felt like a dignitary. I thought that the treasure inside was by no means extraordinary. As a result, just as Lin Dong was about to walk in, he was stopped by the security guard. Sir, the invitation, please. An invitation? Lin Dong froze for a moment. When I came, I didn't say I needed an invitation. Soon, he figured it out. For auctions like this one, you need to check your capital before you can get in to prevent people from messing up. Those two people just now, I guess they were also turned away. That's why they weren't seen. The people who received the invitations were all prominent figures in Tianhai City. Sorry, can't get in without an invitation. We are here, and idle hands are forbidden. The security guard waved his hand impatiently as he saw that Lin Dong did not have an invitation. Loafers? Lin Dong did not die and said with a smile, other than the invitation, is there no other way to get in? The security guard frowned and said in annoyance, capital verification is fine, as long as the assets are over 5 million. You can just go in. The question is, do you have that kind of money? Sure enough, Lin Dong smiled faintly and directly took out his bank card from his pocket and threw it into the security guard's hand. Hurry up, please, and by the way, get me a seat right up front. The guard froze. The man has no invitation and a big mouth. You even gave him a position. Do you really think you're somebody? The security guard didn't bother to say anything, took the bank card and went inside. Bam! In less than half a minute, the security guard panicked and came out in a huff. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting. Our boss said, from now on, whenever you come, you don't need an invitation. Just let me know. Your place is between the 9th private room and the sky. Please follow me. Oh, it's so arrogant that it's laughable. Wasn't he looking at himself with contempt just now, calling him a loafer? Now, it's like meeting a living ancestor. Got it. Lin Dong did not bother to count on it, and just faintly answered. Seeing that he didn't lose his temper, the security guard breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now, he took his bank card and swiped it, and was shocked. On Lin Dong's account, he unexpectedly had a whole $1 billion. With this asset, one could almost walk across the sky and see city. $1 billion in cash and at least tens of billions in assets. Just now, one had disrespected him. Isn't this a death wish? The security guard rushed to report it. The owner of the Jubilee Jia attached great importance to it and immediately reserved the Tianzino 9 private room for Lin Dong. He also instructed the security guards to entertain Lin Dong. make any mistakes and just fire him. Not long after, the security guard brought Lin Dong to the Sky Character No. 9 private room. Heaven is the first of heaven and earth. 9, again, is the extreme of numbers. The combination of the two shows how prestigious this room is. Mr. Lin, this is the auction flow for tonight. And the auction items? Please take a look. When Lin Dong sat down, the security guard respectfully delivered an exquisite pamphlet. Inside is a detailed record of this auction. All the auction items, Western celebrity paintings, heirloom sculptures, authentic calligraphy. In all, no less than 20 pieces. Moreover, the starting bidding price was a minimum of $100,000, and the highest, even up to $10 million. This $10 million lot is a piece of jade, Red Mountain Grand Jade Dragon. The jade coiled dragon, shaped like the letter C, is angular and lifelike, and is thousands of years old. The jade artifacts unearthed with it are in the collection of the capital's museums. I don't know why, but it has been circulated to the public and appeared on top of this auction. It is also because of this rare treasure, which makes this auction extra sensational, attracting many collectors and big bosses. Moreover, this large jade dragon has a special function in addition to collecting. Yin and yang harmonize and nourish both. Strengthens the body, invigorates the blood and soothes the tendons. Nourish your essence and prolong your life. Lin Dong looked at it carefully a few times and almost did not hold back. Isn't that a ing aphrodisiac? Good guy, an antique, but there is a wonderful remedy for kidney loss. No wonder so many big bosses are attracted to it. At their advanced age, it's the time to shrivel up. Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll go down first. Feel free to yell at me if you need anything. Lin Dong nodded slightly and flipped through the pamphlet once again. He wanted to see if there was anything worth keeping an eye out for. Chapter 59, Grievances and Grievances. In the meantime, a familiar face also came to the door of the Jubilee. Hello Chi Xiao. Well, it's still the Sky 9 booth. The visitor wore toadstools and a floral shirt, and was none other than Chi Wenbin, the noble son of Daki Real Estate. At this point, security guards are being instructed as if they were underlings. Normally, he came to the auction on the strength of his family's connections, all of which were the Sky Character No. 9 private rooms. But today, the security guard did not lead the way immediately. Instead, he looked at him with a difficult face and said cautiously, I'm sorry, young Chi, the Sky Character No. 9 private room is already occupied. However, the boss has reserved room number 10 in the sky for you. What? Chi Wenbin froze. What kind of person dares to rob his room? Knock knock. At that moment, a bell rang. Young Chi, the auction is about to start. Look, the security guard lost his smile. Chi Wenbin just wanted to have a fit, but when he heard the bell ringing, he knew that the auction would start soon, so he could only forcefully suppress his anger. Then, felt the bank card in his pocket. This time when he came to the auction, that treasure, he was bound to get it. Now, it doesn't matter which booth. Greetings, distinguished guests. I'm the host of this auction and the owner of Jubilee, Shang Sihai. On the stage, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a tang suit walked in a graceful manner and clasped his fists. The stage was crowded. At a glance, they are all dignitaries. Auctions like this one are held once a month by the Jubilee, but it's the first time it's been as overcrowded as it is today. The reason for this is the large Red Mountain Jade Dragon. First lot. Yuan blue and white porcelain jar of Ghost Valley Tzu descending from the mountain. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, depicting the legendary downhill picture of the legendary connoisseur Ghost Valley. Starting bid, $500,000. As an auction opener, this Yuan blue and white porcelain is not overpriced and will satisfy the majority of buyers. Sure enough, a number of people were moved to hold up signs with prices written on them. Seat 18, 510, 000. Seat 20, 530, 000. Seat 79, 600, $000. Shang Sihai kept quoting a number higher than 1. The atmosphere of the auction followed suit. Tianzi No. 9 private room. Lin Dong's blood boiled with equal fervor. It was his first time attending an antique auction, and his first time seeing this kind of money-spinning spectacle. Write down a random number and hundreds of thousands of dollars are gone. However, thinking of the billion-dollar deposit lying in his bank card, Lin Dong's restless mind gradually calmed down again. With his current assets, it was more than enough to buy all the lots. Throwing out even $1 million won't make a 10-figure number into a 9-figure number. Afterwards, Lin Dong focused his attention on the Yuan blue and white porcelain piece. With a thought, the divine appraisal technique activated. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar with a picture of Guizi descending from the mountain. Value, 1.5 million. Not bad. No wonder so many people are scrambling for it. Under $1 million. Buy it and you've earned it. If the price is right, it's okay to play. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he had a plan in his heart. In no time at all, Yuan Qinghua was speculated to $800,000. There were no longer as many people bidding as there were just now. Only a fat-headed, fat boss and a cheongsam-robed noblewoman remained. Seat 20, $830,000. Seat number 79, $900,000. Seat 20, $1 million. Oh, Lindong's eyes lit up. That noblewoman looked silent, but I didn't expect that the bidding would be so fierce, raising her hand once and adding $100,000. Unsurprisingly, the fat boss was sweating and defeated. He smiled awkwardly at the noblewoman, and watched as this beloved object fell into someone else's pocket. In Lindong's opinion, $1 million for this Yuan Qinghua was not really worth it. After deducting the commission, you'll only make $200,000 to $300,000. That's not enough money for the Patek Philippe he's got. Several more lots followed one after another. What celebrity paintings and calligraphy, copper coins and ancient coins, seals and porcelain. Lindong glanced through them one by one, and none of them had anything that caught his eye. Either that or the price is too low. Either that or you won't make much money if you shoot it. Finally, Lindong's eyes lit up when the ceremonial lady once again carried up a lot. The next lot, a coral 18-sun string from the Qing dynasty. As the name suggests, it's an 18-sun string made of coral as the main material, with a beautiful meaning, condenses the mind and calms the spirit. Starting price, $200,000. Only $200,000? Lindong froze. This coral string clearly emanated a golden glow that only a supreme treasure could have. How can it be worth so little? It couldn't be that the divine appraisal was wrong. Lindong did not believe it and checked again. Qing Dynasty Coral 18-sun strings, with glass jadeite, value, $25 million. Lindong really could not hold back and burst out a foul mouth. I told you why this string is radiating beads. So, there's something else going on here. A hidden mystery. Each coral orb is inlaid with a glass seed emerald. There are a total of 18 suns, or a whole 18 emerald orbs. So many people have handled the strings, and none of them have discovered the secret in it. It's simply God's will. That's $25 million. Cute little thing, not picking up. The next moment, almost at the same time, two voices came from the stage. Tianzi no. 9, $200,000. Tianzi no. 10, $200,000. Lindong froze. I didn't realize that there was someone to steal it from. Could it be that someone else sees the doorway in there as well? Of course he wouldn't let go of the fortune and continued to raise the price. Tianzi no. 9, $300,000. The other side. Qi Wenbin was equally confused. He wanted to buy the coral strings because one of their family partners liked them and wanted to give them as a gift. I didn't realize that the one in the sky character no. 9 private room also wanted it. This caused Qi Wenbin, who had already saved up a bellyful of anger, to press a string of numbers, unwilling to show weakness. Sky character room no. 10, $400,000. Sky character room no. 9, $500,000. What? Qi Wenbin frowned. This guy, is he deliberately targeting himself? He couldn't figure out the other side, so he decided to test the waters. Clearing his throat, he shouted, "Friends of the 9th private room, I'm Qi Wenbin from Diqi Real Estate. I wonder if I could bear to let me have the coral strings. Think of it as giving me face and making a friend. By definition, the private rooms are separate from the public gallery. For the sake of it, to avoid the rich people exposing themselves. Now, for the sake of this string of coral strings, Qi Wenbin had to shout in the air, what's going on? Why is Mr. Qi in room number 10? Isn't he always number 9? Dare I say there's a grandpa here. This is a fight with young Qi, a broken coral string. As far as that goes, the crowd was talking. Neither felt the coral strings were worth the price. It's not worth it to offend Qi Wenbin for this. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Qi Wenbin blow his own cover, not only did the heavenly character no. 9 private room not give in, but instead raised the price even more ruthlessly. Tianzi no. 9, $800,000. Chapter 60, Broken Strings. 800,000? Qi Wenbin was dumbfounded for a moment. It's just a stupid string. How can it be worth so much money? He didn't know that this coral string looked shabby, but the glass seed emerald inside was worth a lot of money and could be called a masterpiece. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be this grandson surnamed Qi. It's fine if you don't say it, but if you do, I'm going to crush you. Lindong snorted coldly. Sure enough, Qi Wenbin couldn't hold back the bad breath and pressed the numbers again. Tianzi no. 10, 1, $2 million. There was a long silence, with no movement from skyward 9. Finally wimped out? Seeing this, Qi Wenbin felt a pang of triumph as he felt a meaty pain. Robbing my room and trying to rob me? Are you worthy? All of this was seen by Shang Sihai. He immediately raised the small hammer and said in a deep voice, 2 million for the first time, 2 million for the second time, 2 million third. Suddenly, a voice came from TNZ9, I'll give you 2 million. Still with it? When these words came out, there was a dead silence in the room. All eyes looked over in unison, filled with shock. What kind of a bastard is this? $2 million for a broken string? There's no place to spend your money. Chi Wenbin's face was incomparably ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, You win. This broken string belongs to you. I didn't realize that there was someone who was a bigger loser than me. Chi Wenbin opened his mouth in a conspiratorial manner, forcing his respect. For some reason, he always felt that the other party's voice sounded a bit familiar. 2 million once, 2 million twice, 2 million 3 times. Congratulations to VIP Tianzino 9 for winning the coral strings. Seeing Lindong finally make a move, Shan Sihai could not help but light up. 2 million isn't a lot of money for an auction, but don't be afraid to spend as little as you can, as long as a good start was made. In the future, Lindong would be an important customer of Jubilee. At the thought of the $1 billion of cash in Lindong's account, Shang Sihai smiled with a joyful, flushed smile. Meanwhile, the scene was noisy. $2 million for a broken string. Crazy? My grandfather's treasured jadeite bracelet is only $3 million. The 18 sons made of broken coral, which is worth so much money. What's the origin of this big brother? It can't be Qi Xiao's nemesis, right? Otherwise, who would be this ingrate? In the eyes of the crowd, Lindong either had his brain kicked by a donkey or he had a grudge against Chi Wenbin. Otherwise, it would be impossible to spend a huge sum of money on a string of rags anyway. Damn, who the hell is this guy? Chi Wenbin was so angry that his eyes were red and his teeth were itching, both glad that he hadn't been an ingrate and upset because he had been stepped on head first. Find out. Go and find out for me at once. Who the hell is in Tianzino 9 private room? Yes, young Chi. The two bodyguards nodded. Just as he was about to investigate who that mysterious buyer was, in the venue, Lindong's voice once again came. Young Chi, if you truly like this string, I can bear to sell it to you. It's not too much to ask. Just give it $10 million. What? Chi Wenbin was dumbfounded. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. No one would take this crap string for over $200,000. This guy, he's even asking for $10 million. He's either crazy or he's making a monkey out of everyone. I say, my friend, have you gone too far? You're thinking we're all cuties, and that you're the only one who's smart? A crappy string that costs $10 million. With that much money, I could go buy a villa. The crowd was talking and were very dissatisfied with Lindong. Shang Sihai also felt that what Lindong had done was too much. However, as the owner of Jubilee, he had to come forward to round up the situation. Ahem, don't get me wrong, this boss is joking. Drive your ass off. Just as Shang Sihai got halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by Chi Wenbin. Afterward, he kicked open the room of Tianzino 10's private room and pointed at Tianzino 9 and cursed. I said how the voice sounded so familiar. So it's you, kid. Lindong, get the hell out if you can. These two know each other? Shang Sihai's face turned white, and he secretly said that something bad had happened. No wonder. Lindong went toe-to-toe with Chi Wenbin. As it turns out, the two are not enemies. Ha ha, I thought that young Chi was so noble that he forgot about me, but I didn't expect that I still remembered. Good, it's me. Lindong smiled faintly, not avoiding Chi Wenbin's murderous gaze, and walked out with a big smile. The sight of this young and unfamiliar face confused the crowd. Who's the big guy here? He looks a little familiar, doesn't he? Young Chi, we had a grudge before, but this time, you're being small-minded. Lindong said with a smile, I sincerely want to sell the string to you. $10 million is definitely a friendly price. You fart. Chi Wenbin stared viciously at Lindong and growled. For this kind of goods, 200,000 is considered a loss. You are not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. Hearing this, Shang Sihai's face stiffened. The other side. Lindong smiled without anger and said without any warmth. What if? This string is worth more than $10 million? It's worth $10 million. I'll eat this table directly. Chi Wenbin said viciously. But don't, the table belongs to Mr. Shang. What's wrong with you running here and cheating on your food? Lindong laughed, and the figure was not a good one. How about, we make a bet. If this string is worth $10 million, you call me grandpa. If not, Chi Wenbin's eyes lit up. He's not bad for money. He's bad for face. If it's not worth that much, you'll have to call me out on it too. Shouting at you for what? Lindong deliberately asked. Chi Wenbin didn't even think about it and blurted out. Grandpa. Lindong responded. For a moment, the entire venue was silent. And then, cacophony of laughter. Put. This kid is so bad. Gutsy too. How dare you lasso Chi Xiao. Shoo, keep your voice down. can't you see Qi Xiao's face is green? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Qi Wenbin was also an afterthought. His face flushed red, uglier than if he had eaten. Damn it, dare to count on me. Lin Dong shook his head. Don't accuse me falsely. I didn't say that. You're the one who volunteered to yell. You. Qi Wenbin was just about to have a fit when he was interrupted by Shang Sihai. Mr. Lin, this coral string, we, Jubilee, have already found someone to appraise it. It's worth up to 300,000. May I ask, how would you like to verify it? Shang Sihai sweated for Lin Dong. At the same time, the mind was muttering. Where did Lin Dong get the confidence to prove that the string was worth more than $10 million? Ha ha, it's easy. Please ask Boss Sean to find a cutting machine and just cut the coral strings. Hearing this, the crowd was once again shocked. This string, Lin Dong just spent a huge amount of $2 million to buy it. You're going to cut it with a cutter before it's even warmed up? Where is the wrongdoer? It's clearly a loser. Qi Wenbin was also startled. Over the years, he has spent tens of millions of dollars buying luxury cars, yachts and villas. However, it was never like Lin Dong, who casually threw in $2 million just for the sake of listening. Could it be that this guy really has some kind of heavenly background? Chapter 61, Calling Grandpa. The other side. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Shang Sihai, however, his pupils shrank. As the owner of Jubilee, what he was most familiar with was the setup of the hidden treasure. Some antiques have too much right and wrong because they are so valuable. The collector then finds another worthless antique to use as a disguise to hide the real priceless treasure in. Some years ago, someone found the real handwriting of Tang Pak Fu inside a Qing dynasty landscape painting, which sensationalized the whole antique world. Could it be that this coral string is the same? Thinking of this, Shang Sihai felt like there were ants crawling all over his body, and he went to the cutting machine in a hurry. Before long, a few staff members brought in equipment and placed the unassuming coral string on top of the cutting table. Lin Dong, what are you doing with all this fancy stuff? Why don't you just call me Grandpa now and save yourself the embarrassment later? Qi Wenbin snorted. In his eyes, the coral string was garbage. No amount of tossing and turning is worth $10 million. The crowd thought the same thing. It was as if he had already seen the image of Lin Dong's gray head, bowing his head and calling Qi Xiao's grandfather. Facing everyone's mocking gazes, Lin Dong smiled faintly, unperturbed. Don't rush. What follows is the moment to witness the miracle. Soon the cutter started up. Everyone's eyes burned into the booth. Qi Wenbin also couldn't help but stretch his neck and look over curiously. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling. In full view of the public, the 18 coral strings were sliced at the corners. No, nothing. It's just a coral orb of the most ordinary kind. Ha ha, Lin Dong, you lost. I knew it. This is worthless. You're still pretending here. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Qi Wenbin was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. Thanks to him, he thought there was something big, but to his surprise, it was Lin Dong who pulled a big one. Phew, the rest of the group booed, their faces filled with disdain. That's it. Ha, white anticipation. This Lin Dong, what the hell? Looking for a cutting machine and suspending the auction again. Working for nothing. Loser, $2 million down the drain. For a while, almost everyone was mocking Lin Dong. Shang Sihai's face didn't look too good either. He took the time and effort to set up a stage for Lin Dong to sing, and as a result, this? Alright Lin Dong, don't waste your time. Hurry up and call Grandpa. Qi Wenbin clasped his arms and deliberately lifted his chin, looking condescendingly at Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong remained breezy and shook his head with a smile. What's the rush? There's something hidden inside that hasn't been touched yet. I shucks. Qi Wenbin snorted coldly, disdainfully said, all dead to the end. Still pretending here. Really think you? Look, something. What? I don't know who shouted. Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention. Shang Sihai carefully cut the coral strings. Both of his hands trembled gently at the sight of that touch of imperial green. Emerald? It's still glassy emperor's green. Instantly, the whole room was in an uproar. Glass seed is the best of jadeite. Waterhead is sufficient. Crystal clear, like a mirror as beautiful. Imperial green, moreover, is the purest color in the glass variety. Both the emerald's verdant, but also not lose the condensed unique gorgeous, is a veritable emerald emperor. In the market, casually a small glass seed emperor green, is worth millions. If the coral string's 18 seeds, all of which are filled with this kind of emerald, are worth at least $20 million. No wonder Lin Dong dared to boast that it was worth at least $10 million. Now it seems surprisingly conservative of him. Bam! Qi Wenbin sat on his butt on the ground, looking at the touch of imperial green with disbelief. It can't be. How is this possible? This must be a fake. Qi Wenbin's eyes widened, unable to accept this fact. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Congratulations. Today, you've really picked up the slack. Shang Sihai laughed so hard that his headlines came out. Never did he expect that Lin Dong did not bluff, but really saw that there was a treasure inside. At the same time, the buyers under the stage were in an uproar. I'm not dreaming, am I? This mediocre string is hiding jadeite, or a glassy imperial green worth over $20 million. It's so amazing. Movies don't even dare to do that. No wonder this string is big and bulky. It turns out that there is something inside. Cut the horseplay here. This Lin Dong is divine. He wouldn't have seen it already, would he? Just now, Lin Dong was still the target of many people's verbal attacks. Now, it's the meat and potatoes of everyone's eyes. Everyone was praising Lin Dong for his sharp eyesight and his means of identifying treasures across the air, which was comparable to certain masters. Seeing that touch of imperial green, the stone in Lin Dong's heart also finally fell to the ground. Although, he had known the secret for a long time. But knowing is knowing. The moment you actually see it is reassuring. Not long after, Shang Sihai cut the coral strings to pieces. Then, all 18 glass seed imperial green beads inside were taken out and carefully placed on top of a golden velvet cloth for fear of bumping into it. Lin Dong nodded, satisfied with Shang Sihai's meticulousness. Boss Shang, give an estimate. How much are these emeralds worth? Shang Sihai froze for a moment. After a few moments of deliberation, he gave his offer. I have handled a lot of antique treasures, but also touched a lot of jade emerald, like such a good quality, so well-preserved emerald beads, or the first time to see. I think it's worth at least $25 million. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. $2 million becomes $25 million? How was Lin Dong a loser? He was simply the god of wealth. Make a lot of money. More. How much? 25 million? Qi Wenbin had just caught his breath and almost carried it over again. Just now, Lin Dong only wanted $10 million. Had he bought it then, he would have netted $15 million now. Qi Xiao. Seeing that Qi Wenbin was about to pass out again, the bodyguard hurriedly pinched people. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's teasing voice rang out. Alright Qi Xiao, don't play dead. Don't forget, you owe me a grandpa for not shouting. Big grandson. Lin Dong never let go of any opportunity to drop a stone. Besides, who made Qi Wenbin have to trouble him and hit him? People like that can't be spoiled. You. Qi Wenbin trembled and pointed at Lin Dong. Furious, Mr. Qi, in front of so many people. You're not trying to renege on your debt, are you? Lin Dong aggressively and coldly spoke. Or is it that being untrustworthy in one's words is the code of conduct of Qi Real Estate? If this gets out, how can your family's company still do business? Chapter 62, The Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Qi Wenbin's face went white. As the youngest member of the Qi family, he was afraid of nothing but his own dad. If it affects the family business, his dad will kill him. Unable to do anything else, Qi Wenbin could only endure the suffocation and anger within his heart and muttered with a hard head and a lowered head. Grandpa! Louder! Didn't hear you! Grandpa! Qi Wenbin shouted out angrily. For a moment, everyone almost laughed out loud. No one had expected that Qi Xiao, who usually flaunted his power and arrogance, would be pressed by the neck and called out to someone else's grandfather, and shouting so loud. It was not a wasted day. At the same time, everyone was incredibly curious about Lin Dong's identity. What kind of person dares to tease Qi Wenbin 3 times? Qi Xiao, hold it in for good. Don't forget to come to the auction today for something important. Seeing that Qi Wenbin's expression wasn't quite right, the 2 bodyguards rushed to comfort him. It was only then that Qi Wenbin remembered the purpose of his participation in the auction. That treasure will determine his happiness for the rest of his life. Fine, I'll put up with it. Lin Dong, you better not fall into my hands. Qi Wenbin took a deep breath and lay down on the sofa, forcing himself to calm down. Still, there was no forgetting about what had just happened. This Lin Dong. What exactly is this Lin Dong? How did he know that there was imperial green hidden inside that broken string? Could it be that he and Shang Sihai have conspired to set up a special scheme to trap Laozi? Just as this thought popped up in his mind, Qi Wenbin shook his head. Let's not talk about whether or not Shang Sihai has the guts. The point is, one doesn't pay a dime. What's he after? The only plausible explanation was that Lin Dong had deliberately sought to trouble him. Young Qi, as you ordered. We have already found out the details of this Lin Dong. A few days ago, he was just a hungover office worker earning $3,000 a month, dumped by his girlfriend. As a result, it's these days, and I don't know where the money came from, and I bought a Porsche and a watch, and I even opened a presidential suite at the Dynasty Hotel for a month. I doubt it. He won the jackpot. That's it? Qi Wenbin froze for a moment. Originally, he thought that Lin Dong was some kind of second-generation ancestor. I didn't realize it was just a thug. However, there was no way to explain how Lin Dong knew about the Emperor Green. Could it be? Is it crooked? No way. Not again. Not again. Not again. How could that happen? Forget it, wait until the auction is over. The first order of business is to shoot the treasure and clean up that brat later. Chi Wenbin gritted his teeth and held back for the time being. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his participation in this auction. It was at this moment that Shang Xihai's voice came. Honored guests, coming up, the last lot of this auction is also the most valuable, the oldest, and the most completely preserved at home and abroad. An absolutely unique piece. It is. With a big wave of his hand, Shang Xihai uncovered the red cloth. A wrist-thin mysterious jade artifact appeared in front of everyone. Chic and exquisite in appearance. It seems like a coiled-up Snow-White divine dragon. It is the grand finale lot of this auction. The Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Wow! Here comes the main event. After 2 hours of waiting, it's finally here. More than half of the people in the crowd were there for it. Among them, there is no shortage of pot-bellied bosses. The moment they saw the great Jade Dragon, they all breathed heavily and exuded a look of excitement. The reason is simple. This Red Mountain Jade Dragon is not only highly collectible, but also has a special function. It makes a man dragon and revitalizes him. As the saying goes, when you reach middle age, you have to soak goji berries in a thermos. But any boss with a little money in his pocket, which is not the top of the Mediterranean Sea, the bottom of the branch cannot be up. The Red Mountain Grand Jade Dragon with its miraculous effects became a life-saving panacea in their eyes. There were several people who had held back the entire auction without raising their cards just for this moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Finally, after waiting so long, it's finally here. Inside the sky character No. 10 box, Chi Wenbin stared straight at the Grand Jade Dragon with an agitated expression, and his two hands were clenched into fists. Yes, he's just as hard up as the bald bosses. It can't be helped. On the strength of being young and rich, and in the earlier years, he was a nightmare. As a result, a slip of the tongue can play itself out. Because of this incident, Chi Wenbin was scolded by his father. Put out a tough word that if he is not able to carry on the family line for the Chi family, he himself will go find another young wife and have a son. This scared Chi Wenbin. Immediately seek out famous doctors from around the world. As a result, it doesn't work in the slightest. A few days ago, he heard about the magical effects of the Red Mountain Grand Jade Dragon, and he immediately rushed over in a hurry with the mindset of beating a dead horse. Although, this antique is worth over $10 million. However, for the sake of inheriting the family fortune, and the happiness of the rest of his life, at any cost, Chi Wenbin has to film it. In the meantime, in the heavenly character No. 9 private room, Lin Dong also slowly opened his eyes. Is this the famous Red Mountain Jade Dragon? It does look good. I just don't know if it's worth the price. Lin Dong scanned the pamphlet in his hand. According to the introduction, the starting price of the large Jade Dragon is as high as $8 million. Call it the best of the auction. Looking at a sea of fiery-eyed buyers on the stage, Lin Dong's mind moved and the divine appraisal technique fell. Red Mountain Jade Dragon, imitation. Value, 1,500,000. Fake? Lin Dong's pupils shrunk. I didn't realize that a casual appraisal would poke a shocking power. This jade artifact, surprisingly, is a fake. Looking at Shang Xihai, who did not look the least bit abnormal and was explaining the history of the Great Jade Dragon in a gushing manner. Obviously, he's been duped as well. I have to say, the counterfeiter is very clever. This fake is supposed to be half true. That's why it's worth $1.5 million and has fooled so many veterans. Wait, what about the nourishing effect? Lin Dong frowned and released his divine appraisal technique once again. He had to figure out what was going on here. Red Mountain Jade Dragon, imitation. Value, 1,500,000. Note, containing hypnotic estrus drug, easy to make people hallucinate. Long-term use will lead to restlessness and collapse. Put. Seeing this line of text, Lin Dong could no longer tense up. Ha 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 ha, no wonder it makes men keel over. So, the counterfeiter slipped drugs into it. After all, no one would want to. After all, break a jade dragon worth over $10 million. That's why a steady stream of people will fall for it. This forgery is absolute. Lin Dong laughed his head off. After knowing this secret, and then looking at those hungry bosses on the stage, he couldn't help but have a teasing smile on his face. Everyone is drunk and I'm alone. Life, it's still lonely as snow. Chapter 63, The Words That Don't Shock You. It was at this time that Shang Xihai finally finished telling the history of the Great Jade Dragon and raised the small golden hammer. The Red Mountain Jade Dragon, now open for bidding. Starting bid, $8 million. Wow! When this price came out, the whole room was in an uproar. Even though those bosses were mentally prepared, they were still shocked to hear that number. 8 million? Could have bought a nice villa. And that's just the starting bid. The final sale price. There's no telling how high it will go. Over time, many people were discouraged. Oh, a bunch of poor people. Chi Wenbin smiled faintly and started bidding. Tianzi No. 10, $8 million. Young Chi has struck. I'll go. How come Chi Xiao is looking at this too? Chi Xiao is so young, he wouldn't be that too, would he? TSK, young age, pity. Seeing Chi Wenbin so impatient to start bidding, there was an immediate exchange of words at the bottom. They didn't believe that Chi Wenbin had auctioned off this large jade dragon just to collect it. Hearing the crowd's flirtations and speculations about himself, Chi Wenbin's old face swished red. This is the same as, he opened up his floppy secret to everyone. Tramp, a bunch of long-winded assholes. It's none of your business what I'm filming. Chewing the cud here. Chi Wenbin gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to attack. Right now, getting the big jade dragon on camera was the most important thing. He can't wait to revitalize and slay. The other side. Lin Dong also heard Chi Wenbin's offer and could not help but smile. I didn't realize that Chi Wenbin, who looks like a human being, is also an outwardly strong commodity. Only in his 20s, and he's played himself into oblivion. Ha ha. After which, Lin Dong looked at the Grand Jade Dragon with a playful look in his eyes. The Red Mountain Grand Jade Dragon is a fake. Chi Wenbin wanted to be the wrongdoer, but he could let him have it. But before that, there's still a little blockage to add to him. In the next moment, Lin Dong also began to make offers. Tianzi no. $9 million. Chi Wenbin froze for a moment, subconsciously looking towards Tianzi no. 9. Damn it, this Lin Dong. What a shadowy soul. He's going to cut across whatever the old man is doing. Chi Wenbin took a deep breath. This was followed by a quick press of a string of numbers. $10 million for 10 characters of heaven. Tianzi no. 9. $11 million. Sky 10. $12 million. The bidding came in a steady stream. During that time, there were others who occasionally intervened, but it's mostly a two-man show. The audience off stage watched the scene with another round of whispers. This Lin Dong, is he crazy? How come he got into a fight with Mr. Chi? Yes, this big jade dragon does have an extremely high collection value, but there's no need to be so crazy, right? Do you think it could be that both of them are having a hard time? It's possible. Rich people are kinda that. Play with flowers and get sick easily. Lin Dong and Chi Wenbin were fighting between the dragons and tigers. Soon the price came to a more sensitive figure. Tianzi no. 10. $19 million. Tianzi no. 9. $20 million. Tianzi no. 10. $25 million. Chi Wenbin actually added 5 million at once. This number just happened to be Lin Dong's limit. The most he could sell his glassy emerald green emerald for was this much. In Chi Wenbin's opinion, Lin Dong no longer had the qualifications to call his bluff. This big jade dragon, he was bound to get it. As expected, once the price of $25 million was quoted, Tianzi no. 9 was slow to move. Phew, Chi Wenbin let out a long breath. A victor's smile written all over his face. Can't wait to give a winning speech afterward. Lin Dong, to come out and mix with others is not to fight and kill. You need to have power and a background. Bargaining with me, do you have that kind of money? Now, know who's the son and who's the father. Even though Chi Wenbin's words were arrogant and caused discomfort to many people here, but there's no way around it. People do have that backbone. Who made people cast a good birth? Anyway, his old man has billions of dollars in assets. What's $25 million? Why hasn't this Lin Dong moved? It seems that there's really no money left. Normal. That coral string, at most, will sell for $20 million. This big jade dragon alone is worth more than $10 million. Now Chi Wenbin has already lost money by auctioning it. Who would be willing to spend so much money if it wasn't for that special effect? Oh, it seems that the big picture is set. On the exhibition stand, Shang Sihai also wheedled and raised his hammer. 25 million for the first time, 25 million for the second, 25 million third. Suddenly, the lights came on again at Skyward 9. Lin Dong unexpectedly struck again. What? Chi Wenbin's pupils shrunk. Not only did Lin Dong strike again, but also, he directly added $5 million. Tianzi no. 9. $30 million. Where did he get that kind of money? Even if you win the jackpot, you can't afford to spend it like that. Chi Wenbin was dumbfounded. On the contrary, Shang Sihai was all smiles. He was the only one out of everyone who knew that Lin Dong had $1 billion lying in his bank card. Naturally, I have confidence in him. Wait, I doubt it. He doesn't even have that much money. Boss Shang, I need to check the capital in case some people bid maliciously. Soon after, Chi Wenbin protested. His proposal sounded like it was directed at Lin Dong, but in reality, there was no violation of the rules. Because auctions do have malicious bidding. There is no money, but you are hard up to play the big tail and seriously interfere with the bidding. Hearing Chi Wenbin's accusation, Shang Sihai smiled faintly. Young Chi, in the name of Jubilee, I'll vouch for Mr. Lin, that he does have the strength to do this, and that he didn't bid in bad faith. And that doesn't include the glassy Emperor's Green that hasn't been sold yet. When these words came out, Everyone, including Chi Wenbin, was dumbfounded. Lin Dong, do you really have that much money? And there's no need to sell a glass-seated Imperial Green to shell out $30 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chi Wenbin's face turned purple. This Lin Dong had simply made him lose face. But, in order to inherit the family fortune, he had to raise the sign again. 10 of heaven. $31 million. When everyone thought that Lin Dong would still follow him down, Tianzi no. 9 did not move. 1 minute passes. 2 minutes pass. Until Shang Sihai dropped the hammer. Lin Dong did not make any movements. $31 million for the third time. Congratulations to Mr. Chi for winning the Grand Jade Dragon. Seeing that the big picture was settled, Chi Wenbin could no longer hold on and collapsed on the ground, covered in sweat. At $31 million, he finally got his wish and auctioned off the Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Lin Dong, you lost. I'm the final winner. This thing is mine. Chi Wenbin roared in anger and triumph. It was as if to vent all the grievances accumulated earlier. At this moment, Lin Dong walked out from the Tianzi no. 9 private room with an intriguing smile on his face. Snap! He applauded while smiling and said, "Congratulations to young Chi for auctioning the Red Mountain Great Jade Dragon. Too bad it's not worth anything." Chapter 64, Do you want to make a bet? What? Lin Dong's words once again set off shockwaves. Lin Dong, what are you babbling about? Chi Wenbin started with a roar. Then, thinking that he had seen through everything, he said mockingly, I see, you are unwilling to lose to me and are deliberately saying these words to anger me, aren't you? I'm not going to fall for that little trick. What's real is real, and it can't be fake. Seeing Chi Wenbin's insistence, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Unbelievable? Why don't we make a bet? What's the bet? Chi Wenbin asked coldly. Let's bet on whether this thing is that magical or not. If you win, I'll buy this thing for you and give it away for $30 million archly. If you lose, Lin Dong smiled and pointed to the ground. How about getting down on your knees and kowtowing to me? Another bet? Earlier, the two had already made a bet. As a result, Chi Wenbin lost and called out to his grandfather. This time, he wouldn't fall into Lin Dong's hands again. Would he? You fart. Noticing the crowd's strange gazes, Chi Wenbin grimaced. This is something that could never be fake. Many experts have personally certified it. Lin Dong smiled faintly. You're right, the stuff is indeed real, but it's not worth the price. And besides, there's nothing that nourishes the yin and revitalizes the yang. All these rumors are just a lie to sick two little cuties like you. Hearing this, Chi Wenbin couldn't help but thump in his heart. Earlier, Lin Dong swore that the coral string was worth more than $10 million. He doesn't believe it. As a result, it opened to a glassy imperial green. Now, Lin Dong added that the Great Jade Dragon couldn't make a person dragon essence. Could it be that he was really cheated? No. Why did I believe this kid's bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Chi Wenbin shook his head and snorted coldly. Okay, bet on it. If this thing is real, you'll pay me $30 million. The guys are listening. Don't try to renege. Lin Dong smiled faintly. As things stand, Chi Wenbin is still obsessed. Sure enough, it's not the scammers that are too smart. It's the cuties. There are too many of them, and the money is too good to cheat. Don't worry. Lin Dong, do not change my name. I never go back on my word. One spit at a time. Now, let's verify it on the spot. Seeing Lin Dong's look of conviction, Chi Wenbin snorted coldly and glared at the two bodyguards. At the same time, some anticipation rubbed his hands together. In the past 2 years, I don't know how many demonic ES have fallen over themselves to get under the covers in the middle of the night. As a result, he could only stare each time. This made Chi Wenbin embarrassed and at the same time incredibly inferior and annoyed. Today, this problem can finally be solved. Two bodyguards walked up to the booth in full view of the crowd, one on the left and one on the right, carrying the valuable Red Mountain Jade Dragon through the crowd. Along the way, the buyer in the seat next to him, just a little closer, couldn't stop sweating. His mouth was dry, and he had a strong urge. Holy, this big jade dragon is amazing too. I can feel it. Who says it isn't? That in my house. She complains every day that I'm too short. And now, well, there's nowhere to use my strength. I really envy Chi Xiao, with such a great treasure. One a day. Oh no. Several to accompany. The crowd under the stage was talking, staring at the great jade dragon like wolves and tigers, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Chi Wenbin was incomparably pleased. This baby, from now on, he alone will have it all to himself. The rest of you cool off. Not long after, the two bodyguards sent the large jade dragon to Chi Wenbin. Two big, strong men, hard and sweaty, panting, not from being too tired, though, instead, they were itchy, as if a million ants were crawling all over their bodies. Seeing this, Chi Wenbin smiled knowingly and patted their shoulders. Don't worry, I'll take you two to a nightclub to have some fun when we're done with this. Thank you, young Chi. The two bodyguards thanked him excitedly. Chi Wenbin nodded slightly. Afterwards, he picked up the large jade dragon that he had bought for $30 million and deliberately waved it in front of Lin Dong's eyes, as if he was showing off his trophy. Lin Dong, many people have personally verified the efficacy of this item. Now, do you still want to talk tough? Hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads. The magical effect of this large jade dragon was something they could relate to. How can it be a fake? In their opinion, Lin Dong had already lost completely and utterly. Not only did he lose face, he also lost $30 million. It's almost like stealing a chicken. Never would he have expected that at this point in time. Lin Dong still did not panic in the slightest, nor did he speak, but only raised his right hand, as if to say, please start your show. Ha, still talking tough at the end of your life. Chi Wenbin skimmed his mouth and snorted disdainfully. Then, carefully placing the large jade dragon in front of his face, he took a deep breath. That expression, like a swoon. If you didn't know better, you'd think he smoked an 82 Daizen. Pretend, keep pretending. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised, already knowing what would happen next. Sure enough, a few minutes passed, letting Chi Wenbin sniff around, and there was no change in his body. How is that possible? This baby, doesn't it say that it can revitalize a man? Why don't I feel anything at all? Chi Wenbin looked increasingly panicked. Everyone has an effect, but when it comes to him, it's a dead thing? Unbelieving. He handed the large jade dragon to two bodyguards. Soon, the two men were red in the face, covering their pants for fear of making a fool of themselves. I can't, Shi Shao, this thing is too fierce. You put it away. Seeing this, Chi Wenbin was completely flustered. Could it be that one's illness is so severe that even the great jade dragon doesn't work? Or is it that one is completely wasted? Ha ha ha. It was at this moment that Lin Dong's unrestrained laughter rang out. Don't toss it, Chi Shao. Now, don't you get it? This big jade dragon, it can only make people in heat, no way to cure them. I'd advise you to find an old Chinese doctor who's okay with a few stitches. Maybe, someday, it will branch out. Ha ha. Amidst Lin Dong's indulgent laughter, the others also revealed strange expressions. Dare I say it, young Chi really has something difficult to say. Lin Dong, what are you babbling about? Seeing that his condition had been punctured, Chi Wenbin was a bit annoyed. When I say this thing is real, it is real. Who says I bought it for that? I bought it for my collection. In my eyes, it's worth $30 million alone. Seeing that Chi Wenbin was still talking tough, Lin Dong could not help but smile. I told you earlier, the stuff is real, but it's not worth the price. Anyway, you have a big family, so you can get it appraised and see if it can cure you. Chapter 65, The Art of Divine Gambling. At this time, Chi Wenbin was actually weak-minded. He had a vague feeling that he had been tricked, not to mention whether this jade is true or false. Let's just say that it doesn't have a healing effect. In Chi Wenbin's mind, it's not worth $30 million, or even, worthless. Asterisk. Chi Wenbin's face turned red as he stared at Lin Dong. He felt that Lin Dong was his bogeyman. Everything is going wrong, and you're losing face. Seeing that Chi Wenbin couldn't let out a single fart, most people already had an answer in their hearts. Only, no one dares to poke at it. After all, while Lin Dong could be messed with, the Chi family could not. This big jade dragon, when I say it's real, it's real. The previous bet doesn't count. Let's bet on something else. Oh, the corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect that this young Chi would play tricks. There wasn't really much he could do about it. Though, the thing is in Chi Wenbin's hands. As long as he doesn't find someone to appraise it for a day, he can't prove that it's not worth $30 million. The bet with Lin Dong naturally could not be honored. Lin Dong, you're not afraid, are you? Still left my vocal cords at home. Chi Wenbin was also trying to do everything he could to anger Lin Dong in order to regain his face. He now also counted to see that he could not play with Lin Dong in the piece of antique appraisal. Yet, it is possible to win back at what you do best. In the face of Chi Wenbin's provocation, Lin Dong was breezy from the beginning, his hands in his pockets, disdainful. Sure, what do you want to play? I know there's an underground casino right around the corner. Why don't we go there and play a couple games? Chi Wenbin had a smug smile on his face. Casino? Lin Dong frowned slightly. This stuff, he's not good at. Normally, the most he would do is play mahjong and fight the landlord. And, still, it's a very vegetable kind of thing. Going to the casino to play with Chi Wenbin, isn't that looking for abuse? Just as he was about to refuse, the system's heavenly voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission. Fire eyes and golden eyes. Congratulations to the host for the extra reward. Divine gambling. God-level gambling? Lin Dong froze for a moment first. Ecstasy ensued in his heart. Divine gambling. As the name suggests, you are familiar with various gambling styles and gambling techniques. For example, card switching techniques, flying card tricks, there are even cheating thousands of tricks. The more skillful 1,000 tricks are, the more undetectable they are. Interesting. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. It's so true that when you doze off, you get a pillow. Mastering god-level gambling skills, wouldn't he be more powerful than fat? This would have dared to break into Vegas with a tuxedo and a big back haircut. Lin Dong, what are you waiting for? Wouldn't dare, would you? Seeing that Lin Dong froze in place and was slow to speak, Qi Wenbin once again spoke out in mockery. Lin Dong returned to his senses and the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. No problem, just bet. You had to come up with the money, so who am I to say no? Okay, have some guts, but don't sneak away and make me look down on you. Qi Wenbin arrogantly made a provocative gesture. It looked like a win. You know, he is known as the little god of gambling in Tianhai. All the major underground casinos and nightclubs have his legend. And then look at Lin Dong. A few days ago, it was just a small clerk at the bottom of the social ladder. As long as the hand wasn't too outrageous, he was definitely a sure winner. Lost Lin Dong all his money. Seeing this expression on Qi Wenbin's face, Lin Dong inwardly sneered. Don't look at him so crazy now. For a moment, don't mention how bad it was. Maybe the little pearls are falling out. Shortly after, the two arrived at a nearby underground casino. Business is good here. It's packed. Seeing Qi Wenbin's arrival, the casino's foreman greeted him with a trot. Young Qi, which gust of wind brought you here? What would you like to play today? I'll get it ready right away. Qi Wenbin shook his head and pointed at Lin Dong. Help clear a table. I'll play a couple games with this brother. The foreman's eyes rolled. A human savant like him? Where could he not hear the targeting in Qi Wenbin's tone? It seems that these two don't get along. Please, please. It wasn't long before the maitre d' invited the duo to the VIP area. There are several large tables with everything from fried gold, blackjack, poker, and mahjong. Qi Wenbin's hands itched to watch, and he couldn't help but pick up the dice and toss them into the air, falling down to exactly 1-6. Ha ha, this luck. It seems that old me is going to be rich. Mister, she has always had a good hand. Look, how many chips should I exchange? Or 500,000? Foreman Zhao had a smile on his face and thought that Qi Wenbin was just having a little fun as usual. Unexpectedly, Qi Wenbin's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Dong dead in the face and slapped the table. Give me $5 million instead. I'm going to have fun today. 5 million? Foreman Zhao was stunned at first. An expression of ecstasy followed. The more water the two run, the higher the commission he gets. He then turned his head to look at Lin Dong. What about this handsome guy? Just when everyone thought that Lin Dong would not be any worse, he held up a finger and compared it to the number one. $10 million? Foreman Zhao's pupils shrunk as he wailed, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Starting with $10 million. The casino seldom meets such a bold master. You misunderstand. Lin Dong coughed and said seriously, $100. Put. Hearing this, Qi Wenbin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Dong, are you out of your mind? $100? You play with me? Play with your sister. If you don't dare to bet, get out while you can. Luckily, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out, it's just a slug. Ha ha. Next to him, Foreman Zhao's expression also drooped at once. This gentleman, our casino rules require a minimum of 1,000. To exchange chips, 1,000 then. Lin Dong did not care about the other people's strange gazes. Back then, Chen Daggerboy won $37 million with $20. Today, he has not been able to use $1,000 and win 10 small goals. Hearing this, the foreman rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Qi Wenbin impatiently say, all right, his 1,000. Lousy please. I'd like to see you play for a few minutes with this 1,000 in chips. Nope, should have lost it all at once. For a while, apart from a few people from Qi Wenbin, everyone else was also looking at Lin Dong with great contempt. They did not know what happened in the auction and only thought that Lin Dong was a smelly hangman who did not know where he came from. Qi Wenbin, cut the crap. Playing or not, I'm leaving if you don't play. Qi Wenbin sneered and casually touched the dice from earlier. Since you're in such a hurry, let's play the easiest and fastest one. Compare sizes. Just to be clear, we can't both choose the same. Don't you dare play? Lin Dong was waiting for these words. Originally, he was worried that Qi Wenbin would follow his choice. In that case, wouldn't it be a no-win, no-frills game for nothing? Now it's good. He can make a killing. Chapter 66. Let's play big. Qi Wenbin flashed a look at the foreman. The latter immediately brought 5 six-sided crystal dice and a dice cup. These dice are crystal clear, and not only are the numbers extraordinarily clear, but the internal structure is also clear, so there is no possibility of cheating. However, Lin Dong did not take it lightly. The crystal dice are indeed clean, but what about that thick, heavy dice cup? Who knows if there's any black technology in there? Good thing, he has godly gambling skills. In terms of cheating, he's really not afraid of anyone. The next moment, the dealer shook the dice cup like a dragon flying. All that could be heard was a clattering sound, as if mercury was falling and pearls were clattering. This scene quickly drew the attention of others. Chi Wenbin, as a casino regular, was a star-like figure. Everyone was convinced of his gambling skills. On the contrary, Lin Dong did not even know that there was a minimum of 1,000 chips for redemption. It's obvious that it's a raw egg. You'll be toyed with by Mr. Chi until you die. Bam! After a flurry of motion, the dice cup slammed heavily on the table. By big, by small, by fixed. Lin Dong, press big or small. Chi Wenbin was very confident and gave the initiative to Lin Dong. In front of him were several stacks of chips. It's the same 5 million that was just redeemed. On the contrary, in Lin Dong's hand, he only had a pitiful $1,000 in chips. Lin Dong's eyes are calm and very dry, pushing 1,000 chips to the big area. Didn't see that coming. You don't have a lot of chips and a lot of appetite. Come up here and try to win a big one. Okay, I'll bet small. Chi Wenbin smiled coldly and pushed 10,000 chips to the other side of the table. In the small area, open. Before the words left his mouth, the Dutchman waved his big hand and picked up the dice cup. Inside, lay 5 crystal dice. 5 eye-catching dots come into view. 2 2s, a 4, and a 5 and a 6. 19 points. Proper big. Chi Wenbin frowned. I thought that it would usher in an open door, but I didn't expect that it would be bet on by this Lin Dong kid. 19 points. Big. The lotter was expressionless, and with a black rake, he pushed Chi Wenbin's $10,000 chips, as well as Lin Dong's originally $1,000 chips, in front of him. Ha ha, it looks like I'm in good hands today. Lin Dong smiled and followed Chi Wenbin's tone, repeating his words. You. Chi Wenbin was instantly furious. Subsequently, forcibly suppressed the fire in his heart. Put a vicious word, don't be too happy too early. Death by 1,000 cuts. Not who the first hand. Besides, $10,000 only. I don't care. Go on. As the words fell, the dealer once again shook the dice cup with a fancy, letting the 5 dice clink around inside without even looking at them. A few moments later, the dice cup landed again. Chi Wenbin doesn't let up on Lin Dong either and pushes 50,000 chips to the big side of the board first. Then, smiling, he looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, according to the rules, you can only choose small. No problem. Lin Dong shrugged, unconcerned. Then, take all the chips you just won and bet them all. The Dutchman slowly opened the dice cup. 3 1s and 2 2s. 7 o'clock. Junior. What? Chi Wenbin froze for a moment. For a moment, there was some skepticism. This can lose twice in a row? Was Lin Dong too lucky, or was he too backward? The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly when he saw this, although he didn't care about the small amount. However, seeing Chi Wenbin suffer defeat was still a head-to-toe delight. The next moment, he directly took the 50,000 chips to his chest and said with a smile, "Sorry, I won again." Young Chi, still playing? Play. Why don't you play? Chi Wenbin has gone to the head, again and again and again. He did not believe that Lin Dong could come up with a hat trick. Lin Dong, dare you play a big game? 50,000 is too little. Bet $1 million. Okay. Lin Dong smiled in disbelief. Thinking for a moment, he placed the jade trigger from earlier on the table. This thing, that should be enough. The moment he saw the jade trigger, Chi Wenbin's subconscious pupils shrank. The trigger finger, indeed, is worth over $1 million. Before that, he wanted to overpay. As a result, he was tricked by Lin Dong. Do not fight or buns to fight. This time, he had to win it back. The Dutchman shook the dice cup again. Only, this time, he moved a lot faster. So fast that others can't even see it. Lin Dong, you first. When the dice cup landed, Chi Wenbin was the first to speak. Oh, just say it when you're wimpy. Fart. Chi Wenbin has the best face. Hearing this, 1 million chips were pushed directly to the big top. He didn't believe that it would go small twice in a row. Lin Dong chose to do the opposite of him. Place the jade trigger on top of the small. Chi Wenbin was in no hurry and winked at the foreman. It seems to be signaling something. Foreman Zhao understood and gave the lotter a gesture. The Dutchman was expressionless, and the moment he opened the dice cup, he didn't move and pressed a certain mechanism. Click. Such a slight sound, in the chaotic and noisy casino, was completely obscured and unnoticed. Only Lin Dong, who was holding his arms and watching the good show, suddenly raised his eyebrows. After the dice cup was lifted, it was more like the heart slowed down half a beat. 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 24 points. Big. Da. Congratulations to Mr. Chi for making a big profit. Foreman Zhao howled with great enthusiasm. Instantly, The casino atmosphere was brought to a climax as countless pairs of eyes looked over. Chi Xiao is powering up. I told you, those two just now were just a small fight. As long as the real deal is done, Chi Xiao is absolutely unambiguous. Tian Hai, little gambling god. The name is true. I'm convinced. The crowd flattered and fawned, holding Chi Wenbin's stinky feet. Chi Wenbin looked at the 5 dice and smiled even more. Afterward, in front of Lin Dong, he took the jade trigger over. Lin Dong, you gave this to me yourself. I'll take that as a compliment. Ha ha. Chi Wenbin was so proud of himself that he put the jade trigger on his thumb. Then, with a big wave of his hand, he yelled, "Today, I'm happy, so I'll give everyone here $10,000 in chips each." Wow. Thank you, Mr. Chi's atmosphere. This Lin Dong is no good. He's far worse than Chi Xiao. Compared to gambling skills, Chi Xiao is his grandmaster. Hearing the crowd's boasting, Chi Wenbin was red-faced. Afterward, he smiled coldly at Lin Dong and teasingly asked, "Lin Dong, still playing? It can't be that you don't dare to, right? What's there to be afraid of? Go on." Lin Dong's expression did not change too much as he greatly pulled out something from his arms. Then, one by one, the rules were laid out on the gambling table. Hiss. Seeing those 18 crystal clear glazed imperial green, everyone held their breath and stared. Even Chi Wenbin. His breath stuttered. "Young Chi, you're right. If we're going to play, let's play big." Lin Dong looked at Chi Wenbin smilingly and said slowly, $1 million counts for what margins? Like our status, it is not easy to come out to play a hand. At least tens of millions of dollars. Please exchange my chips. I want 25 million. Chapter 67, a handful of stud. Asterisk. Big deal. They're all glassy Emperor's green, worth at least tens of millions. I didn't realize that this one is also ruthless. The world of the rich is really not something that poor people like us can imagine. If this is lost, hiss, it hurts to think about it. More than a pain in the ass. I'll jump right off the building. The crowd looked at the 18 glass seed imperial green beads with fiery eyes. Extreme things like this, they've only seen on TV. Realistically, it may not happen once in a lifetime. Today, they were considered to have seen it with their own eyes thanks to Lin Dong's blessing. On the other side, the foreman, seeing this, was also gently trembling with his hands and kept swallowing his saliva. Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not joking? All this stuff, converted into chips? What? No? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly with a disdainful expression. That look, as if, these 18 beads, not glass seed Emperor green, just a pile of garbage. In fact, to the current Lin Dong, a mere $20 million was really nothing. Inside his bank card, there were still $1 billion lying around. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Redeem the chips for him right now. Ha ha. Chi Wenbin was ecstatic and hurriedly urged the foreman, fearing that Lin Dong would back out. It was as if he had already seen the image of Lin Dong losing everything and crying in pain. Yes, it is. The foreman, sweating profusely, carefully took the 18 beads away. Casinos often have people pledging things, so there is no shortage of appraisers. Soon he approached holding up 2 large stacks of chips. Mr. Lin, here's a total of 25 million chips. Please keep them. The foreman walked up to Lin Dong with a fairly respectful attitude. After all, those who could casually shell out tens of millions of dollars were definitely not ordinary people. That $1,000 chip in the beginning was just making fun of Chi Wenbin. Aha! Lin Dong didn't raise his head, as if, treating 25 million like air. Seeing this scene, no one dared to underestimate Lin Dong anymore. All honestly kept their mouths shut and watched the bet. The other side, seeing the 25 million chips, Chi Wenbin sneered inwardly, viewing Lin Dong as a fat pig to be slaughtered. Lin Dong, do you really think that I will fight a fair duel with you? Casino, spectators, and gambling equipment. Even the lotteries are my people, so what are you going to win with? Young Chi, I have something to do later. I'm in a hurry. Why don't we stop playing one game at a time and play a big game? How about just pokies? Lin Dong looked at Chi Wenbin with a smirk. $25 million. One roll of the dice per person. Whoever is smaller wins. What? Chi Wenbin froze for a moment first. Never in a million years did he expect Lin Dong to make this request. Originally, he and the foreman moved on the dice cup. You want whatever points you want. You want whatever points you want. Now, Lin Dong was going to shake the dice himself, just in case he throws smaller points. What's the matter, Chi Xiao? Are you afraid to play? Told you so. It's a waste of time to change so many chips at my expense. Lin Dong snorted coldly with a very dissatisfied expression. Then, glancing at the foreman, his eyes held a hint of skepticism. Or do you have a problem with your gambling parlor and are afraid to let anyone else touch it? The foreman's heart thumped. Other people do not know. Chi Wenbin Tianhai small gambling god how the name came. He as an accomplice. Can not be clear? That was all a gimmick that Chi Wenbin slipped him a red packet to help create. In fact, Chi Wenbin is a layman, and throw the dice. He can't even count the points. Chi Xiao. In desperation, Foreman Zhao could only look at Chi Wenbin and cast a gaze for help. He wouldn't dare to make such a big bet easily. In case of defeat, it's more than just cutting carrots and bleeding them. Afraid of what? He wants to play. So let's play along. Lin Dong, you want to throw the dice yourself? No problem. I'll find someone to play for me. That's fine, right? Chi Wenbin very shamelessly crossed his legs and once again threw Foreman Zhao a look. Foreman Zhao was suddenly sweating. When Qi Xiaoming did this, he was clearly asking him to take the blame. In case of exposure. Okay, I'm fine with that. It's just a size contest anyway. Whoever throws the dice. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised as he opened his mouth with an indifferent expression. After playing for so long, he hadn't even used the divine gambling technique. Now that the dice cup had come into his hands, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Phew! Hearing Lin Dong's words, Qi Wenbin and the foreman coincidentally let out a long sigh of relief. Originally, they thought that Lin Dong had seen something fishy. Now it seems to be just scamming them. Ha ha, okay, then we'll do as you say. Stud a hand and bet all your money on it. Qi Wenbin very dashingly took out a black card from his arms. He originally had more than $60 million in savings, but because of the purchase of the Grand Jade Dragon, he had only about $20 million left. It was just the right time to touch base with Lin Dong. Who would have thought that right at this moment? Lin Dong suddenly shook his head. No, $20 million isn't too much. How about this? I still have $30 million in my bank card, so let's change it all into chips and put it in. $50 million. That's exciting. You, still with it? $50 million? Qi Wenbin frowned slightly, somewhat suspecting that Lin Dong's brain had been kicked by a donkey. But soon, that shock turned back into ecstasy. He was fretting about how he was going to explain to his old man that $30 million bought a piece of. Now, Lin Dong took the initiative to send money. If he doesn't take it, he's not a cutie. The problem is, he's still $30 million short. Hesitating for a moment, Qi Wenbin called a few fox friends. I'm in debt and I've finally raised the money. When the crowd saw this scene, their eyes were slightly different. The great young man of the Qi family, playing a hand of pokies, even had to borrow money. None of them are as bulging as Lyndon's pockets. What are you looking at? I'll win it right back. 5 minutes. Make $50 million. Who can beat me? At this statement, the crowd nodded with deep appreciation. If, however, Qi Wenbin won this bet, then he would truly be famous, worthy of the name of the little god of gambling in Tenkai. Lao Zhao, look at you. Qi Wenbin flashed a wild look at the foreman. I get it. I get it. Foreman Zhao's face turned green. He certainly knew exactly what would happen if anything went wrong. Looks like it's time to make a lifelong effort. The two of them did not avoid Lin Dong and fought to match. Lin Dong did not care at all about their pulling and tugging either. Act it out. Keep acting it out. In a while, you'll have time to cry. The next moment, the foreman seized the dice cup and shook it with a dazzling movement. For a while, the entire room was dead silent, and a needle could be heard. Bam! The dice cup landed peacefully. At the same time, the foreman winked at Qi Wenbin, giving a safe signal. Phew! Qi Wenbin let out a long breath and stared at the slowly unveiled dice cup. Soon, 5 dice with exactly the same number of points came into view. 1. Surprisingly all 1. Asterisk 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 leopard. This maneuver of Foreman Zhao's. It's awesome. Now it's about who's smaller, isn't it? And is there anything smaller than 5 and 1? Isn't this a lost cause for him? Chapter 68. How do you know I'm going to lose? Qi Wenbin's eyes protruded with joy. Ha ha ha, Lin Dong, you're dead. Leopard, meaning multiple dice with exactly the same number of points, named for the resemblance to the spots on a leopard. The more dice you have, the lower the probability of rolling a leopard. The chances of a leopard coming out of 5 dice are even slimmer. It works out to be only 1/1296. On the contrary, it was this kind of points that made Foreman Zhao shake out. Ha ha, Lin Dong, now, what else do you have to say? The leopard is shaking out. It's God's way toward me. Foreman Zhao, this time you've gotten a big credit. Back. I'll find a few more beauties to serve you well. Qi Wenbin burst into a flurry of frowns and smugness. The legs are crossed on the gambling table. Foreman Zhao was also floating as if he was stepping on a cloud. Thanks to young Qi. It's all luck. Luck for me. Ha ha. Hearing the two of them laughing recklessly, the crowd was also astonished. It never occurred to me that Foreman Zhao was so deep that he could shake a leopard. Right now, it's hard for them to lose. But he didn't know that Foreman Zhao had pressed so many buttons in order to make up the panther that his hand was almost cramped. Luckily, it worked out in the end. Otherwise, he's going to be in for a rude awakening. What's comparable now? Lin Dong, just admit defeat. 18 pieces of glass seated imperial green. A handful of losers, Losers, 2 losers. Serves him right. Who told him to mess with Mr. Che? If I had known this, I would have played a couple of games with this rascal. The money-giving boy this is. The crowd was talking and pointing. Disdain for Lin Dong was written all over his face. In their opinion, Lin Dong was losing money in people. With tens of millions of dollars in your pocket, you don't go out and spend it all. You run to the casino and give it away. Now, I'm afraid he's regretting it all. Foreman Zhao, don't just stand there. Hurry up and bring me my loot. Qi Wenbin's face was on the verge of a smile. This hand, not only did he win $50 million from Lin Dong, but the name of Tianhai's little god of gambling was also completely solidified. It can be called fame and fortune. Got it. Foreman Zhao was also impatient and wanted to take his share. Unexpectedly, he had just extended his hand when Lin Dong yanked it. Foreman Zhao froze for a moment, looking slightly nervous. Lin Dong, what do you want? Can't afford to lose. Can you believe I'm calling security? Seeing this, Qi Wenbin was also very upset and cursed. I say Lin Dong, you're a big man. You wouldn't be unable to afford to lose, would you? Before, you told me to call my grandfather and I didn't bat an eye. Why are you so matronly when it's your turn? Are you still a man? At the same time, the rest of the people also pointed at Lin Dong. In the casino, what they despise the most is this kind of gambler who does not recognize the debt. In the face of the crowd's strange gazes, Lin Dong only smiled faintly. The dice cup was then picked up. What does the dog bark at? Did I say I was disowning you? The thing is, I haven't rolled the dice yet, so how do you guys know that I'm going to lose? What? The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. People even shook out a 5-1 leopard. Is there anything smaller than this? Lin Dong, you're not in over your head, are you? Qi Wenbin let out a cold snort and looked at Lin Dong with great displeasure. You can't shake the dice any more than I can, and hold up as well as I can. Lin Dong shook his head with a mysterious expression. Who says there's nothing smaller than 5 ones? Qi Wenbin, you're not afraid to let me shake the dice, are you? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm afraid of you? Qi Wenbin sneered, thinking for a moment, and believing that Lin Dong did not have any chance of countering his defeat. He waved his hand. Whatever, tell you what, I'll give you 3 chances. No, 10. As long as you shake out a smaller number of points than me, not only is all this money yours, but I'll call you Grandpa. Well, hearing this, the crowd froze. A grinning look of amusement ensued. However, none of them favored Lin Dong, no matter how you look at it. 5-1 leopard is the smallest number of points. Lin Dong was bound to lose. Lose by the seat of your pants. That's what you said. Qi Wenbin. Wait, but don't regret it. Lin Dong smiled faintly. While fighting with Qi Wenbin, he had silently checked the dice cup several times. Unsurprisingly, there was nothing wrong with the dice cup. However, there is an imperceptible bump at the bottom of the cup. With a gentle press, the dice inside will bounce a little. No wonder you can shake a leopard. Turns out, the two had gotten into these things. However, Lin Dong did not poke them at the first opportunity, but instead, he shook his head and picked up the dice cup. I accidentally didn't hold it steady, and let the crystal dice inside fall to the ground. Put. Qi Wenbin spewed out a mouthful of tea when he saw this. Foreman Zhao and the other gamblers were also overjoyed. Just now, when Lin Dong boasted, they thought that this guy really had some skills. Now it seems to be just a raw egg. Or maybe even, never touched the dice. Alright Lin Dong, don't toss it. Why don't you let Foreman Zhou shake it for you? Don't worry, he's absolutely fair and impartial. It's better than fooling around on your own. Lin Dong ignored Qi Wenbin's dog barking. In the next second, the dice cup was picked up again. In an instant, the entire aura of the person changed precipitously. Eyes deep and focused. Buzz, the dice cup in his hand, moreover, came crackling. Qi Wenbin stared with some surprise. Startled by the formation, Foreman Zhao also subconsciously rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. For a moment, it was as if he saw the god of gamblers played by Fat in the movie. However, how did Lin Dong suddenly become so powerful? Faking it, for sure. He couldn't even dump the dice cup just now. How can he now? Qi Wenbin shook his head back and forth, unwilling to believe the most frightening of speculations. As a result, he hadn't finished his sentence. Tinker! Lin Dong raised his right hand high. The dice cup instantly flew into midair, and the 5 crystal dice bloomed with a strange light under the illumination of the incandescent lamp. This god-awful scene is jaw-dropping and more exciting than a rice blockbuster. Under the enchantment of the divine-level gambling technique, at this moment, in Lin Dong's consciousness, these dice were not dead objects, but rather a leaping life. Let him manipulate and do his bidding. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really, this maneuver, even if you pretend, you can't pretend, right? No. He's not possessed by Fat, is he? The drawing style of playing dice, how come it's different from us? Lin Dong's movements had already departed from the word standard. It's clearly a show-off, a delight to the eye and beyond gorgeous. Damn, he's stolen the limelight again. Hearing the chatter around him, Qi Wenbin hated his teeth. Even so, he was still convinced that Lin Dong was pretending and could not possibly shake out a number smaller than 5 ones. Chapter 69. How can you play like this? Snap. The dice cup landed heavily on the gambling table. For a moment, everyone looked over. The heart races and the breathing becomes ragged. In their opinion, Lin Dong's technique was so powerful that it was highly likely that he would shake the same leopard as Qi Wenbin. Not losing and not winning. The point is, can he do it? Lin Dong, don't dawdle. Hurry up and drive. Qi Wenbin's little heart was a bit unbearable. Cursing, he told Lin Dong to open the dice cup immediately. What you get is 2 words. Shut up. The words fell. The dice cup slowly goes up. What came into view was not 5 scattered dice. Instead, it was a tower of dice erected high above the ground. There was only one point that was exposed for all to see. No, it can't be. Did I read that right? A little? Awesome. This maneuver. Unbeatable. Asterisk 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 me. Why didn't I think of that? It can be played like that? How did he grow this brain? In an instant, the situation was reversed. Everyone stared at the erected dice tower with wide eyes, like Columbus had discovered a new continent. After a moment of dismay, Foreman Zhao also slapped his head with a chagrin. Mud, how did I forget about this? He'd been in the casino for years, and he couldn't be better at fancy tricks like this. But, just now, he had entered a thinking error. Subconsciously, I feel that a 5-1 leopard is the smallest number of points. As a result, it was forgotten that it could be played that way. Thinking about it, Foreman Zhao suddenly got goosebumps. A skillful dealer can indeed shake the dice into a row. However, it is extremely difficult to control the points of the topmost dice. Suffice it to say, it's almost impossible to do. Now, Lin Dong had done it. It was enough to prove that Lin Dong's level of dice playing was definitely above him. The two are not in the same realm at all. Qi Wenbin, you lost. Lin Dong put down the dice cup and his expression returned to normal. Just now, the moment he cheated, it was as if his body had fused with these gambling implements, entering a subtle realm. It's a feeling that's maddening and mesmerizing, more exciting than anything in this world. Fortunately, Lin Dong's self-control was strong enough to make a sharp stop at the last second and backed out in time. Otherwise, there is a real possibility that he will become a gambler. I lost? No way. No way. Qi Wenbin stood up shakily and stared dead at the dice tower. In a fit of rage, he actually slapped it down. Unfortunately, his destruction of the evidence doesn't change anything. So many pairs of eyes, plus surveillance, have been watching his every move. To do so would undoubtedly be self-defeating. I know, Lin Dong, you must have cheated. How else could you be so good? Someone, check, he must be hiding something on him. Qi Wenbin was furious and shouted from his spot. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly when he saw this. Picked up that dice cup. The gambling equipment I use are all from the casino. How can I cheat when shaking the dice with so many pairs of eyes watching? If we're going to cheat, you're the ones who cheated first. You? What do you mean? Qi Wenbin froze for a moment. Foreman Zhao's face, too, swished white. In full view of everyone, Lin Dong let go of the dice cup. Bam! The dice cup fell to the floor. 5 crystal dice flew everywhere. Can't see anything special about it, but not that stupid. Heavy cup bottom fell in 2 halves under the violent impact. The elaborate mechanism inside was exposed for all to see. There's a little button at the bottom. I'm going? There's an organ. I know. Foreman Zhao cheated and shook the leopard. I said how come every time Qi Xiao comes, his hand is so smooth. So there's a mole. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? I thought you were good. But you're a cheater. 'Cause me to lose so much money. I'll kill you. Foreman Zhao's brain buzzed with a sudden sense of foreboding. The next moment, a group of red-eyed gamblers rushed up, cursing and kicking him as they did so. They have been playing in casinos for so many years, and they don't know how much money they have been screwed over, whether or not it was lost to Foreman Zhao. This moment was counted on Foreman Zhao. Aha! Stop fighting. Qi Xiao help. In no time at all, Foreman Zhao was beaten to a pulp, calling out to eunuch Qi in every breath. Unfortunately, Qi Wenbin was unable to protect himself. Lin Dong smilingly walked up to Qi Wenbin and opened his mouth lightly. Qi Xiao, still playing? Lin Dong, count yourself cruel. Qi Wenbin's face turned red for a while. He knew that these gamblers didn't dare to beat themselves up because they were afraid of the Qi family's retaliation. However, when this incident got out today, his reputation would be completely stigmatized. In the future, don't even think about hanging out in this circle. More importantly, the $30 million that had just been borrowed had all gone down the drain as well. Same to each other. Who made you have to bite me? I was also worried about retaliation from your Grand Duke Qi. so I had to strike first. Thanks for the $50 million. Looks like Lady Luck is still on my side. Lin Dong snapped his fingers and called for 2 attendants to help him take away all the chips. Seeing the stacks of chips being pocketed by Lin Dong, Chi Wenbin was so lifeless that he could not catch his breath and was about to pass out from anger. Wait! Suddenly, Lin Dong, who was halfway down the street, remembered something, stopped and picked up a chip representing $10,000 with his index and middle fingers. Then, turning around, he walked over to Chi Wenbin. It was thrown in his face like a reward for a beggar asking for food. Young Chi, before, you lent me 1,000. Now, I'll give it back to you tenfold. How's that for fun? The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Then, dashingly, he turned away. Ah, Lin Dong, wait for me, I will not let you go. Chi Wenbin shouted breathlessly. Afterwards, his head tilted, and he was directly infuriated. Young Chi has fainted. One of you, call an ambulance. In the crowd, I don't know who shouted. However, everyone was indifferent. There was even someone who deliberately spat on him a few times while he was unconscious. It's also a way to vent your hatred. The other side. Lin Dong had already exchanged all his chips and walked out of the casino under the respectful escort of the casino staff. Another small goal arrives at the end of the day if you're not careful. The feeling, I must say, was wonderful. Ah, cut. A little tired. Lin Dong yawned and stretched. It's time to go back and get some rest after a long day of playing outside. Soon he was in a Primera. 1 foot on the gas and drive to the Dynasty Hotel. Chapter 70, Beautiful Anchorwoman. Half an hour later, Lin Dong finally laid down on the soft large bed of the presidential suite. Bored, I turned on my cell phone and tried to get in touch with someone. As a result, he was suddenly attracted to a female anchor who jumped out at him. Great, everyone. I'm Kiki Good Sleepy. I just started broadcasting live yesterday, so please be supportive and pay a little attention. Seeing this timid appearance, Lin Dong could not help but light up. Thank you brother for the little hearts. Thanks for the beer brother. Beefy. The female anchor's sweet and lovely voice came from the cell phone. Fixing her eyes on the beautiful anchor woman, she was around her early 20s. The appearance is pure and sweet, rather like a little girl next door. Dressed in a simple black and white JK uniform, she has a refreshing air. And, with a diaphanous face, she has a body that is no less than the rubbing anchor's. The small waist is delicate and slim, big where it should be and small where it should be. The 2 long white legs were together in perfect proportion. The stammering and the act of being thanked for any gift received for a dime is more than enough to give the impression of being involved in the world and clueless. Lin Dong subconsciously clicked on the anchor profile. Sure enough, this beautiful girl named Kiki So Sleepy had only been on the air for 2 days and only had a few hundred followers. However, with her uncommon appearance and her powerful body, it wouldn't be long before she could definitely be among the top of the face value live broadcasts. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Men love to play Foster. If one follows from now on, one is an old fan. It's a feeling that's still pretty good. What's more, small anchors like this one are easily caught by list 1 list 2 big brothers. Send a Porsche or 2 and get a date to meet offline. What happens afterward is understood. There is never a shortage of rich people on the internet. There's no shortage of ordinary people with swollen faces, either. Across the screen, anyone can post pop-ups and swipe gifts. By this time, the live stream was buzzing. Anchor, I can't find my cell phone. Can you make a call for me to find it? What type of anchor is the beauty? Singing or dancing? Kiki baby, I want to buy a piece of land. You're dead center. Seeing a series of fishy pop-ups, Su Mingqi first froze, then the cheeks fluttered red and were vaguely put out. She is just a female college student, because of idle boredom, by the way to earn some pocket money, only to learn others to open a live broadcast. I didn't realize that in just 2 days, I'd gained a few hundred followers. This made Su Mingqi both excited and nervous. In reality, she's been confessed to as well, but never as blunt as inside the live room. These people, across the screen, were practically eating her up. Seeing Su Mingqi at her wit's end, like a frightened bunny, the group of water friends became even more irritated, started all kinds of teasing. Within moments, several accounts were banned for heated rhetoric. It directly stunned Su Mingqi. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. The internet is like that. There's never a shortage of dog lickers as long as they're women and a little bit better looking. Seeing that so many people were posting pop-ups, Lin Dong could not help but post a pop-up as well. Duck doesn't have to. Why isn't the pretty girl talking? Is it too nervous? Duck doesn't have to be Lyndon's account ID. Su Mingqi happened to see the line of pop-ups, hesitated for a moment, and said with a small reddened face, I'm sorry, I'm a bit of an introvert. I usually don't talk much in school. Surprisingly, it's still a purity female university. I knew it. Such a young and pretty beauty. Must be a student girl. College life is good. Pretty girl, seeing that your orientation is Tianhai Polytechnic University. I happen to be in the boys' dormitory building. Why don't we go to the playground for a chance encounter? Anchor, I have 8-pack abs, a lot of Benjamins, and I'm adding you by private message. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were stunned. I didn't realize that I had accidentally revealed my identity by a word I said mindlessly. Lin Dong similarly lit up before his eyes. Tenkai University of Technology? Isn't that the same school as Lu Shiyun? Sure enough, a place like a university is never short of beautiful women. Moreover, Lu Shiyun and Su Mingqi were different in beauty. One is lively and playful, while the other is pure and shy. Next, the waterman disguised as Sherlock Holmes wanted to open the box of Mingqi Su. At that moment, Su Mingqi became even more flustered, and hastily deleted a few life photos with her hands and feet. That frowning, pitiful look gets cuter and cuter the more you look at it. Just then, a red Porsche appeared on the screen and slowly floated by above a crowd of white pop-ups. The special effects are gorgeous. Oh, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Originally, he was going to give a small gift later. I didn't realize that someone had made the first move. On the screen, Su Mingqi's tangled brows stretched out for a moment, her eyes wide and careful to see how much the Porsche was worth. $200. Thanks for the Porsche from Sky High Ho. Before the words fell, Su Mingqi made a very clumsy gesture of comparing hearts. She'd been on the air for 2 days and it was the first time she'd received such an expensive gift, and she was both happy and a little overwhelmed. Soon after, Tenkai Hao sent out a pop-up. Sister Kiki, can you add a WeChat? Brother will treat you to dinner. Eat. Su Mingqi froze for a moment. Never in a million years would I have thought that Hao would be so direct. Just sent a gift and want to meet offline. Though no, the anchor business is deep. It is often seen on the internet that news of female anchors meeting Big Brother offline. This Tian Haihua brother obviously had the same intention of wanting to have an in-depth conversation with Su Mingqi. However, Su Mingqi didn't even have a boyfriend, so how could she think about these things? Just as she couldn't decide what to do, a red light once again floated past the live broadcast. Fixing my eyes, I was surprised to see another Porsche float by. Thanks for the second Porsche from Tenkeiho. Tian Hai Hao, Kiki's sister. I really like you. Leave a phone number and I'll pick you up in front of the school now. What? Su Mingqi subconsciously exclaimed in shock. 1 second. It was just asking her to tweet. Next thing you know, you're going to ask her to meet you. A little too soon. Unsurprisingly, the others also saw right through Hao's thoughts. Oh, we're all foxes of 1,000 years. What are you playing chatty about? If you want to sleep with someone's little girl, just say so. That's right, 2 Porsche on a date to meet. You're too finicky. Outside the appointment of a Netflix at least 3 or 4,000 it. And Tian Hai Hao. Is it very powerful? Why haven't I heard of it? A group of waterbenders frantically attacked Hao. Seeing this, Hao not only didn't walk away, but instead directly sent a fluttering red pop-up worth $200. I spend money to sleep with a woman. None of your business. You guys have money to reward gifts too. Don't be if you don't have money. At once, those white pop-ups subsided. They watch it live, and the main thing they are looking for is a companion. Getting them to spend money is a no-brainer. Chapter 71, a gift of $200,000. Just say it. Su Mingqi was a bit down. Since it was my first time as an anchor, I didn't know how to handle it. Seeing this, Tenkeiho continues to increase his offense. Thinking clearly, sister? As long as you say yes, brother will paint 2 more Porsches for you to increase your popularity. Just when everyone thought that Su Mingqi was about to give in, a row of fire pillars suddenly exploded in place. The fireworks bloomed, spreading over the entire screen and covering all the discordant pop-ups. Su Mingqi's eyes widened in surprise. Soon, it was seen that someone's fanbase level was skyrocketing. From level 1 to level 10. From level 10 to level 20. From level 20 to level 30. Likewise, the fan sign has changed from the most common blue to a gorgeous purple and gold, showing off the prestigious status all the time. Looking at the ID again, it was clear the duck didn't have to be 4 big words. Lin Dong smiled and knocked down a line of pop-ups. Anchor, I sent 10 carnivals. It's okay to cut in line and add a tweet, right? Holy dirt, that's awesome. 10 carnivals, $20,000. Don't say cut in line, cut me in. Upstairs GHS right. I'm reporting it now. Anchor, take care of it. There are bad people inside the crowd. Lin Dong had only shown his hand in a small way, and the live broadcast room, which had just been in a mess, was instantly cleaned up. On one side, all of them were holding up Lin Dong's stinky feet, and not surprisingly, the world, by nature, is all about mu strong. When you see those who are worse off than yourself, you can't wait to go up and spit on them and kick them in the face. Seeing those who are better than themselves, and a mouthful of the Beijing master Shanghai master Mei master called, a good demonstration of what it means to have a diversity of species. Right now, These 10 carnivals swiped by Lin Dong were equivalent to stepping on Tian Haihao's head. Crush him beyond words. Incidentally, it took the wind out of everyone's sails. Looking at Su Mengqi again, she froze for a full half a minute before gradually coming back to her senses. Thanks Duck, don't have to brother. For the gift, I'll add you on WeChat now. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. You can't add the anchor Weibo. Not because you didn't spend money, but because you didn't spend enough money. Look at him, rewarding $20,000, and the anchor still doesn't his pants and take the initiative to add him on WeChat? Tramp. The other side. Seeing Su Mengqi's inconsistent behavior, Tian Haihao's old face couldn't hang on. I would have thought that 2 Porsches would have taken this little anchor. I didn't realize that someone had stepped in. Seeing that Duck didn't have to replace himself to become the first on the list, and the beautiful anchor woman even took the initiative to add him to WeChat. How gritted his teeth and frantically snapped pop-ups. Asterisk. Isn't it just $20,000? Who doesn't have the same? I'll beat you down this time. Soon, Kiki's Not Sleepy livestream was once again putting on a fireworks show. Another carnival? Or 10? Thanks Howie for the carnival. Appreciate it. Su Mengqi once again received a gift of $20,000. However, it was a bit of a joy. When she thought of all the harassment from Tian Haihao, she felt uncomfortable and felt that the money was hot. At the same time, the water friends who had just been frantically pulling and stomping on Hao couldn't sit still. Didn't you just give away $200 and $200? Why did you give away $20,000 at once? This brother Hao wouldn't be going to jerk off a small loan, right? Listen to my advice. Don't go astray, Mr. Hao. It's not that bad. It's just a small anchor. In the meantime, the king-size bed at the Dynasty Hotel. Ha, interesting. Is this a fight with me? Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Anyway, I just made $50 million from that big fool Chi Wenbin, and I have no place to spend it. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of Lin Dong's mouth as he lightly knocked down a line of numbers. Immediately afterward, Su Mengqi's live room suddenly turned black. Then a rocket with the words Kiki is not sleepy rose from the ground. It detonated in the starry sky, illuminating everything. The whole special effect that takes over the screen. In terms of compulsion, it's not even comparable to the kind of gifts that Porsche and Fiesta can offer. For a moment, all the water users looked dumbfounded. There was a brief calm in the pop-up. This was followed by boiling and roaring. The true god has come down. All kneel. 10 rocket 1. The whole 200,000 soft sister coins. This duck doesn't have to be a god. It's simply too luxurious. Now, the whole platform is scrolling with this gift special effect. Our Ike is so dignified. Duck doesn't have to brother. I want to be your dog. Give it a chance. At the same time, Lin Dong's account level soared again, directly skyrocketing from level 30 to level 60. The fan deck has also changed dramatically. The original purple color that symbolized flamboyance turned into a bright and dazzling red name. Put it in an online game, it's properly world boss treatment. Wherever you go, it is a symbol of status and position. 3 words, inviting hate. This guy, crazy, brother Hao, who had just wanted to taunt Lin Dong for a few moments, was completely dumbfounded. Shivering, he watched as his carnival was covered in Rocket 1 special effects. And then I think of the $20,000 wasted for nothing, and my bowels turned blue. In the next moment, Hao hurriedly found human customer service and made a call. Hey there, hello, so what? I'm the father of the child. The child accidentally pressed the wrong. Can the minor refund? With Tian Haihao disappearing into thin air, Kiki's Not Sleepy live room had completely turned into a stage where Duck didn't have to be alone. Su Mengqi was even more excited to the point of tears. She's just a regular person. A gift of $200,000, split down the middle, is an absolute fortune. Su Mengqi also never expected to earn so much money just after 2 days of broadcasting. What's more, Duck didn't have to show up and help her out with a mess. Tenkai Hao has rolled away in disgrace. In the future, never bother yourself again. But with that comes another problem. How should she thank this tycoon for rewarding herself with so much money? Su Mengqi's pretty face flushed red, her hands wringing and clenching together, her heart thumping up. Still, it's not that you're not spending money, it's that you're not spending enough. Looking at the worried Su Mengqi in the screen, Lin Dong smiled faintly and very casually knocked down a line. Don't get me wrong, beautiful, I just think that you have the potential to be a star. Think of it as an early investment, and if you make a movie or TV show in the future, just don't forget about me as an old fan. Su Mengqi's beautiful eyes were stunned. Subsequently, it was even more moving, oblivious to the fact that all of this was Lin Dong's desire to escape. This trick was simply not too good for a world-weary little girl like Su Mengqi. On the contrary, the more obvious your intentions are, the more nervous and scared she gets. The only way to get her to take the bait on her own, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore, is to show that she doesn't care about anything first. Chapter 72, Another $2 Million. Live stream. A series of accounts with Dragon Family Army fan tags suddenly barged in, coming up to slash at Su Mingqi. Where is this little anchor from? Do you know the rules of the platform? That's right. Don't you know that our Long Xiao is linking up with Sister Wildcat? What do you mean by swiping so many gifts? Interrupting us from watching them live. Why don't you get over there and apologize? Totoro combo up. Kiki's not sleepy is what it is. In a matter of seconds, the Kiki Good Sleep live stream flooded with thousands of people. Online subscribers soared right up to 20,000. And there's no stopping the momentum. People keep clicking in. Most of them came to see the fun. Incredibly curious as to what makes a budding anchor receive $200,000 in gifts. There are also some who come up with swipes and blasts. They were wearing the fan tags of the Dragon Family Army, and some of them were very high-leveled. Surprisingly, they were all level 60 just like Lindong. Lindong could not help but be a little curious. Who is the young dragon in these people's mouths? Subsequently, without waiting for Lindong to ask, someone else became a mouth substitute. This Dragon Family Army. What's the origin? Why does it stink so much? Coming up and cursing other anchors? You haven't even heard of Young Dragon? That's the _1 netizen on our platform. With 30 million fans, known as Tianhai's #1 Deep Love, the ancestor of love. So it's him. I said, why are there so many fans? Stop it now, or I'll cyber rape you later. Sitting on 30 million followers, this Long Xiao is not a small one. At the very least, a man worth millions. However, while there are many fans, the quality is not as high as it could be. Where did you get the 18-line small anchor? Our family dragon Young and Wildcat chatting well. I'll let your special effects of those broken gifts spoil it. That's right. Don't you know that our brother is the platform's #1 netizen? Everyone else has to get out of the way. Brush 1 rocket even if it's not enough, but also brush 10. Is it wanting to rob our Long Xiao traffic and maliciously dominate the screen? It's obvious you. Oh, what innocence is pretending? I don't know how many times I've been slept with by Big Brother Pungjai. A series of foul-smelling pop-ups frantically swiped across the broadcast. Su Mingqi was very aggrieved, red-eyed, and tried to explain. No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it. It was fine if Su Mingqi didn't retort, but as soon as she did, she once again gave the Long Family Army the opportunity to bite her as if she were a mad dog and wouldn't let go. Still not on purpose? It's clearly a deliberate attempt to steal our young dragon's thunder. That's right, tens of thousands of people are watching the Dragon Cat CP. Aren't you trying to draw traffic by suddenly brushing the special effects? Heartthrob, that's disgusting. Charge, she must be blasted. For a time, Su Mingqi's live broadcast was once again screened by the Dragon family. Some of the Waterboys even tried to help by sending a few pop-ups in solidarity. As a result, it was quickly drowned in spittle. Lindong frowned as he saw this. He knows that the online environment is hostile. But I didn't expect such pandemonium. He's just swiped a few pennies. How did he attract such a bunch of bullies? The one called Tianhai Longxiao doesn't care about his fans either. In that case, he can't be blamed. Think the special effects are an eyesore, do you? I'll show you what it means to really dominate the screen. Lindong snorted coldly and lightly tapped a few times on the screen. Live stream. Su Mingqi was turning red and at a loss for words. Wow. A few more rocket ones appeared out of thin air and took off in place. Gorgeous special effects that instantly took over the entire screen. Covered up all those pop-ups swiped by the dragons. Su Mingqi's eyes widened. Thought. Like earlier, it was all 10 rocket ones. Unexpectedly, a full half a minute has passed. The special effects still did not stop the momentum, but also in the thump 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 thump. Gradually, the Long family's pop-ups became fewer and fewer. Everyone was so shocked that their hands froze in midair as they tapped the screen. A full 2 minutes passed, and by the time the last rocket disappeared, Kiki's So Sleepy live room had a long overdue piece. This was followed by unprecedented revelry and sensation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A whole 100 rockets. Is there a mistake? 100 rocket ones. Wouldn't that be 2 million? Don't say 2 million. 200,000. You can call 10 sisters. Boss, are you so far? This is the anchor's precious person. If it were me, I would have called my father long ago. For a while, the live broadcast was bustling with activity. The faces of those Dragon family troops who had come to cause trouble couldn't hang on. Swiping $200,000 in gifts can be considered a malicious traffic grab, but the whole 2 million. In their place, Young Dragon didn't have so many gifts. Maybe Kiki Good Sleep is the next headliner. Thanks. Thanks ducks don't have to. Thank you so much. Su Mingqi laughed and cried, looking excited. To Lindong, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket. But, for her, it's definitely a lot of money. Even It can change destiny. Most importantly, Lin Dong was using real money to calm the tempo. On the other side, Lin Dong's fan card changed once again. Not only is it bubbling with dazzling golden special effects, but a crown worn by an emperor has been added. Congratulations, you have been upgraded to a supreme member of this platform. Congratulations, unlocking the highest benefits of this platform. Congratulations, unlock this platform's 24-hour online exclusive customer service. Every pop-up screen you send will be topped in every live room, and gifts rewarded will be pushed all over the station. Oh, Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the constant stream of tips in the background. He realized that he had become a supreme member of the live broadcast platform. He casually posted a pop-up. Sure enough, not only was the text enlarged several times, but the color changed from plain white to a striking purple and gold. Kiki, do you like it? Seeing Lin Dong sending out pop-ups, Su Mingqi's heart was in turmoil. A panicked nod followed. Hi, love it. Thank you, Duck, for not having to brother. It's so appreciated. Yes, any requests, just mention them, and I will try to fulfill what I can. When she said this, Su Mingqi bit her lip and her gaze averted. After all her life, she was still intact. There's something all over the place about doing this kind of thing. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Earlier, Hao asked for a tweet, and she dawdled. Now, however, it was actively implied that he could be approached to gobble it up. It's true, giving a girl any kind of flower is not as good as having money to spend casually. Live stream. Seeing Su Mingqi's shy face in the middle, she also could not help but blush with envy and jealousy of Lin Dong. Maru Spice. Another beautiful anchor woman has fallen. Aha, my goddess. Big brother Pengji, I lighten up a bit. Oh, you guys cut the yellow talk? Maybe, they are pure love. Oh, you believe that? By the way, why did that group of Dragon Family Army disappear just now? Weren't they pretty powerful? What Dragon Family Army? It's clearly the Bug Family Army, the Fart Family Army. Chapter 73, Connecting PKs? The visitor is not good. The group of Dragon Family troops, once they saw God Ho appear, all of them tucked their tails and left the live broadcast room. I don't know whether he had tipped off Long Xiao, or whether he had been defeated by Lin Dong. In short, Lin Dong was far ahead of the others as the first on the list. The exaggerated record of 2 million rewards was even more refreshing to everyone's knowledge. To have money is to be bold. Just then, someone suddenly linked in and applied to play PK with Su Mingqi. Tian High Dragon Major? And a female anchor named Little Wildcat. Su Mingqi frowned slightly, suddenly feeling a little uneasy. There was no need to guess that after seeing Lin Dong throw away money for Su Mingqi, young dragon could not sit still. Straight away, he got his own online CP, Little Wildcat, to try and get his field back by piking. Seeing this, Lin Dong gently smiled. This Long Xiao, is he worried that his position as the #1 anchor will be taken? Kiki, don't be afraid. Your brother is all there. Take the PK. Right, we're tens of thousands of people. We're not afraid of some heavenly sea insect lesser. Fight him to the end. You people, you only know how to arch the fire here. I don't believe it. You'll swipe the gift. That's right. Just now, I don't know who was pressurized by the Dragon Family Army so much that they didn't dare to squeak. Long Xiao hadn't even called yet, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were already infighting. This made Su Mingqi even more hesitant to accept the PK. She then subconsciously stared at the word duck. Didn't have to be 4 words. Obviously, it was waiting for Lin Dong to state his position. Soon, Su Mingqi saw 5 words that put her mind at ease. Don't be afraid, I'm here. For a while, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Lin Dong's words were once again sought after. So dominant. When will I ever have a man like that? That's so manly and secure. Look, the online users are over 100,000. Without waiting for Su Mingqi to accept Long Xiao's PK, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to skyrocket wildly. 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. It was enough to see how shocking the 100 rockets that Lin Dong had just swiped were. Phew! Su Mingqi let out a deep breath and finally accepted the invitation. The next moment, a man and a woman appeared on the screen. It's exactly what's known as a chinchilla CP. Hello, everyone. Tianhai Long Xiao is, as his name suggests, not very old, but wearing gold and silver. A large 24-karat solid gold chain hung around his neck. A pair of Bentley Platinum sunglasses topped his forehead, and he wore Armani with a money leopard pattern. You can't get away with this outfit without $500,000 or $600,000. Hello brothers, I'm Little Wildcat. The other anchor woman, called Little Wildcat, has the standard delicate net face, dressed in a figure-accentuating pink stepmother wraparound dress. Her rounded northern hemisphere is visible, and her every move is flirtatious and provocative. Anyone who has ever watched a live broadcast knows that only topics and controversy can bring heat to an anchor. Heat is traffic. Traffic is money. Recently, Sky Sea Dragon Xiao and Little Wildcat Hype CP, just want to join hands to circle money. Ridiculous, those long family troops were oblivious and were still frantically popping rice for them. Even if you can't feed yourself, you have to reward yourself. Lin Dong had long since seen through these things. He was just curious as to how this young dragon was going to get his face back. Hello, Kiki Beauty, I'm Long Xiao. Tianhai Long Xiao smiled faintly, and across the screen, greeted Su Mingqi. The attitude wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Instead, the little wildcat just rolled her eyes. It was as if, deliberately coming to assert his sovereignty, he joined the streak. Su Mingqi was stunned for a moment and nodded timidly. Soon enough, there was a frenzy of pop-ups from the dragons. Wow, brother Long Xiao is so handsome and gentlemanly, worthy of being my favorite anchor. Who says it isn't? Young dragon has always been gentle. It's just 2 million gifts. What's the big deal? $1 for each of us in the dragon family army is $30 million. That's right, PK beat Kiki so sleepy, let her be punished. Before PK even started, there was a group of people frantically drawing out the war and trying to muddy the waters. Tianhai Long Xiao was also happy to see such an image. With enough heat, the more money you make. Especially after seeing that Su Mingqi only had a few thousand followers, she was even more relieved. Scared the hell out of me. I thought it was some head anchor, but I didn't realize that it was just a little rookie who just started broadcasting. Tianhai Long Xiao was calculating in his heart. Even if Duck doesn't have to be willing to give Su Mingqi popcorn, there's only one person. He has 30 million fans. What are you afraid of? PK. Solid win. Brother Long Xiao, don't waste your time. Hurry up and finish your PK. People still have to listen to your stories in whispers. Okay. While this was going on, the little wildcat played along and pouted. Every now and then, a big, deep trench squeezes out. Phew, it's so exciting. Unsurprisingly, live on air, a bunch of little virgins orgasm in place. It was as if, substituting himself into the role of a young dragon, he took the little wildcat hard. Su Mingqi's fans, too, urged her to start piking. Seeing this, Tianhai Long Xiao laughed and said, Kiki Beauty, want to play a hand? Su Mingqi's brows knitted, her subconscious somewhat resisting. However, thinking that Lin Dong would support him, he still nodded. When Tianhai Long Xiao saw this, a flash of cunning flashed in his eyes. Then, pretending to be generous, he said, ha, that's for the best. But if we're going to play, how can we do it without some stakes? I'm not asking too much. If I win, you'll dance a sledgehammer or wipe the glass on the air and rise in popularity. How about trying to avoid the start time with us from now on? 2. What? The former condition. Su Mingqi could still understand. Dancing and singing is the easiest punishment for PK failure. Even if both dances were a bit scrubby, they were, nevertheless, within her range. The second request, however, is a bit much. Generally, live prime time, that's after 8 p.m. People have nothing to do, swipe their phones, watch live streams, and relax. Now, Tianhai Long Xiao had actually asked her to go off the air at this time of the day. If they really did, the fans Su Mingqi had managed to accumulate with great difficulty would surely be lost quickly. Tenkai Ryusho, on the other hand, can continue to hype the CP and become the sole king of primetime. I'll go. Tianhai Long Xiao is too overbearing. Right, why don't you let people broadcast live? That's just it. What does he think he is? What's all the noise? It's you anchors who accepted the PK. Willing to gamble, is it that you can't afford to lose? Seeing this, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Subsequently, it also expressed its attitude. These two demands, our anchor can do as they are if he loses. However, what about if young dragon loses? Seeing this eye-catching pop-up, Su Mingqi couldn't help but light up. Subsequently, it was even more direct to Lin Dong. Duck doesn't have to brother. Why don't you set the punishment? I don't know much about these things. Chapter 74, The Gunpowder Flame. Seeing Su Mingqi totally dependent on this duck doesn't have to be. Tianhai Long Xiao also realized that this was the mysterious tycoon who had wildly swiped 100 rockets, his greatest rival. A moment later, Lin Dong knocked down a line. It's simple. If Kiki Good Sleep wins, there's no need for you to do any dancing. Just apologize for your dragons and, then, quit primetime for good. That's not too much to ask, is it? What? Tianhai Dragon Major froze and stared dead at the pop-up screen posted by Lin Dong. Let him apologize to a small anchor in the name of the Dragon Family Army. And, it's also off the air in primetime. This duck doesn't have to be. He's trying to make himself betray his fans and lose his heart. It's killing him. This boss, this request of yours, isn't it too much? No matter what, I, Long Xiao, am also the leading anchor of our platform. How can I stop broadcasting just because of 1 or 2 words from you? Tianhai Dragon Young said with a leathery smile, his heart rather disdainful. A thug is all he is. How dare he try to get him off the air? Joke. In order to convince people, he also brought in the Dragon Family Army. If we go off the air, how can I do right by my fans, who are my closest and most beloved family members? The thought of not seeing them makes me feel bad and want to cry. The little wildcat saw this and followed suit to help. Ducks don't have to. And this Kiki is so sleepy. Don't you guys go too far. Could it be that you guys can't stand to see everyone alone and lonely with no live feed to watch? Unsurprisingly, those long family troops were also all filled with righteous indignation and jumped out to fight for young Dragon. Damn, what kind of doesn't this duck have to have? Doesn't he just have a couple bucks in his pocket? How dare he make our dragon father stop broadcasting? That's right, who does he think he is? He's got too much control. I'm a hacker. I'm going to go open a box of ducks that don't have to be. Everyone just wait for me to expose it and be done with it. Seeing these pop-ups, not only did Lindong not get angry, but he wanted to laugh. Look at the cutie. Same look. These long family troops, they are too filial, aren't they? Watching a live broadcast is just a matter of watching a live broadcast, and really treating Tianhai Longshao as his father, and desperately defending it. There were a few on top, and they even tried to follow the net to find Lindong. Of course, with Lindong's current rank and authority, it was impossible for the platform to divulge any information. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to do it. Not only Lindong, Kiki Good Sleepy's original fans, along with some passers-by, were also extremely disgusted with this rough and brutal behavior of the Dragon Family Army. Yo, and Papa Dragon, why don't you just call Grandpa? Wasn't it you, young Dragon, who first made the request for people to stop broadcasting? Big brother Pungji, I just made the same request, so why are you guys blowing up? What a bunch of double standard dogs. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Still Tianhai Dragon Young, clearly a wild dog by the side of the road. Many people had long been displeased with Tianhai Longshao, as well as these brainwashed fans of his. Now, finally, I found a chance to let it out. For a while, Kiki Good Sleepy's live room turned into a battlefield. The Long family army and a group of passers-by fought to a standstill. The pop-ups are so pandemonious and foul-smelling that it's impossible to watch. Tianhai Dragon Young and Little Wildcat looked at each other with teasing eyes. For them, the bigger the beat, the hotter the heat, the more money they make. It's best to keep cursing like that. It wouldn't take long for them to go from being the platform's #1 to being the #1 live streamer on the entire network. When the time comes, just pick up some Hiroko and it's easily $1 million. It was also the first time Su Mingqi had encountered such a great rhythm, and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Right now, she desperately needed someone to help her make up her mind. Ding! It was at this moment that a WeChat friend request was sent over. The moment she saw the name, Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were stunned. Duck doesn't have to. Seeing the verification message sent, Su Mingqi, who was originally upset, instantly ate a tranquilizer. Then, go through the friend request. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Tell him to get the hell out of here if he doesn't agree to the punishment terms. Su Mingqi pursed her lips slightly. This duck doesn't have to be, and it's overbearing. But the more she did, the more secure she felt and the more she liked it. With Lindong's support, Su Mingqi summoned up enough courage and said to Tianhai Longshao and Little Wildcat who were watching the action. Longshao, Duck's brother's attitude is my attitude. If you don't want to play, then I'll quit the streak. In the future, let's keep our wells clear of each other, and don't mess with anyone. Although, what Su Mingqi said was not as direct as Lindong. However, it could be heard that the little girl had a few fires in her heart as well. I'm not inferior. Why should I take orders from you? Hearing these words, Tianhai Dragon Young's gaze was stunned. It was completely unexpected that Su Mingqi was so rigid. Those small anchors he used to bully in the past retired from the network within 2 days and disappeared. Why did you run into a tough guy today? He certainly didn't want to agree to such harsh terms. But, more than anything, I don't want to lose the splash of traffic. Just now, the bounties given to him by a group of Dragon family troops had added up to more than 100,000. This money comes, not too easily. Don't, Kiki's sister, play. Of course, I wasn't worried you'd cry if you lost. Tianhai Longshao put on an appearance of looking out for Su Mingqi. It made the little wildcat jealous again. I don't know if I'm really angry or if I'm just acting. Worthy of our young dragon. So gentle. This Kiki is so sleepy. And Duck don't have to. Really don't know what class. With our dragon young PK. Really think that after brushing 2 million, the world is invincible? Listen Dragon Family Army. In this battle today, only victory is allowed. No defeat is allowed. Let this group of little Karami see the strength of our Dragon Family Army. Dragon Family Army up. Duck don't have to. Wait to die you. Tianhai Longshao was already happy in his heart when he saw that the Dragon Family Army was ready to swipe the gifts. However, the mouth has to persuade them. Everyone, don't get excited. And make peace. And make peace. Kiki-san is a girl after all. It would be sad to lose too badly. Unexpectedly, Su Mingqi did not give Long Xiao any face at all and opened the door. Long Xiao, there is no need to think too much for me. If I lose, I'm willing to gamble and accept the punishment willingly. Now, it depends on what kind of attitude you have. Lose and never broadcast in primetime. Don't you dare. Facing the provocation of Su Mingqi, a nobody, Tianhai Dragon Major smiled coldly as if he had heard some heavenly joke. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he tapped his chest and held up 3 fingers on his right hand. Okay, you want to play? Then I'll play along. If you lose, don't say you'll quit the primetime slot. I, Long Xiao, will directly withdraw from the network and never broadcast live again. What? The words instantly set off a furor. As a big netizen with 30 million fans, Long Xiao easily earns tens of millions of dollars every year. Today, you're going to quit the network in order to PK with a small anchor? This little anchor, what can he do? However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tianhai Long Xiao had a huge chance of winning. He has a large fan base and no shortage of rich people. Su Mingqi is just a small anchor with a rich fan base, and only one duck doesn't have to be. So there is not much suspense as to how this PK will turn out. The key is how much meter he can lap through this PK. Chapter 75, Singing, Heavenly Voice. Well, cut the crap and go to war. Kiki little beauty. And what's duck don't have to. Don't forget your promises. Anyway, I, Long Xiao, am a man of my word. Long Xiao was very generous in initiating the PK invitation. Su Mingqi hesitated for a moment, but still bit her lip and clicked accept. Dynasty Hotel. Inside the presidential suite. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he lay on the large bed. That's what you said yourself. Today, I'm going to smash you. What a dragon youngster. Into a worm youngster. Let you know what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky. Soon enough, the news of Tianhai Dragon Major betting on a fight with a budding anchor spread. In a short period of time, there was an influx of people who were eating. In just a few minutes, the number of people online in Tianhai Long Xiao's live room came to 2 million. Mingqi Su also broke 500,000. Even the little wildcat, surprisingly, followed suit and rubbed it in for 300k. That means 3 million people watched this PK battle at same time. There was no way around it. Who made Lin Dong's offer too generous? Starting with 2 million, this PK is destined to be hilarious. Of course, among other things, there are platforms that push the envelope. It's a solid business for them. Phew, calm down, be calm. With Brother Duck here, even if we lose, it's no big deal. Kiki is so sleepy live in the booth. Su Mingqi clenched her 2 small hands into pink fists, trying to calm herself down. But, when it came to actually opening his mouth, he still couldn't get half a word out. Put. Seeing her stumbling and stammering pitifully, Tianhai Long Xiao didn't hold back and directly laughed out loud. The little wildcat was laughing too. The voluptuous figure rippled and it was a sight to behold. Mr. Long, where is this strange guy from? With this kind of guts, it's not as good as my house cleaning aunt downstairs. How dare you broadcast live? Cat, this is your fault. It's normal for people's little girls to be shy. However, it's true that she's not suitable for live broadcasting. Humph, young dragon, you're biased. Do you have your eyes on her? The little wildcat pouted and deliberately propped her 2 slender arms on her head, exposing her strong capital to the public. That's not jealousy. It's clearly showing off a body. For a while, countless spectators were swallowing their saliva and staring with wide eyes. The little wildcat snorted at this and pretended to be shy. Geez, brothers, if you like it, give someone a follow. By the way, order it for Brother Dragon as well. As the little wildcat scratched her head for a while, soon, thousands of people were paying attention to her. The live streaming audience is also growing. On the contrary, Su Mingqi was stumped. Not much of a live broadcast effect, and the number of people online repeatedly dropped. Seeing this, Lin Dong knew that he could not wait any longer. If you don't make a move, it's a king's ransom. Swish swish swish. In the next second, 100 rocket ones lifted off at the same time. At the moment of the explosion, special effects spread across the screen, covering all the pop-ups. The Dragon family army that was just cheering for young Dragon. All of them were suppressed by the magnificent and honorable special effects, and they could not even be seen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another 2 million. See, this is called a real God's hero, rewarding $2 million without batting an eyelid. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes opened roundly. Before he could look back, he saw that Duck didn't have to send a line of pop-ups with an imperial crown. Kiki, sing a song for the group. Don't be nervous, just sing what you're good at. Singing? Su Mingqi froze for a moment. How did he know he could sing? As it turns out, inside college, her major was to major in music. He also participated in a school singing competition and took the first prize. Just now, Lin Dong had also looked up the video she had posted in her circle of friends and saw the photo of her receiving the award on stage. That's what came to mind. Having her sing on the air. Sure enough, as soon as they heard the singing, the water friends in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back and started to raise a ruckus. Kiki Beauty come one. The anchor looks so immortal. She must sing very well, right? Swiped $2 million just to order a song? Worthy of being a godly man. So much money, you can go to the Golden Hall of Vienna to hold a concert. Kiki Beauty, the melon seeds and tea are ready. Start now. As the 2 million gifts were slammed down, the water users who had originally walked out of Kiki's Good Sleepy livestream returned. Incidentally, a portion of it was sucked out of 2 live streams, The Dragon and the Wildcat. Everyone was curious about how catchy a song worth $2 million was. Kiki is so sleepy live in the booth. Starting to sing, Su Mingqi instantly entered the state, and her aura changed abruptly. Trance has a bit of actress potential. She used the phone as a microphone and slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, a light and airy voice came out of his throat. Bubbles in the sun, in color, like being lied to. I am happy. Mesmerizing, heavenly music that comes through the speakers and into every ear. Even Lin Dong, who possessed divine singing skills, could not help but be immersed in it. To be fair, Su Mingqi's vocals weren't considered particularly good. At least, it's not as good as those song kings and queens, and there's still room for improvement. But, because of her innocence and childishness, her voice is extraordinarily clean. It was as if a trickle of water echoed through everyone's heart, not tainted with any semblance of vulgarity. For a while, the number of people in the live room skyrocketed. 600, 000, 700, 000, 800, 000. Almost every time you look at it, it jumps upwards a whole lot. On the contrary, Tian Hai Long Xiao and Xiao Wildcat, the number of people in the live broadcast room rapidly declined. For a while, the two men's faces were extremely ugly. Young Dragon, what should we do? This duck doesn't have to. Where does it come from? How can you sing a song and suck all the people out? This isn't working. The little Wildcat was getting a little anxious. Tian Hai Dragon Major was also sweating profusely. Unexpectedly, Su Mingqi sings so well. With the strength of the circle of fans, it's just a matter of getting on with it. Meanwhile, Su Mingqi sang to the climax. It's all a bubble, just a flash of fireworks. All your promises, all too fragile, and your outline, blaming me for not seeing through it, is what makes you so sad. As the song ended, Su Mingqi smiled and nodded. Thank you all. The next moment, countless gift special effects appeared on the screen, and it couldn't stop. Quite a few people were overwhelmed by her singing. In just a few minutes, he received more than 100,000 gifts and his fan base skyrocketed to 200,000 followers. When Tian Hai Long Xiao and Little Wildcat saw it, their eyes reddened. Kiki, I love you. Not only is she beautiful and sweet, she's just a big star. In the future, I won't watch any live broadcasts without Kiki Beauty. What kind of dragon young fart young? Get the hell out of here. Wow, the PK value is already over 3 million. It's completely suppressing the opponent. Duck doesn't have to be too good at it. How did he know Kiki was the queen of song? Chapter 76, $4 million. Champagne at halftime. Tears surfaced in Su Mingqi's eyes. We all met in passing, and Lin Dong had given too much for her. Moreover, it understood her so well that she felt a soul fit she had never felt before. Seeing Su Mingqi's teary-eyed, I feel sorry for her appearance. Lin Dong also felt a lot of emotions. He just casually rewarded a little pocket money and surprisingly held up a head anchor. This world, it's crazy. Just then, wow, Tian Hai Longxiao's live room was also occupied by countless gift special effects. Fixing my eyes, I realized that it was 20 fantasy castle gifts worth $200,000. It adds up to a whole 4 million soft dollars. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is young dragon crazy? This is the strength of our dragon family army. As the 4 million gifts were smashed down, the PK value was instantly reversed. And, as the platform's most expensive gift in terms of value, the special effects pull full circle. Accompanied by light and pleasant dance music, a dreamlike crystal palace stands in front of you. Fairy flowers, elves flying, messy flowers, the one who gave the gift, and his fanbase level was skyrocketing crazily, directly rising from 60 to 80. Also, his fan card has an extra scepter in addition to the crown. It steadily suppressed Lin Dong. For a while, the whole internet was a sensation. The dragons were even more collectively orgasmic. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's the godly hero Lifetime now. Old Mr. Lifetime has finally arrived. Lifetime old brother is a hardcore fan of Young Dragon. In the beginning, it was him who rewarded Young Dragon with several rocket ones before Young Dragon made it. Icing on the cake is not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. Lifelong older brother V587. We're already way ahead in PK value. Guys, keep doing it and break Kiki's good sleep. Fueled by the 20 dream castles, the Dragon family group was energized. Many people contribute the money they spend on milk powder. And yes, take out an online loan to support Young Dragon and win this PK. It's a great way to get a lot of people together. Seeing this, Tianhai Dragon Young was also grateful. Hands clasped together, he kept saying thank you Lifetime for the dream castle. Mr. Lifetime is really my dad. Families, give brother Lifetime his talent. The young dragon cried with tears in his eyes and his voice trembled. Everyone assumed that he was touched by Lifetime's outpouring of help. In fact, he was bleeding inside, because that one Lifetime was himself. That's right, all along, Lonzo has been directing himself. The goal is to create a hardcore fan, then drive others to popcorn. The results are also very good. Many unknown Dragon family members, with someone taking the lead, frantically swiped gifts in his live room. Tianhai Longxiao has also become bigger and stronger step by step as a result. Even if he swipes more, he won't lose money. But this time it's different. Duck didn't have to. That is, Lin Dong, to put unprecedented pressure on him. Originally, it was thought that $2 million was already Lin Dong's upper limit. That's why it was sworn to play PK with Su Mingqi. Unexpectedly, $2 million was Lin Dong's lower limit. Now, Longxiao was completely flustered. Now, this peak between him and Kiki Good Sleeper has attracted a great deal of attention. If he wins, he will be the #1 man on the air. If you lose, not only will you lose all your pants, but you will also have to exit the net in disgrace and become a street rat. Therefore, this battle can only be won, not lost, even if you lose your family's money. Young Dragon, hold on. Little Wildcat is cheering on Longshanks on the air. She knew about all the bull **** crap about Longxiao and made a lot of dog-licking money by rubbing Longxiao's nose in it. At this time, Longxiao must hold on. Otherwise, if Young Dragon is finished, she's finished too. As Tianhai Longxiao's PK value once again surpassed Su Mingqi's, Kiki's Good Sleepy livestream, quite a few people ran over. There's no way to watch a livestream. Ultimately, it's a hoot. People have strength and big brothers. Even if the livestream isn't good, a large portion of the population runs over to watch it twice. That's herd mentality. Oh, a lifetime ago? Inside the presidential suite, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and casually clicked on this user's profile, found little in it other than the marketing content of Tenkai Ryusho. On second thought, I guessed the ingredients of the other side. The king's wife sells herself, calling out your own father in front of millions of people. Not bad for a big anchor. Cheeky and a liar. Lin Dong understood very well that Tianhai Longxiao did not want to give up this account. Even more so, he was unwilling to give away this heavenly riches. Unfortunately, he messed with the wrong person. It was not good to compete with anyone in terms of financial strength, but to compete with Lin Dong. Young Dragon, since you're so generous, I'll have to let you break the bank. I'd like to see how many zeros are on your bank card balance. Lin Dong's eyes were filled with contempt, talking and laughing, once again knocking down a line of numbers. This time, however, he didn't press the confirmation button, and waiting for a moment. Gradually, the 5-minute PK time was coming to an end. Tianhai Longxiao was still pressing Kiki well trapped with a huge advantage of 1 million PKs. Even if a lot of people keep brushing up on their penny pinching, it's not nearly enough. Phew, winning. The young dragon blushed, his eyes glazed over, and he heaved a ragged breath. Bet yourself right, this Chuck doesn't have to be rich. However, he didn't give Su Mingqi another reward. I guess I also think that it's not worth it to spend so much money to play a chick. Simply counting, the gifts rewarded by the Dragon family army only added up to 8 or 900,000. With this PK, one loses more than $1 million at least, but a loss is a loss. If you win this PK, you can rocket yourself up the ladder and eat a hard wave of traffic. By then, the whole internet would be buzzing about the name of Dragon Young. The advertising dollars that come to hand will also go from millions to tens of millions. Haha, thinking about this, Tianhai Longxiao was very excited and shouted in the live broadcast. Even the little wildcat next to him followed the chickens and sent flying kisses through the air. Wahahaha, congratulations on winning the PK. Young Dragon, when you become a Netflix one, don't forget about me. I've given you a lot of reward too. The little wildcat scratched her head while pandering towards Longxiao. As long as she and Longxiao keep speculating about CP, they can keep rubbing it in. A lot of money for dog licking? Longxiao smiled. Domineering. That's of course. I am not ungrateful. I am not an ungrateful person. I will give $1 million to anyone who betrays me. And anyone who is loyal to me, following me I can make 100 million. Hear the applause. Also, I have to thank Brother Lifetime, and the Dragon family army. Without you guys, I definitely wouldn't have made it this far. Haha. Many of the dragons were in tears when they heard the acceptance speech that Longxiao couldn't wait to deliver. They had been brainwashed by Longxiao and had become his brainwashed fans. Right now, seeing Longxiao win the PK, he himself was honored with it. One voice, one lifetime. Young Dragon, Dragon family army UP. One voice, One life, young dragon. Countless +1 pop-ups swept through Long Xiao's live broadcast. Many people also ran to Kiki Good Sleepy's livestream and swiped frantically in a victorious manner. Chapter 77, Swipe 6 million to steal the tower and win the PK. Alas, Su Mingqi sighed lightly, a trace of frustration and helplessness surfacing on her pretty face. Unfortunately, it's still a loss. Despite the loss, however, Su Mingqi didn't lose too much ground. To have achieved this on your own first broadcast has surpassed 99% of the population. It doesn't matter if you win against Lung Xiao or not. It's also all thanks to the encouragement and help that Duck doesn't have to provide that we've gotten this far. Thinking of this, Su Mingqi guffawed and wiped away the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. Thank you all for watching me live and listening to me sing. Actually, in life, I'm pretty introverted, and it's the first time I've said so much. Hearing Su Mingqi's true feelings, many water users were moved. Compared to 1,000 net faces like the little wildcat, the uninitiated and innocent beauty of the world is their white moonlight. Unfortunately, it was close. It can't be helped. It's normal for young dragon to win since he has 30 million fans. The whole internet is now talking about this PK. Kiki is already on fire. This wave is not a loss. But where's that Duck doesn't have to be? How come I don't see him posting pop-ups anymore? The crowd suddenly realized that Lin Dong had not appeared for quite some time. Duck didn't have to evaporate from the moment he threw a $4 million gift at Lifetime. Meaning, he's straight backed up? Learning of this news, Tianhai Dragon Young also stopped pretending and let out a loud laugh. What a duck doesn't have to be. Imo is a wimp. Compare yourself to me. Do you have the strength? After so many years of live broadcasting, so many people in our dragon family army still can't beat one of you? Laughing my ass off. The corners of Tianhai Dragon Major's mouth rose, and across the screen, he made a contemptuous gesture, his mouth ugly to the extreme. However, in the eyes of the dragons, it was true nature. Young dragon is right. We should beat up the dogs. Who told him to keep stomping on his nose? Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Where is he now? The strong should ruthlessly humiliate the weak. The one called Kiki so sleepy. What's your role? You also come to touch young dragon? Get off the grid. That's right. Back off the grid, back off the grid. For a while, almost everyone was attacking Su Mingqi. Some of the waterbenders even tried to be righteous and put in a word for her. As a result, it was quickly drowned in spittle. No way. Willing to bet. Forcing a trick will only lead to dishonor. Seeing that the PK still had the last 10 seconds left, Long Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at Su Mingqi, saying, "Little beauty, my time is very precious. I'll give you a face, or else, you hang up the connection yourself. Remember, if you don't have a diamond drill, don't take up porcelain work. This is what Brother Long taught you about being a man." The little wildcat also rolled her eyes and grimaced. Su Mingqi shook her head with a bitter smile. There was nothing she could say after what had happened. Duck doesn't have to, brother. And everyone else who watched me live today, thank you again. I'll see you around. After Su Mingqi finished speaking, she even took the initiative to stand up and give everyone a bow. Sincere attitude and tears in the corners of his eyes. However, no amount of what she did would prolong the PK. Long Xiao excitedly raised his hand to greet the audience and count down together. Families, join me in the countdown. 5, 4, the pop-ups followed the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the picture on the crowd screen didn't move. All brands of cell phones, all of them stuck without fail. What's going on? The young dragon froze for a moment. At first, it was thought that the livestream was lagging because there were too many people online. As a result, just then, swish swish swish, on the screen, colorful and gorgeous special effects suddenly appeared. Crystal Palace after Crystal Palace descended from the sky, spreading over the entire live broadcast. It is the platform's most expensive gift, a dream castle that costs 200,000 soft sister coins. Another gift? Long Xiao's heart thumped, suddenly having an ominous premonition. Wait, PK doesn't seem to be over yet. Sure enough, right at the moment when the PK was about to end, the PK value of Kiki's Good Sleepy livestream suddenly skyrocketed by a large margin. From 4 million, it skyrocketed to 10 million, steadily pressing Long Xiao. In other words, just now, someone had rewarded her with a whole $6 million in gifts. No wonder, everyone's phones lag at the same time. Turns out, it was 30 dream castles smashing down together. In a split second, millions of people in the livestream were dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, there was an uproar. Outbreak. The pop-ups completely exploded. It's Ducks don't have to. I knew he wasn't gone. Look, the PK value has already crushed young dragon. $10 million in gifts before and after. Is he crazy? He also loves Kiki too much to be so sleepy, right? Terrifying. The world of the godly hoi polloi. There's really no way to understand it. Reversing the situation at the last second, psychological warfare is kind of understood by him. Kiki is so sleepy live. Everyone was so excited they almost had a heart attack. In stark contrast, it was Long Xiao and the Long family army. Mud, it's not fair. This duck doesn't have to play tricks. Families, keep swiping gifts. We can't let young dragon lose. Brush it off. Can't you see that PK is already over? People have already won. The Long family army was in mourning. It would have been nice to think the duck didn't have to be scared of being beaten. As a result, people are going to recharge. And, with a roll of the dice at the end, stole their tower. Let Tianhai Long Xiao lose to Su Mingqi. No way. This duck doesn't have to be. Is he sick in the head? Brush $10 million for a female anchor. He must be a trustee. A platform trustee. As soon as Tianhai Long Xiao finished his sentence, he received an ultra-pipe alert. Warn him not to talk nonsense. Otherwise, ban him. Just when Long Xiao was in despair, there was another knife, plunged into his heart. The little wildcat lit up in front of her eyes, and she couldn't wait to compare her heart to her heart on the air, and her voice fawned a lot. Duck, don't have to, brother. People backstage private message added you. Through a bit. People want to be friends with you too. Give it a chance, okay? What? Tianhai Dragon Young stared wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning. It is said that a watchman is ruthless, and a playwright is not righteous. These Netflix women, one is more realistic than the other, but she can't wait, can she? On the front foot, he lost the peak himself. On the back foot, she's sticking it to someone else. Cat, what do you mean by that? Did you forget who fired the CP with you and gave you the heat? Hearing these words from Long Xiao, the little wildcat disdained them. To her, Long Xiao, who was already destined to become a street rat, had no use for her. What's more crucial is that this time, Long Xiao lost more than $1 million. Later, it can't be broadcast live in primetime yet. I'm afraid, there's no possibility of a comeback. If you don't seize the opportunity to climb up the ladder, are you waiting to drink the northwest wind? Seeing that the two had fallen out, Lin Dong's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning as he entered the Little Wildcat live streaming room and knocked down a line on the screen. Little Wildcat beauties, aren't you a couple? Isn't it bad for you to add me on WeChat? Chapter 78, Breaking the News, Tearing Faces Apart. Suddenly seeing that Duck didn't have to send out pop-ups in his live room, the little wildcat's beautiful eyes rounded. Inner ecstasy ensued, not to mention $10 million. Even if Lin Dong swiped her $1 million, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Who said we were a couple? That was all scripted. I don't see such hypocrites. They can't even get a heart on. They're not even men. Wow. Everyone was shocked at these words. I didn't realize there was a good show after PK. The little wildcat is bursting at the seams. Lin Dong also became interested and sent out another pop-up. A chat? If it's interesting, say one thing and I'll reward you with a fantasy castle. A fantasy castle? That's $200,000. The little wildcat was all smiles when she heard this. Anyway, it's no longer possible to make money by relying on young dragon. Might as well break the bank and make a big profit. Little wildcat, I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense, or I'll send you a lawyer's letter. On the other side, Long Xiao was in a hurry, sweating profusely. The little wildcat knew many of his secrets. If he shakes out any black history, he'll really lose his reputation. However, Long Xiao still underestimated the degree of gold worship of the little wildcat. Duck brother, let me tell you, he, Tianhai Long Xiao, can get to this point all because of 4 words? Pitfalls and deceptions. That list one has been around all his life. It's his trumpet. Of the $4 million swiped just now, 300,000 were still borrowed from me. The words instantly set off a furor. Asterisk. It's impossible that Brother Lifetime is a fake, isn't it? I saw it coming and you guys still don't believe me. Ha ha, the Dragon Family Army is really a bunch of fools, helping to count the money even after being sold. Young Dragon, is what she said true? I don't believe it. Young Dragon, didn't you say that we are all your family? For a while, many of the Dragon Family troops broke their defenses. Some of the hardcore fans were still chasing after Young Dragon. However, they were also a little shaken inside. Who made this Lifetime brother so coincidental every time he appeared? At this point, the little wildcat came on even stronger. With a cold snort, he said, "What fans are my family? It's the family that cheats." He just got hot by water marketing and maliciously suppressing other anchors. In a few short sentences, he revealed Long Xiao's old self. For a while, the eyes of the many Dragon Family troops were red. This time, instead of being moved and excited, he was red with anger. Never thought. Usually a mouthful of family members of the Dragon Young, behind the scenes, but actually treat them as leaks. As he watched the Long family army begin to implode, Lin Dong smiled. Then, without breaking his word, he casually swiped a few dream castles for the little wildcat. Wow, thanks for the gift brother Duck. Love you. People love you the most. The little wildcat couldn't wait to jump onto Lin Dong's bed right now and serve him to his heart's content. A godly man like this who casually rewards $10 million is worth at least several billion dollars. If you hold on to this big thick leg, you'll be able to eat and drink for the rest of your life. Unfortunately, Lin Dong would not look at this kind of gold-digging woman. After throwing the gift, he just backed out. As the Dragon family army and Long Xiao tore their faces apart, the pop-ups in Long Xiao's live broadcast room, too, became pandemonium. I guess it won't be long before the young dragon doesn't want to retire from the network. Some fans even yelled that they wanted to get real offline and force Dragon Young to return the gift money. In contrast, Su Mingqi's live broadcast room was peaceful. At this moment, Su Mingqi was being moved beyond words. Woohoo! I'm so touched today. Thank you. $10 million, to the current Lin Dong, was probably not worth mentioning, but is more money than she will ever make in her life. And, unsurprisingly, there were already brokers who had their eyes on Su Mingqi. With her unassuming appearance, and her innocent singing voice, perhaps, it wouldn't be long before she was made a star. I'm sorry everyone, I got carried away. That's it for today's broadcast. I wish you all the best in peace. Right at the height of the live broadcast heat, Su Mingqi unexpectedly ended the broadcast. Many people were in a daze, not responding, and yelling for another song. No, that's it, I haven't heard enough. With so many people on the air, she just haphazardly went off the air? What do you know? People are going offline to meet their big brother. Bah, full of yellow waste. My Kiki is not like that. Come on, what anchor woman isn't like that? Live stream. Many people frantically swiped their pop-ups with a look of disbelief. Nay, Su Mingqi was determined to go. Maybe today's PK battle was too exciting and she needed time to calm down. Soon another topic was discussed. Who is this out-and-out duck that doesn't have to be? The other side. Dynasty Hotel. Inside the presidential suite. Looking at Su Mingqi who suddenly went off air, Lin Dong smiled faintly. He had already guessed what would happen next. Ding! Sure enough, Su Mingqi gathered her courage after some celestial battle and called a voice call. Looking at the call request from WeChat, Lin Dong smiled and tapped down to accept. Hey! The moment she connected, Su Mingqi's heart trembled and her breath caught. Don't have to brother? In Su Mingqi's opinion, a godly man like Duck didn't have to be the same age as his father for sure. Unexpectedly, the other man sounded surprisingly young. Hello Kiki, what can I do for you? What? Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were rounded and her pretty face was slightly red. This was no greasy uncle. It was clearly a youth in his 20s. Moreover, the voice is thick, magnetic and gentle. I just don't know what it looks like. Lin Dong still did not know that he had casually said something that almost melted Su Mingqi's little heart. Even start dreaming that he is Prince Charming. Must be pretty cool, I imagine. No, it's nothing. Duck doesn't have to brother. Thank you for helping me today. Without you I might not be able to go live later. So, I'd like to take you to dinner. Is that okay? Su Mingqi bit her lip. Eventually, a red-faced invitation was extended. A beautiful girl like her, who was both young and pretty and could sing, was never short of boys confessing their love inside the school. It's the first time I've approached someone on my own accord, more or less shy and embarrassed. Hearing Su Mingqi's words, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. At this time, if he opens his mouth, perhaps, Su Mingqi would just lie obediently on the bed and let the king have his way. But that would be too easy and boring. With Lin Dong's current worth, he could bag as many netizens as he wanted. A casual wave and there were countless beautiful women vying to get under his covers. Not bad for a Su Mingqi. As the saying goes, wine should be savored one sip at a time, and rice should be eaten one bite at a time. The same goes for women. It's only more fulfilling to conquer a woman with your whole being. So, there's no need to rush. Chapter 79, Touching Porcelain. Thinking of this, Lin Dong forced himself to hold back his agitated fire and spoke faintly. Sorry Kiki, I'm a bit busy these few days. I'll catch up with you in a few days when I have time. Oh, okay. Su Mingqi's eyebrows knitted slightly, and she had a feeling of disappointment, but then again, inexplicably relieved. Although, if Lin Dong really wanted her, she would not refuse. However, there is always a hint of fear and resistance in the heart. Now that Lin Dong was not in a hurry, Su Mingqi's good feelings instead multiplied. For the next few days, it was estimated that one would be teared up and fantasize about meeting Lin Dong. That's it, get an early night. Lin Dong hung up the phone in a dashing manner without the slightest bit of lingering. Ever since the divine magnificent cashback system, there were only two kinds of women for him. One is trying to get on, one kind of random on. One night passed. Lin Dong had a good night's sleep. When I woke up, it was noon. I woke up refreshed, my back didn't hurt, and my legs weren't sore. Cuckoo, just a little hungry. Lin Dong touched his stomach. Suddenly I remembered that the last place I went to eat was nice. Two other passionate memories were made. I think it's called something like Tahoe Park. Yes, that's the name. Soon, Lin Dong simply washed up and dressed to the parking lot, one foot on the gas and leave the Dynasty Hotel. Casually, I turned on the radio and, to my surprise, heard myself. Last night, a mysterious tycoon threw away a fortune and madly rewarded a certain new anchor with 10 million gifts, sparking a hot debate across the net. The identity of the tycoon remains unclear at this time. That anchor is said to be a sophomore music major from Tianhai University of Technology. Currently, several MCN companies have issued invitations to sign. Oh, does this mean that Mingqi Su is going to make headlines? Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm crossing the street? Stop the car. Stop the car. Ouch. Hit me. Just then, a shout came out of nowhere. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, I saw the corner in front of me, where an Audi A4L was parked, just blocking the road. Next to the front wheels, there was another bubble-headed old lady sitting on her ass, clutching her right leg and screaming in pain. At her feet was another crooked basket of vegetables. What with all the rotten leaves and helpings of vegetables spilling everywhere? Is this, like, a car accident? Lin Dong frowned. Upon closer inspection, something didn't feel right. Ta-da! Just then, on top of the Audi A4L in front, a beautiful woman hurriedly walked down, dressed in a simple businesswoman's outfit with a pair of thin high heels. She gives the impression of a workplace elite. And then look at her appearance. Melon face, willowy eyebrows, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on a high nose, and hair in big, teal waves that hadn't had time to be combed. Rhythmic, intellectual and elegant. Lin Dong immediately brightened up. This woman, she's beautiful and has a great temperament. However, at this moment, her brows were filled with panic. Sorry, I accidentally startled you. Auntie, are you okay? Do I need to take you to the hospital? Looking at the big mom who fell to the ground and couldn't stand up, Xu Xiaoxiao was distracted, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Today at noon, she had a meeting with an important client. If there is a delay and the cooperation fizzles out, not only will it cause huge losses to the company, but she will not be able to keep her position as director. This matter, therefore, must be dealt with in a hurry. In the next second, Xu Xiaoxiao reached out her hand and tried to help the big mom up. Unexpectedly, with a snap, the older woman knocked her hand off, cursing under her breath. You didn't get out of the car when you hit me earlier. Now you know to help me. Xu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were stunned. Although, she did drive in a bit of a hurry, but for hitting the brakes in time. So, it didn't hit the big mom. Now, how did it turn out that you hit someone? Seeing that Xu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, the big mom suddenly came into a temper, pointing at her nose and cursing. People like you, I've seen a lot of them, bumping into people and then trying to run away. Having money is great. Hearing the big mom bite the bullet on being bumped into, Xu Xiaoxiao instantly blanched. Now, how could she not know that the older woman was intentionally touching the porcelain, trying to blackmail money? Looking again at the older woman's leg, there was no sign of a bruise at all. The leaves on the floor are blackened and rotting from props that have been used for who knows how many days. Auntie, how could you? I'm not afraid to tell you that I have a car recorder in my car. You'd better get up, or it won't look good when it comes to the police. When she heard that there was a car recorder, the older woman first panicked. However, she then realized that Xu Xiaoxiao looked tense and in a hurry to make time. Obviously, it's something urgent. At once, the older woman became even more emboldened. What are you talking about? Don't I know if I've been hit or not? Which company are you from? I want to comment to your leaders. You. Xu Xiaoxiao's pupils shrunk and she clenched her fists. Unexpectedly, the older woman not only did not know better, but also stomped on her nose. Normally, she would have called the police and gone through the legal process, but not now. The client was waiting for her and she had to get there right away. After weighing the situation for a moment, Xu Xiaoxiao sighed. Forget it, don't you just want money? How much do you want? Name a number. Don't waste my time. Hearing this made Big Mom's heart happy. She looked Xu Xiaoxiao up and down and realized that the clothes the other party was wearing were not cheap and she was using the latest model of fruit phone. So the mouth opened and closed and a number was reported. This medical bill plus lost wages. At least 30,000 to 40,000 dollars. How much? 30 or 40,000? You're crazy to ask for so much. Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes were wide with shock. One's hard work in negotiating a single business deal, and the commission is only a few $1,000s. Auntie lay down on the ground and asked for 30,000 to 40,000 dollars? No kidding? No way. I don't have that kind of money. Wouldn't give it to you if I had it. Xu Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously. Seeing that she wasn't willing to pay, the older woman snorted coldly and directly hugged her calf. Come and see. Everyone, this woman hit me and tried to run away. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any king's law anymore? Somebody. This voice went down. And soon, a few passers-by came over to see what was going on. Some directly picked up their cell phones to shoot Chu Xiaoxiao. What's going on here? This pretty girl hit someone and tried to run away? I know this big mom. She touches porcelain here every day. She must be blackmailing again. What then? Should we call the police? There's no point in calling the police. There's nothing the police can do for someone this old. Alas, one can only consider oneself unlucky then. As the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, pointing at the side, Chu Xiaoxiao was in a very irritable mood. Have a mind to go. Nay, she couldn't walk with her calves held tightly by the older woman. Chapter 80, sitting on the ground and raising the price. Forget it. 30,000 is 30,000, the lesser of two evils. Chu Xiaoxiao had no choice but to break the bank. As a result, when the older woman saw her promise, she was shaking her head. No, 30,000 was the price just now. Now, it's $50,000. Why are you still sitting on your ass? Chu Xiaoxiao was instantly confused. The money is too good to be true, isn't it? Do you really think you're an ATM machine, but you can't leave without paying? Now, there were only 10 minutes left before the appointment. Chu Xiaoxiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and was about to cry. Just at this time, a somewhat teasing voice suddenly came out. Beauty, that's where you're wrong. It's not easy for people's big moms. What's wrong with breaking a leg and paying $50,000? If I were you, I'd crush her legs for $200,000. In full view of everyone, Lin Dong hung back and walked out from the crowd. Upon hearing the former remark, the older woman nodded with great approval, thinking that a hothead had come along. As a result, when he heard the latter sentence, it was the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. What do you mean $200,000 to crush her legs and feet? Tramp, is that a human word? Boy, can you talk? I'm all banged up like this, and you're talking out of your ass. Do you have any conscience left? Ouch. Jesus Christ, it's impossible to live. Big Mom was crying and screaming like she was dying. Chu Xiaoxiao was being held by her calf, unable to walk if she wanted to. Her delicate face was filled with sorrow. $50,000 was too much for her, and, even if 50,000 is given, it may not fill the Big Mom's appetite. Seeing this, Lin Dong let out a cold smile. Can I help you, beautiful? Chu Xiaoxiao froze for a moment. Before she could return to her senses, Lin Dong was already squatting next to her other leg. At once, a pair of long, straight legs were close at hand. The curves were perfect, icy, and there was even a faint fragrance coming from it. What are you doing? In front of so many people, Chu Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed and hastily pressed her skirt with her hand. She's had too much bad luck today. It's not enough to meet a bumper sticker. There's another one who takes advantage of the situation to be a hooligan. Those eyes, they were boring under the skirt. Don't get me wrong, beautiful, I'm a doctor. The older woman said she was hit and wanted so much money, so she must have been badly hurt. Saving a life is better than building a 7th-floor pagoda, so I'll consider it a good deed. Chu Xiaoxiao was talked out of her mind. Still, it was barely audible to him. This man, instead of being a hooligan, was going to do himself a favor? Snap! Without waiting for Chu Xiaoxiao to speak, Lin Dong directly grabbed the shoulder of the big bumper mom. With a slight force, a pig-killing scream came to his ears. Ah! Ouch! That hurts! Feeling the sharp pain coming from her shoulder, the big mom couldn't help herself and spread her hands holding Chu Xiaoxiao's calf, grunting and rolling to the side. While rolling, he also cursed Lin Dong. What kind of doctor are you? What kind of doctor treats people like that? The corner of Lin Dong's mouth curled up into a bad smile. Sorry, I'm a veterinarian. It's all in the hands for those old sows. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Dong's reply, the crowd burst into laughter. He was clearly beating around the bush, calling Big Mom an old sow. Big Mama was so angry that her old face turned red. After looking at Lin Dong and glancing at Chu Xiaoxiao, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Good, I said. Why? He rushed up to help you. So, it's your concubine. Shameless dogs and men, bullying a country bumpkin like me. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to get you on the news. Concubine? Chu Xiaoxiao stared with wide eyes and a shocked expression. On the contrary, Lin Dong did not turn red in the face. What man wouldn't be happy to get such a beautiful daughter-in-law for nothing? Right now, however, the most important thing to do is also to cure Big Mom. Auntie, aren't you sick? I'm a doctor. Let me help you. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Auntie was so anxious and angry that she grabbed a basket of vegetables and slammed it in his face. However, Lin Dong's physical qualities were exceptional and he easily dodged it. Then, pointing at the wobbly older woman, she laughed. Isn't your leg fine? It doesn't look like it's been hit at all. Upon hearing this, the older woman froze for a moment. This was followed by the realization that he had revealed himself. 1 second. She was clutching her leg for dear life. The next second, it straightened up. Little cutie. All can see that she's touching. Ha ha, this old woman. She can't pretend anymore. Boy, that was a brilliant move. Come on, auntie. You've been poked and prodded, so stop acting. You're old and you're not ashamed. Big Mama was told off inside and out by a group of people. With a big red face on top, he gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Dong. If it wasn't for this kid's meddling, $30,000 would already be in hand. Lin Dong was also too lazy to bother with such people. Turning around, he looked at the dumbfounded Chu Xiaoxiao. Beauty, do you have something else? Grab and go. Oh, yeah. Hearing these words, Chu Xiaoxiao woke up like a dream. It just occurred to her that there was an important client waiting for her. Sir, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you just now. Can you add a WeChat? I'll treat you to dinner later. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth hooked. Isn't that what he's waiting for? Unexpectedly, just at this time, that big mom was infuriated, directly lying on top of the front end of Chu Xiaoxiao's Audi A4L. I'm not living, even if I turn into a ghost. I won't let go of you, dog couple. Everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't realize that the older woman was so shameless. The bumper sticker fails and doesn't go away. It's just a straight up scoundrel. I don't want 50,000, just 30,000. Give me 30,000 and I'll leave immediately. Hearing this, Lin Dong almost laughed in anger. It's all torn apart and she's still not dead. Chu Xiaoxiao similarly furrowed her brows. Then, subconsciously, he looked towards Lin Dong with eyes full of help. Auntie, honestly, I admire you. You have the fortitude to go into business. And what's the matter with Big Marco and Little Marco? Alas, what a pity. Lin Dong shook his head with a regretful expression. Big Mom was a little puzzled. What's wrong with this kid? Isn't it just a yin and yang? Why are you praising yourself all of a sudden? I think that an actor of your caliber would be paid more than $30,000 for an appearance. I'll do the honors here and give you that amount. Lin Dong raised a finger high. The crowd was a bit confused by this. The Big Mom also frowned slightly and carefully said, 10,000? Isn't it a bit less? Or is it 100,000? At the thought that Lin Dong was going to give him $100,000, the Big Mom's eyes were glazed over and her harumphs flowed all over the place. It's a good deal. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong shook his head and quoted a figure that she could not refuse. It's $1 million. Chapter 81, you've been given a chance and you're not using it. What? When these words came out, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. It was not that he doubted that Lin Dong could not afford to give so much money. After all, the other party drove a Panamera. The license plate was still 5/8. It should be very rich. However, to give so much money to the bumper car lady for no reason, I'm afraid my head is not kicked by a donkey, right? This gentleman, you take it easy. Chu Xiaoxiao was worried that Lin Dong would go to his head and do something irrational, and subconsciously wanted to dissuade him. Lin Dong turned his head with a smile and extended his right hand towards her. Beauty, lend me the car keys. Ha! Chu Xiaoxiao was violently stunned, somewhat unsure. However, she still trusted Lin Dong and gave him the car keys. In the next moment, Lin Dong opened the car door and sat his butt on the driver's seat of the Audi A4L, revealing a harmless smile. Big Mom suddenly got a chill down her back and had a bad feeling. Auntie, I'll definitely give you that $1 million, but not in soft money, but in plutonium. Don't worry, I'll burn them for you one by one. The next moment, Lin Dong slammed on the gas and, boom, the engine hissed madly. This dude is playing for real. Dare I say it's this $1 million. This old woman, how can I spend it all? 1 million plutonium coins. It takes half a day to burn it. Look, he's on the gas. It was not until this moment that everyone realized what Lin Dong meant. Sense, this is about early retirement for Big Mama. You're crazy. The older woman was lying on her back in the Audi, her body following the bodywork with a shaky, panicked look. Looking at Lin Dong again, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, eyes full of madness, without the slightest fear. Crazy? This man is absolutely crazy. He's really going to run me over. The next moment, the older woman suddenly felt a herniated disc in her lower back. The Audi spun its wheels and jacked her right off. Holy! Big Mama let out a scream of terror and pranced up. That speed, faster than Bolt. Before anyone could see what was going on, she jumped onto the sidewalk next to her. Then, sitting on his butt, his face went white. Crunch! The Audi wheeled into the street teeth and came to a steady stop. Lin Dong also got out of the car, put his hands in his pockets, and walked over to the Big Mom. Auntie, you've been given a chance and you're not up to it. That's $1 million. Just bump it and you'll eat and drink for the rest of your life. The corners of Big Mama's mouth twitched, still in shock. The others nearly tensed when they heard this. But there's nothing wrong with that statement. If you go down there, won't you have nothing to eat or drink? 1 million medals, how long will that take? In the future, will you still touch the porcelain? No, no more touching. Never again. The older woman was in shock and shook her head. That's right. Whenever you want that $1 million, just tell me. The last thing I need as a person is money. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Big Mom, on the other hand, was stunned and scared to death. Then, in full view of everyone, hurriedly limped and grayed out. Couldn't even be bothered to pick up the basket of vegetables on the floor. Well done, lad. That's how such a person should be treated. Pretty girl, why don't you hurry up and show some respect? The young man has done you a great favor. The crowd was almost about to make Chu Xiaoxiao give her body to her. Thanks. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you. Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face was red. Today, if not for Lin Dong's appearance, with her brain, she's sure to avoid breaking the bank. Afterward, come back to chagrin. Ahem. Actually, I have a bad thing going. What? Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Lin Dong pointed at the Audi and awkwardly said, I just crashed into a roadstone and accidentally broke the bumper. Ah. Chu Xiaoxiao was startled for a moment. Then, on her heels, she trotted past. Sure enough, the bumper fell off. This makes the car no way to get on the road. Although, it won't cost much to fix. However, she was in a hurry to meet a client and was running out of time. This is what to do. Chu Xiaoxiao looked anxious. Lin Dong suddenly spoke. Beauty, where are you going? I will send you there. Is that okay? Chu Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment. In the end, it was a decisive nod and a handful of hands sitting in the co-pilot seat of the Primera. Lin Dong sized up Chu Xiaoxiao with his afterimage. This beautiful woman has a better body than expected, especially those straight and white legs, together, as if they were a pair of white jade chopsticks. What's wrong? No, it's fine. Lyndon coughed twice and fastened his seatbelt. Where are you going? Beautiful? Tahoe Park. Such a coincidence? I happen to be going there for dinner as well. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Then, with a smile, he said, sit tight, I drive a little fast. Good. Chu Xiaoxiao was filled with worry and did not even pay much attention to what Lin Dong said. In the next second, a strong feeling of pushing back hit. Outside the car window, the scenery changed one after another. The Primera took to the road like a wild horse out of control. After driving for so long, Lin Dong's car skills, too, were skillful to a certain level. Even, it can be operated with one hand. The other hand is still free to do something else. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao realized that Lin Dong's car was far more expensive than his own Audi A4L. The top-of-the-line Primera, at least $2 or $3 million. Beauty, it's the place. Aren't you meeting a client? Get out of the car. In the blink of an eye, the Primera came to a stop. Chu Xiaoxia turned her head to look out the window. Sure enough, Tahoe Park arrived. Trouble. Chu Xiaoxia said thank you. Then, without any regard for personal image, she stepped on her slender heels and ran straight for the door. Looking at the other parties hurried back. Lin Dong smiled. The other side. Chu Xiaoxia arrived at the agreed-upon private room. As soon as he entered, he saw a table full of food and a middle-aged Mediterranean man with an impatient face. Ms. Chu, our appointment is at 12 noon. You're already 5 minutes late. The man chided with an angry face. Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned red and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Then, he hastily opened his mouth to apologize. I'm really sorry, Governor Zhao. I ran into a bit of trouble on the way. What's the trouble? More than eating? Honestly, with your company's size and qualifications, it's hard to take out a $5 million loan. I didn't realize that you still took it so lightly. Now, I'm in a tough spot. As the head of the Tianhai Bank branch, there are many people begging him to do things. Which one of them didn't start half an hour earlier? This Chu Xiaoxiao is good. Not only was he late, he looked like he was in a hurry. It was clear that he didn't give a damn about him. Originally, he was less inclined to approve this loan. Now, even more so, I can't even eat. Snap. Zhao Jinming's face turned cold as he directly got up and walked away. Ms. Chu, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. About the loan. In the future, you don't want to come to me. Chapter 82, Drunkenness. Zhao Jinming's tone was serious to the extreme. Chu Xiaoxiao was instantly struck by lightning, staring blankly at Zhao Jinming who walked out, her small face turning white. Reacting, he rushed up to apologize. Governor Zhao, I'm sorry, let's talk again. Zhao Jinming harbored a bellyful of fire and ignored Chu Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, just as he went out, he met an acquaintance. Lin Xiao, why are you here? You are. Seeing this Mediterranean who greeted him warmly, Lin Dong was dumbfounded. Zhao Jinming saw the hesitation in Lin Dong's eyes and smiled sarcastically. Then, offered to come forward and shake hands. Young Lin is truly a nobleman. I'm the president of the Tianhai City Bank branch. Last time, you went to the bank to do business. I was the one who received you. Oh, it's you. Lin Dong slapped his head. Finally, it occurred to me that I had seen this man somewhere. I didn't realize that he remembered himself after just one visit to do business. As a matter of fact, Zhao Jinming not only remembered Lin Dong, but also almost regarded him as an ancestor. That bank card of Lin Dong's was constantly making large purchases, and there were funds coming in. Now, the balance is even coming to $1 billion. He'd been trying to find an opportunity to butter up this important client, but hadn't had the chance. I didn't expect to meet here today. Governor Zhao. What are you? Lin Xiao. Just call me old Zhao. I'm here to do some business. Zhao Jinming's face was full of pleasing smiles. It was a far cry from the bossy governor just a moment ago. Okay, you do it then. Lin Dong nodded casually and did not intentionally make friends. Unexpectedly, just as he turned around, he saw the fiery Chu Xiaoxiao. Governor Zhao, please wait, give me another chance. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. When he heard Chu Xiaoxiao shout out the 3 words Governor Zhao, he immediately understood the reason. Dare I say it, the big client she was talking about was Zhao Jinming. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, today, I might not have time to treat you to dinner. Next time for sure. Seeing that Lin Dong was also here, Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly apologized. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. It's alright, a loafer like me is free whenever he can, as long as Ms. Chu doesn't forget me. Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face reddened, and her heart was a bit overwhelmed. Lin Xiao, Ms. Chu is your friend? Zhao Jinming's heart thumped. In front of Chu Xiaoxiao, he had just thrown off his face. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Friends not so much. That's good. I should be considered her benefactor. Can't you see she keeps thanking me? Ha! Zhao Jinming was dumbfounded. Ha ha, just kidding. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Afterwards, he looked at Chu Xiaoxiao. Don't you mind, Ms. Chu. Chu Xiaoxiao hastily shook her head. Gee, look at the mess this has made. Miss Chu, I'm really sorry just now. Much obliged. Much obliged. In the next second, Zhao Jinming changed his arrogance from what he had just seen and took the initiative to lower his stance and apologize to Chu Xiaoxiao. I had a few too many drinks and said a few drunken things. Don't worry, there's no problem at all with that loan from your company. When we get back, I'll get you guys approved right away. So put your mind at ease. Chu Xiaoxiao's gaze was first stunned. Immediately afterward, there was an inward burst of ecstasy. In order to get this $5 million loan, she had to run around and ask a lot of people before she could get this powerful Governor Zhao. As a result, because of his own mistake, he was almost about to make a big mistake. Unexpectedly, once Lin Dong appeared, the peak turned around. Governor Zhao not only forgave her fault, but also promised on the spot to pass the approval in the afternoon. It was a surprise. Thank you, Governor Zhao. Where? The one you should be thanking is Lin Xiao. Zhao Jinming nodded his head and smiled, his eyes intentionally looking towards Lin Dong. Chu Xiaoxiao is no cutie pie either. At a glance, Zhao Jinming was so respectful to Lin Dong that he was close to offering him up as an ancestor. The reason why he had changed his words was also entirely due to Lin Dong's face. At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was even more ashamed. Lin Dong had been helping her and she had nothing to show for it. Old Zhao, that's where you're wrong. Right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly coughed dryly twice and frowned slightly. Public is public, private is private. How can you just agree to this because I know Miss Chu? You make it sound like I owe you a favor. Zhao Jinming froze for a moment, then thought that he had done a good job. How did it sound? But instead, it had upset Lin Dong. You should know that Lin Dong had deposited $1 billion in their bank. It would be too late to regret if you upset Lin Dong and deposited the money in another bank. Lin, young Lin, it's my fault, it's my negligence. Why don't we do this? Just in time for dinner. We'll sit down and have a nice chat and I'll toast you with a few drinks. Zhao Jinming was shy and flattered in every way. Knowing that the fire was almost ready, Lin Dong waved his hand. Dinner is not necessary. I will personally pay a visit later when I am free. In this case, consider it a favor I owe you. After saying these words, Lin Dong's gaze fell on Chu Xiaoxiao. A man like Zhao Jinming was the best at reading people's words, so how could he not see that Lin Dong's drunken intentions were not alcohol? Then I won't bother Shaolin and Miss Chu. I'll be right back, helping Ms. Chu with her business. Zhao Jinming laughed and drew back, fearing that he would spoil Lin Dong's good deed. Seeing that this fellow was so insightful, Lin Dong nodded and gave him a point in his heart. Coo. It was at this moment that Lin Dong's empty stomach once again rang. Puff. Chu Xiaoxiao guffawed. Afterwards, he took the initiative to invite. Mr. Lin, I've ordered a table full of dishes. If you don't mind, go and try them. Just in time for me to thank you properly. Lin Dong naturally would not refuse the invitation of a beautiful woman and immediately nodded his head. Then I am flattered. Chapter 83, Be My Secretary. The two walked into the booth. Sure enough, on the dining room table, a delicious dish was left intact and still steaming hot. Old Zhao, this person, has a quick temper. don't mind it, ms. Chu. But then again, he has no mouth of his own. So many dishes. It's cheap. Lindong sat on the chair with a big smile and ate it beautifully. While eating, he also said, by the way, at the risk of asking, what's your approximate monthly salary now? Any interest in coming to me, as a secretary or something? Secretary? Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were stunned. Never in a million years did he expect that Lindong would suddenly make this request. Although, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lindong's background was unfathomable. Being his secretary allows you to make several times as much money and have access to higher-end resources. However, when she thought of the internet, those unseemly relationships between bosses and secretaries, Chu Xiaoxiao again hesitated for a while. No, Lindong has ulterior motives too, right? Though, she was 26 years old, and her peers had married and raised children long ago. But, until now, she's been a yellow girl. In the past, there have been a number of men who have pursued her. However, because of family and work reasons, none of them were allowed to die. She'd almost forgotten about falling in love. Right now, after hearing Lindong say this, he was at a bit of a loss for words. Across the dining room table, Lindong was still wolfing it down. Recruiting a secretary or something? He just mentioned it off the top of his head. Nor did he expect that Chu Xiaoxiao would ramble on so much. It didn't matter much to him to have one more secretary and one less woman. He just thought that Chu Xiaoxiao was quite eye-catching. Keeping it around will put him in a good mood. Later on, it can also help him with some business matters. However, if the other party refused, he would not force the issue and pretend that nothing had happened. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiaoxiao took Lindong's thoughtless words seriously. After thinking for a moment, he solemnly said, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I'm quite satisfied with the current salary of this job. And, Governor Zhao just helped me with a $5 million loan, a project that I have to follow up on. Oh, like that? Then I can tell him to cancel. Lindong didn't even lift his head and faintly came up with this sentence. Ha? Chu Xiaoxia froze for a moment. Then, the look was visibly tense. Ha ha, just kidding. Lindong laughed out loud. When Chu Xiaoxiao saw this, she realized that he was playing a trick on her. Couldn't help but be relieved. Just now, she had reported the news back. If, at this time, Lindong came with a hand in the cauldron, then she can't even quit if she doesn't want to. Phew, that scared me. Chu Xiaoxia, somewhat shocked, patted her chest. Lindong smiled and said, Ms. Chu, don't let me eat alone. You move your chopsticks as well. Aha! Chu Xiaoxiao smiled lightly. It had been a long day and she was starving. What's more, ordering this table cost her $7,000 or $8,000. It feels like a loss when you don't eat more. It's delicious. Chu Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of steamed sea bass and put it into her mouth. The fish melts in your mouth and the fresh flavor fills your entire mouth. Immediately afterward, she took a bite of Yangzhou lion's head. As a result, I almost got burned because I moved too fast. Phew! Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao look like she had never seen the world, Lindong smiled faintly. There was a time when he was like that. Every dish, he wanted to taste what it tasted like. Now, even a place like Tahoe Park was just a family affair for him. If Miss Chu likes it, in the future, we can come out to eat more often. But this table costs $7,000 or $8,000. Don't worry, it's on me. Hearing that Lindong wanted to treat him, Chu Xiaoxiao subconsciously wanted to agree. But in the end, it was a rational shake of the head. Don't bother, Mr. Lin. You've helped me so much. I should be the one to treat you. How can I make you pay for it? Lindong smiled. He knew that Chu Xiaoxiao was heartbroken about money. It's just that he doesn't understand how an elite in the workplace can live so frugally. Could it be that there is something difficult to say? Lindong was somewhat curious in his heart, but not much more was asked. After all, this was Chu Xiaoxiao's privacy. If Chu Xiaoxia didn't say anything, it would be more or less presumptuous to ask at the risk of asking. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the box. Sir, you can't go in without an appointment. Why can't I go in? My daughter is in there. Sir, if you keep this up, I'll call security. Get the hell out of here. Chu Xiaoxiao, get the hell out. What? Hearing this voice, Chu Xiaoxiao was struck by lightning. Her face swished white, and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground. What is it? Ms. Chu? Lindong frowned and realized that the situation was not right. Next, bang! A heavy thud came through the door. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man wearing a blue ragged shirt and somewhat crazy broke into the box, a pair of bull's eyes and a mole on his face. Seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao still had this table of good wine and good food, he was furious and pointed at Chu Xiaoxiao's nose and cursed loudly and angrily. Damn, it's good to eat. I'm drinking the northwest wind at home, but you're good. You're eating and drinking here. I'll kill you. The man swung his arm round and threw it towards Chu Xiaoxiao's cheek. Chu Xiaoxiao's pupils shrunk, her brain went blank, and she actually forgot to dodge. That slap taken. not to mention disfigurement, would definitely result in a concussion. In the nick of time, a silhouette quickly flashed out and grabbed the man's wrist. The middle-aged man froze. Turning his head, he realized that it was Lin Dong. Where's the white boy from? Get lost. What's it to you if I teach my own daughter a lesson? If you don't get out of the way, I'll even clean you up. The middle-aged man cursed and came up and labeled Lin Dong as a little white boy. Then, it was time to draw the arm back. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's strength was much greater than he had imagined. Even with all his strength, he still couldn't move. You, get loose. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao also came back to her senses and said in annoyance, "Who is your daughter? Liang Taizhu, how much longer are you going to make a scene?" It was the first time that Lin Dong had seen Chu Xiaoxiao get angry. Unfortunately, men don't know better. Instead, it came on even more. Everyone in the neighborhood knows that I spent so much money to marry your mom back then. Whose daughter are you if not mine? If I hadn't taken pity on you orphans and widows, you'd be dead somewhere. Hurry up and tell him to loosen his hands. Quick, ouch. Seeing Liang Taizhu still shouting there, Lin Dong coldly grunted and fiercely exerted his force, directly pressing the other party against the wall, an old face coming into close contact with the wall. Ouch! That hurts. Chapter 84, Scumbag Stepfather. The waiter froze at the sight. Hesitating, he volunteered. "Sir, do I need to call the police for you?" Lin Dong shook his head. "No, a little something I can handle. As for the smashed stuff, put it on my tab." The waiter nodded and left with a sense of humor. Right at this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's voice as thin as a mosquito fly came from behind. "Mr. Lin, thank you. Why don't we just let him go first?" Lin Dong nodded. Unexpectedly, just as he let go, Liang Taizhu violently turned around and tried to punch him. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had expected this to happen. A double kick that sends Liang Taizhu straight into the corner. This time, the other party finally couldn't stand up. "Fight me? Oh." Lin Dong gave a cold snort of disdain. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Chu Xiaoxiao. "Ms. Chu, if I'm not mistaken, he's your stepfather, right?" "Aha." Chu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and reluctantly nodded her head, tears faintly welling up in the corners of her eyes. "Ha, now you know to admit it. What did you just do?" "Chu Xiaoxiao, I'm telling you, if you don't pay today, I'm not finished with you." Liang Taizhu shivered and stood up, and even tried to move against Chu Xiaoxiao. It was obvious that in the past, he hadn't scolded Chu Xiaoxiao much. No wonder, Chu Xiaoxiao was so strong in nature. Turns out, it was all forced. "What do you want?" Lin Dong's gaze was chilled as he immediately stepped forward and blocked the front. Liang Taizhu thumped in his heart and snapped back his hand. "You, what kind of tale are you pretending to be? Chu Xiaoxiao, don't think that I can't control you just because you found a man. As long as I'm not divorcing your mom, I'm your father." Liang Taizhu didn't dare to stay any longer after he let out his vicious words. Shamelessly, he extended his hand towards Chu Xiaoxiao. "Hurry up and pay up. It's all set up over there, just waiting for me." Lin Dong was slightly stunned. Vaguely, he understood why Chu Xiaoxiao was so diligent and thrifty. Afterwards, he saw Chu Xiaoxiao, with a reluctant face, take out a bunch of banknotes from her bag, at least a couple of thousand. Liang Taizhu didn't even look at it and snatched it away. After counting, he was still complaining. "Bah, why is it only 15,000? Don't you make quite a bit of money as a director?" Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head, not wanting to bother with Liang Taizhu, or rather, don't want to see each other. Just hope he gets his money and goes away in a hurry. "I didn't realize that a backing down would not be replaced by a wide open sea." Liang Taizhu's eyes rolled back in his head and he became more aggressive. "Don't you have another car? Give me the keys. Sell it for $178,000, just enough to pay off the old man's debts." Damn, what a bad hand these days, losing every single one. Today, I have to win it all back. It turned out that Liang Taizhu wanted so much money, not to take it back to subsidize his family. Instead, he's in debt because he owes too much money at the casino. Moreover, every time he got money from Chu Xiaoxiao, the first thing he did was to continue gambling. Debt just snowballs and snowballs. Chu Xiaoxia didn't want to fill this bottomless pit either. However, if she didn't give it, Liang Taizhu would beat her mother violently if he couldn't find her. So, in the end, she had to suffer through it all in silence. All the salary earned every month goes to pay off the debt. Unexpectedly, now, Liang Taizhu hit the idea to the car. This was something that she could never agree to. "No, I don't own that car. The company loaned it to me. I'm going to drive it and go out on business." "So it is." Lin Dong nodded in sudden realization. Originally, he had wondered how Chu Xiaoxiao, who was so frugal, could drive an Audi. As it turns out, only the right to use it. However, Liang Taizhu didn't think so. "For you to use, isn't it yours? Don't try to cheat me. Hurry up and get the key out, or you're not getting out of this door." Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lips, as if blood was dripping from her heart. Clearly, she could have a bright future. Now, it's a lifetime of deep muck. Liang Taizhu, can you promise that this is the last time you ask me for money? It's the only car I have. With tears in her eyes, Chu Xiaoxiao uttered a sentence that even she did not believe. Without a hint of hesitation, Liang Taizhu patted his chest and swore, I promise, this is the last time. Good daughter, give me the car, and from now on, I'll never ask you for money again. Seeing Liang Taizhu's hungry appearance, Chu Xiaoxiao's heart was like a knife. Immediately afterward, clutching the set of car keys, he took them out of his bag. Give it to me, give it to me. Liang Taizhu's eyes glazed over when he saw the car keys. As soon as the car is sold, he'll have the money. By then, $200,000, straight into 2 million, 20 million, maybe even 200 million. Thinking about it a little bit, Liang Taizhu went crazy with joy, and his saliva flowed all over the place. However, just then, wait, Lin Dong frowned and directly snatched the key. Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were stunned. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong would make this move. Chu, you know very well that after you get the money, he will take it to gamble. Why do you still indulge him again and again? Are you willing to be a slave for the rest of your life? You obviously could have cut ties with him. Chu Xiaoxia bit her lips tightly. These words from Lin Dong had undoubtedly poked at her sore spot. Why wouldn't she want to break it off? It's just that Liang Taizhu let slip his harsh words. Kill her mother whenever she doesn't listen. You can't be cruel, so let me help you. Lin Dong snorted coldly and looked at Liang Taizhu with unkind eyes. Liang Taizhu, from now on, Chu Xiaoxiao won't give you a single penny, and you shouldn't harass her anymore. Otherwise, I promise, I'll leave you paralyzed in bed for the rest of your life. What? Liang Taizhu's brain buzzed. He could see that Lin Dong was a ruthless man and did what he said. But how does one pay his debts if he has no money? Liang Taizhu's face changed for a while, and then, he directly went out. Chu Xiaoxiao, don't think that you'll be fine if you find a white boy to back you up. As long as you are the daughter of the old man for one day, that money, you should pay it back. You don't want your mom to be serving dishes and sweeping up trash at her age, do you? What do you mean? What happened to my mom? Hearing these words, Chu Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back. Never imagined that she would give Liang Taizhu more than $10,000 a month, and her mother would have to go out to work, doing the hardest and most tiring work. These were things that her mother never told her. Ha ha, who made you my daughter? It's up to you to help me pay back this money. Liang Taizhu smiled coldly and broke the pot. Since ancient times, a father's debt is paid by his son. If you really can't pay, debt collectors come to your door. Those who suffered would only be Chu Xiaoxiao and her mother. Chapter 85, Gambling Debts. Scum. You are scum. Liang Taizhu, get lost. Chu Xiaoxiao broke down emotionally and couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly had an idea when he heard this. Wait, isn't it just a gambling debt? Liang Taizhu, as long as you take me to that casino, I'll pay back the money you owe, and I'll give you this car. Hearing this, Liang Taizhu immediately brightened up. I didn't see that Lin Dong was still a dog licker. Surprisingly, he paid back the money for Chu Xiaoxiao out of his own pocket. It's like pie in the sky for him. Okay, if you can, you guys follow me. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Can't give him any more money. He's a liar. You've already helped me so much. I can't hurt you anymore. Chu Xiaoxiao subconsciously pulled Lin Dong's arm, her eyes filled with worry. Lin Dong had treated her so well that she didn't even know how to repay the other party. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong simply smiled gently. Anything that money can solve is not a problem. Besides, you think I'm the kind of cutie that gives money away for nothing, do you? Chu Xiaoxia was stunned for a moment and shook her head. So this is, don't worry, I have my own plans, just wait and see. Lin Dong smiled and took the initiative to pull Chu Xiaoxiao's hand. Chu Xiaoxiao subconsciously tried to struggle. Nay, she was too weak to break free. And, for some reason, a strong sense of relaxation and security came over me the moment I was grabbed. It was as if, as long as Lin Dong was there, any trouble could be solved. She was a little obsessed with the feeling. For a moment, it was surprisingly hard to let go. Noticing this, Lin Dong could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Taking down Chu Xiaoxiao was already a nail in the coffin. The next step is to address the debt issue. Yo, didn't see it coming. You kid still drives a luxury car. I said how did my daughter look at you? So it's because you got paid to keep her. Ha ha. Just then, the trio stepped outside. Seeing the Porsche Panamera in front of the door, Liang Taizhu immediately brightened up his eyes and mouth. When Chu Xiaoxiao heard this, she immediately frowned. Lin Dong was even more direct. Snap! A kick went out, directly knocking over Liang Taizhu, who was pulling the car door. Then, threw $100 bill in his face. Who let you ride in the car? Get out! Tell me where it is and take a cab there yourself. You, suddenly kicked in the face. Liang Taiju was a bit annoyed. However, thinking that Lin Dong would have to pay back the money for himself, he still forced himself to endure it and gritted his teeth. It's on the west side of the city. Tianhe chess room. Okay, see you at the door. Lin Dong snorted coldly, did not even look at Liang Taiju and sat in the driver's seat. Boom! With his foot on the gas, the Paramera sped away. Liang Taiju was sprayed with exhaust fumes, making a blackened face. Blah, blah, blah. Son of a, what the hell? You'll see when the money comes in. Not long after, Lin Dong brought Chu Xiaoxiao to his destination. Tianhe City West has never been very developed. The poorer the place, the more chaotic it is. From there, it becomes a hotbed for such industries as chess rooms and massage parlors. Lin Dong barely searched before he saw a chess room with a lot of people and lights. This is it. Chu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. A good girl like her has never been to a place like this. For a while, it was hard not to be a little intimidated. Luckily, the small hand was held by Lin Dong with some sense of security. Not long after, Liang Taiju arrived late. Standing in front of the Tianhe chess room, he stretched his neck and kept looking inside. Business is good today. If you go in there and play a couple of tricks, you'll make a fortune. All in debt. And he's even thinking about gambling. Sure enough, the words of a betting dog can never be trusted. Go! Lin Dong pushed Liang Taiju and walked into the chess room. A few punks obviously recognized Liang Taiju, and once they saw him, they couldn't help but flirt. Yo, brother Liang is rich again? Just now brother Scar was talking about you. When are you going to pay back the money you owe? That's a nice chick behind your ass. It's not your daughter, is it? Sister, do you want to play a couple games with your brother? Ha ha ha. Faced with these people's flirting, Liang Tieju's face was a little embarrassed. Especially, it was also in front of Chu Xiaoxiao. Feeling very disgraced. Asterisk 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 off. Don't make fun of me. Where's Scar? Tell him to come out. Someone wants to pay me back. Hearing this, the few punks froze for a moment. Someone paid off Liang Tieju's gambling debt? Are you out of your mind? That's over $100,000, not a dozen. Lin Dong, why don't we just forget about it? $100,000 is too much. Hearing that number, Chu Xiaoxiao also regretted it. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Dong grabbed Chu Xiaoxiao's small hand and gently smiled. The latter bit his lip, which was reassuring. Okay, you guys wait. It's rare for someone to return money to Liang Taiju. One of the punks spat and walked backwards with a smile on his face. In his opinion, Liang Taiju was here to give away money. Even if someone paid off his $100,000 gambling debt for him, they also have a million ways to keep this guy gambling and owing. Liang Taiju is their ATM. Not long after, a scar-faced middle-aged man walked out with people. I think he is the owner of the Tianhe chess room. Scarab. Liang Taiju was all smiles, a handful of years old and as humble as you want to be. Old Liang, I heard you're going to pay back the money? Okay, I'll do the math for you. Scarface had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, sitting on his butt in a chair, holding a thick stack of IOUs. They're all IOUs written by gamblers like Liang Taiju. On the 15th of last month, you lost $20,000 with me. On the 18th of last month, you lost $8,000. 25 last month, you owe $10,000. On the 1st of this month, you owe $7,000. It adds up to $360,000. $360,000? Brother Scar, this account isn't right. Liang Taiju was confused. He remembers exactly how much he borrowed. How can there be 360,000? What's wrong? I obviously only owe $100,000. Where did I get over $300,000? Hearing this, Scarab was filled with impatience and slapped the note on the table. If the old man says 360,000, it's 360,000. The extra, the interest. I'm telling you, if you don't pay up today, don't even think about leaving this door. Scarab finished with a fierce look on his face. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw Chu Xiaoxiao, who was hiding behind Lin Dong. He was so wide-eyed that his mouth almost watered. Gu, is this your daughter? Not bad looking. Tell you what, give me your daughter and I'll wipe you a fraction. Just pay back $300,000. The rest, consider it a dowry from me. Well, chapter 86, from now on, you're free. As soon as Scarface's words fell, a few punks on the side immediately surrounded Chu Xiaoxiao, with an impish smile on their faces. You, what are you doing? Chu Xiaoxiao clasped her hands to her chest, her face filled with vigilance. I'm warning you, don't mess around. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Call the police? I shucks. Scarface spat out the smoke in his mouth with a mouthful and said viciously, even if the cops come, it's him who owes me money first, and the first one to be arrested is your father. After saying that, Scarface turned his head and looked at Liang Taiju. How's that for an offer? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Liang Taiju in a daze, having an ominous premonition. As expected, Liang Taizhu barely hesitated before directly nodding his head. Okay, 300,000 is 300,000, but can I have 2 more bets? Ha ha, pretty girl, you heard me. Your dad wants to sell it himself. It's not my fault. Scarface laughed and walked forward, opening his arms, about to embrace Chu Xiaoxiao. Let me smell how good you smell. Hey, bang. The next moment, a heavy punch landed in his face, straight out of a panda's eye. Scarface shook his head, barely awake. Afterward, he couldn't help but break out in curses. Damn, who dares to hit me? Soon, he heard a voice of deja vu. Scarface, you're so powerful. Does one who know? Scarface froze at first. Immediately afterward, one could see Lin Dong's face clearly. At once, trembling, he took off. You're Lin Dong, Tiger's friend? Dong, what is this wind that brings you here? It's really a case of a family not recognizing a family. Scarface was all smiles. How arrogant he was just now. How humble he is now. Lin Dong was not accustomed to him either, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Still a family? Today, if I wasn't here, would you still want to be in a cave? As the words fell, Lin Dong shone his light on Scarface's stomach and kicked over. Ouch! Scarface screamed miserably and fell heavily to the ground, covering his stomach while sucking in cool air. However, it did not dare to have a seizure. Previously, at the Blue Demonis bar, he had seen with his own eyes how respectful Tiger was to Lin Dong. Scar, you know this little white boy? Liang Taizhu was dumbfounded. Originally, it was thought that Lin Dong was an ingrate. I didn't realize that it was a big shot that even Scarface couldn't afford to mess with. As soon as he heard Liang Taizhu's words, Scarface became anxious. Straight away, he climbed up and snapped 2 slaps at Liang Taizhu, beating him into a pig's head. What the are you talking about? This is Tiger's brother. My big brother. It's an honor to have my big brother look at your daughter. And a ing little white boy. Today, I'm going to beat you into an old sow. Before the words left his mouth, Scarface was about to make his move and teach Liang Taizhu a lesson for Lin Dong. He could already tell that Lin Dong was Chu Xiaoxiao's backer. As long as he performed well, once Lin Dong was happy, he would also reward him with 3 dates just like he rewarded Tiger. Wait, right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly raised his hand and stopped Scarface. Liang Taizhu thought he had been saved and was excited to the point of no return. Lin Dong, no, brother Dong, it's because I'm blind. Don't take it personally. Xiao Xiao, from now on, you'll serve brother Dong well and make him happy. I followed suit. Seeing her stepfather being so shameless, Chu Xiaoxiao was a bit groundless. Subsequently, the thought of being able to be with Lin Dong was followed by a vague sense of anticipation and inferiority. Dong, what are your instructions? Scarface bowed his head like a pug. Lin Dong smiled faintly, pointed at Liang Taizhu and asked, just now, how much did you say he owed you? 36. No, 11,000. Scarface was in the middle of his sentence when he hastily changed his words. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong shook his head. Just 360,000. No, I'll give you 400,000. What the hell? Scarface was confused. On the condition that from now on, you keep an eye on him. Whenever he goes into the casino, beat the out of him every time you see him and beat him until he's half out of his mind. Scarface's eyes lit up when he heard that. It's a good job, and make money and beat people up. After hearing this, Liang Taizhu's face was ashen, and he sat on his butt on the ground. What's the difference between not letting him gamble and killing him? Luckily, he thought that Lin Dong had a clear conscience and was going to pull his cheap father-in-law. I didn't realize that it was to bring him to his death. What? Scarface, what's the problem? Nope, absolutely not. Promise to finish the job. Scarface yelled, stood at attention and gave a crooked salute. Lin Dong nodded slightly. He can't control punks like Scarface. However, it was still easy to play someone like Liang Taizhu in the palm of his hand. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Dong took out his cell phone and transferred an account to Scarface on the spot. Seeing that string of numbers, Scarface's eyes went wide. Originally, he didn't expect to make much money from Liang Taizhu at all. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong directly gave him $400,000. It's practically a white pickup. What are you waiting for, little ones? Dong gave the word. Greetings, Scarface hammed and hawed. The next moment, a group of punks stared at Liang Taizhu excitedly. That look was like the big bad wolf seeing his little daughter-in-law. Don't you guys, stay away. Dash, daughter, help me. I'm your father. Hearing the pig-killing screams coming from Liang Taizhu, Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lips. Just as he wanted to plead for mercy, Lin Dong grabbed her small hand in a death grip and smoothly wrapped it into his arms. Dash, you've suffered all these years. From now on, you're free. When we get back, you'll have Auntie get a divorce from him. He wouldn't dare bother you guys again with me around. Hearing those words, Chu Xiaoxiao's petite body shook. Afterward, unable to hold back any longer, He fell onto Lin Dong's shoulder and let out a loud cry. 10 years. It's been 10 whole years since my mother married Liang Taiju. Almost every day of those 10 years, she lived in the shadows, beaten and scolded. Today, at last, relief. Mr. Lin, Xu Xiaoxiao was so excited that she was incoherent. Then, standing on her tiptoes, she closed her eyes and sent a fragrant kiss. At once, their lips met, like a thunderbolt in the sky. It's a one-shot deal. Xu Xiaoxiao didn't even dare to open her eyes because she was shy. It was not until she was about to choke over that she had to push Lin Dong away. Then, a big gasp of air. Phew! Looking at Xu Xiaoxiao's rosy and delicate face, the corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. These days, he owns a lot of women. However, it was the first time that I enjoyed this excellent product. More crucially, from that kiss just now, it could be seen that Xu Xiaoxiao was clean and had little experience at all. This made Lin Dong want her even more. Unfortunately, the place is crowded, not suitable for errands. Chapter 87, I'm on fire. Let's go. Well, without looking back, Xu Xiaoxiao followed Lin Dong and left the chess room. Behind him, Liang Taiju was still begging for mercy. Nay, Xu Xiaoxiao had already made up her mind to cut herself off completely from the past. For Liang Tieju's pleas for mercy, he just ignored them. Good day to you, Brother Tung, Brother Dong. If you need anything, just tell me. Scarface led a group of juniors and respectfully sent Lin Dong out. Afterwards, looking at Xu Xiaoxiao's absolutely beautiful back, he couldn't help but show envious eyes. This Dong, he's really a lucky man. If possible, he wanted to swap lives with Lin Dong. Tall, handsome, and so much money. It's perfectly possible to change women every day without repeating the same thing. It's exciting to think about. This Xu Xiaoxiao, too, is superb. If something could happen with her, he'd be willing to live 10 years less. Of course, he would only mutter these words in his heart, and would never dare to say anything on his lips. Otherwise, Lin Dong could have screwed him over. A moment later, when Lin Dong drove away, he turned his head and looked at Liang Taiju, and immediately his face changed. Damn, that pisses me off. If you had said earlier that you have a beautiful daughter, what the hell would I bet with you for money? Little ones, beat me to death. In a short while, Liang Taiju was beaten all over his body. Let's not even talk about going into the casino. From now on, you'll have to let someone hold you when you pee. At this moment, his bowels were green with remorse. If he had known that his daughter was hooking up with Lin Dong, why would he gamble? How nice to sell your daughter directly to Lin Dong. The other side. Lin Dong held Xu Xiaoxiao's small hand and got into the Primera. Without waiting for the other party to speak, a foot of gas went down to the presidential suite of the Dynasty Hotel. Along the way, Xu Xiaoxiao had a red face and lowered her head. Not daring to speak, she had already guessed what would happen next. The mood was a little mixed, both shy and worried that it was a dream. I don't know when I'll wake up. It wasn't until the moment the two of them walked into the room, their clothes half undone, and met honestly that Xu Xiaoxiao realized that this was not a dream. Mr. Lin, we're sleeping under the same blanket, and we're still called Mr. Lin, so, what should I call it? Xu Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Although she was 26 years old, she was still ignorant of the affairs of men and women. When Lin Dong saw this, his eyes showed an extra flash of surprise and amazement. Xu Xiaoxiao is so pretty, but she's still untouched? No wonder. You can't hold hands without blushing. Turns out, she's still intact. This made Lin Dong even more excited. At the same time, it was secretly decided that this woman would be pampered. The next moment, his two large hands began to caress it. Xu Xiaoxiao really reacted fiercely, hugging Lin Dong's body tightly with a mesmerized expression. No, don't. Linden didn't listen. Women, you have to listen to the opposite of what you say. Don't means yes, and yes means yes. It was a big, protracted battle. It was a long time before the clouds closed in. Crap, the boss called me a lot. Xu Xiaoxia looked at her cell phone and sat up straight away in shock. As a result, a tearing pain came, causing her to frown uncontrollably, revealing a pained expression. Seeing this, Lin Dong directly wrapped her into his arms. Slow down. There was a rush of hormones unique to men. It was only then that Xu Xiaoxiao realized, just now, how crazy and absurd she had been. Didn't see that coming. You're pretty wild. What a contrast to your image. Lin Dong teased and scratched Xu Xiaoxiao's nose. Xu Xiaoxia was a bit embarrassed and said, Alright, stop it. The boss has called me so many times. I'll explain it to him first. Explain what? What's so great about that Thai class of yours? But Alright, you'll resign tomorrow. Then, obediently come to my side and become a secretary. Help me with business matters. Just when I can't manage it. Lin Dong spoke in a domineering manner. Xu Xiaoxia was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong still remembered this matter. If it had been before she came to the hotel, she would have refused again. However, now, both her body and mind had been occupied by Lin Dong. After a celestial battle, Xu Xiaoxiao, with a big red face, timidly nodded her head. Okay, I promise. That's right. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he kissed his vermilion lips. This piece of meat and potatoes is finally available to him. Come on. As your boss, I'll give you your first assignment. That is, by all means, serve me. Nasty. Xu Xiaoxiao gave him an angry look. Afterwards, ruffled his hair a bit and didn't get angry. Lin Dong just wanted to do something. Unexpectedly, a call came in out of the blue. Who? Lin Dong was a little impatient. As a result, when he saw the caller ID person, he was instantly enraged. Mom, what? Is something wrong at home? The caller is no one else but the mom. Li Shouqin. You child. Nothing is wrong so mom can't call you? No, I didn't mean that. Hearing Lin Dong's coy voice, Xu Xiaoxiao could not help but want to laugh. Who would have thought that this powerful Dong has such a cute side? On the other side of the phone, Li Shouqin sensed something was wrong. Son, what's with the little girl's voice over there? Where are you? Lin Dong glared at Xu Xiaoxiao. It's okay mom, I'm watching TV. Oh, okay. Li Shouqin didn't suspect anything. In her eyes, her own son was the most honest. This is not. In 2 days your grandfather will have a birthday. Looking for a big family gathering. Your great uncle, your second uncle, and your aunt are coming. Hearing these few people, Lin Dong immediately frowned. His grandfather, Lin Changcheng, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Lin Xiangwen, the oldest, Lin Xiangu, the second, Lin Yanyan, the youngest daughter, and his father, Lin Qianqian, the third. Of the 4 families, theirs was the worst mixed up. Every New Year's holiday and family gathering, these people changed their ways to taunt and bully their family. On the contrary, Lin Qianqian was still an honest man and never talked back. This led to the fact that Lin Dong had hated these relatives since he was a child. This time, hearing that he had to meet this group of people again on his grandfather's big birthday, Lin Dong instinctively felt a pang of boredom. Then, couldn't help but give it a hard shot. Xu Xiaoxiao yelped in pain. What's going on over there? Son, what kind of TV are you watching? Why is there a woman crying all the time? Lin Dong glanced at Xu Xiaoxiao who was rolling her eyes and subconsciously said, Mom, it's nothing, I'm just a bit on fire. I'm on fire right now. Although Li Shouqin was skeptical, she didn't think about it. It was imperative to persuade Lin Dong to agree and not to brush off Lin Changqing's face. Chapter 88, $200 million, just a splash of water. Think about it, son, after all, it's your grandfather's birthday, and your father and I are definitely both going. If you don't come, we won't lose face. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile. He knew, of course, that his mother didn't care about face, but she wanted him to visit his hometown. After coming to work at Sky Sea Cadets, he had very little time to go back. It was no wonder Li Shouqin and Lin Qianqian missed him. Lin Dong's heart softened and he could only compromise. Okay, Mom, I'll be back in a couple of days, and I'm sure I won't miss Grandpa's big birthday. That's right, you get busy. The moment he hung up the phone, Lin Dong could no longer suppress the evil fire in his heart and began to vent it out. After a long time, the room finally calmed down. Lin Dong took Xu Xiaoxiao into his arms and stroked her hair while saying, Xiao, in the next 2 days, I have to prepare a gift and go back to my hometown, so I won't be accompanying you. As for my business, you can go to the Blue Leprechaun bar and look for a man named Zhang Dafa. Good. Xu Xiaoxiao nodded and didn't make any temper tantrums. Moreover, she wished to help Lin Dong instead of becoming a useless vase. After all, an excellent man like Lin Dong never lacked women. The only way to be his sage with sparkle. It was only by himself that he could remain by his side. As it happens, in the next 2 days, I'll also go back home and help my mom and Liang Taizhu with the divorce procedures. Then, find her a new house to live in. Xu Xiaoxiao lay on her back in Lin Dong's arms, breathing in the man's scorching breath in large gulps, as if, to keep the flavor in mind forever. Lin Dong nodded. Right now, Xu Xiaoxiao was in dire need of money. Since she had become his woman and was still so sensible, he certainly wouldn't treat the other party poorly. Send me your bank card number. I'll give you a little advance on your paycheck first. Good. Xu Xiaoxia did not doubt it and sent over the bank card number. Soon, however, her eyes widened and her little mouth opened wide into an O shape. 1 million? Lin Dong, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Where can I get paid so much? Lin Dong was satisfied with the woman's surprised expression, directly hooked her chin and said lightly, who made you my Lin Dong's personal secretary? What if you don't pay more and run away? Besides, it's only when you're rich that you can find a nice house for your aunt. Hearing Lin Dong mention his mother, Xu Xiaoxiao was moved beyond words. Who cares about that little hiccup just now? Even if she had to do it 10 more times, she would. Well, you're not done yet. Now, I'm going to punish you. Lin Dong hemmed and hawed and very rudely pressed Chu Xiaoxiao down. The presidential suite, once again, turned into a fierce battlefield with artillery fire. It was only until Chu Xiaoxiao was exhausted and surrendered of his own accord that Lin Dong stood up with a sense of satisfaction. I was just about to wash up when my cell phone rang again. Zhang Dafa? What's he calling for? Lin Dong picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, frowning slightly. Zhang Dafa is the manager of the Blue Leprechaun bar and is busy helping him acquire the nightclub. Calling it this time of night should mean something is going on. After glancing at the sleeping Chu Xiaoxiao, Lin Dong lightly walked out of the room. Then, that's when the call was answered. Lin Xiao, you finally answered the phone. I've been so anxious. Hearing Zhang Dafa's panicked tone, Lin Dong could not help but frown. Take your time. Zhang Dafa slowed down for a moment and said with unusual excitement. Lin Xiao, I contacted the owners of a few nightclubs in the neighborhood, and if the price is right, they're all willing to sell. Right now, they're all at the Blue Leprechaun, discussing specifics with me. I've done some calculations. If we eat up all the several nightclubs, the profit created each year will be at least $10 million. Well, good. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. I just wonder, what's their intended sale price? This, at the mention of the key issue, Zhang Dafa stuttered. A bit much. I've done the math, and the stores combined will cost at least $200 million. Thinking that Lin Dong would find it too expensive, Zhang Dafa immediately added. However, don't worry, these stores are doing very well. It won't take more than 2 or 3 years to pay back the capital, and in the future it will be a pure profit. At that time, if you don't think it will work, I'll let them go now. Just as Zhang Dafa was apprehensive in his heart, thinking that Lin Dong was about to lose his temper. Did I say no? Who told you to kick people out? Leave them all behind and I'll go over there right now to negotiate the contract. Don't worry, Lin Dong, don't lack money. It's only $200 million in the district. Sprinkles. When he said this, Lin Dong's face did not turn red and his heart did not jump. Obviously, his total assets now only amounted to over $1 billion, and $200 million was already a significant amount of money. But don't forget, he has a system. As long as it involves nightly purchases, you can get 10 times the cash back. 200 million spent, 2 billion straight back. Lin Dong could not help but have his heartbeat accelerate when he thought of this number. It's a lot more exciting than playing with women. Phew. Zhang Dafa, on the other end of the phone, similarly breathed a long sigh of relief. With that came even more shock. The last time he saw Lin Dong, he still only had $100 million in his bank card. Now, even 200 million is not taken seriously. Could it be that this young Lin has some other deal? Zhang Dafa didn't dare to think about it. He was afraid that the more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. Dafa bet, treat a few bosses well. I'll be right there. Let's go. Lin Xiao, don't worry, none of them will leave. Aha. Lin Dong nodded and tightly dressed. He took one last look at the sleeping Chu Xiaoxiao before walking out of the room. It wasn't long before we arrived at the Blue Siren bar. A few waiters at the door, once they saw Lin Dong, immediately revealed a bright smile. After Lin Dong took over the bar, he directly doubled their wages. Various benefits and packages are also the same as those of large companies. Even, there is a year-end bonus. When he saw Lin Dong, he definitely had to be more enthusiastic. Hello boss. Well, good for you guys. Lin Dong smiled and waved as he walked straight into the bar. This is the time when the Blue Siren is at its most lively. Countless men and women danced passionately, and all kinds of DJs slow rocked into the ears. Everybody follow me. Hi hi hi. Feeling the atmosphere, Lin Dong could not help but want to go up and jump twice. Fortunately, he didn't forget business. Within moments, it was outside the office. Lin Xiao, Zhang Dafa has been waiting for a long time. Seeing him, he hurriedly greeted him at a trot. Seeing this, several other nightclub owners also enthusiastically stood up and shook hands with Lin Dong. I didn't realize that young Lin was so young. What a talent. Young Lin, you're a man of the people now. We old guys admire you. With such a large amount of money, the nightclubs in the entire Tianhai city will sooner or later be taken down by all of Lin Xiao. Chapter 89, The more you spend, the more you earn. Upon hearing these polite words, Lin Dong smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, You are welcome, bosses. There's money to be made together, and more friends, more roads. That way, everyone's business can get better and better. Hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads. At the same time, the original contempt was put away. I had thought that this kid was a rash person who had no place to spend his money, and that's why he acquired so many nightclubs at once. As a wrongdoer, now it seemed that this Lin Xiao was not as simple as he thought. Is it possible that he wants to be the king of nightclubs in Tianhai City? Sit down, everyone. Lin Dong greeted the crowd with a smile and sat down, while he himself sat in the center, crossing his legs and talking and laughing. Even he himself didn't notice that his temperament, silently, had changed radically. In the past, when he didn't have any money, he was a hangman that everyone looked down on. Nowadays, it's a tens of millions of dollars business when you open your mouth, and you go out to dinner in a Primera. Even among these big bosses, it stands out. Truly the saying goes, money feeds. Gentlemen, please don't mind if Manager Zhang has any poor hospitality. Turn around and when the business is done, I will personally set up a table at the best restaurant in Tianhai City and feast on everyone. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Lin Dong picked up his wine glass and drank all the wine in it. The others were not ambiguous, and each of them picked up a glass of wine and drank it down. Now, they can kind of see it. This Lin Xiao doesn't care about money at all. Or maybe it's just a number to him. No matter how much money is involved, he just wants to take down the entire nightclub business in Tianhai City, become the king of this industry that says it all. Thinking about this, everyone's attitude towards Lin Dong became even more respectful. Since there is such an ambition, there is naturally a corresponding background. Lin Xiao, I'll drink to you, and me, young Lin, I'm Yu Fei, the owner of the Golden Sands nightclub. Long time no see. Lin Xiao, Zhang Dafa mysteriously came up and whispered, this is located in the hands of the boss of the Golden Sands nightclub, asking for 95 million, belonging to them to ask for the most ruthless. You can think about it. When he said this, Zhang Dafa still had some meat on his bones. $95 million for a nightclub is too much. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lin Dong's attitude suddenly warmed up instead. Ha ha, so it's Boss Yu. Long time no see. Yu Fei was delighted to see this. Originally, he had thought that Lin Dong would be stingy like Zhang Dafa and would not be willing to spend money. I didn't expect such a warm attitude. Could it be that we've met the god of fortune today? Young Lin, don't worry, I don't have any problems with this nightclub. Although the scale is not the biggest nightclub in Tianhai City, however, the grade is high, the facilities are complete, and there are quite a few of those people coming and going. Yu Fei pointed to the ceiling above his head as he spoke. The crowd was still confused, but Lin Dong immediately understood. Aren't they the dignitaries? No more than some rich socialite. Lin Dong nodded slightly and opened the door. Boss Yu, what is your intended price? This, Yu Fei hesitated for a moment, but still said the original offer. At least $95 million, no less. However, I still have a small-scale mass-market KTV in my hand, so I can give it to Lin Xiao as a change, and it's worth 1 or 2 million in any case. Hearing this, the crowd knew what was going on. The only reason why Yu Fei was so generous was because he wanted to sell Lin Dong a favor. But even if you give away a small store, $95 million is still too high. It can't even be described by the words inches of land. It's almost like you have to charge for breathing air. Noticing the crowd's strange eyes, Yu Fei's old face blushed, just about to ask, and then make concessions. Ha ha, since Boss Yu is so generous, then I can't be stingy either. Besides, what's the point of letting you give it away for nothing? How about this? I'll offer you $100 million to buy your nightclub and KTV. How about that? Lin Dong smiled faintly and spoke lightly. What? $100 million. This time, it was the turn of a group of bosses to be shocked. They thought that Yu Fei's asking price of $95 million was already a lion's share. As a result, Lin Dong was even more outrageous than him. Not only did he need his offer, but he also gave him an extra $5 million. Now, it was not Lin Dong who owed Yu Fei a favor. Rather, Yu Fei owed Lin Dong a favor. Lin, young Lin, are you telling the truth? Yu Fei's voice was trembling as he looked at Lin Dong with a flattered expression. One can't be dreaming, can one? Lin Dong smiled and nodded once again. A gentleman's word is his bond. I, Lin Dong, may not be a gentleman, but real money is more convincing. And, as I've just said, more friends, more ways. In my opinion, spending a few million more to know a friend like Boss Yu is definitely worth every penny. Lin Dong's words were so trenchant. Straight away everyone was enamored. They never dreamed that they would meet such a valuable person. Where in the world is this cockney? You really don't think of money as money? In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Dong was spending money like water. Unbeknownst to him, the more money he spends, the more money the system will return. Give Yu Fei an extra 5 million, and you can whore out a whole $50 million for nothing. This deal, don't make it worth it. What's wrong with spending money like water? The old man makes money like a waterfall, or the great Lushan waterfalls that flowed 3,000 feet straight down. Ding dong. In full view of the public, Lin Dong was very dry and transferred $100 million to Yu Fei. Not a minute too soon, not a moment too soon. Yu Fei looked excited, looking at the cell phone, and almost couldn't help but shout out to his father. Although, the Sands nightclub is really worth it, but that's a fixed asset, and he's in desperate need of a cash flow. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a good idea to sell the rooster that placed the order. Now the $100 million actually hit his account. How could he not raise his eyebrows and be overjoyed? Okay, who's next? Lin Dong looked around. In a flash, a dozen hands went up, eyes red. Not long after, Lin Dong signed a contract. Those bosses each made a lot of money and walked out of the Blue Leprechaun with satisfaction. They lost the nightclub though. But the rewards are joy and a whole lot of money. At the same time, Zhang Dafa looked at the contract in his hand, and also had red eyes and heavy breathing, almost having a heart attack. 2.5 billion, the whole 2.5 billion. Lin Xiao said to give me a 1% commission. That's $2.5 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm rich too. Zhang Dafa's face was so excited that he pranced and jumped up, living like a big horse monkey. Chapter 90, The Seven Stars Gang, collecting protection money. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but smile. Right at this moment, the system's ethereal and mysterious beat sounded in his mind. Detected the host spending $100 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. The bank card arrives at $1 billion. Detected the host spending $10 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. The bank card arrives with $100 million. Detected the host spending $8 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. The bank card arrived at $80 million. Every time a beep came, the numbers on Lin Dong's bank card jumped wildly. Finally, came a shocking number. 25 billion. Originally there was 1,250 million spent, 750 million left, plus 5 billion in cashback. Phew! At this moment, even though Lin Dong was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel his heart surge. What is $25 billion? You can buy $250 million luxury cars and drive them every day for 9 years without a change. And that's in cash. To put it politely, Lin Dong was already on his way to the peak of his life. Almost everyone who has more money than him is a terrible old man. Those younger than him have not yet inherited the family business. Most of them are second generation like Qi Wenbin. Only Lin Dong was both young and rich, a winner in life. Lin Xiao? Yu Fei's careful voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Dong came back to his senses and coughed somewhat awkwardly. Ahem. Sorry, boss Yu. I got distracted just now. Ha ha, understandable. Yu Fei did not leave with the others, but deliberately stayed behind to get close to Lin Dong. However, there is one thing you should be aware of. With so many nightclubs, the income is high, at least tens of millions of dollars a year. But the protection fee is a big expense. Protection money? Lin Dong froze for a moment. He'd never heard that there was any kind of premium fee for opening a nightclub. Next to it, Zhang Dafa, who was still in ecstasy 1 second, immediately came back to his senses the next. 2. Yes, young Lin, with so many stores, there's a lot of protection fees to pay. Manager Zhang, make it clear. What protection fee? To whom and how much? Lin Dong frowned. What? Young Lin, you don't know you have to pay protection fees. Zhang Dafa froze for a moment. Yu Fei was also dumbfounded. Which one of them who are in the nightclub business in Tianhai City don't know that they have to pay protection fees to the Seven Stars Gang? Before that, watch Linden acquire nightclubs with a big hand. They thought that Lin Dong had greeted that side. As a result, Lin Dong was anything but ignorant, asking questions. Young Lin, you must be joking, right? Zhang Dafa smiled back, sweating profusely. Protection money is something that everyone agrees to pay every year, at least a quarter of their income. That's right, Lin Xiao. Like my nightclub, it makes $20 million a year, so it has to pay more than $5 million. It's a bit more, but it's a guarantee that their people won't come and make trouble. For peace and quiet. Yu Fei also explained next to him. Lin Dong did not speak and remained frowning. Bang! Just then, a sudden noise came from outside. Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of my way. Know who we are. The Seven Star Gang is on business. Idle people, hurry up and leave. This is our big brother Tianji, the #1 warrior of the Seven Star Gang, chopping from south to north in Tianhai City without batting an eyelid. Get lost if you don't want to die. Ah! In the bar, the chickens are coming home to roost. Several socialites in gold chains and fancy dress barged in. At the head of the group was an inch-haired man with a steel rod and a scar on his face. The rest of the men were also coming from a bad place, all of them with tiger backs and fierce eyes. Yu Fei's legs went weak with fear when he saw this. It's over. It's over. Someone must have tipped off the Seven Star Gang and spread the word about your acquisition of the nightclub. Lin Xiao, hurry up and prepare the money. Without $30 to $50 million, I'm afraid I can't send these plagues away. Next to him, Zhang Dafa was also sweating profusely and stuttering his words. Young Lin, don't be impulsive. Money can be earned again, but if your life is gone, it's really gone. However, Lin Dong remained unmoved. After obtaining the divine fighting technique, his entire being was transformed. Not only was his gaze incomparably sharp, his aura was also sharp. In his eyes, this group of rowdy punks were a bunch of dirtbags. However, Lin Dong did not mind playing with them. Call out your steward. Hurry up, don't delay me. The inchman called Tin Chicken sat down on the bar with a big horse and opened himself a bottle of brandy and poured it straight down his throat. Gobble gobble. In a short while, a bottle of high-count brandy was directly drained by him in one gulp, and he was like drinking water, not feeling a thing, still playing with the steel rod in his hand. It's enough to see how physically tough he is. It looks skinny, but it's actually all tendon. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit in the position of the #1 war general of the 7-star gang. Damn, what's taking so long? Tianji suddenly waited with some impatience and violently flung his steel rod. Bang! Smashed the glass of the bar directly. Everyone was scared into silence, their whole body trembling. They're just here to have fun and don't want to get hurt, much less die. Finally, just as Tianji lost all patience and was about to call someone to smash the store. Chicken, coming, just a 20-something white boy, nothing special. Grandma, making such a big commotion in Tianhai City, acquiring so many nightclubs, and not even coming to 7 stars to pay homage to the doc. It's clear that you're not giving brother Xiaonan face. Today, it's necessary to make him hemorrhage and learn a lesson. A group of 7-star gang's horsemen were filled with righteous indignation. However, they do have the backbone to say that, from the day the 7-star gang was founded, the entire Tianhai City, large and small nightclub business, was under their control. Collecting protection money has become even more of a bunch of unspoken rules. Almost everyone in this business knows that. It's better to mess with the ghosts that block the road than to mess with Chen Nanshan. They, Brother Nam, are the actual underground emperor? Anyone who sees it has to give it a face. This Lin Dong was good. Making such a big commotion and not consulting them was fine. There's no sign of half-paying protection money yet. It's hard to say without knocking it out of the park. If word gets out, who's afraid of them? Sorry, we're late. Soon. Zhang Dafa shyly smiled and jogged all the way over. While walking, he also introduced, "This is our boss, Lin Dong." With a disdainful look on his face, Tianji directly raised his steel rod and pointed it at Lin Dong. "You're Lin Dong? Asterisk. Know the rules? Don't you know that when you enter a mountain temple, you first kowtow 3 times? Hurry up and don't make me slap you." Lin Dong frowned. This person was even more arrogant than he had imagined, and even wanted to kowtow to himself as soon as he came up. But it's not certain who will kowtow to whom today. Chapter 91, Beat to Death. While Tianji was staring at Lin Dong was also looking him up and down. It was followed by a frown of disbelief. In his opinion, since he dared to make a big show of collecting protection fees in Tianhai City to the extent of tens of millions of dollars up and down every year, he must be a powerful character, even comparable to the Godfather. This field hen in front of me has a fierce face and is full of beatings and killings, no different than a freshly released laborer. It clearly doesn't fit the image. Nope. Lin Dong's mind turned electrically. It was immediately clear that this was just a horseman sent out by the other side to play the front. As expected, upon seeing Lin Dong's silence, a few punks immediately reported themselves aggressively. "Are you deaf or blind? Didn't you hear our chicken brother give the word for you to kneel down and kowtow 3 times? This is the etiquette of our 7-star gang. Letting you kowtow is to look up to you. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Hearing this, Lin Dong snorted a laugh that he really could not hold back. Letting themselves kowtow, instead, is them giving face? This group of people, it's too wild. The room was silent with this smile. Everyone stared straight at him with a look of having seen a ghost. Zhang Dafa, in particular, was on pins and needles and shuddered. It feels like the sky is falling. Lin Xiao, he's the #1 warrior of the 7-star gang, Tianji, known in the jungle as Brother Chicken. In the beginning, Chen Nanshan is with him from the south to cut to the north. Tianhai City do not know how many nightclubs, by him to close down. The boss is also broken home. You must take it easy, Yu Fei warily reminded from the side. One tried hard to persuade Lin Dong not to think twice about clashing with the 7-star gang. Otherwise, the big family fortune will all be finished. Unfortunately, Lin Dong's nature had always been to eat softness but not hardness. Having decided not to pay this protection money, naturally, he would not be vain enough to give this group of people a good look. Make me get down on my knees and kowtow? Could be. Lin Dong spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Yu Fei and Zhang Dafa let out a long breath of relief. Lin Xiao is still sensible and can bend the rules. Unexpectedly, next, Lin Dong's words changed. "But I want to see your sincerity first. Tell you what, each of you, first kneel down and kowtow to me 50 times. That inch, you have to get 100. Lin Dong said lightly. Without noticing it, Yu Fei and Zhang Dafa's faces turned green. "My ancestors, do you know what you're saying? That's a field hen, the #1 warrior of the 7 Stars gang. How dare you ask him to kneel for you?" On the other side, The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. The way he looked at Lin Dong was as if he was looking at a dead man. Mother asterisk 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 her. Say that again if you dare. Making me kneel. What are you? Seek death. A group of 7-star gang's fighters could not sit still and immediately wanted to rush forward to teach Lin Dong a hard lesson. Wait. Just then, Tanuki suddenly raised his right hand and stopped them. The crowd was uncertain, but dutifully retreated. Then Tachi sneered, his eyes narrowing to slits. Your name is Lin Dong, right? The what? Wang Hu's friend? You don't think that what's his name, Wang Hu, will be able to bail you out, do you? Believe it or not. You tell him to come over here and I'll piss on his head and he won't even dare to fart? Tianji snorted and opened his mouth, not putting Wang Hu in his eyes at all. And indeed it does. Wang Hu, despite his fame, is a master who doesn't want to die. But that's about it. When he ran into a big power like the 7 Stars gang, he couldn't make any waves even if he was powerful alone. In Tianji's opinion, the reason why Lin Dong was so arrogant was that he felt that Wang Hu could back him up and solve all the troubles. Right now, he himself didn't mind letting him know what it meant to be a Taoist who was 1 foot tall and a devil who was 1 foot tall. Come on, don't dilly-dally. Hurry up and kneel down honestly. Pay the protection fee, and I can pretend I didn't hear what I just said. In the future, our 7-star gang will also cover you. Tin Chick crossed his stick and put one hand on the bar. In the next moment, suddenly his face chilled and slammed. Bang! Wow! In an instant, bar glass splashed everywhere. Inside the various kinds of expensive liquor also followed the disaster. Clattering flowed all over the ground. It's hard to imagine how strong the stick is. It also made everyone fear him even more, with a chill down their backs. If you don't hand it over, this is what you get. Do you hear me? Boss Lin. Tianji deliberately aggravated the way he addressed Lin Dong. It was as if he was being reminded not to be presumptuous and go against the 7 Stars gang. Otherwise, not only will the Blue Siren be reduced to rubble, the other nightclubs he just plopped down would have no peace. Who made their 7 Stars gang the biggest gang in Tianhai City? It's about being able to do whatever you want. For a while, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Dong. Wanted to see how he was going to respond. Yufei and Zhang Dafa even shook their heads frantically, hoping that this young Lin would not do anything foolish. Soon after, Lin Dong nodded. I see. Just understand. Tanuki smiled, thinking that Lin Dong knew what to do. He immediately had to obediently pay tens of millions of dollars in protection fees. As a result, Lin Dong's next words, it directly dazzled him for a long time. You guys saw that I just opened and came to give me money on purpose, right? This hen. Oh no, Mr. Field Hens. This wine cabinet that you smashed just now. But I specially got the master from Italy to design it, plus the Louis XVI, brandy, XO and so on these foreign wines inside. It's worth at least more than $10 million. How are you going to pay for it? Cash, or credit card? After saying that, Lin Dong did not think it was enough and added another sentence with a smile. If you can't cough up the money, then we'll have to make you pay in flesh. One leg is $100,000. 4 legs is $400,000. There are 20 of you. Barely enough. Hearing this, Tianji blushed again and again, reddening from his neck to his ears. The veins on his forehead were bulging and his 2 eyes were bulging out. He finally realized that from the beginning to the end, Lin Dong had no intention of paying the protection fee, even playing with their own group as if they were monkeys. Unbridled. Lin Dong, you asked for it. As of today, the Blue Siren no longer exists, and a couple of your other nightclubs don't even think about opening. After saying that, Tianji could no longer control the anger in his heart and pointed at Lin Dong's nose and shouted, beat me to death. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Yes, chicken. The 7-star gang members responded. Then, swarm. The people watching around them were terrified and hurriedly made way for a large open space. Yufei and Zhang Dafa also turned pale, scattering their heads and running. There was no way around it. Lin Dong had saw death on his own and it was not their fault. In everyone's eyes, Lin Dong was already no different from a corpse. Chapter 92, A Lion's Bounty. Kill. In a flash of lightning, a gangster swung his arm round and threw a stick at Lin Dong's temple. If this stick smashed down, Lin Dong would shed his skin even if he did not die. In the nick of time, Lin Dong quickly drew back with a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, perfectly dodging the strike. What? The punk's eyes widened in shock. The next moment, a sudden sharp pain came from his abdomen. Then, directly foaming at the mouth, he collapsed to the ground. It was clearly Lin Dong who came with a sweeping kick, directly kicking his internal organs to pieces. Immediately after that, 2 more unknowing punks came at him. Without batting an eyelid, Lin Dong opened his arms left and right. A white crane strike easily pinches their neck. Then, with a click, it was thrown out at random. Bang bang. Wow. In less than half a minute, a bunch of people were lying at Lin Dong's feet. Each one is bruised and grieving. A few slow-legged, behind the punks see the situation, scared out of their wits, cowering, where still dare to go forward. How is this possible? Lin Xiao still has this kind of skill? Zhang Dafa and Yu Fei were dumbfounded. They only knew that Lin Dong was rich, but they didn't realize that the kung fu was also a masterpiece. This move was so smooth and flowing that it was comparable to a martial arts master in a TV series. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A bunch of losers. Get the outta here. The next moment, a few punks received 2 kicks on their asses, directly coming to a dog's mouth. Tianji held a steel stick with a murderous aura, staring with a pair of tiger eyes as he slowly walked towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I didn't expect that you still have 2 skills, but right away, you know what a mistake you've made. Lin Xiao, be careful. Looking at the raging Tianji, Zhang Dafa really couldn't hold back and shouted. He and Yu Fei didn't run far and hid behind the shattered glass liquor cabinet, waiting to call an ambulance for Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled in disbelief. Then, patting the grime on his body, he made a provocative gesture at Tanuki, as if to say, come over here, fierce, looking for death. Tanuki's expression was twisted and looked particularly hideous. He's been on the road for so many years. I don't know how many ruthless characters have fallen into his hands. It was the first time he had seen someone like Lin Dong who did not know how to die. Today, have to open up and bleed this kid. Swish! Tianji turned 3 steps into 2 and scurried directly to Lin Dong's side, raising his hand to strike a stick. The main thing about street fighting is that it's a tough one. The fists and feet could be inferior to the other party, but the momentum could never be lost. It is also known as the fear of the horizontal and the fear of the fearful. Tianji is able to sit firmly in the chair of the #1 war general of the 7-star gang, firstly, by loyalty and secondly, by courage. He may not be the most capable fighter, but he definitely hits the hardest, both for yourself and for others. As expected, Lin Dong also realized that Tianji was extremely fast, much better than those punks just now. This, however, piqued his interest instead. Only an opponent like Tanuki deserves his full attention. Good timing. Lin Dong smiled faintly as his waist and lower body simultaneously exerted force as he tilted his body backward. Surprisingly, in front of everyone, he did a waist horse unity and dodged the stick. Tanji's eyes flickered. Afterward, immediately reacting, his right hand wrist flipped and slammed towards Lin Dong's neck once again. Such a tricky angle is simply unavoidable. It's enough to see how much experience Tanuki has in fighting. In the place of Wang Hu, I'm afraid I've already folded. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was open, only to see him continue to lean back until he was completely on the ground. Then, lending his strength, he kicked out a leg. Snap! A crisp pop came. That kick landed straight on Fielding's chin. Woo! With a miserable cry, Tianji flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Click! Faintly, the sound of bones breaking was heard. The crowd was surprised. Lin Dong's kick looked light and harmless. I didn't realize that it would shatter the jaw of a field hen. There were a few bloody teeth that flew out of his mouth as well. Bang! Tanuki fell to the ground, covering his jaw and twitching. The steel rod also fell in response. Phew! Lin Dong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood firmly on the ground with a carp. Not a drop of sweat came out of this process. Even, the expression was a bit uninterested. In the next moment, Lin Dong slowly walked towards the fallen Tianji. With each step, everyone subconsciously stepped back a meter. That look, it's like seeing a ghost. Terror! It's horrible. While Lin Dong looked gentle, his hands were fast and hard. No one could see his movements clearly, and Tianji was knocked down to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. This is the #1 warrior of the 7 Stars gang, the god of murder who cuts through Tianhai City with a single knife. Just like that, he was crushed by Lin Dong? No! Stay back! Don't you come any closer! Oh! Tanuki covered his jaw and slurred his words. An intense fear surged like a tidal wave. Over the years, he's been in the hospital countless times for fighting, but never have I experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death as I do now. Soon, Lin Dong walked up to Tianji and shook his head, his expression filled with disdain and teasing. Are you good at fighting? What's the use of knowing how to fight? It's brains and strength that come out of the woodwork. Tanuki was a bit dumbfounded. Brother, I haven't seen you use your brain either. You hit me. You didn't even have to use your fists. One kick and you're done. Come on, don't lie on the ground and play dead. Aren't you going to collect protection money? Here, the old man's bank card is right here. Come and get it. Lin Dongbian pulled out his bank card from his wallet and waved it in front of Tianji and the others. There's over $3 billion in here. Want it? Come and get it yourself. Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 billion or so? This Lin Xiao, not only can he fight, he's also so rich. I don't want anyone else to live. Tianji and the group of gangsters were also stunned. It was only at this time that they realized that it seemed like they had messed with some unimaginably big person. 3 billion or so in cash casually in your pocket. You're telling me that's called having no background? You call this a sucker? Tin Chicken looked at the teeth all over the floor and his gut turned to mush. If he'd known, he wouldn't have come. However, just because Tianji regretted it, it did not mean that Lin Dong was going to let him go. I gave you the chance. You didn't want it for yourselves. Now, it's my turn to ask you for protection money. What? Tanji's eyes flickered and he raised his head shakily. What came into view was a pair of eyes that showed no mercy. Lin Dong raised one finger, hesitated for a moment, and then turned it into two. Then, speaking faintly, just now, I asked you for $10 million in compensation and you wouldn't give it. Now the price has gone up. $20 million. $20 million? Lin Dong, don't go too far. Tanuki covered his chin, his mouth full of blood, and his face sad. Never. It's always the 7 Stars gang that collects protection money from others. When did someone collect protection money from the 7 Stars gang? And, although they have money in the 7 Stars gang, but don't forget that they have a whole bunch of brothers to feed under their hands. $20 million to take out. It's definitely going to hurt. This guy, the lion's share. Chapter 93, A Leopard is Born. Oh, don't want to give? It seems that you haven't gotten the situation right yet. Now, I'm the one who collects the money, not you. Lin Dong snorted coldly and violently raised his foot. Click. Ah! In the bar, there were murderous screams. Tianji's right leg was unexpectedly broken by Lin Dong's foot. Ouch! That hurts. Tanuki covered his right leg, sweating in pain. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth flicked. I said, no money, then meat. One leg is $100,000. 4 legs is $400,000. Of course, you can also count the shortest one. That's $500,000 in total. Lin Dong smiled faintly. In the eyes of others, it was like the devil. Gollum. Zhang Dafa and Yu Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. All they knew was that Lin Dong waved his money around when doing business and did not care about money at all. I didn't realize that there was such a vicious and horrible other side. The other side. Hearing that Lin Dong was going to waste his 5th leg, Tianji turned pale in fear. Then, not caring about the pain, he begged loudly, Don't! I was wrong, Linden. No, Ringo. I'll give it. Can't I give it? Please, spare us. At this moment, Tianji was truly afraid. He's not afraid of death, but he's afraid of becoming crippled and living as if he were dead. If I had known, why would I have done it? Lin Dong smiled and casually picked up a bottle of Remy Martin. 2 fingers gently pinched the bottle, and only half of it remained. Then, in full view of the crowd, he tilted his head back and drank it all. Good wine, brothers. Who has any money left? Hurry up and get it together. It's just short of $5 million. The other side. Tanuki looked eager and asked questions left and right. Under Lin Dong's impatient gaze, he pulled out everything of value from his body. Bank cards, large gold chains, body watches, cell phones and belts. Just about stripped down those thousands of dollars of underwear too. The other 7-star gangpunks were similar, emptying their pockets cleaner than their faces. That's all it took to barely scrape together $15 million. And there's still $5 million to go. How much longer do I have to wait? There's a limit to my patience. Delaying my business. $20 million won't be enough. More price increases? Tin Chicken was on the verge of crying. This is not satisfied with $20 million, but even wants to sit on the ground. However, what can they do? More than 20 people can't beat one person. The leading brother, who was also beaten and had his arms and legs broken. It's not even embarrassing enough to talk about it. Lin Dong, don't bully people too much. Don't forget, my big brother Chen Nanshan is the leader of Tianhai City, and we have thousands of brothers in the 7-star gang. If he finds out about this, he'll never let you go. Oh, Lin Dong smiled coldly, not being intimidated in the slightest. Chen Nanshan? Never heard of it. Now, I'm going to count to 10, and if I can't get $5 million, I'll let you report to the men's hospital. When the time comes, I'm afraid $5 million won't be enough if you want to cure that short leg of yours. 3, 2, I. Lin Dong slowly raised his right leg and aimed it at Tianji's vital points. The next moment, it's going to turn him into a eunuch. In a moment, Tanuki's eyes were red. Your grandma's leg. 10 count. Straight from 3, 2, 1. Right? No, don't. I'll give it. Can't I give it? I'm going to call my big brother and ask him to call the money. Looking at the ferocious Lin Dong, Tianji was also unable to cry. Then, reluctantly, he picked up his cell phone and grimly dialed a number. Hey, Nan. Well, Tanuki, did you take it? Take it? Tianji looked around at the group of crippled brothers with a bitter look on his face. It did take it. However, it was Lin Dong who took them all. Nan, there's a bit of trouble. Can you lend me some money? Not much, just 5 million. There was silence on the other end of the line. I don't know whether to be shocked or puzzled. Brother Nan, help, brother is dying. Got it. money's on the line for you. Get your ass back here. The words fell out of his mouth and the phone was forcibly hung up. Obviously, Chen Nanshan was not a brainless person. A quick guess is that the Tamagotchi is out of his league. Even, surprisingly, it costs millions to stay alive. Phew, Tianji gasped and warily transferred a sum of money to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, the money was transferred to you. You have to keep your word. Sure, Lin Dong smiled. Surprisingly, he transferred back another $100,000 to Tianji. What do you mean by that? Tanuki's back went cold. Thinking that Lin Dong was setting himself up again, he didn't even dare to accept the money. Didn't we agree? $100,000 a leg. You've already paid $100,000 with your right leg, so of course I'm going to refund you the extra. Lin Dong had a look of entitlement on his face. You. Tianji was so furious that he pointed his finger at Lin Dong and his whole body was trembling. The next moment, directly foaming at the mouth, both eyes rolled over, fainted on the spot. Chicken. A group of minions saw this and squared off. Then, on hands and knees, he carried the fieldfares out, not daring to look back. Lin Dong snorted coldly when he saw this. The 7 Stars Gang? Nursing home? Right. With this kind of three-legged kung fu, you also learn to collect protection money. You really have watched too many kooks. After speaking, Lin Dong looked around, noticed everyone staring at him, trembling with fear and trembling, not daring to take a breath. After tonight, I'm afraid that the deterrent effect of all the 7 Stars Gang, including Tianji, will be greatly reduced. Instead, it was Lin Dong, an unknown nightclub owner, who had risen to fame. However, in the back, the 7 Stars Gang will definitely not stop. I wonder, what kind of sparks will come out of the two? I'm really sorry for the shock, since brother Tianji has already given the money just now. Tonight, all the consumption, he will pay for it. Everyone keep playing the music and keep dancing. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other, not reacting for a moment. But, when you think about it, it doesn't seem wrong to say that. Thank you, Shaolin, Lin Xiao atmosphere. Thank you chicken for buying. For a while, the Blue Siren Bar, once again, resumed its revelry. Even more so than before the gang from the 7 Stars Gang came. Just then, Yufei and Zhang Dafa ran out with excited faces. Young Lin, you're too fierce. A kick that turns a field chicken into a screaming chicken. I'm really convinced. With you here, why do we need security at the bar? Who would dare to cause trouble? Zhang Dafa's words, of course, were a joke. However, it was evident how much he admired Lin Dong. Looking at Yufei again, his face was full of sorrow and worry. Lin Xiao, don't blame me for not reminding you that today. You've sort of offended the 7 Star Gang to death. That Chen Nanshan, what he hates the most, is when people don't give him face. Today, not only did you beat up his ponies, but you also had to walk away with $20 million. This beam, it's not a small knot. Chapter 94, Charity Gala. Lin Dong smiled faintly, his expression not showing the slightest bit of worry. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Do I look like that kind of rash person to you guys? Would I do something I'm not sure of? Yufei and Zhang Dafa froze for a moment and looked Lin Dong up and down. Then, shook his head. What kind of a young man is this? It's almost like the magic right green of the 4 heavenly kings. That's not all. If the 7 Star Gang dares to come once, I'll him once. I'd like to see what tricks this Chen Nanshan, who is known as the underground emperor of Tianhai, has up his sleeve. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Instead of being intimidated, he was unusually excited. At this time, Yufei suddenly thought of something and said, Young Mr. Lin, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Love and Angels Charity Gala? A charity gala? You don't know? It shouldn't be. Yufei froze for a moment. Logically, a rich man at Lin Dong's level should know better than him. Why? Linden looked clueless. Seeing Yufei's puzzled expression, Lin Dong knew that he had said the wrong thing. However, he wasn't the least bit flustered, and spoke lightly. I'm not hiding it from Boss Yu. Before that, I was studying abroad, and only returned to Tianhai in the past 2 months, so I'm not familiar with these things. So it is. Yufei nodded in sudden realization. At the same time, it became more and more convinced that Lin Dong was a successor that was secretly being groomed by some big family. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so unworldly. Lin Xiao doesn't know. This charity gala is very high profile, with many high profile people attending. At the party, there's an auction component. When the time comes, there will be a large amount of valuable antique jewelry for the auction. All the proceeds are donated to children in poor mountainous areas. I'm sure you'll enjoy it, just as well, and to make friends. Oh, antiques? Lin Dong's eyes lit up as he smelled a hint of money. Lin Xiao, the opportunity is rare. If you're free, you might want to check it out. A smile piled up on Yufei's face. With his skill in reading people, he could tell at a glance that Lin Dong was interested in the charity gala. Sounds good. Lin Dong nodded. Subsequently, there was no rush to show concern for the antiques. Instead, he pretended to be offhand and asked, "Do you make sure that all the money raised at the charity gala is donated? Don't spend my money one foot and have it in the organizer's pockets the next." Hearing this, Yufei was so frightened that he hurriedly shook his head. "Promise you won't. Lin Xiao, you can rest assured that every single payment is absolutely transparent and open. Besides, those lots are worth a lot of money, and when something arrives, you don't lose out no matter what." Speaking of which, in order to demonstrate the authenticity of this charity gala, Yufei also purposely took out his cell phone and took the information of every piece of antique to be auctioned and showed it to Lin Dong. Upon closer inspection, there are a few goodies. Qing Dynasty Qianlong pink and blue glaze carved antique Kuei Dragon's earthenware vessel, starting bid, $24,000,000. Song Dynasty official glazed 8 square stringed coiled vase, starting price 20 million. White jade phoenix with heart, starting price $18,000,000. After a rough glance, these antiques, the starting bidding price is at least $10 million. Lin Dong was secretly staggered. What poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches and antiques. That's what really rich people play with. The key to showing class and taste. It's a good thing to say. Looking at it, Lin Dong was suddenly attracted by an antique. Qing Kanshi blue and white vase with seawater dragon design, starting price 23 million. This blue and white porcelain, the glaze is warm like jade, the tone of blue and white, a long bearded dragon poking out from between the clouds. The carving is delicate, lifelike, beautiful. You can feel the shock through the screen. Just then, it suddenly occurred to Lin Dong that his grandfather, Lin Changcheng, was a dragon, and, in a few days, it will be his old man's 80th birthday. If I can give this porcelain as a birthday gift to Lin Changcheng, I'm sure that his old man could be impressed with his own family. Let other relatives know that their family is not what it used to be. Sort of, to do justice to his father. In the future, hold your head up and be a man. Boss you. I wonder if there are any requirements for attending this charity gala? Lin Dong asked with a smile. I don't have an invitation in my hand. Upon hearing this, Yufei patted his chest and said, "It's just an invitation? What a big deal. Let alone one. Even if you bring your family and ask for 10, I can get them." Yufei's words were not bragging. He's been running a nightclub for so long, and over the years, he's saved up a lot of connections. An invitation to a charity gala in the district is just a matter of words. Family? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. Yufei's words reminded him of this. Evenings of this caliber are filled with male and female guests in tuxedos, out and about. It's not a good look to go alone. So, who to call? At the first moment, Lin Dong thought of Chu Xiaoxiao. She has a mature and generous demeanor and definitely doesn't lose face. Thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately sent a text message to Chu Xiaoxiao. As a result, soon his wishes were frustrated. Chu Xiaoxiao has returned to her hometown in order to obtain a divorce for her mother. Can't come back for a while. Now, that's a little hard to do. Bai Yuqing and Tingting were a receptionist and a technician, so it was okay to let them show off, but it was hard to make it to the Hall of Honor. As for Lu Shiyun, she's a brat who doesn't know any better. Wait, suddenly, a person flashed through Lin Dong's mind. She can sing and dance, is innocent and cute, and has a way with words. And, the other person contacted him or her 3 times, wanting to meet. Ask her to attend the party and she'll agree. Thinking of this, Lin Dong directly made a voice call. Hey, is that duck not necessary, brother? On the other end of the phone, a light and pleasant woman's voice came. It startled Yufei and Zhang Dafa. The two then made an uncharacteristic shushing gesture and dutifully kept their mouths shut. It's me. Great. You finally contacted me. I thought you forgot about me. On the other end of the phone, it was none other than the newest netizen on the live broadcast platform, Kiki Baby, also known as Mingqi Su. After the PK on the spot, she was kind of a hit. A number of MCN organizations have approached her and are scrambling to sign her to a contract. Even, an astronomical price of $10 million a year was offered. However, Su Mengqi didn't agree. She did not know anything about this kind of thing, so she definitely had to ask Lin Dong first. She also only listened to Lin Dong. Kiki, tomorrow night, I'm going to a party and need a date. Do you have time? Party? Su Mengqi's gaze was stunned. These days, she was also approached to go to some kind of charity gala. Among them, there were a few famous males. Could it be, that's the one Lin Dong was talking about? If something is wrong, forget it, I'll find someone else. No, I'm fine. Hearing that Lin Dong was looking for someone else, Su Mengqi hurriedly opened her mouth. Even if something is wrong, it's not as important as your business. Okay, then get ready and I'll pick you up tomorrow night. Aha! Chapter 95, Female Companions. Lin Xiao. This Kiki, it wouldn't be the recently exploded Kiki Baby, would it? Zhang Dafa looked at Lin Dong with some surprise. Listening to the voice on the phone, he always felt something familiar. Come to think of it, the DJ was playing at the Blue Siren bar was the DJ version of the song Kiki Baby was singing. If I had known about this relationship, I would have just invited her over for a couple of songs. On the other side, Yufei also stared wide-eyed. He remembered very clearly that it was because of the reward from a mysterious tycoon that Kiki's baby had suddenly exploded on the internet. Doesn't Duck have to? Lyndon. That's right, only a godly tycoon like Lin Dong would throw away tens of millions of dollars, casually rewarding an anchor with tens of millions of dollars. Boss you. Then I'll wait for your invitation. No need for more. Just two. Lin Dong finished speaking to Faye and turned around to walk towards the dance floor. I've just been moving my muscles for so long, so I'm just going to go relax. Definitely. Definitely. Yufei nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. The following evening, Lin Dong drove the Primera and arrived outside the gates of Tianhai Polytechnic University. The car had just come to a stop, drawing a crowd of students. Wow, Paramila, who is so rich in our school to drive such a luxury car to school? It's not necessarily a student. It can't be. It's some big boss. Come to fish for clams. Put a bottle of iced tea on the roof of the car and you're guaranteed to have a girl go over and hit on you. I've seen this routine a lot. A group of boys snorted and murmured. Soon, there were several beautiful women who thought they had good looks and temperament. Smiling, while scratching his head, he knocked on the car window. Seeing the car window drop, they also deliberately tugged on their low-cut dresses so as to expose their full spring light to each other's eyes. Handsome, can I add a WeChat? I'm a little dizzy and I'd like to blow off some steam in your car. I feel itchy and hot inside. Lin Dong glanced at it and pursed his lips. Let's see. You guys aren't itching. Rather, it itches elsewhere. Although, the girls did have a small amount of talent. Well-groomed and well-dressed. It's totally comparable to some of the smaller netizens. Unfortunately, the one he or she is picking up today is a really big internet star. Holy, is that Munchkin Sue? It's that Kiki baby that's been so hot lately? She's even from our school? You just know these days are rumored crazy. Many companies want to sign her as an artist. According to the rumor, more than 10 million a year. Accompanied by a group of people yelling and screaming, a youthful and beautiful long-legged beauty walked in style. Feeling the fiery gazes of the crowd, the beautiful woman's pretty face flushed, but there was no embarrassment. Falling as if they were supermodels walking the runway. It was none other than the anchor who had recently taken the internet by storm. Su Mingqi. Su Mingqi, why is she here? Wait, shouldn't. A few of the gold-worshipping schoolgirls froze. In the next moment, it was suddenly realized that Su Mingqi was indeed walking towards them. More precisely, towards the Primera. Seeing this perfect goddess in the hearts of countless people, Lin Dong could not help but brighten up and did not mince words in praising her. Kiki, you look beautiful today. The voice is. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were stunned, shock written all over her pretty face. Then, scrutinizing the man sitting in the car with a wicked grin. On the way here, she was still internally torn. What if Duck doesn't have to be ugly and old? It was not until she saw Lin Dong that Su Mingqi let out a long sigh of relief. Full of joy ensued. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but tease. What? Disappointed? Not the same as the Prince Charming you had in mind? No, it's not. Su Mingqi hurriedly waved her hand, fearing that Lin Dong would misunderstand. You're even sunnier and more handsome than I thought you would be, and I'm just a little nervous. Okay, get in the car and we'll talk about it. Lin Dong opened the passenger door for Su Mingqi. By the way, a farewell gesture was made to a few dumbfounded schoolmates. Excuse me, ladies, I have an appointment today. Next time, let's go deeper. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. In full view of the crowd, he kicked the gas and took off. I'll go. Dare I say, this handsome guy is waiting for Su Mingqi, and only Mingqi Su is worthy of this Primera. Wait, why do I think that person looks a bit familiar? Isn't it the guy who sent Lu Shiyun to start school last time? It's all Primera. Soon enough, someone spotted the key. Really, if that's true, the fun will be great. Car. Su Mingqi was as jittery as a frightened white rabbit, her two small hands clenched together. Excited? Nervous? Or is it a surprise? Even she couldn't tell what she was feeling right now, only feeling dizzy. He did not even dare to look at Lin Dong. If I'm not mistaken, your name should be Su Mingqi, right? Can I call you Munchkin? Su Mingqi blushed heartily and exhaled. Of course, you can call me whatever you want. That's good. My name is Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled faintly, enjoying Su Mingqi's naive demeanor of being at a loss for words. It gives him a desire to open the gift and explore. But not now. In half an hour, the party will begin. He didn't want to delay his business because of a woman. Mingqi, there's no need to be nervous. I invited you to the party, just lacking a female companion. If you are uncomfortable, I will send you back now. No, don't. Su Mingqi hurriedly shook her head. It was so hard to see Lin Dong, How could she possibly go back? I'm just a little nervous, don't get me wrong. I haven't thanked you properly for last time. By the way, these past few days, you haven't come to see my live broadcast. Is something wrong? Seeing this, Lin Dong laughed. I've had some things going on the last couple days and haven't watched the broadcast. That's why the real person was asked out to get a better look. Hearing these words, Su Mingqi couldn't help but have her petite body shaken. Distinctly, he felt that Lin Dong's gaze wandered over his body. Fortunately, Lin Dong still had his hands on the steering wheel and did not make any further moves. Otherwise, she didn't even know how to react. But at the same time, she was a little vaguely lost. Lin Dong glanced at Su Mingqi, whose head was spinning and could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Well, here it is. Crunch! The Primera came to a steady stop. Su Mingqi looked out the window and subconsciously opened her mouth slightly. An opulent, 100-story building came into view. Western-style architecture, tall and luxurious. The lights are sparkling, romantic and classy. The size and facilities are, moreover, ridiculously large. The outside parking lot alone is the size of 2 soccer fields. At this time, countless luxury cars were parked in rows. Bentley, Maybach, Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin, each one worth over $1 million. Lin Dong's Primera, placed inside, was not the least bit conspicuous. Chapter 96. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The Starlight Hotel? Su Mingqi was stunned and blurted out. Starlight Hotel, located in the most prosperous bond and business and leisure circle of Tianhai City, is a 5-star international hotel specializing in receiving VIP visitors. The facilities are complete, grand and of the highest class. Rightfully so, it has become the first choice for organizing high-profile events in Tianhai City. The people who come to stay here are also either rich or noble. For this charity gala today, the organizers have set a minimum standard. Only those who are worth $100 million or more are eligible to receive an invitation. Those who are worth $1 billion or more are VIPs. Brother Lin Dong. They all seem to be holding invitations. We do? Su Mingqi followed Lin Dong to the door. It was quickly noticed that guests, coming and going, were holding a delicate card engraved with golden veins. The only way to get in is to take this card. It's not just an invitation. It's a symbol of identity and status. Lin Dong smiled faintly and grabbed Su Mingqi's slightly trembling little hand. Don't worry. If they have it, we have it. And, my invitation. It's not the same as theirs. Lin Dong smiled faintly and pulled out 2 cards from his pocket, handing them to the 2 waiters standing at the door. A flash of white gold light appeared. Hers was 2 invitations of platinum texture, more honorable than gold. The 2 waiters' bodies squared up, their attitudes even more respectful than before. Welcome to the Love and Angels Charity Gala. Your seats are in Section A, please follow me. For a while, several guests in the front and back turned their heads and looked at Lin Dong and Su Mingqi with some curiosity. The Charity Gala, which is divided into 3 areas. Area C is staffed by the organizers. Zone B is for general guests attending the event. Zone A is then VIP. In other words, this couple in front of us is worth over $1 billion? Why do I feel like that pretty girl looks a little familiar? Isn't that the recently hot Kiki baby? She's even here. What's so rare about this? A lot of rich people are good at this, and after 2 days of playing, they're probably tired of it. So, who's that guy next to her? The crowd was confused. They were all worth more than $100 million and had been in high society for years, but they had never seen this face before. There was also nothing known about Lin Dong, but the more mysterious it is, the more scary it is. In particular, he noticed the confidence revealed in Lin Dong's hands and feet. More than anything else, it made everyone think that he came from an extraordinary and unfathomable background. Lin Dong also did not care what these small fishes and shrimps were thinking. Holding Su Mingqi's hand, she walked straight into the hotel. At this point, the charity gala was ready. Signs of love and peace hang everywhere. This is the main theme of the event. Likewise, the organizers gave every guest in attendance, in advance, a nifty little brochure. It details the antiques to be auctioned off at the party. Lin Dong swept his eyes and fixed them on a certain piece of blue and white porcelain. A large water dragon patterned vase. That's what it is. Su Mingqi looked on from the side. Be prepared though. However, when she saw the starting bid of $20 million, she still couldn't help but open her cherry mouth wide. He vaguely realized that because of Lin Dong, he had come into contact with a circle that was unattainable to ordinary people for a lifetime. It was at this moment that a figure came with a smile. Young Lin, you're finally here. Did the trip go well? Boss Yu has been waiting for a long time. I went to pick up someone and just arrived. Yufei glanced at the shy Su Mingqi and his heart was clear. Afterward, a heartfelt smile was directed towards Lin Dong. Lin Xiao, let's go sit down. In a while sister-in-law should be tired of standing. Sister-in-law? Su Mingqi was slightly stunned, her pretty face reddening, but shyness is shyness. In the end, she still took the initiative to take Lin Dong's arm. It was as if he was announcing to everyone that he was his own. How could Lin Dong not be aware of this little thought of hers? Instantly, he smiled and led her to Area A. Unsurprisingly, the guests sitting here, no matter which one of them, all had extraordinary temperaments, were dressed in honorable clothes, and brought with them a powerful aura of a superior person. A few of these big bosses with slightly gray sideburns and slightly bloated. Lin Dong had once even seen them on TV. I never thought that one day I would be able to sit with them. Wang Dong, Zhang Dong, this is the Lin Dong I mentioned to you. Lin Xiao. Yu Fei carefully introduced Lin Dong with a respectful attitude, fearing that he might accidentally offend someone. However, to his disappointment, no one paid any attention to Lin Dong. Even if they did, they were looking at Yu Fei's face and nodded perfunctorily, not taking him seriously at all. That's normal. We are all in the same circle. Usually many business transactions. Mutual benefit. You're a brat who popped out of some rock. There's no need for friendship. 2 more words are a waste of time. Seeing this, Lin Dong lightly smiled and did not get annoyed. Directly pulling Su Mingqi, he sat in a corner. Anyway, he came to the charity gala only for the treasure hunt. He didn't care what attitude these big bosses had. I'm really sorry, Lin Xiao. It's okay, boss Yu. I understand everything. You go about your business. Yu Fei nodded sardonically. Seeing that Lin Dong was not angry, he left and climbed into conversation with the others. Unexpectedly, on the front foot, Yu Fei had just left, and on the back foot, a young woman with exquisite makeup and quite a bit of elegance suddenly opened her mouth, especially those Danfang eyes. When they glanced at Su Mingqi, they couldn't help but frown. Didn't you say that no one is allowed to enter if they are idle? How come an anchor woman like this one comes to a charity gala in a dignified manner? Who invited her here? Upon these words, the others turned their heads to look at Su Mingqi and Lin Dong. She is right. Those who came to the charity gala are all dignitaries. Isn't this kind of female anchor appearing here pulling everyone down? What's the point of dressing up beautifully? You're still an opera singer? A network beggar? If you don't belong to your circle, don't blend in hard. Otherwise, it will only be a disgrace. This young woman surnamed Chi seems to be quite well connected. Say the word, and several owners chime in. The words were slightly ingratiating. Hearing these people's boasting, the beautiful young woman became even more complacent and arrogant. Brother Lin Dong. Su Mingqi's body stiffened and she was a bit restless. Put her in a singing competition, or on a catwalk, and she certainly wouldn't have stage fright. However, like now, being targeted by a group of big bosses with hundreds of millions of dollars, it was still inevitable to be a bit nervous, because, like that she said, she is really just a common anchor woman. In front of these people, the status hangs in the balance. Feeling the trembling coming from Su Mingqi's fingertips, Lin Dong patted her small hand and spoke faintly. Don't be afraid, I am here. Chapter 97, Who are you calling a big mom? Lin Dong turned his head and glanced at the young woman who had spoken. 34 or 35 years old, wearing a customized evening gown that revealed a proper Snow White, high-end but not kitschy. Beneath her jade neck, she wore a quail-sized diamond necklace. On his wrist, he also wore a string of diamond bracelets, which made him even more graceful and luxurious. Simply sitting there exuded an aristocratic air. However, the beautiful young woman's Danfang eyes gave off an aggressive feeling. The arrogant words and disgusted expression even exposed her eye-catching character. Seeing this, Lin Dong gently smiled. Auntie, even if you yourself are old and yellow, why don't you allow others to be young and beautiful? Eh, Auntie? Chi Wenchuan's eyes widened, both eyebrows going up to the sky. It never occurred to me that in Tianhai City, someone would dare to call themselves Auntie. Yeah, if I don't call you Auntie, what do I call you? Lin Dong scratched his head with a puzzled look on his face. It shouldn't. Isn't it normal to call someone as old as you, who is almost my mom, an aunt? After Lin Dong finished speaking, he pulled Su Mingqi into his arms, poking the other's delicate face with a finger. Look, she's only 20, you're at least 40. Calling you auntie is giving you face. If you really want to be serious, you should call it Big Mama. Of course, it's not impossible for you to hear it if you must. Lin Dong sighed, his face full of hopelessness. Come on, Munchkin, this older woman wants to hear you call out to her. Don't keep her waiting. Ha? Su Mingqi looked at Lin Dong with some skepticism. She clearly felt that Chi Wenchuan was about to explode. Sure you want to yell? Nay. Lin Dong flung his eyes at her one after another. In the end, Su Mingqi could only bite her lip and shouted stiffly. Good day, Auntie. Put. No, you're really yelling? Lin Dong almost spat out a mouthful of salt vapor. The others were momentarily dumbfounded. A cold chill ran down his back as he stared at Lin Dong and Su Mingqi in a daze. As expected, Chi Wenchuan's face changed again and again. Finally, Tang stood up and pointed at Lin Dong's nose. What are you babbling about? I'm only in my 30s. Who are you calling a big mom? There are two things that are most taboo for women. One is when people say she's ugly. The other, being told she's old. Rich people like Chi Wenchuan, who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on medical beauty every month to take care of their face and body, never felt ugly. But age, alone, is inescapable. No amount of dressing up would change the fact that she was 35 years old. That was why she subconsciously felt disgust at the sight of the young and beautiful Su Mingqi. Not only did they look down on each other's status, but there was also a subconscious envy and jealousy. Before Su Mingqi came, she was the brightest flower, surrounded by stars. When Su Mingqi arrived, she herself was instantly eclipsed. Those men's eyes, too, subconsciously looked towards Su Mingqi. Now, she was still being shouted at by Su Mingqi in front of everyone as Big Mother. Anyone else would be mad. Auntie, what are you doing? Still not letting people tell the truth? I know. Is it that you don't like it? Lin Dong had a face of sudden realization and hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have called you Big Mom. I promise, I will never call you Big Mom again. Munchkin, apologized to the older woman. Su Mingqi's eyes were a bit odd. Lin Dong said with his mouth that he didn't call. As a result, 3 words and a dozen screams. Unsurprisingly, Chi Wenchuan's snow-white skin was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. You, wanton. With that look, he could not wait to bite off a piece of meat on Lin Dong's body. The others were also in a state of shock, as if they were on pins and needles. As the eldest daughter of Chi Tianming, the owner of Daqi Real Estate, Chi Wenchuan has gradually taken over the family's industry over the years, developing and expanding the company step by step. I'm a man of means, and I'm a man of means. According to informed sources, the real estate under Chi Wenchuan's name alone exceeded $1 billion. That doesn't include her shareholding. People don't spell father, they spell themselves. However, it is also because of this kind of strong character, leading to Chi Wenchuan empty-headed, that the world's men have to be short of their own head, but also the most dislike of those who are the man of the woman. Right now, both Lin Dong and Su Mingqi were thorns in her side. Security, where's security? Hurry up and get these two out of here. Chi Wenchuan shouted angrily. The original delicate and noble face was almost as if it was going to be askew with anger. If she hadn't been concerned about her image, she would have broken into a rage and cursed the two men to death. Tada! Soon, 2 security guards hurried over. After briefly understanding what happened, and Chi Wenchuan's identity, she directly began to drive people away. Sir, I'm sorry, please leave. Seeing this, Su Mingqi subconsciously shrunk into Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong coldly grunted as he took out 2 platinum cards without being humble and held them up in front of him. This is the invitation the organizers gave me, and now you're kicking me out. On what grounds? Or do you talk about love and peace? But in reality, you're just a bunch of dogs who watch the people and get called around by the rich? The 2 guards blanched. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had pulled out a platinum invitation. This proves that he is worth over $1 billion. How can a little karami like yourself be offended? If they complied with Chi Wenchuan's wishes and forced Lin Dong and Su Mingqi out, they would definitely be met with mad retaliation from the other party. At that time, how would Chi Wenchuan care about their deaths? Now you know you're scared? This is a private matter between me and the lady, so go wherever you want and don't get in the way. See the 2 security guards looking at each other, still frozen in place. Lin Dong had an impatient look on his face. I told you to get lost, didn't I hear you? As he said this, Lin Dong's aura was in full swing. Many people heard his voice and turned their heads. The moment he met his eyes, his heart seemed to miss a beat. That look in Lin Dong's eyes was too ruthless. It was as if a beast that was going to eat them had set its sights on them. Chi Wenchuan was similarly startled, her expression somewhat less natural, as the first lady of the Chi family. Normally, whoever saw her would have to grovel and be short. However, right now, in front of Lin Dong, she could not help but tremble in her legs. Ha! Lin Dong sneered and swaggered, pulling Su Mingqi to sit back. The 2 security guards glanced at each other and also hurriedly left in disgrace. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. Staying away is the smartest thing to do. Tinker. Just then, the hall rang with symphonic music. The charity gala is about to begin. Chi Wenchuan was very unwilling though, but there was nothing to do but to clench his fists and swallow the bad breath. After all, no matter how big her frame was, it wasn't good for her to spill her guts in front of thousands of people. Munchkin, I want to eat that. You feed it to me. On the contrary, Lin Dong sat on his chair with a big horse like nothing. He also signaled Su Mingqi, feeding him something to eat. When the crowd saw this, their eyes couldn't help but look a little different. While ventriloquizing, he speculated about Lin Dong's identity. This guy, what the hell is coming? Chapter 98, Small Scenes. Soon, the host takes the stage. The party has also come to an end for the time being. Welcome to all of you who have traveled so far to attend this charity gala. The organizers have prepared 100 pieces of antique jewelry of great value for auction, so please participate. On behalf of the organizers, I hereby promise you that all the funds raised from the auction will be donated free of charge to the poor mountainous areas. The applause was thunderous. Lin Dong's eyes were bright, like the fiery eyes of the great sage of Qi Tian, flickering non-stop. Brother Lin Dong, do you like antiques a lot? Noticing the change in Lin Dong's expression, Su Mingqi could not help but brighten up. Lin Dong knew her well and knew, clearly, which university and which major she was a student of. However, she knew nothing about Lin Dong. Seeing that Lin Dong was so fond of antiques, Su Mingqi secretly made a note of this hobby. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Dong was not into antiques. Instead, they liked to make money. Mengqi, don't you think that treasure identification and treasure hunting is a very exciting thing? Exciting? Su Mingqi's eyes widened in confusion. Lin Dong very naturally took her shoulder and gestured with his other hand. Among these 100 auction items, there are real ones and fake ones, expensive ones and cheap ones. There are people who spend tens of millions of dollars on fakes and lose it all. There are people who spend only tens of thousands of dollars and get priceless, overnight riches. That's the great joy of antiquing. Besides collecting, Lin Dong's few words had mesmerized Su Mingqi into a daze. People are strong creatures, and women even more so. A young girl like Su Mingqi who was not deeply involved in the world would most admire a learned man like Lin Dong. In her eyes, Lin Dong was, at all times, exuding charm. She probably doesn't know anything about antiques. However, it did not stop her from being infatuated with Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled faintly and stuffed a grape in her mouth. The auction is about to start, so watch. Aha! Su Mingqi nodded her head obediently. The sight of the arm resting on the fragrant shoulder brought another blush, oblivious to the fact that every move of the two was watched by Qi Wenchuan. Especially when he saw the two of them in love, he was even more enraged. Why is it that this pair of dogs didn't care at all about the fact that they were angry? It's really too. Qi Wenchuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, took out her cell phone and sent someone to investigate Lin Dong's background. Once the charity gala was over, she was going to find Lin Dong to settle the score. The first order of business, however, was to get that necklace first. That's what she came to this party for. Honorable guests, without further ado, the auction will now begin. With a couple of supporting programs over, the most exciting part of the auction is about to begin. Several ceremonial ladies pushed a mysterious treasure chest to the front of the stage. Countless lights lit up the moment the treasure chest was opened. Everyone couldn't help but look over. What came into view was a huge green-glazed vase. The modeling is dignified and atmospheric, and from a distance, there is a sense of luxury of the palace aristocracy. Obviously, this is a palace artifact, the first item in the collection. A large earthenware jar with antique kuei dragons carved in pink and green glaze from the Qing dynasty. Starting bid, $24 million. $24 million? Su Mingqi's pupils shrunk as she clutched Lin Dong's hand tightly, her heartbeat slowing down by half a beat. The average person, who spends about $100,000 a year on food, clothing, housing and transportation. This collection, the starting bid is over $20 million, enough for several lifetimes. And, that's just the first one. For a while, Su Mingqi had the feeling of dreaming. Munchkin, don't make a fuss about this little scene, otherwise, I'm not taking you out into the world. When Su Mingqi heard this, her expression flustered. As a result, it was only after turning her head that she realized that Lin Dong had a bad smile on his face, clearly teasing her. Ha ha ha. In the middle of the conversation, someone below had already raised a sign, giving a price of $24.5 million, only added $500,000 to test the waters. Soon, however, that price was broken. One after the other, people called out $200, $500 and $600. However, upon closer inspection, the people who had made the bids, surprisingly, were all from Area B. The VIPs in Area A who were worth over $1 billion were all unmoved, seemingly waiting for something. Lin Dong was thoughtful, then couldn't help but use the divine appraisal technique. A large earthenware jar with antique kuei dragons in pink and blue glazes of the Qing dynasty. Value, $30 million? So it is. This green glazed vase is only worth $30 million in real terms. Even if you get the shot, you won't make much money. These VIPs in Area A, perhaps having gotten certain tidbits of information, are reluctant to get involved. Instead, they feed their energy and wait for the more valuable antiques that follow. Lin Dong nodded slightly and did not make a move. Soon, this Qing dynasty palace porcelain was auctioned off by a certain boss in B district, sold for $28 million. After deducting the handling fee, you'll only make $1 million or so. Next, many more antiques were auctioned off one after another, mostly knickknacks. What a scholar's room, seals and paintings, etc. Even if it comes from a famous artist, it won't make much of a splash. Just when the atmosphere of the charity gala was a bit dull, and many people couldn't raise their interest. A heavyweight auction item finally appeared on the stage. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. This next antique will definitely not let you down. That is, a blue and white porcelain, blue and white seawater dragon vase from the Qing Dynasty Emperor's collection. Before the words fell, two slender ceremonial ladies carefully unveiled the treasure chest. At once, an exquisite, colorful, half-man-high porcelain vessel appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The overall shape is atmospheric, with fine lines and a well-proportioned green glaze, and the decoration is seawater at the bottom of the bottle, with clouds and flaming balls in the upper center. The most noticeable thing was a large coiled dragon tattoo in the center. This green eyes giant dragon body mang strong, dragon head majestic, five claws fierce force as eagle, show incomparable mighty momentum. At first glance, it is a rare and superb piece of blue and white porcelain. More crucially, in ancient times, the dragon was a symbol of the son of heaven, and only the royal family could use it. It also means that its extraordinary and honorable status. Hiss. Some people who knew what they were talking about couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At a glance, it is clear that this large bottle with a water dragon pattern is extraordinary. It is by no means comparable to those ordinary goods from earlier. It's worthy of being a superb porcelain from the royal collection. Noticing the fiery eyes of the crowd, the host took a long breath. Soon, a price was quoted. Starting bid, $23 million. Now, start bidding. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone raised a sign high in the air. I'll give you $24 million, $25 million. I'll add $1 million, $26 million. Swish swish swish. A dozen or so people raised their cards at the same time and kept calling for more. That's when there was a bit of a bidding fire, far from being as dead as it was a moment ago. Even those bigwigs in Area A were pumped up, admiring this large vase with a water and dragon design while deliberating on what price to offer. Lin Dong was also curious as to what the value of this water dragon patterned large bottle was. In the next moment, the divine appraisal technique was activated. Chapter 99, Fighting Spirit. Qing Kanshi blue and white vase with seawater dragon design. Value, $83 million? $80 million? Lin Dong's gaze was stunned as he subconsciously clenched his fists. Brother Lin Dong, are you alright? Su Mingqi was a bit surprised when she saw this. It was the first time she had seen that the other woman was so nervous. Lin Dong shook his head and let out a long breath. I'm fine. I just didn't realize that this item was so sought after. It was thought that, like those porcelain pieces before, $20 to $30 million could be auctioned off. I didn't realize that this large vase with water dragon design was so popular. However, soon, Lin Dong was relieved again. There's always been a market for things tied to the emperor. A lot of people tend to do that. This large vase with a water dragon motif depicts a dominating water dragon, or a symbol of the 9 or 5. It's not unusual for it to be a big hit. But so what? As long as it was something he had his eye on, there was no reason for it to be taken away by someone else. Even more so, the more excited he became. Soon after, Lin Dong picked up his bidding card. Write down an astounding number. 30 million. The host froze. Unexpectedly, the young boss did not hit the ground running. Right out of the gate, it's jacked up a full 4 million. He was also overwhelmed as the organizer of the charity gala. The gentleman bid $30 million. $30 million for the first time. 30 million second. Wow. In the next moment, once again, someone raised their sign and added $1 million on top of Lin Dong's. I'll give you 31 million. Following the voice, the person holding up the sign was a beautiful young woman dressed in luxurious clothes with a pretty face. At this point, she had a lazy, rambunctious look on her face, as if it didn't care about the $30 million. Just to give someone a little credit, Miss Chi made a move. Miss Chi likes this large vase with a water dragon pattern? In that case, I will voluntarily withdraw. Didn't you say that mess? She came to this charity gala just for that necklace? How? What the hell do you guys know? Can't you see who's buying? The crowd talked and discussed for a while and soon realized the end. This Chi family's eldest young lady, Press the Root, does not really want this piece of blue and white porcelain, simply for the sake of fighting with Lin Dong and wanting to crush the other party. The reason why? Nature's previous spat. Soon, with Chi Wenchuan joining the fray, those buyers who had previously jumped at the chance shook their heads and voluntarily gave up bidding. Although, they are not happy about it either. However, a person's name is a tree's shadow. Who dares to offend this Chi family's eldest young lady? Unlike her wimpy brother Chi Wenbin, people are really thunderous and tough. Whoever is targeted by her will not end well. For a while, the crowd coincidentally looked at Lin Dong with complicated expressions. Some are gloating. Some of them felt that Lin Dong was newborn. What's more, it was as if they saw the image of Lin Dong committing suicide by going bankrupt. 31 million a time. 31 million twice. Next, just when everyone thought that Lin Dong would know what to do, Linden raised his hand again. I'll give you 40 million. $40 million? Next to her, Su Mengqi was dumbfounded. She knew that Lin Dong had money, but never thought of being so rich. To offer such a high price for a piece of blue and white porcelain that just looks exquisite? This Lin Dong brother of his own. What exactly is his origin? Hiss. The other buyers, likewise, sucked in a breath of cold air and were dumbfounded. The boss of Area A, who had previously looked down on Lin Dong, could not help but change his face slightly and carefully sized up this young man. This kid, so hoity-toity. Either that or they have no brains. Either that, or it's really powerful. Obviously, Lin Dong was not the former. Since he is sitting in this position, it proves that he is worth more than $1 billion. More to the point, he's so young. This kid. Qi Wenchuan's eyebrows knitted tightly. Her mouth full of silver teeth nearly clenched. She had thought that Lin Dong had kept silent because he could not spell out his financial strength. As a result, people are holding back. In contrast, one's own increase of only $1 million is nothing more than a child's play. At that moment, Qi Wenchuan was furious. Then, once again, write a new quote. Raise that slender arm high in front of everyone. 51 million. The price was directly increased by $11 million. 1 million more than Lin Dong. The purpose was to step on Lin Dong and declare war completely and utterly. For a moment, the room was silent. The buyers who originally still had illusions about this porcelain were in complete despair. $50 million. Bite the bullet. They can take it, but never go out and buy an antique. Don't look at these people who are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. However, it wasn't all cash like Lin Dong. That's $100 million, and it's extremely watered down. A large portion, discounting the market value of real estate and also stocks. The real liquidity available, say, is only a few million. $51 million. A lot of people have to weigh that. Even the VIPs sitting in Section A were silent. Miss Chi, this is not treating money as money. $50 million, that's how many stores you can buy. Even, acquiring a startup with good potential is more than enough. For a fight with a nobody. As far as that goes? Ha, fight me. Who do you think you are? What a face for you. Qi Wenchuan glanced at Lin Dong and skimmed her mouth in disdain. A condescending, overbearing demeanor. She just couldn't believe that in the entire charity gala, there was anyone more posh than herself, willing to pay $51 million for a piece of blue and white porcelain. Unexpectedly, Qi Wenchuan hadn't been happy for a few seconds. A lazy voice sounded lazily. At the same time, a bidding sign was raised. 70 million. Anyone else follow? What? Qi Wenchuan's pupils shrunk and her brain buzzed. I don't know if I'm mishearing or hallucinating. Lin Dong offered $70 million? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Crazy, right? Spending $70 million on a broken porcelain. This guy, he must be out of his mind. He doesn't have Daki real estate behind him. Where did he get the courage? Oh, maybe, he's bluffing. This speculation was quickly echoed by many. Although, Lin Dong possessed a platinum invitation and sat in Area A just like them. But that doesn't mean that he could realistically come up with that much cash. Perhaps he was simply out for the limelight. It was only then that he intentionally sang a high note, stating a price that even Qi Wenchuan would have to deliberate over. At this time, Su Mengqi felt her heart stirring and carefully advised, Brother Lin Dong, should we reconsider? $70 million is really too much. There's no need. The crowd pretended and became more convinced of their suspicions. Lin Dong just had to fight Qi Wenchuan to the end in order to make a name for himself in front of his female companion. He had been so overcome with rage that he probably didn't even know what he was saying. Chapter 100, I'm not qualified to sit here? Qi Wenchuan also narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw this. The next second, she spoke faintly. I request a pause. MS. Qi, may I ask what you want? Qi Wenchuan looked around and realized that everyone was looking at her, eyes full of curiosity and awe. Qi Wenchuan raised her haughty chin and said in a commanding manner, I believe everyone here knows who I am, but does anyone know who he is? This, unsurprisingly, none of them were clear about Lin Dong's origin, even his name, which he had just revealed to himself during a fight with Qi Wenchuan. Those attending this charity gala are all the upper-class people of Tianhai City. We usually see each other with our heads down, so at least get acquainted. Such a man. I don't know what tactics he used to blend into the venue and sit in the A section with a swagger. I'm curious as to who gave him the invitation. I seriously doubt that this person doesn't have $1 billion in assets at all, and the offer he gave is an empty one. Wow. For a moment, the whole room was in an uproar. Countless gazes were focused on Lin Dong. Mocking, teasing, angry, questioning, all kinds of people with all kinds of expressions. The only thing that was the same was the rejection of Lin Dong. If they were to make a choice, they would definitely not hesitate and trust Qi Wenchuan, not a nobody. Ha, interesting. Lin Dong smiled indifferently and was not shocked by the collapse of the sky. I just didn't expect that Qi Wenchuan, whose financial strength is not as good as his own, would engage in off-site the set. However, True Gold is not afraid of fire. Since there were people questioning his strength, he didn't mind showing it off and opening everyone's eyes. Before he could act, however, Yufei stood up, sweating and rubbing his hands together. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, ms. This young Lin was invited by me, and the platinum invitation, I also gave it to him. Qi Wenchuan frowned slightly and searched her mind for half a day's worth of memories before remembering who the other party was. So, boss you're his accomplice? The same people? Yufei was dumbfounded. Without having time to defend herself, she heard Qi Wenchuan's articulate analysis. This Lin Dong, how many favors did he slip you to buy the invitation from you? Not a bad price, I guess. Qi Wenchuan smiled coldly and propped up her arms in a flowery manner. Actually, I get it all. He's just hemorrhaging money to show off in front of the girls and make them laugh, right? Oh, the swollen-faced man, the vain gold digger. I've seen a lot. This statement once again set off an uproar. The crowd looked at Lin Dong and Su Mingqi and seemed to understand the reason for this. Dare I say, it's a liar? Yufei froze. I didn't realize that Qi Wenchuan was so sharp-tongued and inverted black and white. Ms. Are you kidding? Lin Xiao just dished up my nightclub, and a dozen other nightclubs. His strength is still very strong. Yufei hastily started to defend himself. However, even if he talked his head off, Qi Wenchuan didn't believe a word of it. It doesn't really matter what the truth is. She was looking for an excuse to make Lin Dong a target and lose face. Then, get back all the humiliation you have suffered. Qi Wenchuan saw that Lin Dong remained silent and only smiled in response, and thought that he had been exposed by himself and did not have the face to speak. So, once again, he looked at the host in a condescending manner. Organizer, what should we do about people like this who have no money and still bid maliciously? The host hesitated and said slowly, the malicious bidder is forbidden to participate in all events we organize in the future, and our hotels, as well as various industries, will blacklist this person and his companions. What? Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were stunned. I didn't realize that the consequences would be so severe. The organizer of this charity gala is not only strong in Tianhai, there is no small industry in the country. If he was really blacklisted, wouldn't he become a street rat and be criticized by everyone? What's more, if this black information broke out, her career and even her entire life would be ruined. Su Mingqi's eyes were moist and she trembled slightly, somewhat afraid of such a punishment. Scared? It was at this moment that a familiar voice suddenly came to her ears. Su Mingqi looked up. What met his eyes was clearly Lin Dong's smile and those indifferent eyes. It was as if, no matter what happened, he couldn't be messed up. Qi Wenchuan and the others, too, were like clowns. After a celestial battle, Su Mingqi took the initiative to grab Lin Dong's hand and gently shook her head. No fear. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. It was thought that Su Mingqi would abandon him and draw a line with him because of this. Unexpectedly, in the end, the little girl was firmly on his side. This also proved that he hadn't been wrong about Su Mingqi. She's a good girl who knows what she's doing. Very good. Lin Dong nodded slightly, and within a moment, he had made plans for Su Mingqi's future. Good for what? Lin Dong, you are to blame for all of this. I told you this was no place for you. The upper-class circle of Tianhai City doesn't welcome a faking villain like you either. Qi Wenchuan snorted coldly, holding her arms. It was as if everyone in the room was her employee, waiting to be lectured by her. In her eyes, Lin Dong had already been stripped to the bottom by her and was disgraced to the extreme. To still be able to sit here is already thicker than a city wall. So, are you going to leave on your own, or should I have someone ask you out? For a moment, the room was silent. Everyone stared at Lin Dong with disgust. Even Su Mingqi, who was sitting beside him, was treated with contempt. Gold worshippers, pheasants, slurs, saying anything. There's no way. In this world, money and status pretty much determine everything. Miss Qi's family, and a female netizen, they can still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Lin Xiao, Yufei is anxious and anxious, caught in the middle, inside and outside. Just then, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Ms. Qi, you said that I am a hobo and not qualified to sit here. May I ask, where is your proof? Evidence? Qi Wenchuan frowned and faintly said, the proof is that you simply can't get $70 million? And anything you say is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. To tell you the truth, just now, I've asked someone to investigate you. There are only a few nightclubs in total under your name, worth no more than $300 million. Even if you sell it all and buy this antique, what's the point? Still doesn't change the fact that you're a loser. It had only been a short while, and Qi Wenchuan had already investigated Lin Dong's details clearly. Apparently, she's not just a mouth breather, she's just as powerful. No wonder the speech was so forceful and powerful. Ha ha ha. So, that's what you call evidence. If that's the case, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Lin Dong shook his head and said with a smirk, do you want to make a bet? If I have $70 million, this porcelain you buy and give to me. If I don't, then not only do I get the hell out of here right now, those nightclubs, they're all transferred to you for free. How? Chapter 101, Capital Verification. $70 million in bets? Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the venue, which was still very noisy just a moment ago, swished and became as quiet as a library. Countless pairs of eyes fell on his body, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This kid, he's not kicked in the head by a donkey, is he? Win and get your hands on a broken antique. Lose your family and lose out on hundreds of millions of dollars. Not only were the group of bosses dumbfounded, even Chi Wenchuan herself hadn't regained her senses for half a day. Looking up and down at Lin Dong, he looked like he had seen a ghost. After a long time, she couldn't hold back and laughed outright. Ha ha, what a way for the sun to come out of the west. I've seen people give away money. I've never seen them put themselves out of business. Lin Dong, Chi Wenchuan, have been doing business in Tianhai for so many years, crisscrossing the business sea, with ups and downs, and the one like you, who gambled yourself out of existence for the sake of gambling on a single breath, is still the first one. You're kind of a character, but it's the pathetic characters that everyone teases and makes fun of. Ha ha, there was a roar of laughter in the hall. Which one of us here is not a business elite with hundreds of millions of dollars? It was the first time he had seen a fool like Lin Dong. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Lin Dong smiled instead of anger and said in a dignified manner, what, is Chi not daring? Or is it that the heart aches for $70 million? For fear of losing it to me. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Chi Wenchuan's pair of Danfang eyes glared round. Although she acted in a domineering manner, she was always a promise. When he heard Lin Dong denigrate himself, he could not help it. I, Chi Wenchuan, am a man of my word, much more reliable than you men. Lin Dong nodded slightly. That's good. So, does Miss Chi dare to agree to this bet? Once these words came out, everyone looked at Chi Wenchuan in unison, waiting for her reply. Without realizing it, Chi Wenchuan had already been set on fire. To agree would be tantamount to being led by the nose by Lin Dong. If you don't agree, you lose both face and face. Inevitably, there was some gossip afterward. After thinking this all through, Chi Wenchuan hesitated for a moment and let out a cold snort. What do I have to be afraid of? It's only $70 million. Not enough for me to buy a necklace. Lin Dong, I have been merciful and given you a chance. It is you who do not know how to cherish it. Get the transfer contracts for those nightclubs of yours ready. I'll have someone pick them up later when the party's over. For this bet, Chi Wenchuan was determined to win. After all, she had already spent a large sum of money and investigated Lin Dong's background. It's just a small business owner with a couple of nightclubs that can't get on, much less qualified to be compared to himself. She is right. I have been fighting for decades in Tianhai City and have seen many characters, but this is the first time I have heard of the name Lin Dong. Guess it's just a jumper that popped up out of nowhere. If you ask me, he's just here to rub off on the heat and gain traffic. Can't you see that what he's carrying around with him is a female netizen? Hiss, kinda. Dare I say, he's using all of us. The speculation was so well stated that a number of people believed it. Nowadays, the favorite thing for those online celebrities is to get eyeballs and earn traffic. Informed look at a joke, uninformed and fooled by them. Ha ha, you guys talk funny. The more Lyndon heard, the more he wanted to laugh. He finally realized what the difference between rich people and ordinary people really was. Ordinary people are stupid. These people are bad and stupid. Come on, don't waste your time. Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. Start. One of you, come and check my capital. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Dong took out his bank card. Almost everyone was staring at his every move, but no one came forward. They were waiting for Chi Wenchuan to make up her mind. Only Chi Wenchuan had the qualifications to verify Lin Dong's authenticity. Ha, a trick. Chi Wenchuan let out a cold snort, lifted the skirt of her evening gown, and walked towards Lin Dong in a domineering manner. Eyes on, about to take the bank card. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly removed his hand. What do you mean by that? What? Chi Wenchuan froze for a moment, thinking that Lin Dong was trying to play tricks. Unexpectedly, the other party's next words left her speechless. The parties to the bet are the two of us, and to be fair, it's better to get someone else to do things like checking capital. Where can I argue if you make a scene and pull some kind of trick out of it? A nobody like me can't afford to offend the big and powerful Miss Chi. Chi Wenchuan's eyebrows knit tightly as she clenched her pink fists. Although, these words of Lin Dong's did have a point. But, coming from him, how come it stings so much? So tell me, who's going to give you a capital check? Lin Dong smiled and looked at Yufei and then at the surrounding guests. Eventually, eyes fall on the host. Let's just have this presenter. to do this favor. I wonder if it's okay. The crowd nodded at that. This is the perfect candidate for the job. The organizers of this charity gala are running hundreds of millions of dollars a day. Moreover, the headquarters is not in Tianhai and has no direct interest in the parties involved. I'll be respectful then. The host straightened his bow tie and carefully accepted the bank card. Then, in full view of the crowd, walked backstage. For a moment, the atmosphere was suddenly tense. Even though Qi Wenchuan thought that she was winning, there was still some hidden uneasiness in her heart. Looking at Lin Dong again, he was stoic and steady as a mountain, smiling at the crowd since the beginning. And, that smile, any way you look at it, has a hint of mockery. Brother Lin Dong. Su Mingqi clutched Lin Dong's arm tightly, not daring to let go, like waiting for fate. Time passes by. Just as the crowd was getting a little impatient, the host, sweat on his forehead, came out of the backstage in a jog. Qi Wenchuan saw that and immediately asked, "How is it? Does he have $70 million in his card?" "No need to rush. Take your time." The host nodded. In front of everyone, stumbled. Indeed there is no 70 million. Phew. Qi Wenchuan breathed a long sigh of relief. The stone hanging in her heart fell to the ground, and her face once again overflowed with a victor's smile. The eyes that looked at Lin Dong were also filled with contempt. "I'm not sure the host is a big gasp." At this point, it was followed by another opening. There really isn't 70 million, a total of 32.5 billion in assets. What? 32.5 billion? Hearing this number, Qi Wenchuan's body stiffened. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? Don't talk nonsense." "Z, it's true. I'll take my job and guarantee it, unless I don't want to do it anymore." The moderator cried a sigh of relief. Just now, when he saw the bank card balance, he was also shocked. Then, counting half the time for fear of making a mistake, the final confirmation is that it's $32.5 billion. Chapter 102. Thank you, Ms. Shi, for your generosity. Ms. Shi, thanks for the antique. I love it. Lin Dong said with a leathery smile as his eyes looked towards the large water dragon patterned bottle on the stage. Just now he was wondering if spending $70 million and buying an antique worth $80 million wasn't too worthwhile and a blind delay. Unexpectedly, someone grabbed the bill for him. Where can you justify such a good thing? For a moment, the room was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop on the floor. That is, Qi Wenchuan's face was a little less than pretty. Bones crackled as he clenched his fists. "No way. I don't believe it. I know. It must be the two of you who conspired to trick me on purpose. You're in cahoots." He's got a way to get platinum invitations. It's not that hard to bribe a tiny host. Qi Wenchuan seemed to have guessed the truth and glared angrily at the host. The host suddenly blushed. "Just running an errand myself and helping with the capital inspection. The whole process, fair and impartial, without any fudging." But she was accused of slander by Qi Wenchuan. What's he gotten himself into? Ms. Shi, you're quite imaginative. Or rather, your ability to splash dirty water is really one of a kind. Lin Dong retrieved the bank card from the host's hand and put it into his wallet without any delay, looking at Qi Wenchuan with a smile on his face. "Just now, you slandered me by saying that you couldn't get $70 million, and you brought so many people together to denounce me. Now, I'm looking for a capital check, and you're flip-flopping and slandering him as my accomplice. What a sharp mouth that turns black and white upside down and believes what it says. The grand miss of the Qi family turns out to be a disavowed villain. Admirable, admirable." With a mocking face, Lin Dong arched his hand towards Qi Wenchuan. At that instant, Qi Wenchuan's small face was red for a while and white for a while, and she couldn't wait to dismantle Lin Dong. Preferably, she couldn't, because everything Lin Dong said was true. Her skepticism of the moderator is unjustified and unsubstantiated. What's more, to doubt the host is, in a way, to doubt the organizers of the charity gala. It would be a real loss if you pissed off the organizers and blew yourself out. After a moment of weighing the pros and cons, Qi Wenchuan gritted her teeth and still put her hand down. Now, there are so many people staring at her. She'd really be discredited if she pulled a fast one. "Lin Dong, count yourself ruthless." In the end, Qi Wenchuan almost said these words through clenched teeth. "This antique, I give it to you. You must hold it well. Don't accidentally break it." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but stare. "Miss Qi, you're really giving away $70 million to Lin Dong for nothing?" Seeing that Qi Wenchuan couldn't get off the stage, a few bosses rushed to support her. "Ms. Qi is atmospheric and refreshing. Ms. Qi can bend and bend, much better than some people who ask for food. This $70 million, just feed it to the dogs. Ms. Qi, break the bank and you will be rich in the future." However, no matter how much these people cupped their feet, they could not recover the $70 million lost by Qi Wenchuan. "Lin Dong, now, are you satisfied?" Qi Wenchuan glared fiercely at Lin Dong. Looking at the ingrate in front of him, Lin Dong could no longer hold back and the corners of his mouth were raised to the sky. Satisfied, of course. Who wouldn't be happy to pick up $70 million for nothing? Gentlemen, is this a good show? Those who think it's wonderful, give a round of applause and encouragement. Snap. After saying that, Lin Dong applauded himself. Unfortunately, no one dared to move. The people here are all the dignitaries of Tianhai City, and Qi Wenchuan raised her head and saw her head. For no reason. Who dares to offend each other? Only Lin Dong, the rolling knife meat, is not afraid of the sky. Ahem. Everyone, please be quiet. Now, for the next auction. The host was very perceptive and hurriedly greeted the Miss Manners to serve the next lot. The bosses also started bidding, as if they had forgotten what had just happened. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled in disbelief. Anyway, the purpose had been achieved and there was no point in dwelling on it. Munchkin, see, what do you mean? You stole the chicken? Man, you just can't float too much. In the future, you mustn't do that. It's easy to lose face. Lin Dong was so happy to let Su Mingqi feed him grapes while he was hugging her. Su Mingqi nodded ignorantly, her expression still somewhat dazed for a moment. If I heard correctly just now, Lin Dong has more than $3 billion on his card? Oh, my god. Looking at Qi Wenchuan again, after the hemorrhage, she was like a deflated ball of leather, wilting all of a sudden. At the same time, what made her doubt her life was the money lying in Lin Dong's bank card. 32.5 billion. Even she, in a short period of time, couldn't come up with that much cash. This Lin Dong, what kind of god is he? Can't it be that it's the heir of some big consortium that came out to play? Otherwise, there is no way to explain the origin of Linden's assets. Thinking of this, Qi Wenchuan suddenly lost her color and looked at Lin Dong with eyes that were not quite right, even somewhat regretting the overly aggressive move he had just made. The other side. With this farce behind us, the charity gala returned to its normal pace. It was just that everyone had tightened up a bit when they made their bids. No one knew if Lin Dong and Qi Wenchuan would suddenly go berserk and intervene. As expected, Lin Dong did not settle down for long and soon stared at a lot with a strange color in his eyes. Here's a piece of jewelry. White jade with heart phoenix jade pendant. Starting price $18 million. A beautifully shaped phoenix jade pendant sits on its end on a glass stand. It glowed strangely under the incandescent light. The luster is light. The texture is pure. And you can tell, at a glance, that it's the best of the best in jade. Good stuff. This phoenix jade pendant is nice. It's just right for my wife. Step aside. I'll take this jade pendant. Don't any of you steal it from me. A bunch of big bosses are bickering. This was followed by a series of offers. $19 million. $20 million. I'm offering $21 million. Steeply, the host glimpsed someone in the corner with his afterglow, and his heart thumped and his eyes widened. I'll give you $22 million. Upon hearing this familiar voice, everyone subconsciously closed their mouths and looked at Lin Dong with complicated eyes. 10 minutes ago, they were still full of disdain for this kid, thinking he was some kind of punk. Now, almost everyone is impressed with him. Although, the price that Lin Dong raised was not high, only adding $1 million. However, for a while, no one dared to raise their cards and bid with him to the end. No matter if it was Area B or Area A. 22 million once, 22 million twice, 22 million three times. The host looked around and waited for half a day without seeing anyone continue to bid. Only the hammer had to be raised high and then heaves down. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, for auctioning off this white jade with heart phoenix jade pendant. Chapter 103, The Kiss of Venus. Boring. Lin Dong shrugged. I would have thought that this group of tycoons would have jumped up and down a couple of times. I didn't expect that. That's all the guts. White jade with heart phoenix. Value, 28 million. It was naturally not a whim for Lin Dong to spend so much money and auction this white jade phoenix jade pendant. Instead, he wanted to give it as a gift to his mother, Li Xiuqin. Suppose Li Xiuqin were to learn that her son's gift to her was worth $28 million. I'm afraid, I won't be able to sleep for days and nights. Next, the auction continued. However, Lin Dong did not even bother to look at it. After all, he's not really into antiques. The reason for attending this auction was to pick up the pieces alone. If you don't get the chance, then you might as well squint for a while. Unexpectedly, just when Lin Dong was a bit sleepy and dozing off, his arm was suddenly grabbed. Turning her head to look, it was Su Mingqi who sat up straight, her eyes burning as she stared at the stage, breathing heavily. The delicate body under the white evening dress was also trembling uncontrollably. Lin Dong sleepily rubbed his eyes and forced himself to cheer up. At this point, the presenter was introducing a necklace. This next necklace, I'm sure you've all been waiting for it. Kiss of Venus. This necklace, as its name suggests, has a unique, modern yet elegant design, with 118 diamonds, totaling a whopping 23.4 carats, making it the best in jewelry. Venus is the goddess of beauty honored in Western mythology, and her kisses, too, are the fruit of love and beauty. On the glass booth, a gorgeous diamond necklace rested on its end, glittering with radiant light, like mercury cascading to the ground and stars hanging in the sky. It is full of luxury and nobility. It has a starting bid, which is also ridiculously high. 40 million. It's 20 million more than the large jade bottle with the water dragon pattern. If anyone wears this necklace around their neck, they are bound to be the most visible woman at the charity gala. And in this world, wow, honey, give it to me. The Venus kiss has just been unveiled, and countless women are going crazy for it, excitedly pulling up the arms of their male partners with longing in their eyes. Su Mingqi didn't move as much as them though. Still, it was hard to hide the excitement. Biting her lip, her big watery eyes didn't move for a moment. Want? Lin Dong's lazy voice suddenly came from his ears. Su Mingqi was first stunned for a moment. A hurried shake of the head followed. No, I just think it's pretty. It would look even better around your neck. Lin Dong casually said something earthy. Then, without waiting for Su Mingqi to react, he wrote up his offer. 43 million. However, just as he was about to raise his sign, he heard a familiar voice, coming from the front row. 43 million. As soon as this voice spoke, countless people looked over. It was none other than the Qi family's eldest miss, Qi Wenxuan. Earlier, she had folded and lost at the hands of Lin Dong, and had been silent for quite a while. I didn't expect it, but I finally didn't hold back. As a matter of fact, Qi Wenxuan attended this charity gala just for this necklace. It's Miss Qi? Miss Qi has her eye on this necklace? It's normal. Everyone loves beauty. What girl doesn't like jewelry? $43 million? What a big deal. The Qi family is still a big and powerful family after all. It seems that this necklace is not Miss Qi's. The crowd nodded their heads and very tacitly abandoned the bidding. Bidding against Qi Wenxuan, they had little chance of winning. Might as well send a favor and go with the flow. Moreover, Qi Wenxuan had just planted her head in Lin Dong's hands and desperately needed to earn back her face. Now with Qi Wenxuan, it's easy to hold a grudge. Seeing that no one was bidding, Qi Wenxuan looked around, her taut expression finally gradually stretching out. 50 million. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. Qi Wenxuan's pupils contracted as she subconsciously turned her head. Unsurprisingly, what came into view was the familiar face. At the moment, it was holding up a sign while yawning with a bored look. Linden. It's Linden again. Qi Wenxuan's brows were furrowed, almost wrinkling into a chuan. This guy, why is he always against himself? Brother Lin Dong. No, really no. It's just a necklace. There's no need to spend so much money. What if you lose it? Su Mingqi was a bit flustered. He just looked at himself twice more, and Lin Dong directly took out $50 million and smashed it over. Acting that quickly, unbidden, it made her think of the night of the live broadcast. The same throwaway money, the same sightlessness. Mingqi, I told you, as long as it's something you like, I'll buy it for you even if it's expensive. And, before, when that old woman taunted you so much, you were willing that this necklace was taken away from her? Hearing this, Su Mingqi froze for a moment first. Then, turning his head, hurtingly, he realized that Qi Wenxuan was staring dead at this side. Obviously, there was great interest in the necklace. She was a little scared though. However, with Lin Dong's support, he still summoned up enough courage and stared back fiercely. She was not a pheasant or a playwright as Qi Wenxuan had said, but a woman beside Lin Dong. Being glared at hard by Su Mingqi, Qi Wenxuan couldn't help but be a bit staggered. This little woman, she's just an Edison. What makes you think you're so bold as to call your bluff? However, once she thought of Lin Dong behind Su Mingqi, Qi Wenxuan was again apprehensive in her heart. The other side, a group of people, who were eating, were mingling. This Lin Dong again? It's never ending, is it? Robbing that vase was fine, but now, even this necklace, is he on a collision course with MS? She, didn't you see that woman sitting next to him? Probably, it was bought for her. There's no way. People have the capital. With more than $3 billion lying on their bank cards, they are more powerful than most of the people here. What do you guys guess? How much will Qi offer? My guess, at least 60 million. I guess double that. 80 million. Amidst the whispers, the host was going through the motions. 50 million once, 50 million twice. Speaking of this, the host unconsciously looked at Qi Wenxuan, waiting for her to continue her offer. Unexpectedly, Qi Wenxuan was like a frosted eggplant, not saying a word. And I don't know what I'm thinking. 50 million 3 times. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on the Venus kiss. What? This result was unexpected by everyone. They coincidentally looked at Qi Wenxuan, not understanding why this big miss had given up bidding. Can't it be? She's broke? No way. Qi Wenxuan is worth billions of dollars and has Daki real estate behind her. so it's impossible that she can't take 70 million. So why did she bow her head and get out of the way? The crowd was uncertain. Lin Dong was also confused. However, he didn't think much of it and just shook his head with a cold smile. Can't figure out what this woman is thinking. None of that matters, though. The important thing is, Munchkin, this necklace, it belongs to you now. Chapter 104, I'll be gentle. Distinguished guests, this is the end of this charity gala. Thank you all for your outpouring of help. We'll see you again. With the host saying the closing words, this sensational charity gala finally came to an end. Under the guidance of several ceremonial ladies, the guests left the venue in an orderly manner. They all memorized the name Lin Dong. There was immense curiosity as to who this godly man with over $3 billion lying on his bank card was. The other side, Qi Wenchuan, who came in majestically, hating to trample everyone under her feet, left with a lost soul and empty eyes. The heartfelt kiss of Venus was cheaply given to a female netizen. For a moment, it was simply too much for her to take in. However, once she thought of Lin Dong's unfathomable background, she could only resentfully lay down her arms again, prepare to go back and investigate carefully before settling the score in the fall. Not long after, the bustling party scene became empty all of a sudden. Su Mingqi remained seated in her chair, unable to believe this. The only thing that felt real to her was the arm around her and the heavy diamond necklace around her neck. The light is as bright as a star, is striking and dazzling. Brother Lin Dong, pinch me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Seeing Su Mingqi's naive demeanor, Lin Dong gave a bad smile. You asked for this. What? Ah, Su Mingqi hadn't reacted yet. The next moment, a large hand squeezed her ass. It made her tingly and her pretty face red. What? Why are you pinching there? Beg, nasty. Brother Lin Dong, why are you bullying me? Didn't you ask me to pinch it? Don't worry, there's plenty of flesh there. It doesn't hurt. It's painless, but so embarrassing and shy. Su Mingqi gently bit her lips, not daring to look directly into Lin Dong's fiery eyes, afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll be eaten by the big bad wolf. Ta-da! Just then, a rush of footsteps came. Su Mingqi was like a frightened bunny as she hurriedly shrank into Lin Dong's arms. Seeing this scene, the visitor would smile. Afterward, he nodded to Lin Dong. Lin Xiao, boss, what can I do for you? Lin Dong glanced behind Yufei. To his some surprise, the host of the charity gala followed him. Young Lin, this time, you've made a name for yourself. Those noble women, they love to chew the cud and share gossip. I'm afraid, within one night, your great name will spread throughout the entire Tianhai, and no one will know about it. Yufei first bragged about Lin Dong. Then, only then, did the hosts draw out. He's here on behalf of the Starburst Group, the organizer of this party, and has to see you. I really can't stop him. As the words fell, the host was full of smiles and used both hands to hand over a black card filled with an air of honor. This is Shaolin. That Miss Chi stirred up the party 3 times. Thank you for relieving us. After our boss heard about it, he contacted me the first time. This is our Starburst Group's black card, and at the moment, nationwide, only 100 of them have been issued. The cardholder enjoys the highest level of treatment in all of our properties, as well as a $10 million limit that can be used free of charge. And please do me the honor of accepting it. Yufei was also nodding frequently beside him, fearing that Lin Dong would refuse. If that's the case, then I'm flattered. Ha ha, Lin Dong smiled. There's really no reason to turn down money when someone is rushing to give it to you. Moreover, a mere $10 million was nothing to the family-owned Starlight Group. Most importantly, Lin Dong saw the sincerity of the other party. It was to make him a friend. Lin Xiao, why don't I give you a ride? No, you too. I drove here. I can just get back on my own. Got it. I got it. Yufei smiled and nodded, looking at Su Mingqi, who was sitting next to him, and revealed a smile that all men understood. Lin Dong is going to do his business. Not long after, Lin Dong held Su Mingqi's small hand, arrived at the parking lot and sat in the Primera. Munchkin, how are you feeling tonight? Didn't get scared, did you? No. Su Mingqi said no with her mouth. In fact, the heart had long been in shock. What she had seen and heard throughout the night was far beyond her knowledge. Of course, what made her feel like a dream was the necklace she wore around her neck. Brother Lin Dong, what's wrong? This necklace, does it really belong to me? Will it be too precious? Su Mingqi gently bit her vermilion lips, very unconfident, always feeling that something was not quite real. He hadn't done anything himself, so why did Lin Dong send such an expensive gift? Of course it belongs to you. I, Lin Dong, am a spit and a nail. What is the reason to ask for something back when I give it to someone else? Besides, what's the point of me keeping it? Such a beautiful necklace can only be emphasized by wearing it around your neck. Otherwise, it's worthless. Yes? Hearing these words, Su Mingqi's heart was a deer in the headlights as she gently bit her lips. In the next moment, without the need for Lin Dong to open his mouth, he took the initiative a little bit to lean towards Lindong and threw himself into Lindong's embrace. Munchkin. Lindong had just shouted out her name when his mouth was gagged. Su Mingqi initiated a kiss. The movements were raw, one might even say awkward, but the more this happens, the more it shows her innocence. For a while, Lindong's fingers were tingling, not caring that this was a parking lot. He exerted a force in his hand and directly tore the evening gown Su Mingqi was wearing to shreds. A large area of Snow White was exposed to the air. Although the light was dim, however, it was still clearly visible. In the next moment, Su Mingqi very knowingly put the seat down and obediently lay down, and closed his eyes out of fear and pain. Just a flutter of eyelashes, as if, waiting for the storm to come. Seeing this, Lindong gently stroked her skin and smiled playfully. Don't worry, I'll be lighter. Aha! Su Mingqi answered as thin as a fly. As things stood, she could only trust Lindong. Unfortunately, she soon realized she had been duped. Chapter 105, Returning Home. Su Mingqi tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time and tasted it, and began to indulge again and again. Under Lindong's deliberate guidance, many humiliating and daring actions were also accomplished. Lindong was also like a downhill tiger, constantly venting his lust, back and forth. Su Mingqi didn't know how many times she had fainted. The air, too, was full of ambiguity. It was not until 2 hours later, when Su Mingqi raised the white flag and begged bitterly for mercy, that Lindong stopped his conquest. Mingqi, are you alright? Lindong asked. Last time, when he took down Chu Xiaoxiao at the Dynasty Hotel, it was a fierce battle for a day and a night. Su Mingqi is good. It's only been 2 hours. However, it was evident that Su Mingqi had done her best to please and flatter him. Now the legs and feet were weak and trembling. I'm okay, brother Lindong. Su Mingqi spoke in a daze, couldn't keep his eyes open, but, still talking tough. Well, I'll take you back to rest. Lindong took a long breath and put his jacket on Su Mingqi. It was a bit ill-fitting, but, better than being naked. Not long after, the Primera pulled into the Dynasty Hotel parking lot. With a princess hug, Lindong carried Su Mingqi back to the presidential suite. Su Mingqi had long since entered dreamland and couldn't even be woken up by screaming. Lindong had been conquering for a long time and was also feeling a bit drained. After a brief wash, he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lindong was woken up by a phone call. The caller was none other than his mother, Li Shouqin. Without waiting for him to return to his senses, a well-behaved figure took the initiative to get up, pick up his cell phone for him, and connect the call. What are you doing, son? What took you so long to answer the phone? Ahem, sleeping in. Lindong coughed gently and gave Su Mingqi a somewhat awkward look. What's up, Mom? What's up? It's your grandfather's 80th birthday at the end of the week. Didn't you say you'd be back early in the next couple days to get ready? Oh, I know. Back today. Lindong slapped his head. It just occurred to me that it was time to go back to my home county. That's fine. Your dad and I are home. And there's one more thing. When you get back. Hearing Li Shouqin's mysterious tone, Lindong was somewhat uncertain. What is it that you have to hide that you can't say over the phone? Mom, I'm going back now, and I've got a present for you guys to come home to. Goo. People just come back. Bring what things? Li Shouqin's mouth said no, but her heart was already happy. A son knows how to be filial. When the parents, although they may be a little distressed about the money, but still, they will be very happy. Then the two men exchanged pleasantries for a while. Only then did Li Shouqin hang up and go about her business. I'm sorry, Munchkin. I made you laugh. Lindong stretched and put the phone aside. Put. Su Mingqi guffawed and very actively buried her head into Lindong's arms. It never occurred to me that this young and mysterious tycoon was from an ordinary county. This is something that no one else would probably believe if they knew about it. Brother Lindong, if you have something to do, just go and get busy. You don't need to accompany me. Your business, it's much more important than mine. Su Mingqi stared with a pair of big watery eyes and tightly wrapped her arms around Lindong's arm as if she was a clingy kitten. Obviously, he still wanted to stay with Lindong, but he had to let him go and get busy. Maybe that's how little girls are pampered. Lindong smiled faintly and dotingly rubbed Su Mingqi's small head. Be good. I'll be back in a few days. If anything happens, call promptly and don't worry me. Aha! Su Mingqi nodded her head with a small chicken peck, vaguely lost. However, it still listened to Lindong's words. Soon, the two were dressed. Lindong sent Su Mingqi back to school and rushed towards his hometown county by himself. On the back seat, there were two exquisite and gorgeous wooden gift boxes. Inside were exactly the two antiques that Lindong had scrounged last night. The water dragon patterned vase and the white jade phoenix jade pendant. One for his grandfather, Lin Chongqing. The other, for his mother, Li Shouqin. These two antiques, no matter which one of them was placed outside, would be enough to cause a sensation. The white jade phoenix jade pendant is close to being worth $30 million. However, That large vase with water and dragon motifs used by the Emperor's imperial court is worth $83 million. Such an expensive piece of antique, given to Lin Changqing as a birthday gift. I'm afraid that the Lin family's ancestral tomb will be smoking. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as a scene from before flashed through his mind. Can't wait to see what the faces of those relatives, who once disparaged their family, will be like. 2 hours later, Lin Dong drove to Castle Peak County, an old residential area. Here, exactly where he grew up, Green Mountain County is large, but economically backward. When Lin Dong insisted on staying in Tianhai City to develop after graduating from university, it was also because it was too barren and there was not much room for development. I didn't realize that I had been hanging out in Tianhai City for several years and hadn't gotten ahead. If it wasn't for the appearance of the system, I'm afraid, until now, he would still be a cowhorse. The good thing is, it's all in the past. Outside the window of the car, the breeze came, an indescribable coziness surged to the heart. Meanwhile, countless people attracted attention as the Paramera appeared. Whose male son is this, coming to our county? It's a Porsche Paramera, isn't it? At least $1 million. It's probably a big boss who's here to talk business, or a cockney who's traveling around. The crowd murmured, their eyes bursting with envy. It didn't occur to them that the one sitting inside the car was, like them, just a poor boy from the county. A few days ago, there was nothing. On his way home, Lin Dong also bought some health products that nourished his chi and blood. Hold it in your hand and it looks full. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lyndon opened the door. Soon, a middle-aged woman with a thin figure and a flowery cloth apron tied around her waist came out, all smiles. Son, you're finally back. Why did you take so much stuff? Lin Dong hemmed and hawed, handing the item over to Li Xiuqin. Then, looking around, he could not see his father. Lin Qianjin. Mom, where's my dad? Li Xiuqin said while putting things away. I forgot to tell you. Your dad found a job in the past 2 days, working as a security guard at the Lihua Hotel in the county, several thousand a month. Hearing these words, Lin Dong could not help but frown. Last time, he called home $100,000. I just don't want my parents to go out and work hard at their age. In the future, he will hit more money. I didn't realize that Lin Xianxian had gone out to become a security guard. Noticing that Lin Dong seemed to be a bit displeased, Li Xiuqin hurriedly found a way to make up for it. You child, what are you staring at? Isn't it also for you that your father makes money? Mom, didn't I just transfer $100,000 to you guys? Li Xiuqin sighed and said helplessly, these days, $100,000 is enough for what? You are not aware that the bride price has gone up to $188,000 in our area now, plus buying a house and a car for the wedding, at least several $100,000. Chapter 106, Blind Date. The bride price? Lin Dong froze for a moment. Li Xiuqin then realized that she had missed the point. There was no choice but to go all the way. Mom's been helping you set up a blind date for the past few days. It's not easy for the little girl to agree to come to the house for dinner. For a while, you mustn't talk nonsense. She works at a bank. It's a stable job with a good paycheck, so you must do well. As soon as the matter of matchmaking was mentioned, Li Xiuqin couldn't help but have a smile on her face. At her age, her greatest hope is to see her own children start a family and have a family, and to hold a big fat grandchild herself as soon as possible. The son just broke up not long ago. She was anxious all of a sudden, poking around a lot to find the right girl. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile. So, this is the happy event that Li Xiuqin was talking about on the phone. Hiding a marriage from yourself? Knock knock. While this was happening, there was a knock on the door outside. Xiuqin, it's me, matchmaker Zhang. I've brought you the man. Open the door. When Li Xiuqin heard this, she hurriedly ran and opened the door. What came into view was a middle-aged fat woman. I think she is the so-called matchmaker Zhang. Behind her, followed a young woman, wearing a floral dress and a pair of black round-framed glasses. Lin Dong glanced at it. I have to say, the other party does have a few looks when she puts on makeup. However, compared to Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Mengqi, it was still a huge difference. Probably the difference between a top-tier celebrity and a massage parlor technician. Aya, you're Hope, aren't you? You're even prettier than in the picture. Come on in. Auntie has made a big table and is waiting for you to come to the door. Under Li Xiuqin's gracious invitation, the beautiful woman named Huang Yuan answered perfunctorily and walked into the house. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. Only then did he realize why Li Xiuqin had prepared so much good wine and food. Turns out, it was for his own blind date. For his mother's sake, he was prepared to deal with it. If there's anything, wait until after this meal. Okay Xiuqin, let's go out for a bit. Don't be a light bulb here. Let these two young men get to know each other first. Matchmaker Zhang said as she pulled Li Xiuqin toward the outside. The latter also realized that he was a bit redundant and nodded repeatedly. Right, son, get your hands dirty. Mom's waiting for your good news. Soon the two men closed the door and hurried downstairs. Only Huang Yuan and Lin Dong were left looking at each other. After hesitating for a moment, it was Lin Dong who took the initiative to speak. Hello, my name is Lin Dong. Well, matchmaker Zhang told me all about your situation. Graduated from Tianhai University of Technology. Now working in Tianhai, earning 7,000 a month. Renting an apartment, right? Huang Yuan spoke nonchalantly. There's an unabashed contempt in his eyes when he talks about earning 7,000 a month that makes people uncomfortable. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. I didn't realize that the other guy knew so much about himself. Presumably, it was Li Xiuqin who gave her the slip. However, listening to this tone of Huang Yuan's voice, it seemed to be very disliked. As expected, facing a table of good wine and food, Huang Yuan didn't even have the interest to move her chopsticks and directly said coldly, "You should already know my name. Let me tell you about me. I work at a bank in Green Mountain County, with a staff and a salary of $5,000 a month. I have more hobbies, traveling, taking pictures, yoga." Matchmaker Zhang said that you're quite busy at work, so you shouldn't have much time for this, right? Moreover, I don't know if you're going to stay in Tianhai in the future, or go back to Castle Peak County to develop. Stay in Tianhai, you can't even afford a house. Go back to Castle Peak County, there's no establishment, and all the other jobs are poorly paid and unstable. Huang Yuan's tone was aggressive. The situations she spoke of were also completely crushing Lin Dong. The word establishment alone presses many people to lift their heads. Seeing Lin Dong's silence, Huang Yuan thought that it was because he was too dwarfed to speak, and she could not help but sneer. Actually, I wasn't going to come today. If it weren't for matchmaker Zhang's bitter words and her insistence that I give face, I wouldn't have met with a beggar like you. There are more men after me than you can count. Hearing these words, Lin Dong could not help but frown. When he thought of Li Xiuqin pulling down her face and begging around for her own life's work, he felt very unworthy. But come what may, it's a simple walkthrough. I won't eat the meal. Someone will pick me up later when the time comes. Pick you up? Lin Dong's gaze was stunned. And what does that mean? Without any haste, Huang Yuan picked up her cell phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to someone. Of course it's my boyfriend. You have a boyfriend? Lin Dong froze for a moment. This woman, what the hell was she thinking? You've got a boyfriend and you're on a blind date? What's all the fuss about? It's not like you have to get married to be in a relationship, and he and I are just having fun. He's tens of thousands of dollars a month and he's willing to spend money for me, so of course I want to be with him. Huang Yuan smiled contemptuously. Compared to that, Lin Dong's monthly income of 7,000 and having to rent a house to live in was simply weak. Moreover, the Lin family still lived in such an old neighborhood, so I guess the family wasn't very well off. For a moment, Huang Yuan's face was filled with disdain. Even, it was a bit farther away from Lin Dong. It was as if, by talking to him, he had lost his identity. Lin Dong gently shook his head and smiled helplessly. In Hope Huang's eyes, the two are not even in the same world. People don't even bother to pretend for a moment, and they don't intend to take a bite of their meal. The two are indeed not from the same world. However, the one standing on top of the clouds, looking down on the other party was not Huang Yuan, but Lin Dong. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's eyes towards Huang Yuan were filled with pity and teasing. What's in your eyes? You don't think, do you, that you're some kind of meat and potatoes? Noticing Lin Dong's strange expression, Huang Yuan could not help but frown. What makes a stinking wimp dare to defy himself? For a moment, Huang Yuan broke her defenses somewhat. Don't think that just because you work in Tianhai City, you're better than these poor bachelors in Castle Peak County. I'm telling you, people like you are a dime a dozen. With a monthly income of 7,000, you can't even afford a toilet in Tianhai. So can you afford it? Lin Dong suddenly spoke. Huang Yuan blushed and choked on the words. Her salary is 5,000, and with various benefits year-end bonuses, it's 7 or 8,000. In a small county, that's pretty good. However, she usually spends a lot of money and doesn't have much left over. And with Tianhai City's tens of thousands of dollars, how could she afford it? We're not the same. What's different? I'm a female, and also, my boyfriend has money. Chapter 107, The Forest is Full of Birds. When she said this, Huang Yuan didn't blush at all. At the same time, his attitude towards Lin Dong became even worse. Originally, from what matchmaker Zhang said, you were quite motivated. Now look at it. It's a piece of still knows about trying to make money. You've been hanging out in Tianhai City for several years, and you're only earning 7,000 a month. In this life, that's all you'll ever get. Finished? Lin Dong did not raise his head for a moment as he spoke indifferently. At these words, Huang Yuan, who had just been chattering away, froze for a moment. A big frown followed. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything, and since it's not appropriate, I won't keep you for lunch. Little people like us can't afford to entertain a big shot like you, Lin Dong said as he scooped a mouthful of chicken soup. Then, there were braised pork ribs, mapo tofu, and hot and sour shredded potatoes. Although, these dishes are far from being comparable to Tai He Yuan in terms of ingredients and quality. However, in Lin Dong's heart, there was no cuisine that could be compared, because, this is what Li Xiuqin did with her heart. All of his favorites too. A snobbish woman like Hope Huang doesn't deserve to taste it, much less qualified to sit at the same table as yourself. You, Huang Yuan choked on Lin Dong's icy attitude. Just as he was about to have a fit, a phone call came in. At once, the face changed. 1 second he was bursting with anger, and the next he was beaming with a peach blossom and full of pouty smiles. Honey, what took you so long to call? People are waiting for it. Ahem. Hearing this whiny movement, the chicken soup that Lin Dong had just drank almost spewed out. Good man. You have two other faces. Soon, on the other end of the phone, there came a dull male voice with fat pressing down on his vocal cords. Baby, are you done yet? I'll be there in a minute, so hurry downstairs. Nah. Hope Huang nodded playfully. That little expression. I can't tell you how excited I was. Can't wait to post it across the phone. Mamma mia husband. When she finished, she hung up, picked up her bag, and straightened her coat, and a special pat on the back, as if, how dirty was Lin Dong's home. Not wasting my time with you, my boyfriend is coming to pick me up. A man like you will never get a wife in his life. Stinky hangers-on. After saying that, Huang Yuan threw Lin Dong a blank stare. Wow! Lin Dong suddenly stood up. You, what are you doing? Huang Yuan subconsciously took 2 steps back and covered her chest, looking slightly flustered. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong just shrugged his shoulders and spoke indifferently. Let's go downstairs together. It's just as well. I'll make it clear to my mom. Don't set me up on a blind date anymore. Whatever. Huang Yuan grunted coldly as she pulled open the door. The two walked downstairs, one after the other. At this moment, Li Xiuqin and Zhang Matchmaker are waiting anxiously. When he saw the two appear, he immediately greeted them with a smile. How did you get down so fast? It's only been a few minutes. Xiuqin, you don't understand. Nowadays young people are so efficient at dating. It's all fast-paced. I think this can work out. It's also my son, who still knows to send off people's girls exclusively. Li Xiuqin laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close. It was as if he had already seen the image of Lin Dong's wedding and himself holding his big fat grandson. The next moment, matchmaker Zhang walked ahead and asked tentatively, Yuan, how is it going? Did you have a good talk? Ha! Huang Yuan sneered and did not even look at Lin Dong. Auntie Zhang, please don't introduce me to this kind of person in the future. No money for money, no face for face, and such a big temper. What a thing! Matchmaker Zhang's gaze was stunned. Next to Li Xiuqin, the smile gradually froze on her face. On the other side, Yuan Huang continued to spit, reducing Lin Dong to nothing. He stomped hard into the ground. In a big city like Tianhai, it's only 7,000 a month. What's that enough for? The work is also unstable and you can be laid off at any time. This kind of condition, it's so bad. Which one of the guys chasing me isn't better than him? Hearing these words, Li Xiuqin's expression, which had just been all smiles, instantly drooped. Her intentions were good, to help her son out with his marriage. Unexpectedly, not only the blind date yellow, but also got a scolding for nothing. Okay, my boyfriend will be here soon, so I won't talk to you guys. What? Hope, you have a boyfriend? Now, Li Xiuqin was really dizzy. The person didn't take it seriously at all and said casually, so what if I have a boyfriend? It's not like you're married. Besides, if I don't get a boyfriend, who's going to treat me to dinner and buy me cell phones and handbags? Don't be funny. Li Xiuqin frowned and sighed somewhat helplessly. It looks like this is a total bust. Other young girls are pretty and have stable jobs, so why should they marry into their family and follow Lin Dong to suffer? It's just that the fact that Huang Yuan has a boyfriend and comes out on a blind date is something she just can't accept. Eat from the bowl and watch the pot. This behavior, in her day, was called promiscuity. It's about holding your head up in front of your neighbors. I really don't know if I'm too feudal or the youth of today are too open-minded. Alas, Li Xiuqin's face was sad and shaky. Just then, a large hand grabbed her arm. Mom, the forest is full of birds. You don't have to take her seriously. Besides, who says our family is in bad shape? Lin Dong smiled faintly with a look of disinterest. Li Xiuqin only thought that Lin Dong was comforting himself and revealed a bitter smile. She's a housewife and Lin Qianqian is a security guard. That's not bad. What is? Son, I'm sorry, it was Mom who was in a hurry. It's okay, Mom, actually Lin Dong opened his mouth and was about to explain. Dodo. There was a honking sound. A white sedan then drove into the neighborhood. In the center of the front end, a large silver three-pronged star emblem badge hangs. Mercedes C200, landing in the mid-30s. Snap. A fat brother with a fat head and a big gold chain around his neck got out of the car and slammed the door of the car in a very racy manner. On the stomach, it's like it comes with 2 swimming rings. At first glance, it looks like an old sow standing up and learning to walk. After seeing him, Huang Yuanyuan squeezed out a smile and greeted him at a trot. Honey, you're finally here. What are you taking people for dinner tonight? Seafood or hot pot? Huang Yuanyuan hugged Fatty's arm and shook it around with a look of anticipation. Seeing this scene, matchmaker Zhang and Li Xiuqin frowned. Lin Dong even almost spat out his rice. This woman, she's really not picky. For those who don't know, you'd think this one just escaped from the meatpacking plant. Eat what you eat. Just eat. I thought you told me something was wrong. Who's that guy? Good for you. Screwing around behind my back. Ha? Fatty grunted, pointed at Lin Dong, and started questioning Huang Yuanyuan. Thought she had cuckolded herself. Chapter 108, is this your car? Hearing Fatty's rebuke, Huang Yuanyuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and hurriedly explained. Honey, don't get me wrong. I was just forced by my family to come out for a blind date. I'm just going through the motions. Don't worry. In this life, I only love you. How can I possibly look at a dangler like that? Hearing this, Lin Dong hadn't done anything yet, but Li Xiuqin couldn't hear it anymore. MS. Huang, what do you mean by that? Who are you to scold my son? You can look down on him, but you can't insult him. Li Xiuqin was a bit emotional. Her own son, apart from earning less money, where does he not deserve her? A gold-digging woman who has a man on her side and still comes out on blind dates has no right to scold her son. Yo, your families are pretty grumpy. What's the matter? Am I wrong? Hearing Li Xiuqin's counterattack, the mockery on Huang Yuanyuan's face intensified and she couldn't help but let out a sneer, saying, calling him a hangdog is considered polite. Not to mention, my boyfriend is the same age as him, and he needs a house and a car, so what's he got to compare? As he spoke, the fat man driving the Mercedes nodded frequently. Apparently, it was a big hit with Hope Huang's bragging rights. The eyes that looked at Lin Dong's family were also filled with contempt. You, Mom, don't be mad. You can't make a mistake with people like that. At the critical moment, Lin Dong shook his head and pulled Li Xiuqin with one hand. Then, looking towards the pair of dogs and men who were singing in unison, their gazes grew cold. Aren't you guys leaving? Why don't you get lost? Talking to people like you is a waste of my time. By the way, Mom, I got you a present. It's still in the car. Now, let's go down the road and get it. Car? Li Xiuqin was stunned for a moment and asked offhandedly. Son, when did you buy a car? Matchmaker Zhang was also surprised. She and Lin Dong's family were old neighbors for more than 10 years, and clearly remembered that when Lin Dong came back in the new year, he still took the long-distance bus. It was 5 hours and my butt hurt. When did you buy the car? Ha ha, what a time to be a swollen face. If you had a car, wouldn't you have just said so? I see, it's two-wheeled, isn't it? Anyway, an electric car is a car. Huang Yuan's words were extremely mocking. It made the fat guy driving the Mercedes laugh and unconsciously took her in his arms. He has nothing else but 3 demolished houses in his family and lots of money. He was so pleased to learn that the man Huang Yuan went on a blind date with was 10,000 times worse than he was. The way he looked at Lin Dong was also like looking at a clown. Li Xiuqin's old face blushed as she kept tugging on Lin Dong's coat. Son, forget it, go back to dinner. In the future, Mom won't arrange a blind date for you. Don't lose this person. Matchmaker Zhang also comforted at the side. Shaolin no, Auntie will turn around and help you find a job in the county. Don't mix in Tianhai City. That kind of big city is not suitable for us. It's also too hard to pay thousands of dollars a month for food and shelter. Seeing that both of them were advising themselves, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Mom, Auntie Zhang, I didn't lie to you. I really drove back. So, where did you park your car then? Li Xiuqin was still a bit unconvinced and asked tentatively. She had never heard Lin Dong talk about buying a car. Moreover, Lin Dong only had a deadbeat salary of $7,000 a month. Last time, $100,000 was sent home. Where's the money for a car? Even if you do buy one, brace yourself. It's just a used hybrid for tens of thousands of dollars. No comparison at all with Fatty's Mercedes. Mom, don't worry about it. Lin Dong smiled and pulled Li Xiuqin outside. Babe, let's go over there, too, and check out that car he's driving? Ha ha. Fatty wrapped his arms around Huang Yuanyuan with a smile on his face and his eyes became slits. Good, good. Huang Yuanyuan also smiled broadly. Already her mind was calculating what makeup to go shopping for later. Of course, the money is coming from Fatty. Soon, several people followed Lin Dong to the corner of the neighborhood. Along the way, Li Xiuqin was worried. It's okay if you lose face yourself, but don't ruin your son's reputation. If this matter got out, how could Lin Dong get a wife in the future? No woman, no matter what, would want to marry such a man with no hair on his lips either. Son, Mom, that's my car. How's that? Not bad? Your car? Li Xiaoqin glanced in the direction of Lin Dong's pointing. A cool-looking black coupe was parked under a tree. The lines are smooth and tense, and the iconic frog-eye headlamps gleam. It was as if a cheetah, staring intently at the prey ahead. Although, Li Xiaoqin didn't know what make the car was. However, at a glance, it was clear that the car was worth a lot of money, and it was more exclusive than Fatty's Mercedes C. Son, is this really your car? Don't you lie to Mom. It's not necessary. Li Xiaoqin stared with wide eyes, completely unable to believe that the car was Lin Dong's. He's just a wage earner. How can he afford a luxury car? Just then, a yelling voice suddenly rang out. Porsche Panamera? License plate 58. This car, it should cost $2 or $3 million, right? Whose car is this? Fatty's mouth opened wide in surprise. His eyes glazed over. Lin Dong, is this car yours? How can it be? Huang Yuan's brows furrowed in disbelief. Just then, she suddenly saw the shocked expression on Li Xiaoqin's face and had a sudden realization. This car, even Li Xiaoqin had never seen it. How could it be Lin Dong's? I know, it must be that you know about blind dates, an early rental car, or a borrowed car, right? Or did you sneak your boss's car back? Yes, it must be. Huang Yuan felt more and more that this was the case. If Lin Dong was rich, how could he live in such a shabby neighborhood? You want your mom to cook for you? So that's how it is. Staring the old man, Fatty thought it made sense too. There was an immediate gasp, and he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. I don't know if it was too fat and hot, or if he was really bluffed by Lin Dong. Hearing this, Li Xiaoqin was even more unable to sit still. Son, is it true what they say? Did you really borrow this car? Either you borrowed it or you stole it. Huang Yuan smiled and added again. You shut up. Lin Dong really couldn't listen anymore. A gold-digging woman like Huang Yuan, who had milk for her mother. In normal times, Lin Dong would not even bother to look at her. What right do you have to mock yourself 3 times? What's more, she scolded Li Xiaoqin. This is something he cannot tolerate. I said the car is mine. Lin Dong snorted coldly and took out his car keys in full view of everyone. Then, opening the car door, he took out an exquisite gift box the size of his fist. The outside wrapping alone is set with several jewels and sewn with gold filigree. It's hard to imagine that there are expensive things in there. Chapter 109, Too Much to Repent. What? Seeing this scene, Huang Yuan froze. She worked in a bank and didn't have a lot of exposure to things like gold and silver jewelry. A quick glance recognized that the item in Lin Dong's hand was worth a lot of money. It's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars at least. This can't be. Li Xiaoqin was also giddy. Son, what's in here? You don't scare Mom. Lin Dong smiled faintly and personally opened the gift box, removing the white phoenix jade pendant inside. Before he came back, he had a special necklace made. A gadget, not expensive, only $200,000 or $300,000. Lin Dong didn't dare to say more. He was afraid that if Li Xiaoqin knew that the jade pendant was worth over $40 million, he would probably have a heart attack on the spot. $200,000 or $300,000? Rather, Li Xiaoqin's body trembled and shivered. The hardest to accept is still Yuan Huang, and her Mercedes boyfriend. Could it be that he's really a rich man? For a while, everyone stared at the phoenix jade pendant around Li Xiaoqin's neck. Although, she's just a housewife. But, for some reason, there wasn't much of a sense of dissonance when I put it on. Maybe, it's called money feeds people. Son, where did you get so much money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? You mustn't scare Mom. Li Xiaoqin clutched Lin Dong's hand with a slightly terrified expression. Last time, when Lin Dong sent money to his family, she sensed that something was wrong. I didn't realize that it was getting bigger and bigger all at once. This time, straight back in $1 million luxury car. This is making money faster than she can imagine. The only reasonable explanation is to break the law and commit a crime. Others had the same question. How did this poor kid turn into a rich man? Lin Dong breezily said. Mom, in fact, I quit my job a long time ago, opened my own company, and plopped down a few stores in the city center. Business is sloppy. A month, just a couple $1 million. Just as well? Upon hearing these 2 words, Li Xiaoqin was dumbfounded, and the others were also in a state of shock, completely unable to believe their ears. A couple million a month. This is not a hangman, it's a tycoon. Really? Really? Li Xiaoqin still could not believe it and clutched Lin Dong's hand tightly, both nervous and excited. Lin Dong took a deep breath and said, of course it's true. Turn around. I'll buy a house in Tianhai and we'll move there. If you and Dad aren't happy about leaving Castle County, I'll buy a cottage in the county. It doesn't matter how much it costs. How convenient it is. LOL. Upon hearing this, Fatty, who had just looked down on Lin Dong, almost fell on his face. Their family's ancestral grave smoke happened to demolition, lost a few houses and hundreds of thousands of cash, adding up to almost 2 million. As a result, other people's Lindong earned so much in a month. The gap, it's just too big. Thinking that he had just mocked Lindong, Fatty's expression flustered and he could not help but gasp. Wait, where's my baby? Fatty suddenly felt a loosening in his hands. Turning her head, she realized that Huang Yuan had actually run towards Lindong, and, on purpose, she took out her lipstick and touched up her makeup. Needless to say, she would have been a little bit of a catch. It's even sexier with makeup. No wonder, it can mesmerize Fatty. Lindong, sorry, I may have spoken a bit hastily just now, so I hope you don't take it personally. Lindong turned his head. Huang Yuan grasped her small bag with both hands and stood playfully in front of her with a shy look on her face. What? Is there anything else? Huang? No, it's fine. I just honestly wanted to apologize. Huang Yuan's pretty face flushed. Just then, she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Li Xiuqin again. And Auntie Li, I'm sorry, it's my fault for making you angry. By the way, your cooking is delicious. I love it. The next time I come to see Lindong, I hope I can still taste your handiwork. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin was first stunned. Subsequently, it quickly became clear why Huang Yuan's attitude had turned 180 degrees. Isn't it just because your son is rich? However, she had not forgotten that just now, how she had denigrated Lindong. This kind of woman can't have. What makes Li Xiuqin even more despicable is that this Huang Yuan has no shame, has a boyfriend and still comes out on a blind date, with her feet in 2 boats. In ancient times, this was called the Red Apricot Wall and was punishable by immersion in a pigsty. Li Xiuqin opened her mouth and was just about to speak. He heard Lindong say very coldly, "No need, Ms. Huang, you are not welcome in our home. Besides, as I recall, just now, you didn't even move your chopsticks. How do you know it tasted good when you didn't take a bite of my mom's cooking?" Huang Yuan was at a loss for words and her face was as red as a monkey's, but she knew that what she had just said was outrageous. However, in order to marry a rich man, she couldn't care less about face, and immediately begged, "Lindong, just give me a chance to forgive me. Anymore, I work at the county bank, have a staff and a stable job. Besides, I'm so pretty, I totally deserve you." Pretty? Oh, Lindong disdainfully skimmed his mouth. In a big city like Tianhai where the paper is drunk, there are a lot of women of Huang Yuan's caliber. Compared to Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Mingqi, she was a poo girl, ordinary to ordinary women. Seeing that Lindong did not eat this, Huang Yuan hurriedly pleaded with Li Xiuqin again. She knows that mothers are anxious about their son's life. Otherwise, there would be no rush to arrange a blind date. "Auntie, don't worry, as long as Lindong agrees, we can get a license tomorrow. I do a lot of housework at home, so I must be a good and virtuous wife. Also, I'm willing to give Lindong a few big fat boys." Hearing this, Li Xiuqin was subconsciously somewhat moved. However, when she thought of Huang Yuan's ugly face just now, she immediately shook her head again. She wanted to find a wise wife for Lindong, instead of finding a gold-digging woman to suck his money dry. More importantly, anyone with a discerning eye could see that what Huang Yuan was looking at was Lindong's money. If you do marry in, maybe, just after you get married, you'll have to divorce and split the family fortune. No. Li Xiuqin shook her head firmly. When Huang Yuan saw this, her intestines turned blue. Had she known that Lindong was so rich, she would have behaved herself. With her charm, she was still afraid that she wouldn't be able to get Lindong. "Hope Huang, what do you mean?" Just then, an angry shout suddenly rang out. "I spend tens of thousands of dollars a month on you, and you go and hook up with another man right in front of me. Am I really blind to see a like you? Don't ever come to me again. We're breaking up." Chapter 110, Pledges for Crystal Vouchers. Hearing this, Huang Yuan's face turned white. Then, in a hurry, he turned around and ran towards the Mercedes. By now, Fatty had gotten in the car and fired it up. Having been suppressed by Lindong, he had already held a bellyful of fire. Seeing Huang Yuan desperately licking each other, where could she sit still? "It's a disgrace. Honey, don't go." Huang Yuan ran off her shoes and finally ran over in time, grabbing Fatty's arm in a death grip and not letting him go. Even tried to get into the Mercedes. However, Fatty was already sickened by her. Snap, 2 slaps thrown straight through. Huang Yuan sat on her but on the floor, her hair scattered all over the place. Where is there any trace of bossiness or smugness? Even whimpered and cried, "My life, why is it so bitter?" Seeing this, matchmaker Zhang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Afterwards, turn around and walk away, afraid of getting into trouble. Li Xiuqin also pulled Lindong and headed for home. "I can't tell you how happy I was to carry the gift. The Lin family, had never produced a truly rich man. Lin Dong was also considered to be honorable. Back home, Li Xiuqin looked at the large table of steaming dishes and couldn't help but complain. It's a good thing I didn't retain it earlier. Look, that girl doll named Huang is full of lies. Where has she taken a bite? A woman like that, when she does marry in, she's sure to make a mess of the house. Lin Dong smiled faintly and said, Mom, if she doesn't eat, it's because she doesn't have that blessing. Let's eat. Li Xiuqin nodded. Then, subconsciously stroking the phoenix jade pendant, he suddenly thought of something. Son, wait while Mom goes and changes her outfit. Soon, Li Xiuqin changed her outfit. I can't believe I brought out the formal red classical cheongsam that I wore to visit my friends and relatives on New Year's Eve. She was not bad looking, so primping, dignified atmosphere, quite a bit of cellar show, middle-aged model look. What do you think, son? Lin Dong froze for a moment. Is it necessary to be so grand for a casual dinner? Immediately, though, he guessed the cause. Li Xiuqin stood in front of the mirror and kept posing. Both hands never left the phoenix jade pendant. Mom, don't be a stinker. If you like it, in the future, I'll buy you a few more pieces of jewelry to make up for what you lacked before. Li Xiuqin heard her heart blossom and smiled. But then, immediately afterward, he shook his head. I'd rather not. I'm an old man. What do I need so much jewelry for? The money you make, you might as well save it for your wedding. Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Where can't you see that Li Xiuqin is trying to save money for herself? To be a parent is to think of your child in everything. Right, son? All those things you just said downstairs, are they true? Don't be talking nonsense just to piss off that Huang guy. Li Xiuqin stared closely at Lin Dong with a somewhat skeptical expression. Mom, just relax. I mean what I say. Besides, all that money of mine came from the right sources, and there's absolutely no possibility of breaking the law. If you don't believe me, I'll drive you to Tianhai sometime. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin decisively shook her head frantically. Don't. The big city just isn't a place for people. Your father and I have spent most of our lives in a small county and are used to it. By the way, is my dad coming home for lunch? Hearing Li Xiuqin mention Lin Xianxian, Lin Dong suddenly remembered that he had yet to see his father. Small counties are not supposed to be big enough to go all the way across town on a battery-operated bike. His dad should still have no problem coming back for a meal even if his lunch break is short. Your dad Li Xiuqin hesitated. In the end, he could not withstand Lin Dong's pursuing eyes and sighed helplessly. Your dad's older. The hotel didn't want him in the first place, so he thought he'd work an extra 2-hour shift and behave himself. What? Lin Dong frowned. Where can't you hear that this is the hotel forcing Lin forward to work overtime voluntarily? When he thought that his father was over 50 years old and still had to sweat under the scorching sun and serve tea to those so-called upper-class people, Lin Dong was furious. This table, naturally, could not be eaten. Mom, you were saying, what's the name of the hotel where my dad works? The Riviera Hotel. What's going on? You eat first. I'm going to check on my dad. Seeing Lin Dong's aggressive appearance, Li Xiuqin guessed what he was going to do and hurriedly blocked him. You kid, just don't go and cause trouble, or the manager will see it and be upset and dock your dad's pay again. Lin Dong shook his head and solemnly said, Mom, my son is now successful and does not lack money. In the future, you can just enjoy yourselves at home. Don't go out to work for money and look at people's faces. My eldest uncle, second uncle, and my little aunt, a few of them, already can't look at my dad. If they know that he's gone to be a security guard, they don't know what they're going to chew on behind their backs again. This, Li Xiuqin's expression was a little less natural. Over the years, Lin Xiangwen, Lin Xiangu, and Lin Yanyan's 3 families had not spared them the trouble of burying and ostracizing them. During the New Year's holidays, every family gathering was also explicitly and implicitly ridiculing their family for not being able to rise to the occasion. If, on the other hand, they knew that Lin Xianxian had ed the security guards, they would surely not be able to avoid a round of mockery. At this time, Lin Dong patted Li Xiuqin's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Mom, listen to me. In the future, we will never have to look at other people's faces again, and I'm going to make those relatives suck up to us and please us. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin was stunned for a moment. Then, tears could not be held back from welling up in his eyes. It was expected that the son would be as bummed out as they were, though out of the small county to the big city. But, it's also caught between the cracks. I didn't realize that my son had blended out and stood firm in Tianhai City, even made a fortune. In the future, the family can hold their heads up and be human. Son, Mom believes in you. Whatever you want to do, just let it go. Mom supports you. Li Xiuqin clutched Lin Dong's hand tightly, as if she had made some sort of determination. Seeing this, Lin Dong let out a hefty laugh. Mom, in the future, you don't want me to go on any more blind dates. Your vision, it's not good. Li Xiuqin immediately blushed in her old face, after which, He blankly glanced at Lin Dong. You kids, really? Ha ha, I'm outta here. Lin Dong hurried downstairs, turn on the navigation and head for the Lihua Hotel. After 5 or 6 minutes, it came to a commercial area. Compared to the lights and greenery of Tianhai City, Castle Peak County is, at best, at the countryside level. In the midst of a sea of old buildings, a 6-story building stood out from the rest, with colorful flags and flowers at the entrance. It's obvious that a lot of effort has been put into the decorations and furnishings. Above that, there are 5 other large, artistic letters in gold and blue. Chapter 111, The Wicked Manager. The Lihua Hotel. This is it. Lin Dong nodded and was about to drive the car in when he suddenly heard a loud noise. How many times have I told you not to let any car in? You're giving him a pole lift for a piece of crap bread like a Wuling Honda. Are you out of your mind? Can a poor guy like that afford to stay at our hotel? Saying that you're not convinced at your age. You're really getting worse as you get older. Following the voice, it was a short, fat woman with short hair and wearing a hotel uniform, lecturing a security guard. From what it sounds like, the security guard put the van in and took up space in the parking lot, causing the luxury cars that came in after it to have no place to park. At first, Lin Dong did not take it seriously. After getting a good look at the guard's hunched figure, he jerked the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes, eyes wide with disbelief. Dad, Manager Liu, I'm really sorry. I gave him a pass because I saw he had a room card and was staying at our hotel. The man looked embarrassed and stumbled over his words, completely unanticipated that his unintentional action would be rewarded with a dogged criticism from the other side. Lin Qianqian, how dare you talk back? What's wrong with him having a room card? How dare he take up our hotel's parking space with that piece of dash asterisk 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 bread? A BMW, Mercedes or whatever comes behind you. Where do you want them to park? Stop on your head. Manager Liu had a fiery temper, tossing his short hair, pointing at Lin Qianqian and cursing him in the face. Spittle sprayed his face. Next to them, the other security guards just couldn't watch. These days, Manager Liu had something to do and found various reasons to target Lin Qianjin. They're all looking at it. However, due to the fact that they are working under someone else, they can only turn a blind eye and pretend not to see it. However, today, it was clear that the others, old Lin, had done nothing wrong. The owner of the van also had a room card and was parked inside the hotel as it should be. Manager Liu doesn't let people in just to look good. What kind of sense is that? Is it possible that the hotel is open to welcome guests, and cars that don't cost more than $500,000 aren't eligible to enter? Or is the van only parked on the side of the road? Thinking about it, a few of the security guards couldn't help but speak up. Manager Liu, forget it, old Lin, he didn't do it on purpose. Yes, today's noon shift wasn't originally old Lin's. He took the initiative to stay and work overtime. He's an old man, so you should just be considerate. Who doesn't have a moment when things go wrong, don't you think? Hearing this, Lin gave them a grateful glance forward. Then, unexpectedly, the more these people helped Lin Qianqian speak, the more grumpy Manager Liu became. Compassionate? Then who is sympathetic to me? Look for yourselves. Who entertains VIPs with a row of broken cars parked in front of the hotel? We're a high-class hotel. Not just any cat or dog can enter. Besides, did I make him work late? Wasn't it his own love of showing off and being in the limelight? Lin Qianjin, tell me yourself, is that not so? Manager Liu snorted coldly, holding 2 arms thicker than a man's and glaring fiercely at Lin Qianfeng. Lin Qianjin clearly suffered from a bellyful of pent-up anger, but he still didn't dare to get angry. There was no way around it. He really didn't want to lose the job. A monthly income of 3,000 is considered upper middle class in their county. Besides, at his age, it's hard to find a job. Easy money jobs are even harder to find. More importantly, having endured Manager Liu so many times earlier, it wasn't too bad this time. Humph, stinker. Noticing Lin Qianjin's low mood and slightly bent waist, Manager Liu became more and more pleased, with disdain written all over his face, completely treating Lin Qianjin as a punching bag that he could pin down at will. Y'all watch it. I didn't force him to work overtime. What went wrong had nothing to do with the hotel. Hearing this, the security guards were all indignant, but soon, they were equally scolded by Manager Liu. Look, what are you looking at? Look again, and you're just like him, docking your paychecks. What? Lin looked forward with a startled gaze. I thought that I would be scolded and forget about it. I didn't realize that the other side was going to deduct his money. Seeing Lin Qianjin's expression of horror, Manager Liu seemed to be very flattered, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, sneering, you made such a big mistake, affecting the image of the hotel, deducting your salary, are considered light. What? Are you trying to get fired? No. Lin shook his head forward in panic. He can still tell which is more serious, deducting money or losing his job. Then no, you deduct 200 and the rest 100 each. What? We'll buckle too. The other security guards were dumbfounded. He had only talked a little too much, but he was going to be fined $100. No, you guys ask him for. He's the one who caused you to deduct money. Manager Lu's hand came down, and Lin Xianxian instantly became a target. In the future, I'm afraid no one will dare to speak for him again. Just then, boom, there was an engine roar like the roar of a beast. Immediately afterward, a sleekly styled Porsche Panamera sped by. It was clear that Manager Lu and the others were still standing in front, but the driver stepped heavily on the gas as if he didn't see them. Ah! The crowd was startled and rushed to avoid it. The other guy also braked at the last minute. Otherwise, there's no telling how many lives will be taken. Who is it? So ungrateful? Manager Lu was also scared, just about to break into a few words. Suddenly see clearly in front of this car's car label. Pow! Porsche? A guest of honor. At once, Manager Lu immediately changed his face. With a fawning smile, he jogged all the way to the front of the car window. Hello sir, I'm the lobby manager of Lihua Hotel. Just call me Xiao Lu. Little Lu? Ha! Lin Dong smiled coldly, opened the car window and stared hard at her. Manager Lu was taken aback, his heart pounding, all the while, muttering darkly. It was the first time the two had met, and I don't think I'd messed with him, right? And, just now, he had nearly run himself over. Manager Lu held back his fire and forced out a smile. This gentleman, is he looking for a room? Our hotel has excellent service and we guarantee to make you feel at home. When the security guards saw Manager Lu's arrogance and bullying behavior, their eyes were indescribably disgusted. People like that are total snobs. Saw a Wuling Honda and stopped it from entering the hotel. Saw the Porsche, lowered his voice, didn't dare breathe a word. It's so close to spreading your thighs wide open and saying welcome. Of course, Lin Dong was not that heavy-handed. Bang! Lin Dong opened the car door, stepped out of the car, did not even look at Manager Lu who was full of pleasing smiles, and turned around to walk towards the group of security guards. Chapter 112, Call Your Boss. The crowd of security guards were flattered and stood up straight, saluting in style. Lin went forward with both eyes, looking at Lin Dong who slowly walked over. He had a face of disbelief. Lin Xianxian, what are you waiting for? Why don't you salute your guests? Manager Lu raised his eyebrows and was about to get angry again, taking this opportunity to deduct $200 from Lin Xianxian. No, next, get out. Lin Dong turned around and rushed at Manager Lu. The latter winced in fear and lost his soul. The other side, the crowd of security guards were also shocked by the voice. Immediately afterward, they saw an incredible scene. Dad, you've suffered. Lin Dong said this while tightly embracing Lin Xianxian, his eyes slightly wet. Lin Xianjian's brain buzzed for a long time. When he had just seen Lin Dong, he did not even dare to confirm it. After all, Lin Dong had been working hard in Tianhai. How could he drive a Porsche? It was only when I heard the name Dad that I was finally sure. Then, unable to hold back the redness of his face, tears welled up. Then he looked at Manager Lu and a few security guards, wide-eyed and confused. What does he call the old forest? Dad? It can't be, can it? Didn't old Lin say that his son works in Tianhai and makes a few $1,000s a month? What's with the car? Did you win the lottery? The crowd was divided, both puzzled and surprised. Manager Lu, on the other hand, had an ominous feeling. Sir, are you mistaken? He's our security guard here. How can he be your father? Why don't you take a closer look at? When he said this, Manager Lu was sweating profusely and his tongue was trembling. In case, Lin Dong is really Lin Xianjian's son, wouldn't you be in big trouble then? Not only her, Lin Xianxian also held the same doubt. He sized up Lin Dong from head to toe and stuttered his words. Xiao Dong, it's really you? Dad, it's me. I'm home. Why are you different from before? Taller, stronger. Lin frowned forward. The memory of Lin Dong, who ate instant noodles every day, was yellow and thin. There were a few times when he played the video and both Li Xiuqin and he cried watching it. Now, not only had Lin Dong scaled up a notch in size, his body was also covered in tendon meat. At first glance, it looks like a fitness instructor. Not to mention the Porsche. So much change. Is he really his son? Seeing Lin Xianjian's skeptical look, Lin Dong could not help but let out a bitter smile. With the help of the system, he had long been transformed and was not what he used to be. It's no wonder Pops was afraid to recognize him. Just then, a couple of security guards came up and asked curiously, Old Lin, didn't you say that your son works in the city with a salary of only $7,000 a month? Yeah, how can you afford to drive such a nice car for $7,000? That's it. Your son is so rich. Why are you still working and taking this? If I were you, I'd eat, drink, and travel outside every day. A few of the guards laughed playfully and opened their mouths to flirt. Before Lin Xianjin could reply, Manager Lu was the one who took in these people's words, and immediately his gaze was stunned. 7,000? To work? So the car isn't yours? Manager Lu then remembered that Lin Shanshan had said more than once that he was looking for this job in order to save up for his son's dowry. With her knowledge of Lin Shanshan, it was also impossible for Lin Shanshan to lie. So, there is only one person who pulls the strings. Yeah, I thought it was some big boss. So, the car isn't yours. Or are you just a driver? Manager Lu looked Lin Dong up and down carefully. More and more. He felt that this kid and Lin Shanshan were carved from the same mold. Hearing this, Lin Xianjin's heart was also a little shaky. He had never heard Lin Dong mention anything about buying a car. Preconceived notions felt that what Manager Lu said was true. Immediately grabbing Lin Dong's arm, he said bitterly, "Son, one must be honest and more down to earth. What doesn't belong to us, we can't rob, let alone take. This car, whether it's borrowed or rented, hurry up and send it back. Your father doesn't need this kind of thing for window dressing." Looking at Lin Xianjin's sincere eyes, Lin Dong sighed somewhat helplessly. In his impression, Lin Shanshan was such an honest and kind-hearted person. However, it is because of this character that he is often lied to and even bullied. The same is true right now. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was not an honest person like Lin Shanshan. Over the years of working in Tianhai City, he had seen a lot of people in hooks. When you hit something like this, you can't hold back like your own father? Do you hear me? Move the car out of the way. Don't block our hotel's business. Old Lin is such an honest man. How did he give birth to such a shameless seed like you? Manager Lu waved his hand somewhat impatiently. When he thought of the way he had just slavishly bowed to Lin Dong, he was furious and couldn't wait to hurry up and tell this father and son to get lost. Facing Manager Lu's repulsion, Lin Dong did not move and only stared at her coldly. "You're the one that was just going to deduct my dad's money? It's me. What's wrong?" Manager Lu was stared at by Lin Dong's eyes. However, remembering that Lin Shanshan was still working under his own hand, he couldn't help but straighten his back again. Docking him is light. How dare an eyeless old thing like that come to work in our hotel? Not happy about it, are you? Then I'll fire him now. Manager Lu snorted coldly and directly waved his hand forward at Lin. "Lin Xianjin, take off your clothes, you don't have to come tomorrow." "What?" Lin's brain buzzed forward. "It's the end of the month and I'll be getting my paycheck for the month soon." At this juncture, Manager Lu actually wanted to fire him. Manager Lu, then my salary." "What salary? You've caused a negative impact on our Lihua hotel. It's good that we haven't asked you for compensation, and you still have the face to ask for money?" Manager Lu snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. She was worried that she didn't have a chance to fire Lin forward. Lin Dong's appearance had undoubtedly handed her a knife. Besides, if your son is so rich, why does he need to work in our hotel? One of his cartwheels is enough for a year's salary, but I don't know if the other owner will let him sell it or not. Manager Lu's words were clearly shady. The car was not Lin Dong's. It made Lin Xianjin blush and couldn't lift his head. The group of security guards also looked at each other. I thought it was a savior, but I didn't expect that it would directly force Lin to go forward. At this time, they didn't dare to say anything more. This job, it's not a bad deal. They didn't want to be fired like Lin Shanshan. In the face of Manager Lu's cynicism, Lin Dong smiled instead of being angry. "You want to fire my dad? Fine, call your boss." Chapter 113, Dismissal. "What do you call a boss? I'll be the boss." Hearing Lin Dong mention his boss, Manager Lu was a little weak. She vaguely guessed what Lin Dong was going to say. As expected, Lin Dong smiled coldly and said lightly, "You, a manager, should not be qualified to manage personnel appointments yet, right? Besides, my dad signed a contract with your boss, not with you. Why should he go when you tell him to go? And, moreover, not pay a penny?" Me. Manager Lu was momentarily speechless. "All right, hurry up and call someone. As it happens, I need to talk to your boss about a business deal." Shouted out. "Who's afraid?" Manager Lu crossed his arms. "I'm the manager. His dad is a security guard. Why should I be afraid of him? Even if the boss comes, he's sure to speak toward me." Holding this thought, Manager Lu snorted coldly and walked directly into the hotel. Seeing this, Lin Xianjin tugged on Lin Dong's arm and said with a sad face, "Xiaodong, you should go. Later on, Dad will make it clear to Boss Wang that it's time to resign and leave. Don't let you get into any trouble too." Lin Dong's gaze was stunned. Unexpectedly, now at this time, Lin Xianfang even felt that what he said was false, and he had a mind of wanting to put things to rest. "I really don't know whether to call him honest or too naive." "Dad, just relax. In this matter, I have a measure and won't suffer a bit." Looking at Lin Dong with a look of confidence, Lin Xianfeng frowned. The words that came to his lips had to be swallowed back. Several other security guards, too, looked at Lin Dong in a different light. Old Lin, this son, is so much better than him? No matter his temper or his talking and doing things, it's almost like they have more style than their boss. Not bad for hanging out in a big city. By the way, Dad, what do you think of this hotel? Hotel? Lin forward froze for a moment, subconsciously said, that is certainly good. This is the only 4-star hotel in our Castle Peak County. A lot of big bosses are here to dine and stay and receive guests. Our family would be lucky to have a table here. It was obvious that Lin Qianfan wasn't unaware of the good and the bad. It's just that there's no money in my pocket, so I can't talk tough. Lin Dong could see the glint of longing in his father's eyes and could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly as he smiled faintly. Alright, I know, Dad. From now on, this hotel will be in your hands, big or small. Me? Lin froze forward. The DD was puzzled and could not figure out what Lin Dong meant by this. Just then, the short-haired manager Lu, with a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, walked quickly. Seeing that Lin Qianqian's father and son were still there, Manager Lu breathed a long sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lin Dong would finish scolding himself in one foot and leave in the next. In that case, won't the boss think he's playing him? Boss, it's the two of them, causing trouble in our hotel. Especially Lao Lin, his son, stole a car from somewhere and blocked the entrance to the hotel parking lot, and he didn't listen when I told him to. Manager Lu just arrived, is about of inverted black and white, moving right and wrong. It was clearly her who provoked her first, but when it came to her mouth, it turned out to be Lin Qianqian and Lin Dong's fault. The crowd of security guards couldn't hear it anymore, and they were all fighting for Lin Qianjin and his father. They dared to straighten their backs in front of their bosses. Boss, don't listen to her. It's not old Lin's fault. Yes, Manager Lu is moving to deduct his salary, and old Lin is also being forced to do so, and she's going to fire old Lin. On what grounds? The crowd, with your words and my words, had blindsided the boss surnamed Wang. However, he also knew that he couldn't listen to one family. So, making a downward gesture toward the crowd, he signaled them to be quiet. There's no need to rush everyone. Let's talk slowly about what's going on. This one, that's old Lin's son, isn't it? Seeing that this boss Wan was not as aggressive as Manager Lu, Lin Dong could not help but improve his attitude a little and nodded slightly. My name is Lin Dong. Hello Boss Wang. Well, tell me, what's going on? Lin Dong looked at his honest father and said truthfully, the cause was, my dad put a van in and parked it in the hotel parking lot. As a result, Manager Lu had to egg on the hotel, saying that it would affect the hotel's image, also pointed at my dad and everyone's nose to lecture, threatened to deduct everyone's wages, but the owner of that van, he was also staying at the hotel. What? Hearing this, Boss Wang couldn't help but frown. Then, looking to Manager Lu, the latter blushed a little heartily. Still, couldn't help but mouth off. Boss, weren't you the one who told us to take care of the hotel's image? What an eyesore and bad luck to have that crap parked in here. In case, those bosses want to come and spend money and see that people leave later. What is it called? This. Boss Wang also felt that there was some truth in this. However, what Manager Lu did was still too much. But you can't just dock people's paychecks. Who gave you that right? Manager Lu was filled with embarrassment. You don't have to ask. The money that was deducted, of course, went into her pocket and she ate with her mouth full. Boss Wang frowned and instantly understood the reason. The face swished down and his voice was low and serious. What happened? I already know. Deduct half a month's salary from you as punishment. Don't worry everyone. I promise, this won't happen again. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a long sigh of relief. I was just about to praise Boss Wang for being sensible and fair. Unexpectedly, Boss Wang suddenly turned his words around and looked at Lin Qianjin. Old Lin, go to the finance office and collect your paycheck. You don't have to come in tomorrow. What? Hearing these words, Lin Qianjin's brain buzzed. I didn't realize that, after all this, he still had to roll with the punches. What's the difference, other than an extra month's pay? Lin Dong was similarly stunned with his gaze. I didn't expect that Boss Wang would handle it this way. Soon, however, he figured it out. For Boss Wang and the Lihua Hotel, a role like security was insignificant, far less important than Manager Lu. Most importantly, anyone who did business didn't want a prick like Lin Qianqian. When he himself is wronged, he calls his son and fights for him. Thinking about this, Lin Dong's heart was considered to be cold. Lin Qianqian was even more worried. I had a hard time getting a good paying job on my own, and I screwed it up. On the contrary, Manager Lu was bright and rubbed his hands together in excitement. She loses half a month's salary. It doesn't hurt. Anyway, having squeezed a lot of money out of the security guards over the past few months, it totally makes up for the loss. However, if Lin Qianqian lost his job, he would be mute and unable to speak. Chapter 114 Acquisition of Hotels. Thank you Boss Wang. I won't dare in the future. Don't worry, Manager Lu said with a smile on his brow. Aha. Boss Wang nodded slightly and was about to turn around and leave immediately. Just then, a young voice suddenly came from behind. Boss Wang, don't be in a hurry. I have a business deal I want to talk to you about. Oh, Boss Wang turned back and first glanced at Lin Dong. then a glance at the Primera parked next to it. When he thought of Manager Lou saying that the car was stolen, he couldn't help but skim. He's been in business for so many years, and he's considered a figure in Castle Peak County. Those who do business, when they see themselves, which one of them is not polite and courteous? Why did you meet a brat today? Thinking about this, Boss Wang's attitude was a bit impatient. Boy, didn't I tell you to make it up to your dad? What else do you have to say? Lin Dong smiled, in front of everyone, pointing to the gilded Lihua Hotel behind him. I have to ask, how much is this hotel of yours worth? My dad just lost his job, so I'm going to buy it and give it to my dad to manage and get something to do. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Dong with a look of an idiot, suspecting that this brat had water in his head. Soon, Manager Lou was the first to hold back. Put, buy our hotel? Buy what? Buy that car you stole? You don't have a fever that has fried your brain, do you? If it was just now, when Boss Wang heard this, he would have warned Manager Lou. However, now, instead of stopping him, he even gave Lin Dong a blank stare. Young man, you can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. My hotel opened 2 months, alone inside the decoration, spent a few million, is our county's first 4-star hotel, high grade, reputation, how, also worth 2 or 3 million. Boss Wang raised his hand and pointed at Lin Dong's Primera. Although I don't know anything about cars, I can see that your car, at most, is worth $2 or $3 million, and it's not even known if it's yours. What are your qualifications to acquire my hotel? Boss Wang's words were well organized and reasonable. The crowd listened and nodded. They are uneducated and not very knowledgeable, but as long as they are not blind, they can see that Lihua Grand Hotel has a bright future. It is highly likely that it will become an icon of Green Mountain County. Looking at Lin Dong again, apart from the car he drove which was quite racy, he didn't show how rich he was at all. Looking at him like this, he doesn't look like someone who can shell out tens of millions of dollars. So, when Lin Dong said that he was acquiring the hotel, the odds were that he was just getting high on his mouth and wanted to get back his face. At his age, he's thin-skinned and loves to do this kind of thing. Boss Wang was of the same opinion and immediately smiled disdainfully. Old Lin, turn around and educate your son well. Say what you see and say what you mean. Have an eye for what you see. Not everyone is as good-tempered as I am. In society, if you say the wrong thing and do the wrong thing, sooner or later you're going to bump your head. Hearing these words, Lin Qianjin's face suddenly changed. He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Dong, or even to send a white-haired person to a black-haired person. He quickly grabbed Lin Dong's arm and said, Son, forget it, you apologize to Boss Wang. I apologize to him? Lin Dong was practically laughing in anger. The next moment, also ignoring Lin Qianxian's obstruction, he opened the door and said, one price, $30 million, sell or not? $30 million? Boss Wang's gaze was stunned. This kid, he's not afraid of the wind blowing his tongue. His car is only worth $2 to $3 million. Where can he get $30 million? And, $30 million, just the cost of the hotel, counting the time it took to renovate, and the visibility in the county, it's going to be another $10 million anyhow. Without waiting for Boss Wang to open his mouth, Manager Lou on the side couldn't sit still. She also didn't have to pay attention to her image like Boss Wang, pulling out her voice and cursing. I'll be damned. And $30 million? Why don't you say 300 million? If you had $30 million, why would your father come here to work as a security guard? I think you are really sick. The boss has given you a step down, and you're still making a scene here. If you really care about your father, collect the money and get yourself to a mental hospital. Boss Wang nodded repeatedly, deeply agreeing with this. This Lin Dong, he really gave his face away. Even if you don't thank yourself, you're still making a big deal about buying his Lihua hotel? It's shameless and laughable. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, not bothering to pay attention to Manager Lou, a foul-mouthed shrew. 30 million isn't enough, so I'll add another 10 million. How about $40 million? If agreed, give me your bank card number now. $40 million? Looking at Lin Dong's serious expression, Boss Wang could not hold back and burst out laughing. Okay, as long as you can get this money, no need for 40 million. 30 million, I'll sell it to you at a loss. It's such a big forest for all birds these days. Old Lin is such a naive person. How come you haven't learned a thing? Seeing that Lin Dong insisted on stuffing himself with money, Boss Wang did not want to waste time and casually pulled out his bank card. The others were also unimpressed, waiting to see Lin Dong's jokes. Ding, you received a new transfer. Bank card arrived. $40,000,000. A few moments later, a text message beep sounded. Boss Wang's pupils shrank and his mind went blank. Staring blankly at the string of zeros on top of the text message, he almost lost his breath and fainted with both eyes rolling. $40 million. It's really turned over? The others looked at each other in disbelief. Still not knowing what was happening, Manager Lu was even more condescending and holding his arms, still sneering at Lin Dong. Come on, don't you dare put on airs here. If you don't have this diamond, don't take this porcelain job. To put it bluntly, don't you just want more money? Boss, do you need me to call security and blow them away? Speaking of which, Manager Lu changed his face and carefully requested Boss Wang. Hearing this, Boss Wang slowly came back to his senses. Gaze, both eyes still dead set on the cell phone. Boss, don't call me boss. Boss Wang shook his head and swallowed deeply. Right now, he's your boss. What did you say? Manager Lu was confused and looked in the direction of Boss Wang's finger in a daze. It was clearly Lin Dong who had a teasing smile on his face. The other security guards were dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they were hearing. Could it be that Lin Dong really transferred money to Boss Wang? Lin Dong? No, Boss Lin. Forgive me for being blind, having eyes to recognize MT, Tai, and saying some brainless words. Don't take it to heart. Boss Wang's attitude made a 180-degree turn. His face was full of smiles, and he pulled Lin Dong with an incomparable closeness. Later, I'll draw up a contract to transfer the hotel to you. Aha! Lin Dong nodded slightly. He was not surprised by Boss Wang's enthusiasm. He knew that if the amount just transferred was $30 million, Boss Wang would never be so enthusiastic. $40 million, however, is a whole different story. The equivalent of the hotel netting $10 million just 2 months after opening. That's enough money for him to go somewhere else and open another Liwa. Chapter 115, Meeting the New Boss. Boss, what do you mean by that? Transferring the hotel? He wouldn't really transfer money to you, would he? To this day, Manager Lu still cannot believe it. Keep asking Boss Wang, even going for the other guy's arm. Asterisk off. As soon as the money arrived, Boss Wang didn't care about any manager, and directly flung away the other party's arm. Just then, he suddenly thought of something, and his gaze went back to Lin Xianfeng, who was standing next to him with a dumbfounded look on his face. Old Lin, don't take those words just now to heart. In the future, we all hang out in the county. Lo and behold, take care of each other more. I remember you smoke, right? As it happens, I have a couple boxes of imported cigars in my office. I'll give them to you later. This attitude of Boss Wang is too enthusiastic. It made Lin look forward. However, even if he was stupid, he understood one thing. Son, do you really have that much money? Or what, Dad? Didn't I just say that I was going to make you the owner of this hotel? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Ming spent $40 million on a 4-star hotel. It came to him, but it was as simple as buying a soda. This cloudy attitude stunned the crowd, especially Boss Wang. If, before, Lin Dong had said this, he would have absolutely scoffed. But now, it will only be deep and unconvincing. No way. I don't believe it. Liars, you're working together to cheat me. Manager Lu is going crazy. If this hotel becomes Lin Xianjin's, will he still have a good life? All this time, he's been targeting him so much and docking his paycheck so much. Once the other side is in power, will they still screw her over? The corner of Lin Dong's mouth hooked up with a bad smile as he said lightly, Manager Lu, don't be idle. Show me and my father around the hotel. By the way, starting today, all the security guards, double their salary every month, $8,000. Hearing this, all rejoiced. Only Manager Lu was sweating profusely and walking shakily. Old boss, after you. Along the way, Manager Lu was distracted, not daring to raise his head. Never in her wildest dreams had she thought that the old man who, a few days ago, had been lectured by herself like a grandson, had now transformed into her boss. Mr. Lin, this side is my. Oh no, your father's office. Please follow me. Boss Wang was also in high spirits. Once the $40 million arrived, the smiles didn't stop. Also very proactively, he opened the door for Lin Dong and Lin Shanshan. What met his eyes was an office of 200 square meters. Both the decor and the furnishings are luxurious. Even, a high price was spent to bring in a special god of wealth. Symbolizes wealth. It is enough to see that Boss Wang has put a lot of thought into it. Now, it's all cheaper for Lin to go forward. Boss Lin, please. True to his word, Boss Wang took out several boxes of long-cherished Cuban cigars from the cabinet. Seeing that Lin Shanshan would not, he even personally lit a cigarette for him. Boss Wang, make no mistake. Ha ha, Boss Lin is joking. From now on, this is where you'll have your office. So if you need any help, just call me. Smoking the slightly sweet, slightly spicy cigar, Lin Xianjin's head was dizzy and he hadn't fully accepted this fact. How did he go from being a security guard to the owner of the Lihua Hotel all of a sudden? Dad, how's it going? Still like it? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Both Boss Wan's attitude and the hotel decor exceeded his expectations. That's $40 million well spent. Love it. Of course I do. Lin nodded his head repeatedly as he moved forward. Then, unable to hold back the old tears, your own son, he's come out on top. There was a time when he was worried about his son's future. At his age, he has to come out and work as a security guard to save up for his dowry money. Now, not only did he not have to worry about his son, but the entire Lin family, too, could be one man, one chicken and one man. Lin Dong was equally emotional and nodded at him. Dad, from now on, you'll be running the hotel. If you have any problems, just call me. You're different now. You're the big boss. No one dares to bully you anymore. As he said this, Lin Dong deliberately raised his accent and glanced behind him. Manager Lu's heart thumped and his face turned white with fear. Then, panic and beg for mercy. Mr. Lin, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please, be generous and let me go. From now on, I will be down to earth and work for you. Manager Lu cried and lost his face, so anxious that his tears were rolling in his eyes. She really didn't want to lose the job. The hotel manager, it's a good thing to say, not to mention, the manager of a 4-star hotel. However, Manager Lu had underestimated Lin Dong's temper. He wasn't like Boss Wang, who liked to make peace. However, Lin Dong did not flip out in a hurry. Manager Lu, whether you can stay or not depends on your performance. Tell you what, I'll give you 2 tasks. Number 1, go outside right now and make some business cards with my dad's name and position. Secondly, gather all the employees of the hotel immediately and tell them that they've changed bosses and that they need to talk about wages and benefits and penalties. Yes. Manager Lu didn't dare to be slow. Immediately, he nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, turned and ran out. Mr. Lin, since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I wish you every step of the way and every day. Ha ha. After signing the transfer contract, Boss Wang was refreshed and left with a big smile. Not long after, Manager Lu expedited the production of a bunch of business cards. Not only the quality of the texture, the large letters on it are even fine specialists to write, strong and powerful. More crucially, she didn't dare to ask Lin Dong for a single penny. All of them paid out of their own pockets and wanted to please Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, all the employees are waiting in the lobby. Aha. Lin Dong nodded slightly and drew a business card and put it in his pocket. This 4-star hotel is explicitly owned by his father. In fact, it's his personal property. After that, it's still a good idea to get someone to take care of it. Walking through the opulent, art-filled gallery, he soon came to the hotel lobby. At this time, dozens of employees were eagerly awaiting, incredibly curious, who the new boss was. Hasn't our hotel only been open for 2 months? How come the owner suddenly changed? It can't be that it's poorly run and looking for a wrongdoer to take over the business. Nonsense. Our hotel is doing well. You don't know that. Word on the street is that the new owner's last name is Lin, and supposedly, we still know. We know each other? Who? The crowd was talking. No guesses at all, as to who the new owner is. Just then, Lin Dong and Lin Xianxian walked into everyone's line of sight, one after the other. The one who led the way for them was none other than Manager Lu. Lin Dong, of course people don't recognize him. However, behind him, Lin Xianxian was all too familiar to everyone. For a moment, couldn't help but stare. Isn't that old Lin, the gatekeeper? Why is he here? Wait, old Lin's surname is also Lin, so it can't be that the new boss is some relative of his, right? Chapter 116, A New Official's Bowl of Fire. Noticing the complex feelings of the crowd, Lin Dong was not the least bit nervous or embarrassed. It was as if, for a long time, they were used to such big scenes. The next moment, he cleared his throat. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Dong. Just half an hour ago, Boss Wang transferred the hotel to me. That is to say, from now on, this Lihua Hotel has changed its surname to Lin. However, I'm not in the county myself, so the position of general manager will be filled by my father. Please give him a round of applause and welcome your general manager, Lin Qianjin. What? Before Lin Dong's words even left his mouth, no one even applauded. All of them had round eyes and mouths that could fit an egg. They looked straight at Lin Qianfeng, their heads about to explode. Old Lin? New GM? Are you kidding me? Isn't he the security guard at the gate? Looking at the stunned expressions of the crowd, Lin Xianxian's old face flushed, feeling a little embarrassed. He used to be inside the factory. The highest he could do was to be a workshop team leader. Where is he qualified to be a general manager? But now, with Lin Dong behind him, he could only harden his head and follow. At Lin Dong's gesture, Lin slowly spoke forward. That's right, I am the security guard old Lin who was watching the gate before. I'm sure a number of people are familiar with me. Starting today, I'll be working with you all in a new capacity to add to the Lihua Hotel. They say that a new officer has 3 fires, and I won't burn the fires, but there are some new things to report. The more Lin spoke forward, the more natural it became, seemingly, finding a few moments of what it once felt like to be a leader. First, there's the benefits package, which is a 20% increase in each person's monthly salary, with additional bonuses for good performance, $1,000 minimum. When these words came out, everyone was shocked inwardly. There was some suspicion that I had heard wrong. However, when he looked at Lin Dong, who was unchanged at the back, he knew that it was true. Little did I realize that this was just the beginning. On top of that, everyone gets an extra day of vacation every month. If you want to work overtime on your own, there's also extra overtime pay. Again, no less than $1,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't hold back any longer and all clapped their hands. Isn't that what they came out to work for? These 3 dates? Now that Lin Qianjin had raised the treatment, he was simply their reincarnated parent. Mr. Lin is wise. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I love you. For a moment, loud applause came from the entire hall. Everyone's eyes were wild with excitement. However, Lin Dong knew very well that all of this was smashed out with real money. Luckily, the last thing he needed was money. Ahem. And one last thing. While the welfare benefits have been upgraded, the punishment mechanism has also been adjusted in the hope that everyone can treat every guest warmly instead of being like this manager Lu. Out of sight, out of mind, kicking guests outside. When these words came out, all eyes focused on manager Lu. She was seen sitting on pins and needles, sweating profusely, as if already guessing what would happen to him. So, I came on as GM and the first decision I made was to fire her. Of course, not a penny less than what is due in compensation. I don't know if anyone has a problem with that. Puff. Manager Lu sat on his butt on the ground, his intestines long repentant. When you look at the staff below, they are all smiling and happy. Obviously, there is a long-standing grudge against this manager Lu. Firing her now would be a big relief. Ha ha, deserved. Good job, Mr. Lin. We all listen to you. I hope the Liwa Hotel gets better and better. The meeting was adjourned. All of them left the hall in joy. Immediately thereafter, work began feverishly. With Lin Qianjin's assurance, they worked harder. All of this, of course, is predicated on a high benefits package. Looking at the entire county, such a high salary, right, is considered scorpion poop unique. Only one man walked out of the hotel as if he had lost his life and hung his head. If I had known that old Lin's son was so powerful, why did I mess with him? I'm such a cheap mouth. I've done it to myself. Alas. Snap. Manager Lu was holding the compensation in his hand, but he was not happy at all and could not wait to slap himself a few times. After all, the money is more than disposable. I won't see you later. In the past, she was in a position of power as a manager. A large part of the hotel, they all have to listen to her. It's also a comfortable paycheck of several $1,000s a month. Now, even the few security guards at the door were laughing at her. It is estimated that in 2 more years, they will be paid more than themselves. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. This old surnamed Lu just deserves what she gets. Who let her take a chicken feather for an arrow every day? Bullying this and that. I really envy old Lin for having a good son. Now, that's really honorable. Still calling old Lin? It's time to call Mr. Lin. A couple of security guards are gagging. Just then, a voice suddenly came. Brothers busy? Lin. Mr. Lin? Looking at the voice, dressed in a suit. Was it not Lin Qianjin? As the saying goes, a man is only as good as his clothes. Lin forward so primped, but also really have a bit of a boss model. However, the smile is still very affable. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, don't take it personally. Yeah, we're just talking off the top of our heads. Several security guards looked at each other with some trepidation. When he thought of manager Lu's unlucky end, he didn't dare to take a breath. Seeing this, Lin Qianjin just smiled and shook his head. Everyone, don't be polite. Just call me old Lin as before. Sounds intimate. After all, you guys helped me too. As soon as these words came out, the crowd's hearts warmed up, and they became even more grateful to Lin Xianfeng. However, they did not forget that having all of this today was due to Lin Dong next to them. Hello Mr. Kobayashi. Everyone else is rich and nibbling. The Lin family directly reversed the Big Dipper and became the old man gnawing on his son. However, this also precisely proved that Lin Dong was capable and filial. By the way son, did you tell your mom about the money you're making? She's not still at home, waiting for you to come back for dinner, is she? After Lin Qianxian gained power, he didn't forget Li Shouqin. The first thing that came to mind was calling my wife. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I went home before I came to you. Hearing this, Lin nodded forward. Then, the eyes that looked at his son were filled with pride. Unexpectedly, one day, Lin Dong actually came out on top. This caused the gloom that Lin Qianjin had felt for decades to be swept away. The previously suffocated grievances were vented. Having such a good son is better than anything. Lin Dong could not help but feel a lot of emotions as well. The family, at last, is getting over it. Chapter 117, Buying a Car. Soon, the two arrived at the parking lot. Now, Lin Xianjin finally believed that the luxury car was Lin Dong's. He circled around the car several times, touching this and looking at that, with envy in his eyes. Gee, I've never seen such a beautiful car before in all my life. It's really something to see. Son, what's the name of this car? It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Porsche Panamera. Foreign brand, not too expensive, only 3 million or so for the top version. Oh, wait, what did you say? Lin Xianjin's pupils shrank, somewhat emboldened. Over $3 million, what did you buy such an expensive car for? With that much money, you can buy a villa in our county, a whole small house. You kids, you really don't know how to save money at all. Lin Xianjin said this with his mouth, but his body was honest and couldn't help but want to sit on it and test drive it. In their family, the only four-wheeled vehicle they ever bought was still a Wuling Honda for hauling goods. Haven't touched the car since it was scrapped the year before. A 10-year veteran driver like Lin Shanshan, who hadn't driven for so long, also had a momentary itch. Dad, you like it? That must be. I've never touched such an expensive car in my life. It's up to the ancient emperor's dragon chair. Seeing this scene, how could Lin Dong not know what Lin Xianfan was thinking? Immediately speaking, he said, Dad, after dinner in a while, I'll take you to the old couple, to the 4S store in the city. For Son's store? What the hell is that? Lin Xianjin froze and stood up in fear. Son, don't do anything stupid. Being a trafficker is a way to cut off your children and grandchildren. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth twitched. I didn't realize that my own old man had never even heard of a 4S store. No wonder people think he's a dirtbag. But, just in time, take this opportunity to surprise your parents. Don't worry, Dad. I'm sure I won't do anything like that. Just wait and see. Lin nodded helplessly forward. It was hard for his son to branch out, and he certainly wasn't going to spoil the fun. Just as he was about to get out of the car, Lin Dong held him down. No need to get out of the car. Just drive. It's not much of a walk anyway. Me? Looking at the Paramera's exquisite and gorgeous interior, Lin thumped in his heart as he moved forward. The heart was apprehensive and at the same time a bit eager to try. Soon, egged on by Lin Dong, Lin stepped forward and pressed his foot on the gas pedal. Boom! The Porsche Panamera took off and ran to the Lin family. The remaining group of security guards were envious and jealous, their eyes red with envy. Alas, the old Lin family has produced such a character. Their ancestral graves are going up in smoke. Who says it isn't? Now, old Lin can finally hold his head up in front of all those brethren of his. Moments later, the Panamera pulled up downstairs. Such a cool luxury coupe, very naturally attracted the attention of a group of neighbors. Moreover, after the blind date incident, coupled with matchmaker Zhang's adding fuel to the fire, the entire building already knew that Lin Dong had made a lot of money and returned home in his clothes. Wifey, hurry up and come out. I'm downstairs, and Tone says he's going to take us out for a spin. Lin went forward without going upstairs and made a direct call. A few moments later, a thin, obviously well-groomed woman hurried down the stairs, even with lipstick. Don't look at Li Xiuqin, usually dusty, really dressed up, but there are a few points of the feeling of a rich wife. Together with the glittering phoenix jade pendant at the chest, it was even more graceful and luxurious. Here it comes. Rush it, just rush it. If it weren't for my son's sake, I'd ignore you. Li Xiuqin grumbled as she walked out of the unit building. When she saw the middle-aged man in a suit and tie, she was surprised that she didn't recognize him at once. You're old Lin? Lin Xianjin was a little embarrassed by her surprised gaze and scratched his head awkwardly. If anything, the previous Lin Shanshan was a complete bumpkin, an old folk. Now, then, he has become more or less of a boss. The essence is completely different. It won't be long before he'll be the rightful general manager of the Lihua Hotel. Okay, so many people are watching. Get in the car. Lin prodded forward. Li Xiuqin nodded. At the same time, blushing slightly, a handful of years old, and just now, she actually had a heart attack. Married to Lin Xianjin for so many years, it was also the first time she had seen him dressed so formally. Couldn't help but look at it more. The two were dressed up for the trip and were watched by a crowd of neighbors. TSK, old Lin too and his family. They are really something, driving a luxury car and wearing a suit. If you don't know, you'd think there's a big leader somewhere. Did you see that jade pendant around Xiuqin's neck? I heard it cost several $100,000. His son is really filial. Why didn't I give birth to such a good son as Lin Dong? No, I'm going to get some lessons later. Pull back. People's Lin Dong is a dragon, and your regeneration is also a worm. Along the way, Lin Xianjin really did not hold back, and told Li Xiuqin in colorful detail about what happened at the Lihua Grand Hotel today. He also showed off his gold-printed business card, his eyes narrowing with pleasure. $40 million for the purchase of the Lihua Hotel. Tell me, what's the point of spending this wasted money? You too, old Lin, why don't you advise your son? How long will it take to earn back so much money? After knowing about this matter, Li Xiuqin complained about Lin Dong's indiscriminate spending while she couldn't help but shed tears again, even somewhat incoherently. What excited her the most was that Lin Dong had arranged such a position as a general manager for Lin Xianshan. Now, their family could finally raise their eyebrows in front of the old man, and the oldest too. Ugh! Hearing the old couple crying and laughing, Lin Dong could not help but sigh. In the past, their family couldn't even have enough to eat because they didn't have any money, and they couldn't see any meat or fish. Now that he was rich, he could finally take the old couple to enjoy themselves. It's also a way to make up for all the things that were missing before. By the way, son, you said you were going to some kind of four-son store. What the hell is this place? Lin scratched his head forward, still thinking about this matter. Without waiting for Lin Dong to open his mouth, Li Xiuqin grabbed the first step and said in a bad mood, "You old man of the soil, what four-son store? That is called a 4S store. People with money buy their cars there and get them serviced and stuff. Son, are you taking the car in for maintenance?" In Li Xiuqin's opinion, Lin Dong's car is so good that it naturally needs frequent maintenance. That's why it's going to a 4S store. Unbeknownst to them, a great surprise awaited them. Dad, Mom, don't worry, you'll see when we get there. The old couple nodded and obeyed Lin Dong. I didn't realize that at my age, I could still rely on my son and have a good life. Besides, for uneducated and uneducated people like them, if they didn't listen to Lin Dong, then who would they listen to? Chapter 118, Beautiful Saleswoman. Outside the car window, the scenery changes. Within a short time, the trio arrived at the downtown Motor City. Countless brands of automobiles competed for attention for several blocks. Li Xiuqin and Lin Xianshan looked dazzled, or the first time to see this kind of world. At that moment, Lin Dong pulled into the parking lot and opened the car door for them. Son, don't you have maintenance to do? Why don't you just take the car to a 4S store? Until now, Li Xiuqin thought that Lin Dong was here to do maintenance, and did not think in the direction of buying a car at all. Lin Dong smiled faintly before revealing his purpose. Mom, who said I wanted maintenance? Come here and buy a car. Of course, my dad is a general manager now. How can he not have his own transportation vehicle, always riding a bicycle to and from work? How ugly. Li Xiuqin nodded. That's true. Even if he doesn't take it seriously himself, it doesn't sound good to talk about it. In the future, how can I talk business with those bosses? That's right. Lin Dong smiled. Then, continuing, I'm going to buy 2 cars. One for my dad and the other for you. Buy me a car too? Li Xiuqin was stunned. She did get her driver's license a few years ago, but, since retiring, she's been a housewife, so where does she use the car? Seeing that Li Xiuqin was a bit reluctant and afraid of spending money indiscriminately, Lin Dong added, with a car, you can go out with those old sisters of yours and go up to other places to play. Save me the boredom of being bored at home and being set up on blind dates every day. Li Xiuqin's old face blushed. Having said that, it's really hard to say no. At the same time, why wouldn't she want to go out for a stroll? Take a break or something? Then don't buy anything too expensive. Just a few tens of thousands of dollars for a mobility scooter. Ahem. That, you don't have to worry about. Lin Dong smiled faintly and led the two of them straight to the 4S store. When you look at the road, it's almost full of big names in the domestic and international automotive industry. Chadan, Dongfeng, Lexus. Lin Dong pondered for a moment and went straight to one of the homes. Hello sir, welcome to Mercedes 4S. Ta-da. Just as she entered, a slender, uniformed young saleswoman approached, with a dry ponytail and a swing, big watery eyes fluttering and a sweet smile. Lin Dong subconsciously glanced at the chest plate. Li Xiaoye. The saleswoman also noticed the look in his eyes. However, instead of being shy, it was greatly generous. Sir, you can just call me Li. Would you like me to introduce you to them? Or do you want to turn around on your own? In Li Xiaoye's opinion, Lin Dong, who was dragging his family along, should have been helped by his family to buy him a car. Though, this behavior, in the society is called nibbling. But who made money the master? Anyway, as long as Lin Dong's parents pay for it, who cares if he nibbles on the old man or not? He can just get the commission himself. Holding this thought, the smile on Li Xiaoye's face grew even wider. She deliberately fiddled with her fine high-heeled shoes, completely exposing her 2 slender legs wrapped under black silk to Lin Dong's eyes. Plump calves, surprisingly, without even a hint of fat. One look and you know, regular fitness workouts. Further up, underneath the compact work clothes, was a peach of a perfect body, simply the type that all men dream of. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly as his heart was clear. He, who had read countless women, could see at a glance that this female sales segment was very high, and definitely not the kind of woman who could get laid just by giving money. Maybe, the ordinary guests were sold by her and had to count the money for her. However, the more Lin Dong wanted to challenge it. After all, a goal with a keeper in it is much more fulfilling after a goal, isn't it? Noticing Lin Dong's aggressive gaze, Li Xiaoye smiled lightly, thinking that Lin Dong had already taken the bait. All she had to do now was a slight trick to sell her beauty to make Lin Dong buy a car. And then, dutifully, out of his parents' pockets, "Son, why don't we just forget about it? Your dad is a handful of years old. He doesn't need to drive such a nice car. I heard that the cheapest Mercedes costs $300,000 to $400,000. Li Xiaoqin frowned slightly, and the more she looked at the numbers on it, the more alarmed she became. On the side, Lin Qianjin chimed in. Yeah, it's a nice-looking car, but it doesn't work. It's not as good as my old van. Son, don't spend your money. Let's look elsewhere. Li Xiaoye was a bit confused. How come it sounded like it wasn't Lin Dong gnawing on his old man, and that these two old men were gnawing on him? Sir, it's not you who wants a car. It's your father? Lin Dong smiled faintly, enjoying her dismayed expression. What's the difference between me buying it, and me buying it for my father? No. Li Xiaoye's pretty face blushed slightly as she shook her head in embarrassment. Originally, it was thought that Lin Dong was a nibbler. I didn't realize that people are big bosses. Ms. Li, I don't know much about Mercedes-Benz, so please help me recommend a few. The price, right around $600,000. Lin Dong thought about it before finally settling on this number. More than $1 million. I guess Li Xiaoqin and Lin Qianqian are going to quit again. 600,000. Not too much. Not too little. Just right for them. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoye's jaw dropped when she heard this figure. Although, the older two were well dressed. But, for a short time, it is impossible to completely remove the rusticity from your bones. As a result, it's such a pair of rednecks who open their mouths to buy a $600,000 car? What? No, it's okay. It's too okay. What is your name, sir? In this matter, Li Xiaoye did not even realize that she had already been held to death by Lin Dong. Normally, she was the one who fished for kaiju and took the initiative. Now, the entire time, it was Lin Dong leading her by the nose. Even the speech was a bit stilted. Then I'll trouble Ms. Li. Noticing Li Xiaoye's shocked expression, Lin Dong faintly smiled. For $600,000, you can look at the Mercedes-Benz E-Class, Mercedes-Benz GLC, and Mercedes-Benz CLS, which not only sell very well, but also have great after-sales reviews. The car is just up ahead. After learning that Lin Dong's family was not bad, Li Xiaoye was far more enthusiastic than she was just now. He also throws a wink every now and then and talks in a whiny way. She fell in front of them, flinging her two long, slender legs, her high heels clattering, leaving Lin Dong with a flavorful back. When beautiful women like them sell, they are not afraid that you won't pay more than you can afford. In order to get the client to sign the contract as soon as possible, even some necessary sacrifices can be made. You're happy, and I've got my commission. Everyone takes what they need. Since Li Xiaoye was dressed up in such a flirtatious and flamboyant manner, she was naturally prepared to offer herself for the commission. Except that, so far, there hadn't been a single client that had come up with a number that made her heart skip a beat. While Li Xiaoye was secretly sizing up Lin Dong, Lin Dong was also speculating on Li Xiaoye's psychology. There are only two kinds of women: can get on, can't get on. Li Xiaoye clearly falls into the former category. It's just that the process is a little more complicated. Chapter 119, Test Drive. Not long after, Li Xiaoye brought the three of them to the Mercedes-Benz car exhibition area. There were quite a few people inside looking at cars, but most of them were white-collar workers and small business owners. It wasn't often that people like Lin Dong dragged their families along. Mr. Lin, and uncle and auntie, these are the cars I just mentioned. Following the direction Li Xiaoye pointed to, it was a few limousines with a three-forked star emblem car label, two minivans and an SUV, respectively. Mercedes-Benz E-Class, recognized as one of the luxury sedans, luxurious appearance, suitable for business communication, very suitable for uncle. The official guide price is $440,000 to $600,000. The Mercedes-Benz GLC, a midsize SUV with a dominant exterior and an equally impressive interior, has plenty of space and comfortable seats for a family of three. Official guide price, $420,000 to $530,000. And then there's this CLS, a midsize sedan with an official price tag of $580,000 to $690,000. Li Xiaoye introduced herself while opening the car door to let Lin Qianjin feel it for himself. After all, The car was bought for Lin's father to use. Lin Xianxian was also unquestioning, and took Li Xiuqin to look east and feel west, with the bottom line given by Lin Dong. They even dared to sit on it. Auntie and uncle don't need to rush. You can look closer. With a smile on her face, Li Xiaoye stood outside the car and peeked halfway inside to introduce the interior. Naturally, cocking one calf up, the tip of her heels nudged the car door. In the next second, Li Xiaoye's petite body suddenly shook, and her eyes stared to the maximum. At some point, there was an extra person behind her. Grabbing the roof of the Mercedes with both hands, he similarly stretched his neck to look inside. The searing heat of her body pressed right up against her back. As the man continued to squeeze inside, more and more parts of the two came into contact. At the same time, the man's unique breath blew into her ear. Li Xiaoye turned her head somewhat stiffly and realized that it was Lin Dong. The other party glanced at her and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter, Ms. Li? Is there something wrong with the car?" No, Mr. Lin, take your time." Li Xiaoye bit her lip. Clearly, she was being taken advantage of. However, looking at Lin Dong's innocent face, again, she wondered if she was being too sensitive. Lin Xianxian and Li Xiuqin didn't know what was going on and were still curiously surveying the interior of the Mercedes. Rich people know how to enjoy themselves. This interior, fantastic. In the future, when our family goes out, we'll drive this car. It will be very comfortable. The old couple was oblivious to Li Xiaoye's awkward situation. Hearing her stop talking, she even casually asked, "Ms. Li, what other features does this car have? I've heard that cars now come with seat massages. Where do you drive?" Li Xiaoye glanced at the screen and was just about to reach out and click. As a result, someone got ahead of her and pressed hard on her back. Li Xiaoye had to bend over. That little leg, which was crossed, was also raised higher. In the next moment, Li Xiaoye's body stiffened once again, because, the moment Lin Dong bent his body down, her little black silk legs were, to her surprise, caught between her opponent's legs. "I knew it. He did it on purpose. Thanks for thinking." Misunderstood him. Even, as the two of them moved more and more, she vaguely felt that something was pushing against her. After all, she didn't have much experience, so she inevitably reacted somewhat subconsciously and couldn't help but let out a pout. Well, all of a sudden, Lin Xianxian and Li Xiuqin raised their heads and looked at her suspiciously. "Ms. Li, are you okay? Why is your face so red?" "No, it's fine. It's a little hot in the car. Just turn on the air conditioning," Li Xiaoye said as she sat on her but on the passenger side, finally breaking away from Lin Dong's clutches. Seeing this, Lin Dong's mouth revealed a touch of cunning. "Let's look at the next car." After briefly introducing the Mercedes E, Li Xiaoye brought the trio to another car. Throughout the process, deliberately distanced himself from Lin Dong, fearing that the other party would do something even crazier. This guy, he even molested himself in front of his parents. His guts are too big. At that moment, Li Xiaoye brought the trio to an SUV. This GLC, compared to the Mercedes-Benz E-Class just now, is much more spacious. Even if several people sat in, Lin Dong did not have the chance to move his hands again. This reassured Li Xiaoye slightly. Unfortunately, she had still underestimated Lin Dong's methods. "Dad, since you like it so much, why don't we take it for a test drive?" Test drive? Upon hearing Lin Dong's proposal, Lin Xianxian froze for a moment first. Some stupidity ensued. Honestly, just looking at it, it really doesn't work. The only way to know if it's right for you is to actually take the car on the road. Exactly. You ask if it's okay, and if it is, go out and test drive it. Li Xiaoye frowned slightly. Test drives, no matter what 4S store, are a normal part of the process. However, coming from Lin Dong's mouth, she always felt a little insecure. "Ms. Li, if it doesn't work, forget it. Let's go back next door to BMW's 4S. Lin Dong said as he was about to open the door to get out of the car. The next moment, unsurprisingly, someone reached out with a small hand and grabbed his arm. "Mr. Lin, of course you can test drive it. Don't worry. Well, for your sake, I'll look again. Dad, since Ms. Li has agreed, you should try it yourself." Lin Dong smiled. Everything is under his control. The 4S store asked for a driver's license and went through the test drive process. After that, Li Xiuqin was coaxed into the passenger side by Lin Dong. The reasoning is that a man's co-pilot is reserved for his wife. Li Xiaoye could do nothing about it. With Lin Dong's words having come to this point, it would be really unreasonable for her to go to the front and grab a seat. "Then I'll try." The car drove out of the 4S store and onto the test drive road. Switching Lin forward to take control of the steering wheel, he only took a deep breath and carefully stepped on the gas. The Mercedes-Benz GLC drove slowly. This expensive thing does have its reasons for being expensive. This feels so much more powerful than my van. Lin nodded his head frequently forward, looking very satisfied. Li Xiuqin chimed in. Yeah, the view. It's pretty wide open. 2. Old Lin, you're long overdue for a new car. Ha ha, it's still my son who is capable. Otherwise, for the rest of my life, I'll never touch the steering wheel of this car. The old couple was immersed in excitement and joy. In the back row, Li Xiaoye was explaining to Lin forward, oblivious to the fact that a large hand had reached out. Snap! Li Xiaoye's delicate body shook. Turning his head, he saw an extra hand on his thigh. Looking up, it was none other than Lin Dong, who was also sitting in the back row. Li Xiaoye couldn't help but pout. Once again, it drew the attention of the second oldest. Ms. Li, what's wrong with you? No, it's fine. Looking at the large hand that was close at hand, Li Xiaoye frowned. It's not a good idea to stop or not to stop, and you're incredibly torn up inside. Once he shouted and displeased Lin Dong, the car would definitely not be sold. However, if Lin Dong was allowed to continue to act recklessly, who knew where else this guy's hands would touch? Chapter 120, Finding a Quiet Place. Lin, Mr. Lin. Having no choice but to grab Lin Dong's hand, Li Xiaoye looked at him with an angry face, hoping that he would not give an inch. Lin Dong had a faint smile on his face, obviously, eating her up for not daring to jump out. What's wrong? Ms. Li, is there some other feature of this car that hasn't been described? As Lin Dong said this, he used his other hand and ruthlessly pinched Li Xiaoye's slender thigh. You could feel the delicacy and richness through the black silk. In the next second, he also hooked the tip of his index finger, directly hooked an opening in the black silk, revealing the delicate white thighs. Li Xiaoye immediately lost her color. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was playing for real. She was wearing a short work skirt, which if a pair of black silk was cut open by Lin Dong and that big hand wandered further, wouldn't one's forbidden land be lost soon? No. In the next moment, Li Xiaoye's delicate body shook, and almost red-faced, she pressed down on Lin Dong's other hand to stop him from exploring further. The commotion made by the two quickly drew Li Xiaoqin's attention and subconsciously turned her head. Ms. Li, what doesn't work? Is my old man driving somewhere wrong? It's the first time he's driven such an expensive car, so if there's anything wrong, please show him more. Wow! Li Xiaoye was struck by lightning and hurriedly covered Lin Dong's hand with her folder, fearing that the other party would see her predicament. Facially, she still had to keep a smile on her face and answer Li Xiaoqin's question. Auntie, Uncle drove well. Nothing wrong. It's getting late. We'd better get back to the store. Li Xiaoqin frowned, always feeling something strange. However, Lin had already been test driving for so long and it was really time to go back to the store. In Li Xiaoqin's urging, the Mercedes-Benz SUV in love with Lin Qianqian can only be reluctant to drive the car back. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoye finally breathed a long sigh of relief. All she wants now is to get back to the forest store and out of the clutches of the devil as soon as possible. Lin Dong also knew that he had overplayed his hand a bit and could only silently pull his hand back. Phew! Noticing that her legs were much more relaxed, the stone in Li Xiaoye's heart fell to the ground. It's just that, with a big hole in her black silk, how can she see anyone? Li Xiaoye glared at Lin Dong with some grudges, but she did not dare to say anything out loud. For a while the atmosphere in the car became a bit depressing. Well, soon, Lin Forward finally drove the car back to the forest store. Phew! This car feels great. Much more power than my van. Old Lin, if we go back in this car, your elder brother and second brother will surely be eyeballing us to death, and our family will finally be able to hold our heads up. Lin Qianqian and Li Xiaoqin sang together, not to mention how happy they were. Not noticing in the slightest, Li Xiaoye had been covering the ragged hole in her black silk with a folder over her thighs. Right now, all she wanted to do was hurry up and finish negotiating her contract and change her pants. Uncles and aunts, if you think it's suitable, you can place your order now and pick up the car today. Are you guys paying full price or installments? Li Xiaoye smiled lightly and looked at the old couple with anticipation. Unexpectedly, the two of them were coincidentally looking at Lin Dong. Although, one enjoys it. However, it is still up to Lin Dong to make the decision on whether to buy this car or not. The two of them can't make the call. Seeing this, Li Xiaoye was bitter inside. When she thought of the tortures Lin Dong had inflicted on her in the car, she could not help but bite her lip. However, for the sake of the commission, she still had to lose her smile. Mr. Lin, what do you think then? Well, Lin Dong stroked his polished chin, feigning a look of indecision. In fact, the eyes never left the devilish figure of this beautiful saleswoman. Noticing the other party's wanton eyes, Li Xiaoye's cheeks once again flushed red. This guy, what does he want? Is it really necessary to eat me in front of my parents? To be honest, Li Xiaoye had been in sales for so many years, it wasn't that she hadn't seen customers who saw color. What's more, it was bluntly stated that he would buy a car if he stayed with him for one night. However, it was the first time she had seen a shameless person like Lin Dong to a degree. More crucially, in case Lin Dong backtracked and didn't want this car, Then wouldn't he have been groped by him for so long for nothing? Ms. Lee, there are too many people and too much noise here. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk about the contract? What do you think? Looking for a quiet place? Two people talking? Lee Xiaodia frowned and subconsciously hugged the folder tightly, always feeling that Lin Dong was plotting against her. However, the other party said so serious. The commission is also close at hand. There is really no reason to refuse. Okay, Mr. Lin, let's talk in the office. Aha. Lin Dong nodded slightly and looked at the old couple. Dad, Mom, you two have lunch at the store, and I'll catch up with you later when the contract is done. Lin Qianqian and Li Shouqin had no opinion and nodded their heads repeatedly. Now, they obeyed Lin Dong. Such reasonable requests are more than likely not to be refused. Not long after, Li Xiaodia walked ahead and brought Lin Dong to a conference room that was specialized in negotiating contracts. At that moment, there happened to be a customer talking to another sale. Li Xiaodia was just about to walk in when a burning breath suddenly came from her ear. Immediately afterward, someone else posted again. This time, the other side's movements were bolder. Surprisingly, he directly reached out his hands and embraced her slender waist. Lin, Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Any more of that and I'm going to yell for someone. You're harassing me. I'm calling the police. Li Xiaodia's face huffed and was very angry. Unexpectedly, the more she did, the more Lin Dong moved, even ripped right through that opening in the black silk. Rip! At that moment, Li Xiaodia's right leg was completely exposed to the air. The image was incredibly fragrant and tantalizing. Li Xiaodia's brain buzzed, and subconsciously she was about to let out a scream. Lin Dong bit the root of her ear and spoke with a smile. Ms. Li, everyone understands. I take care of your business. Shouldn't you thank me? Li Xiaodia's heart was pounding. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so blunt and revealing. Tell you what, one isn't enough. Then I'll buy another. Aren't you in the service industry to make customers happy? You're right, too. Li Xiaodia shook her head with a snort. Mr. Lin, do you think that the commission for a car is high? Might as well tell you that my commission on the sale of a Mercedes is only $500 to $3,000, and even less if it's fully paid for. It's not worth it to sell yourself out for that kind of money. Yes? The corner of Lin Dong's mouth was slightly hooked, and his expression was not the least bit flustered. If the commission isn't high, I'm willing to personally give you another $100,000 for your thoughtful service. What do you think? $100,000? Li Xiaodia's beautiful eyes opened roundly. In this moment, to be honest, her heart fluttered. It couldn't be helped. The climate wasn't working. Not many people were willing to spend money on a luxury car, and she hadn't been billed for days. If what Lin Dong said was true, then she could earn several months of salary at once. Anyway, coming out to work is all about one word. Money. There are easier ways to make money, so why not? Chapter 121, one for each person. However, for a while, Li Xiaodia was still a bit embarrassed, although she has thought that one day she might sell her body for selling her car, but she never thought that this day would come so soon. Just now, clearly so disgusted. Now, for $100,000, one has to bow down again. It's almost embarrassing. Noticing Li Xiaoya's entangled expression, Lin Dong also made an immediate decision and directly asked for her bank card number, transferring $100,000 over. Looking at the bank card balance, just Xiaodia looked a little dazed. Right at this moment, Lin Dong reached out his hand and cupped Li Xiaoya's delicate chin. Then, a forced kiss. At the same time, his hands were not idle and kept moving around. Woohoo! Li Xiaodia whimpered, and her two beautiful legs unconsciously clenched Lin Dong's thighs. Wow! It was not until the sound of the door opening came from her ears that Li Xiaodia woke up like a dream and hurriedly pushed away Lin Dong, who was hugging her. By now, her cheeks were red and her skin was hot. Lin, Mr. Lin, they're done talking. It's our turn. Good. Lin Dong smiled and nodded, not hiding his aggressive gaze. He couldn't wait to taste the cupcake. Li Xiaodia also knew what would happen next. After walking into the office, he immediately locked the door and closed the curtains along with it. Even she felt that the move was too bold and unbelievable. Outside in the hallway, people are passing by at all times. If someone finds out they're doing this kind of thing, in the future, she won't be able to lift her head. However, the arrow had to be sent. For $100,000. Spell it out. Ah! Lin Dong directly hugged Li Xiaoya and placed her on the desk. Then, very roughly, he tore the black silk to pieces. The two white, jade-like, chopstick-straight jade legs were also completely exposed. Lin, Mr. Lin, be gentle. It's my first time. Ha! Hearing these words, Lin Dong's gaze was stunned. I didn't realize that there were surprises. I would have thought that a female salesperson at a luxury car 4S store like this would have been a veteran of the game. I didn't realize that I was so lucky to have stumbled upon a fledgling. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Whether it will actually be gentler or not, God only knows. Immediately afterward, a good fight kicked off. A full hour passed. Lin Xianxian and Li Xiuqin finished eating and waited for another half a day, but did not wait for Lin Dong to come back. Couldn't help but be curious. What's going on? Didn't Xiao Dong say he was negotiating a contract? How come he's gone missing? What kind of contract takes so long to negotiate? It can't be. That woman is trying to screw our son, right? Xiuqin, don't talk nonsense. Our son earns so much money. He's capable. How can he be cheated so easily? He's the only one who fools others. No one fools him. Humph. If you were half as smart as our son, you wouldn't be doing so well. The old couple fought while waiting for Lin Dong. Between the words, but there was no semblance of fire. It was full of pride. Even they did not expect Lin Dong to be able to mix so well. In a big city like Tianhai City, where every inch of land is gold and fish and dragons are mixed together, one can also break through. Right now, and to buy them such an expensive car. It was like a dream for the older couple. Dad, Mom, are you anxious to wait? Ahem. I went to the bathroom and got delayed. Just then, Lin Dong walked out with a red face. However, looking at where he came out, it was no toilet. It was clearly an office. Immediately after that, the beautiful saleswoman came out right behind her. Just a wobbly walk and a flushed face. It was as if I had just run a marathon and was exhausted to the point of exhaustion. What happened to the talk? Son, pretty good mom. MS. Li was very welcoming and I was very happy with her service. As he said this, Lin Dong glanced back at Li Xiaoye. At that moment, Li Xiaoye's face turned even redder. Just now, several people tried to enter the office and almost found them. The excitement almost made her heart skip a beat. However, at the thought of $100,000 and 2 cars commission, Li Xiaoye immediately full of light again. The waist does not hurt, legs are not sore. Cannot wait for Lin Dong every day to visit the 4S store. That's good. That's good. Thank you, MS. Li, you've really helped us. Lin Xianxian was completely unaware of the catfight between the two. Only Li Xiuqin glanced at it and seemed to notice something strange. I clearly remembered that this girl doll was wearing stockings just now. Now, what's with the bare legs? Dad, Mom, you two get to the car. I paid for all of them. One for each. Dad, you have a Mercedes GLC and Mom, you have a Mercedes E. What? Lin Dong's words directly interrupted Li Xiuqin's rambling thoughts. Where do you care if Li Xiaoye wears black silk or not? Your mind is on the car. Son, did you really buy it for Mom? Didn't you say you'd only buy it for your dad? Goo, you kid. You're spending money for nothing again. Li Xiuqin was beaming with joy. His mouth said he was not happy, and his eyes were smiling like a crescent moon. In the whole world, which parent doesn't want his son to be successful and come back to filial piety? Ha ha, Mom, go ahead and try it. We should get home too. Aha. It wasn't long before Lin Xianxian and Li Xiuqin drove a car each and left the 4S store. Li Xiaoye also took the initiative to leave Lin Dong's contact information. I don't know if it's for work or something else. It wasn't long before the second oldest drove back to the neighborhood. Lin Dong followed closely behind in his Panamera. The 3 luxury cars simply blinded a group of neighbors when they made their entrance. If you don't know, you'd think some kid got married and rented a wedding car. Isn't this old Lin and his family of 3? How come one person is driving a car? This is a Mercedes-Benz, right? I heard that one costs $300,000 to $400,000. Is their family rich? You still don't know? The old Lin family's son made big money in Tianhai and just gave his mom a jade pendant that cost several $100,000. TSK, if I had such a son, my ancestors' graves would be smoking. 3 cars parked underneath a residential building. Not to mention the eye-catching. Lin Xianxian and Li Xiuqin were a little embarrassed and could only blush and greet their familiar neighbors. It is said that the clothes make the man. However, when it really came to this day, their old couple was a bit uncomfortable instead. Just then, a heavily made-up woman suddenly greeted them with a big smile. Uncle and Auntie, and Lin Dong, you guys are back? The woman was in her mid-20s, with a floral mid-length dress that emphasized her body advantage just right. The makeup is gaudy but not tacky, plus earrings, bags and other carefully selected ensembles. All in all, a small, beautiful woman. When they saw the 3 Lin family members return, their attitude was so warm. Hurriedly ran over and tried to assist Li Xiuqin. No. Li Xiuqin hurriedly dodged her hand, her expression in a trance. It took 2 more looks and careful identification before he finally recognized the other man. Hope Wan, why are you here? Chapter 122, like a dog. Lin Dong frowned. This woman, didn't she all but tell her that there was no chance with her? Why are you begging to block people's doorsteps? It's you? Li Xiuqin's face, likewise, drooped at once. Originally, she was quite happy to have just bought 2 luxury cars. Now, suddenly seeing this gold-digging woman, all of a sudden obscure. Having lived for so many years, how could she not guess what Huang Yuan was thinking? This woman, clearly dumped by that Mercedes-Benz fat brother, looking at Lin Dong's money want to hook their own son to take over. Yuck, ms. Huang, please stay away from our house. It's already good that I didn't blame you for the last blind date. I hope you won't continue to pester our Xiaodong. Thanks. Li Xiuqin's tone was disgusted, clearly expressing her attitude in giving an expulsion order. However, as if she hadn't heard, Huang Yuan remained all smiles and took out a box of gifts. Auntie, last time, it was really my fault, and I've been thinking of making amends and apologizing to you. It's not a holiday soon, is it? I just bought some treats. I hope you don't mind. Looking around, hope Huang buys treats that are all upscale brands. This box, how can it be a small thousand? In the past, Li Xiuqin might have hesitated, but right now, it was the kind of thing she didn't even want to look at. No need, our family doesn't lack for that. You might as well keep it for yourself. Huang Yuan's gaze was stunned. Unexpectedly, in Li Xiuqin her hot face pasted a cold ass. Sorry, she deliberately put on an aggrieved expression and said pitifully, Auntie Li, please, give me another chance. I really know I'm wrong. I genuinely like Lin Dong and want to have a good life with him. I promise to go up to the hall and down to the kitchen, cook and eat for Lin Dong every day, and give birth to a big fat boy. Li Xiuqin frowned. Why can't this woman understand human language? Xiuqin, who is she? Lin Xianjin stood next to him and spoke with some confusion. He wasn't sure what had happened before, and when he saw Huang Yuan crying and being so sincere, he was inevitably moved to compassion. After all, Lin Dong was not young, it was time to get married and have children. If Huang Yuan is really as good as she says, it's not a bad choice. Seeing that Lin Xianfang was being kept in the dark and had to be the good old boy again, Lin Dong could not sit still. Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. What kind of a mothering teacher? What kind of a good wife and mother? Is she worthy of that? Huang Yuan bit her lip. I did not expect Lin Dong to be so disgusting and direct. On the last blind date, although the two had torn their faces apart, Lin Dong had not said anything too outrageous. This time, it was right up her nose. Huang Yuan had no idea that Lin Dong did not bother with her. He was disdainful, but trying to deceive his family was something he would never allow. What do you mean by that, son? What do you mean? Lin Dong smiled coldly and said everything that had happened before in 3 words. She also made a point of emphasizing the fact that Huang Yuan was eating out of her bowl and looking at the pot, and that she had a boyfriend and still came out on a blind date. Huang Yuan's face was red for a moment and white for a while. Although, what Lin Dong said was true. Each word, like a sharp knife, plunged into her chest. However, when she thought of Lin Dong's considerable wealth and the 2 Mercedes-Benz that he had just bought, Huang Yuan had to squeeze out a hard smile and block the doorway with a shy face. It was as if Lin Dong could not leave without agreeing to go out with her. What? I can't believe there's such a thing. How shameless. Even a man of clay has a bit of fire in him. Even a notoriously good old boy like Lin Xianshan couldn't help but stare with wide-eyed indignation when he heard about what Huang Yuan had done. He could be out there taking the heat and being scolded by Manager Lu. But all of this, for the sake of my son. This Huang Yuan clearly wanted to share Lin Dong's family fortune and take advantage of the Lin family. How could he tolerate that? Lin Xianjin's brows furrowed into a chuan, his voice dull and rough. This young lady, please hurry up and leave us alone, or we'll call the police. As soon as the words fell, Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin could not help but turn their heads to look at Lin Xianfeng with a surprised expression. In their impression, Lin Xianshan had always been the recipient of any beating. What's with all the sudden stubbing out today? Could it be that money and status gave him the backbone? The whole thing seems to have been transformed. Seeing that Lin Xianshan, the only person who could possibly speak for her, was beginning to target herself, Huang Yuan couldn't sit still. Uncle and auntie, anyway, your son is still single and I'm not married, so can't we really try a relationship? Just give me a chance to do whatever I want. Huang Yuan folded her hands together with a begging face. That little look, don't even get me started. However, both Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin had already seen the snobbish nature of this woman. Now that Lin Dong has money, she's good for anything. When Lin Dong became poor, she would definitely be the first to leave. Whoever marries her as a daughter-in-law will be ruined for life. Do anything? Lin Xianjin grimaced, his voice low, not noticing his vaguely angry expression. Huang Yuan thought that things had taken a turn for the worse, and immediately smiled with her eyebrows raised. That's right, uncle. Just your word. Then get the hell out of here. As far away as you can. Before the words left his mouth, Lin went forward and yanked over the snacks that Huang Yuan had bought and threw them straight out. Seeing this scene, the crowd was confused. Lin Dong and Li Xiuqin, in particular, looked like they had hit a ghost in broad daylight. Was this the same old Lin they knew? Me what me? I'm telling you, no matter how blind our Lin family is, we will never marry a woman like you. Not in this lifetime. Lin Shanxian spoke decisively, without the slightest room for discussion. Marrying a wife is a lifelong endeavor. Being pretty is secondary to being virtuous. A woman like Hope Huang is clearly not the type. At that moment, Huang Yuanyuan blushed and had no place to go. Seeing that Lin Dong's family had rejected her, how could she still have the face to stay here? Can't leave empty-handed. Though, let me go. Alright, what about the fancy treats I bought? You've ruined it all. Pay up. 10, no, $20,000. 20,000? How dare you? For a while, Li Xiuqin became even more fed up with this credulous woman. This went on, and the price of the treats went up 20 times in her mouth. Do you really think that their family is a fool? Unfortunately, Huang Yuanyuan had underestimated Lin Dong's determination. 20,000 huh? Okay, I'll give it to you. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly, and without any concern, he pulled out a pile of cash from his wallet and counted 200. The moment she saw the pile of bills, Huang Yuanyuan's eyes went straight. Just when she was a little lost in thought, Lin Dong suddenly waved his hand in a big way and flung out 200 banknotes. It's raining bills straight away. $20,000. No more, no less. Go pick it up yourself and leave me alone from now on. Got it? Get out. Huang Yuanyuan screamed and panicked, bending down to pick up the money. That wagging tail looks like a dog. Chapter 123, Class Reunion. Back home, Lin Xianjin suddenly realized that the way his wife and son looked at him was a little different. It used to be hateful. Now, in addition to surprise, there was surprisingly so much admiration. Lin Xianjin couldn't help but blush in his old face and scratched his head in some embarrassment. You too, what are you always looking at me for? I don't have a mole on my face either. Li Xiuqin covered her mouth and snickered, giving him a thumbs up. Old Lin, for the first time in all the years I've been married to you, I think you're a man. What? Lin froze forward. How does that sound? How does that sound a little off? If he's not a man, can he be a pussy? Ahem, Dad. What my mom means is that you're finally toughing it out. Lin Dong smiled from the side. Li Xiuqin's words are, indeed, ambiguous. That's like the general manager of the Lihua Hotel. A bit of leadership. Ha ha. Lin laughed heartily forward, clutching the keys to the Mercedes in his hand and feeling the hot gold business card in his pocket. He couldn't help but straighten his back. Son, it's thanks to you that Dad is able to be where he is today. From now on, you will be the backbone of our family, and the pride of both of us. Aha! Li Xiuqin kept nodding her head, so excited that her eyes turned red. Lin Dong also could not help but feel a lot of emotions. Smilingly said, Dad, Mom, in the future, you do not have to work so hard for labor. Enjoy the blessings into. Hearing this, the old couple couldn't help but burst into tears. Xiao Dong, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Wait, I'll go and fry a few dishes. I'll help, the older two said, scrambling inside the kitchen. Lin Dong took all of this in and warmth surged in his heart. Just then, a phone call suddenly came in. Who's looking for me at this hour? Lin Dong frowned slightly, thinking that something had happened on the side of Tianhai nightclub. Whoever thought that when you pick up your cell phone, the caller is someone else? Hello, is this Lin Dong? You are. I'm Su Chunlai. I was at your table. Ring any bells? Oh, come to think of it. Lin Dong nodded. This Su Chunlai is his high school classmate, also did 2 years at the same table, is considered a bit of friendship. However, ever since high school graduation and Lin Dong's admission to Tianhai University, the two had broken off contact. Su Chunlai has been mixing in the county hometown, and I don't know if he has mixed a reputation. Chunlai, what can I do for you? Hey, isn't this the 8th anniversary of graduation? We're going to organize a class reunion. See if you have time? Class reunion? Lin Dong frowned. He'd heard of 5th and 10th anniversaries, not 8th and reunion. Then, on second thought, he guessed what was going on. It couldn't have been organized by class president Niu Daon, could it? How do you know? On the other end of the phone, Su Chunlai froze for a moment. Lin Dong hummed lightly and narrowed his eyes slightly. Class president Niu Daon. His father is the director of a furniture factory in Castle Peak County. The family has millions of dollars. People grow tall and strong. In their class is very appealing. The biggest characteristic is the love of pretending. That age group, vanity are strong. Niu Daon nature is no exception. Often with their own Apple phone, Nike shoes bought in the class to show off. Even if you brag about yourself, you're still suppressing others. Ordinary families like Su Chunlai and Lin Dong were often despised by him. Motionless, he mocked the two men for dressing rustic and being hicks. They also purposely make a fool of themselves in front of their classmates to gain favor with the girls. At that time, Lin Dong was weak in nature. If it were now, he would certainly not let the other party off the hook. Lin Dong, are you going or not? If you don't go, I won't go either. This Nyo Daeong, he's not holding back any good farts. I've heard that he's going to take over his dad's job as factory manager soon. He says it's a class reunion, but in reality, he just wants to play a big wave in front of us. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Just as he was about to refuse, Su Chunlai suddenly changed his words. By the way, I heard that the class flower, Shang Jiajiu, is also going. She's beautiful now. You've never seen it. That look, like a movie star. Sang Jiajiu? Lin Dong's pupils contracted as the image of an innocent ponytailed girl wearing a school uniform appeared in his mind. Willowy eyebrows, a melon face, and a pair of seductive peach blossom eyes. At that time, many boys pursued her, but Shang Jiajiu has high eyes and can't look at anyone. Lin Dong was not immune to vulgarity, and had why-whyed many times, fantasizing about something happening with her. However, because his family was penniless, Lin Dong could only keep these thoughts in his heart and did not dare to put them into action. 8 years have passed, and I don't know what Shang Jiajiu is like now. Hey, I knew that you boys would be impressed. Tomorrow night, 808 Sky Dragon Hotel. No, see you there. Su Chunlai did not give Lin Dong a chance to refuse and directly hung up the phone. Although he had not met for many years, he still knew Lin Dong very well. This kid. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile. Subsequently, put the matter on the agenda. Su Chunlai said that Shang Jiajiu now looks like a star. He'd like to see how pretty it was. What's so happy? Son, the food is ready. Come and eat. Not long after, Li Xiuqin made another big table full of dishes. All of them are what Lin Dong loves to eat. Lin Dong was also nonchalant and immediately picked up his chopsticks. Time turned to the next night. The sun had just gone down when Su Chunlai called impatiently. Afraid of not coming and making a fool of myself alone. With Lin Dong around, at least there was something to look after. Soon, Lin Dong drove the Primera to the Tianlong Hotel. Though, it's not as decorated or large as the newly opened Liwa, but, as an established restaurant in the county, you can't fault it, either by word of mouth or taste. So, weddings and birthday parties are often held here. Lin Dong had just parked his car, and within a moment, he saw a lewd figure, playing with his cell phone. Su Chunlai. Su Chunlai was startled, snapping his head up. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Dong, a question mark written all over his face. You are, me, Lin Dong. It's only been a few years and you don't even recognize me? You're Lin Dong? Su Chunlai was dumbfounded. He looked Lin Dong up and down, unable to find the appearance of the poor boy back then. It was almost like a cockney, revealing nobility in his speech and demeanor. Not to mention, even the skin was much whiter than those of them who did hard labor. Dongzi, are you rich? Why are you dressed so handsome? I can't even recognize you. Su Chunlai was telling the truth. Compared to Lin Dong, he was a bumpkin. Not much has changed from when I was in high school. Lin Dong smiled faintly. It's not unusual for things to change a little bit as time goes by. Chapter 124, The Class Flower. Gee, talking is more leveled than ever. Su Chunhua sked and did not take his eyes off Lin Dong. That look was like seeing the sun come out of the west with an incredulous face. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and revealed an expression of sudden realization. You boy, couldn't it be that when you heard that Shang Jiajiu was coming, you specially spent a lot of money to primp it up? Ha ha, Lin Dong smiled faintly, neither admitting nor denying it. Although, he didn't dress up for anyone in particular. However, he did wonder what that class flower looked like now. Hey, I got you. Come on, everyone should be here. Let's go in too. Su Chunlai walked in front and led Lin Dong to 808. The rooms are decorated in gold and expansive. By this time, a number of high school classmates had already arrived. It was being crowded around a man with a big belly. The man was about the same age as Lin Dong, but was dressed in an old-fashioned manner and wore a large gold chain around his neck. Looks like a thug. Those classmates gathered around him were dressed just very plainly, and their faces wore smiles of obsequiousness and currying favor. De Yong, congratulations, you've officially inherited the family business and become the factory manager. Yeah, I knew in high school that in the future, you'd definitely be more successful than us. Now that I look at it, I really didn't look at the wrong person. Do you have any open positions there? I just lost my job. Can I go join you? Ha ha, well said. Nyo Daeon nodded his head, his big gold chain following with a flutter, very receptive to the flattery of these people. Everyone eat openly today, drink whatever you want. I'll pay for all the consumption. Isn't a class reunion all about having fun? Well said. Let's drink to Daeon. Oh no, plant director Nyo. Before the words were out of his mouth, a good man had already raised his glass. At his call, the crowd responded by raising their glasses. A classmate even poured wine for Nyo Daeon. If you didn't know, you'd think he'd hired a secretary. However, while Nyo Daeon sipped his wine with his mouth, his eyes kept glancing towards a corner. There sat a woman, about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a long white dress that emphasizes the figure, 2 lotus root arms with snowy skin, and black hair like a waterfall resting behind the jade back. Under the arched eyebrows, a pair of eyes were clear and soulful. The nose is small and straight, and the pink lips are slightly raised. Combined with her tall and slender figure, and elegant demeanor, she is like a fairy in a painting. It's no wonder that Nyo Daeon can't stop thinking about it and has his eyes on someone else. Jiao, Dan Yang is buying. Why don't you drink? Yeah, don't you give any face at all? A few of the lapdogs looked at each other and immediately lobbied. Unexpectedly, Shang Jiao just smiled and shook her head. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cold. I took a cephalosporin, so I won't be drinking today. Forget it, everyone doesn't need to be persuaded. Jiao's body is important. Seeing Shang Jiao's refusal, Nyo Daeon immediately stood out as the good guy and waved his hand at everyone. Afterward, he asked with great concern, Jiao, if you're not feeling well, why don't you? I'll send you back to rest first? I'm parked outside, just bought a BMW. Passenger side hasn't been taken yet. Hearing the word BMW, Shang Jiao frowned slightly. Recently, she was fretting about her substandard performance. If Nyo Daeon can help him out and buy a house. Soon after, Shang Jiao shook her head, looking for Nyo Daeon's help. The other party will inevitably hit the snake on the stick. She wasn't so bad as to trash herself for that commission. It turns out that after graduating, Shang Jiao went into real estate sales, signed a lot of orders with a good profile. However, these last few months have been a bit stressful in terms of performance. It's the end of the month, and there's still a delay in buying a house. This reunion was also on her mind in case it was an opportunity. I didn't realize that most people came to hold Nyo Daeon's stinking feet, and there were not many at all who had the need to buy a house. Is it possible that one has to come all the way here for nothing? Just then, yo, the big guys are all here. Sorry for the delay, I'm a little late. 2 figures hurried through the door. The former, which everyone recognizes at once, is Su Chunlai, who works as an odd-job man in some small company in the county. The man who followed him was somewhat of a stranger. Chunlai, this is. Nyo Daeon frowned slightly. For some reason, a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose, especially, seeing the other party's dress and the noble air between his hands and feet made him unconsciously shorter. When Nyo Daeon asked, the rest of the people did not dare to pick up the conversation and were waiting for Su Chunlai to answer. In the next moment, Shang Jiao in the corner suddenly brightened up and blurted out, "Are you, Lin Dong?" Oh, Lin Dong looked at Shang Jiao with interest. Unexpectedly, Shang Jiao recognized him at a glance. Moreover, Su Chunlai really didn't lie to himself. Compared to this group of pheasants, Shang Jiao is really refreshing. And, like a peach, much riper. Ha, it's still class flower who has a good memory and remembers me. Lin Dong smiled faintly and waved towards everyone. Soon, someone noticed the watch that Lin Dong was wearing. Patek Philippe. I'll go. Lin Dong, you've gotten rich. This watch, at least $2 to $3 million, right? What? Hearing these words, everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Lin Dong with a shocked expression. As far as I can remember, Lin Dong's family is very ordinary, and both his mom and dad are ordinary laborers. Moreover, according to people in the know, Lin Dong stayed in Tianhai after graduating from university. But, not a good mix. How could he afford a Patek Philippe? In the middle of the field, Nyo Daeon's face didn't look too good. He organized this high school reunion for 2 reasons. For one thing, he wanted to widely publicize his becoming a factory manager and play hard to get. The second is that he wants to meet his dream girl, Shang Jiao, and find a chance to take it. Now that's good. Lin Dong suddenly killed out and stole all the limelight. Even Shang Jiao looked at him differently. However, in front of Shang Jiao, he didn't immediately snap. Instead, he spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Lin Dong, just come. It's not like everyone doesn't know what's going on in your family. As to buy a fake watch and run here to act like a pussy? A fake watch? Hearing these words, the crowd, who had been filled with astonishment just a moment ago, suddenly came back to their senses. Castle Peak County is so big, it can't hide any secrets. A few days ago, there are people in the food market had a chance encounter with Li Xiuqin, in order to cheapen a few cents, and the vendor argued red in the face. Lin Dong's father, Lin Qianqian, also works as a security guard at the newly opened Liwa. If Lin Dong had made a lot of money, how could their family still be living on such a tight budget? The only reasonable explanation was that Lin Dong had bought a fake watch and swollen his face. Shang Jiao similarly frowned slightly. I thought it would be a good idea to be impressed. So, it's all fake? Chapter 125, it's definitely a fake watch. Holy, so it's a fake watch. I knew Lin Dong didn't have the strength. Who doesn't know who everyone is? Only to the banquet chicken-feathered costumes. All classmates are loaded with chicken feathers. Today is Danyang's treat, so let's not talk about these unhappy ones. Lin Dong, You and Chunlai hurry up and sit down. For a while, the crowd sneered and mocked, not giving Lin Dong a chance to explain. However, Lin Dong knew that even if this watch was real, these dog legs of Neo Daeon had 10,000 ways to prove that it was fake. There's no point in talking nonsense with these people. Linden, where do we sit? Having arrived so late, there were already few seats available, especially next to Neo Daeon. Most of the people piled in. It was at this moment that someone faintly spoke. Lin Dong, my side happens to be empty. Why don't you sit here? Looking around, the speaker was Shang Jiajia. Thanks. Lin Dong nodded and walked straight over. Afterward, Shang Jiajia moved to make way for a seat. Seeing this scene, all the men, including Su Chunlai, couldn't help but feel a pang of redness in their eyes. However, thinking that Neo Daeon was still present, everyone was relieved again. With Neo Daeon here, what's the use of Lin Dong tossing and turning? In the end, it's still not as rich as others. Today, Shang Jiajia can't escape Neo Daeon's Five Fingers Mountain. Soon, Neo Daeon came to Lin Dong for a drink. However, the moment he opened his mouth, it was clipped and full of contempt. Lin Dong, haven't seen you for so many years. What are you busy with? I've heard people say that you've been working in Tianhai, so you should have made a lot of money, right? After all wearing such expensive watches. Ha ha, the crowd laughed at this statement. None of them looked at Lin Dong with a teasing expression. In their eyes, even if Lin Dong was dressed well, he was still a poor boy. Who made him notoriously poor in high school? Now, it's probably not much better. Facing the teasing gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong was lighthearted. Nothing, just a little business of my own. Opened a couple nightclubs, bars and stuff, and business was okay. A nightclub? A bar? The crowd froze and couldn't help but frown. Good lord, that's a lot of bragging rights. 2. How much does it cost to open a bar and nightclub in Tianhai City? Moreover, listening to Lin Dong, not only did he open a nightclub, it was quite large in scale. Ha, what a way to stick it in your face. And a nightclub? Why don't you say you're a billionaire? That is, it's only been a few years. Why don't you blush when you talk nonsense? I see, you are serving dishes inside a nightclub, right? No wonder you dress up like this. In case you get hit on by a rich woman someday, you'll be able to eat and drink for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. The group of people laughed loudly, all feeling that Lin Dong was playing the big tail. Even Su Chunlai was somewhat unable to listen. Lin Dong, it's almost time. We're all classmates. What's there to be ashamed of? Look, don't I still moonlight as a delivery boy at night? To earn money. No shabby. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that Su Chunlai would relieve himself. On the other side, Shang Jiaozhou hadn't opened her mouth since the beginning. Just listening to the conversation, things are not as they should be. She was like this in high school, nicknamed Iceberg Beauty. It is also because of this coldness, giving people a feeling that can only be seen from afar. Lin Dong was one of those once. But now, money gave Lin Dong confidence. Jiaozhou, what have you been up to lately? As I recall, I think you worked right out of high school? Lin Dong smiled and took the initiative to open his mouth to strike up a conversation, not paying any attention to these people like Neo Daeon. Neo Daeon's face was a bit ugly. He had taken the initiative to come to Lin Dong for a drink, and he had gone to flirt with women instead. The point is, it's still your own goddess that you're teasing. How could he bear this? Neo Daeon stared at Lin Dong with a deadly stare, calculating that he would fix him up later and make him lose face. At this time, Shang Jiaozhou faintly opened her mouth. I am now doing sales in East Lake Pisan. If you are interested, you can come and take a look. Without waiting for Lin Dong to reply, a few dog legs exploded first. The other side of the East Lake? That villa area. The cheapest set of villas there costs $2 to $3 million, and the people who live there are either rich or noble. I won't be able to live in a villa in my life. Brother Nyo, you can consider it instead. A few of the doglegs were talking while pouring wine for Neo Daeon. Neo Daeon frowned slightly, his heart incomparably tangled. He kind of heard it. Shang Jiaozhou performance pressure, urgent need to sell a house, but the houses on the other side of the East Lake are too expensive. A villa, for starters, costs $2 million. He had just taken over the furniture factory and had a family fortune of a few $1,000,000. Much more than most, but not enough to buy 2 villas. Is it really worth shelling out so much money to chase a woman? Just as the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and there was some silence for a while, a flat voice suddenly rang out. Sure, no problem. I'm thinking of getting mom and dad a bigger house. A villa would be great. Why don't you make an appointment sometime and I'll go check it out? Looking around, the person who spoke was none other than Lin Dong. Everyone instantly exploded, especially Neo Daeon, who was red in the face. This Lin Dong, where is he buying a villa? It's clearly an excuse to harass Sang Jiaozhou. Jiaozhou, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a wage earner. Where did he get the money to buy a villa? This kid doesn't have good intentions. Don't fall for his tricks. Nyo Daeong was so anxious that he jumped up and down, afraid that his goddess would be taken by this guy first. A group of classmates were also watching the fun and were up in arms. Lin Dong, you really don't know what's good for you. People's Jiajiao just said it casually, and you really dare to take it. That's right, and a date to see the house. I see, you want to see the people, don't you? Quite a big man, full of empty words, not as honest as Su Chunlai, at least know to deliver takeaways to subsidize the family. Exactly, I'm ashamed of you. Seeing so many people accusing Lin Dong, Nyo Daeong inwardly breathed a long sigh of relief, after which, he sneered at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, why have you suddenly returned to Castle Peak? If you can't make it in Tianhai, why don't you come to my furniture factory? For a month, it's $5,000 or $6,000 anyhow. You can still live at home and save a fortune on rent. A handful of years old, don't talk nonsense all day. With that kind of effort, why don't you just drive a few more screws? Maybe, 30 or 50 years down the road, you can still buy a suite in our county. Hearing these words, the crowd nodded their heads. Su Chun on the side was also red in the face. With this scene, he was embarrassed for Lin Dong. In his place, he would have lost his face a long time ago. Unexpectedly, after hearing Lin Dong's words, Shang Jiajiu was first stunned for a moment. Then, surprisingly, a rare light smile appeared. Sure, I'm free all tomorrow. Let's add a WeChat and keep in touch. Chapter 126, A Dead Duck's Mouth. When these words came out, everyone froze in their tracks. For his part, Lin Dong's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth hooked. Okay, then you add me. Seeing Shang Jiajiu and Lin Dong exchanging contact information, Nyo Daeong could no longer hold back an end. Let's call today's party a night. It's almost time. Everyone go back to your homes, and we'll see each other again. Seeing Nyo Daeong angry, everyone looked at each other, but don't dare say anything more. They also knew who this was all because of and could not help but curse Lin Dong's ancestors in their hearts. Soon, the party ended halfway through. Many people still come together around Nyo Daeong, hoping to get a good job in his furniture factory or borrow some money or something like that. Unfortunately, Nyo Daeong's mind was not on them at all. A few moments later, after searching for half a day, he finally found Shang Jiajiao's figure. Jiajiao, aren't you not feeling well? Let me take you back. My BMW is in the parking lot. Unexpectedly, Shang Jiajiao ignored Nyo Daeong and instead kept staring somewhere. Following her gaze, it was a black coupe with a racy shape and a Tianhai City license plate. Compared to it, Nyo Daeong's 200,000 to 300,000 yuan BMW is simply a younger brother and can't get on the stage. This, Nyo Daeong froze at first. Then, in order to save face, he hastened to find a remedy. Isn't this my brother's car? Why is it parked here? Your brother? Yeah, Jiao Jiao. This car belongs to a buddy of mine. He just came back from Tianhai. As soon as the words fell, a voice that was familiar, with a few moments of lethargy, suddenly came from behind him. Plant Director Nyo, how come I didn't know I had you as a friend? Nyo Daeong's heart thumped and he couldn't help but gulp. He's just making it up as he goes along to get in Shang Jiajiao's good graces. I didn't realize that the owner of the car was right next to it. This time, it's kind of a kick in the teeth. Lin Dong, how come it's you? Just as Nyo Daeong was getting jittery, he turned his head back but realized that the person who had spoken was actually Lin Dong. Several of the students froze as well. This Lin Dong, is there something wrong with his brain? Even if he wears a fake watch. Now, he says this luxury car is his. It's just never ending. Shang Jiajiao similarly furrowed her brows. Originally, she still had a good feeling towards Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong, in order to make a splash, had spoken up and said that this Porsche Panamera was his. For a moment, the little bit of good feeling Shang Jiajiao had vanished. This man, who is full of, is also so unreliable. Lin Dong, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Just now, we didn't poke you because we were giving you face. Don't give us face. That's right. Didn't you hear Brother Daeong say that this car belongs to his friend? Looking at the entire Castle Peak County, how many people can afford to drive this car? Only Brother Daredevil at this level can be a brother to such a big boss. A few classmates had a burst of boasting, blowing Nyo Daeong into a flutter of oblivion. He immediately straightened his chest and said in a jarring voice, "That's right, don't ask around. Our Castle Peak County, is there anyone I don't know? This car is my buddy's. When, at first, he bought this car, he specifically asked my opinion. In the end, it cost over $1 million. The crowd was in an uproar at these words. All sorts of cupping ensued. Brother Dare is awesome, worthy of being Brother Dare. The other party has to specifically consult your opinion on such an important matter. Yeah, Brother Dare, can you introduce us?" Seeing the crowd begin to rise, Nyo Daeong almost cursed. I was just saying that. Where do I know the owner of the car? However, Right at this moment, Nyo Daeon suddenly realized that Shang Jiajiu was actually watching himself as well. Seemingly, there is a lot of interest in the owner of this Porsche Panamera. The villas she's selling now are targeted at this kind of rich people. A luxury car of more than $1 million has been bought, and the villa on the other side of the East Lake. Surely there is no problem. Greeting Shang Jiajiao's eager gaze, Nyo Daeon coughed twice and said in a dignified manner, "Don't be anxious, my buddy should still be inside eating. Why don't I give him a call and ask?" In full view of everyone, Nyo Daeon took out his latest folding cell phone, pressed it a few times in a decent manner, and put it to his ear. Everyone subconsciously quieted down and waited for the call to go through. Only Lindong held his arms with an expression of waiting for a good show. "Load. Keep loading. Let's see how long you can keep pretending." Unsurprisingly, Nyo Daeon called half the time, but didn't even get through the phone. Finally, a feigned sigh of helplessness. "Sorry guys, my friend is probably drunk. This phone doesn't work. Why don't we talk about it later?" "Okay, it'll have to do." The crowd nodded with some disappointment. However, there was no doubt about Nyo Daeon, who let him have a furniture factory and mix the best within these classmates. He was the only one who had the qualification to know the owner of the car. A touch of loss flashed between Shang Jiajiao's brows and she slightly lowered her head. It seemed that she had no chance of taking this client. Just then, Lindong slowly walked to the door of the Panamera. "Lindong, what are you doing? Didn't you hear them? This car is over $1 million. We can't afford to pay for it if it gets bumped." Seeing Lindong's actions, Su Chunlai was startled and panicked as he was about to pull Lindong back. It really did not want to see that Lindong was taking such a big risk in order to act like a bully. $1 million or so, that's enough for him to earn a lifetime. "Lindong, what are you doing? That's my friend's car. I'm warning you, stay away from the car." Nyo Daeon also chided loudly. Earlier, he had said in front of everyone that the car belonged to his friend. Now, of course, we must be righteous and defend our brothers. Everyone else was kept in the dark, and by this time, they were speechless. "Our class, how did we get such an oddball? Yes, it's okay to be poorly mixed up. It's a disgrace to have to puff up your face. Brother Dare, what's the point of caring about people like this? Just call the police." "That's right, maybe, when your friend finds out, he'll even remember you as a favor." Hearing this proposal, Nyo Daeon's expression was slightly unnatural. If he really called the police, when they came, wouldn't the fact that he didn't know the owner of the car come undone? When the time comes, shame on you. Seeing Nyo Daeon dawdling, the corner of Lindong's mouth rose slightly. "Come on Nyo Daeon, don't flail around here. Returning your friend's car. Let me ask you, that friend of yours, where is he now?" Nyo Daeon was half choked by Lindong. "But, still a dead duck. Didn't I just call? It didn't go through. He must be busy. Besides, what's it got to do with you?" Chapter 127, How is it possible? Lindong has become a rich man? "Oh, who says you can't get through? My phone's always on. I don't see you calling?" Lindong said smilingly and pulled out his cell phone. Sure enough, it turned on and everything was fine. Nyo Daeon frowned. This Lindong, did he just run out of the mental hospital and hasn't taken his medication yet? To this day, it's amazing that he says the car is his. Next to him, Shang Jiajia couldn't look at it anymore. "Forget it, a little thing, no need to argue. I'll just take a cab back myself. I don't need a ride from anyone." As soon as the words fell, Lindong suddenly walked towards Shang Jiajia. Then, in front of everyone, he grabbed the small, soft, boneless hand. "Lindong, what are you doing?" Shang Jiajia winced and looked at Lindong with disbelief. For a moment, he forgot to draw back his hand. Meanwhile, everyone else looked dumbfounded, especially Nyo Daeon, instantly red in the face and thick in the neck, so angry that he looked like a maddened old bull. His nose was about to smoke. "Lindong, let go of me." Unfortunately, Lindong acted as if he did not hear it, and only Shang Jiajia was left in his eyes. "Old classmate, it's getting late. It's better if I drive you back." "Just in time. Didn't we have an appointment to see the house tomorrow?" "Wait, it could go deeper in the car." "Lindong, you." Shang Jiajiao's face burned and her cheeks flushed. Even if she was stupid, she could hear that Lindong was molesting himself. Drip, swish. Just then, two frog-like headlights swished on. It shines so brightly that everyone can't open their eyes. Immediately after, Lindong lightly opened the passenger door and made an inviting gesture. "Please, old school." At this moment, the entire room was dead silent. It was as if everyone had been caught by the throat and could not utter a single sound. Countless gazes were focused on Lindong. Shocker, regret, unbelievable. Various expressions appeared on the faces of the crowd. Nyo Daeon's mouth was even wider, big enough to stuff an egg in. How is this? How is this possible? Fake. Definitely fake. Nyo Daeon was completely unable to accept such a fact and felt a wave of suffocation. As for Shang Jiajio, After a moment of shock, unprecedented ecstasy appeared on her pretty face. Lin Dong, is this car really yours? How can that be a lie? So you're talking about the house. Lin Dong smiled faintly, ignoring the presence of the others, and tightly grasped Shang Jiajiao's small hand. A gentleman's word is a promise, and this villa, I'm definitely going to buy it. We'll see it tomorrow, and if it's a good fit, we can sign the contract on the spot. Hearing this, Shang Jiajiao immediately blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Lin Dong's fiery eyes. As the saying goes, money talks. If you can't push it, you don't have enough money. Don't look at Nyo Daeon took over the furniture factory, bragging that there are millions of family assets. In fact, half of it is plant and equipment that can't be moved. Otherwise, it wouldn't just drive a 200,000 to 300,000 BMW. On the contrary, Lin Dong drove a car worth over $1 million. It means that he is worth at least tens of millions of dollars, if not more. Such a thick leg. Cootie, I'm not hugging you. Dongzi, did I hear you right? This car is really yours? Next to him, Su Chunlai was also confused, shivering, like he's seen a ghost. You kid, you're too good at hiding, aren't you? I thought you were as miserable as me. Ha ha, sorry Chunlai, I'm to blame for this. I'll talk to my dad and you can report to the Lihua Hotel tomorrow. It just so happens that the lobby manager's position is vacant. Hearing this, everyone stared wide-eyed. Lin Dong's father, Lin Qianqian, isn't he a security guard at the Lihua Hotel? What's with the lobby manager? Lin Dong also spoke in a shocking manner. Immediately after that, it faintly opened its mouth. I forgot to tell you. Yesterday, I have already dished out the Lihua Hotel. Now, the general manager is my father. It wasn't much. It cost $40 million. Lin Dong spoke lightly, not noticing that Su Chunlai's head was about to explode. The other students were even more dumbfounded, looking at Nyo Daeon again. His face was red and black, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in on the spot. Where can I see the smugness of a moment ago? Okay, thanks Lin Dong, you're really my buddy. Su Chunlai wept with joy. If not for the fact that Lin Dong was still holding Shang Jiajiao's small hand, he almost wanted to pounce on her for a hug. Okay, that's it. I'll take Jiajiao back first. Lin Dong coldly smiled as his disdainful gaze swept across the room. At this moment, not a single person dared to meet his eyes. None of them lowered their heads consciously and were filled with shame. They flattered Nyo Daeon for half a day, calling Nyo factory director with one mouthful. As a result, he was nothing compared to Lin Dong, driving a 200,000 to 300,000 broken BMW. He also wanted to ride on Lin Dong's face. It's like the clown of clowns, the mannequin in McDonald's. Lin Dong, no, sorry, we were all joking just now. Don't take it personally. Lin Dong, is the hotel still hiring? I can go as a tray server. As a security guard, sweeping toilets is fine. Please, give me a chance. You're a big man. Don't be a generalist with us. These high school classmates who had been sneering at Lin Dong just a moment ago had a direct 180-degree turn in attitude. Each one bowed and slaved. There's no way around it. In this materialistic society, money is everything. Oh, no need. Lin Dong smiled and waved his hand. The hotel is still staffed enough. And besides, there aren't that many rich women to take care of business. You guys, right? Hearing this, a group of students couldn't keep their faces up. Seeing that this group of people were groundless and dumbfounded, Lin Dong smiled. Afterwards, he looked at Nyo Daeon who was mortared in place, not returning to his senses. Plant manager Bull? Nyo Banchang? Ha! Nyo Daeon was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that Lin Dong was calling himself. In the next moment, a smile worse than tears hardened on his face and he subconsciously bent over. Linden, what are the instructions? It's okay, I'm just telling you that if you're interested in watches, you can go to a watch store and have a long look, save it for later, and look away. Lin Dong shook his right hand as he spoke. In the light of the headlights, the Patek Philippe mirrors are eye-catching and sparkling, and every hand is clearly visible. Obviously, it looked unremarkable before. However, right now, when worn on Lin Dong's hand, it revealed incomparable luxury and nobility. Hearing these words, Nyo Daeon blushed and shrunk his neck. Good. At this moment, Nyo Daeon's intestines were green with remorse. Just now, if he didn't act that way, he would have exchanged good feelings with Lin Dong. Maybe, through Lin Dong, he could meet some big bosses. With his furniture factory, he could definitely take it to the next level. Now, that's not even a thought. Soon, in the crowd's complicated gazes, Lin Dong brought Shang Jiajiao and left. Chapter 128, Sending Home. Watching the Paramouras taillights disappear from sight, the group looked at each other with regret. If they were to be blamed, they could only blame them for having the eyes to recognize MT. Tai and wasting this life-changing opportunity. In stark contrast to them was Su Chunlai, who was jumping up and down. This is how old me became the lobby manager of the Lihua Hotel. Ha ha, thanks to Lin Dong, worthy of being my iron buddy. This is great. Finally I don't have to get up early to deliver. I'm going to go home and tell my mom the happy news. Before the words fell, Su Chunlai pedaled his bicycle and left. The others looked like they had eaten fly poop. Their bodies were uncomfortable and their faces were ugly. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. Their own failure was certainly hard to bear, but Su Chunlai's success made them even more envious and jealous. In the meantime, Porsche Panamera car. Lin Dong held the steering wheel with one hand and looked at the passenger side every now and then. There was a time when he only dared to look at this class flower adult from afar. Now, finally, I can appreciate her beauty up close. Maybe there's a chance to break through that window pane. Lin Dong, thank you. Shang Jiaojiao smiled, exhaling like an orchid as she spoke. If it wasn't for you, Niu Daon would definitely still be pestering me. And, thanks to you, it's the first time I've been in such a fancy car, and it sure is different. Lin Dong smiled faintly, just a show of hands. If you want to sit down, you can do it every day from now on. Hearing this, Shang Jiaojiao seemed to have thought of something and looked despondent. No, I can't. Sorry, I'm married. What? Lin Dong froze violently and frowned tightly. He'd never heard that the other guy was married. Noticing Lin Dong's shock, Shang Jiaojiao also lowered her head, somewhat ashamed. Shortly after graduation, Mom and Dad let me marry. As you know, I don't have a great family situation. On the way, Shang Jiaojiao narrated. Like Lin Dong, she was from an ordinary working family. Parents work hard all year to earn a living wage at best. All the other girls had money to buy dolls, but she didn't even have a few new clothes. It is also because of the family's poverty that Shang Jiaojiao has her heart set on finding a rich husband and changing her life. Finally, a few years after graduating from high school, she was introduced to her now husband through a relative. The other party owns a chain of supermarkets and restaurants in the county and has a family fortune in the tens of millions. Shang Jiaojiao's parents agreed to the marriage directly without asking her opinion for the high bride price. Shang Jiaojiao was powerless to fight and could only marry. Soon after, a daughter was born. I didn't think it would be good for long. Within 2 years, the business of supermarkets and restaurants fell off because of poor management and food safety problems. Hubby is also obsessed with gambling and is in debt. The burden of the whole family is on her alone. Shang Jiaojiao was forced to go to work before she finished her monthly period. The money earned from the sale of the house will not only be used to subsidize the family, but also to pay off debts. The days are going by, harder than they were before we got married. This month, she didn't sell a single house. That's what made me sick enough to come to the reunion. Then, he met Lin Dong. If I had known, in the first place, I shouldn't have listened to Mom and Dad. That man is a scumbag. He goes gambling when he has money. I'm so blind. Now, the child is about to start kindergarten and the tuition is not even paid. I just don't know what to do anymore. Ugh. As she spoke, Shang Jiaojiao couldn't help but drop a few small pearls. Lin Dong passed over a few tissues at the right time. Sorry Lin Dong, for making you laugh. Shang Jiaojiao wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Jiaojiao. Lin Dong frowned slightly. After listening to Shang Jiaojiao's story, I can't help but feel a lot of emotions. I had thought that the other party, with her pretty body, and her unassuming looks, must have had a better life than everyone else. I didn't realize that it would be so hard. However, none of these things matter. Importantly, at this moment, Shang Jiaojiao was in the throes of spring. If he just crooks his finger, this human wife will not refuse. And maybe, even hotter and more active than he thought. As expected, the moment Lin Dong grabbed Shang Jiaojiao's small hand, the other party's body went limp at once, and her pretty face turned red with the naked eye. Phew! Shang Jiaojiao's heart raced, her breathing was ragged, and her eyes were filled with this man who could give her a sense of security. Lin Dong, crunch! Lin Dong slammed on the brakes and directly parked the car on the side of the road, pressing down on Shang Jiaojiao. Now, it's almost 10 o'clock. On the road, in the dark, no one would even notice them. However, just as Lin Dong undid Shang Jiaojiao's clothes and had yet to make a long drive in, jingle bells, a phone rang. Shang Jiaojiao picked up the cell phone and looked at it, and was so frightened that she hastily pushed away the 2 wolf claws at her chest. Shoo, don't talk, it's my husband. Hey, honey, what's wrong? Soon, a man's voice came on the other end of the line. Honey, is the class reunion over? Why haven't you come back yet? Have you been fooling around with another man? Talk. Shang Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes were stunned, and there was a hint of hesitation in her expression. Lin Dong noticed the slight change in her expression and could only slowly sit back in the driver's seat. Seeing this, Shang Jiaojiao inwardly breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, cautiously, don't worry, I'll be home soon. You better hurry up and hang up. Hanging up the phone, Shang Jiajiao's face was red. It was a blessing, and at the same time, so much of it was lost. Sorry, old school. I have to hurry home. I'll see you next time. Originally, she thought that Lin Dong would be annoyed by this and blame her, who had thought that Lin Dong just smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I can afford to wait for a good meal. Besides, tomorrow, won't we meet? You forget. I still have to buy a villa on the other side of the East Lake. Hearing this, Shang Jiajiao's gaze was first stunned. Tears of joy followed. It was thought that the deal was going to be a bust. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had actually kept his word. Thinking about Lin Dong's gentle actions just now, Shang Jiajia could not help but feel much better about him. If it was Niu Daong instead, he would have said anything to dominate. Okay, old school. See you tomorrow. I won't let you down. Shang Jiajia almost blushed as she said this. Soon, Lin Dong sent her into the neighborhood. Until she walked into the house, Shang Jiajia still couldn't stop thinking about Lin Dong, and her heart was in turmoil. Obviously she's a wife, but she still has the feeling of a little girl in love. On the other side, Lin Dong looked at Shang Jiajiao's back and couldn't help but recall the class flower in his mind, and the two figures gradually overlapped. Poor woman, lucky to have met me. Tomorrow, I'll save you. Lin Dong smiled faintly and stepped on the gas. Chapter 129, Buying a Villa. Early the next morning, just at 7 or 8 o'clock, Lin Dong received a call. It was Lin Qianjin who called, saying that a person who claimed to be Lin Dong's classmate had run to apply for the job, and to be some kind of lobby manager. Lin Dong froze. Only then did he remember that last night, he forgot to explain to his dad about Su Chunlai. Just then, Su Chunlai also called. Dongzi, people won't let me in. Don't fool me. I've resigned. Lin Dong really couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. With that smile of his, Su Chunlai panicked even more. Last night, he took advantage of his drink and cursed his boss. If Lin Dong cheated him, he would be a hobo. Dongzi, say something. Ha ha, don't worry. I'll talk to my dad right away. Soon, Lin Dong arranged a position for Su Chunlai. The stone hanging in the heart of this old classmate has finally landed. It was close. It was a chicken and egg. By the way, Dongzi, didn't you say you were going to buy a house? Last night, you took our class flower home, and nothing happened? Work must be. Su Chunlai cannot help but gossip. Lin Dong smiled and said lightly, yesterday was too late. We arranged to meet today. Hey, good luck then. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Dong drove the Primera to the other side of the East Lake. This is part of the new city center of Castle Peak County. It has been under heavy construction in recent years and an artificial lake has been dug. Many rich and powerful people in the county have bought homes here. East Lake, is this area of the notorious villa area? Situated in the north-south direction, with beautiful scenery and convenient transportation. The neighborhood is also equipped with hospitals, schools and large supermarkets, making it very livable. The prices here, of course, are not much lower. A random set of stacked villas costs over $1 million. A better townhouse would cost $2 million. As for the more expensive single-family houses, you can't get them without $3 or $4 million. Lin Dong had just driven his car to the entrance when a group of sales ladies selling houses widened their eyes as if a hungry wolf had seen meat. Anyone who drives a luxury car like this is either rich or wealthy. Besides, how dare people without a few dollars in their pockets come to buy a house on the other side of the East Lake? Hello boss. As soon as Lin Dong stepped out of the car, 3 or 4 sales ladies in blue and white uniforms immediately greeted him, with a promotional brochure in hand. I can't tell you how enthusiastic I was. The owner must be here to buy a house, right? Want a stacked villa or a townhouse? If you're as powerful as the owner, it must be a lakeside single-family house. The crowd said something that made Lin Dong's head spin. Sorry, I have an appointment. Is Jiajiao Shang in, please? As soon as they heard that Lin Dong was here to look for Shang Jiajiao, the crowd dispersed in a flurry of activity, which was very disheartening. It seems that Shang Jiajiao is not treated very well. It can't be helped. Who made Jean Jiajiao look pretty? Even after having children, she still looks beautiful, even more mature and flavorful. I'm sorry sir, Jiao Jiao is accompanying a client to look at properties, so she may not be available to accompany you. Why don't I show you the rooms? They're all the same. A small, pretty girl with bangs came up. At first glance, the figure is not bad. Underneath the uniform, there was a slight bulge that was budding. As he spoke, he even deliberately rubbed against Lin Dong's arm. This kind of behavior is not surprising to other sales ladies. It's worth the small sacrifice to sell your home. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had come with the intention of eating up Shang Jiajiao. How can you give up a full course meal for a home-cooked dish? So, straight away, he shook his head. Sorry, I have an appointment with MS. Shang, so I won't bother you. Well, the crowd of sales ladies sighed. their eyes filled with envy and jealousy towards Shang Jiajiao. Isn't it just a good-looking skin? Look at the way these men are mesmerized. You're married and you're still so shameless. At the same time, the eyes they looked at Lin Dong became more and more unfavorable. Sang Jiaojiao must have given it to him already. Otherwise, Lin Dong would not have named the other party and asked them to look at the house. Where could Lin Dong not see what these people were thinking? However, in order to find Shang Jiaojiao faster, it was still inevitable to ask these sales ladies for help. It's natural to show an attitude when you're asking for something. Tell you what, if one of you can lead me to Ms. Shang, I'll send her a little red packet. How about that? Little bonus? The crowd of sales ladies skimmed their mouths in disgust. Driving such a nice car and ending up gouging. Also send a small one. Not much, $2,000. $2,000? In the next moment, all of them instantly changed their faces and raised their hands one by one. Pick me. Pick me. Really? Cool. I want a red packet too. Give it a chance, brother. That's the beauty of money. These women, they're more realistic than they think. 1 second you hear about the little red packets and you're not impressed. The second after, hearing the figure of $2,000, hated to stick it right back to him. Among the crowd, the pretty girl with bangs reacted the fastest. With an arrow step, she rushed up, and her two small hands directly held Lin Dong's arm. With a mouthful of brother, that whiny voice screamed one's bones. Brother, I know where Jiaojiao is. I'll take you there. Okay, you're it. Seeing Lin Dong give the word, although the rest of the people were unwilling, they could only hate the fact that their parents had given birth to 2 less legs and were not fast enough. What's a pretty girl's name? Brother, just call me Xiaoyu. Let's add a WeChat. Okay? Xiaoyu smiled lightly. Looks like a recent college graduate. No wonder, so motivated about the work. However, this is also because the commission for selling a house is very high. Residential homes are usually 3 per thousand, and villas are higher, usually 8 to 10 per thousand. With good performance, you can make more money than 99% of the jobs in the county. No wonder, Shang Jiajiao chose this career. Only selling the house could help her pay off a bunch of gambling debts owed by the family. Led by Xiaoyu, Lin Dong walked into a garden of birds and flowers in the center of the lake. Grass is green and flowers are red on all sides, and a man-made lake is surrounded by it on one side. Oh, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. He had only heard that the environment on the other side of the East Lake was good. I didn't expect it to be more beautiful than I thought it would be. Xiaoyu noticed his expression and immediately said, Brother, the villa area is just ahead. What we have here, the main thing is a cozy and pleasant place to live, especially for the elderly like aunts and uncles of this generation. After dinner in the evening, come to the lake park to skate and breathe fresh air. Can certainly be healthy and prolong life. Lin Dong nodded his head repeatedly. Lin Shanshan and Li Xiuqin have worked hard all their lives and lived in a shabby neighborhood all their lives, and it's time for a change of scenery. Enjoy it and take care of yourself. Soon, Xiaoyu was booing again, itching for Lin Dong to buy a house from her. On the way, it's more of a variety of verbal body cues. It was so close to just pulling Linden into the grove and having something happen. Although, Lin Dong was not a decent person. However, compared to Shang Jiajiao, this Xiaoyu was still inferior. So, it's been indifferent. Chapter 130, The Hero Saves the Beauty. Not long after, Xiaoyu brought Lin Dong to the lakeside villa area. This place, both in terms of class and ambient setting, is quite nice. Adjacent to the lake, the gardens are refreshing and invigorating from a distance. Even if not for the sake of Shang Jiajiao, but also for the two old people to prepare a suitable environment for retirement. Brother, it's here. Jiao Jiao is showing a client a house. It's just up ahead at Villa 9. Right now, it should still be in there. Lin Dong could not help but light up, surveying the 3-story villa from the outside. There is a sense of instant appeal. In fact, Villa 9 was also one of the 3 most upscale villas on the other side of the East Lake. The overall style is modern, understated yet luxurious. Its price, however, also puts most people off. 6 million. When it comes to the most expensive homes in the entire East Lake, or even the entire Castle Peak County. Trouble. Lin Dong nodded slightly. After saying that, he sent a red envelope to Xiaoyu. 5,000? Brother, didn't we agree that it was only 2,000? Xiaoyu stared with big watery eyes, full of surprise. Her cherry mouth opened wide into an O shape. Originally, there was a pang of chagrin and disappointment that she had not seduced Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so generous and directly transferred $5,000 to her. Ha, the extra ones, consider it a small token of appreciation. Well, go about your business. Thank you, brother. Xiaoyu smiled happily and nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu was just about to leave when a noise of men and women came from the villa. The two couldn't help but look up. Surname Zhang. You, what are you doing? If you keep this up, I'm calling the police. The The woman was panting and seemed to be fighting desperately against something. Soon there was another response from the man on the other end, in a very rude manner. Bitch, what's the point of pretending? I'm your husband. Why don't you let me touch you? At this point, inside Villa 9, Zhang Guangquan, don't touch me. If you keep this up, I'm really going to call the police. A man with a big greasy hair grabbed the arm of a salesgirl in a blue and white uniform and kept tearing her clothes. Greed and covetousness written all over his face. Jiao Jiao, just promise me, the two of us, it's been a long time since we've been in the same room. I know, you still blame me. I'll change. Can't I change? I'll never gamble again. The man's name is Zhang Guangquan, the very husband of Shang Jiaojia, originally, the owner of several large supermarkets and restaurants in the county. Then the business failed and he got hooked on gambling. As a result, not only did he not win any money, but he got into debt. After that, Shang Jiaojiao came out to work to earn money. Zhang Guangquan not only often looked for her money, but also moved to beat her. In a fit of pique, Shang Jiaojiao and Zhang Guangquan split the room, and usually seldom see each other. Zhang Guangquan suspected that she had found wild men outside. Especially last night, Shang Jiaojiao didn't come home until after 10. Through the window, Zhang Guangquan also saw that she came down from a luxury car. Once again, he asked for a room and was again refused by Shang Jiaojiao. Unwillingly, he went straight to the other side of the East Lake. When no one was around, the original form was about to use direct force on her. As a result, it was fiercely resisted by Shang Jiaojiao. Seeing that Shang Jiaojiao was dead set against it, Zhang Guangquan was completely enraged. Snap! He threw a slap on Shang Jiaojiao's face, hitting the other party's cheeks with a reddish color, stumbling, and almost falling on the ground. Damn it, stinking cousin, what's the point of pretending? I'm your husband, it's only right to let me sleep. Today, you must serve me well, otherwise, you're not getting out of this door. Shang Jiaojiao's brain buzzed, only feeling as if her heart was dead, and 2 lines of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. After she got married, she realized that Zhang Guangquan was a scum, gambling and whoring outside and hitting her at every turn. If it weren't for her daughter, she would have gotten a divorce. Humph, it's a little early to be crying. When we get to the bed later, I'll show you what it means to die of lust. Honey, I'm coming. Zhang Guangquan grinned. The next moment, directly unbuckle the belt, eyes are about to take off the pants. Domineering. Knock knock. A series of footsteps suddenly sounded. Immediately after, did not wait for Zhang Guangquan back, the back was solidly received a foot, directly to a dog gnawing mud. What? Shang Jiaojiao's pupils shrunk. Without waiting for her to recover, a man helped her to her feet. Jiaojiao, are you okay? Shang Jiaojiao turned her head and realized that the man who was supporting her was none other than Lin Dong. Looking at the door again, Xiaoyu was still staring at it with a confused look on her face. No, it's fine. Shang Jiaojiao pursed her lips and was going to hold on for dear life. As a result, one did not hold back and cried like a pair, subconsciously jumping into Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong froze for a moment first. Then, naturally, he reached out and put his arm around the other woman, patting her shoulder carefully. Don't worry, I'm here, it's fine. Aha. When Xiaoyu saw this scene, where she was not clear about the ambiguous relationship between the two, she hurriedly walked downstairs. Unexpectedly, just as the two of you tell each other the time, just been kicked over. Zhang Guangquan, staggering to stand up. The sight of the two making out was so infuriating that his liver ached. Well, I say, you stinking cousin, why don't you say yes? So, long ago, behind my back, looking for a man outside. Bitch. Zhang Guangquan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The thought of his wife becoming someone else's plaything made him angry. Especially think, Shang Jiaojiao in someone else's crotch in the appearance of pleasure. Zhang Guangquan will be more annoyed and angry. Immediately, he clenched his fists, wanting to ruthlessly pack a punch on Lin Dong. Unfortunately, he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated Lin Dong. In a flash of lightning, Lin Dong did not even look at him and raised his leg, only to hear a pounding sound. Zhang Guangquan once again fell to the ground. That's not all. Lin Dong's leg rose and fell, directly stepping on Zhang Guangquan's head, almost bursting his head. Help! Help! Zhang Guangquan, people are going to be stupid. With these 2 kicks, it could basically be concluded that Lin Dong was definitely a practiced fighter. Pressing was not something he could mess with. Ha! Can't even carry a kick from me? What a waste! A hint of contempt flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. You're not worthy to be with Shang Jiaojiao, are you? At this moment, Lin Dong shifted his gaze downward. And how dare you touch a woman with that 3-inch dick? I advise you, save up some money and find a big hospital for a stretching operation. You, Zhang Guangquan was pissed off, but there is nothing to be done about it. You can't scold or fight. You can only become the other side's punching bag. Unexpectedly, what really made him despair was yet to come. Crooked yo, an alarm bell rang loudly. Immediately afterward, 2 uniformed police officers walked in. Comrade policeman, help, help! Zhang Guangquan quickly reached out for help. Unbeknownst to him, the police are here to arrest him. We got a 911 call. Someone here is forcing women? Shang Jiaojiao bit her lip and hurriedly pointed out, Comrade policeman, it's him. Within a short time, Zhang Guangquan was taken out to the other side of the East Lake. The evidence is all over the place. Now, not only will he have to go in and squat for a while, but the marriage between Shang Jiaojiao, I'm afraid, will also have to end completely. Chapter 131, Nothing to repay you but. Not long after, Lin Dong and Shang Jiaojiao finished their statements, walked out of the police station and got into the Paramera. Jiaojiao, are you better? Well, Shang Jiaojiao gently nodded her head, her eyes full of trust and love. Lin Dong smiled faintly and gently stroked Shang Jiaojiao's messy hair. It was too dark last night to scrutinize it. Now, in close contact, Lin Dong felt more and more that Shang Jiaojiao was as tantalizing as a peach, especially those seductive peach blossom eyes that were to die for. Shang Jiaojiao was equally deer in the headlights. Without waiting for Lin Dong to make the next move, he took the initiative to burrow into his arms, somewhat greedily sniffing the scent that belonged solely to a man. A look of hunger and thirst. Since Zhang Guangquan became a gambler, Shang Jiaojiao never let him touch it. To be precise, she hadn't been happy in 3 or 4 years. Last night, Lin Dong's teasing of her had made her long-dormant spring heart swing again. Together with today's heroic rescue, Shang Jiaojiao had completely fallen. However, Lin Dong did not forget about business. While going up and down on her, he repeated his assurances from yesterday. Jiao, just now, Xiao Yu took me for a spin. That Villa 9 would be great. I think I'm going to buy it for Mom and Dad. What do you think? Me? Hearing Lin Dong's question, Shang Jiaojiao blushed for a while and was shy. Shouldn't you be asking the lady of the house about such things? Looking at Lin Dong's sincere and fiery eyes, Shang Jiaojiao lightly bit her lips and returned with a voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Good eye. Villa 9. It should be the best set of houses on the other side of the East Lake. It's just a little pricey at $6 million. After saying that, Shang Jiaojiao herself was a bit embarrassed. $6 million, even in Tianhai, could buy a nice house. It's a waste of money to spend it in a small place like Castle Peak County. Thinking of this, Shang Jiaojiao hastened to find a remedy. However, I can help you cut the price and see if I can get a little less money. Lin Dong smiled and hooked her agitated nose. Wouldn't that make your commission less? This, Shang Jiaojiao shook her head. Although, she is selling her house to make money. However, thinking about Lin Dong's dedication to himself, those commissions, again, were nothing. Ha, just kidding. Do I look like I'm short of money? 6 million is 6 million. In a moment, we'll go back to the sales office to sign the contract. What? Shang Jiaojiao stared with wide eyes, not expecting Lin Dong to be so bold. Nor, for that matter, is it a throwaway for myself? Still genuinely think that villa is nice. But, anyway, her commission is steady. About $50,000. With this money, she will be able to pay for her daughter's kindergarten tuition. Lin Dong, Shang Jiaojiao blushed, almost biting Lin Dong's ear as she said, I have nothing to repay you. I hope you don't mind. How? You're the class flower that all the boys in my class dream about. I can't wait to cherish it. How can I possibly dislike it? Before the words fell, Lin Dong directly blocked Shang Jiaojiao's moist red lips. It made her red from her neck to her ears and she couldn't move her body. Seeing that the beautiful woman looked like she was at the mercy of the king, of course Lin Dong would not miss this opportunity. Soon, Lin Dong found an upscale hotel in the neighborhood. After entering the room, he directly threw Shang Jiaojiao on the big bed. That salesgirl's uniform, thrown everywhere. The whole room, filled with ambiguous atmosphere. Shang Jiaojiao didn't dare to open her eyes. But the more this happens, the more the other senses feel it, the clearer it becomes. First there was a sloppy kiss to the forehead, then a French kiss. Finally, it's a top-to-bottom attack. Although, Shang Jiaojiao has already given birth. However, both the body and the looks are extremely well maintained. In a moment, Lin Dong became intoxicated and could not be extricated. The charming human wife in front of her also gradually overlapped with the high cool class flower in her memory. Time passes by. When the clouds closed in and the rain stopped, it was surprising that the sun had already set outside. Shang Jiaojiao was unclothed, panting and paralyzed on the big bed, her snow-white skin a scarlet red. Lin Dong lit an afterthought cigarette and sat on the bed, looking at the lingering woman. Jiaojiao, when you go back, hurry up and divorce your husband. If you need anything in the future, you can call me. Hear that? Hearing this, at first, Shang Jiaojiao had a hint of hesitation. However, thinking of what Zhang Guangquan had done, in the end, she nodded firmly. The promise of the man in front of her gave her the bottom line. In the future, she, and the child, we'll have something to fall back on. At this moment, Lin Dong glanced at the sky outside and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow before we can go sign the contract. Tonight, you don't go back. The next morning, the two woke up from their hotel room. It was still Lin Dong who dragged Shang Jiajiao to the sales office. After the two signed the contract, that set of 9 villas officially belonged to him. Lin Dong, thank you. Until now, Shang Jiajiao felt like she was dreaming. At the same time, incredibly glad that I attended that reunion. Otherwise, by now, she was afraid that she would still be deep in the mud. Unsurprisingly, Shang Jiajiao can get $50,000 in commission, as well as an additional $10,000 in bonuses. After all, Villa 9 is the signature of the East Lake Puan, and even many big bosses are deterred by the delay in selling it. Shang Jiajiao sold the villa, and together with her previous performance, she directly became this month's sales champion. On the other hand, Lin Dong returned to the Lin family. As soon as he walked in the door, his parents couldn't wait to ask him where he had been last night. Lin Dong pretended to be mysterious and sold a secret. Dad, Mom, I bought you a house. You guys pack up and we'll go over there now and check it out. What did you say? Son, Mom and Dad are too old for a shock. Li Shouqin held the frying spoon in one hand and went to touch Lin Dong's forehead with the other, suspecting that he was burnt out. Otherwise, what kind of nonsense is this early in the morning? Buying a house is such an important thing, and you didn't discuss it with them, and you bought it in one day? Lin Dong let out a bitter smile and patiently explained. I have a friend who works in the sales office and has a nice villa in his hands, and it just so happens that we've lived in this old house long enough, so I'm just going to shoot and buy it. You see, the contracts are here. Hearing this, Lin Shanshan and Li Shouqin hurriedly took the contract, almost fainted on the spot after seeing the amount of the deal. 6 million? So expensive. Chapter 132 Beauty Salon. The old couple was dumbfounded. It's normal to have money and buy a new house, but isn't a $6 million villa a little too extravagant? Seeing that the two were about to open their mouths to complain again, Lin Dong directly played a scoundrel. You can't return what you bought. If we put it up for transfer now, we'll lose at least a couple million. You guys watch it. Hearing this, the old couple was speechless. It's a bad idea to lose such a large sum of money for no reason. It seems that there is only acceptance of this fact. Ugh, you kid, say what you will. Come on Shouqin, isn't Xiaodong also thinking of us? Just take him up on his good intentions. We're getting old. It's time for us to enjoy ourselves. Lin went forward and urged Li Shouqin to stop. Afterward, after eating, the two of them followed Lin Dong and went straight to the other side of the East Lake. About half an hour later, the trio arrived at the villa area. Along the way, the old couple yelled and screamed, full of little stars, as if Lulu had entered the Grand View Garden. The mouth never closed. It stayed open, especially when he saw the outside of the Lake Center Villa, the lake and mountains. He could not help but praise Lin Dong's decision. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but smile faintly. At the same time, there was some emotion. Who would have thought that 2 months ago, the family was living beyond their means? Now, however, it is possible to live in a villa. Somewhat unexpectedly, when Lin Dong drove his car outside Villa 9, a familiar figure was standing at the door. A warm smile on her face and a hint of shyness in her gaze. Jiao Jiao, why are you here? Aren't you at work at this hour? Hearing this, Shang Jiajiao's cheeks fluttered red. There was also a touch of resentment in the eyes that looked towards Lin Dong. And you have the nerve to say it. All this time apart and no call, no text. At this time, Lin Dong's parents walked over. Seeing that Lin Dong was talking to a beautiful woman, he could not help but light up. Lin Dong, this is, girl, do you have a boyfriend? See how our Xiaodong is? I'm telling you, he's a great personality, and he's a good match for you. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth twitched. This mom of his, everywhere he goes, he can't forget to introduce him to someone. Jiao, you go and get busy. If there's anything, let's call. Shang Jiajiao gently nodded her head and hurriedly left with small broken steps, fearing that if they talk more, Li Shouqin will have to ask for her birthday to set up the two. Although, she also wanted to become Lin Dong's bride. However, the thought that he married a man, but also with a daughter. Lin Dong is the first marriage, Shang Jiajiao and inevitably some inferiority complex. One can only keep this thought to oneself. Li Shouqin doesn't know this. Looking at Shang Jiajiao's shapely back, there was a shake of the head. TSK, what a handsome little girl. How wonderful it would be to be my daughter-in-law. Son, as I see it, the little girl has a good attitude towards you, so fight for it and marry the little girl. Mom is counting on it, to bring you big fat boys next year. Hearing this, Lin Dong shook his head with some tears and laughter. Mom, how do you know people have sons and not daughters? Li Shouqin said the same thing. Your old Lin family gave birth to 4 babies. 3 of them were brats, and mom doesn't believe that you're so unlucky as to give birth to a girl child. Besides, I see that little girl with big boobs and a big ass is son material. Lin Dong smiled somewhat awkwardly. This thing, it still looks like this? Okay mom, let's go inside. Walking into the villa, Li Xiuqin finally stopped mentioning the matter of finding an object. Instead, they circled around the small, 3-story building. Touch here, look there, it's almost too much eye candy to look at. Lin Xianjin was also wide-eyed, his heart racing. This villa, fantastic, it's more luxurious than my big brother, my second brother and their houses. Ooh, there's a pool. Lin Dong smiled non-committally. With his current financial resources, a more luxurious house could have been purchased. The villa, which can only be described as pedestrian. This villa, I'll find someone to start decorating it in a couple days. From now on, this is our new home. I'll give you the keys so you can come and look around whenever you want. Hearing this, the old couple couldn't help but be overwhelmed. One couldn't hold back the old tears again. Our Lin family, we really have smoke coming out of our ancestors' graves. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Meanwhile, thoughts drifted off into the distance. Fong Kai, the elder brother and second brother mentioned by Lin Xianxian were none other than the eldest uncle, Lin Xiangwen, and the second uncle, Lin Xiangwu. It's not a bad mix, having amassed $1 million fortune earlier in life. However, Lin Dong had not forgotten that it was these two people who, in the early years, had forcibly seized dozens of acres of land that should have belonged to their family, causing Lin Qian to be embarrassed into the present. Let's take our time to settle this score. A cold aura flashed across Lin Dong's eyes. In a few days, it will be Grandpa's 80th birthday. There was a good show going on then. Early the next morning, Lin Dong was still awake and was directly dragged up from the bed by Li Xiuqin. Sleep, 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 sleep. Your dad's gone to work and you're still lying here. Lin Dong yawned sleepily and slowly got up. Mom, what are you doing up so early? Upon hearing this, Li Xiuqin became even more energized. And I don't know who's yelling to take me to the salon to get some maintenance. How can you turn your head and forget all about it and sleep like a pig? Lin Dong froze for a moment. Dare I say it, Mom is about this. Speaking of which, it was he who first mentioned this matter. After all these years, Li Xiuqin manipulate the family, do not spare money to buy cosmetics, are not properly maintained. It looked years older than his age. Now that you have money, it's natural to take care of it. Li Xiuqin was also particularly attentive after hearing this. After all, women love beauty. Okay, I'll get up. That's more like it. Li Xiuqin then nodded in satisfaction. Within a short time, the two arrived at one of the most upscale beauty parlors in the county. The venue is huge, a full floor. The decor is also upscale, revealing sophistication and class in every corner, giving you a sense of dignity and extraordinary comfort. Soon, the two came straight to the front desk. A young woman with dyed yellow hair was bored and playing with her cell phone. At first glance, the women looked pretty good. The body is also front and center, especially those big full headlights that were about to burst through those short black sleeves. Hi, I wanted to ask what kind of programs we have here. See for yourself. The yellow-haired daughter didn't even lift her head and casually tossed a pamphlet over. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but frown. Spend your own money. Come to spend it, not come here to be a grandson. This is a pretty big salon. How come the service is so bad? Just then, the yellow-haired woman swept her head up and suddenly stared in dismay. Auntie Chin, why you? Chapter 133, I've got plenty of money. Li Xiuqin froze for a moment first. Then, too, the woman was recognized, with a somewhat surprised expression. If it isn't Xiao, why are you working at the beauty parlor? Lin Dong looked confused. Is it possible that the mother still knows this woman? Son, this is Song Wenxiu, who used to work in the same factory as me. I didn't expect to meet here. What a coincidence. Li Xiuqin's side was giddy and happy to meet an acquaintance. Unexpectedly, Song Wenxiu heard the words working in the factory, but her face was swished down. There seems to be a great deal of resistance to the identity of the factory girl. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone in the face, you don't expose them. She didn't have a great attitude in the first place. Right now, it was even more direct and cynical. Auntie Li, tell me, what are you doing in a beauty parlor at your age? Places like this are for young people. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin's expression was a little embarrassed, feeling a little less than kind. It's not even my son, honoring me by bringing me over for maintenance. He's doing pretty well now, making some money. No, and just bought me a car. Car? Song Wenxiu froze for a moment. Then, it was only then that he noticed that Li Xiuqin was followed by a young man. The looks are good, but he's Li Xiuqin's son. How can he make a lot of money and buy a car? Even if you buy one, it's an old man's joy at best. Looking at Li Xiuqin's serious demeanor, Song Wenxiu snorted a laugh, her eyes full of disdain. Come on Auntie Lee, you'd better not show off in front of me. That car your son bought you, I don't know how many times it's been backed up. It's a toss-up whether you can drive it or not. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin frowned slightly. Even if she was stupid, she could hear that the little girl was mocking herself. Not a good word came out of his mouth. Besides, it's not a cheap place to spend money. It's thousands of dollars for just about anything. With that kind of money, what wouldn't you do with it? Hurry back and don't keep me from my work. After Song Wenxiu finished speaking, she started pounding that cell phone again. But where's the work? It's clearly groping and swiping short videos. Li Xiuqin's old face was a little embarrassed and wanted to walk back. Lin Dong, however, was enraged and slapped the front desk with force. What kind of are you talking about? My mom wants a maintenance job, and it's your turn to tell her what to do here. And, isn't it just a few $1,000s? Who are you looking down on? I'm telling you, I've got money. Hearing this, Song Wenxiu's gaze was stunned. A cold grunt followed. Yo, Auntie Lee, your son is so great. Those who don't know, would think that the richest man in our Castle Peak County is here. Okay, the rates are here, so see for yourselves. Song Wenxiu snorted coldly and slapped the pamphlet on the table with some impatience. Flipped through it for a variety of items. A wide range of items. What laser hair removal, photo rejuvenation, hydration treatments, whitening treatments. Prices are also a little more expensive than other places. It's a few hundred or 1,000. Then, there is also the possibility to top up for a membership. Crystal class membership, 8,888. Emerald class member, 28,888. Jeweled membership, 88,888. And the most expensive diamond level membership, 18,888. 888. That rate alone is enough to scare off a large portion of the population. Are you done? Finish it and get out of here. Auntie Lee, not that I'm talking about you. Is it necessary to learn how to do maintenance from others at a very old age? Song Wenxiu turned her head and continued to swipe up the short video. The tone of his voice was also full of dislike. Just then, a breezy voice rang out. 18,888,888 only. I thought it was much more expensive. Get me a diamond membership. What? Song Wenxiu froze for a moment, somewhat suspecting that she had heard wrong. Afterward, he could not help but raise his head and stared at Lin Dong for half a day. The more he looked at him in a serious manner, the more taut he became. Finally, open your mouth and let out a big laugh, laughing with tears in my eyes. Auntie Lee, is your son always this funny? And a diamond member? Did he misread the price on it and think it was yen? Or Vietnamese dong? Hearing this, Li Xiuqin clenched her fists in anger. In the past, when she was working in the factory, she only knew that this little girl was a little bit lazy with her eyes. I didn't expect it to be like this. A dog's eye, heart and mouth are not clean. Son, forget it, I'm done with this maintenance. Let's go. Li Xiuqin directly turned around and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, it didn't tug at Lin Dong. Turning back, he only saw Lin Dong with a cold face, once again using his index finger to point on the large words diamond member. The tone was hard and imperious. Did you not hear me when I said to get this diamond membership? Or did you not understand? If your ears don't work and you can't see, get someone else. As the saying goes, people are good at what they do, and horses are good at what they do. Being reprimanded by Lin Dong, Song Wenxiu, who had just blown his beard in blared, instantly wilted and did not dare to open his teeth and claws as he did just now. However, the mouth is still secretly poking in yin yang a few times. You, what are you being mean about? Can't I just do it for you? But don't blame me for calling security if you can't cough up the money. Lin Dong smiled coldly. This kind of person is a bully. If they don't get tough, they even dare to ride over their heads and on them. That doesn't concern you. How much? I can afford it. Cut. Song Wenxiu rolled her eyes with some disdain and pushed the collection code in front of Lin Dong. Thought he'd back off. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong actually swept up in style. What's the pretense? If you can get it. PayPal arrived. $18,888. Hearing the collection bell, Song Wenxiu was directly dumbfounded. It was then repeatedly counted several times to confirm that the money was real. You, where did you get so much money? Really 18,888. 888? Song Wenxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Puff. Seeing Song Wenxiu look like he has never seen the world, Li Xiuqin couldn't help but straighten his waist, smugly said, Xiu, I forgot to tell you, my son is now making a fortune. Opened several stores in Tianhai, a month of millions of it. What's this money? By the way, he also bought me and old Lin a Mercedes-Benz each, which is parked outside. Saying so, Li Xiuqin took out a Mercedes-Benz car key and deliberately shook it a few times in front of Song Wenxiu. Now, Song Wenxiu had to believe it. She knew that Li Xiuqin wasn't the type of person to open her eyes. In other words, the Lin family had really gotten salty and rich overnight. The next moment, Song Wenxiu's attitude made a direct 180-degree turn, full of smiles and lowered eyebrows. Gu, Auntie Li, I'm really sorry, I was lost in sleep just now. Don't take those words seriously. Chapter 134. Ha! Lin Dong sneered and ignored Song Wenxiu's offerings. He had seen too many of these little people who were arrogant. 2 more words are a waste of time. Seeing that Lin Dong was not moved, Song Wenxiu again hit Li Xiuqin and played the bitter card. Auntie Li, I'm still young and don't know any better. For old time's sake, don't be angry. If the manager finds out, I'm sure I'll be scolded and have my pay docked again. You're a big man, don't take it personally. Song Wenxiu pleaded for a while. That pitiful look was so close to squeezing out 2 tears. Li Xiuqin was soft-hearted in the end, and eventually nodded. Just this once, and never again. Thank you so much, Auntie Li. Xiu. It's not that I'm talking about you. It's not easy to find a job. Be serious. Don't just know how to play all day. Song Wenxiu blushed at what was said. Of course, all of this was predicated on Lin Dong's ability to pay money. If Lin Dong didn't have money and scruples, she would still be dog-eyed right now. By the way, Auntie Li, at the risk of asking, does your son, this big handsome guy, have a girlfriend? Song Wenxiu asked tentatively. Li Xiuqin subconsciously shook her head. I didn't realize that the other side was going along for the ride. Great, just as well I'm single. Song Wenxiu was pleasantly surprised and walked straight out of the front desk, and deliberately bent over. From Lin Dong's angle, he could just about see a touch of snow white, as well as a reddish color if any. Song Wenxiu couldn't help but feel secretly happy. There's drama. As long as you hook up with Lin Dong, what's the point of working? Marry a rich man straight away and buy whatever you want. Ahem. Li Xiuqin is also a smart person. Seeing her acting in such a pretentious manner, how could one not know that she was eyeing Lin Dong? However, she knew very well that Song Wenxiu was not a good woman, much less a good wife and mother. As far as she knew, when she used to work in the factory, Song Wenxiu used to hang out with some mental boys and always stayed out at night. Sometimes, drunk, even, went to the hospital for some kind of surgery. Li Xiuqin is traditionally conservative and most disliked, is this kind of wild bees and butterflies. Therefore, without waiting for Song Wenxiu to say more, she directly pulled Lin Dong's arm and said, Son, the money has been paid and the membership has been done. Let's rush in. Lin Dong nodded slightly and walked straight in. The entire time, it ignored Song Wenxiu's pandering. It made her look in the mirror, inside and out. Oomph. Song Wenxiu stomped her foot, somewhat skeptical of life. She had such a good body and her looks were not bad, so why did Lin Dong not even look at her? Just then, she suddenly thought of something and showed an expression of sudden realization. Wait, I know. It must be that Auntie Li is around and he can't let go. Wait, I'll find a chance to ask him to meet privately. I don't believe I can't take him. In Song Wenxiu's opinion, Lin Dong was no different from other men and definitely craved his body. It was just in the way of Li Xiuqin's presence, so it wasn't good to make a move. As long as he took the initiative, it would be easy to take Lin Dong down. Had Lin Dong known, he would have scoffed. He did like women, but definitely not goods like Song Wenxiu, who likes roughage after eating fine chaff. In the beauty parlor, Li Xiuqin got a facial. Lin Dong was just outside, playing with his cell phone in boredom. Unexpectedly, just then, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Lin Dong? It's really you. When did you come back? Why didn't you say anything? Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then, lifting his head, a man with an inch head was looking at him with a surprised look on his face. Lin Dong felt somewhat familiar. However, for a moment, it froze and could not remember who the other party was. Me, Mao Pang, grew up in a pair of crotchless pants. Seeing Lin Dong's confused face, the man took the initiative to say his name. Lin Dong finally came to a realization, and some past events gradually surfaced in his mind. Mao Pang, his childhood neighbor. Since they were about the same age, they often hung out together and had a pretty good relationship. Later, when Mao Peng's parents made some money in business, they moved to live somewhere else, and the two broke off contact. I didn't expect to meet here. Could it be that, like himself, he had accompanied his mother for a beauty treatment? Dongzi, how are you doing now? Earlier, I bumped into your dad on the road and said you'd gone to Tianhai. You wouldn't have made a fortune, would you? Hearing Mao Peng beat around the bush to inquire about his own situation, Lin Dong did not show off and faintly said, it's not bad, a few $1,000s a month, barely mixing. Hearing this, Mao Peng sighed in relief. It's just human nature these days. I'm afraid of my brother's hard times, but I'm also afraid of my brother's driving a Land Rover. A wider smile then appeared on Mao Peng's face. Don't pretend. I don't know you, kid. You've been a good face since you were a kid. Must have come back to the county because he couldn't make it in the big city. I have a lucrative job here. Would you like to try it? If you do a good job, you can get tens of thousands of dollars at a time. Lin Dong frowned slightly. He knew that Mao Peng's parents were in business, but what kind of work, in this climate, makes tens of thousands of dollars at a time? It can't be some kind of wild goose chase or, for that matter, a criminal offense, can it? Noticing Lin Dong's skeptical look, Mao Peng grinned and said mysteriously, "Don't worry, we're just kids. Can I screw you over? Besides, with my guts, I wouldn't dare rob a bank if you asked me to." "What's that?" Lin Dong shook his head. "Can't really think of any job that makes tens of thousands of dollars on the fly. Besides, if the money was so good, why didn't Mao Peng take it all for himself and had to drag him along?" If it was the Lin Dong of the past, he might have agreed without even thinking about it. However, he now had more than $3 billion lying in his bank card, so how could he be desperate because of this amount of money? It's easy, it's just going for a drink. Tens of thousands of dabus, easy peasy. A drink? That's all you can make? Lin Dong was skeptical. "That's for sure. See for yourself." Mao Peng smiled with a smug smile and showed off his family's fortune. "I've got this outfit, and the shoes, they're all name brand, and this Apple phone, the latest model." If Mao Peng didn't say anything, Lin Dong hadn't realized it yet. This kid's line, surprisingly, is better than his own. Wearing tens of thousands of dollars in suits and a gold-rimmed Rolex on his hand. Starting at 6 figures. Donzi, don't hesitate. Follow me. Just show your face, a dabbler, and it'll be on your card in no time. Mao Peng couldn't wait to speak and pulled Lin Dong up in a raw manner. Lin Dong also happened to be bored, so he did not resist. After sending a text message to Li Xiuqin, who was having a beauty treatment, he followed Mao Peng out of the beauty parlor. Chapter 135, Pimping. Not long after, the two took a cab to a KTV. It's upscale, nice and private. Of course, the level of consumption is not low. Welcome. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by 2 waiters. Mao Peng seemed to be very familiar with the place and greeted him very naturally. "Which private room are Sister Wang and the others in?" "Sister Wang is in a pink mood." Mao Peng nodded and walked forward with a big smile. At first glance, it looks like a small business owner. The waiter looked Lin Dong up and down, smiled knowingly and did not say anything more. However, Lin Dong was anywhere but uncomfortable and had goosebumps. "Lin Dong, this is the place. Quickly go in." Lin Dong followed Mao Peng into the private room. The place is dimly lit, deliberately creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Inside sat 3 middle-aged women in heavy makeup. The oldest was in his 50s and the youngest in his 40s. All of them were dressed in gold and silver in gorgeous clothes, as if they were deliberately showing off that they were rich. Ouch, there's really a handsome guy here. Peng, you really didn't lie to sis. I'll give you a reward later. Peng, quickly introduce who this handsome man is. In an instant, Lin Dong felt that 6 green eyes were staring at him in unison, like a she-wolf that had been starving for days. She was so hungry that she wanted to eat him alive on the spot. Ahem, Sister Wang, take it easy. Let my friend speak for himself. Mao Peng threw Lin Dong a wink, hoping that he would behave properly. By now, how could Lin Dong not know that the lucrative job that Mao Peng said was serving rich women? He couldn't stand it and shook his head. "Hello aunts, I didn't know it was such a bureau before I came. I'm sorry, but you guys should just take your time." After saying that, Lin Dong directly turned around and left. Seeing this scene, the 3 rich women froze. They had originally thought that Mao Peng had already discussed the matter with Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong just came and had to leave. However, that's exactly why the 3 rich women were more interested in him. After playing for so long, they were tired of playing with the rebellious little turtle and were eager to taste what the stubborn little handsome man was like. It must be delicious. "Lin Dong, don't leave in a hurry. Didn't we agree to have a drink before we talk about anything else? Do you still think I'm your childhood friend?" Seeing that the cooked duck is about to fly away, Mao Peng is also anxious, and quickly got up to block the door. Afterwards, he came to Lin Dong's ear and whispered, "I know that this kind of thing, for a moment, is hard for you to accept, but, these days, it's not bad to make money. These rich women, they don't care how much they spend for a thrill. Money is a number to them." Mao Peng scowled at Lin Dong and had an odd smile on his face as well. "If you make them happy, the money will still come in abundance?" Lin Dong was speechless. It was expected that Mao Peng would inherit his parents' business. "I didn't realize that this kid had gone down the wrong path and started messing around with this kind of business. Working as an agent for a prostitute is called pimping. What does Mao Peng call this? Pulling the plug?" Seemingly seeing the flash of disdain in Lin Dong's eyes, Mao Peng's face was a bit unsettled. "Lin Dong, I'm only sharing this path to wealth with you for the sake of being a hairy kid. What kind of expression is that? It's just having a couple drinks with them, touching their hands or something. It's not like they're going to lose a piece of meat." Hearing these words, Lin Dong could not help but smile coldly. "You can make tens of thousands of dollars for drinking and touching? Is Mao Peng stupid himself, or does he think he's a cutie? Since Mao Peng didn't consider himself a friend and pushed him hard into the fire, he couldn't be blamed. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Dong nodded with a feigned helplessness. Well, for your sake, I'll stay for a drink. Just two. No more. Hearing this, Mao Peng's eyes lit up. The three rich women giggled as well. He also deliberately undid a couple of buttons and pulled down his collar. If it was replaced with a young and beautiful big beauty, perhaps, Lin Dong would have looked at it twice more. Or even, just put them in their place. On the contrary, these are rich women, obviously the kind of thugs. No amount of money can hide head-to-toe dirtiness. Speak and talk, and be high and mighty too. It was as if Lin Dong should fall back on them. You don't need to pull your punches here, little handsome. Don't worry, we sisters, we have plenty of money. Didn't you see all those name brands Mao Peng is wearing? We bought them all for him. As long as you keep us happy and serve us well, no amount of money is a problem. Sister, likes men like you with a great physique and a wild nature. Ha ha. Among them, a fat rich woman with flaming red lips smiled in a flamboyant manner, and her eyes had not left Lin Dong's body since the beginning. It was evident that she was interested in Lin Dong. Seeing this, Mao Peng's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy, as if he was worried that Lin Dong had stolen his business and the limelight. However, thinking of the high agency fee, he still smiled and said, Sister Wang, as long as you like it, I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to see him. Dongzi, this is Sister Wang. She has a few buildings in our county and collects hundreds of thousands of dollars in rent every month alone. That one is Sister Lu, and Sister Sun. In no time, Mao Peng introduced the three rich women. They're all the kind of old women who have money they have no place to spend and like to have a good time. Mao Peng also captured the mentality of these rich women and served them well without giving up their dignity. It's just that the money earned is too lowly and disgraceful. Just then, Mao Peng came over to Lu Fuwu's side. The other man patted him on the head and squeezed his ass as if he were a pet. Mao Peng didn't dare to breathe a single breath, and there was even a pleasing smile on his face. Why don't you drink, little handsome? By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Sister Wang grinned, and the more she looked at Lin Dong, the better she looked at him. Can't wait to play some exciting programs with him. This KTV, the reason why it was so popular with them, the rich women, was that it was private and had excellent soundproofing. Inside this pink mood room, even if you make a lot of noise, no one will bother you. And, in the corner cabinet, there are a few toys that add to the fun. Customers are guaranteed to have fun. Oh, my last name is Lin Dong. Excuse me, I'll have a couple drinks and then I'll go. Lin Dong very indifferently picked up the red wine and drank it in one go. It was obviously high-count rum, and he didn't even blush. On the contrary, Sister Wang's entire face was incredibly red after taking a sip of wine. The horizontal flesh on his face, too, trembled slightly. One more look at it puts you to sleep. The two remaining rich women looked at each other and sensed something was wrong. This kid, too, can drink too much. One glass down, like nothing. How else can we get him drunk? Chapter 136, The Man Who Suffered. Peng, aren't you forgetting something? The two rich women pulled Mao Peng and gestured with frantic eyes. Mao Peng froze for a moment first. A hard slap to the head followed. Look at my brain. All that drinking and no snacking on fruit. You guys wait a minute. I'll be right back. After saying that, Mao Peng directly got up and walked out of the private room. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. He's not a cutie. Where can't you see that a few people are playing along? I just don't know what, exactly, the other side is trying to do. Handsome boy, name your price. How much to accompany your sister once? How about $50,000? Seeing that Mao Peng had gone out, Sister Wang was also in her original form, constantly licking her dry and cracked lips and glaring straight at Lin Dong. Richie Lu and Richie Sun were equally horny. It was as if, as long as Lin Dong nodded his head, they were going to directly pounce on him. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong shook his head and was not moved in the slightest. No, I'm not that kind of person. Mao Peng called me here and just said to have a drink. He didn't tell me he had to do anything else. Oops, people have to learn to be flexible. You came here, don't you just want to make money? Sister Wang followed her advice and poured another glass of wine for Lin Dong. Besides, $50,000 is a lot of money. Add more and you could buy a car. That's right, the male model I ordered last time was only $10,000, and he served me well. $50,000. Aren't you satisfied yet? Seeing that Lin Dong was unmoved, the three rich women glanced at each other and continued to raise their stakes. Tell you what, I'll raise you another $50,000, provided that the three sisters accompany us to our satisfaction. That's right, I'll spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every month to keep you as long as I'm satisfied. Think about it, the price, it's high enough. Lin Dong sneered inwardly. That's a lot of money, for someone else. Really, why not bite the bullet and get rich overnight by serving a few old ladies well? Unfortunately, they've come to the wrong person. The current Lin Dong was not poor. I told you, I don't do that kind of thing. Lin Dong spoke indifferently. When Lu Fuwu and Sun Fuwu heard this, they were instantly infuriated, glaring and cursing. What are you pretending? You don't have the face for it, do you? That's right. Do you know how much money that hairdresser of yours earns from us? Don't you, at all, envy him? Be sensible and get your clothes off so we can have some fun. Two rich women are used to hitting people with real money. It's always been a no-brainer. It was the first time he had seen such an insensitive person like Lin Dong. Spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every month to package him or not dry. Either or brain problem. Ha! Lin Dong let out a cold laugh, his expression not panicking in the slightest. Let's just drink this wine today and pretend I wasn't here. No, no, no. Seeing that Lin Dong was about to leave, Sister Wang could not sit still for a moment, though, there was a flash of anger in his eyes. But, on the surface, she was still a bitter, peaceful mess. Don't be in a hurry, little handsome. Aren't you going to have 2 drinks? Why are you leaving after just one? The remaining 2 rich women understood and knew what Sister Wang was going to do, so they hurriedly eased their attitude and apologized. Little handsome, we were wrong just now. Don't take it personally. Come on, let's keep drinking. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly as his eyes revealed a few moments of vigilance. Just then, Mao Peng opened the door and pushed a small cart of fruit and snacks in. Here's the fruit. Everyone's waiting for it, right? Dongzi, don't be in a hurry to leave now that you're here. The 3 rich women also hurriedly advised. Little handsome, don't just drink, eat something as well. Lin Dong casually ate a piece of watermelon. A few people smiled at the sight. Okay, it's okay. Keep having fun. Ha ha. Mao Peng and a couple of rich women mingled, drank cups of wine, and played the bride and groom game. It's no wonder this kid makes so much money. It's really not a bad way to please a woman. In 3 words, he made a couple of rich women giggle. Right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly realized that something was not quite right with the expressions of several people. A few rich women eyes lass, but also took the initiative to take off their clothes, as if their bodies were very hot. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Turn your head. Sure enough, Mao Peng went into some sort of trance as well. Come on, handsome boy, play with us. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Money, as usual, my sister. The 3 rich women laughed joyfully and pressed up towards Lin Dong in unison. One of them grabbed one of his arms, and that Sister Wang was even trying to get into his arms. Even if Lin Dong was stupid, he understood that Mao Peng had drugged him. And, still, the most vile love potion of all. Sorry Linden, for bringing you here, but don't worry, I will never treat you badly. Mao Peng said smilingly, took out his cell phone from his arms and pressed the shutter several times. Click, click, click. Mao Peng, what are you doing? Lin Dong frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, this Mao Peng had a bad stomach, and even took several photos to try to threaten himself. Don't blame me. Brothers do that just in case you run away. As long as you don't tell anyone about it, no one will ever know. Hearing these words, Lin Dong's gaze chilled. Since you're heartless to this extent, there's no need for him to talk about old times. Get thee outta here. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Dong's tiger body shook, directly sending several flying out and sitting on his butt on the ground. What? Mao Peng stared with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous. Lin Dong obviously ate the drugged fruit. How come he's not hurt at all? Mao Peng, you brought this on yourself. Don't, Tonko, I was wrong. Mao Peng was startled and begged for mercy. Lin Dong did not care and directly lifted his collar and came up with 2 slaps. Snap! Mao Peng was punched in the face, and his eyes were starry. Then the cell phone was taken away as well. Lin Dong first formatted the phone, and then, crushed it with 1 foot, completely destroying the corpse. Just then, the 3 rich women reached the peak of their medication. Blushing, eyes transfixed. In the heat of the moment, he even rummaged through the cabinets for some small toys. Whip, rope, candle. Lin Dong frowned greatly, finally realizing why Mao Peng could earn so much money. It is clear that he is treating himself as a dog for the pleasure of these rich women. Since you guys like to play so much, I'll let you have your fun today. Lin Dong snorted coldly and directly forced Mao Peng to eat those fruits. Soon, under the effect of the drug, Mao Peng also lost his mind and kept unbuttoning his coat. The 3 rich women had already been so anxious that they immediately went up and down. Throughout the booth, spring was in the air. It's just that, any way you look at it, it's hot. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I don't know if you'll be laughing when you wake up. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he opened the door to his room and left straight away. Since the door was intentionally left open, everyone who passed by could see the unappealing images inside. I guess it won't be long before they are famous in the county. In this regard, Lin Dong did not have any psychological burden at all. All of this is their own doing. Chapter 137, The Birthday Banquet. Early the next morning, Lin Dong was woken up by a phone call. He rubbed his eyes to see who was calling and couldn't help but have a teasing smile on his lips. He then deliberately waited a moment before pressing the answer button without panic. Just as I got through, there was a growl on the other end. Lin Dong, you stepping horses where are you now? I'm going to get you killed. Bang bang. Before the words were out of his mouth, there was another smashing sound from the other end. You could tell that the other party was out of his mind with anger. You hurry up and get your ass over here and apologize. Mud, do you realize what you've done? Believe it or not, if I say hello, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Castle Peak County. Seeing that the other party was still threatening, Lin Dong stretched his back and said without haste, Mao Pang, this matter, what does it have to do with me? Didn't you find all those rich women? Did you prepare all the stuff too? Who knew you guys were playing so big? I was shocked. Exciting. So exciting. Ha ha. Hearing Lin Dong's contemptuous and flirtatious laughter, Mao Peng's lungs were about to explode, blushing and stomping his feet one after the other. Damn it, just wait, I'll bring someone to you right now. Let me tell you, those rich women are not to be messed with. Just wait for your next life in a wheelchair and as a vegetable. Hearing these words, a cold aura flashed across Lin Dong's eyes. Suppose Mao Peng talks to him properly. Perhaps, for the sake of previous acquaintances, he could pretend nothing had happened. But if Mao Peng was so inhumane, then he was going to have to break it up. Mao Peng, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Did you forget that yesterday? I was in the booth the whole time you guys were doing that kind of thing. In fact, not only was I watching the play, but I took a lot of photos and a little movie to keep as a souvenir. What? Hearing this, Mao Peng was struck by lightning and his brain buzzed. Then, immediately changing his face, he smiled sarcastically and said somewhat ingratiatingly, Don't, Lin Dong, brother Dong, I was wrong. You mustn't send out those photos and videos, or else I'm really going to get screwed by them. Lin Dong disdainfully skimmed his mouth. You can't give a good face to such a villain. Subsequently, Lin Dong spoke indifferently. You go back and tell those few rich women that if they don't want to make this matter a big deal, they should honestly keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, I'll make them lose their names and never be able to raise their heads. Okay, no problem. Mao Peng instantly raised 120 times his spirit, patting his chest to guarantee, Brother Dong, you can rest assured. This matter, heaven knows, you know, I will never pester you again, and I can assure you that they will not come after you. Alright, off. Lin Dong hung up the phone with some impatience. Then, directly pull Mao Peng black. Having this kind of hairy collar simply pollutes his address book. Luckily, he grew a heart yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Son, who are you talking to on the phone this early in the morning? It's your grandfather's birthday today, so we need to hurry over there. While this was going on, Li Xiuqin, who had just gotten her hair done, knocked on the door of the room. After returning from the beauty parlor, her whole body was glowing and refreshed. Even Lin Xianfan looked dumbfounded and praised her for being a dozen years younger, having the same feeling as when she fell in love. Lin Dong also nodded frequently. They say you get what you pay for. The most expensive package at the premium salon is really worth every penny. Now, Li Xiuqin changed her outfit and did her hair, and she was even a different person. Those who didn't know, thought she was some kind of noblewoman. Of course, the reason why Li Xiuqin dressed up carefully was also for Lin Changqing's 80th birthday, so as not to lose face. Hurry up, it's not good to be late later. Got it, Mom. Lin Dong cleanly got dressed. Walking into the living room, the older two had already bought a number of gifts. Most of it was some kind of supplements or something that added up to a couple $1,000s. Old Lin, why don't we go buy some more? This isn't enough, is it? Enough is enough. What's the point of buying so many expensive things? That's true, but your big brother and second brother, they must have bought more than us. Seeing the old couple arguing, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I've already prepared the birthday gift for Grandpa. Just leave it in my car. Guaranteed to be better than the first and second uncles combined. Hearing this, the older two lit up. This was followed by another round of admiration. My son has grown up and has a vision. Afterward, the three of them rode in Lin Dong's Primera and drove to the Lin family village. Most of the people in the Lin family village have the surname Lin. Lin Changqing's lineage was also very prestigious in the village. There are also 3 sons, who have opened and prospered. Lin Changqing has a whole 100 acres of land. Later, he divided the land between his son and daughter. It is reasonable that each person should share 25 acres. However, at that time, Lin Xianxian was working inside the factory. The eldest son Lin Xiangwen and the second son Lin Xiangwu, together, occupied and divided the original belongs to Lin Xianjin's land, but also said that the name to help him look after. As a result, It's been a decade since I took a look at it. The two of them make over $100,000 more each year with all that land, growing fruit and farming. However, no money was ever given to Lin Shanshan. Li Xiuqin has approached Lin Changqing a few times to make trouble, but every time, it just doesn't work out. It could be seen that Lin Changqing also favored the two brothers, and didn't care about Lin Xianfang's death. As a result, the two brothers earned more and more money and gradually became a large family. On the contrary, Lin Xianxian, at his age, had to go out to find a job as a security guard. This time, Lin Changqing's 80th birthday was significant. Not only will the 3 sons and 1 daughter be there, but a whole bunch of relatives from the Lin family will also be there in full force to celebrate the old man's birthday. It can be hilarious. Around 11 o'clock, Lin Dong drove his car to the entrance of the alley in the Lin family village. At this moment, the Lin family's old mansion had long been decorated with lights and colors, and there was a festive atmosphere everywhere. Many young and old were walking around the neighborhood. Son, there are too many people in there. Let's stop here. Yeah, your grandpa's going to say something again later when you're late getting there. Lin Dong nodded and found a nearby spot to park. Afterwards, take out the birthday gifts that had been prepared earlier. When Lin Dong opened the gift box, the old couple could not help but exclaim in astonishment when they saw the blue and white porcelain carved with various patterns and lifelike water dragon patterns. Son, is this your birthday gift for Grandpa? It doesn't look cheap, at least tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Dong shook his head and did not explain. It was imperative to get in the door in a hurry. Come on, Dad, Mom, don't keep Grandpa waiting. Chapter 138, Showing Off. The old Lin family house. A large longevity character is taped in the middle of the living room. A gray-haired old man sat in a Taiwanese chair with a dragon-headed cane propped up in his hand. Emaciated face, thin body. It looked like there was a slight resemblance to Lin Shanshan's eyebrows. Ahem. The old man coughed softly. The two middle-aged men immediately gathered around, shushing and asking with concern, Dad, is everything okay? It's okay, it's okay. The old man waved his hand, a smile of relief as he looked at his 2 wide-waisted sons. Nothing happens to Dad with you 2 around. Speaking here, the old man suddenly turned his words around. Not like the oldest, not even at this hour. I don't know if he still has me as a father in his heart. Ahem. Once they heard Lin Changqing's words, the 2 brothers looked at each other. The eldest son, Lin Xianguan, was the first to speak. Dad, this is your fault. The oldest family lives in the county. It must take time to get here. Unlike the 2 of us, we're no good, and we're still in the village. The second son, Lin Xiangu, followed suit. Big brother is right. We are here. We can't compare with the county town. Maybe, Laosan earns a lot of money. I shucks. Lin Changqing slammed his dragon head cane, startling the 2 brothers. That asshole thing hit the ground running. I asked him to stay and give you a hand, but he didn't want to. He had to go to work in the city by himself, and he doesn't come back a few times a year. It's hard to come back and it's empty-handed. Either that or carry some fruit and milk. What do I care about that crappy fruit milk? Hearing this, Lin Xiangu puffed and laughed. In his eyes, he was full of teasing and mockery towards Lin Xinjin's family. Don't look at their mouths pleading for Lin Shanshan, but in reality, they were arching their fires and couldn't wait for Lin Changqing to hate this third son even more. As for Lin moving forward to the county, it was all their doing. At first, Lin Changqing did let Lao San follow them both. As a result, he was ostracized by the 2 brothers at every turn. I couldn't make it, so I went to work in the county. To this day, still living in that old, broken-down house. On the contrary, Lin Xianguan and Lin Xiangu are 2 brothers. Planting fruit trees and farming made a lot of money. The old family house, as they call it, is all 3 floors of finely furnished cottages. I don't know how much style I've been living in my little life. Just as the 2 brothers were preparing to give Lin Qianfang's family another rifle. Dad, Xiuqin, Xiaodong and I came to see you. Lin Xianshan walked in front of him with a large bag in front of him. Li Xiuqin and Lin Dong walked in behind them, smiling. At first, the 2 Wenwu brothers were full of disdain. The next moment, when they saw the way Lin Dong's family of 3 was dressed, especially Li Xiqin's fashionable hairstyle and atmospheric and exquisite clothes, they froze and thought that they had misread the situation. The oldest family. When did they become so decent? It's hard to believe that you've really made a fortune. Humph, you still know to come. Lin Changqing knocked the stick with a very bad attitude. Lin Shanshan instantly had his hot face stuck to a cold ass, smiled sarcastically and didn't know what to say. Not long after, Lin Changqing's youngest daughter, Lin Yanyan, also entered with her family. Ever since she married out, she didn't get involved in the Lin family's affairs much, and also stayed out all the time, not coming back much. She married well, though. Husband Su Shuebing is a researcher at the museum, and I've heard that he's already an associate professor. Dad, Shuebing and I are here. Here's a gift for you. Aha. Lin Changqing nodded slightly. He didn't think much of the youngest daughter, but the older generation valued learning. Su Shuebing, a reader, has the highest education. Thus, treating Lin Yanyan's family, Lin Changqing did not have a cold face. Of all the people, only Lin Qianfan's family of 3 was isolated. Even those Lin family relatives, almost no one gave them a good face. Lin Dong could not help but hold his fire and subconsciously clenched his fists. Ever since he could remember, Lin Changqing hadn't treated their family very well, because he didn't like Lin Qianjin, and along with that, he also hated the unproductive Lin Dong very much. Lin Dong also never expected that on such a joyous day as his 80th birthday, Lin Changqing would still have this attitude. Thanks to him, he had prepared a thick gift and came back from Tianhai City from a long distance. Might as well feed it to the dogs. What's more, every time there was a gathering, the eldest uncle, the second uncle and the others, would suppress and mock Lin Dong's family in all sorts of ways. The worse Lin Qianqian mixed up, the happier they were. As expected, it did not take long for that long-winded auntie to look Li Xiuqin up and down, her eyes dribbling, not knowing what crooked ideas to play. Thugs like them, even if they're rich, they carry dirt with them. Right now, seeing Li Xiuqin primping so beautifully and temperamentally, as if she were a noblewoman, I can't tell you how much I hated her in my heart. Especially Li Xiuqin wore that piece of phoenix jade pendant on her chest, and at a glance, she knew it was worth a lot. It cost more than the jewelry she wore from head to toe combined. Xiuqin, how long has it been since I've seen you, and why are you so beautiful? This dress, those who don't know, would think which broad wife is out for a private visit. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin giggled and blushed with some embarrassment. Before, she was a housewife. If it wasn't for Lin Dong who had opened the door to the beauty parlor, she would never have been this exquisite. I didn't realize that this great uncle had an afterthought. By the way, what has Xiao Dong been up to lately? He's working in Tianhai. He must be making quite a bit of money a month, right? Li Xiuqin subconsciously looked at Lin Dong. In fact, she couldn't decide just how much money Lin Dong earned. One can only hesitantly say, it's okay, enough for him to spend on himself anyway. Enough to spend on yourself? That's how much. Why don't we have him come back and follow our little dragon? He's now the general manager of our Lin family orchard. Tens of thousands of dollars a month. No, just last month, he picked up a BMW X1, small $300,000. Following the direction that his great aunt pointed, a youth with some similarity to Lin Dong's eyebrows nodded, obviously smiling, but in a condescending sort of way. Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu each had a son. Eldest uncle Lin Xiangwen's son is called Lin Xiaolong, and Lin Xiangwu's son is called Lin Xiaohu. Both worked in the orchard. One is a general manager and one is an assistant manager. In both income and status, they are the top of their peers. In the past few gatherings, they were all high and mighty and did not give Lin Dong a good face. This time, it's about the same. Lin Xiaolong just bought a car and came over to show it off. He couldn't wait for the whole world to know that their family was rich, and he himself gave the Lin family face. Only Lin Dong heard it and sneered inwardly. To put it bluntly, aren't these two cousins just nibbling at their old age? And what general manager, deputy manager, all self-appointed bare-knuckle commander? People like this, when put into the heavenly sea, they were ants, not worth mentioning. Chapter 139, The Sun Comes Out of the West. Just then, Lin Changqing opened his mouth. Xiao Long is really promising. At such a young age, he earned a car, and in the future, he will definitely make a lot of money. Our old Lin family has a successor. Ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen's family brightened up. If they served the old man well and made him happy, in the future, they might be able to get an extra share of the family fortune. Better yet, get all of the Lin forward family. Lin Xiangwen and his wife flung a look at Lin Xiaolong. The latter immediately understood and respectfully raised his cup and went forward to make a toast. Grandpa, I wish you a long life and all the best. Yes, yes. Lin Changqing stroked his beard and took a small sip, looking at his eldest grandson with a face full of relief. Subsequently, the old face quickly drooped again when his remaining light caught Lin Dong. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with Lin Dong's family and felt that they had lost their old face. Noticing Lin Changqing's incomparably disgusted gaze, Lin Dong frowned. More than that, it's pretty ridiculous. When did a mere $200,000 to $300,000 broken BMW get to show off in front of him? Not nearly as expensive as 4 wheels on your own Primera. As a result, seeing Lin Xiaolong's leathery smile, Lin Dong only felt a wave of nausea. Sure enough, these relatives have this face. On the surface, they're shushing you, but in reality, they're looking for an opportunity to step on your face. Sibling, this jade pendant of yours looks good. When did you buy it? Must have been pretty expensive? Li Xiuqin subconsciously lowered her head and looked towards the jade pendant given to her by Lin Dong. This jade pendant, it's so beautiful. The jewelry worn by the others all paled in comparison and were not worth mentioning, and the cheaper their jewelry is, the more it highlights Li Xiuqin's grace and elegance. Standing out from the crowd, it is said that a woman's makeup is a man's face. At this moment, with Li Xiuqin directly becoming the center of attention in the room, even Lin Xianxian had a bottom line and couldn't help but puff out his chest and raise his head. Noticing the fiery gazes of the crowd, Li Xiuqin's cheeks fluttered red. Unexpectedly, Great Auntie's drunkenness was not in her mind, and she said in a good way, "Sibling, you haven't told me if this jade pendant is expensive or not. Where did you buy it? I want to buy a piece." Hearing this, Lin Dong could not help but snort. This piece of white jade with a heart phoenix jade pendant was bought by him at a cost of tens of millions of dollars. How dare your great uncle pay lip service to it? I'm afraid, even if they stripped their whole family clean, they couldn't come up with a tenth of the money. Li Xiuqin was already tongue-tied. For now, one can only be polite and say, "It's not worth it, it's not worth it. It was a gift from Koto." Hearing this, the eldest aunt's eyes went cold. Doesn't that mean that they resent the fact that they're from the countryside and can't compete with the big city? The more she thought about it, the more angry her great aunt became, with envy and jealousy written all over her face. If you don't have such nice jewelry yourself, why should you wear it around your neck? However, she verbally remained a ball of peace and said with a smile, "Sibling, I can't see very well with you wearing it. Can you hold it in your hands so that I can take a closer look?" This, Li Xiuqin froze for a moment. I didn't realize that my great aunt was so direct. Lin Dong had said that the jade pendant had cost him over $200,000. If it wasn't for Lin Chongqing's 80th birthday banquet, she wouldn't have brought out such expensive things, much less be held up to the fire by your great aunt. Originally, their family had a bad impression with Lin Chongqing. If you refuse, you'll be called petty again. Okay, take it easy, sister-in-law. Aha, no problem. A glint of joy flashed in his great-uncle's eyes. Immediately after that, Li Xiuqin carefully removed the jade pendant from her neck and was about to take it to her. This could have been a perfectly ordinary little thing. Unexpectedly, that's when the accident happened. The first aunt's hand, which had just been extended, suddenly withdrew back a little. Li Xiuqin didn't hold it steady, and the phoenix jade pendant fell directly to the ground. Click. Jade is inherently brittle. Especially this kind of antique jade pendant is only to be seen from afar, not to be played with. A minor bump can devalue it hundreds of times. Right now, the jade pendant fell to the ground, a crack appeared, and the character was completely destroyed. This, Aya, younger sibling, how could you be so careless and break the jade pendant? It's such a shame to have something so good. Alas, snap, the great uncle gave a fake slap on the thigh. That look, don't mention how anxious. However, any way you look at it, it looks like an impish smile. Lin Xiangwen, Lin Xiangu, and the others, also had gloating faces as they looked at Li Xiuqin with cold smiles. Let your family show off. You're the one wearing such an expensive jade pendant. Serves you right, sister-in-law. You, what do you mean by that? Li Xiuqin was dumbfounded. Afterwards, he hurriedly squatted down and carefully cupped the piece of phoenix jade pendant. Unfortunately, the cracks on it simply could not be repaired. Even the phoenix-shaped phoenix tail was broken. How can she wear it out in this condition? Sibling, you're wrong to say that. What do you mean? What do I mean? Everyone saw it. Obviously you didn't hold it steady yourself and fell on the ground. Why are you still backtracking and blaming me? Your family wouldn't want to blackmail me, would they? Really? Poor and crazy. The eldest aunt rolled her eyes a few times and bristled. It was as if everything that was wrong was Li Xiuqin's. Not only have you taken yourself completely off the hook, even, it turned around and slandered Li Xiuqin is trying to blackmail money. You, Li Xiuqin's face swished with anger. She never dreamed that this group of people would dare to bully her like this, without even pretending. It was at this point that someone stepped up to the plate as well. Lao San's daughter-in-law. I say, why don't we just forget it? Just now, you said yourself that this jade pendant is worthless. Since it's not much money, wouldn't it be better to break it? Big deal. Turn around. I'll have my wife buy you one that costs more than this. How about that? The one who spoke was Lin Xiangwen. The first thing you do is stand up for your great aunt. Seeing this scene, even a clayman has 3 points of fire. Lin Xianjin could no longer remain calm and stood up violently. Big brother, this jade pendant was bought by Xiaodong for over $200,000. In your mouths, how come it's not worth anything? Also, I saw clearly just now that it was sister-in-law who suddenly drew her hand back, which caused the jade pendant to fall to the ground. So don't make peace with it. Ha! Seeing Lin Xianxian actually jump out to curse, the crowd couldn't help but freeze for a moment. In their impression, Lin Xianfan was the kind of honest man who couldn't get a fart out of 3 sticks. Born to be a rebellious sufferer. What's going on today? Did the sun come out of the west? Or is your head in the door? Lao San, what are you babbling about? How is it worth over $200,000? Who believes it? I also said that this tea bowl in my hand is a valuable antique that costs millions. Lin Xiangwen snorted coldly with a disdainful expression. In his opinion, Lin Qianfang's family must be poor and desperate, trying to take this opportunity to blackmail them for a large sum of money. And over $200,000? Why don't you say 20 million? What a lion's share of blowing awesome. Chapter 140, Smashing Cars. Mom, don't be sad. Just as Lin Xianjin and the two of them were choking and blushing, Lin Dong gently patted Li Xiuqin's shoulder with a low voice. Isn't it just a jade pendant? It's not worth it. That's right. Xiaodong has a point. Great auntie let out a long breath. A contemptuous smile followed. I thought the oldest three family really branched out, but I didn't realize that it was still the same wimp, just rubbing round and pinching flat. Just when everyone thought that the matter had turned over, Lin Dong directly got up and left the table, picking up an axe. The crowd was stunned. Lin Dong, what are you doing? This is your great-uncle. I'm your great-uncle. Be honest. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Xiangwen were startled, especially when he saw the fierce look in Lin Dong's eyes. He could not help but tremble. This kid, he's like a bad wolf. Oh, great-uncle. Great-uncle? Don't worry. I'm not trying to do anything to you guys, but it's only right to pay what you owe. You guys smashed my mom's jade pendant. You have to pay something for it. The crowd was confused and did not know what Lin Dong meant. The next moment, in full view of everyone, Lin Dong took the axe and walked towards the white BMW parked at the entrance. Then a sound of breaking glass rang out. Wow, Lin Dong, what are you doing? The crowd was still in a daze, but Lin Xiaolong had already stood up in a flash and ran out on his hands and knees. Then, a straight-up scream. Lin Dong, have you gone crazy? You dare to smash my car. I bought this car new. It cost over $200,000. Can you afford to pay for it? Hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. Lin Xiangwen and his wife were even more furious as they stood up, left the banquet and ran outside. It wasn't long before others came along. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but when you do, you almost have your soul on the line. Lin Dong carried his axe single-handedly, his face expressionless, and his chest puffed out. In front of him was the BMW X1 that Lin Xiaolong had just mentioned. Only, now it's a total loss of face. Not only were the lights and windows smashed to pieces, even the front hood of the car was deeply dented by more than 10 centimeters. The body was twisted and warped, almost completely scrapped. Tires, Lin Dong likewise did not let go. Every tire he slashed. The whole car was sprawled out like a toad, and it was an ugly sight. For those who don't know, you'd think this BMW had just been in a major car accident. Simply a disaster of a broken car. Lin Dong, are you crazy? What gives you the right to smash our family's car? You got your head kicked in a donkey's ass? Lin Xiangwen's eyes swished red, and his face turned white with anger. Spinning around the scrapped BMW X1, jumping up and down. Old man's car, looking at Lin Xiaolong and his eldest aunt again. Where was the smile on their faces that they had just seen? All that's left is to cry and scream. Dong, what are you doing? Lin Shanshan and Li Xiuqin were also startled by their son's crazy behavior. 1 second, they were still upset about the jade pendant. In the next second, Lin Dong smashed the BMW to pieces. No one could react to this sudden turn of events. Asshole! Lin Changqing was also furious. An old face went straight to green, his eyes widened, and the hand that clutched the dragon head walking stick was trembling. Totally unexpected. This kid means so ruthless. One word, just smash the car. Lao San, that's the kind of son you've given birth to. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. Lin Shanshan was filled with embarrassment and habitually wanted to admit his mistake and apologize. However, when he thought of his great-aunt's family intentionally breaking the jade pendant that Lin Dong had given to Li Xiuqin, he gritted his teeth again and rarely did he bow down to the old man. Seeing this, Lin Changqing became even more furious and gritted his teeth. Well, wing it. Just keep spoiling Lin Dong, this ungrateful son or grandson. Sooner or later he will go to jail. Among the crowd, Lin Xiangwu and Lin Yanyan's families didn't speak much, although they were also quite shocked at Lin Dong's actions, but it's more of a thing of the past. Even a bit of gloating. Anyway, it's Lin Xiaolong's car that was smashed, and it's the boss's family that suffered the loss. So what the hell does it have to do with them? If you want to lose money, it's Lin Dong who will lose money. The family has their own agenda. In the face of Lin Xiangwen's family, as well as the old man's accusatory tirade, Lin Dong was unchanged, and threw the axe on the ground in a light-hearted manner. I smashed the car. What? Got a problem with that? You're the ones who broke my mom's jade pendant first. This car, consider it interest paid by your family. I've been merciful for my father's sake by not asking you to pay the original price. If not, feel free to sue me. Upon hearing Lin Dong's remarks that could be described as rampant to the extreme, His eldest uncle Lin Xiangwen was almost about to have a brain bruise from anger, and his hands were trembling as he pointed at him. Lin Dong, isn't it just a piece of broken jade pendant? As for you to smash Xiaolong's car, how much did you say? Big deal. We'll pay you back, and buy you another one. The great uncle, when she heard this, was also reasonable. With a sniffle and a tear, he sold himself in front of Lin Chongqing. Old master, look, this is the good son Lao San has taught. Our family has been busy from morning to night, and it was not easy for us to earn some money and buy a car. This kid is good. Without saying anything, directly smashed it. Let no one live? You must do right by us. Soon, Lin Xiaolong also followed suit and came up. Grandpa, my car. I want Lin Dong to compensate me for my car. Woohoo! Seeing the crowd in an uproar, Lin Chongqing was distracted. He was also deeply resentful of Lin Dong, the unworthy son and grandson. He already hated his third son, Lin Qianqian, and now, he hated the house even more. Lao San. Lin Qianqian was called by name and had to come forward, but this time, he didn't cower and wilt like he had before. Instead, he straightened his back and looked like he was going to stand up for his son and his wife. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong could not help but be impressed. I never thought I'd see the day when my father would be so hardened. However, Lin Chongqing still favored his eldest son and grandson after all, and immediately scolded them angrily. Lao San, the trouble was caused by your son. You are the father. You say what to do. In a flash, all eyes were focused on Lin Qianjin. Lin Xiangwen's family was even more indignant. As far as they were concerned, Lao San's family were only bullied by them. Never would I have expected to have the audacity to smash their car. Simply inverted the Big Dipper, greeting the unkind gazes of the crowd. Lin Qianqian, after some celestial battle, said without being overbearing, Dad, let's do what Big Brother says. Sister-in-law broke the jade pendant Xiaodong gave to Xiuqin. As long as she pays the original price, I'll also take out more than $200,000 and buy you guys a new car. Chapter 141, Extortion. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen snorted, his face full of disdain. And buy us a new car? Can your family afford that much money? Over $200,000. Even if you sold that tie house in your county, it wouldn't be worth that much, would it? It's really not taxing to blow your weight around. Who'd believe you when you say that? Just then, second uncle Lin Xiangwen also couldn't help but interject, pretending to be a peacemaker. Lao San, it's not that I'm talking about you. Isn't it just a jade pendant? Why is your son so angry? How about this? You let Lin Dong give Xiaolong a proper apology, and then kowtow to Big Brother and admit his fault, and this matter will be over. A little less money to lose is a little less. Brother, what do you think? That, at first glance, makes some sense. However, upon closer examination, one could hear that Lin Xiangwu was completely stirring up trouble and adding fuel to the fire. It would be better to make Lin Dong kowtow in a rage than to take his life. As expected, upon hearing his second uncle's hypocritical roundup, Lin Dong let out a cold laugh. The eyes that looked at him were also filled with sternness. Originally, for the sake of his father, he hadn't wanted to tear his face off. On the contrary, these relatives are all wolves and not things. He even forced him to kneel. In that case, don't blame him for turning the other cheek. Okay, I think the second uncle is right, Lin Dong said with a wry smile. Dad, why don't you agree to them? What? Lin froze forward. When did the son get so good at talking? Didn't you want to fight and kill just now? Just then, Lin Xianjin suddenly realized that Lin Dong was winking madly at him. He immediately looked back and nodded. Okay, let's do what Ergo says. However, I still say that we must pay for our jade pendants first. Otherwise, don't expect us to make amends. Hearing this, a flash of resentment flashed across Lin Xianwen's eyes. More than that, though, it was a contempt. Just a broken jade pendant. How much can it be worth? How can it possibly compare to a brand new BMW? It seems that today, your son has to kneel and kowtow to me. Okay, that's it. How much is that jade pendant of yours? Say it. In a flash, all eyes were focused on Lin Dong. In their opinion, the jade pendant that Li Xiuqin wore was exquisite. However, it's not expensive enough to be compared to a BMW. It's worth tens of thousands of dollars at best. Even if they were compensated for the original price, the boss's family would have made a profit. Looking at Lin Xiaolong again, when he heard that Lin Dong was going to buy himself a new car, his face, which had just drooped down, instantly got better. As soon as the new car arrives, he'll take this one to a garage, spend some money on an overhaul, and sell it for another income. When you do the math like that, not only did he not lose, he made a profit. Seeing that Lin Dong did not speak in a hurry, the eldest aunt was even more unable to resist opening her mouth to urge. Lin Dong, don't be so secretive. Hurry up and say, how much is it? Dilly-dallying. Lin Dong shook his head and said indifferently, I was afraid that you guys would not be able to accept it if I said it. When the crowd heard this, they all scoffed. Lin Xiangwen sneered even more. Lin Dong, the way I see it, you're working in the big city and have gotten your brain all screwed up. Also, we can't accept. What man here is not richer than your family of paupers? Hearing this, several people from the oldest two families straightened their backs, not to mention how proud they were. Seeing that they were so confident, Lin Dong gently smiled and was not ambiguous as he slowly took out an invoice from his pocket. Uncle, you guys see how much money is on this? Bring it on you, pretender. Lin Xiangwen snatched it directly from Lin Dong's hand and skimmed his lips. The next moment, after he looked at the numbers on it clearly, he was instantly confused. Two. Lin Xiaolong and his eldest aunt froze for a moment. When did Daddy get the stuttering bug? Dad, 20,000? Lin Xiangwen shook his head, still stunned. The eldest aunt's heart thumped with a sudden sense of foreboding. Could it be that Li Xiuqin didn't lie to herself? That jade pendant, is it really similar to a BMW? $200,000? Lin Xiangwen's head shook like a rattle. Immediately afterward, his jaw quivered and he read out a string of numbers dolefully. 22 million. What? In a flash, everyone held their breath and froze. Lin Xiaolong and his eldest aunt's pupils even shrunk, feeling like their heads were about to explode. In any case, it was not expected that it would be such an astronomical amount. Old husband, are you confused and misreading? How can it be more than $20 million? Yeah, Dad, take a closer look at. A family of three anxious like ants on a hot pan. Hands and feet. Sex god. Looking at the others, they also looked at each other in disbelief. Forward. I'm a little lightheaded. Li Xiuqin's heartbeat accelerated. A breath didn't come up. Almost about to faint. Luckily, it was held by Lin Forward. After slowing down, Li Xiuqin looked at Lin Dong with some complaints. Xiaodong, didn't you tell Mom that this jade pendant is worth at most $200,000? How did it become $20 million? If Mom had known this was so expensive, she wouldn't have worn it out. She would have bought a safe and put it away. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile. It was because he was clear about Li Xiuqin's character that he deliberately concealed the figure for fear of scaring the family out of a heart attack. Okay Mom, let's not talk about it. Lin Dong calmed down Li Xiuqin and turned his head to look at the terrified eldest uncle's family. Great uncle. Now, can you compensate me for my jade pendant at the original price? Just now, I think someone said they were going to buy my mom the exact same one? Exactly the same? Is that possible? Even if you sold the Lin family orchard, you wouldn't be able to sell it for that much money. It was at this moment that Lin Xiangwu, who was next to him, suddenly shouted, Boss, don't be afraid. He said $20 million or so? To me, the invoice looks like a fake. What Sky Sea Star Flare Group? Never even heard of it. Who are you trying to fool? Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen froze for a moment first. Immediately afterward, there was a bright flash of light. Penis was right about that. He was almost about to be fooled by Lin Dong. This little fool. It's just a crappy invoice, isn't it? It must be fake. Damn, you almost fooled me. Lin Dong, is your family so poor now? How dare you extort? And it specializes in extorting its own people. Your conscience is eaten by a dog. With Lin Xiangwen's words, the situation changed once again. The eldest aunt was also gradually coming back to her senses, clenching her teeth and stomping her feet in anger. Good you Lin Dong, how dare you fool my mom? You hurry up and pay us for a new car, or this isn't over. For a while, the boss's family had the upper hand once again. Standing on the moral high ground, he accused Lin Dong of being unsuspecting and blackmailing their family. Lin Changqing was even more furious that his nose was smoking. On the big day of his own 80th birthday, the oldest three families were acting like this. What a family tragedy and a laugh. Chapter 142, Compensation at an Exorbitant Price. Lao San, are you going to pay for it or not? Say something painful, or we'll have to call the police. The great uncle crossed her arms and screamed madly. Lin Dong remained unhurried, holding his arms and nodding frequently. That expression, that look, it was clear that they were treated like a joke. Yeah, you guys are right. Hurry up and call the police. I'd like to see who to arrest first when the police come. Isn't it just a broken BMW? Over $200,000. Big deal. I'll just transfer it to you guys. But over $20 million is enough to put your family in jail. I'm not being an alarmist. You guys can try. Seeing Lin Dong's airy demeanor, Lin Xiangwen was a bit weak inside. As the owner of the Lin family orchard, he deals with invoices and official stamps and such things every day. Where you can't tell. This invoice, it really couldn't be more true. It's the name Starburst Group that I really haven't heard of. Lin Dong, if you have the ability, you can continue to be horizontal. I would like to see how long you can be horizontal. The eldest aunt pinched her waist, looking like a street village woman quarreling. Lin Xiangwu, Lin Xiaolong, and the others were waving their flags from the side. It was as if Lin Xianfang and his family were outsiders, not surnamed Lin at all. Seeing that his parents had been implicated as a target, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Uncle, if you think it's fake, you can make a phone call right now and check it out. Anyway, the number on the top of the invoice, it's clearly written. Lin Xiangwen clutched the invoice tightly, his scalp tingling a bit. Now, he could basically confirm that this invoice from Lin Dong was absolutely true. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Dong to be so confident. Once he did call the police, you can imagine the people who went in. Definitely his own family. Honey, say something. Seeing Lin Xiangwen's delayed action, the eldest aunt couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, Lin Xiangwen made a move that was incomprehensible, only to see him suddenly open his big mouth and shove the invoice in. After a few swallows, it was swallowed straight down. What? Everyone was confused when they saw this scene. Then a bold thought popped into his head. Could it be that this jade pendant is really worth more than $20 million? Oh, trying to destroy evidence and die without proof? Lin Dong smiled lightly and did not look anxious at all, as if, having guessed that Lin Xiangwen would play a dirty trick. Dad, what are you doing? Why did you even swallow the invoice? Lin Xiaolong froze before he could react to what was going on. In the next moment, the eldest aunt hastily covered his mouth, her face ugly. Cut the crap you. Lin Xiangwen was also in a hurry, blinking frantically to signal. He did it to eliminate evidence. Without an invoice, no one can prove the true value of the jade pendant. Offhand, this stupid son is still asking. It's just a stupid pig. Could it be that this jade pendant is real? Asterisk 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 more than $20 million. The oldest three families have made a fortune. I told you, that jade pendant looks so high-end. How can it be worth only $1 or $2 million? Luckily, the boss was resourceful enough to eat the invoice. The crowd murmured in whispers. It was doubly shocked by Lin Dong's great deal. It's surprising that buying a piece of jade pendant is worth more than $20 million. Doesn't that mean that their family is worth at least $100 million? Oh, pretty impressive. Uncle, how dare you know how to destroy incriminating evidence? I've underestimated you. Lin Dong gave Lin Xiangwen a thumbs up, but it was mocking him anyhow. Lin Xiangwen's face was red as a monkey's ass, but not a single word could be held back. He was really wimpy. Instead, it was the great aunt who tried to mouth off a couple of times when she saw that the invoice was gone. Okay, Lyndon, isn't it just a car? Just smash it. It's all family. What a big deal. And we're not looking for you to pay for it. That's it. Let's just get over it. The eldest aunt beckoned, wanting to make a big deal out of it. After all, at more than $20 million, even if their family sold it, they could not afford to lose it at all. Just when everyone thought that the invoice was gone and there was nothing Lin Dong could do, Lin Dong suddenly shook his head with a cold smile. Unfortunately, Uncle, because this invoice is so golden, I printed several copies in advance in color. What I just gave you is a copy. Sorry, this one is the real one. Before his words fell, Lin Dong pulled out a brand new invoice from his pocket. Both the handwriting and the official seal were clearer than the one just made. One look and you know it's true. At this time, Lin Xiaolong finally reacted, and with quick hands, he tried to grab it. However, how could Lin Dong let him have his way? Instantly lift your foot. Bang! After a heavy thud, Lin Xiaolong flew out backwards and planted himself into the BMW window, covered in glass. Ouch! It hurts! Dad! Mom! Lin Xiaolong screamed miserably. However, Lin Xiangwen and his great aunt did not dare to move, their foreheads filled with cold sweat. Things had developed to the point where Lin Chongqing was gradually waking up to what was going on. This jade pendant, it's guaranteed to be real. It never occurred to me that the oldest family really branched out. However, the more this happened, the more Lin Chongqing became chesty and short of breath, because the one he was least optimistic about was Lin Qianfang's family, especially this ungrateful son and grandson of Lin Dong. Isn't it just a slap in his old face that he's doing so well now? Ahem. Dad, are you okay? Seeing the old man suddenly coughing, Lin Xiangwu hurriedly and carefully supported him. Then, somewhat grumblingly, he looked at Lin Qianqian. Old third, count on me to beg you, okay? You guys just be magnanimous and let big brother go. Do you really want to see this family fall apart? Or is it just happy to piss our dad off? Lin Dong smiled. I didn't expect that Lin Xiangwu would use such a trick. Morally kidnap yourself? Then he's kind of overthinking it. Second uncle, just now, wasn't it you who said that I should kowtow and thank you? Why is it now that I'm mad at grandpa? I lost so much money that it became my problem instead. Ha ha. Hearing these words, Lin Xiangwu's entire face instantly turned the color of pig's liver. For a while, the situation was completely reversed to Lin Dong's side. As long as the invoice is in hand, he is in control. You can toss Lin Xiangwen's family any way you want. It's all up to him. Lin Xianjin and Li Xiuqin also sort of saw the true colors of these relatives and stood firmly on Lin Dong's side, strongly supporting all of their sons' decisions, just when everyone thought that Lin Dong was going to fish out of water. But then again, who made us related? For the sake of Grandpa's 80th birthday, let's put this matter on hold. What? Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen's heart rejoiced. How could Lin Dong be so nice? Or was Lin Changqing's face big enough? Unexpectedly, the family hadn't been happy for long before their faces turned black again in an instant. Still, compensation is due. Just wait until the birthday banquet is over. Dad, what do you think? Chapter 143, Birthday Gifts. Lin froze forward. However, since Lin Dong had said so, let's do it. Well, that's it for now. Keep wishing the old man a happy birthday. Lin Dong waved and walked into the old mansion on his own. That dashing and relaxed look, as if he was the head of the family. Lin Xiangwen's face was red for a while and his intestines were green with remorse. Just now, if he had allowed Lin Dong to smash the BMW and not to take it into account, perhaps they would not have flipped out. Now it's a good thing that he's inexplicably saddled with a debt of more than $20 million. How long is this going to take? Lin Xiaolong, you bastard. Why don't you hurry up and get over here? Seeing that Lin Xiaolong was still pretending to be dead, Lin Xiangwen couldn't help but curse. Come on hubby, don't scold the kid. And you, snap. The eldest aunt was just about to advise Lin Xiangwen, but in the next second, a slap slapped her in the face. It slapped her face straight red. If it weren't for your vanity, not being able to see the good in people's homes, and having to break the jade pendant, would you have caused such a scene? What a spoilsport, just knows how to cause trouble. Lin Xiangwen finished cursing and huffed into the old mansion without looking back. Eldest auntie and Lin Xiaolong wanted to cry, but they didn't dare to attack. They are indeed to blame for all this. It wasn't long before the crowd returned to the table. It's just that the atmosphere at the table is very different than before. Lin Xiangwen's family, who had just flaunted their power and looked down on this and that, were gray and downcast, with their tails between their legs. Lin Xiangwen's family is similar. Shrinking his head, he dared not breathe. Now, at last, they know who the real rich people are. Only Lin Yanyan and Su Shuebing were the same as before. It's not a matter of concern. Right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly opened his mouth with a smile. Eat? Why don't people eat? It's not going to be edible when it gets cold later. Seeing the expressions of the crowd as if they had eaten fly feces, Lin Dong's heart was in agony. In the past, they were the only ones who bullied their family. Now, finally, it's the other way around. Well, in this case, that's the end of it. Lin Dong, cut the crap. Lin Changqing knocked on the table with a grimace and looked impatiently at the strange and well-behaved Lin Dong. Then, he looked at his second son, Lin Xiangwu. Penis, don't you have something to say? Hurry up. Hearing this, the crowd looked towards Lin Xiangwu. Don't look at Lin Xiangwen with a 1 in his name, but in fact, 5 big, thick and domineering. On the contrary, Lin Xiangwu, whose name has a wu in it, always smiles and holds a bellyful of bad water. Oops, look at my pig brain. I almost forgot. Lin Xiangwu slapped his head violently, looking as if he had woken up from a dream. Little tiger, your grandfather's 80th birthday. Why don't you hurry up and bring up the birthday gifts our family has prepared? Oh hoo! Lin Xiaohu quickly got up and ran inside a pile of gifts and rummaged around for a while. Then, carefully, he brought out a gift box the size of a basin. The crowd saw this and understood. It was time for the birthday offering. Grandpa, I wish you green hills and green water, blessings like the East Sea and longevity like South Mountain. After Lin Xiaohu finished, he respectfully opened the gift box. A jade peach was placed inside. From the flesh to the branches and leaves, the carvings are lifelike and exquisite. On the surface, there was still the unique warm luster of jade. One look at it is refreshing. Well, Lin Changqing said 3 good words in a row. While leaning on his dragon head walking stick, he gently stroked the large birthday peach, his eyes smiling like a crescent moon. When Lin Xiangwu saw this, his heart rejoiced, knowing that this was the right gift. This big birthday peach is perfectly in line with the old man's expectations. Just ask, who doesn't want to live a long life and get younger and younger? Second, you have a heart. A jade carving this full and round with a unique shape should have cost a lot of money, right? Lin Changqing stroked his beard and inquired with a smile. Dad, you're out of line to say that. It doesn't hurt to spend money on you. It's not expensive. It's only $180,000. $180,000? Hearing this number, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Xiangwu had really put his blood on the line in order to please Elder Lin and compete for the family fortune. The BMW Lin Xiaolong bought was only about $200,000. He buys a birthday peach and almost catches up. It's the equivalent of giving the old man a walker. As expected, Lin Changqing smiled and laughed with joy after hearing this. Ha ha, Lao Air has a heart. little tiger. In the future, learn more from your father. In the future, our Lin family will depend on you young people. Hearing this, Lin Xiaohu's eyes lit up. Thanks, Grandpa. After saying that, he hastily knelt down, kowtowing and thanking him. When Lin Xiangwen saw this, he couldn't help but grimace and snort coldly. The good thing was, he wasn't unprepared. Xiaolong, you also hurry up and bring up the birthday gifts prepared by our family. Careful, don't bump your head again. As he said this, Lin Xiangwen glanced at his eldest aunt. The eldest aunt lowered her head sheepishly and no longer dared to open her teeth and claws. Soon, Lin Xiaolong brought up a gorgeous box. It slowly opened under Lin Changqing's expectant gaze. Swish! The moment the box was opened, a flash of golden light leaked out, almost blinding the crowd. Lin Xiaolong carefully took the item out. Only then did we see clearly that it was a galloping horse with a high head neighing and a galloping foot in the shape of a Mercedes. The shape is robust and exquisite, and the appearance is extraordinary. The surface is also plated with gold, worth 130,000 or 140,000 dollars, totally comparable to the emerald birthday peaches given by Lin Xiangwu. No wonder Lin Xiangwen is bottomless. As it turns out, it's also down to the wire. I can't believe it's modeled after a horse. The prancing horse with 3 feet in the air and 1 foot oversweeping a flying bird is exquisite. Just then, someone in the corner suddenly spoke up, surprise in his tone. The crowd followed the sound. Surprisingly, it was Lin Yanyan's husband, Su Shuebing, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and shaking his head. Lin Xiangwen heard it and laughed. Ha ha, brother-in-law is worthy of being a professor. You can tell at a glance. Not bad, it's exactly the imitation of a horse stomping. Dad, what do you think? Lin Changqing stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. It's okay, I'll take the stuff. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen couldn't help but let out a long breath. He was counting on a bigger share of the family fortune. Now, the old man has to be coaxed. Next, Lin Yanyan and Su Shuebing also took out their prepared birthday gifts. Both are in big cities, both have well-paying jobs, and naturally the gifts they give are not bad. It is a set of high-class massage chairs imported from abroad, which costs 70,000 to 80,000 dollars at least. Sit on it and relax with a head-to-toe massage. Finally, only Lin Dong's family was left without taking out their birthday gifts. Lin Xiangwu smiled coldly and hugged his arms. Lao San, what goodies did you prepare for Dad? It can't be just that health food. Yes, that jade pendant of yours cost more than $20 million. Something given to our father. Mustn't be several $100 million? The second aunt opened her mouth with a smile. The words were all in the shade. Chapter 144, worth 70 million. Are you kidding? Lin Xianjin was a bit unable to sit still and pushed Lin Dong's shoulder, urging, son, where's the birthday gift you prepared? Hurry up and take it out. Yeah, the big guys are waiting. Lin Dong's expression was not the least bit flustered. Don't be in a hurry. A good meal is not afraid of being late. And good things, naturally, should be saved for last. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwu's expression stiffened. Lin Dong's meaning was clearly saying that what he had prepared was the best. Lin Dong, don't be so oily and deceitful here. Are you afraid to show the good stuff? I take it that your family just didn't prepare any gifts and are planning to go buy them off the shelf? Lin Xiangwu opened his mouth with a cold smile. Second auntie was equally defiant, shaking her head straight there. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. And the kind of father you have, the kind of son you have, the way I see it, this kid is full of it. Every word of truth. Ha! Lin Dong smiled contemptuously. Chicken and duck, to a cow. There's really nothing to talk about with these uneducated rednecks. Unexpectedly, Lin Changqing took their words at face value and knocked the dragon head stick in his hand. Lin Dong, if your family hasn't prepared a gift, then forget it. I'm an old man and I'm not that bad. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised, knowing that the old man was already impatient. Take it easy, Grandpa. I'll bring it right over. In a moment, you'll have to take a good look. Meh, no hair on your mouth. For those who don't know, they'd think you'd moved objects out of the palace. What a load. The second aunt found the opportunity for another snide comment. Lin Dong also turned a deaf ear to her yin and yang, treating it as if it was a wild dog barking in the village and striding towards the door. Within a short time, he walked in with an exquisite and ornate gift box. The exterior is inlaid with all kinds of gems and jewels, looking extremely luxurious. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but be very curious. Inside the box, what exactly is inside? Lin Xiangwu subconsciously frowned. How did he feel that this gift box from Lin Dong alone was similar to the emerald birthday peaches he had given him? Alright Lin Dong, don't sell your secrets. What treasures do you have? Hurry up and bring them out. Let the group open their eyes. I don't know who I learned that from. These poor stinkers. Lin Changqing tapped the dragon head stick in his hand and opened his mouth to urge. Lin Dong was not annoyed either. With a sneer in his heart, he opened the gift box. Then, he held out the half-man-high piece of blue and white porcelain and placed it in front of Lin Chongqing. The glaze of this large blue and white porcelain jade vase is warm and moist like jade, and the body of the vase is blue and white, with a divine water dragon poking out its claws from between the clouds, as if it is looking down on the earth. The motifs are delicately etched and subtle, truly a rare gem. In the blink of an eye, the crowd couldn't help but hold their breath and their heartbeats slowed down by half a beat. Lin Chongqing's eyes were also glazed over and he moved forward. As the saying goes, the more a person lacks something, the more they flaunt it. He, as a person, likes to attach himself to the world and get some antiques and paintings. Good stuff, really good stuff, Su Shuebing blurted out. That's what he did as a researcher at the museum. At a glance, it was clear that this water dragon patterned vase was very extraordinary. Soon, however, he frowned again, muttering to himself with some incomprehension. Strange, this celadon. How it looks like something that was auctioned off at some charity dinner a week ago. The full name seems to be something like. Before Su Shuebing could think of anything, someone picked up the slack for him. A large blue and white seawater dragon vase. Yes, that's the name. Su Shuebing nodded his head like a chicken pecking at a rice. Then, following the sound, the person who spoke was none other than Lin Dong. The two of them sang this song together and quickly drew the attention of the crowd. Lin Xiangwu smiled and asked, "Brother-in-law, what did you just say about the auction? That's got to be quite a lot of money, right?" "That's natural. That charity dinner had high specifications, and the cheapest auction item had a starting price of $10 million. Hearing this, everyone froze in their tracks, looking straight at the large water dragon patterned bottle. His face was full of disbelief. The cheapest one? It's over $10 million? How is that possible? Brother-in-law, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Are you sure? This vase is real. Don't be fooled by someone with an agenda." Lin Xiangwu opened his mouth to remind. Second auntie chimed in. Yeah. Yen, quickly let your brother-in-law take a good look. I've heard that this antique thing is very deep, and the counterfeiting methods are very skillful. Hearing this, Su Shuebing was also a bit uncertain. Although he was an associate professor at the museum, he had never been up close and personal with such precious antiques. If you want to confirm the authenticity, I'm afraid, you have to use professional instruments. Seeing Su Shuebing look hesitant, Lin Chongqing, who was like a treasure a second ago, instantly frowned. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled faintly. There's no need to be skeptical. This stuff is real. It's the one from the charity dinner. $70 million. It didn't cost me any money though. Someone gave it to me. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly, and in his mind, he could not help but visualize Qi Wenxuan's face when she was so angry with himself that her nose was crooked. The other side. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the crowd was in an uproar of utter disbelief. Previously, that $20 million Phoenix Jade pendant had already made them suspicious. And now, a $70 million vase. It's a little too ridiculous, isn't it? Put. Lin Xiangwu was a bit unable to strain himself and was the first to burst out laughing. Immediately after, the others also laughed and looked at Lin Dong with a contemptuous expression. Seriously doubt he's in over his head. Lin Dong, it's not that second uncle is talking about you. Before, you got a fake invoice and fooled Big Brother and the others. So it's okay. Now, you're even boasting that it's worth $70 million? And, still, someone else gave it to you. People owe you. Or should they? You can't be sleepy, can you? Otherwise, why are you talking nonsense? The second aunt was also unforgiving, and sneered out. Lao San, and younger siblings, you really should find Lin Dong a hospital to look at his illness. Does he have no concept of money? We've been running that orchard with the boss for more than 10 years, and it's been hard to make a few $1,000,000. He's good, opening and closing his mouth for tens of millions of dollars. He's really not afraid of the wind flashing his tongue. Ha ha. Hearing this, the crowd really couldn't hold back a burst of laughter. Looking at Lin Dong's family was like looking at three clowns. Lin Xianxian was originally an honest man. Being questioned by the crowd, he blushed and could not speak. Li Shouqin was also a little shaken. If Lin Dong said that this large vase was worth more than $700,000, she could still accept it. More than $70 million was really beyond her knowledge. Even in my dreams, I wouldn't dare to be so bold. Chapter 145, Surprisingly Smashing. At that moment, the smile on Lin Chongqing's face faded away. In its place, there was coldness and anger. Nonsense! Lin Dong, what do you take me for? A 3-year-old? How dare you fool me with something like this? Seeking my pleasure. Your family. Get out. Get out of the Lin family and never come back. With Lin Chongqing's roar, the entire old Lin family mansion shook 3 times. Lin Xiangwu gloated and ducked to the side. Lin Xiangwen's family, on the other hand, kept their heads down and tried to stifle their laughter. At this juncture, if anyone dared to stand up for Lin Dong, they did not need to think about it to know that they would definitely not have a good time. However, in the face of the fuming old master, Lin Dong was not the least bit flustered. Then, without being humble, he said, "Grandpa, I didn't lie to you. This thing is the real thing. You don't want to listen to other people's nonsense?" Hearing these words, Lin Changqing's nose went askew in anger. "You kid, it's okay to buy a fake. Now, there's the audacity to say that this stuff is real. Does he think he's old and dim and his head is spinning? And that Lin Xiangwu was talking nonsense. Don't I know who's talking nonsense? Lin Dong, how are you talking to Grandpa? A fake is a fake. No one will laugh at you. You have to say it's real. You kid, you're too much of a swollen face. Yeah, it wasn't enough to screw over the boss's family, but now, to think that he's trying to trick the old man. Really think that our family are all little cuties, and that you can bully them at will. Grandpa, just this kind of ungrateful grandson doesn't deserve the surname Lin at all." The crowd spoke one word to another, directly characterizing Lin Dong, even to deprive him of his status as a member of the Lin family. Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Qianfang couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. "Dad, that's not how it's said. This thing, no matter how much it's worth, is a small token of appreciation from Xiaodong. Didn't you just compliment this on its beauty?" Lin Qianjin spoke bitterly, not wanting the relationship between the grandparents and grandchildren to become too frosty. Unexpectedly, it was fine if he did not say this, but as soon as he said this, Lin Changqing suddenly remembered that he had fallen for Lin Dong's trick and was still screaming about it, and he was immediately furious and his old face turned red. "Asshole, he's a grandson who knows no shame, and you, a father, are defending him. I should never have raised you in the first place. You didn't learn the good ones, you learned the bad ones. Of my 3 sons, you are the most worthless." Hearing this, Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu unconsciously straightened their backs. Lin Qianqian, on the other hand, his body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. "I didn't realize that in my father's eyes, he was a loser." "Grandpa, is that too much to ask? What makes you say that my father is inferior to my first and second uncles? Besides, don't you know why my dad can't make any money?" Lin Dong spoke in a deep voice, getting angrier the more he thought about it. Lin Changqing froze. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong even dared to talk back. Although, he does seem to be biased. The 20-odd acres of land that should have belonged to Lin Qianqian was privately divided among the oldest 2. You, Lin Changqing's face turned blue as he was choked by Lin Dong, subconsciously trying to smash something. It just so happened that the closest thing to him was the large water dragon patterned vase. "I told you to talk back." In the next moment, Lin Changqing violently flung his dragon head walking stick and smashed it onto the large bottle with a bang. Wow! In full view of the public, the blue and white seawater dragon vase was broken into pieces and fell to the ground. "What?" Lin Dong subconsciously stared wide-eyed as his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. It hadn't occurred to me that Lin Changqing had done something so desperate. The antique worth $70 million was smashed directly by him. And, still, the one that can't be mended. When Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu saw this scene, they immediately raised their eyebrows and forced a smile. They couldn't wait. Lin Changqing hated Lao San's family. Now, the old master had made his position clear by smashing the birthday gift he had given him in front of Lin Dong. This kinship, it's kind of completely broken. When the old man is 100 years old, the Lin family property will not be divided to Lin Xinjin a star. Lin Yanyan, the daughter who married out, was even less likely. At the end of the day, it's still all about the 2 brothers. "Dad, take it easy, it's not worth it, getting all worked up over a few rotten people." "That's right, a fake, just smash it. I'll ask Xiang Wu to buy you a real one later." "Old third, why don't you hurry up and have Lin Dong roll over to Kowtow and make amends? If you make our father sick, I won't spare you." For a while, the people were verbally abusive. It makes Lin Qianjin not a person. Li Shouqin is even more fidgety. Although, before that, they were not on good terms with the Lin family crowd, but it's far from being a huge mess. In this case now, I'm afraid, the best case scenario, it's all going to be swept under the rug by the old man. In the future, old death. Snap. While the old mansion was in disarray, someone suddenly clapped. Lin Dong's face was filled with a hopeless expression as he sighed. "Some people, what a well, an antique worth $70 million. Keep it well. It's a family heirloom anyhow. And now, it's smashed. This is something that if the ancestors were to know in their springs, they would surely curse you ungrateful sons and daughters to death." Hearing this, the crowd froze at first. Afterward, an incomparably shocked Lin Dong looked at him. "This kid, he's a little too wild. Doesn't he have any fear of being expelled from his home?" You. Lin Changqing was so furious that he pointed his finger at Lin Dong and almost lost his breath. Just then, Su Xuebing bent down, picked up a piece of celadone porcelain fragment from the ground, and took out a magnifying glass from his pocket to take a closer look. A moment later, he stood up in unusual shock. No way! This thing is real. It's really a large vase with a water dragon design from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. I can conclude that it's the same one that was auctioned off at the charity dinner last week. It's a pity that such a fine piece of lapis lazuli shattered straight away. It's more than enough to be an heirloom. What? Hearing this, everyone froze in their tracks. Only Lin Dong was expressionless and not at all surprised. $70 million was definitely an astronomical amount for the Lin family. Enough to change everyone's fate. Unfortunately, there are people who don't know what they're talking about. Brother-in-law, don't be ridiculous. Lin Xiangwu didn't dare to accept this fact. Rushed up and grabbed Su Shuebing's shoulder. Trembling, look more carefully. Is this thing real or not? With little hesitation, Su Shuebing nodded solemnly, holding a fragment of the blue and white porcelain, and said ruefully, I assure you with my professionalism that it's absolutely true, and it's probably worth more than $70 million, because there is not a single piece of royal blue and white porcelain in existence that can be compared to this. How is that possible? Lin Xiangwu let go of Su Shuebing's hand and stumbled a bit, looking dazed. Lin Changqing even tilted his neck and spat out a mouthful of blood, directly fainting. Chapter 146, Too Much to Repent. Dad, are you okay? Lin Xiangwu looked flustered and kept shaking Lin Changqing, who was lying on the eunuch chair and was as breathless as a swimmer. It was as if, just now, spitting out that old blood had cost him half his life. It was all because of the words spoken by Su Shuebing. This large blue and white seawater dragon vase is real. It's worth over $70 million. As a result, such a supreme treasure was smashed to pieces by him in a fit of rage. It could be said that it was he who personally cut off the Lin family's hopes of becoming rich overnight and leaping the Dragon Gate with a carp. How could Lin Changqing not be angry? How can you not regret it? At this moment, his intestines were green with remorse. Almost hiccuped and went to meet the ancestors of the Lin family. Lin Shanshan and Li Shouqin looked at each other. Vaguely, there was a surprising amount of pain in his heart. Who let Lin Changqing think that he has been shrewd all his life, and all kinds of suppression to look down on himself? As a result of such a large family, the one who had mixed up the best was instead Lin Dong, who was the one he looked down on the most. It was kind of a slap in the face. The other side, looking at the scene in chaos, Lin Dong held his arms and said without haste, Second uncle, wasn't it you who made Grandpa so angry by saying fake with every mouthful and opening your mouth to shut up about fakes? If you hadn't been arching fire here, would he have broken this antique? I was kind enough to give my grandfather a heavenly birthday gift. What's my fault? It's not even you white wolves jumping up and down there. Unfortunately, in this world, there are no pills of regret for sale. It's finally your turn for this heavenly riches, but you can't catch it. Hearing this, Lin Xiangwu couldn't help but blush for a moment. At the same time, there was a strong sense of regret. He just couldn't stand to see Lao San's family mixing it up, so he deliberately said that the vase was a fake to discredit them. I didn't expect that the old man would be so hot-tempered that he would directly smash things. Now, it's too late. $70 million. He won't get a dime. Lin Xiangwu topped a monkey like a big red face, stammered, Good you brat, learned bad outside. Even elders are not respected. Bah! Before he could finish his words, he was directly toppled back by a look from Lin Dong. And elders? Are you worthy? Other than that, you and your eldest uncle return our family's land first. Over the years, you've made so much money off of it. Have you ever thought of giving a penny to my father? A bunch of wolf-hearted things, and dare to discuss seniority in front of my old man. And don't take a piss and look at yourself. I'll be damned. Wow. The group of people stared at Lin Dong with wide eyes and faces full of astonishment. Never in a million years did he expect that Lin Dong would lash out here and scold the two Lin Xiangwu and Lin Xiangwu brothers. Lin Xiangwu was directly disliked to the point that he didn't dare to let out a single fart and almost committed a cerebral hemorrhage. And, scratching my head, I couldn't think of anything to say in return. Next to it, Lin Xiangwen was also on pins and needles. He is also involved in taking over the land of Lin Dong's family. Now that Lin Dong had mixed his way out, he did not know if he would retaliate against them. Yen Yen. Just then, from the eunuch's chair, came a weak voice. Lin Yen Yen raised her eyebrows and exclaimed in shock, Dad, you're awake. All stop arguing and come take a look. As soon as the crowd heard that Lin Changqing had woken up, they couldn't care less about Lin Xiangwu and Lin Dong's quarrel and rushed to get together. Phew! With Lin Yen Yen's assistance, Lin Changqing slowly sat up. His eyes were numb as he looked at the debris on the ground. His face was filled with tears of remorse, and his heart was even more twisted. Hey, I really have the eyes to recognize the gold and jade, and I have to have a cheap hand. What a nice thing to break. Ugh. Lin Changqing held his head, very chagrined and sad. No less than when a wife died in the first place. That's called a whammy. The crowd, seeing this, likewise hung their heads. Lin Xiangwu. Suddenly, Lin Changqing called out a name. The latter winced and tensed. Dad, I'm at. Get your ass over here and get on your knees. A second ago, Lin Changqing was dying. In the latter second, it even returned to the general. In the midst of a loud shout, Lin Xiangwu's face was red, but there is nothing to be done about it. Puff! He could only kneel down in front of Lin Changqing in front of the crowd with a stifled expression, looking as if he was waiting to be dealt with. In the next moment, Lin Changqing raised his dragon head walking stick and dropped it heavily. Snap! A stick went down, directly hitting Lin Xiangwu's shoulder, leaving a bright red bloodstain. Dad! What are you doing? The second ant was startled and subconsciously tried to walk over. Lin Changqing turned his head and directly cursed. Shut up, you spoilsport! If it weren't for you two arching fire here, how could I have smashed that treasure? $70 million. That's $70 million. Can you afford to pay? Ah! Hearing this, the second ant lowered her head somewhat sheepishly. She knew that she was, indeed, to blame for this. However, she also didn't expect that the old man would really get mad. All along, Lin Changqing had only taken the two Wenwu brothers as his sons. If there is anything good, they will only think of them. Today, it was a complete flip-flop. And you, boss, hurry up and spit out all the money and land that you owe the Laosan family all these years. What? Lin Xiangwen and Lin Xiangwu raised their heads in disbelief. Never in a million years did I expect the old man to make this decision. Wouldn't that cost them a ton of money? Is it because my words don't work? Lin Changqing glared fiercely at the two, itching to hang them up and beat them. These two stupid sons, they are so stupid. First a $20 million jade pendant, then a $70 million antique. Couldn't they see that the current Lin Dong had long since changed, and was worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars? As long as the relationship with Lin Dong was repaired, it was heavenly riches waiting for them. Lin Dong could make them a fortune by slightly leaking some favors from his fingernails. Ha! Beside him, Lin Dong let out a cold laugh. The heart was clear as a mirror to Lin Changqing's wishful thinking. However, this matter still depended on Lin Shenjin's wishes. These relatives, how to deal with them in the future. Do they still go around? Dad, what do you think? Lin Dong looked towards Lin Xianxian and asked for his opinion. With little hesitation, Lin Xianfan took 2 steps forward and said to Lin Changqing, "Thank you, Dad, for your kind words, but, right now, I don't need those plots of land anymore. I have my own job." Lin Changqing froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Xianxian would answer like this. What job is more lucrative than an orchard that pays over $100,000 a year? When the two Wenwu brothers heard this, they also mocked out of habit. Lao San, are you out of your mind? Dad is giving you money now. That's right. What kind of work do you do that pays more than an orchard? Chapter 147, The Unrecognizable. Lin Xianfang did not even look at them and said lightly, "A few days ago, Xiaodong bought a 4-star hotel in the county, and I am now the general manager of the hotel. Here's my card." A 4-star hotel? General manager? Hearing these words, the two Wenwu brothers people were dumbfounded. The others also looked at each other with shock written all over their faces. Take a good look around. Don't say, Lin Xianxian wearing this outfit is really a bit of a big boss style. However, in everyone's inherent perception, Lin Xianfang was a rotten and broken man. At the last family gathering, he was still working inside the factory. How did you become the general manager of a 4-star hotel? Oldest, in the past, there were some things that Dad did do wrong, but you don't have to lie to me. How come I didn't know you became the general manager? There's no movement at all. Lin Changqing shook his head, completely unconvinced. Lin Xianxian's words were true. The next moment, the two Wenwu brothers also followed suit and agreed. Old 3, your family isn't doing any illegal business, is it? Otherwise, how could it be possible to earn so much money at once? Yes, first a $10 or $20 million jade pendant, then a $70 or $80 million antique. Why does it sound so evil? We don't make a lot of money running an orchard, but, at least we're honest and law-abiding. Unlike you guys, money comes like the wind. Who believes this money is decent? Hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads. Lao San's family must have done something illegal and criminal to make so much money in a short time. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. Hearing that, the crowd had to question. Subconsciously, Lin Xianxian and Li Xiuzhen also looked towards Lin Dong. Although, before, Lin Dong had explained to them that it was the opening of a few nightclubs in Tianhai that were doing brisk business, and it was only after that he had an income of nearly $1 million every month. However, there is a crucial question. Where did he get the money? Half a year ago, he was clearly just an ordinary office worker. Ha ha, it seems that you guys don't believe it. Ha, just as well. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you guys a chance to make some money. It's up to you guys to take advantage of it. Lin Dong smiled coldly, his eyes showing a touch of teasing. A chance to make money? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Lin Dong meant. Just then, Lin Dong took out a bunch of hot gold business cards from his pocket. It was thick, hundreds of sheets at least. There are a few large letters written squarely on the top panel. General Manager of Lihua Hotel, Lin Qianqian, and the business card. It looks real. I thought Laosan was talking nonsense. The two Wenwu brothers stared wide-eyed and confirmed it carefully. Both the address on it and the contact information are true. In other words, Lin Qianqian, a country bumpkin, had really transformed himself into the general manager of a 4-star hotel. At that moment, their eyes were red with envy and jealousy. Don't care if it's the right kind of money. At least, people earn their money and enjoy it. A Lihua hotel is worth dozens of Lin family orchards. No wonder. Lin Qianfang didn't care at all about the 24 acres of land promised by Lin Chongqing. Now, he pressed on. So what if it's the general manager? It's none of our business. That's right. Even if your dad really is some bull ***** general manager, it's not your turn to strut your stuff here, especially in front of your grandfather. Lin Xiangwu had a disdainful face. However, Lin Dong did not take out his business card to show off. Instead, the focus is on the next few sentences. First uncle, second uncle, and everyone else here, listen up. I have a total of 100 business cards in my hand and will throw them out for you to grab later. Whoever grabs one, I'll give him $10,000 right away, transferred on the spot. I, Lin Dong, a gentleman's word is his bond. If I lie, I will be struck by heaven and give birth to a child without an asshole. What? Hearing these words, the two Wenwu brothers, who had just been filled with disdain, instantly widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. The others were also clenching their fists, their hearts racing. $10,000 for a business card? Did Lin Dong have money to burn, or did he want to be a money-giving boy? Son, what do you mean by that? Li Xiuqin frowned slightly. It's not so much the money that hurts. After all, that jade pendant alone was worth over $20 million. To the current Lin Dong, $1 million was nothing. She just did not understand Lin Dong's intentions. Lin Dong smiled lightly and said, Mom, isn't today Grandpa's 80th birthday? Since it's a birthday, it should be lively. It's only right for me, as a grandson, to take some money out to liven things up. Anyway, it's only $1 million. Sprinkle, it's only $1 million? Upon hearing these few words, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, their jealousy towards Lin Dong reaching the point of gnashing their teeth. This kid, he's so developed, he doesn't think of money as money. It's so hateful. While their bellies were still slandering, their bodies were honest, and one by one, they squeezed over and looked at the business card in Lin Dong's hand with unblinking eyes. That look was like a wolf that had been starving for days and saw a hot roasted whole lamb. The harumps are flowing. Okay, get ready to start right away. Guys, you've got to catch it. Wow. In the next moment, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised as he waved his large hand. 100 business cards with Lin Qianqian's name written on them flew out like heavenly flowers. It spilled out and fell everywhere. At first, there was some pinching. Get in the way and grind. It wasn't until Lin Xiaolong scurried out in a mischievous manner and frantically picked up business cards on the ground that the crowd finally couldn't hold back and stormed up, frantically scrambling for them. My, this card is mine. Off to the side. I grabbed it first. Lin Xiaohu, look carefully. I'm your eldest uncle. How dare you rob from me? What's wrong with the eldest? A business card is $10,000. Grab a few dozen and you can get a new car. Give it to me. Give it to me. Who'd mess with money these days? These people, cursing Lin Dong with their mouths, grabbed the business cards, one by one. Even, some of them fought. In order to fight for the business card, Lin Xiaolong and Lin Xiaohu fought with each other. In no time at all, the head was broken and bloodied. For a while, the entire old Lin family mansion was whimpering and clamoring, chaotic like a food market. A few minutes ago, they were all in one piece, wishing the old man a happy birthday. Now, they are all in a hurry and they don't recognize their parents. These fools, have they all gone mad? Seeing this scene, Lin Chongqing was so angry that he trembled. Offhand, he couldn't stop it. He's a fart in front of money. Who would listen to him? Chapter 148, Return to Tianhai. Not long after, Lin Xiaohu came over with a pleasing face, holding a few mutilated business cards in his hand and looking at Lin Dong with a somewhat apprehensive expression. Cousin, take a look. Can these business cards still be exchanged for money? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Although, these business cards are worn out, but words are words. He's not going to backtrack. Also, he needs $1,000 to make this fire burn brighter. Otherwise, there would be no good show. Yes, of course. Second cousin, you grabbed a total of 5 business cards. That's $50,000. I'll transfer the money to you now and see if you get it. Ding. A few moments later, Lin Xiaohu did receive the transfer. Holy, it really pays. Great. Thank you Lin Dong. Lin Xiaohu let out a ghostly cry, so excited that he almost jumped up in place. The others saw this and grabbed even more frantically. Asterisk 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 Q. Get out of here. The two women, second and first aunts, fought the hardest, pulling their hair or scratching their faces. Not long after, Lin Xiangwen also walked over with his head bowed, holding several blood-stained business cards. Upon closer inspection, his clothes were disheveled and he had several nail marks on his face. I don't know who scratched it. Great nephew, what happened in the past? It was Uncle's fault. Uncle apologized to you and your father. Look, can I get money for these business cards? Seeing Lin Xiangwen being so careful and groveling, Lin Dong was simply pleased to the core. However, he did not spare the other party lightly. Instead, he feigned a sad face and said with great helplessness, "Oops, it doesn't seem to be working out too well. Uncle, this business card of yours, the words are all flowery and unrecognizable." What? Lin Xiangwen was instantly anxious. Lin Dong, my good nephew, do me a favor and replace these business cards. This is something I snatched with great difficulty, and if I can't exchange it for money, won't it be in vain? Lin Xiangwen wanted to cry. Until now, his face was still hot and painful, with blood marks all over it. If you can't get money for it, it's really a waste of time. Lin Dong sighed and pretended to be torn, holding the business card and looking at it. Uncle, it's not that I won't change it for you. I can't even read the words on this business card, and I can't use it anymore. Why don't you ask my dad and my mom? I remember that they had, like, a couple new business cards there. What the hell? And new business cards. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwen's eyes went round. Then the fire ran to the old couple, and there was another round of bitter pleading. Lin Xianxian and Li Shouqin's ears were soft, and they couldn't withstand Lin Xiangwen's pleas. There was no choice but to take out the only 3 business cards left in his hand. Good nephew, that's 13 business cards. Soon, Lin Xiangwen exchanged $130,000. It drew the eyes of countless people. Mine, don't grab it. I saw this card first. 10 minutes later, the business card grabbing drama was finally over. The least, they get $20,000 or $30,000. It's nothing like getting it for nothing. Not a moment too soon, outside the Lin family's old mansion, a large group of people escorted Lin Dong's family out. The sight of the racy Paramera was another big whoop, especially Lin Xiaolong. Only then did he understand why Lin Dong had not been soft at all when he smashed that BMW. It turned out that people drove these million-dollar luxury cars and couldn't even look at his BMW. Soon, under the send-off of the crowd, Lin Dong drove the old couple and left the Lin family village. By the time they got home, it was afternoon. Mom and Dad, in the future, if this group of people from the old family dare to bully you again, be sure to call me. Lin Dong opened his mouth indifferently, not forgetting to explain a couple of things. Unexpectedly, Lin Xianxian and Li Shouqin were helpless inside. Son, if we don't bully them after what you did today, who would dare to mess with us? That's right, it's not like you didn't see that after grabbing the business card, your eldest 2 uncles rushed to divide the orchard among your father. All kinds of flattering and climbing relations, and little dragon and little tiger, frantically inquiring what kind of business you're in and wanting to be your chauffeur and assistant. Lin Dong sneered. What's wrong with these people? In the past, when their family was poor, each of those so-called relatives hated to step on them. Now, seeing that he's made a fortune, he's sticking to it like a dog's skin. However, Lin Dong was too lazy to care. It's too much of a drop in the bucket to tangle with a bunch of dirtbags. Alright, you two take an early rest. I'm going back to Tianhai. Lin Donglu didn't even go up and drove away directly. The reason is also simple. Chu Xiaoxia had just made a phone call. In the past few days, she had contacted dozens of nightclubs and had already negotiated a price, just waiting for him to go back and slap a signature on it. Lin Dong was very pleased to hear this. Worthy of the elite of the workplace, things are just thunderous. In just a few days, the work was done. About 3 hours later, Lin Dong returned to Tianhai and went straight to the Blue Goblin bar. As a result, there was no Chu Xiaoxiao in sight. When I called and asked, I realized that Chu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Daqi had gone to pick up those bosses, and it would take a while for them to arrive. Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Then, waddling outside. At this point, almost 6 or 7 o'clock, the Blue Siren bar was not yet at the prime time when business was at its peak, and there weren't a lot of people. Bored, Lin Dong asked the waiter for a bottle of brandy and casually found a seat to drink and pass the time. I didn't realize that the ass was still warm. Tada! There was a sound of high heels on the ground in her ears. Turning her head, she walked in face to face with a wonderful beauty with a slender figure and enchanting movements. Wearing a hot red wraparound dress and tossing her long blonde hair, 2 long white and slender legs, stepping on a pair of Valentino, were completely exposed in the air. Raise your hand and exude a seductive charm. It's almost like a witch or a leprechaun. Gollum. Even though Lin Dong had read countless women, at this moment, he could not help but gulp his saliva and was a little agitated inside. Tada! The sound of stomping on the ground was becoming clearer and clearer. As the beautiful woman got closer and closer, Lin Dong could see more and more clearly. However, the blonde was not running to him. Without even glancing at him, she stepped straight into her high heels and dashed past him. Behind her, there were two other men with large arms, wearing sunglasses and a suit. He looks like a bodyguard. Noticing Lin Dong's straight gaze, he did not open his mouth to stop him, just glared at him twice and followed closely. Men like to look at beautiful women. This kind of staring happens almost every moment. It really counts. They don't want to do anything else. Before long, the blonde ordered a couple bottles of foreign wine and sat down in the plush card table, pouring herself a drink. The two bodyguards were very sensible and didn't interrupt, just stood aside with their hands copied. The blonde looked sad and seemed to have come to relieve her boredom, drinking glass after glass. In a short while, he drank until his cheeks were flushed and he was vaguely intoxicated. Lin Dong took all of this in and could not help but feel a little foolish. Chapter 149. My introduction fee is very high. Just then, a beautiful singer with a ponytail and about 6 or 7 points walked on stage holding a guitar and looking very slick. Lin Dong remembered her name. It seemed to be something like an. It was recruited by Zhang Dafa from some music university. Use your time after school to come to bars and work as a resident singer to earn some money for tuition and living expenses. Soon after, and cradled her guitar and cleared a ballad. Let me see you again. From south to north, like being blinded by the fifth circle. The song is gentle and has the feeling of being narrated in the ear. Combined with the lighting, it creates a mood of frustration. By all accounts, the college girl named and sang quite well. Off stage, there were also a number of patrons immersed in the song, listening with their eyes closed to enjoy it. Unexpectedly, the song was just halfway through when someone suddenly roared. What a thing to sing! So hard to hear. I came to the bar to vent, not for you to give me a hard time. The more I sing the harder it gets. Hurry up and change the song. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Following the voice, it was the blonde who had been drinking alone who had picked the fight. By now, the eyes were red and already a little drunk. The crowd jumped at the blonde's voice. In an instant, all eyes looked over, and had the same furrowed brows and her hands didn't know where to put them. Although, she hadn't been at the Blue Siren bar for very long. The first few shows, however, were pretty successful. This is the first time I've seen this today. No, sorry, I didn't mean it. And owed her body an apology. A different song followed and continued to play and sing along. As a result, not 2 lines into the song, the blonde once again yelled out, I told you to be passionate. Are you deaf? If you can't sing well, get off your ass and don't grunt there. It's hard to see. It's not enough to make it hard. The blonde used her drink to point at Anne. After saying that, still not satisfied, he grabbed a foreign wine bottle and threw it directly over. Bang! Click! Ah! The bottle of foreign liquor landed at Anne's feet and smashed in 5 pieces. The little girl was so scared that she couldn't help but let out a scream. Then, with a terrified look on his face, he apologized there. I'm sorry, so sorry. A couple of customers couldn't look away and got up to try to fight. As a result, just as he stood up, he was severely glared back by 2 tiger-backed bodyguards. Asterisk 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 off. Our sister-in-law can do whatever she wants. It's none of your business. If you don't want to get your ass kicked, sit down. You hear me? That ferocious look is not to be messed with at first glance. Everyone wilted at once. Damn. Sincerely giving my mom a hard time. If you can't sing, go back. Don't embarrass yourself here. The blonde gulped down her drink as she shouted insults, not caring at all about other people looking at him differently. This stance was either a drunken madness, or he was usually arrogant and used to it, and didn't put other people in his eyes. Excuse me, beautiful, I'm the owner of this bar. May I ask, are you dissatisfied with our singer? Just then, a magnetic man's voice suddenly rang out. Luo Yuzhu subconsciously raised her head. What came into view was a tall, handsome little man. It made her light up. However, hearing that the other party was a bar owner, he couldn't help but curse again. You're the owner? Then do you realize that I come to the bar to have fun? What kind of singer you got? Not as good as my cat can hum. Be sensible and tell her to get lost. Hearing these words, Lin Dong's face chilled. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a small amount of good looks, I would have thrown her out with a chair. At this moment, 2 bodyguards stopped in front of Lin Dong with an unkind look on their faces. What do you want? Stay away from our sister-in-law, or else, chop off your hand. Sister-in-law? Lin Dong frowned slightly. Could it be that this woman has some special background? Thinking of this, Lin Dong's eyes dripped as he lightly smiled. Don't get me wrong, the 2 of you. I'm just here to ask what this beauty is dissatisfied with. Ha! Luo Yuzhu rolled her eyes, her 2 beautiful legs resting playfully on the table. There's nothing to say. Hurry up and change. Seeing as you're quite a smooth talker, why don't you go up and sing a couple songs? Luo Yuju's words were exactly what Lin Dong wanted. On the surface, however, he put up a pretense. Pretty girl, I'm the boss, and I don't normally take things lightly. Meaning, you have a high introduction fee? Luo Yuju snorted coldly, a touch of disdain showing on her pretty face. The old lady's got the money. Bears. The two bodyguards were very cooperative and took out a suitcase straight away. Bang! The moment the box was opened, a side of reddish bills appeared in front of everyone. At least $500,000 when you hit it. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. At the same time, it was basically certain that Luo Yuju had come from quite a long way. Otherwise, who in their right mind would leave the house with so much cash? Is this enough? Not enough. There's more on the old lady's card. A bar owner. How dare he pose in front of me? He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Lin Dong gently smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll do the honors. After saying that, Lin Dong directly walked towards the stage and nodded at An. It's been hard work, so go ahead and go down. There's no need to take tonight to heart. Turn around. I'll add $10,000 to your bonus as moral compensation. What? Hearing this, An was first shocked. Great joy ensued. Originally, she was worried that she would lose her job. Now, with Lin Dong's words, all the worries suddenly dissipated. Thanks boss, boss I love you, An exclaimed, offering a warm hug and a hard kiss on Lin Dong's face. Then, clutching his guitar, he bounced off the stage. Lin Dong touched his face with a somewhat helpless expression. Are all college girls these days so spirited? Why don't you move and kiss? While he was reminiscing, someone's impatient voice suddenly came from the stage. Dawdling, are you going to sing or not? If you don't sing, I'll smash your bar. Looking at the voice, the one who spoke was none other than Luo Yuju. At this moment, she was crossing her legs and looking at Lin Dong with a displeased expression. Just then, a song flashed through Lin Dong's mind. Afterwards, grab the microphone. In an instant, the whole person's aura changed abruptly. 1 second, it was the old greasy bar owner. The next moment, it was transformed into a top-notch singer. Both the stand and the stage are a sight to behold. Luo Yuju's beautiful eyes were stunned and she subconsciously straightened her body. No, man, you're really good at that. Soon the accompaniment sounds under the colorful illumination. Lin Dong also closed his eyes and spoke slowly. I look out over distant mountains, but misses the turnpike intersection. Looking back, just realized you were waiting for me. Never left. Chapter 150, Finding a Quiet Place. Swish. In the next second, the originally noisy bar suddenly quieted down. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at Lin Dong on the stage, each holding their breath and filled with shock. Luo Yuju's pupils even shrunk, unconsciously immersed in the unfolding song, feeling goosebumps and pregnant ears. He sings, and it's so good. When the song ended, the room was silent. It's not that Linden sings badly, rather, everyone was so engaged in listening that they didn't come back for a long time. A moment later, Luo Yuju reacted and was the first to applaud. Snap! The crowd woke up as if from a dream. It was immediately followed by a round of applause. Boss, you sing so well. It's not worse than the original song at all. That's right, if the boss sings every day, then I'll definitely come every day. One more. For a while, the atmosphere of the bar warmed up again. Everyone looked at Lin Dong with anticipation, hoping that he would sing another song. An, who had just gone down, was also blushing slightly. No wonder, the boss is so confident in relieving me. So, he sings so well. Darn, thanks for worrying about him. Anne's mouth said she hated it, and her squirming movements betrayed her heart. Ahem. On the stage, Lin Dong gently coughed twice. He just grunted casually. I didn't realize that there would be such a big reaction. It can't be helped. Who let him have the divine singing skills rewarded by the system? Listening to him sing is the ultimate treat. Little handsome, I didn't expect you to sing so well. Sister is very satisfied. Luo Yuju threw a wink at Lin Dong. Her eyes seemed to be able to pull silk. This woman, what a charming bone. A casual movement made people so horny that they wanted to rush over right now and rub this little goblin on the ground on the spot. Next to them, Bear Big and Bear 2 were not surprised. Luo Yuju is just so charming. Unfortunately, she's the master's woman. No one dares to touch her. Unless, of course, that person doesn't want to live. However, the two of them never expected that today. There was really someone who had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to hit Luo Yuju's idea. Ha ha, just as long as the pretty girl likes it. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. That confident expression, as well as the deep look in her eyes, once again mesmerized Luo Yuju. Since everyone wants to hear it so badly, I'll do another one. Is it good? Lin Dong inquired with a smile. As the words fell, the bar was filled with thunderous applause and cheers. Almost everyone stood up with an excited look on their faces. Some even took out their cell phones, ready to record. Ahem. Lindong cleared his throat and looked at Luo Yuzhu with affection. Luo Yuzhu, who had just been playing drunk, was almost mesmerized. Combined with the stimulation of the alcohol, instantly her pretty face was pink and her skin was hot. Right now, there was only one thought in her head. Push back Linden. If those two words didn't tremble, I won't find out. I'm hard. How to say it? It's just a breakup. Too soon. Lindong's low voice that struck the soul once again spread throughout the bar. At this moment, he was the only shining star in the room. It's a well-deserved song king in the world. Woohoo! Luo Yuzhu was also greatly touched and cried with pearly blossoms. At the same time, for Lindong, he was becoming more and more intoxicated and mesmerized. A few moments later, another song was sung. Many people felt that it was not enjoyable and wanted to keep Lindong. Unfortunately, Lindong politely refused and walked off on his own. Soon, he walked to Luo Yuzhu with a smile on his face. Pretty girl, I sing okay, don't I? It's okay, it's so okay. I've never heard such a great song. Luo Yuzhu nodded her head in excitement. As you like. Lindong smiled faintly. He knew, now, that he had the hot blonde in his grasp. The next thing to do was to find a way to detach these two light bulbs. Unexpectedly, before he could act, Luo Yuzhu took the initiative to speak. Taking out his bank card, he said in a churlish manner, Xiong De, Xiong Er, you guys go to the bank and withdraw $100,000 out. This boss sings well. I want to reward him. The two bodyguards froze. Inside this suitcase, there's almost $500,000. Luo Yuzhu even asked them to take money and reward a man. Are you out of your mind? What? What I said doesn't work? Or are you deaf? Seeing the two frozen in place, Luo Yuzhu's gaze twisted and she glared fiercely over. No. The two bodyguards hurriedly shook their heads. Luo Yuzhu is indeed a brainless woman, but the man behind her is a big deal. They dare not disobey her words. But, sister-in-law, what about your safety when we go to get the money? Yeah, who's going to protect you? The two bodyguards looked at each other with a somewhat hesitant expression. Next, wow, Luo Yuzhu picked up the wine bottle and smashed it directly on the table. Then, charging at them with the barbed side with a scowl. I'm not one to be messed with. Who dares to get close to me? Get the hell out of here and don't make me scold you guys. Once these words came out, the two bodyguards didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran out in ashes. In their opinion, Lindong was just a singer, giving him 10 guts. He wouldn't dare to touch Luo Yuzhu. Unfortunately, the two had their moments of looking the other way, and Luo Yuzhu's domineering performance also made Lindong's eyes light up. He had played with so many beautiful women, and it was the first time he had seen one with such a personality. There is a strong contrast between the refined appearance and the pugnacious style. I just don't know if it's as wild in bed. Little dudes, it's crowded here. Why don't we find a quiet place and talk? It's not safe for me to hold so much money by myself. Luo Yuzhu pressed her index finger against her plump lips. The flirtatious movements, the winking expression, almost like a vixen. No problem. Lindong licked his lips and said with a smile, come with me, beautiful girl. Luo Yuzhu's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning. Then, in a hurry, he followed. A moment later, Lindong brought Luo Yuzhu to the restroom. Well, it's okay, it's a good place. Luo Yuzhu directly hugged Lindong from behind and kissed him all over his neck, like a starving she-wolf that hasn't known how many days. Don't get too crazy. Lindong was also tickled. Still, it was a refusal. Pretty girl, we just met. Is this a bad idea? I don't even know your name. Hearing this, Luo Yuzhu smiled evilly. Afterwards, despite Lindong's obstruction, he forcefully yanked open the buttons of his coat and climbed up like an octopus. Don't recognize. It's only more important to dig a little deeper. My name is Luo Yuzhu. You will remember. Chapter 151, Chen Nanshan's woman. Inside the restroom, passionate and gasping, Luo Yuzhu had a face of enjoyment. Originally, he thought that Lindong was just singing well. I didn't realize that the technology was still so good. It surprised her, falling in uncontrollably. Lindong also did not expect that Luo Yuzhu was so good at playing. A place like the restroom is crowded with people and can be discovered at any time. Instead, it's like she's in her own home. Don't get too crazy. Again. At this moment, Lindong was feeling a little overwhelmed. This is a little wild horse that the average person just can't subdue. Good thing, he has the golden gun. With this unbelievable skill, no matter how many women come, it's not a problem. It was only a matter of time before Luo Yuzhu was conquered. Sure enough, in a short while, Luo Yuzhu was defeated. Handsome, you're amazing. Why didn't I meet you earlier? Luo Yuzhu was panting and cloaked, almost unsteady on his feet. Lindong smiled faintly and slammed down. It's not too late to meet, baby. Luo Yuzhu grunted twice, her expression one of intoxication. However, a few moments later, there was more than a touch of melancholy on her face. Still late. I am now Chen Nanshan's woman. in the entire Sky Sea, no one dares to touch me. Lin Dong froze slightly and subconsciously opened his mouth. Chen Nanshan, boss of the 7 Stars gang? This look of surprise seemed to be expected by Luo Yuzhu. She couldn't help but open her mouth to tease. What? Scared? Is it too late for you to get out? Otherwise, let him know, and he'll surely make you eat your words. In Luo Yuzhu's opinion, Lin Dong was just a bar owner in the district and would definitely not dare to mess with Chen Nanshan. Probably, in a moment, they will have to run away as far as they can. As a result, the next moment, Lin Dong laughed out loud. Instead of being scared, he was more excited. Ha ha, I actually gave Chen Nanshan this green hat. You didn't think anything of it until you said it, and now, I'm even better. Nope, about to get high. You're not afraid of the 7 Stars gang? That's the biggest gang in Tianhai City. People will die if you mess up. Luo Yuzhu looked back at Lin Dong with some curiosity. Could it be? Is this guy crazy? Oh, it's just the 7 Stars gang. I know. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth hooked with a disbelieving expression. The one under him, named Tin Chicken, came to my place to collect some kind of protection money. I just gave him a little lesson. Like a broken leg? Left leg or right leg again? I forget. What? Luo Yuzhu was stunned and looked at Lin Dong in shock. Did you injure Tanuki? Looking at Luo Yuzhu's cherry mouth that had opened wide into an O shape due to her surprise, Lin Dong was tempted to stuff something inside. It's me. What's wrong? Not to mention Tianji. Even if Chen Nanshan came in person, I'd still beat him to death and kneel down to call him grandpa. Luo Yuzhu was dumbfounded. A few days ago, Tianji, the #1 fighter of the 7 Stars gang, had his leg broken. Never in a million years would I have thought that this person would be Lin Dong. If I had known it was him, I wouldn't have done such a stupid thing myself. Ha ha, you're scared? The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he followed her tone and repeated what she had just said. At the same time, it tenderly wiped away the cold sweat of fright from the other's forehead. You man, have too much guts. Luo Yuzhu's heart was pounding. I thought that I had caught a little handsome man. I didn't realize that I was the fish being caught. And, foolishly, take the bait themselves. It's too late to be afraid. I haven't had enough fun. Let's continue. Ah, with a scream, Luo Yuzhu could no longer care about anything else. The other side, the two bears returned to the bar with a vengeance, carrying the $100,000 they had just taken out. Because of the large amount, the withdrawal was slow. By the time they made it back, almost half an hour had passed. Looking around, he could not see Luo Yuzhu's figure. Where's sister-in-law? Why is she gone? Shouldn't something have happened? I saw that barman just now has been seducing her. Shouldn't they? Ta-da! Just as the two bodyguards were fretting, a familiar sound of stomping heels came from behind them. Turning her head, who else could it be but Luo Yuzhu? What are you two muttering about? Sister-in-law. The two bodyguards were startled. Then, hurriedly, he lowered his head. By the way, handed over the $100,000 he had just taken out. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuzhu didn't even look at it and waved her hand very impatiently. Counting on you two losers. The yellow flowers are getting cold. I don't want to listen to the song right now. I'm tired and just want to go back to sleep. After saying these words, Luo Yuzhu flung her two beautiful legs and walked directly towards the entrance of the bar. As she walked to the door, her calves gave out and she almost fell to the ground. Luckily the two bodyguards didn't look up. Otherwise, the cat is definitely out of the bag. It's good that your sister-in-law is okay. Hurry back or the boss will be worried. When the three left, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and stepped out from behind a pillar. In his hand, he also held a small piece of black lace fabric. Oh, this woman. She's got some nerve. This thing, it's a souvenir. It's also a coincidence that I met Chen Nanshan's woman. Speaking of which, there hasn't been much movement from the 7 Stars gang during this period of time. I don't know if these guys are afraid of me or if they're holding back some big move. Ta-da! Just then, another sound of heels on the ground came. Lin Dong, waiting impatiently? Sorry, there was a traffic jam and I was delayed for a while. Following the voice, the first thing that caught his eyes was a pair of straight and slender legs. The eyes moved upward, but there was a close-fitting black OL uniform, and a delicate face. Lin Dong hurriedly slipped the small fabric into his pocket and opened his mouth with a smile. There's no rush. Dash. I just got here too. Chapter 152, Massive Acquisition, Cashback of $30 billion. That's good. Chu Xiaoxia smiled as if she was relieved. Afterwards, she could not help but flutter her cheeks red when she realized that Lin Dong was looking straight at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it possible that I have something on my face? Said Chu Xiaoxiao, carry a small mirror, ready to look at it. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly grabbed her arm and directly pulled it into his arms. Ah! Chu Xiaoxiao was unable to react and subconsciously exclaimed in shock. Then, it only felt like a heavenly spin. Upon reaction, his lips were firmly gagged. Woohoo! Chu Xiaoxiao continuously patted Lin Dong's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Zhang Dafa, who had just walked into the bar, hastily cocked his head. Behind Zhang Dafa, there were 24 middle-aged men. Each of them has several nightclubs in their hands and are worth a lot of money. Seeing Lin Dong's actions, he also smiled heartily. There's something for the secretary to do, and nothing for the secretary to do. This kind of thing is perfectly normal in their circle. Isn't it silly to have money and not know how to enjoy it? Ahem. Only after a long time, until Chu Xiaoxiao was blushing and about to run out of breath, did Lin Dong reluctantly release her. Really? What are you doing? There's no shame in having so many people watching. Such a big boss. And you don't pay any attention to your image. Chu Xiaoxiao looked mortified, and her mouth kept complaining. Instead, his heart was as sweet as honey. She was then afraid that if she did not make out with Lin Dong for a long time, the other party would like another woman. Now, it seemed that Lin Dong still had a place for himself in his heart. Ha ha, they say a little farewell is better than a wedding, and I can't help it. Later, I'll make it up to you. Lin Dong smiled faintly and took the initiative to pull Chu Xiaoxiao's small hand. How could Chu Xiaoxiao not hear Lin Dong's extra words? Immediately, he bit his lip, feeling hot all over. However, it was imperative to get down to business. It's all your fault. You just know how to bully me. You almost put off the main event. Introducing, these few people, are the bosses of our Tianhai City's major nightclubs and bars. They heard that you were spending high prices to buy nightclubs, so they took the initiative to find me. There was one thing that Chu Xiaoxiao didn't explicitly say. That is, these nightclub owners, over the years, don't know how much protection money they've paid. There was also a great deal of hatred for the South Mountain Association. Hearing that Lin Dong had beaten Tianji, the #1 fighter of the 7-star gang, into a 3-legged toad was simply a great delight. In order to thank Lin Dong for taking the heat for them, they were more than willing to sell the nightclub to Lin Dong. More importantly, now that the economy is in a downturn and consumption is lower, the business of nightclubs has also been affected and is much worse than before. A lot of nightclubs that are losing money every day. At that exact moment, Linden pops up and buys up nightclubs in large numbers. Both sides kind of clicked. Nice to meet you, bosses. Regarding the acquisition, I'm sure that Dash has already talked to you about it a lot. Now, I wonder what other issues have not been agreed upon. Lin Dong brought the 24 bosses to his office and sat down on the sofa with a big horse, just simply sitting there, but with a sheer dominance. The office was quiet as his eyes swept over the crowd. Those bosses who were originally thinking of returning the price couldn't help but swallow back that little thought. As the saying goes, a man's name is a tree's shadow. Lin Dong's aura and faction were even more sufficient than they had imagined. And, so young, there's no need for it. It's better not to be offended. Boss, wait a minute. I have the contract here. Take a look at it first. Chu Xiaoxia understood and hurriedly took out the printed contract from her bag. Lin Dong casually flipped through it and nodded in satisfaction. The terms of these contracts are clear and detailed in every aspect, and there are no loopholes to be found at all. Enough to see what the other side is capable of. If there are no questions, then just sign. May we work well together and make a fortune together. The group of bosses looked at each other and didn't know what they were hesitating about. After a moment of silence, someone finally couldn't help but speak. Young Lin, price-wise, we've already talked it over with MS Chu, there's no problem. But before we sign off, we're all curious. Are you really not afraid of retaliation from the 7 Stars gang if you make such a big purchase of the nightclub business and don't pay the protection fee? The moment these words came out, everyone looked at Lin Dong. All of them were curious as to where exactly Lin Dong had gotten the courage to go toe-to-toe with the 7 Star gang. Oh, so, that's what you guys are worried about. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth gently hooked as he spoke faintly. In my eyes, the 7 Star gang is just like that. If they know what's good for them, don't mess with me, and we'll all be at peace with each other, and the well will run dry. If they don't grow up and dare to hit on me, I have 10,000 ways to make them regret it, or even, make them disappear forever. Hearing Lin Dong's words, the group of bosses were startled. The more he felt that Lin Dong was unfathomable. Anyone else would have shivered in fear when they heard the word 7 Star gang. Lin Dong was good and wasn't afraid at all. Even, threatened to destroy the 7 Stars gang. Gentlemen, my words have been placed here. Next, it's up to your sincerity. If you are willing to be friends with me, Lin Dong, sign the words. If not, go out now and turn left. It's not too late. Lin Dong leaned on the sofa with his hands, with the air of being the oldest in the sky and the oldest in the earth. Seeing this scene, the bosses no longer hesitate to. Within a short time, Chu Xiaoxiao transferred a huge sum of money according to the price negotiated in the contract. 20 million, 30 million, 1 billion. Swish swish swish. As a huge sum of money was punched out, the balance of Lin Dong's bank card came to a precarious figure, and was about to hit the bottom. At that point, those owners confirmed the collection and started signing and stamping. The system's voice also finally sounded. Detected the host spending $5 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. The bank card arrived with $50 million. Detected the host spending $20 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. The bank card arrived at $200 million. Detected the host spending $50 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. The bank card arrives with $500 million. Detected the host spending $200 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. $2 billion on the bank card. At the same time, the numbers on top of Lin Dong's bank card balance once again jumped up at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. 50 million, 200 million, a billion. Within moments, the number on Lin Dong's account once again returned to the 3 billion just now. And it's still going up like crazy, with no stopping momentum at all. Phew, even though Lin Dong had already experienced it many times. At this point, it's still heartfelt and red. In the end, Lin Dong's bank card balance was fixed at a very exaggerated number. 30 billion, also known as 30 billion. Chapter 153, The Killing Chance. ******** Make crazy money. Lin Dong was agitated and subconsciously clenched his fists. It felt like all over. Every cell was jumping for joy. Boss, what's wrong with you? Chu Xiaoxia glanced at him with some surprise. Ahem, all right. It's just a pleasure to acquire so many nightclubs at once. And the business is growing. And most importantly, meeting you. Hearing these words, Chu Xiaoxiao blushed with shame, and her heart thumped wildly. She had another emotion besides shyness. That's gratitude. If it wasn't for Lin Dong, she would still have to worry about paying off her stepfather's gambling debts. And there's absolutely no way you can get a job this good. With the snap of a finger, $3 billion hit the fan. Such an exaggerated flow of water is on the verge of catching up with the top manipulators. It's really exciting to think about. On the other side, the owner of the nightclub, who got the money, was also smiling. Lin Xiao is really painfully fast. So much money that he called over at once. Yeah, in the past, there were also people who approached us to acquire our nightclub. As a result, when it comes to money, it's either wind or rain, and in the end it doesn't work out. If any of your friends transfer nightclubs, Lin Xiao, don't worry, I'll let them be the first to find you. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. He couldn't wait for all the nightclubs in the entire Tianhai, and even the whole country, to be sold to him. That would make the rebate more than $30 billion. Instead, it's 300 billion, 3 trillion. At that time, he could well become the new richest man in the world, rich beyond his wildest dreams. Phew! Thinking about this, Lin Dong's heartbeat once again accelerated and his breathing became ragged. This is the kind of thing that is hard to keep calm no matter who you put it on. Not long after, Lin Dong personally sent the group of bosses away. Boss, this time, we acquired so many nightclubs at once. Isn't the step a bit too big? Not to mention the management issues, but the 7 Stars gang. What are we going to do in case of any surprise attacks? Even recruiting security will take some time. Not only those bosses, but Zhang Dafa, who was the bar manager, had likewise considered this issue. The more nightclubs Linden acquires, the more likely it is that something will go wrong. He can't grow 3 heads and 6 arms and protect them one by one, can he? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Chu Xiaoxiao shake his index finger. No, Manager Zhang, this problem is, in fact, very well solved. We can solve the problem of understaffing in another way entirely. That is, hire a specialized security company to watch over the nightclub. This way, not only can we guard against the 7 Stars gang, but if someone gets drunk and makes a mess, it can be resolved in a timely manner. Hearing this, Zhang Dafa's eyes lit up and he slammed his head. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? It's still the boss's wife who's smart and aware. Hearing this title, Chu Xiaoxiao blushed for a moment. Ha, boss and boss lady, I'll get busy first. If there's anything you guys want to do, just say hello. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Then, when Zhang Dafa walked away, he suddenly picked up Chu Xiaoxiao. I've missed you after not seeing you for so long. It's getting late, so I'm going to take you back to the Peninsula Hotel now, and later, you'll tell me about what's been going on the last few days. In an instant, Chu Xiaoxiao's heart was about to melt. A thin, mosquito-like response followed. Lin Dong laughed out loud, hugged Chu Xiaoxiao, and quickly walked out of the bar. Not at all worried about being noticed. Everyone is out to have fun. It's long been commonplace for this sort of thing. In the meantime, Tianhai City, a certain clubhouse office. A well-dressed, large-backed man with a cigar in his mouth frowned as if waiting for something. A few moments later, a man in a flowered shirt hurried in. Boss, there's news. Those guys really went after Lin Dong. And, also got money from Lin Dong. Should be all sold the nightclub to Lin Dong. What? Hearing this news, The big-backed man was furious and directly dropped the cigar in his hand. Then, a kick to a nearby chair. Bang! The chair flew straight out and shattered a glass. The original high-end atmosphere of the office was also an instant mess. Old boss. The flowery shirt who came to report was trembling with fear that the other party would take the fire out on him. In the next moment, the man with the big back slowly turned around, revealing a country face with thick eyebrows and big eyes. It looks very proper, but the brow was filled with gloom and anger, not to be messed with at first glance. This Lin Dong, his guts are getting fatter and fatter. Is there any 7 stars gang left in your eyes or not? If the blue demon doesn't pay protection money, so be it. Now, he's even on a nightclub buying spree. He's clearly trying to ride me in on my head. The big back man was no one else. It's the boss of the 7 stars gang, Chen Nanshan. Last time, Tianji had his leg broken by Lin Dong. Chen Nanshan then kept a grudge and waited for an opportunity to retaliate. I didn't realize that the other side had messed up so much before he even started to act. If this goes on, how can the 7 stars gang still be in business? Boss, what should we do? How about? The floral shirt had a fierce look in his eyes and made a gesture to his neck. Chen Nanshan nodded and spoke faintly. Just do what you said before. Lin Dong, if there is a way to heaven and you don't go, there is no door to hell and you barge in. You asked for it. In the next moment, Chen Nanshan lifted his foot and crushed it a few times, stomping out the cigars on the ground. Not a single spark could be seen. On the other hand, Lin Dong had one hand on the steering wheel and one hand on the passenger side, a certain plump and well-proportioned thigh. Feeling the warmth coming from her fingertips, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but bite her lips, feeling both irritated and enjoyable. You must have been very lonely the last few days I was gone, right? I'll make up for it when we get back to the hotel. By the way, reminisce about that first time. Hearing those words, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blush. Even she thought it was ridiculous. It's amazing that something like that happened the first time the two met. Then, in a daze, he got into bed with Lin Dong. And you have the nerve to say it? Ha ha, you love me. What's there to be embarrassed about? The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. The right hand movement gets bolder and bolder. Surprisingly, he lifted the hem of Chu Xiaoxiao's skirt and slowly moved upwards. No! Chu Xiaoxiao was startled and hurriedly pressed down on Lin Dong's thieving hand. Meanwhile, an intersection ahead. Some kind of dump truck parked on the side of the road. The driver is smoking. On the ground, there was even a scattering of cigarette butts. Obviously, it has been waiting here for a long time. Just then, Lin Dong appeared in sight in his Primera. There was a very stern flash in the driver's eyes. Then, stiffly, he extinguished the cigarette with his fingers and turned the car key to fire it up. Just the moment Lin Dong passed through the intersection. Rumble! The dump truck accelerated with a swift and uncontrollable speed and slammed head-on into the Primera. Chapter 154, No Death, No Rest. For a moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's mind went blank. Wide-eyed, he watched the dump truck speed by, even forgetting to scream, "Hold on to your seatbelt." Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Chu Xiaoxia snapped back to her senses and subconsciously obeyed the instructions, grabbing the seatbelt in front of her chest. Just then, too, the dump truck had rushed up to the Primera. A collision was imminent and 2 people were killed. Crunch! In a flash of lightning, Lin Dong violently hit the steering wheel. The Primera seemed to fly, almost sticking to the front end of the dump truck and doing a god-awful job of brushing up against it. No more, no less, just right. What? The pupils of the hooded driver of the dump truck shrank. It never occurred to him that under such extreme circumstances, Lin Dong had completed a stunt in front of him. Boom boom boom. The Primera moved away from the dump truck and leapt out another few hundred meters before finally coming to a steady stop. Phew! Lin Dong gripped the steering wheel tightly and gasped sharply. Looking at Chu Xiaoxiao again, she was even more frightened and her little face turned white, froze in place like a frightened bunny. Okay it's okay. You're not dead. Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Chu Xiaoxiao finally returned to her senses. Fiercely hugging Lin Dong, she gently trembled her body and cried with pearly blossoms. Oh, Lin Dong, I'm so scared. It's okay. Lin Dong carefully patted Chu Xiaoxiao's back, more or less calming her down. Boom! Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from behind him. This was followed by the loud sound of falling water. What's going on? Lin Dong turned his head in some surprise. Hurrah! Found that the dump truck, just now, had plunged headlong into the river. Because it's too heavy to float, it quickly sank to the bottom of the river in full view of everyone. A moment later, someone finally reacted, yelling one after the other. Help! Help! How can we save the car when it's sinking? This guy can't be a drunk driver, can he? Inexplicably, driving so fast. So who knows? It could have been brake failure or suicide. The crowd of onlookers grew, and so did all kinds of speculation. Suicide? Hearing these 2 words, Lin Dong's gaze was stunned as he vaguely guessed something. In that moment just now, The dump truck was very well targeted, heading straight for the Primera. And it's extremely fast. If it was not for the divine fighting technique, which brought Lin Dong a reaction speed that surpassed human limits, there's absolutely no way to dodge it. The dump truck would also, without any suspense, crush him and Chu Xiaoxiao into pieces with the car. By then, because of the Paramera's cushion, the dump truck won't be able to go into the river. So, definitely not suicide. Looks like someone doesn't want to see me alive. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly as a touch of coldness passed between his brows. How smart is Chu Xiaoxiao? Even though his heart was still palpitating and his head was a mess, he still reacted immediately upon hearing Lin Dong's words. You mean, someone hired a murderer? But who would be desperate enough to do such a thing? If we find out, we'll definitely go to jail. Lin Dong shook his head with a cold smile and uttered a name that he did not know how many times he had mentioned. Who else could it be? It's been a while since there's been a deep grudge against us, and one that's still capable of doing this kind of thing. It's also only the 7-star gang boss, Chen Nanshan. Is he? Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes opened roundly. Chen Nanshan was notorious for this kind of thing, but he was definitely capable of doing it. And, before, a similar incident had occurred in Tianhai City. Then it all went away. It was as if there was a big invisible hand, manipulating everything. Thinking about it, there's a good chance that it's just a killing spree. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaoxiao could not help but change her face slightly. Anxious. Lin Dong, you're right. It's highly likely that it's retaliation from Chen Nanshan. It's just, I didn't expect it to come so fast and furious. Or we might as well give in. After all, there's only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent one. At this rate, it's not a good idea to be on your toes all the time. Since Chen Nanshan had moved to kill, he would never give up just because of one miss. In the future, perhaps, there will be more car crashes and accidents waiting for them. Being soft may be the only way. Softening? Within my Lin Dong's dictionary, there is no such word as softening. Besides, do you really think that if we pay the so-called protection fee, Chen Nanshan will be magnanimous? Joke. If he was that kind of person, he wouldn't have been able to develop the 7 Stars gang to its current size. Lin Dong's earlier actions had already slapped Chen Nanshan's face. The only way to save his face was to kill Lin Dong, or to make Lin Dong half dead and his family broken. Just then, another call came in. Lin Dong frowned slightly, having an ominous premonition. Sure enough, after connecting the phone, Zhang Dafa's fiery voice came from the other end. Lin Xiao, something big has happened. A bunch of punks came to the bar and caused trouble, smashing all the liquor cabinets and driving away all the customers. There were several other nightclubs that were ransacked as well. It's as if they've talked it over. All in one swarm. All of them. It's the 7 Stars gang. It must be them. Hearing Zhang Dafa's urgent and uneasy voice, Lin Dong's brows furrowed into a chuan. Tough. It's too hard. On this side, Chen Nanshan created a car accident and wanted to kill him directly. On the other hand, sending out his men and smashing up his bar. It's clear that it was premeditated and a combination punch was thrown. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Dong's forehead veins rippled as he clenched his fists in death. A crackling sound came. Hers was a cell phone crushed into a ball. Calm down, Lin Dong, be calm. As long as the people are okay, we can take our time with the other issues. Chu Xiaoxia knew that the more the situation was like this, the more she had to keep her sanity. What Chen Nanshan wanted to see the most was for Lin Dong to be disoriented and throw himself into the net. Under Chu Xiaoxiao's exhortation, the hostility in Lin Dong's eyes gradually dissipated. What lingered, however, was a strong killing intent. Chen Nanshan, this debt, I must collect it with my own hands. Wash your neck and wait. Crooked yo, crooked yo. Just then, the alarm bell rang loudly. A police car quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. Even, a rescue team was called in for salvage. As it turned out, without the slightest surprise, the dump truck driver had been dead for a long time. The expression on his dying face was full of fear. I don't know if it's because I didn't finish the mission or if I'm afraid of dying. Afterwards, Lin Dong and Chu Xiaoxiao were questioned by the police, confirmed that this matter has nothing to do with them before letting them go. Next, there would be no end to death between Lin Dong and the 7 Stars gang. Chapter 155, Throw Them All Out. 9 o'clock at night, the Blue Siren Bar. A group of punks came in aggressively, rummaging around and vandalizing. A waiter ran out to stop them, and was directly ed down with a stick. Ah! The men and women who came to play were scared out of their wits. One by one, they ran out like crazy, fearing that they would be affected by the disaster. In a short while, in the entire bar, only this group of club-wielding punks remained. Seeing this, Zhang Dafa man was dumbfounded. Who are you people? Don't smash it, our boss will be right back. If there's anything, you talk to him. Puff. Zhang Dafa bravely went up to stop it. The result was a kick to the counter. He was blinded and his head was broken. Just then, a somewhat familiar face came into his sight. It was a young man with an inch head on crutches, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a striking scar on his face. He was no pushover at first glance. After seeing the other party's face clearly, Jean Daffa was scared out of his wits. Tin Chicken. That's right, the visitor is none other than the #1 hitter of the 7 Stars gang, Tianji. The identity of these punks is also self-evident. If it's not the 7 Stars gang, who else could it be? Damn, the name of Master Chicken. Is that something you can call? I'll rinse your mouth out. A punk cursed and smashed a bottle of foreign wine, pouring it directly on Jean Daffa's head, giving him a heartbreaking cold. Tanji then limped over and spoke coldly. Your boss couldn't make it, because he's dead. What? Jean Daffa was dumbfounded and simply couldn't believe it. A minute ago, he was on the phone with Lin Dong. How can you suddenly die? Ha ha, do you think our 7-star gang is as stupid as you? I'm not afraid to tell you that our boss has prepared a big gift for Lin Dong. By now, he should have received it. The corners of Tanuki's mouth rose wildly. The thought of Lin Dong being hit by a car and killed made him feel good from head to toe. The only thing that was beautiful about it was that it didn't move itself. Brothers, keep smashing. I'll take the blue banshee, and Jesus can't keep it. I say. Tin Chicken threw up his arms, his eyes full of hostility. The others responded as if they had been pumped up and smashed even harder. Jean Daffa watched this in a daze, finally realizing that the other party had come prepared. No wonder. A number of nightclubs under Lin Dong's name were vandalized. Some had paint thrown on them, some had dead rats thrown at them. The Blue Goblin, as Lin Dong's home base, was even subjected to direct vandalism. It looked like the bar was untenable. Just as he was despairing, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Jesus can't stay either. The old man can. Today, no one will touch this bar. Ha! Tanuki froze. Who's so bold as to go against the 7 Stars gang? Aren't you afraid to die? With a cruel smile on his lips, he turned around slowly. Suddenly, the entire group froze on the spot. A stagger, a near fall. When Jean Daffa saw the visitor, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock as well. Old boss. Without any surprise, the person who came was none other than Lin Dong. In an instant, everyone was so scared that they took several steps backward, with an expression of having seen a ghost. Chen Nanshan clearly created a car accident to run over Lin Dong. That's why Tin Chicken dared to be so arrogant, bringing people to the door to vandalize. As a result, Lin Dong unexpectedly appeared alive in front of him. Looks like the boss's intel was wrong. Lin Dong, are you a human or a ghost? Stay back. Tada. Tanuki limped backward, his back against the bar, unable to retreat. The others were pretty much the same, with panicked looks on their faces. Previously, they had witnessed how capable Lin Dong could fight. 1 against 100 is no exaggeration, not to mention the field chicken with a broken leg now. Even if it was a field chicken that had taken medicine, it would be killed by Lin Dong in a single move. Hearing Tianji's sole rhetorical question, Lin Dong smiled disdainfully. I don't know if I'm human or not. All I know is that you're about to become a ghost. Tanuki's brain buzzed. Before he could react, all of a sudden, Lin Dong swiftly and incomparably rushed over. With a casual move of Iron Mountain leaning, he knocked away a punk. Another sweeping kick, easily knocking down several people. With this terrifying speed and pugilistic fighting style, no one was a match for him. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! In a few moments, the entire bar was lying on the floor. Almost everyone had a broken arm or leg, and some had 3 broken legs. Tanuki is the worst. The 2 arms, plus the remaining good leg, were broken hard by Lin Dong. From now on, one can only be paralyzed in bed as a vegetable who cannot take care of himself. Ah! Enduring the pain that drilled through his body, Tianji rolled all over the ground, tears streaming out of his eyes. Just then, Lin Dong leaned down and patted his face with a smile. Aren't you a fierce dancer, you field hen? Dance one more for me. At this point, Tianji had already been scared out of his wits, so how could he still have the courage to dare to call Lin Dong's bluff? Immediately, he exerted all his strength and shook his head. Don't dare. Spare me. Waste. Lin Dong snorted coldly. Afterwards, he stood up, looked around, and spoke faintly. Jean Daffa, tell someone to throw this garbage outside, so as not to dirty our bar. Also, tell Chen Nanshan that I, Lin Dong, am not finished with him. Jean Daffa stood up trembling with a dreamlike feeling. It was clear that just a few minutes ago, the blue leprechaun was precarious and about to be reduced to rubble. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. The group of people from the 7-star gang were cleaned up by Lin Dong. It's simply awesome. Soon enough, a group of Tanuki were thrown out. In other nightclubs, the 7 Stars gangsters received the news and also evacuated. Nonetheless, considerable damage was done. Old boss, you're fine. That's great. I heard that Chen Nanshan wants to kill you. Lin Dong nodded and briefly described what had just happened, scared Zhang Dafa halfway through the day. At the same time, it was also incredibly fortunate that Lin Dong had not resolved the crisis and had returned intact. This is not the way to go. It seems that it won't work without some means. Looking at the mess around him, Lin Dong's face was somewhat gloomy. Hearing this, Zhang Dafa immediately thought of something and said, "Boss, didn't Ms. Chu say that we can spend money to hire someone to take care of the security? Look, do you want me to contact a couple of security companies now?" Lin Dong shook his head and let out a cold laugh. Security company? If it's a normal day, it's really more than enough to get them to take care of security. But now, the Seven Stars gang is clearly trying to make a move against us. Are you sure those people dared to offend the Seven Stars gang? Zhang Dafa's old face blushed. In that way, it's true, but is there a better way to do it without a security company? Don't worry, I've got it covered. You get someone to clean up the bar and ask about the other nightclubs that were vandalized. And when the tally is finished, give me a call. Lin Dong dropped these two sentences and hurriedly left the Blue Siren. Get in the Paramara and head straight to the western suburbs of Tianhai City. There was an old acquaintance of his. Chapter 156, Loans. In the western suburbs of Tianhai City, in a certain rotten building. Woohoo! A few well-dressed and small college girls stood against the wall. The powdered face was filled with a horrified expression, as if it had been greatly aggrieved. All around them stood a group of clubbed, sleazy punks. At this moment, it was staring at them with an impish face. Crying for what? It's only right to pay what you owe. I'm telling you, today, if you don't pay me back, I'll strip you naked, take pictures and post them on the internet for everyone in your school to see. Bang! A punk, who had dyed his hair yellow, took a baseball bat and slammed it down on the iron staircase. Frightened, a few female college students screamed and crouched on the ground, holding their heads and crying like pears. Just then, a low voice came out. Okay, yellow hair, almost done. Don't give them another heart attack. I'm counting on them to get rich. A bald man with tattoos of dragons and tigers on his body walked out surrounded by several minions. As he spoke, he glanced at yellow hair with some dissatisfaction. The latter instantly changed his face and filled it with a pleasing smile. Tiger, I'm in a hurry. Besides, they owe money and they don't pay it back. So what's the point? It was at this time that one of the short-haired girls finally couldn't help herself and gathered her courage to mutter. Who said we owe money and won't pay back? It's your interest rate that's too high. How can you borrow 10,000 and pay back 100,000? That's right, you're loan sharks. I'm reporting you. You're breaking the law. I'm calling the police on you. The short-haired girl led the way, and the others yelled boldly. You who? How dare you talk back? Let's see if I can't kill you. Yellow hair, a violent temper, copied the baseball bat and wanted to smash it. The short-haired girl was so scared that she covered her eyes. Luckily, he wasn't really going to do it. After all, it's all a cash cow. If these fresh and tasty female college students are broken and disfigured, the money they have lent out will really go down the drain. The good thing is, the effect has been achieved. Seeing the short-haired girl's horrified expression, yellow hair gave a teasing smile. Think our interest rate is too high? Here, let me show you. These are all the contracts you signed yourselves, and your names are all over them, right? Yellow hair took out 3 contracts, casually read. Huang Yaoyao borrowed 3,000, borrowed for a month, with interest in 53,000 to be paid back. Su Xiuqin borrowed 10,000 yuan, borrowed for 3 months. With interest in principal there is still 180,000 yuan unpaid. And you, John Euro, borrowed $17,000, borrowed for 6 months, and with interest, there is still $700,000 outstanding. How's that? Clear enough to understand? What? 700,000? Hearing this number, the short-haired, or girl named John Euro was dumbfounded and couldn't believe her ears at all. I borrowed 17,000 myself, and even if I doubled it, it would only be 30 or 40,000. How can you possibly pay back $700? That interest rate, there's definitely something wrong with it. Give me the contract. I want to see it. John Euro yelled and went to grab the contract. As a result, without saying a word, the bald man slapped him directly. That little white face, all of a sudden, turned red. The bald man also glared at the several female students with a ferocious face and said viciously, took my money and still dared to deny it. Are you looking for death? When the hell are you going to pay it back? If you don't pay it back, get your ass to a nightclub and pick up some customers. 1 is not enough. Then 10, 100. Whenever you pay back the money, then I'll let you go. What? Hearing this, several female college students' faces turned green. The other side engaged in so many schemes. It turns out, the ultimate goal is to force good for prostitution. Oh, you realize that now? Too late. Who made you overspend and borrow so much money to buy cosmetics and bags for your own vanity? By the way, There's also the latest model of Apple cell phone. Anyway, with the contract in hand, you're not getting away. The bald man revealed a sinister smile, grasping those sell-out-like contracts with a death grip. Hearing this, the yellow hair on the side was a bit dumbfounded. Hey, Tiger, I think these chicks are good. Can I have some fun before I sell them to the club? The bald man glanced at yellow hair. He knew that this kid's biggest hobby was playing with women. It's so hard to meet this kind of female college student with excellent face value and body. How can you let it go easily? The bald man immediately smiled coldly. It's okay to give you a taste, and the debt on them will be yours to pay. What the hell? Yellow hair froze. I didn't realize that Tiger was so ruthless that he would slaughter his own people. The business they are in is luring female college students for loans. Taking advantage of their vanity, they lure them into a path of no return. At first it was just hundreds or thousands lent out. Later, it was tens of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars in lending. As these schoolgirls borrowed more and more money, the interest rates went through the roof. With the crazy interest rolling in, it doesn't take long for it to become a staggering amount. By the time these clueless schoolgirls realized the problem, they were already in debt and out of pocket. If you don't have the money to pay your debts, you'll have to behave. Whether it's going to be a lady, or some other line of work, there's no going back. Right now, hearing that the bald man wanted to transfer the debt to himself, yellow hair hastily shook his head. No. I'll just take care of it myself. At least I don't have to spend any money. Good to know. Poor B. The bald man grunted. Just as he was figuring out how he was going to arrange these women, the roar of an engine suddenly came to his ears. Boom! The bald man's gaze sank slightly. Turning his head, he realized it was a black Panamera driving by. There was something vaguely familiar about it. It always felt like I'd seen it somewhere before. The next second, the man in the car stepped out. The bald man's eyes immediately widened. Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled faintly, seemingly enjoying the bald man's shocked expression. The others were also very familiar with him and hurriedly made way for a passage. Lin Dong glanced at the several female college students and then glanced at the contract held in the bald man's hand and instantly understood what was going on. Okay, Wang Hu, haven't seen you for a few days. You're doing business. You're getting into a ruse? The bald man was none other than smiling Tiger Wang Hu. The yellow hair next to him was also an old acquaintance. Hearing Lin Dong's flirtation, Wang Hu's face was a little embarrassed. Lin Xiao is joking. What kind of deal am I making? It's just a way to make a living with your brothers and make some hard money. Snap! Without waiting for Wang Hu to make an explanation, Lin Dong snatched the contract from his hand. After reading the terms and conditions on it clearly, even though he had already prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but widen his eyes and suck in a mouthful of cold air. Borrow 3,000 and pay back 50,000. Borrow 10,000 and pay back 700,000? You have a big appetite. Aren't you afraid that you'll drive someone's little girl to death, turn her into a ghost, and come to you at night to claim your life? Chapter 157, Recruiting Wang Hu. Wang Hu's heart thumped as he was startled by Lin Dong's words, subconsciously turning his head. Sure enough, John Euro and the others were staring at him with a resentful face. That looks like it's going to be a death wish. Wang Hu also realized that he had indeed been a bit hasty. Should have asked for a few more times before tying them up. Doing this now will only backfire. If a person does get killed, he's afraid he'll be in jail again. Come on, how pointless it is to do this. I've got a great deal here. Are you interested? If you do a good job. Not to mention $700,000 or $800,000. $7 or $8 million is no problem. Even a couple of villas to live in for nothing. What? Hearing this, a group of juniors had their harumps running down their faces. Begin to fantasize about an imperial life where you eat and drink every day and change women as if you were changing clothes. Of all the people, only Wang Hu remained conscious. After all, he's lived a life of the knife and has more heart than anyone else. Young Lin, the big deal you're talking about. It wouldn't be the 7-star gang, would it? That gang? They're not characters to be messed with. Oh, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth hooked into a playful smile. I didn't expect that Wang Hu even knew about these things. It seemed that he wasn't some limber, simple-minded fool either. However, the more Lin Dong had to take him in. You're right. I just want to recruit a group of people to touch base with the 7-star gang. He, Chen Nanshan, has been reigning in Tianhai for so many years. It's time for him to go down. What's that saying? The wind and water turn, and the emperor comes to my house. Lin Dong spoke gently. It's just one more rare thing. However, Wang Hu and the others could not remain calm. Hearing the word 7-star gang, how could they still dare to covet the treatment given by Lin Dong? Each of them were so frightened that the corners of their mouths were twitching. After all, a man's name is a tree's shadow. Compared to the vastly outnumbered 7-stars gang, they were just a bunch of ruffians who couldn't rise to the occasion. So how could they possibly call them out? As expected, Wang Hu subconsciously tried to shake his head to refuse. However, Lin Dong had long guessed that this would be his reaction. Before he could speak, he smiled and spoke. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Listen to my terms first. Tell you what, these schoolgirls, how much do they owe you in total? Wang Hu froze for a moment, not understanding what Lin Dong was trying to do. But, still, pick up the accounts and reconcile them. They still owe a total of over $900. 000. You're nuts. It's obviously only $30,000 or $40,000. Hearing Wang Hu's lion's share of the money, Jiang Euro couldn't help herself. All the other girls, they took out loans from loan sharks because they were buying high-end cosmetics and cell phones. She's different. She had no choice but to borrow $10,000 from Wang Hu because her family was poor and couldn't afford the tuition. In the past 6 months, she had saved almost $10,000 by saving and working odd jobs. See, it is about to pay off Wang Hu's debt. Unexpectedly, the other side came to a trick to take the payoff. A want is 700,000 or 800,000. How can she pay it back? Shut up, damn. Looks like that slap just now wasn't enough. Wang Hu frowned, and immediately raised his hand, about to teach this unknowing little another lesson. However, just as his palm fell, it was grabbed by a person in a death grip. No matter how hard it was pushed, it wouldn't budge. What? Wang Hu froze for a moment. It was only when he turned his head that he realized that the one who had struck out was actually Lin Dong. How is that possible? Within his impression, every single time, Lin Dong had spent money to set things right. Never in a million years would I have thought that such a rich man would still be a practicing man. Moreover, he could not see Lin Dong's reality at all. However, there is no doubt that the gap between the two is quite large. In front of Lin Dong, he was like a child. Seeing the shocked expression on Wang Hu's face, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised, he knew that he had achieved the effect he wanted. Sorry bro, I can't help but take pity on these little girls when I see they're so pretty. Dropping these words, Lin Dong lightly let go of Wang Hu. Wang Hu then breathed a long sigh of relief. But, early on, he was sweating. Well, I transferred you $1 million. Just then, Lin Dong took out his cell phone and shook it. They've evened the score. Now, can we talk about it? Soon, Wang Hu received a text message alert. $1 million arrived. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Alright, for the sake of Lin Xiao's face, let's forget about this. RIP. Wang Hu directly tore the contract into pieces, at the same time, signaling a few of his minions to release the man. A couple of college girls looked confused. It was totally unexpected that a stranger would even the score for them. Could it be that this is a savior sent from God? Handsome. Thank you. Thank you for helping us pay off our debt. Can I leave a number? When I make enough money, I'll pay you back. Several female college students surrounded Lin Dong, their eyes filled with little stars. Lin Dong took a rough look and unexpectedly realized that these girls were surprisingly small, especially that Jiang Euro, out of the mud. The eyebrows reveal a stubbornness and childishness. It was obvious that Wang Hu and the others had put in some hard work. Unfortunately, he had something going on right now and didn't have the time to take care of these warblers. Okay, hurry up. If you want to pay me back, meet me at the Blue Leprechaun bar. And don't ever do anything stupid like that again. If you really want to borrow money, look for formal channels as well. Lin Dong patted Wang Hu's shoulder as he spoke. The latter didn't dare to fart. A few female college students also nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, committing the bar's name to memory. Then, in a jog, he fled this nightmare place. After this incident, in the future, they will more or less learn a lesson. After witnessing the departure of several people, Lin Dong looked at Wang Hu. How have you considered what I just said? Do it with me? Don't say $1 million. Even if it's 10 million, 100 million, I can give it to you, as long as you're worth the price. This time, Wang Hu didn't have an ironclad refusal. Instead, the attitude was very ambiguous and hesitant. Young Lin, that's true, but you know how strong the 7 Stars gang is. They have more than a few hundred people under them, and with just the 3 of us, we're not enough for them to drink a pot of water. A bunch of punks looked at each other in disbelief. It's the truth. Bumper stickers don't cut it a bit. Unexpectedly, when Lin Dong heard this, he laughed instead of being angry, and tears were about to come out of his eyes. Ha ha, so, that's what you're worried about. That's easy. There's a lot of them. We can recruit too. Whoever comes to my bar as a security guard for a year, I'll pay him $500,000. There's an extra bonus if you do well. I, for one, have nothing else but money, and there is absolutely no shortage of brothers. Chapter 158, Smashing. One whose heart was moved. If Lin Dong did not draw a big pie and really honored his promise, a rough calculation would result in a salary plus bonus of at least 1 million a year. Couldn't even stop it. Isn't that faster than they can make money by taking out a loan from a college girl? What made Wang Hu even more excited was that if Lin Dong took this opportunity to bring down the 7 Stars gang, wouldn't he still have the honor of being the dragon? When the time comes, it's even more of an inexhaustible glory and wealth. Right at this moment, Lin Dong gave another heavy dose. In addition, the matter of recruiting manpower is also left entirely to you. I'll give you another $10 million nightclub out of my own pocket. From now on, I won't ask about all the money movements, and any money you make will be yours. How? How much? 10 million. Wang Hu's brain buzzed, and his eyes widened wider than copper bells. What's the point of being out here? It's still just one word. Money. Now the opportunity to make a name for yourself and make money day in and day out is in front of you. If you catch it, what's more than a $10 million nightclub? In the next moment, Wang Hu looked at Lin Dong's outstretched hand and shook it heavily. Lin Xiao, from now on, this life of mine is yours. Give me 3 days, I promise, and I'll pull at least 100 for you. Let the 7-star gang know that you are not to be messed with. Yes, Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. With those words, he was relieved. In just 3 days, Wang Hu had pulled in hundreds of people for Lin Dong's use. Among them, many of them were brothers he knew inside the prison, knew a little bit of boxing and kicking, and were very ruthless in their strikes. At the moment, the 100 or so people were gathered in an abandoned factory building. To be honest, Lin Dong was not too satisfied. These guys hang around. Most of them are gangsters like yellow hair, and they don't look reliable. But who made him time-crunched and tasked? It was already not easy for Wang Hu to find such a large group of people in just 3 days. He has no reason to pick and choose. There should be quite a few of you who know me. That's right, I'm the bar owner who doesn't know the sky and goes against the 7-star gang. Lin Dong. On the high stage, Lin Dong smiled lightly and spoke gently. Below, many people's faces changed slightly, even though Wang Hu had greeted them before he came. However, it was still hard to avoid being a little shocked when he actually heard these words from Lin Dong's mouth. It can't be helped. Who made the 7 Stars gang too famous? When Chen Nanshan sneezed, the entire heavenly sea would shake 3 times. At a single order, dozens or hundreds of bars and nightclubs rushed to pay protection money. This is the influence of the 7 Stars gang in Tianhai. 4 words. Saying one is not two. Lin Dong had the audacity to go against the 7-star gang. He really did not know whether he had eaten the heart of a bear or was a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger. The good thing was, these punks weren't really planning on fighting for their lives. Just put on a show, make a small fight, and con Linden out of his money. Getting them to actually sell out? No way. Absolutely not. I know that a lot of you people, many of you want to touch the fish and paddle in the water. To put it more bluntly, most of you don't want to make an enemy of the 7 Stars gang. You only came here for money. However, I want to tell you that the 7-star gang is not scary at all. Chen Nanshan, I've even never put him in my eyes. As for why I am so confident, soon, you will understand. Phew. Unsurprisingly, after he had finished speaking these words, the 100 or so people below were disdainful, and some even booed, believing that Lin Dong was pulling a big banner as a tiger and beating his face up. Pressure simply did not believe that Lin Dong would still be able to survive after offending the 7-star gang. In fact, Wang Hu didn't have a clue in his heart. He had been hanging out in Tianhai for so long that he had more or less heard of Chen Nanshan's methods. This man is ruthless and sophisticated. Whenever they're targeted, none of them end well. In the lesser case, wives are separated, and in the greater case, they are vaporized. Thinking about this, Wang Hu was somewhat regretting following Lin Dong. However, for the sake of the generous treatment offered by Lin Dong, he ultimately chose to stay. Noticing Wang Hu, whose face was cloudy next to him, Lin Dong probably guessed what he was thinking. However, he was in no hurry. No more bull asterisk. You, and you, tonight, come with me to the Blue Shell Bar and show your face to Chen Nanshan. It's kind of a way to make our mark. Lin Dong ordered 3 or 4 people and opened his mouth aggressively. Blue Shell? Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other. This bar is none other than a nightclub covered by the 7 Stars gang. And there are shares in the 7 Stars gang. The crowd had thought that Lin Dong was bold and fat. However, they did not expect him to be bold. The moment he came up, he struck so hard and went straight for Chen Nanshan's life. Could it be that he wasn't really afraid that the other side would be in a hurry? What? You guys didn't hear what I said? If you don't want to do it, get out. I want elite soldiers who dare to fight, not pussies and softies who only move their lips. The group of punks were scolded by Lin Dong. Finally, a few people couldn't get it off their faces and came out from the crowd, shouting, "Put your mother's ass on the line. I'm not afraid of Chen Nanshan. Just do it. If a man dies and doesn't die, fight him. Let's go. Who's afraid?" Lin Dong nodded slightly, knowing that his agitation had worked. Tell Wang Hu to write down the names of these people and get ready to go make a big mess. Blue Shell is located in the center of the most prosperous part of Tianhai City. Every night lights and wine. There is no lack of rich people who drive luxury cars and live in villas to find fun here. Coupled with the fact that the 7 Stars gang was behind them, almost no one dared to come and cause trouble. That's why the reputation and earnings here have been so good. a veritable gold mine, so to speak. However, this nightly atmosphere didn't last long before it was broken by a group of uninvited guests. Crunch! A black Paranella pulls up sharply outside the blue shell. The car door opened and 4 or 5 men stepped down, heading straight for the front door. It was clearly Lin Dong, Wang Hu and the others. Seeing the menacing appearance of several people, the blue shell greeter was startled. Then, before he could react, snap, Wang Hu directly struck, and one person kicked them in the crotch. In an instant, it left the two incapacitated. Lin Dong nodded and swaggered into the blue shell. He came here to find trouble with the 7 Stars gang. It's all about being arrogant. Is it possible to sit down and talk in a nice way? That's called a friggin' smackdown. If I were a DJ, would you love me? Will you love me? At this time, it was at the peak of bar traffic. Men and women were overcrowded, cuddling and dancing passionately on the dance floor. It was a scene of unbearable chaos. Bring it on you. Wang Hu took the lead and grabbed the microphone in the DJ's hand. By the way, kick over the stereo standing next to it. Buzz. For a split second, the DJ aborted and even made a piercingly sharp sound. Everyone had covered their ears, wondering what was going on. Meanwhile, the Blue Shell staff saw that something was wrong and immediately called for help. Chapter 159, Support from the 7 Stars Gang. Wang Hu stood under the spotlight with a smile on his face and slowly opened his mouth. Hello all handsome men and women. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. We're here today for no other reason than to have a drink and a chat with the owner of Blue Shell. Does anyone know where he is now? When these words came out, the crowd was confused and had no idea what Wang Hu was trying to do. However, anyone with eyes could see that there was certainly nothing good in his approach to the bar owner. Just then, several bar security guards who were responsible for maintaining order came over in a hurry. There was also a stick in his hand, and he had an aggressive look about him. Who are you? What do you do? You want our boss as soon as you come up here? Hurry up and get off. Do you know that this is the territory of the 7 Stars Gang, covered by Brother Nan? If you don't leave, I'll kill you. When mentioning the 7 Stars Gang, that security guard was full of pride, and even the words he put out were full of energy. In his opinion, with Chen Nanshan covering him, no one would dare to come and make trouble. Anyone who really doesn't know what's good for them and comes over to make trouble will end up in a bad way. Unfortunately, he ran into a hard case today. Chen Nanshan? He's the one I'm looking for. In the next moment, the smile on Wang Hu's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a hysterical madness. Then, directly afterward, he swung his arm round and slammed the microphone down. Bang! Ah! The security guard's head was broken and bleeding, and he subconsciously let out a scream. The crowd was taken aback by the sight. At the same time, it was realized that these people had come to smash the scene. That guy on the stage, he's a smiling tiger. Well done, Wang Hu. You guys, what are you waiting for? Lin Dong frowned and glanced at a few recently recruited juniors next to him. The latter then wheedled and swarmed, aimed straight for the group of security guards. That's more like it. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, in a few moments, the entire Blue Shell bar was in a frenzy. A group of men and women scurried away in fear. They're here to have fun. They don't want a knife in their body. In less than a moment's time, only Lin Dong's group of people were left in the large bar. And, of course, those security guards from earlier. At this point, these people had long since broken their heads and bruises all over their bodies. Even, did not dare to mention Chen Nanshan's name again. The more you mention it, the more beatings you get and the more it hurts. Damn it, not to mention you're a small security guard. Even if Chen Nanshan comes in person, I'm going to beat the hell out of him. Brother Dajiang said it well. Let's make a name for ourselves today and see who else dares to look down on our brothers. Wang Hu found these brothers. There is a person with a big waist, leopard head and eyes. Just looks. Let a person shudder. All the time does not reveal a fury. If anything, Wang Hu is the smiling tiger. Then the man is a downward-facing tiger with a bloody mouth. Wang Hu, this is. Wang Hu understood and immediately waved towards the tall man. Yu Dajiang. Lin Xiao wants to see you. Come here. Yu Dajiang nodded, and as if he didn't find it enjoyable enough, he spat on the fainted security guard twice more before giving up. Young Lin, you're looking for me? Yu Dajiang. I saw that you knew some punches and kicks when you fought just now. You don't look like an ordinary gangster. Your origin, it shouldn't be that simple, right? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and opened his mouth with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Dajiang's eyes flashed with a flash of weakness. For some reason, in front of Lin Dong, he could not tell a lie and could only give a truthful account. Truth be told, Lin Xiao, our family has been hunters in the mountains for generations. I was arrested and squatted for a few years for killing a rare animal, and when I came out, I behaved properly. I heard tigers say you pay well here, so I came to try. Oh, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. It was obvious that what Yu Dajiang knew was all wild and unappealing, but it's enough to deal with these punks. Plus, right now, It's the early days of business, and talents like these are even more rare and must be pulled together. Thinking about this, Lin Dong smiled and patted his shoulder. Ha ha, Omi, you're out of line to say that. It's not like what you did was a murder and arson, a heinous crime. What's there to see? Those rich people who drink deer blood and eat tiger whip every day. Why don't they arrest them for arresting you? At the end of the day, it's just not hard enough background. Don't worry, follow me and do a good job. And in the future, we'll also eat and drink. Hearing this, Yu Dajiang looked excited and nodded his head repeatedly, as if he had met a soulmate. The few remaining gangsters who had just defected to Lin Dong were equally dumbfounded. However, they were more worried that they would be retaliated by the Seven Stars gang. Pi, that's them. Surround them, don't let them get away. Wow, I do not know who yelled a voice. In a moment, there are 30 or 40 people who broke into the Blue Shell bar in great numbers. Looking around, the lead was a bar staff member. It was thought that it was the person who called and shook while Lin Dong was cleaning up those security guards. Unsurprisingly, these 30 to 40 gun-dancing gangsters were all from the Seven Stars gang. The leader, a killjoy with half his hair dyed green, he looked to be around 30 years old, and was carrying a steel knife with a cold light in his hand, clearly prepared. Noticing Lin Dong's unbridled gaze, Killmonger immediately blushed and roared. Damn, how dare you look at me, dare to smash our Seven Star gang's venue, you kid is looking for death. Before the words fell, a group of people surrounded in unison, directly surrounding Lin Dong and the others. Just when the green-haired killing horse is about to make a move, a little brother next to him looked at it for half a day and suddenly opened his mouth and said, Brother Chingpi, I know this person. Isn't this smiling tiger Wang Hu? Why has he come to our place to smash the scene? Hearing this, Greenie froze. Taking a closer look, he also recognized Wang Hu. Then, Chingpi coldly snorted, his tone full of disdain. Wang Hu, you sick tiger. What are you doing here with us if you're not nesting in the nooks and crannies? Can it be that you are too poor there and want to follow our Seven Stars gang to make a living? Don't say I won't give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and beg me now, I can consider it and help you with introductions. Hearing these words, several people around Lin Dong frowned. The smile on Wang Hu's face also faded. He was nicknamed the Smiling Tiger, but if he smiled when others stepped on his face, he would have his head pushed out of the door. You fart. I'm not going to with you little bastard. Chingpi, open your doggy eyes and see. This is the Lin Xiao, Lin Dong, who sharpened that four-eyed field chicken of your seven-star gang into a human stick. Chapter 160, more people, right, Linden? Upon hearing this name, the bar, which had been clamoring nonstop just a moment ago, instantly quieted down. A group of people from the seven-star gang were even more like enemies. There was no way. During this period of time, the name Lin Dong was just too loud. Not only did he use his own strength to take down a dozen gangsters of the Seven Stars gang, moreover, it also broke both hands and legs of Tianji, the number one fighter of their Seven Stars gang. To this day, he is paralyzed and will be a vegetable for the rest of his life. You're Lin Dong? Unsurprisingly, upon hearing the name Lin Dong, Chingpi's face also changed drastically. What made him throw in the towel was that just a few days ago, Chen Nanshan had just issued an order for them not to clash with Lin Dong for the time being. Unexpectedly, when they did not go to provoke the other party, Lin Dong instead ran over and smashed their seven-star gang. And, with only 3 or 4 people, it was clear that he didn't take the Seven Stars gang seriously. Thinking of this, Chingpi blushed and said, Damn, I don't care what you are Lin Dong Linshi, if you are more powerful, can you still grow 3 heads and 6 arms? I have 40 men on my side. I don't believe that you can fight 10 of them. As expected, looking around, Lin Dong's few people had been surrounded by the seven-star gang's men and women, making it difficult for them to fly. Lin Xiao, Wang Hu frowned slightly and cast a look of request to Lin Dong. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he smiled faintly. More than a crowd. Ha, alright, I'd like to see who has more people and whose fists are harder today. Snap. After saying this, Lin Dong clapped his hands. The next moment, once again, a large group of people fishtailed in. There were even some that could only hold the doorway because they couldn't squeeze in. Greenie's pupils shrank. Even if he was bad at math and was taught by a gym teacher who took the time to teach him, he could tell that there were at least 100 people on the other side of the room. It's more than twice as much as your own side. Lin Dong, you dare to shade me? At this point in time, how could Greenie not realize that he had been duped? The reason why Lin Dong dared 3 or 4 people to come and smash the scene was that he had ambushed more people behind him, wanting to mantis the cicada and yellow bird in the back. He eliminated his own group of people in one go. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Greenie gritted his teeth and grimaced. On the contrary, Lin Dong had been talking and laughing since the beginning. It was as if everything was within his grasp. For a while, the people of the Seven Star gang looked at each other in dismay and fidgeted. Chingpi also kept swallowing his saliva. and the steel sword in his hand was almost unsteady. But losing is not a good idea. Thinking of having Chen Nanshan behind him, Qingpi did not lose his momentum and yelled at the top of his voice. Lin Dong, what kind of skill is it for you to bully the few with the many? If you can, let the old man make a phone call. Our brothers in the 7 Stars gang are no less than you. Make a call and they'll be here in no time, believe it or not. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was not a little cutie, and would not give Greenie this chance. If, today, we don't properly kill the 7 Stars gang's flames, next time, we don't know when we'll have to wait. Maybe, after this, the other side will be ready. Therefore, he had to rush to a quick battle before the 7 Star gang's support arrived. The people are already here. What are you waiting for? Lin Dong's stern gaze swept across the surroundings. Unexpectedly, these ruffians that he had recruited at great expense lowered their heads and had no intention of making a move. Just standing there, acting as a human wall, holding up the crowd. What's the situation? Seeing this scene, Qingpi, who was scared out of his wits 1 second, suddenly came back to his senses the next, and his eyes lit up. Originally, it was thought that all of these people were just like Wang Hu, who was loyal to Lin Dong and dared to fight. Now it seems to be a bunch of rabble-rousers. Notice in particular that there are some familiar faces here. It dawned on Greenie even more. Lin Dong must have spent a large sum of money to temporarily find a group of people who wanted to fight the 7 Stars gang. But, apparently, not everyone listened to him. Most people were watching, worried that offending the 7 Stars gang would not end well. Ha ha, scared the hell out of me. Lin Dong, you almost fooled me. These are the reinforcements you called in. Ha, why is it that every one of them, their heads don't dare to raise? With this, you dare to smash our 7 Stars gang? It's a joke. Greenie craned his neck and laughed. The words were full of contempt for these people. Hearing him shout like this, the 7 Stars gang's group of gangsters also quickly reacted. These people that Lin Dong had found would only stare, not make a move. Seeing this, Wang Hu couldn't help but turn red in the face and couldn't help but curse. Damn, you bunch of losers. Lin Xiao paid for you to come to do battle, not to be a poser here. If you're a man with a handle, join me and these 7 Star gang bastards up. Do you hear me? Wang Hu's roar woke up many people. However, to make them sell their lives to Lin Dong based on these few words was a bit whimsical. Seeing this scene, Greenie laughed even more. Even the group of 7 Star gang punks under his hand laughed out loud, full of mockery. A bunch of dogs that only bark and don't bite. Ha ha, what a laugh. With this, how dare you make an enemy of our 7 Stars gang? Don't even piss on yourself. Luckily, I thought that this Lin Dong could make some kind of noise. So this is it. If you ask me, I don't need the boss to do it himself. A few of us, we can hold him down and kill him here. Hearing the playful laughter and curses of the 7 Star gang's crowd constantly coming from their ears, the group of people Wang Hu had found couldn't help but turn red in the face. Among them, there are also people who are stupid, but no one has ever stepped forward to be this outlier. Wang Hu bravely glanced at Lin Dong. He was found holding his arms and seemed to be waiting for something without any panic. Finally, just then, someone couldn't stand it anymore. Damn, a bunch of pussies. If you guys don't dare to go, let me do it. Before the words left his mouth, a person suddenly stepped out from Lin Dong's side and went straight towards Qingpi with a swift movement. Greenie, who was hilariously laughing, winced, suddenly having a sense of foreboding. The next moment, a beer bottle fell from the sky and smashed directly on his head. Click! Ouch! Greenie covered his head and took a step back, his whole body dazed. The 7 Star gang as well as the punks called by Wang Hu were all shocked. Who's so bold as to open up for Greenie in front of 40-odd people? Still barking? And all of you, kneel down. Looking at the voice, the speaker was a tall man with a tiger's back, rugged face and dark skin. Just standing there was oppressive. That, combined with those coppery bull's eyes, was downright chilling. Chapter 161, Let Me Do It. Yu Dajiang? Wang Hu froze for a moment. Only then did he realize that Yu Dajiang had scurried out at some point. Looking at Lin Dong again, he happened to reveal a pleased smile. It turned out that Lin Dong was equaling Dajiang's shot. Earlier, he had already expressed his importance for Omi. As long as the other guy isn't a cutie, we'll definitely be looking for an opportunity to come into their own. Now, without a doubt, is the perfect time. At the same time, with Yu Dajiang taking the lead, there were some fist-pumping and eager to try in the group that Wang Hu had found. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong knew that it was time to strike while the iron was hot. Brothers, listen up. I, Lin Dong, paid for you to come here to work for me, not to stand here staring at your 2 eyes and gasping for air. Whoever is afraid of the 7 Star gang, get lost and don't be an eyesore here. Hearing this, many people shrunk their heads, vaguely meaning to leave. Obviously, there was still some fear of the 7 Stars gang. Just then, Lin Dong's words changed. However, whoever follows me, like Yu Dajiang, I will definitely not treat him poorly. Today, I'll put my words here. Whoever knocks down a 7-star gangpunk, I'll directly reward him with $100,000. And that little Yakuza called what's his name Greenie, his head is worth $500,000. What? The crowd was dumbfounded as this single number came out of Lin Dong's mouth. What followed was a wave of ecstasy. These unassuming 7 stars gangpunks, a reward of 100,000 for knocking one down? That weak, green skin, $500,000 straight up. $500,000 is no small amount of money. It's enough for them to buy an apartment. You can even buy a nice 3-bedroom apartment in your home county. As the saying goes, a heavy reward is a good reward. For a while, some people who had been hesitant finally made up their minds. Damn 7-star gang, I've long since grown tired of seeing you guys. Don't all of you grab it? That green skin is mine. I'm going to fight 10 of them alone. In the roar of anger, a group of people were like playing chicken blood. No matter whether they had sticks and weapons in their hands or not, they all rushed up in a swarm. On the contrary, the 7 stars gang, each of them had cold hands and feet and were scared out of their wits. It's obvious at a glance who's winning and who's losing. Not long after, the blue shell bar, one after another, resounded with pig-killing screams as well as pleas for mercy. However, no matter how much they begged for forgiveness, it was of no use, because, with the lure of money, the thing called compassion, simply doesn't exist. Kill, 1 is 100,000, 10 is 1,000,000. Brothers, do it! With Yu Dajian leading the charge, the entire blue shell bar was in chaos. Smash after smash rang out. Wine cooler, bar, card holders, all shattered into glass shards, not a single thing intact to be seen. The good old blue shell bar, completely reduced to rubble, with losses of at least a few $1,000,000. However, these people that Lin Dong had brought with him, although their numbers were superior, their fighting strength was not ideal. After all, these people were all temporarily found by Wang Hu. Most of them are small-time hooligans, or even, like Yellow Hair, just a bunch of spiritual chaps. On the contrary, the 7 stars gang are all professional fighters. Fighting is no less important than Omi. One look and you can tell that it's not usually drilled. Even, a good number of them can actually hit 3 in 1. Lin Xiao, this isn't the way to go on. Wang Hu frowned slightly, inexplicably a little flustered. On his own side, one by one, he fell to the ground. On the 7 stars gang's side, however, they didn't lose too many men. Keep it up and your side will soon be defeated. Lin Dong knew that it was time to take matters into his own hands. Besides, if he didn't show his 2 hands, how could he suppress Yu Dajian and the others? Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Dong, who was originally sitting on the sofa, rose up from the ground and went straight to the center of the battlefield with a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. At this moment, Yu Dajian was tangling with Qingpi. Both of them were somewhat competent, and for a while, it was surprisingly difficult to distinguish between them. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came. Omi, give him to me. Ha! Yu Dajian froze for a moment. He had caught the green skin with great difficulty. How could he let it go just because someone else said so? You know, this guy's head is worth a whole $500,000. Little cutie, it's only then that you'll give the arch away. In the next second, a silhouette broke into Yu Dajian's field of vision. After seeing who the person was, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. You kid, you're taking my words for granted, aren't you? Get out of the way yet. Yu Dajian smiled sarcastically before reacting. Lin Xiao, so it's you. I thought someone was trying to steal heads. Then you be careful. After saying this, Yu Dajian hurriedly withdrew to the side, giving the stage to Lin Dong. In fact, he was also eager to see Lin Dong's stance. This little thought of Yu Dajian naturally could not escape Lin Dong's eyes. That's exactly what he came forward for. Linden? Yu Dajian had just left with his front foot, and Qingpi had not yet breathed his last, and when he saw Lin Dong, he immediately shivered. Although, he had not seen Lin Dong's stance. However, right now, the entire 7-star gang knew that it was the youth in front of them with a harmless-looking smile that had easily beaten their number 1 fighter, Tianji, into a vegetable. I'm sure I can't fight with my own 3-legged kung fu. Don't you come any closer. You're their boss. How can you do it yourself? You're bullying the little guy. Seeing Qingpi's horrified expression, Lin Dong smiled faintly. This kid, not only is he ugly, he's got a brain problem too. It just so happens that he's best at healing people. One punch and you're guaranteed not to have any more trouble. Noticing the undisguised killing aura on Lin Dong's body, Qingpi's heart thumped and his hands and feet panicked. No good. In a flash of lightning, a ghostly figure broke into view, aimed a heavy swing at his face. That was the last image Greenie saw. Bang! A loud bang rang out. Like a kite with broken strings, Qingpi flew directly backwards. It smashed several glass cabinets in quick succession and, finally, a huge fish tank before it managed to stop. Upon closer inspection, Greenie's jawbone was completely shattered, and his body was stuck with glass. All over his body, only his fingers could barely move. Only his last breath is left. Unbearable. Lin Dong looked at Qingpi, who had completely lost his fighting ability, and let out a cold snort as he looked around. Subconsciously, everyone stopped moving, not of their own volition. Truly, the aura that Lin Dong had erupted was as suffocating as a titanic mountain. This is what happens when you go against me. Lin Dong, whoever doesn't want to die, kneel on the ground now. I'm only going to say this once. I'll count to 10, and after that, if anyone is still standing, don't blame me, Lin Dong, for not being gentle with my hands. Chapter 162 down. When these words came out, there was a dead silence in the room. Only the sound of Lin Dong's countdown remained. 10, 9, 8, flop, flop. Kneeling sounds came one after the other. In just a few short breaths, the seven-star gang's fighters fell to their knees. There's no way, even the best fighter, Greeny, was killed by a punch. Why should he still resist? The jungle is not about fighting and killing, it's about people. When you come out, the most important thing is to earn money, not to play with your life. Very good. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction, but the eyes were still full of murderous rage, because there were a few others who stood up for themselves. It seems that under Chen Nanshan, there are still a few hard bones. Since you can't bend your knees on your own, you'll have to let me help you. In the next moment, without waiting for the few diehards to react, Lin Dong rushed over with a dragon's stride. One of them tried to sneak attack but was easily dodged by Lin Dong. This was followed by a kick that shattered his opponent's knee. Ah! A scream rang out. Immediately after, Lin Dong pulled out a trail of residual shadows, weaving between several people. 3, 2, 1, puff. As Lin Dong finished reading out the last number, looking at the entire blue shell bar, there was no longer a single seven-star gang hitman still standing. This scene also convinced Yu Dajiang and the others. Only then did they realize why Lin Dong was bold enough to call out to Chen Nanshan. It turns out that people have the courage of 1,000,000 men. Noticing the fiery gazes of the crowd, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Now is a good time to pull people together. Immediately, he spoke. Those who still remain here are my Lin Dong's brothers. If you are my brothers, I will not treat you poorly. Wang Hu. Later, for those who stay, each person will be given $100,000. Then according to the head count, pay out bonuses one by one. Hearing these words, the crowd's hearts immediately surged, and they were incomparably glad that they hadn't left just now. Now, it seemed that following Lin Dong was indeed the most correct decision. Young Lin, then, what about my $500,000? Yu Dajiang held his tongue for half a day, but he still couldn't hold it back and awkwardly pointed at Qingpi, who was paralyzed on the ground. Ha ha, don't worry, what's yours is yours. Do you think that I would be worse off with that kind of money? Upon receiving Lin Dong's assurance, Yu Dajiang could not help but feel a wave of ecstasy. This $500,000 is as good as nothing. Thank you, young Lin. Young Lin's atmosphere. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Unsurprisingly, he had completely taken in Omi himself. These people who didn't leave tonight are also his future class of entrepreneurs. Lin Dong wanted to use them to unify the nightclub business in Tianhai City. Wang Hu, I'll leave these people from the seven-star gang to you. You know what to do. Don't worry, Xiao Lin. I'll make sure to squeeze every last drop of oil out of them and make them regret coming here. Hearing these words, the faces of the seven-star gang members suddenly changed. They all knew where the nickname Smiling Tiger came from, as if they had already seen images of their own miserable torture. Sure enough, not long afterward, inside the blue shell bar, there were bursts of pig-killing screams. It's like coming to the 18 layers of hell. Not long after, Wang Hu came over cheerfully, cell phone in hand, and a bunch of watches, gold necklaces, and other valuables. Hercules had stripped the Seven Stars gang of people from head to toe. Lin Xiao, this was all recovered from them. I figure it's worth at least $1 million. Don't worry, I haven't touched a thing. Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Wang Hu, you're out of line to say that. Since I've arranged for you to do this, I'm putting my trust in you. These things, there's no need to give them to me. Send them all to the brothers. What? Hearing these words, the crowd was all wide-eyed and breathing heavily. With over $1 million worth of belongings, Lin Dong surprisingly handed them all down without batting an eyelid. It's still really trenchant. By the way, Wang Hu, there's something that I need to ask you. I'm going to buy a few villas in Tianhai City, and when the time comes, you'll arrange for some manpower to be in charge of security. It's only good in terms of salary, but the person absolutely has to be reliable. Wang Hu understood it by heart. Lin Dong's purchase of so many villas was definitely not something he wanted to live in himself, but was used to protect important people. After all, like Chen Nanshan, the kind of vicious, sinister villain, in case of push, what things are done out. It was only a matter of time before he would lay his hands on those around Lin Dong. It should indeed be prevented before it is too late. After ordering this matter down, Lin Dong nodded his head as he looked at the blue shell bar, which was in a mess, seemingly very happy with their work. I didn't expect that the first time I went head-to-head with the 7 Stars gang, I would achieve such a great victory. Looking at it this way, the 7 Stars gang is no better. Chen Nanshan. I had no intention of getting involved in gang fights. I just want to do my own business in peace. But who let you get yourself killed and have to come after me? In that case, don't blame me for being too ruthless and uprooting your 7 Stars gang. A little chill flashed across Lin Dong's eyes. Then, with his men, he left the blue shell bar, leaving behind a broken wall and a group of 7 Stars gang fighters whose lives and deaths were uncertain. Right at this moment, the bar manager who had called for help at the beginning, shivering, walked out from the backstage, and looking at the scene in front of him, he was scared less on the spot, and sat down on his butt on the ground. It's over. It's all over. Early the next morning, a black Primera appeared in the center of Tianhai City, in the Wanlu Academy Villa area. It is surrounded by greenery and flowers, with a clear artificial lake and pavilions dotting the landscape. In addition to this, there are leisure facilities such as swimming pools, gymnasiums and tennis courts. Could be an excellent place to live. However, watching this, the beautiful woman in the passenger seat was complaining. Lin Dong, why did you spend so much money on villas? 10 whole buildings, adding up to almost $1 billion. Do you live here alone? Hearing this, Lin Dong helplessly smiled and patted the thigh of the beauty beside him. I can't live here on my own with all the distractions. Of course. So, just bother to stay in one of them for me. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face slightly reddened. Just then, she suddenly thought of something and rolled her eyes. Humph, I see. It's not just me, but you've saved places for a few other ants as well, haven't you? Tendong, you've got quite an appetite. It's almost as good as the ancient emperors. Ahem, where's that? Lin Dong smiled awkwardly, but did not directly deny it. As Chu Xiaoxiao said, he bought these villas for those women of his own, in case Chen Nanshan wanted to kill him with jade and stone, and go after the people around him. It will be too late to make preparations by then. Why don't we let these women live together and arrange for special protection to be foolproof? However, after Lin Dong thought about it carefully, it seemed that there were really more than 10 women that he had had intimate relations with. Xu Xiaoxiao, Su Mingqi, Lu Shiyun and her mother Song Ruolin, class flower Shang Jiaozhou, receptionist Bai Yuqing, senior technician Tingting, oh yeah, and Chen Nanshan's woman, Luo Yuzhu. Of course, Lin Dong would not let all of them move over. Only a few will be selected from it. By the way, prepare yourself in advance for the women you will meet in the future. Chapter 163, Buy 10 villas and hide your love. Xiao Xiao. In this matter, I'll trouble you to handle it. If you need anything, just call me. Chu Xiaoxiao bristled. That's for sure. Since I'm your secretary, these are my duties. But the thought of living with them makes me uncomfortable. Although, Chu Xiaoxiao also knew that a woman could not satisfy Lin Dong's appetite at all, much less fill the emptiness in his heart. However, to say 1,000 words, she still had some bad feelings in her heart. Jealous? No, I didn't. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised as he looked through the other party. Don't look at Chu Xiaoxiao on the surface of the independent character. Do things thunder and lightning? Is a standard strong woman. However, in front of Lin Dong, it was soft and tender. In bed, it's even hotter than it should be. After all, one thing leads to another. Even a woman with a hardened nature could not be hardened by Lin Dong. In the end, they had to lose their armor and the gates. Xiao Xiao, let's move in later and I'll make it up to you. Be good. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Dong's right hand was not honestly feeling into his skirt. Chu Xiaoxiao saw someone outside the car window and was so scared that she hurriedly slapped his hand away. However, it was clear from the pouty, embarrassed expression that she was also immensely looking forward to what was going to happen next. Not long after, the two walked into the villa. From now on, this is the little home that belongs to us. Lin Dong smiled and pulled Chu Xiaoxiao's hand as he briefly strolled around the villa. Finally, stop at the bedroom door. Fruit snacks are done. Now, isn't it time for a big meal? Nasty. Chu Xiaoxiao's mouth said she hated it, but her body was honest. In the next moment, Lin Dong directly picked her up and threw her onto the bed. Then, a hungry tiger pounced directly on her, roughly tearing her OL uniform into pieces. Small palm-sized pieces of fabric turned into rags and flew everywhere. Chu Xiaoxiao is also tasted. Without the need for Lin Dong to greet him, he was very cooperative and transformed into a pool of spring water, warming and mingling. Aha! A burst of evocative sounds resounded continuously in the villa. Lin Dong seemed like a general, tirelessly conquering the battlefield. In the end, it ended with Chu Xiaoxiao being unable to take the pleasure and having to raise the white flag. Looking outside again, it was already coming to evening. Exhausted. You guys, are you really human? How come you're like a cow? You don't even stop? Chu Xiaoxiao was lying in Lin Dong's arms. Her charming eyes were like silk, and she was about to be deflated. Lin Dong smiled and hugged her a little tighter. So, do you like it? Chu Xiaoxia's pretty face turned red as she nodded. In a voice as thin as a fly, he responded, of course I like. Ha ha, that's not it. The two lingered for a while longer before getting back to the point. Chu Xiaoxiao lay in Lin Dong's arms and circled his chest with her index finger. Lin Dong, after the last car accident, I investigated the person Chen Nanshan and found out that he had a very sordid history of making a fortune, and quite a few of those who were against him had either somehow vaporized or left Tianhai forever. I'd rather you be safe and not confront him head-on if you don't have to. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed slightly as he did not say anything. It's too late for that. Between him and Chen Nanshan, they had long ago torn their faces apart and fought to the death. Even last night, he led people to smash Chen Nanshan's blue shell bar. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. I guarantee that the one who will have the last laugh will be me, not Chen Nanshan. Well, Chu Xiaoxia nodded, knowing that Lin Dong's character was obstinate and his arm could not resist his thigh. But with those words, she was more or less settled in her mind. By the way, Lin Dong, there is one thing that I need your help with. You say, it's, speaking here, Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly turned slightly red at the roots of her ears, and she stammered and stuttered as she spoke. Lin Dong froze for a moment. What is it, exactly, that's giving her such a hard time? Could it be that she wanted to give herself a child? Xiao, I understand your feelings. However, right now, at this juncture, it's not appropriate to do such a thing, and, really, it's a good idea to have a baby. I hope that our children will be healthy. Getting pregnant? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Dong with a confused expression. This guy, what's in his head? What are you babbling about? Who said anything about being pregnant? Chu Xiaoxia's face turned red and a few small pink fists smashed over. I was trying to invite you to my family reunion. It's my relatives on my mom's side. They heard I got a boyfriend and they all want to meet you. That's it? Lin Dong breathed a long sigh of relief and thought it was a big deal. No problem. By the way, I remember that Auntie has already filed for divorce with Liang Taizhu. Is her health better now? At the mention of her own mother, Chu Xiaoxiao's heart softened. Much better. I told her she doesn't have to go out to work thanks to you. I'm glad it's okay. Don't worry. Just let me know when the party is. Hearing these words, Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of cunning and blinked. Hey, it's tonight. Didn't expect that, did you? What? Lin Dong was somewhat speechless. It was now more than 5 o'clock, and Chu Xiaoxiao had actually just told him about it. It's not that fast to rush a duck. Then look at the bad smile on Chu Xiaoxiao's face. Apparently, it had eaten him up. Okay, I'll pack up and be on my way. By the way, I ruined your dress. Should we go buy a new one first? Upon hearing these words, Chu Xiaoxia remembered that the OL uniform she had worn here had already been torn to shreds by the beast that was Lin Dong. There was only a soft, sticky response. Not long after, Lin Dong took her to a nearby shopping center and bought a few valuable dresses, also bought a diamond necklace. Looking at her fairy tale princess-like self in the mirror, Chu Xiaoxiao froze for a moment and didn't recognize her for a moment. Is this, really me? Since she was a child, Chu Xiaoxiao had been running around for her life and hadn't dressed herself properly. At this moment, with this customized model of gauze sequin leaky shoulder dress on her body, Chu Xiaoxiao's unassuming appearance and S-shaped curves were highlighted to the fullest. Wherever you go, the turnaround rate is 100%. This was all thanks to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, thank you. Chu Xiaoxiao was incomparably excited and happy as she wrapped her arms around him, like a little girl who had eaten candy. Lin Dong smiled and scratched her nose. Why are you still called Lin Dong? I'm your husband now. Chu Xiaoxiao's mouth was unforgiving, but her heart was sweeter than honey. If possible, she couldn't wait for Lin Dong to kick out those warblers and swallows outside and spend the rest of his life with her. Of course, she also knew that it was impossible. Lin Dong was so good that he was destined to womanize and be in love everywhere. Chapter 164, The Family Gathering. Where's your family reunion? Well, it seems to be called Wangjiang Pavilion. Lin Dong nodded slightly. He had heard of this restaurant, right in the center of Tianhai City, with a per capita consumption of tens of thousands of dollars, known for its unique ingredients and cooking techniques, and famous for its appearance and image. It is said to be a fine dining restaurant with an octagonal-shaped attic as the base. To be able to treat someone to dinner in such a place, it was obvious that the relatives on Chu Xiaoxiao's mother's side were quite wealthy and out of the ordinary. However, with such rich and generous relatives, Chu Xiaoxiao's mother has been living in poverty. It was enough to see that the relationship between them was not too good. Sure enough, at the mention of these relatives, Chu Xiaoxiao subconsciously frowned, as if she had thought of some bad memories. Lin Dong directly grabbed her small, soft, boneless hand. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Then a sense of security came over him and all his worries were left behind. Soon, the black Panamera parked outside the Wangjung Pavilion. At this point, it was dinner time and the parking lot was jam-packed. As far as the eye could see, almost every one of them was no less than $300,000. It is enough to see the high level of spending here. The spaces seem to be full, so we'll have to park outside. Lin Dong helplessly parked his car outside. Afterwards, holding Chu Xiaoxiao's hand, he walked into Wangjung Pavilion and quickly found the room named Rich and Famous. With the arrival of the two men, the crowd, which was in the midst of a lively conversation, turned back at once. You're here. A middle-aged woman with a 7 or 8 degree resemblance to Chu Xiaoxiao's eyebrows got up. Although dressed in simple clothes, however, one could still see the stunning beauty of her youth. Without a doubt, this person was none other than Chu Xiaoxiao's mother, Chu Manli. Mom, I got held up on the road for a while. After saying that, Chu Xiaoxiao turned around and very naturally pulled up Lin Dong's arm. By way of introduction, this is my boyfriend, Lin Dong. Hello, auntie. Lin Dong smiled and took the initiative to greet Chu Manli. Chu Manli had heard about Lin Dong from Chu Xiaoxiao's mouth, and even more so, she knew that it was him who drove away Liang Taizhu, and had long wanted to find a chance to thank him properly. You're Lin Dong. Thanks for taking care of Xiaoxiao for me. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Auntie, what are you talking about? Xiaoxiao is my girlfriend. These are all things I should do. Chu Manli nodded her head repeatedly. The more she looked at Lin Dong, the more satisfied she became, recognizing this son-in-law in her heart. Unexpectedly, just then, a discordant voice suddenly came. Sister, is this Xiaoxiao's boyfriend? Didn't you say you do business in Tianhai? How come I've never seen it before? Couldn't be a crook from somewhere? These days, it's anything goes. Keep your eyes peeled. Hearing these words, Lin Dong could not help but frown, curious as to who was so dogged. Following the voice, I realized that it was actually a triangular-eyed man who was as thin as a bamboo pole, looked 40 or 50 years old, about the same age as Chu Manli. Hearing this person open his mouth and attack Lin Dong, Chu Manli was somewhat unhappy. How can you talk like that? Second brother? Lin Dong has helped us a lot. He's a benefactor to Xiaoxiao and I. How can he be a liar? You're going too far with that. Unexpectedly, in the face of Chu Manli's reproach, the triangular-eyed man, instead of apologizing, snorted coldly and intensified his efforts. Come on sis, with that eye for men you have, I'm a brother, don't I know it? The first man, who died on a construction site before he was 30, was a short-timer. The second man, who lost the family fortune and was a gambler. Oh, I see, this kid is not that bad. Maybe, if he sells you two will still help count the money. The triangular-eyed man looked Lin Dong up and down, his gaze filled with contempt. You, Chu Manli choked on his words, but had no way to refute them. At this point, Chu Xiaoxia couldn't help herself. Second uncle, it was you, obviously, who wanted me to bring my boyfriend to meet you, and now you're denigrating him so much. What the hell do you mean? If you keep this up, our two families will never contact each other again. After saying that, Chu Xiaoxiao made a gesture to leave. Her attitude was very resolute. She could tolerate others to denigrate her. However, she would never allow anyone to bully Lin Dong and her mother. It was her soft spot and the bottom line. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao pulling the two of them away, Chu Manli's second brother, Chu Hongfa, frowned and his face instantly drooped. At that moment, a beer-bellied man, who appeared to be the oldest, tapped the table. Come on Dick, cut the crap. Xiaoxiao, your second uncle is a man who has always had a bad mouth. Don't you know him? It's not easy for our family to have a reunion dinner, so hurry up and sit down. The person who rounded off the scene was Chu Manli's elder brother, Chu Jianjun. However, Chu Xiaoxiao did not listen to him and instead looked at Lin Dong with an inquiring gaze. It seems that it's up to him to decide whether to stay or go. The crowd was incredibly surprised to see this. This niece, always very opinionated. What's wrong with you today, that you're so obedient to a strange man? Could it be that the sun has come out of the west? Xiaoxiao, since the elders have said so, let's not rush off and eat something first, just as well I'm hungry. Lin Dong smiled faintly and pulled Chu Xiaoxiao's hand. Chu Xiaoxia nodded, and a large portion of her fire subsided. Trumani obediently turned around as well. Seeing this scene, Chu Hongfa's face was red for a while and white for a while. One's own elder, but one's speech was not as effective as a junior's. This made his face a little hard to bear, and he couldn't help but open his mouth to ridicule. Eat, just know how to eat. I know at a glance that I've never been to this kind of high-class restaurant. I look like I've never seen the world before. Although the others were not used to seeing his villainous face, they were very much in agreement with this statement. At his age, Lin Dong didn't look like a big boss. It's just a small business. Otherwise, how could it be possible that he had never even been to a place like Wangjung Pavilion? Chu Jianjun cleared his throat and said, Xiaoxiao, don't blame your second uncle for speaking harshly. These days, You have to be careful when looking for a man. Look at your mom. That's where she suffered a lot. You don't want to follow in her footsteps. This one. Xiaolin, right? May I ask, what kind of business are you in? When these words were uttered, everyone looked at Lin Dong. All of them were incomparably curious as to what exactly his origins were. To be able to charm Chu Xiaoxiao into swooning and treating him like glue. This family gathering was also because he had learned that Chu Xiaoxiao had followed a big boss who seemed to be doing well, and wanted to make contact. By the way, see if you can meet some big bosses through her. Otherwise, they wouldn't even look at Chu Manli's mother and daughter. And they wouldn't even see a phone call once in 10,000 years. As the saying goes, no one asks for you when you are poor in the downtown area, but you have distant relatives when you are rich in the mountains. Right now, the Chu family is in such a situation. In the face of Chu Jianjun's sidetracking, Chu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Very unpleasant. However, Lin Dong was indifferent and spoke indifferently. No business, I just opened a few bars. Chapter 165, What's wrong with running a bar? Bar? Hearing those two words, the crowd frowned. Second uncle Chu Hongfa even skimmed his mouth in disdain. The eyes that looked at Lin Dong were even more conspiratorial, even put his arms around it. I said, why does this kid look run-of-the-mill and unreliable? Dare I say, a socialite. Can it be any good if they own a bar? Besides, how much money can you make in a month from just a Thai bar? Our Xiao Xiao is so pretty and makes a lot of money. Certain people had better be a little more conscious and not hold up her great future. The crowd nodded in deep sympathy. They were all in serious business, and what they disliked the most was such pandemonium as bars and nightclubs. As soon as he heard that Lin Dong was a nightclub mixer, he was already somewhat displeased with him, but now he was even more disgusted. Chu Manli's face became more and more ugly. I didn't realize that having a reunion dinner would cause so many bad things. I don't like it when you say that. Second brother, what's wrong with having a bar? These days, as long as you don't break the law and make money, you've got something. Besides, people Shaolin earns no less than you guys. Don't look down on people. Seeing Chu Manli defending herself so well, Lin Dong gently smiled. In this matter of Liang Taizhu, he had not helped himself in vain. This mother and daughter, both of them know what they're doing. However, the other side. The more Chu Manli said this, the more Chu Hongfa came on. Oh, with him, he makes more than us? What an international joke. I'm also in the liquor business, an agent for a well-known wine brand that comes to $70,000 to $80,000 a month. No, I just picked up an Audi S6, parked downstairs, for a little over $600,000. Just this car. Can you afford it? Hearing this, Chu Jianjun was a bit surprised. Penis, when did you change cars? How come I didn't know? The expression on Chu Hongfa's face grew more and more smug. Geez, it's just that business has been good lately. Negotiated a few partnerships and made some money. A car is a man's front door, his second calling card. Who cares if you don't drive a luxury car when you go out to talk business? As he said this, Chu Hongfa glanced at Lin Dong with the word mockery written all over his face. Chu Jianjun nodded slightly. In their opinion, Lin Dong was just that kind of punk. It's just a crappy bar that might go out of business at some point, and it's not even a proper job. Eat your vegetables, eat your vegetables. Dash, try it, it's really good meat. Lin Dong smiled faintly and put a chopstick of meat into his mouth, treating the banter of the two men as an earful. However, this action of his, in the eyes of the crowd, became a weak heart. Just then, a waiter suddenly knocked on the door. Excuse me, may I ask which gentleman owns the Primera downstairs? Could you please ask him to move his car? Hearing this, the crowd froze in unison. On the front foot, Chu Hongfa just said he bought a 600,000 Audi A6. On the back foot, out of nowhere, $1 million Primera. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Unable to help it, the crowd subconsciously looked at Chu Jianjun, who was sitting in the main seat. Inside this box, besides Chu Hongfa, he was the one who made the most money. Facing the crowd's fiery gaze, Chu Jianjun bitterly smiled and shook his head. What's everyone looking at me for? I've made some money pouring seafood over the past few years, but I haven't been so extravagant as to buy such an expensive car. Besides, a car like the Primera sounds like a young person's car. I'm half in the ground. Where's the heart for that? That's true. A person of Chu Jianjun's status, even if he bought a car, he would not buy a Primera. Since it wasn't Chu Hongfa or Chu Jianjun, no one could afford this kind of luxury car. Thinking of this, Chu Hongfa slowly got up. You've got the wrong room, not us. Excuse me, the car is mine. Suddenly, someone raised their hand high in the air. Everyone was dumbfounded, with an expression of having seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lin Dong? Lin Dong smiled faintly and took out the Paramera's car keys from his pocket and placed them on the table. Seeing this scene, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed. Chu Hongfa, in particular, had a cloudy expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly thought of something and sneered. Oh, pretty well prepared, even hired props and actors, shouldn't be cheap, right? Trumani froze for a moment and looked over in confusion. What do you mean by that, second brother? Don't you understand what I mean? What paramera? Is it real? No one can say for sure. Maybe it's just a good show that someone set up to put on a good show. Why else would he pop up just after I said I bought a car? Hearing these words, the crowd first stared blankly, and then, thoughtfully nodded their heads. That said, there is some truth to it. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? Front foot, Chu Hongfa just said to mention the Audi A6. On the back foot, Lyndon said he had a Paramera. It was clear that he was trying to overpower him. This waiter, perhaps, was also the one who slipped a tip to sing a double act. When he thought of being cheated, Xu Jianjun's face was a bit unsettled. Shaolin, it's not that I'm talking about you. Be honest. For those of us in business, it's all the more important to be honest. If you don't have a car, you don't have a car, so you don't need to beat your head against the wall. I'm sure, you don't like a man with a hairless mouth who can't do anything right either, right? In an instant, everyone looked at Chu Xiaoxiao, hoping that she would respond. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiaoxiao just coldly smiled, lovingly ignoring the questioning of these relatives, and directly showed her attitude with her actions, only to see her body slanting and wrapping her arms around Lin Dong, her entire head leaning on the other party's shoulder. Lin Dong, this kind of small matter, just leave it to the waiter. There's no need for you to make a personal trip. The waiter nodded slightly and said respectfully, That's right, sir. Our hotel provides parking services for valued guests like you. Just give us the key. Watching the two sing together and about to take the car keys away, Chu Hongfa finally couldn't help himself and quickly got up. Wait, I'll check it out with you. I don't believe it. You kids can afford such an expensive car. Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled instead of being angry, sizing up Chu Hongfa from head to toe. The more he marveled at the size of the world. People, they are always skeptical of things outside of their perception. If you don't have it yourself, you think no one else will either. The only way to accept reality is to see it with your own eyes. Sir, the waiter did not expect to make such a mess and looked at Lindon with some embarrassment. It's okay, if he wants to see it, let him see it. Anyway, my car is parked there, and it wouldn't take a wheel to look at it. After saying this, Lindon directly placed the car keys in the waiter's hands. Such a light and generous behavior is in sharp contrast to Chu Hongfa's small-mindedness. It can be one heaven and one earth. At that moment, Chu Hongfa blushed as if he was the one jumping the gun. In fact, by this time, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but it's still a dead duck. Oh, I'd like to see how long you can pretend. Lin Dong, you better not go. Chapter 166, Introductions. Of course I'm not leaving. I'm here to have dinner with my girlfriend, and I haven't even had a few bites of my meal yet, so why should I leave? Lin Dong shrugged his shoulders and looked like he had nothing to say. He deliberately scooped a spoonful of soup and fed it to Chu Xiaoxiao. Careful baby, don't burn it. Hearing this title, Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face reddened. Although, she was Lin Dong's woman. However, the two have never made such intimate gestures in public, and to say such a shameful epithet. Having said that, Chu Xiaoxiao's body was very honest and took the initiative to open her cherry mouth to come up. Ah, thanks hubby, it's delicious. Honey? The crowd froze. When did the relationship between the two skyrocket to this point? Or have they been raw for a long time? Chu Manli, as Chu Xiaoxiao's mother, could not help but let out a bitter laugh when she saw her daughter being so bold. Ugh, they say that women are too big for their own good, and I kind of know that now. Watching the two of them make out here, Chu Hongfa could no longer sit still and directly followed the waiter downstairs. He couldn't wait and pierce through Lin Dong's lies. Chu Jianjun and the others were also looking forward to it. In fact, there's one important thing they haven't said. That is, they had invited an honored guest that they wanted to introduce to Chu Xiaoxiao. But, looking at this situation, I'm afraid it's going to be yellow. It was only hoped that when that honorable guest arrived, Lin Dong would know what to do. In the crowd's strange eyes, Lin Dong treated them as air and kept to himself, chucking a table of good food into his bowl. From time to time, there was even a little intimate interaction with Chu Xiaoxiao, clearly a couple in love. Seeing this scene, Chu Manli's expression was quite pleased. Over the years, my daughter has been busy making money in the wind and rain, and I don't know how many men have rejected her confessions of love. It's 25 or 26 years old, and there's still nothing. After Lin Dong appeared, not only did she become much more cheerful, most importantly, there is no longer any need to run around worrying about making a living. Soon, the door to the fortune party's private room opened again. Chu Hongfa walked in slowly. Only, the face wasn't very nice. How's it going, Dick? Chu Jianjun and the others looked at him with smiles, thinking that he had some evidence and would be able to expose Lin Dong's true colors right away. Unexpectedly, Chu Hongfa did not say anything, sat straight in his seat, and took a sip of mulled wine. What are you selling? Come on. Next to it. Lin Dong took a sip of tea without any haste and laughed lightly. What can he say? Could it be, to tell you guys that he saw with his own eyes that the waiter parked my car in the parking lot, and parked right next to his broken Audi? When these words came out, the whole room was silent. Lin Dong, what did you say? Hearing the 3 words broken Audi, Chu Hongfa stood up in a moment and blushed. Anxious. That car, however, cost him more than half a year's income to buy. As a result, when it came to Lin Dong's mouth, it turned into a broken car. You know in your heart what I'm talking about. Besides, in front of my top-of-the-line La Palamara, your Audi, isn't it a piece of? What's the problem? In an instant, Lin Dong's gaze blazed at Chu Hongfa. The latter was struck by lightning and froze directly in place. It was not until this moment that he realized that although Lin Dong had a moderate look, his expression was very confident and full of arrogant and uninhibited wildness. Not at all like their nebbishi, profit-oriented businessmen. People are meat eaters, they are grass eaters. Chu Hongfa's face turned blue as he clenched his wine glass, being half exasperated by Lin Dong. However, it was afraid to open its mouth to retort. Chu Jianjun smiled awkwardly and came out to round off the conversation. Oops, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Xiao, you too. You didn't help Xiao Lin clarify such a big matter. Actually, we didn't think he was fake. It was all in good fun. Are you kidding me? Chu Xiaoxia rolled her eyes. Whether it's a joke or not, you know yourselves. For a while, the entire atmosphere of the private room became very weird. Chu Hongfa did not dare to raise his head. Where is the appearance of just flaunted? After all, he had seen the waiter use the key of Lin Dong to open the door of a Primera with his own eyes. And it was parked right next to his Audi. With such a comparison, one becomes a direct clown. No wonder, since the beginning, Lin Dong had been sitting steadily. Because what he said was true. Chu Jianjun similarly did not expect that Lin Dong was so powerful, young enough to drive $1 million luxury car. Thinking of this, Chu Jianjun was filled with curiosity. Xiao Lin, at the risk of asking, what's the name of that bar you opened? It's all in a Primera, so surely it's not some kind of small-time thing, is it? Hearing this question, the crowd was looking towards Lin Dong, incredibly curious as to how big Linden's business is. The average bar makes over $100,000 a year. If you don't eat or drink, you'll have to save for 7 or 8 years before you can buy a Primera. This proved that Lin Dong's bar was definitely not that bad. Hearing this question, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly, casually mentioning, uncles and aunts are not the same as those of us in society. Do not mix with the nightclubs, said that I guess you do not know. Hearing this, the faces of the people were a bit ugly. The 3 words social mixing were uttered by Chu Hongfa. Right now, it's a case of lifting a rock and stoning yourself. Since Lin Dong was unwilling to disclose it, it was inconvenient for them to pursue the matter to the end. One could only keep the matter bottled up inside and sulk by oneself. Chu Jianjun felt that he was brushed off and also hurriedly changed the topic. If I had known that Xiao Lin was so good, I wouldn't have introduced Xiao to anyone. Look at the mess today. I've also specially invited a young talent who was about the same age as Chu Xiao, and I want you to meet and have a good chat. Introducing someone? Hearing those 4 words, Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were stunned. Before she came here, she only said it was a family gathering, but no one mentioned to her about the blind date introduction thing. Until now, this is when she realized why both of her great uncles and second uncles asked her to bring her boyfriend. Turns out, it was pre-arranged. Lin Dong also frowned slightly when he heard this. In the past, because Chu Manli married the wrong man twice, life was difficult. Therefore, Chu Jianjun and Chu Hongfa had always somewhat despised her. All these years, it's been old and dead. Recently, seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao earns more and more money, the 2 families just thought of walking this relative up, even trying to get her a boyfriend and tie her to his big boat. At the same time, you can also sell that noble guest a favor. It's almost like 2 birds with 1 stone. But, unfortunately, Chu Xiaoxiao already had a boyfriend, and definitely not going to be used by them. Chapter 167, Old Acquaintances. Noticing that Lin Dong and Chu Xiaoxiao were somewhat angry, Chu Jianjun's face was embarrassed. However, when he thought of the distinguished status of the honored guest he had invited, he was again bottoming out. Great uncle is also concerned about you and wants you to have a better choice. Besides, the honored guest I found is not in bad condition as well. The car he drives is no worse than a Primera, and he has quite a network and status in Tianhai. I met him when I was doing business, and the fact that people are willing to come to dinner is considered to give me great face. From these words of Chu Jianjun, it could be seen that honored guest had an extraordinary background. In the upper-class society of Tianhai City, there is also a certain influence. In such a comparison, Lin Dong, the one who opened a nightclub, really couldn't make it to the top, invisibly shorter than the other side. At this point, Chu Hongfa was somewhat unable to sit still. Brother, what kind of car did you say this honored guest was driving? Chu Jianjun will smile, slowly said, the last time we met, he drove a Bentley Continental. How can it be 3 million? Not that I'm saying, that car is really luxurious and classy. It's not like any Panamera. It's that car of theirs that is a symbol of status and position. You can tell they're upper class at a glance. Bentley Continental? Hearing those 4 words, Chu Hongfa's eyes turned red. The self-confidence that he had just lost at Lin Dong's place was also instantly retrieved, and his mouth clamped down. Nice car indeed. He must be worth over 10 million or even $100 million if he drives a car like this. Chu Jianjun smiled and nodded. Not bad. From what I know, he's got a big business and a high-end nightclub to his name. Unlike ordinary nightclubs, the customers who spend their money there are either rich or expensive. It's not like the little nightclub down the street that puts everybody in there. Once these words came out, everyone looked at Chu Jianjun with envious faces. His favor towards Lin Dong was also greatly reduced. In front of that honored guest, Lin Dong's little family fortune was not worth mentioning at all. On the other side, Lin Dong also frowned. The more he listened to Chu Jianjun, the more he felt that this person was a bit familiar and seemed to have met somewhere. While this was happening, there was a knock on the door outside. Gee, it must be him who's arrived. Chu Jianjun got up on his hands and knees to greet him. The head of the Chu family's family was so respectful. It was enough to see that the person's status was honorable and prominent. The others were also incredibly curious as to what this big boss, who was worth over $100 million at such a young age, actually looked like. Lin Dong, don't worry, no matter how rich that person is, I won't change my mind, Chu Xiaoxiao said as she wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Dong's arm and hurriedly gave him a tranquilizing pill. Hearing this, Lin Dong pursed his lips with a smile. Ha ha, mister, you're finally here. Come in, please excuse the hospitality. Under Chu Jianjun's respectful greeting, a well-dressed man in his mid-30s slowly walked in. It was obvious that his attitude towards Chu Jianjun was a bit hard. It's like attending the party just for the sake of being perfunctory and polite. The eyes that looked at the others were also filled with indifference and an attitude of superiority. It was at this moment that a discordant voice suddenly came. You Fei, you kid, when did you mix so well? And upper class, why didn't I know that? Upon hearing someone call his name, Yu Fei first stared blankly. Afterwards, it was scrutinized. Seeing a familiar face in the crowd, his eyes immediately widened. Lin Xiao. That's right, this honored guest that Chu Jianjun had invited was Yu Fei, who had previously sold the Bentley nightclub to Lin Dong. He was also the one who, through his connections, had given Lin Dong that platinum invitation card to the charity dinner. I didn't realize that the two would meet here. Just then, someone suddenly jumped out. Lin Dong, what are you yelling about? Mr. Yu's name, is it for you to call it casually? Why don't you hurry up and apologize? The one who spoke was none other than Chu Hongfa. At this moment, his brows were furrowed and he had a look of fire on his face. It was like he was worried that Lin Dong had offended this nobleman. Chu Jianjun was equally startled. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so uninhibited that he came up and shouted people's names. You know, this big man. He had invited him with great difficulty. He was counting on offering Chu Xiaoxiao, his beautiful niece, to enter the upper-class circle in Tianhai City. If he offended this Mr. Li because of Lin Dong and cut off his path to fortune, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking about this, Chu Jianjun also harbored a fire. Xiao Lin, for Man Li's sake, I'll let it slide if you were playful with us just now. How come you're being so rude to Mr. You now too? Don't think just because you own a bar, you're a big deal. Let me tell you, for the little money you make, Mr. You doesn't even look at it. It's not too late for you to apologize. Otherwise, sooner or later, your business will be yellow and you'll be out of business tomorrow. Understand? Hearing these words, the crowd nodded in deep thought and looked at the Chu Manli few with a grumbling face. This Lin Dong, even if he did not give them face, now, it even dared to mess with the god of wealth that Chu Jianjun had invited. Still really can't see their Chu family is good Facing a group of people's contemptuous and reproachful eyes, Lin Dong smiled instead of being angry. Funny, I'm catching up with my friend. What's wrong with a few words? On the other side, Yu Fei was also terrified when he heard Chu Jian's words. Good man, you want to die yourself, don't drag me along. And a bar owner? Now, who in Tianhai City did not know that Lin Dong had acquired hundreds of nightclubs. Conservatively estimated, Lin Dong was worth at least several $1 billion. He didn't even put the 7 Stars Club in his eyes, and had already gotten into a fight with the 7 Stars gang. A big shot of this caliber is also something he can touch? Yu Fei was apprehensive in his heart, and his face changed continuously. Unexpectedly, seeing his expression, Chu Jianjun thought that he was angry and directly shouted angrily at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Just by virtue of you are also worthy of being called a brother or brother to general manager you? Big brother. This kind of person can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. He doesn't deserve to be our Chu family's son-in-law. It's better to hurry and let him go. Chu Hong happened to be afraid that things hadn't gotten big enough, and kept arching the fire from the side. For a while, the banquet was filled with other relatives with bad eyes. Apologize. Apologize. Lin Dong, hurry up and apologize to general manager you. In the face of the crowd's vociferous criticism, Chu Manli's face was a bit ugly. She hadn't expected it to come to this at all. However, she had never thought of making Lin Dong bow down. Kobayashi, let's go. Big brother, second brother. In the future, let's not contact each other anymore. Now, I'll apologize to Mr. Yu for Shaolin. Before the words left her mouth, Chu Manli stood up and owed her body slightly. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Yu Fei rushed up with an arrow step, grabbed her shoulders, and shook his head. This auntie, you don't have to apologize to anyone. They're the ones who should be apologizing. Chapter 168. Do you know who he is? What? Trumani froze for a moment. Chu Jianjun, Chu Hongfei and the others were also confused. Just then, Yu Fei turned his head and looked at Chu Jianjun with a smile. Boss Chu, as I recall, between us, it seems like we don't have much of a deep friendship, right? You, Mr. Yu, what do you mean by that? Why are you dragging me down and pushing me into the fire when there's no friendship? Mr. Yu suddenly changed his face and shouted sternly. Ha! Chu Jianjun's brain buzzed, instantly dumbfounded. Do you know what kind of character this Lin Xiao in front of you is? Let alone a small character like me. Even the richest man in Tianhai, when they see him, they all have to be nice and give three thin faces. How did it come to you to force him to apologize to me? You're afraid I won't die fast enough, aren't you? Hearing Yu Fei's angry roar, the entire private room fell silent. The expressions on the faces of the people were also wonderful. A moment of shock, a moment of bewilderment, and a kind of heartfelt fear. How could Lin Dong be so powerful? It can't be. You, Mr. You must be joking, right? The corners of Chu Jianjun's mouth twitched, completely unable to believe it. He's just a bar owner. How can he be richer than you? That nightclub in your name is worth 10 bars like his. Ha ha, Boss Chu, you're lifting me up too much. I can't afford it. Yu Fei smiled coldly and also understood what was going on with hindsight. This group of people had provoked Lin Dong and now, they were even using him as a shield. It's like you don't know what you're doing. Just as well, let these ratty little people die today. You know about the nightclub I owned. So do you know whose name that nightclub is under now? It's the Lin Xiao in front of you. Moreover, there are hundreds of nightclubs under his name, with a net profit of over $10 million every month. Now, do you know how good he is? Swish! In a flash, the crowd was silent, each one looking at Lin Dong as if they had seen a ghost, their brains buzzing and their hearts half-cooled. Snap! It was at this moment that Lin Dong suddenly applauded. At the same time, a helpless face looked at Yu Fei. Yu Fei, not bad. I don't even know how many nightclubs I own, and you're so good at researching me. Hearing this, Yu Fei's heart thumped and he hastened to smile. What are you talking about, young Lin? It's not that I'm deliberately investigating, but you've made too much noise. Who in the entire Tianhai doesn't know? Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. You kid, there's really nothing I can do about you. Never mind, come what may. Sit down and have a couple bites. You don't say. This Wangjiang pavilion tastes really good. Yu Fei's heart was shaken, and he immediately borrowed a flower. If young Lin likes it, I'll buy this hotel and transfer the shares to you. Hearing those words, Chu Jianjun man was dumbfounded. Wangjiang Pavilion, one of the most famous few fine dining restaurants in Tianhai City, is worth over $100 million. In order to please Lin Dong, Yu Fei had gone to great lengths to buy this restaurant and had to give him the shares for nothing? How is that possible? No, you know how I am. I don't need anyone else to pay for what I see. Lin Dong spoke indifferently. Yu Fei froze for a moment, then smiled sarcastically. At that moment, he turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Chu Jianjun, his expression incomparably serious, with a touch of sarcasm. Boss Chu, if I were you, I'd hurry up and make amends and apologize to young Lin, instead of acting like a cutie, like standing there, stupid as a pig. Understand? Gollum. Chu Jianjun swallowed deeply and had already sweated. If it was someone else, bragging about Lin Dong's billions of dollars, he would definitely disbelieve it 10,000 times, and would even suspect that the other party was an actor hired by Lin Dong. However, he couldn't disbelieve Yu Fei's words, because Yu Fei didn't have to, and could never deceive himself above such things. Moreover, the gesture of bowing down to Lin Dong did not look like a fake. When he thought of the face he had just seen, Chu Jianjun was scared out of his wits, and his whole body was trembling. Lin Dong. No, 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 Lin Xiao. Chu Jianjun's attitude made a 180-degree turn. How caustic and mocking it was just now. How warm and respectful it is now. If it weren't for the fact that the family was still present, he could have even gotten down on his knees and called his grandfather. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and glared fiercely at his still dazed little old brother again. Chu Hongfa, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Lin Xiao? Yes, 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 big brother. At this moment, the most complicated mood is Chu Hongfa. From the very beginning when Lin Dong entered the door, he had been speaking in a clipped manner, explicitly and implicitly mocking Lin Dong as an insignificant little person. I didn't realize that he was the one who was dog-eyed and had eyes that didn't recognize Tai. Where was Lin Dong a small person? He was clearly a big brother who would make the entire Tianhai tremble with a single stomp of his foot. Chu Hongfa's face was full of pleasing expressions, bending down and compensating with a smile. Lin Xiao, those words before were just a joke. You mustn't take them to heart. In my eyes, you and Dash are a match made in heaven. Xiaoxia, my good niece, you quickly say something for second uncle. It was not until this moment that Chu Hongfa remembered the kinship between the two families. In the previous 10 years or so, when Chu Manli's mother and daughter were down and out, they were afraid to avoid them, and they didn't have any help. Regarding this point, Chu Xiaoxiao's heart was as clear as a mirror. At this moment, the request for help from Chu Hongfa was also ignored. Even, holding his arms, he sneered. The corners of Chu Hongfa's mouth twitched and his face went black. Without Chu Xiaoxiao to help him speak, today, he had offended Lin Dong to death. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire private room was incomparably depressing. Almost everyone was waiting for Lin Dong to open his mouth to issue his sentence. Noticing the trembling gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong's expression remained flat, even, randomly picking up a piece of meat and chewing on it. Now, there's no one to say he's a country bumpkin and hasn't seen the world, is there? Right at this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's mother, Chu Manli, also came back to her senses and looked at Lin Dong with some fear and trepidation, not knowing how to face this good son-in-law. However, thinking of her own daughter, she still gathered enough courage to ask, Xiao Lin, is this located always true? Are you really that good? Lin Dong let out a bitter smile and said somewhat helplessly, Auntie, originally, I wanted to spend time with you as an ordinary person. I was just afraid that, if I told you these things, you would not be able to accept them. But now, there's no way to make it clear. In the next second, Lin Dong held Chu Xiaoxiao's small hand in front of the crowd and clutched it in the palm of his hand and rubbed it carefully. Yes, I am indeed worth over $100 million. And it's not 1 billion. It's not 1 billion. It's 30 billion. Chapter 169, Severance. What? Hearing this astronomical figure, not to mention Chu Jianjun, even Yu Fei was shocked. What's $30 billion? A third-tier city's GDP for a year may be just over $100 billion. $30 billion that can be used to buy up publicly traded companies, sell land, and even manipulate the direction of the stock market. If that money was put overseas, it could even build an army with great firepower. At his level, money is no longer money. It's a string of zeros that you can't even count. Looking at the stunned expressions of the crowd's gazes, Lin Dong smiled faintly, as if, long ago, they adapted. He then clutched Chu Xiaoxiao's hand once again. Dash is not only my girlfriend, but also my great housekeeper. Everything I have now, she's helping to take care of. Auntie, don't worry, I won't treat Xiaoxiao badly. Hearing these words, the stone hanging in Chu Manli's heart finally landed. She then nodded heavily. Lin, Auntie believes in you. Xiao. From now on, you stay well with Xiao Lin. Whatever you do, Mom's got your back. Getting Chu Manli's approval, Chu Xiaoxiao was very excited, and her tears kept sliding downwards. When the others saw this scene, envy and jealousy were written all over their faces. 30 billion. That's $30 billion. Astronomical figures they could not even dream of. Especially the two brothers Chu Jianjun and Chu Hongfa. Luckily, they were still showing off their Audi S6 and showing off their connections. But in front of Lin Dong, they were nothing. On the other hand, Yu Fei's eyes grew more and more in awe as he looked at Lin Dong. He had thought that Lin Dong was rich, but he had not expected to be so rich. What made people think more carefully was that Lin Dong was only in his 20s now. Lin Xiao, do you think we have a chance? Chu Jianjun's face was full of awkward smiles. Before that, he called Kobayashi with every breath. Now, give him 10,000 guts. He wouldn't dare to call it that. Chu Hongfa is also intestinal repentance. Hate to give himself 2 slaps. Why did he mess with Lin Dong? He's such a mouth. Isn't this pushing the entire Chu family into the fire? Chance? Oh, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he smiled faintly. Didn't you invite Yu Fei here because you wanted to introduce Xiao to him? Then, You guys can hug his thighs through this relationship and make the Chu family's business bigger and stronger, right? The faces of the people changed greatly, and waves of shock were set off in their hearts, but again, irrefutable, because, indeed, they do. It's just, I didn't realize that it would come to this. Lin Dong was not some mudblood, but a god of wealth. Lin Xiao, listen to my explanation. Explanation? No need. Lin Dong's face was gloomy as he spoke indifferently. From today onwards, Xiao Xiao has no relationship with your Chu family. In the future, no matter what happens, don't disturb Xiao Xiao. The box was silent. This move by Lin Dong was to show an attitude. Chu Xiaoxiao's family completely severed their relationship with them, leaving no room for maneuver. At this moment, the Chu family's crowd simply regretted it to their grandmother's house. Put Lin Dong, this rich and powerful son-in-law, not to lick, not to rush to flatter, but even shamelessly go to lick other people's little brother. Saying it out loud makes people laugh their asses off. This also meant that the Chu family had lost a chance to soar. It was even possible that he would be ostracized by countless people for offending Lin Dong. Puff. Chu Jianjun sat on his butt on the ground. Where was the appearance of just pointing and flaunting? Chu Hongfa's expression wasn't much better, and his legs were shaking all the time. It was as if, already, he was thinking of the scene of his own defeat. Yu Fei was similarly frightened, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Before he came, Chu Jianjun didn't tell him that he was going to find him any girlfriend. Crucially, Chu Xiaoxiao was still Lin Dong's woman. Isn't this a ing toilet lantern? Looking for death? The more Yu Fei thought about it, the more angry he became, and he immediately blushed and looked at Chu Jianjun with eyes that wanted to kill. Already, he was calculating how to turn around and punish this large family. Not a single one of them is going to get away. Seeing that the atmosphere in the entire box was becoming more and more dull, Lin Dong could not help but shake his head, feeling that it was meaningless. Chu Xiaoxiao understood and immediately wrapped her arms around him. I'm tired, Lin Dong. Why don't we go back and rest? Mom, at this point, it's time for you to go back and get some rest. Trumani nodded. Glancing at the Chu family members whose double strands were trembling, he shook his head helplessly. As the old saying goes, God's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Who let this group of people who do not know the sky? A little money in their pockets. The sky is the boss and he is the boss. Chu Jianjun and Chu Hongfa never dreamed that today they would kick on the iron plate. Lin Dong nodded slightly and looked at Yu Fei again. Mr. Yu, then we'll leave first. Next time we have time, we'll have a good chat. Hearing this, Yu Fei's spirit was energized and his face was full of red light. He had originally thought that Lin Dong would take his anger out on himself. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. The other party, the Chancellor, did not make a big deal out of it. Wow. In the next moment, Yu Fei hurriedly got up and respectfully sent Lin Dong out. Take care, young Lin, you come often. I won't see you and your sister-in-law and auntie off. Soon after, Yu Fei sent the three away, and only then did he breathe a long sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, Yu Fei turned around and looked at the muddled Chu family crowd, instantly changing his face. With Linden, he was less than. However, in front of Chu's family, he would not be Xiaoyu, but Mr. Yu, who is worth over $100 million. Chu Jianjun, from tomorrow onwards, I don't want to see any of you Chu family members again. All of you get the hell out of Tianhai. If you don't listen, I can guarantee that no company will work with you. Do you hear me? Chu Jianjun's brain buzzed and his face suddenly changed. He was already sitting paralyzed on the ground, and now, his legs and feet were so weak that he couldn't even stand up. Yu Fei's attitude was clearly an attempt to drive their Chu family to extinction. This also means that everything he has worked so hard for decades will all go down the drain, and the basket will be empty. But there's no way around it. The arm can't be twisted. He had to listen. You, Mr. Yu, I know. Thank you for raising your hand and letting us live. Tomorrow, we'll all move out of Tianhai City. Seeing that Chu Jianjun was still sensible, Yu Fei nodded. I can't say anything about this matter. The life and death of your Chu family will depend on Shaolin's mood. Who made yourselves blind and blew away the god of wealth that was brought to your door? After saying this, Yu Fei left the private room without lifting his head. The Chu family's crowd looked at each other in dismay. All of them like frosted eggplants. Starting today, the Chu family is going down. Instead, it was the Chu Manly family, whom they looked down on, who were going to soar and soar. Ugh. Chapter 170, The Best of the Best. Leaving Wangjiang Pavilion, Lin Dong personally drove and sent Chu Manli back home. Alright Xiao Xiao, tonight, you'll stay with your auntie more. I still have some things to do, so I'll go to the bar for a bit. Hearing these words, Chu Xiaoxiao playfully nodded her head. As he was leaving, he suddenly thought of something and took the initiative to stand on his tiptoes and offer a deep embracing kiss, a face full of shyness. Lin Dong, thank you. Looking at this ripe peach in front of him, Lin Dong could not help but thump his heart and almost could not help but put her on the spot. There was nothing to be done. Something did come up over at the bar and he had to go. One can only wait for the next time after Chu Xiaoxia moved to the villa, and then savor this peach. Afterward, under the watchful eyes of Chu Manli's mother and daughter, Lin Dong sat in the Primera. The smile faded from his face. In its place was a touch of seriousness. At the same time, make a random call out. Wang Hu, what I asked you to do, is it done? Young Lin, the people have all been found. You can rest assured that the quality of this group of people is definitely stronger than last time. One by one, they're all hand-picked by me. All veterans and mercenaries who came back from abroad. Oh, hearing these words, Lin Dong could not help but brighten up. If that's the case, the 7-star gang's group of dirtbags are still afraid of nothing. It turned out that the reason why Lin Dong was in a hurry to leave was because Wang Hu had taken his money and recruited another batch of elite soldiers, which required him to personally go and review them. It's really hard to use those groundlings before. If you wanted to take down the 7 stars gang, you had to improve your overall battle power. It costs more money, but the results are definitely better. I see. Is everyone here? Lin Xiao, there are 50 people in total. They've all been assembled, just waiting for you to return and give instructions. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Dong nodded. Then, hanging up the phone, a foot on the gas, the Primera turned into a stream of light and sped away. 9 o'clock at night, Lin Dong arrived at the one he had just bought, an abandoned gymnasium. At his behest, Wang Hu primed the originally abandoned gymnasium. Various infrastructures are readily available. Water, electricity and heating are all equipped, and there is also a specially registered Oriental security company with a registered capital of $10 million. Under the guise of starting a security job, the entire community is being solicited to recruit special talent to work for Linden. These people were considered Lin Dong's direct line. Again, better treatment. Over $500,000 per capita per year, with many additional bonuses and benefits. Perform well and you can have the same income at your disposal of a nightclub as Wang Hu. After all, they are living a life of blood on the knife's edge, and no one knows when they will GA. They are all trying to earn a share of the money for selling their lives. Swish. Soon, with Lin Dong's arrival, the originally noisy gymnasium instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at Lin Dong in unison. After taking a good look at Lin Dong's appearance, most people were startled. A few people even had a flash of contempt and disdain in their eyes. How can you be so young? Originally, he had thought that as Wang Hu's boss, Lin Dong should be a character with a face full of horizontal meat and a fat body. I didn't realize that. Aside from being a little taller, he looked like an unarmed white boy. Can such people really lead them to great things? Lin Xiao, you're here. Seeing Lin Dong appear, Wang Hu was all smiles as he greeted him with a trot. Lin Dong nodded slightly. At a distance of more than 10 meters, he actually felt a murderous aura. Not only was Lin Dong not angry, he was instead very happy. It seems that, for once, one's money was not wasted. Wang Hu really found a group of elite soldiers. It was just that there was something so playful about the look in their eyes. Think I'm too small? Or is it too weak? The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he quickly saw through these people's minds. However, it wasn't taken to heart. Lin Xiao, here's a list of 50 people, all veterans or mercenaries, and one who's a cooking squad leader. I've tested them, and this group is definitely very beatable. At Yu Dazhang's level, one of them can fight 3. Next to him, Yu Dazhang's face instantly drooped when he heard this. Looking at his face again, there were bruises everywhere. It wasn't hard to guess that Wang Hu was using him as a litmus test for the hard power of this group. Ha ha, hard work you guys, especially Omi. Turn around. I'll send you $100,000 out of my own pocket for medical expenses. Don't mess up your body. I'm counting on you to help me subdue the 7-star gang. Hearing this, Yu Dazhang's waist didn't hurt and his legs didn't get sore. Crookedly, he stood in a military stance and saluted. Don't worry, Shaolin, I can go fight right now. Oh, meaning, you don't want this money? No, I'll take the money, and I'll take the fight. Linden would smile. Knowing that the other guy's mouth is stupid is what makes him want to tease him. As expected, Yu Dazhang held his face red. Ha ha, don't worry Omi, you won't get any less money. Thank you, Shaolin. The two of them were talking and laughing here, leaving the group of mercenaries out to dry. A number of people are resentful and feel that they are being ignored, especially when he was being ridden by a little white boy. His heart was very unconvinced. Lin Dong sensed the group's little plan, but he just purposely wanted to leave the group out in the cold. Let's see how long they have to put up with it. It would be nice to have another prick or two. He could just take this opportunity to fix the pricks and make an example of them. Give this group of mercenaries a little bit of color and let them know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of sky. As expected, Lin Dong's agitation worked. Report. In the crowd, A burly man with a scar on his face suddenly shouted. Wang Hu froze for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's voice suddenly rang out. What can I do for this brother? Are you unable to hold your pee and want to find a restroom? The room erupted in laughter at this statement. The scar-faced man's face was red and his eyes looked at Lin Dong with an extra touch of indignation. Then, in a muffled voice, he spoke. Boss, please apologize to me. We came here to be security, to be bodyguards, to be fighters, not to be monkeys to be played with. Hearing this, Wang Hu frowned and immediately named him. Su Hai Chao, do you realize who you're talking to? And keep your mouth shut. Wang Hu is still the same set of gangster style, attempting to overwhelm the other party from the momentum. Unfortunately, Su Haichao was not the kind of mental boy like Yellow Hair, and could not possibly be intimidated by a single word from him. These mercenaries, all of them hardened, can be said to eat softly, but not hard. Wang Hu's words, instead of having an effect, provoked public anger. For a while, more and more people became disgruntled. What's more, until now, they haven't seen real money. All of it, was Wang Hu's verbal promise. Does anyone know if there's $1 million a year salary? Maybe, it's all bragging rights. Chapter 171, Try Your Hand. Wang Hu. Lin Dong smiled faintly and made a downward gesture towards him. Wang Hu immediately closed his mouth and withdrew his body. He had been with Lin Dong for so long. Where could he not see the difference between a son and a daughter? Lin Xiao was preparing to personally strike out and beat this group of people down. Then, one by one, they are taken in. At this moment, Lin Dong looked towards the scar-faced man called Su Haichao with a smile on his face, and sized him up from head to toe. If I'm not mistaken, you're the cooking class leader Wang Hu was talking about, aren't you? What? Su Haichao froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, the other party had recognized his identity. Soon, however, he figured it out. It must have been because Linden had read the information to know about his troop type. You're wrong. There are only names on the list, not your details. I judged it from your appearance. Shape. Su Haichao froze for a moment and looked down at himself. He was no different from the others except for an extra lurid scar on his face. A big head with a big neck is either a big spender or a cook. Since you've come here to seek your fortune, you must not be the owner, so it can only be the chef who raises pigs and cooks in the cookhouse. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the gym erupted in laughter once again. These people, by nature, are straightforward. Lin Dong's flirtation did have so much truth in it. Looking at Su Haichao again, he blushed even more when he was so irritated. Humph, I am indeed the head of the cooking class, but, I promise, more than anyone here can fight. If you don't believe me, you make them try. Before the words left his mouth, Su Haichao turned around and looked at the others. Those murderous, fierce eyes really didn't seem to be faked. Others have fought on the battlefield with real swords, but, not necessarily killed. However, Su Haichao, as the head of the cooking class, had killed many pigs. For a while, the crowd that had just been laughing and cursing were actually subdued. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, a smile with a bit of teasing suddenly rang out. They can't, why don't I try? What? Su Haichao turned around, realizing that it was Lin Dong who had spoken. He could not help but look surprised. You? Everyone did not expect that the first one to jump out would be Lin Dong. To them, Lin Dong was just an ordinary person without any traces of training. At best, he had a little money in his hand before he thought of spending a lot of money to pick a few people to be his bodyguards. Since he had gotten someone to protect him, he must have been incapable of defending himself. Such an embroidered pillow would want to fight with Su Haichao. Isn't that a death wish? Su Haichao has a big temper, but he is still extremely measured in his actions. This boss, we came here to seek wealth, and now that the wealth hasn't been sought yet, it wouldn't be good if we were to carry another murder. With your thin arms and legs, I'm afraid you'll be on the ground before a punch is thrown. The crowd nodded deeply. Not to mention, Lin Dong had the potential to become the boss of the crowd. How should I explain if I was beaten up by Su Haichao? Missing an arm or a leg? Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, in the face of Su Haichao's questioning, Lin Dong suddenly laughed out loud. Wang Hu and Yu Dajian were also laughing as if they had heard a big joke. What are you laughing at? Old Su, never tell lies. I can fight 10 in the army, let alone a little white boy like you. I have no problem fighting 20 of them on my own. Su Haichao frowned and ended his voice, and was grossed out by a few people laughing. In his opinion, within these three, the one who could fight the most was Yu Dajian. However, in his hands, it wouldn't last a single round. Not to mention Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, even if I'm crippled, I won't ask you for medical bills. Let's call it a day, shall we? Seeing that Su Haichao was still not relenting, Lin Dong once again raised the stakes. How about if you beat me down? I'll give you $100,000 bonus on the spot? As the words fell, Lin Dong beckoned to Wang Hu. the latter would do so, and dragged out a suitcase from the back. Wow, open it up. It's full of bundles of $100 bills. A case this big is at least $1 million. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes went straight. Don't they come here for the money? Seeing that Lin Dong was so powerful, the touch of indignation that he had just felt dissipated. These days, whoever has money is the master. Not to mention knocking Lin Dong down. Even if they were to be knocked down by Lin Dong, they would still be happy to do so. Boss, I've come to fight you. Young Lin, I've taken first place in a tournament. I'll make sure you're satisfied. And me. For a while, the whole gym was hot. When they heard that they could get $100,000 for accompanying Lin Dong acting to move their arms and legs, everyone scrambled to raise their hands. Get out of here. Lin Xiao told me to fight him. It's none of your business. Move back a little. Su Haichao stared at a pair of bull's eyes, looked around viciously, and really scared off a large number of people. However, there are still a lot of people who are dumb enough to see the money. Seeing this, Su Haichao was afraid of a long night and hurriedly looked at Lin Dong. Young Lin, if you wish, you can start now. I promise, I'll give you a satisfying, fist-pumping fight. In Su Haichao's opinion, Lin Dong was a silver spear and wax head. All he had to do was to put on a little show, do an over-the-shoulder drop and knock him over on the ground, and the $100,000 would easily be in his hands. So why not? Good, that's what I was waiting for. A flash of cunning flashed in Lin Dong's eyes, not afraid of Su Haichao's iron head. Don't worry, when you go out, it's all about integrity. I, Lin Dong, am true to my word. Today, not only Su Haichao, whoever you are, if you beat me down, you can get $100,000. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. $100,000 a person. There are 50 of them. Isn't that $5 million? That's not rich. That's just spreading money. For a while, the crowd treated Lin Dong as an ingrate, already snapping his fingers and figuring out how the money would be spent. Soon, Su Haichao could not hold back and like a crab, walked horizontally towards Lin Dong. The muscles under the short sleeves were on the verge of bursting the shirt. This fist went down. I'm afraid it could kill a pig. It's no wonder he's so confident. Young Lin, I'm ready. It's up to you. By the way, do I need to call 120 for you in advance? I'm a man who doesn't have a light hand. It's not good if I make a scene later. The corners of Su Haichao's mouth rose, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Dong laughed, not taking his taunts seriously. Straight away, he spread his hands and made an inviting gesture. You could have tried. 120 probably does have to be called early, but it's for you. Chapter 172. What? Hearing this, Su Haichao was so infuriated that his brain filled with blood. It didn't care if it was 100,000 or not. Right now, it only wanted to Lin Dong down. The next moment, Su Haichao wiped his feet on the ground and rushed up like a hungry tiger. It erupted like a cannonball, bringing up a rumbling sound of wind. What was even more shocking was that, don't look at Su Haichao's fat and strong body. With each step, he didn't even make much noise. Moreover, the speed was quite fast, barely visible to the naked eye. The crowd was instantly energized by the situation. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Others didn't know, but they could see at a glance that this guy's strength was terrifying. It's not uncommon for one to beat 10. To hit an ordinary person like Lin Dong, just one punch would send the opponent to ICU. Swish. Facing Su Haichao's powerful fist, Lin Dong's pupils shrunk. Subsequently, the whole body was boiling hot, along with the adrenaline spiking. Good timing. Lin Dong gently smiled. Afterwards, not only did he not retreat, but instead, he went straight up towards Su Haichao's fist. What? Seeing this scene, Su Haichao's heart was half cold. No one knew better than him just how terrifying the power of this punch was. Originally, he only wanted to scare Lin Dong. Now, I'm afraid it's really time to punch the other guy halfway to the ground. Unexpectedly, just at the moment when the two of them were close to each other, Lin Dong gently twisted and avoided the punch in a flowing manner. Then, lightning kicks out. Bang! A loud noise rang out. Looking at Su Haichao again, he had fallen to the ground askew. Lin Dong looked down at him with a smile on his face. Squad leader Su, you don't seem to be very good. I lost? Su Haichao's brain buzzed with a look of disbelief. He didn't even react before the fight was over. If not for the lingering pain in his calf stomach, he would not even know how Lin Dong had knocked himself down. Soon after, Su Haichao stood up in a dry land and prepared for battle once again. Only, this time, the gaze was much more serious. Hers was pumped up 1,000,000 times over. I'm not convinced. Again, Su Haichao was knocked out by Lin Xiao? I can't be dreaming, can I? A skinny monkey like Lin Xiao actually ate over a wild boar like Su Haichao? Turtle, Lin Xiao has some strength. Looking at the indignant Su Haichao, the crowd realized that Lin Dong was not looking for death. but really had the backbone to be able to have a go at this king of soldiers. However, in their opinion, Lin Dong had just knocked down Su Haichao to a large extent due to his opponent being gullible. In the second encounter, Lin Dong would definitely lose, because anyone with a discerning eye could see that the physical strength of the two was not at all at the same level. Even Lin Dong himself realized this. In sparring, hard hits were avoided as much as possible. Instead, he circled around Su Haichao through his light and sensitive stance. All it takes is one punch from Su Haichao to separate the winners. Not convinced? Take it or leave it. Lin Dong smiled faintly and once again made a motion of hooking his finger. The smirk in his eyes intensified. This time, Su Haichao didn't put out harsh words and wasn't as aggressive as he was just now. He was genuinely treating Lin Dong as an evenly matched opponent and pulled out all his skills in an attempt to regain his face. However, bang, bang bang. Without waiting for Su Haichao to see Lin Dong's movements clearly, the two of them exchanged blows for less than 10 seconds, and he unexpectedly collapsed on the ground once again. How is this possible? Su Haichao's eyes were shocked as he looked at Lin Dong with an incredulous expression. During the exchange of hands just now, his every move was fully grasped by Lin Dong. Even before he could swing his fist, Lin Dong had figured out the direction to dodge, totally holding his nose and monkeying around. The reason for this was simple. Lin Dong had mastered an all-encompassing array of divine fighting techniques. There was no need to use his brain at all. It was almost like muscle memory, and he could easily judge Su Haichao's next move so that he could make a more powerful counterattack. Well, squad leader Su, convinced? Lin Dong looked at Su Haichao with some intrigue. Su Haichao shook his head with a bitter smile. It was true that he had a big temper, but when he came across one stronger than himself, no amount of temper would work. Now, he was also convinced. I'm convinced. It's my dog's eyes. Lin Xiao, I have nothing to say. Do as you wish. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart set off shockwaves. It was simply not expected that Lin Dong's hands were so powerful that even a fierce man like Su Haichao could not last 10 rounds under him. Before, Su Haichao was cynical and disrespectful. Probably, it was going to be swept away by Lin Dong and rolled up. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong took the initiative to extend his hand in full view of everyone. Ha! Su Haichao froze for a moment, not reacting for a moment. What are you doing lying on the floor? I don't keep loafers here. If you keep playing dead, I'll have to give that $100,000 to someone else. What? There's still money to take? Su Haichao originally thought that he would not be able to get this $100,000. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was even willing to give it to him. And, by the sound of that, he can stay? In the next moment, Su Haichao stood up in excitement and shook Lin Dong's hand. Thank you for your appreciation, Xiao Lin. This life of mine will be yours from now on. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Lin Dong smiled, turned around, and took out a pile of cash from inside his suitcase. This thick pile is definitely more than $100,000. Here, take it. I, Lin Dong, have nothing else but money. As long as you have real skills and are willing to work for me, I'll spend as much money on you as I want. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but feel their blood surge and jump to action. If Lin Dong had defeated Su Haichao, he was convincing them. Then, by taking money to hit people, Lin Dong was completely taking them in. Who wouldn't want to follow such a powerful boss who was still willing to give out money? Unexpectedly, right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly turned his words around with a serious expression. But, to be ugly, I want elite soldiers who dare to fight. Anyone who wants to hang around, get the hell out of here now before it's too late. Disobedient pricks are never welcome in my Oriental security company. Hearing this, Su Haichao and the others all stood up. Just this aura alone was enough to crush those ruffians of Wanhu. It could also be seen from their expressions that Lin Dong's plan to buy people's hearts was successful. Good, that's more like it. Wang Hu, give all this money to the brothers. In the future, the salary that should be paid is not a penny less. Anyone who performs well, extra bonuses, should also be paid in time. Wang Hu nodded. Right now, it's all about smashing money. The more money you spend, the more these people will sell. Aha! Lin Dong nodded, his inner bravado rising. Don't look at the small number of these people, but every one of them is a tough character who can fight 10 with 1. Quality-wise, it far surpassed the group of fighters from the 7 Stars gang. With them, taking down the 7 Stars gang was almost a nail in the coffin. The next step is to find an opportunity for a rousing fight. With this in mind, a call suddenly came in. Picking the cell phone up and seeing that it was from Zhang Dafa. The moment he answered the phone, Zhang Dafa's panicked voice snapped. Young Lin, it's not good. The 7 Star gang is here again. And, this time, they brought even more people. At least 100. Chapter 173, digging 3 feet into the ground. Lin Dong frowned. I didn't expect that the 7 Star gang's retaliation would come so quickly. Soon. However, A wisecracking smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Chen Nanshan was a bit unable to sit still after hearing the news of his recruitment. Otherwise, it wouldn't have acted in such haste. So what if there's a lot of people? Things like fighting and brawling are supposed to be about refinement, not quantity, especially in a place like a bar. The more people you have, the less you can do. Lin Xiao, is there a fight to be had? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up! Su Haichao had a look of impatience. Just now, he had been abused by Lin Dong so hard that he almost lost his confidence. Now, there is a need to find some soft targets to pinch and vent the fire in your heart. The others were no better, their eyes glowing in the same way. Oh, Lin Dong was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that the group was so aggressive about things like fighting. Good thing, too. Tonight, it's just practice. But don't be in a hurry. All of you listen to my arrangements. The other side. As Zhang Dafa had said on the phone, the major nightclubs under Lin Dong's name had been attacked by the Seven Stars gang at almost the same time. It was vast and obviously well prepared. Moreover, the one leading the team, not the kind of street punks like Qingpi, but an ace fighter that Chen Nanshan spent a lot of money to invite from abroad. It said that he used to fight black boxing abroad and killed people. He was nicknamed Big Shark because of his vicious shark-like attacks. This time, Chen Nanshan had also given the Big Shark a deadly order to deal a fatal blow to Lin Dong so that he could no longer make any waves, or even disappear completely from the sea of heaven. For this reason, the sharks are prepared to do one job and call it a day. After doing away with Lin Dong, he fled abroad in the night. Anyway, the commission Chen Nanshan had given him was enough for him to get away with it for the rest of his life. In front of the Blue Siren bar. Phew! A limousine pulls up to the curb, and in the back sits a man with a cigar in his mouth, slumped in the seat with a big horse. If Wang Hu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this car was none other than Chen Nanshan's iconic car, the Mercedes Maybach. It was also worth more than $1 million, not inferior to Lin Dong's Porsche Panamera, even more luxurious than the Panamera. The person sitting in it speaks for itself. Shark, I'll leave this one to you. Don't worry, Boss Chen. I, Big Shark, have always done things cleanly, and I will kill his entire family when I say so. Tonight, I guarantee that I will let you see that Lin Dong's head explode. Ha ha, good. I'll wait to receive you. Receiving Big Shark's assurance, Chen Nanshan smiled coldly, a touch of gloom and resentment spreading between his brows. Couldn't wait to see Lin Dong die without a corpse. He's been running rushhour over Tianhai City for so many years, and anyone who has offended him is all dead. As long as you are on the road, when you hear the words Seven Stars Gang, which one of you is not scared to death and pissing his pants? Chen Nanshan also made a lot of money as a result. Now, there was someone who didn't know how to die and dared to provoke him. Not only did he injure the seven-star gang one after another and smashed his money tree, what was most unacceptable to Chen Nanshan was that it was highly likely that Lin Dong had slept with his horse. That's right, just the day before yesterday, Chen Nanshan had just learned that his woman Luo Yuzhu had actually been to the Blue Siren. Moreover, after fooling around in there for 2 hours, he had also branched out and had direct contact with Lin Dong, though, did not witness the two men having an affair. However, with Chen Nanshan's understanding of Luo Yuzhu, the demonic, there was a great possibility that she had done something to wrong herself. This was why Chen Nanshan suddenly tore his face off and wanted to kill Lin Dong at all costs. Who let him have an extra big, green hat on his head? No man, no matter what, is willing to be a green turtle. Wow! The car door opened and a tall, long-haired, middle-aged man stepped out of the passenger side. He wore only a black undershirt, his body swelled with muscles, and he looked like a formidable character who had fought bravely. What made people's scalp feel even more numb was that inside his pocket, there was a hidden figure-8-shaped bulge. The angular shape was clearly a gun. No wonder Chen Nanshan was so confident in him. Turns out, it was a pistol that had been gotten through some unknown means. With this gun in his hand, even if Lin Dong grows 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. Looking at Big Shark's arrogant back, Chen Nanshan exhaled a smoke ring with a sinister expression. Lin Dong, this is your own way of seeking death. You cannot blame me. Just as well, use your death as a warning to everyone, regardless of which gods or goddesses come to Tianhai. They must give me, Chen Nanshan, a few moments of face. Otherwise, wait for your head to move. Chen Nanshan smiled coldly and didn't leave, so he parked his car on the side of the road and waited for the Big Shark to triumph. Soon, Big Shark led a group of 7-star gangpunks to start clearing the area, driving away the men and women in the bar. Bang, bang bang, the wine cooler and bar, which had just been repaired, were once again frantically smashed and instantly became a mass of glass. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out. Beware of being cleaned up even with you. Where's Lin Dong? Get out here. Starting today, the Blue Monster bar is off the table. A group of punks screamed madly, with the Big Shark backing them up. They also had the backbone to not put Lin Dong in their eyes at all. Within moments, the entire bar was a complete mess. However, since the beginning, they had not seen Lin Dong's figure. Even Jean Dafa didn't know where to hide. Brother Shark, we looked around and didn't find anyone. Lin Dong shouldn't have received the news and run away early, right? The group of punks had depressed expressions and felt like they had punched the air. Soon, other nightclubs called. Lin Dong was nowhere to be seen, as if he had evaporated. Damn it, Lin Dong the rat, where is he hiding? If he runs away, my $3 million will go down the drain. The shark narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of impatience in his gaze. Chen Nanshan had promised him a $3 million honorarium as long as he killed Lin Dong. Therefore, today, even if Tianhai City was dug up 3 feet, Lin Dong must be uncovered. And then, a kick in the pants. Look, keep looking, turn over all the nightclubs under Lin Dong's name, offices, toilets and even warehouses. Don't miss anything. As long as we find Lin Dong, it will be a great achievement, and I will heavily reward him. The crowd couldn't help but light up once they heard that the sharks were going to pay out. Then, another half hour of carpet searching. However, even though they dug into the ground, they still did not find any traces of Lin Dong. For a moment, the shark's face grew more and more somber. After a bit of gnashing of teeth, a shocking decision was made. Don't even look for it. Poured gasoline. Chapter 174, No Brain. What? A group of punks from the 7 Stars gang were startled. Is the sharks pushing it and setting the bar on fire? This is no small crime. Moreover, with so many nightclubs under Lin Dong's name, if all of them were really to be burned down, they would definitely make the front page headlines and cause a sensation in the city. Thinking of this, the 7-star gang members could not help but look at each other, not daring to respond. Asterisk. Are you guys deaf? I told you to pour gasoline. Didn't you hear me? Shark gets a little huffy and throws a body kick. The opponent fell to the ground with a bloody head. What do you guys know? As long as this fire burns, Lin Dong will definitely come out. I can't believe he'd just stand by and watch the bar burn to the ground. Hearing this, the crowd came to a sudden realization, which made them understand the shark's intentions. It turned out that he was the one who wanted to force Lin Dong to show up by setting a fire. What are you waiting for? Don't roll your hands yet. Under the shark's compulsion, a group of punks from the 7 Stars gang could only force themselves to pour gasoline on all corners of the Blue Monster bar. In no time at all, the entire bar was filled with the pungent smell of gasoline that smoked people's eyes. Shark nodded in satisfaction at the sight. A lighter was then pulled from his pocket. Ding! A fire appeared in front of him. Seeing that until now, Lin Dong still did not appear, Big Shark no longer hesitated and threw the lighter in his hand on the sofa of the nearby card seat. Wow! The next moment, a sky-high fire rose from the ground. Sofas are already flammable, and when gasoline is poured on them, they burn even more quickly. In the blink of an eye, the entire Blue Siren bar was reduced to a sea of fire. Ahem! Ahem! The shark coughed twice from the smoke. However, the expression was still a scowl. Mud! I don't believe it. You're going to keep hiding. Either get out and die, or watch your hundreds of millions of dollars worth of industry turn to ashes. In the meantime, outside the bar, inside the Maybach, Chen Nanshan also noticed the flames that rose up to the sky and immediately frowned. What's going on? The bar is suddenly on fire. No, it looks like someone set the fire on purpose. With just a quick turn of his brain, Chen Nanshan figured out the reason for this. It must be that the sharks could not find anyone, so they wanted to force Lin Dong to show up by setting a fire. That does move the needle a bit. However, the effect is also quite obvious. This fire has just been burning for no time at all. Ta-da! Across the road, several figures appeared, followed by more and more. A rough count is at least a couple dozen. Moreover, each of them was armed with clubs and machetes, and their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. Chen Nanshan froze for a moment. I didn't expect that the other side would come with so many people. As far as he knew, Lin Dong had indeed recruited a group of gangsters. However, most of them were placed by him in major nightclubs. It's only a dozen or so people who really pinched it. However, in the light of what is happening now, far more than that. What made Chen Nanshan's forehead sweat even more was that these people under Lin Dong did not look like ordinary punks at all. The eyes are fierce, the walk is tigerish, and it carries its own murderous aura. These guys, they've definitely been in the military and seen blood. Chen Nanshan's brain buzzed, suddenly realizing that something big was wrong. Lin Dong was not defenseless, but he had deliberately put Big Shark and the others into the bar to catch a turtle in a jar. And, as soon as they have evidence that these people set the fire, they can all be sent to jail. Thinking about this, Chen Nanshan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Then, it was immediately realized that it was not a good place to stay. It's a matter that can't involve itself. Otherwise, it's not just a matter of going to jail. Over the years, he's committed a number of murders, all pursued enough to shoot him for 10 minutes. Drive. Drive. The driver was a bit puzzled and subconsciously asked, "Boss, aren't we waiting here to receive the big shark? How come we have to leave now? Pick up your mom's ass. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave." Chen Nanshan was a bit furious and raised his leg. Soon the Maybach was gone. Chen Nanshan also disappeared into the night like a lost dog. As for the death of the shark, he no longer cared. The other side. Shark led the way outside the bar and was looking smug, admiring his work. "Lin Dong, why haven't you come yet? It seems that between money and life, you still chose to save your life." The shark's expression was a little disappointed. Originally, there was a desire to do away with Lin Dong and make a large sum of money. For now, it looks like we'll just have to go back and think long and hard about it. Unexpectedly, just then, a voice suddenly came. "You're wrong. I'll take both the money and the life. And your life. I want it too." "What?" Shark froze. Turning around, he saw a familiar face. Linden. The big shark narrowed his eyes slightly, constantly letting out a ferocious light. At this moment, he was ready to kill and run. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, a sound of fists suddenly rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! With miserable screams, 7 or 8 punks directly flew out backwards. Some even fell into the fire pit and instantly became a fireman. Shark's eyes flickered. Looking up, he found a crowd of people standing outside in a big crowd. The dozen or so gangsters that he had brought with him had all been taken care of, with their hands and feet wasted, and could only crawl around on the ground. The shark's eyes glazed over, not expecting this outcome. However, this is just an appetizer. Click, click, click. A dazzling flash of light suddenly went on. Shark subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened up again, he realized that someone was frantically taking pictures. Beside him, Lin Dong looked at him with a teasing expression. "Are you the ace fighter that Chen Nanshan found? Injured my men and burned down my bar? The body is good, but it's a shame it doesn't have a brain." Shark froze for a moment, suddenly getting a sense of foreboding. Lin Dong continued to speak. "Just now, I have already taken all the photos of your robbery and arson, so I can send them online or inform the police at any time. At that time, not to mention you being a tiny scapegoat, even Chen Nanshan will have to give me a hard time." Wait. Shark gulped and subconsciously put his hands on his waist. He was hesitant to die with Lin Dong. There was only one bullet in the gun Chen Nanshan gave him. With his marksmanship and such a close distance, it was enough to kill him with a single shot. But, when the time comes, one won't be able to run away. With him dead, there's no guarantee that the 7 stars won't give that money to his family. What if you go back on your word? Originally, his intention was also to escape to a foreign country after killing Lin Dong, and didn't want to be handed over. Shark here hesitates. Someone suddenly realized something was wrong and swished out. "Lin shall be careful. This kid has a gun in his hand." Chapter 175, A Lion's Bounty. "What?" Lin Dong froze slightly. "I didn't realize that the other side had brought a gun. Originally, it was thought that these punks were still stuck at the level of sticks and fists. I didn't realize that there were guns." Next moment, bang! A gunshot shattered the calm. "Guns? Gun! This kid has a gun in his hand." All hearts went cold at the sound of the shot. Never in a million years would I have thought that an ordinary fight and brawl would bring out the guns. Chen Nanshan is really not afraid of death. What ensued was a much more serious problem. Shots were fired. Who was hit? "Lin Xiao, are you alright?" Wang Hu and Yu Dazheng, one on the left and one on the right, were the first to look at Lin Dong in the center of the crowd. Thankfully, due to dodging in time, Lin Dong was not hit. "I'm fine, tell the brothers to spread out." Lin Dong shook his head. Since it wasn't clear if there was a second bullet in the shark's pistol, it was better to pull back and get out of the way just to be on the safe side. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his order, some of the punks scattered and dodged away, while the group of security recruited behind them spontaneously stepped forward and erected a human wall. Lin Dong froze, not understanding what was going on. Soon, he realized that, as it turned out, someone had ridden the shark, and snatched the pistol from his hand. The figure with the scarred face and the tiger's back. Who else could it be but Su Haichao, the head of the cooking class? On his shoulder, a blood flower appeared, and he was clearly hung up. Lin Dong's mind raced as he immediately stepped forward. "Old Su, are you okay? Do you need to call an ambulance?" Su Haichao showed a tooth and shook his head. "It's alright Lin Xiao." This kid panicked. He didn't hit the vitals, just broke a layer of skin. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, Su Haichao was merely grazed with a bloodstain. It looked bloody, but it wasn't that bad. Rather, Lin Dong still could not avoid being shocked. These guys are a lot better than those punks. And when something happens, they're really on it, knowing that the other party has a gun. The first time to think of surprisingly not to escape, but to rush up to subdue the other party. It was money well spent. Lin Dong could not help but nod his head. Afterwards, smiling, he said, "Old Su, I'm relieved that you're fine. This time you've made a great achievement. Turn around. I'll give you a whole car to drive." Hearing this, Su Hai Chao couldn't help but light up. "Ha ha, then I'll thank Lin Xiao." Hiss. "You don't say. It really hurts a bit." Ha ha. The crowd laughed and the tension eased considerably, but they haven't forgotten who's to blame. In the next moment, everyone looked at the big shark lying on the ground. Shark's heart thumped. Where is the unbeatable appearance just now? Now he was a sick tiger with broken teeth. All that could be done was to nestle on the ground and keep licking his wounds. And your life is in someone else's hands. Lin Dong's gaze sunk slightly as he took the homemade pistol from Su Haichao. The rough workmanship, which is very dated, tells you, at a glance, from which village it was collected. Opened the magazine and it was empty. A bullet? Chen Nanshan is really confident in you. It's a pity that I, Lin Dong, don't die that easily. Now that I've survived. He's the one who died. Hearing this, Big Shark's pupils shrunk as a strong sense of crisis descended. Or even, just pee. The crowd smelled a whiff of urine and their eyes became even more disdainful. You call this an ace fighter? Any one of them, pulling out a random one, would be more than 100 times stronger than this guy. What? Scared? It's good to know that you're scared. I thought you were a hardened man of steel who wouldn't shed a single tear. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he bent his body down and patted the shark's face with that pistol. Sensing the killing intent emanating from Lin Dong, the great shark completely panicked and could not help but open his mouth to beg for mercy. Lin Xiao, I was wrong. It was all because Chen Nanshan let me do it. Please, let me live. I'll agree to whatever terms you have. Lin Dong laughed and ignored his request, instead continuing to slap his face with his pistol with teasing eyes. Seeing this, the shark finally couldn't hold it together and called out with a mouthful of dad and a mouthful of grandpa. Seeing that this fellow's psychological defense had finally collapsed, Lin Dong then stood up his body with satisfaction. Spare your life? Can you afford to pay for such a big loss after beating up my men and burning down my bar? Besides, you alone are not worthy of making a deal with me. It's better to have your master roll out and talk to me. Su, give him the phone. So Heicho nodded and fished his cell phone out of the shark's pocket, allowing him to dial someone's number. The moment the phone rang, a man's voice came from the other end. A big shark? You're alive? No, you're not a big shark. You're Lin Dong. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the other party had already guessed his identity, there was no need for him to beat around the bush. He took the phone and put it to his ear. Gangmaster Chen, long time no see. No, I think we just met up. Only, you were in the car and left in such a hurry that you didn't get a chance to say a few words to me, right? Hearing these words, Chen Nanshan couldn't help but be shaken. It turned out that Lin Dong had discovered him a long time ago. If he hadn't slipped away so quickly, I'm afraid, he would have folded at the blue leprechaun. Thinking of this, Chen Nanshan couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Subsequently, there was more worry as to what Lin Dong was going to do next. Lin Dong, what are you saying? I can't understand. Hang up if there's nothing else. I'm busy. Seeing that the other party was evasive, Lin Dong smiled. If we don't give him some credit, this guy is going to renege on his debt. Lin Dong turned around and sighed as he looked at the blue goblin that had burned a large portion. Boss Chen, go ahead and get busy if you want to, but I guarantee you, as soon as the phone hangs up, these men of yours are not going to see it. Also, this stuff you're giving the sharks, it shouldn't be cheap, should it? What? Chen Nanshan's pupils shrunk. Big Shark, this waste of space, had actually landed the biggest handle in Lin Dong's hands, really accomplishing more than he could do. Concealed carry is no small thing these days. At that point, not only will you have to lose a large amount of money, but you may also be at risk of going to jail. After a celestial battle, Chen Nanshan sighed helplessly. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he lost. There must be a way to set this matter right in a hurry, even if it costs dearly. Lin Dong, what do you want to do? Tell me straight. How much is it going to take to give me back Big Shark and my guys? Oh, this iron rooster, finally willing to pluck his feathers? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. This is a good opportunity to beat the crap out of a dog, but it's pretty rare. It's too bad we don't Leoneize it. Don't worry, Boss Chen. I, Lin Dong, am not some villain who falls on his sword, but after all, I have lost so much and the blue Demonis bar is ruined. You can't say that without a little blood. Tell you what, I'll take a couple of nightclubs as compensation, like the Blue Shell Bar and the Emperor One nightclub. How about that? Chapter 176, The Iron Duke Pulls Out the Hair. Once these words came out, not to mention Chen Nanshan, even Yu Dajiang and Wang, who could not help but suck in a breath of cool air as they looked at Lin Dong with incomparable shock. These nightclubs he named are the moneymakers for the 7 Stars gang. The cheapest ones are worth more than $40 or $50 million. In particular, Emperor One. At the beginning, spent tens of millions of dollars on decoration alone, conservatively estimated to be worth $100 million. Where was Lin Dong's lion's share of the money? It was almost as big as a black hole. Ahem. On the other end of the phone, Chen Nanshan coughed violently, almost coughing up blood. What kind of deal are you making? You might as well let me die? Although, the Seven Stars gang had been rampaging through the Heavenly Sea for many years, most of the assets, however, are these nightclubs? If one were to promise Lin Dong and give away all of this hard work, then the Seven Star gang would have to be broken even if it existed. It's not a long-term solution to rely solely on collecting protection money from others. Lin Dong, change your request. This won't do. Chen Nanshan shook his head and refused outright. Wang Hu, Yu Dajiang, and the others revealed expressions that were surely so. They guessed that Chen Nanshan would not give in easily. This reaction was actually all expected by Lin Dong. He's so rambunctious, and he does it on purpose. Only by coming up with a lion's share of money can Chen Nanshan relax his guard and invisibly, little by little, break through his psychological defenses. Lin Dong played with the inferior homemade clay gun with a hopeless tone. Boss Chen, you're making it difficult for me by being so stingy. I'm fine with myself. I'll just turn a blind eye and get over it. The problem is, these brothers under my hand won't agree. They all saw Big Shark leading the men to set the fire, and with a gun, in case there are too many people and the matter leaks out, then there will be trouble. I can't keep an eye on them 24 hours a day, can I? As he said this, Lin Dong gave a wink to the crowd. Su Haichao and the others immediately understood and yelled after them. It's said that the Seven Star Gang's boss Chen is righteous, but I think it's nothing more than that. When a brother sticks two knives in his back for him, he sticks two knives in his brother's back. Yes, the brothers do this kind of thing for him to lose their heads, but he is good. When something happens, he hurriedly clears the relationship. Like this, who dares to be his brother? Alas, if I were a member of the Seven Stars gang, I'd be blind to follow him. Amidst the shouts and curses of Su Haichao and the others, the Seven Star gang punks who were still holding their breath were a bit embarrassed. They knew Chen Nanshan's acting style too well. Unloading and crossing bridges is definitely done. Gradually, a change appeared in the eyes of these people. It went from begging to bemoaning, and some even raised their hands voluntarily. Boss Lin, I'm aware of all the things Chen Nanshan did. I'm willing to be a tainted witness. And me, keep me. I'll help you screw Chen Nanshan. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and deliberately set his phone to speaker mode. These words, word for word, were all heard by Chen Nanshan. It scared him for a moment. Lin Dong, speak properly. Don't play dirty tricks behind your back. Name your price, how much, and give these people back to me. Chen Nanshan finally panicked. These punks from the Seven Stars gang have been with him for many years and know a lot of things. If he is betrayed, it will definitely bring more serious consequences than if 10 big sharks are caught in the net. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. The boss of the Seven Star gang had a day when he wagged his tail and begged for mercy. It was simply laughable. Wang Hu and the others were also surprised. Never in a million years had he thought that Lin Dong had pushed Chen Nanshan to such a point. It was so close to bowing down and calling out to the ancestors. Boss Chen, how nice it would have been if you had this attitude just now. It's late. It's time to raise the price. Lin Dong's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning as he looked at the blue siren bar, which was burnt black, and spoke faintly. Originally, I only wanted 3 nightclubs, but now, 4 of them are a bit not quite enough. You're taking advantage of the fire. What happened to robbing while the fire is burning? Or is Boss Chen already prepared to burn with me? Speaking here, Lin Dong finally stopped hiding and removed his gentle disguise. In its place, there was an out-of-this-world dominance. Through the cell phone, Chen Nanshan was startled by his tone. Chen Nanshan, your time is running out. By 12 o'clock, if I don't see 5 transfer contracts, or if the nightclubs given don't satisfy me, you know the consequences. Even if I die, I, Lin Dong, will drag the entire Seven Star gang down with me. After saying these words, Lin Dong directly hung up the phone, not giving the other party the slightest chance to bargain. The crowd was impressed. I hadn't seen that Lin Xiao, who had always been bold and generous, waving money like dirt, was also this thunderous. Or maybe that's his true character. No one is in the eye of the beholder. Time passed by, and just as Lin Dong was planning to leave, Shark's cell phone received a text message. You win. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he could not help but let out a loud laugh. When the crowd saw his maniacal smile and thought of a certain possibility, they couldn't help but look at each other. Wang Hu stared wide-eyed, still somewhat in disbelief. Lin Xiao, this thing just came to pass? That iron rooster, Chen Nanshan, has actually plucked his feathers. Young Lin, you're too good too. I've been hanging out in Tianhai for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen someone who made Chen Nanshan suffer. This old fox, he's probably cursing in anger right now. Ha ha. Lin Dong nodded his head slightly and made another promise in front of the crowd. This time, I've watched everyone's performance. When we get back, everyone gets $100,000 bonus. And old Sue, who hung up his colors, I'll reward him with another $1 million Land Rover Defender alone. Think of it as paying me back for saving my life. Hiss. A sound of cold air being sucked backward rang out. They had seen rich ones. However, they had not seen such rich and generous ones like Lin Dong. Casually, $1 million to give away. What kind of boss is that? It's almost like they're living daddies. Su Hai Chao, in particular, was moved to tears. Quite a big man, crying like a doll without a pacifier. Lin Xiao, I won't say pretty words. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I promise to die before you. Put. Hearing Su Hai Chao's words, everyone burst out laughing. Lin Dong was also helpless for a while, but understand his good intentions. Not long after, a 7 Stars gangster drove in to deliver the stuff. When I opened it, it was 5 transfer contracts. It clearly states which nightclubs were transferred to Lin Dong. Figure it's worth at least 200 million. This time, the sharks led a robbery and set a fire, and it looks like the damage done was very serious. However, due to timely rescue, the total loss was less than $20 to $30 million. Trading $20 to $30 million for $200 million is a deal that, no matter who hears it, will make them slap their thighs straight and laugh. Chapter 177, Song Roland moving home. Lin Xiao is awesome. These nightclubs are the 7 Stars gang's cash cow. Without them, they won't be able to slow down for 3 or 5 years. Ha ha, the 7 Star gang is greatly wounded. It's the right time for our Oriental security company to rise. Lin Dong smiled faintly and pocketed the 5 contracts for safekeeping. Now that the money is here, it's time to put the people back. Everyone, I, Lin Dong, have always been true to my word, and when I say I will release you, I will release you. Now, get yourselves out of here. Hearing these words, Big Shark hesitated for a moment and bravely looked at Lin Dong. Lin Xiao, you've already gotten your hands on the item. Shouldn't the item be returned to me? Stuff. What stuff? Lin Dong pretended to be puzzled. Are you planning to renege on your debt? Didn't we agree to pay with one hand and deliver with the other? The gun is what our boss paid for. The sharks were a little anxious. The gun was lost by him. In case Chen Nanshan pursued the matter, it would cost him his life. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Dong looked towards the others. Did either of you see me with a gun? How come I didn't know? The crowd shook their heads, saying they didn't know. The sharks were stupid. The gun is obviously in Lin Dong's hand, but he opened his eyes and said nonsense. Really treating himself as a person? It was also at this moment that Lin Dong's face chilled as he shouted, "You bastard! How dare you slander me for concealing a gun? What are your intentions? Wang Hu, smash his mouth and disarm him." Hearing this, the shark panicked. "No, Lin Xiao, I'm just kidding. Don't come over here, you guys." Unfortunately, whether the shark says this or not, his end is sealed. There was no way that Lin Dong would let go of someone who shot at him. It was even more unlikely that he would leave a gold medalist fighter to Chen Nanshan and let the tiger return to the mountain. With a flurry of punches and kicks, 2 of Shark's 3 legs were wasted and 2 of his arms were removed. It ended up about as bad as a field hen in the ICU. Alright, don't fight. Hurry up and throw him out of sight, out of mind. Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. Wang Hu would agree and led the men to drive away all the 7 Star gang members. Looking at the burnt-out blue goblin in front of him, Lin Dong sighed. In a way, this is sort of where he made his fortune. Unexpectedly, it turned into a ruin. But, thankfully, what is lost is gained. This time, his gains far outweighed his losses. Big deal. Spend more money and rebuild the Blue Banshee. On the other side, Wang Hu suddenly came forward and said mysteriously, "Lin Xiao, right now, you're considered to have offended Chen Nanshan to death. He's a man with a vengeful nature, so he definitely can't swallow this. You have people around you for protection, but all those women of yours are still out there." Lin Dong nodded. This one, too, he considered. That's why 10 villas were bought. I'll call now while it's still early and pick them all up. Lin Dong also thought of a good candidate. They were the beautiful secretary Chu Xiaoxiao, the beautiful anchorwoman Su Mingqi, and the mother and daughter Song Rulan. Now that Chu Xiaoxia had moved in, it was time to arrange the others to move in as well. Thinking of this, Lin Dong made a call to Song Rulan. As the call connected, a cautious voice came from the other end. "Which one are you?" Lin Dong froze for a moment. It just occurred to me that the other guy hadn't saved his number. Subsequently, one can't help but be playful. "Baby, how come you can't even hear my voice? Did you forget about the time we were together?" Dodo. The phone was surprisingly hung up. Lin Dong was a little embarrassed and disbelievingly called again. As a result, it turned out that Song Rulan had pulled the plug. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Among them, Su Haichao laughed the most wildly. grinning like a big toad. Exasperated, Lin Dong could not help but kick him. Laugh my ass off. Lin Xiao, I didn't expect that there are still women who don't give you face and hang up on you directly. As the old saying goes, you can't find a woman with 3 legs, but there are plenty of toads with 2 legs. Lin Dong frowned. Why did that not sound right to him? Shut up and give me your phone. Ha! Su Haichao froze for a moment, not expecting the present to come so quickly. Due to Lin Dong's lechery, he still had to hand over the phone. It didn't take long for the call to connect. Lin Dong hurriedly introduced himself. Roran, don't hang up. It's me. You are, Linden? Lin Dong was somewhat helpless. Roland, when did you become so vigilant? Or do you have another man besides me? Upon hearing this, Song Roland hurriedly denied it. Don't talk nonsense. Sure Yun is still at home. If she hears it, she'll think what happened to us. It's better to hear about it, and it's something that she should be told about. Don't. Sure Yun is still too young. Let her know when she's older, okay? Hearing Song Roland's bitter plea, Lin Dong let out a bitter smile. A joke. I did not expect. The other party actually took it seriously. Okay, but you have to promise me one thing. You say, it just so happens that Sure Yun is also at home, so you two pack your bags and move to Wanlu Shuyuan. I've bought you a villa. What? The villa? Can you do it tomorrow? It's too late today. It's not too late. I'll send for you in a few minutes. Song Roland originally wanted to refuse, but helplessly, her arm could not argue with her thigh, so she could only listen to Lin Dong's words and pack her bags with her hands and feet. However, after hanging up the phone, Lin Dong always felt that something was not right. Song Roland's behavior seemed a bit abnormal. If there's one word for it, it's panic. Could it be that Song Roland had encountered something and hadn't told herself? The more Lin Dong thought about it, the more likely he felt that it was possible, and immediately said, Da Jiang, call up a few brothers and come with me. Yu Dajian didn't dare to slack off and immediately ordered a few people. Lin Xiao, it's good to be idle. Why don't I join you? Su Haichao was so stupid that he was close to writing the word want money on his face. Lin Dong shook his head. Old Su, money can be earned at any time. It's imperative that you recuperate from your injuries first. Su Haichao was a bit unhappy, but he also knew that Lin Dong was right. Looks like we'll have to call it a day. Anyway, making $1 million Land Rover today has been great. The rest of them were also filled with envy and jealousy. On the other hand, Song Roland's house. Mom, what happened? Why does senior brother Lin want us to move out so suddenly? Lu Shiyun was full of doubts as she packed her bags. She had managed to get home for the weekend off and this is what she met. Song Roland frowned, a little annoyed. You child, clean up when you're told to. Why do you ask so many questions? Even without you, senior brother Lin, we'd still have to move. What? Lu Shiyun froze for a moment, somewhat confused. Without noticing it, Song Roland's expression had that flash of panic in it. Chapter 178, The Man is Back. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was on his way here. Although, he didn't know what was going on. However, his intuition told him that Song Roland must be hiding something from him. Thinking of this, Lin Dong pressed down hard on the gas pedal. In the night, the black Paramera erupted into a beastly roar, like a stream of light, and sped away. Behind Yu Dajiang and the others, they could barely see Lin Dong's tailpipe. Rumble. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Dong arrived at the city center village. Now, it was really leaving Yu Dajiang and the others far behind. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, it was Lu Shiyun calling. Shiyun, what's wrong? Lin Dong asked. Unexpectedly, there was a sob on the other end, and the sound of smashing and abuse. Lin, where are you? Senior brother Lin, will you come quickly? My mom and I were stopped, and the man wouldn't let us go, and he said he was my dad. What? Lin Dong's heart thumped. Finally, he knew why Song Roland looked worried. Turns out, it's the man who's back. Yes, it's Song Roland's husband who's in jail. It's also the man who raped her in the first place and gave her a lifetime of shadows. Lu Chang. Last time, when they parted ways, Song Roland had said that Lu Chang was about to come out, but it didn't occur to me that it would come so quickly. The guy's appearance caught him off guard. Shiyun, don't be afraid. I'll be right there. Senior brother Lin, come quickly. Before Lu Shiyun's words fell, a chaotic sound once again came from the other end. Vaguely, Song Roland's cries could still be heard. Lu Chang, get lost. I don't want to see you. You're the one who put Shiyun and I in such a bad situation, and now you want to come and ruin our lives. You crazy, demonic. Immediately afterward, an unusually rough man's voice rang out. Song Roland, don't think you can leave me out just because you found a wild man outside. Let me tell you, in this life, you are my man alive and my ghost dead, and I will never let you go. Shiyun, call daddy. Daddy misses you in there. Let me touch your little cheeks and see how you're developing. The man smiled lewdly and stretched out his two dirty hands, trying to approach Lu Shiyun. Seeing Lu Shiyun's face resisting and still frantically dodging, Lu Chang finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped her on her cell phone. Damn! I told you to call your father. Are you deaf? And call? Who are you tipping off? Son of a... Snap. The phone hung up. Lin Dong's heart also instantly dropped to the bottom. Damn it! What the hell is this guy trying to do? Urban village. On the side of the road, a man with a fierce face was glaring at Song Roland in death. Two large, pitch-black hands tugged at the mother and daughter's luggage, saying they wouldn't let them go. I've only been in jail for a few years and you disown me? In a few days, isn't my daughter going to take someone else's last name? You stinking! Seeing Song Roland's red face, looking like she had been nourished, Lu Chang was furious and threw a slap at Song Roland. Let you find a wild man. I'll get you killed. No, don't hit my mom. At the critical moment, fortunately, Lu Shiyun was quick on her feet and pulled Song Roland. It was only then that Lu Chang pounced. However, it was for this reason that Lu Chang's fire was even more intense. The eyes that looked at the mother and daughter were filled with sinister evil and madness. He hadn't even touched a hair on a woman's head after being cooped up in prison for so long, and had long been starved to a certain point. Right now, seeing the flowery Song Roland, where could she hold back? What makes Lu Chang gulp is, how long has it been? Lu Shiyun, who was only a few years old at the beginning, has actually grown into a grown-up, standing upright, just like a budding lily. If he could enjoy the happiness of all the people, and throw the mother and daughter on the bed to play with them recklessly, it would be even better than being an emperor. Song Roland, if you're sensible, hurry up and take off your clothes. Old man is on fire right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking a swing at my daughter. What? Hearing this, Song Roland's scalp immediately went numb and she looked at Lu Chang in horror. Never in a million years would I have expected this man to take a stand to such an extent. I can't believe I'm going to do this to my own daughter. Is he still human or not? Lu Chang, are you crazy? Shiyun is your daughter. You, how can you say such words? Lu Shiyun's pretty face was white, and she looked at Lu Chang with trepidation, full of disbelief. Mom, didn't you say my dad got sick and died? How could he be my dad? Song Roland realized that he had spoken out of turn. But, as it is, there's nothing to hide. If he continued to hide it like this, there was no telling what Lu Chang was going to do to hurt the world. Shiyun, it's not that mom is trying to lie to you, but this man is so not something. Song Roland, with a handful of snot and a handful of tears, somewhat broke down and said, in the beginning, it was he who raped me and gave birth to you. Then he committed a crime and went to jail, so we could breathe a sigh of relief and live in peace until now. Otherwise, in fact, there was no need for Song Roland to explain. Lu Shiyun could understand her good intentions. Over the years, even though mother and daughter have lived in a little bit of poverty, they have been quite happy overall. Instead, the calm was broken with the arrival of Lu Chang. Moreover, what made Lu Shiyun feel even more sickened was Lu Chang's covetous eyes. That gaze, as if it was going to strip her naked, was sickening. Damn, forget it, you're all my women anyway. Sooner or later you'll belong to me, so why don't you join us today? Ha ha. Thinking of the image of mother and daughter serving together, Lu Chang instantly branched out. Then, unable to hold back his inner agitation any longer, he swallowed his saliva and ran wildly towards Song Roland. Easily, he locked Song Roland's neck, his other hand frantically tearing at her clothes. Rip, rip, with a few consecutive strikes, Song Roland's clothes instantly shattered into strips of leather. A glimpse of whiteness could be seen, along with the edges of the small fabric. That kind of mature woman's body fragrance also fascinated Lu Chang, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lu Chang, you bastard, let go of me now. Song Roland struggled hard, tears falling down her face. Next to her, Lu Shiyun was also frantically smashing Lu Chang with her fists, but to no avail. He had spent so many years inside the prison and had taken a lot of beatings, and had long practiced a tough body. Plus, he was already vicious, not to mention this mother and daughter. Even 3 or 5 gangsters can't hold him. Baby, missed you. I can't wait to taste your little spiced meat. Come on, take your clothes off. Another burst of vigorous tearing. Song Roland's clothes were torn off, and she was about to be unclothed. Lu Chang, this lunatic, was about to do something untoward to her on the main road. Crunch! In the nick of time, a black Paramera pulls up behind the two. Then a figure rushed straight down. Chapter 179, I dare to touch my woman. Are you looking for death? At this moment, Lu Chang was completely unaware of what was about to happen and was still tearing Song Roland's clothes with all his might. Inside the prison, the only people he could see were men, and he couldn't smell any women at all. Now, with such a hot body and full of charm, how could Lu Chang, the hungry wolf, let go so easily? Rip! The next moment, Lu Chang violently tore Song Roland's wide-legged pants. At once, 2 white and plump thighs were clearly visible. The sight of this luscious image made his harumph come down. Ha ha, baby, I'm coming. No matter where you escape to, you won't be able to escape from me. Today, I'm going to you to death in front of my daughter. Before the words left his mouth, Lu Chang couldn't wait to start undoing the waistband of his pants. He was about to hold Song Roland down and commit atrocities. Mom! Lu Shiryun's eyes were wide, her body was cold, and her brain was buzzing. Let go! You let go! Song Roland was also filled with despair and humiliation, tears of remorse coming out of her eyes. She had escaped for so many years, but she hadn't escaped after all. The thought of falling into the clutches of the devil again soon made me want to die. In an instant, she was ready. In a moment, when Lu Chang isn't paying attention, he'll die headfirst. Unexpectedly, just at this moment, a figure ghostly scurried out and kicked in the air. Bang! A loud bang rang out. Ouch! Unprepared, Lu Chang was directly kicked to the side. His head rooted into the ground, coming to a dog's knees. Even 2 teeth were knocked out. Damn! How dare you touch my woman? Looking for death? What? Song Roland's breath stuttered, and she turned her head back in disbelief. Lu Shiryun, who was originally dumbfounded, was also overjoyed and called out the man's name. Senior Lin. In the next moment, Lu Shiryun hurriedly helped Song Roland up and walked towards Lin Dong, her eyes filled with tears of emotion. You're finally here. My mom almost got bullied by that guy. Hearing this, Lin Dong clenched his fists fiercely. Luckily, he arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Dong, you're here. Song Roland covered the exposed spring light while whispering, her face blushing. Seeing this, Lin Dong hurriedly took off his jacket and tied it up for Song Roland to use as an apron, barely blocking the 2 tantalizing legs. In the next moment, Lin Dong tenderly patted Song Roland's shoulder. Don't worry Roland, with me here, no one can bully you 2 mothers. Good. Song Roland trembled and nodded. Lu Shiryun's gaze was stunned, and she vaguely felt something strange. The 2 were far more intimate than one would expect. Especially the words that Lin Dong had just said. My woman? What's that supposed to mean? Without waiting for her to think about it, Lu Chang, who had just been kicked to the ground, climbed up and stared viciously at Lin Dong, his face full of horizontal meat trembling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've only been in for a short time, and you found a concubine, and it's a hairless little white boy. Are you ashamed of yourself? Lu Chang ripped his voice out and went on a tirade. Even if he couldn't eat Song Roland, he wanted everyone to know that this woman was an ungodly. Song Roland's face was blushing after hearing this. However, when she thought of what Lu Chang had done to her, her eyes were filled with sadness again. Lu Chang, when I recognized you as my brother, what did you do? I can't believe he came to my house and forced himself on me while my parents weren't home. Then, I gave birth to Shiryun, and instead of making money, you not only lost the family fortune, you pissed off your parents. In the end, I was put in jail for committing assault, and I was the one who brought up Shiryun all by myself. In all these years, have you ever done a single human thing? Hearing this, Lu Shiryun's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she felt a tightness in her chest. That's when he realized why his mother had been hiding it from him all along, and lying about his father being dead. Turns out, this so-called father is a scumbag. Shiryun, Mom is sorry. Mom, it's not your fault. It's this scumbag that's gotten us into trouble. Lu Shiryun shook her head, looking at Song Roland's miserable appearance. His heart was also sore. As a daughter, she could do nothing to help. Looking at Lu Chang again, hearing all this, he didn't show any remorse at all. He just stared dead at Song Roland's concave and convex figure, as well as Lu Shiryun's exquisite and lovely little face, and gulped deeply. Roland, you're my wife. If I don't sleep with you, who will? Don't worry. I came out this time to make it up to you properly. I promise to nourish you mother and daughter to the point of comfort and whiteness. Immediately afterward, Lu Chang's eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness as he looked towards Lin Dong. Just get this little white boy killed and our family will be reunited. Kid, it's your bad luck to mess with me. In Lu Chang's opinion, just now, he had been kicked down by Lin Dong all because of carelessness. If they were to fight head-on, with Lin Dong's little arms and legs, 3 or 4 of them combined would not be able to beat themselves. During his years in jail, he was not only beaten every day, but he also learned a lot of wild ways of fighting and brawling. Very confident that not many people were his match. Die for me. In an instant, Lu Chang pounced on Lin Dong like a hungry cheetah. Street fights are all about stability and accuracy. Whoever has the upper hand in the air has a better chance of winning. Seeing that Lin Dong did not move in place, Lu Chang was even more convinced that this guy was a complete rookie and would definitely die today. Unexpectedly, looking at the raging Lu Chang, Lin Dong only smiled faintly. An ant trying to shake a tree? Just at the moment the two made contact, Lin Dong violently turned around, causing Lu Chang to pounce. In the next second, he raised his right arm and aimed an elbow strike at Lu Chang's chin. Click! A sound of cracking bones rang out. Immediately afterward, the latter fell heavily to the ground. Lu Chang clutched his jaw, as if he were a maggot, and convulsed on the ground. Song Roland and Lu Shiyun were both shocked. Previously, neither of them had seen Lin Dong make a move. Totally didn't realize that he was so good with his fists and feet. It's almost as good as the martial arts masters in the movies. Senior Lin, you're too good. Lin Dong, do you study martial arts? Hearing the two's questions, Lin Dong shook his head. Then, a foot stepped on Lu Chang's chest, holding him down dead. Lu Shiyun saw that Lu Chang had lost his fighting strength and couldn't even crawl, and she inwardly breathed a long sigh of relief. The fear in his heart also receded like a tidal wave. Senior Lin, call the police. Send this guy in and squat for a few more years. I don't want to see him. After saying that, Lu Shiyun smoothly hugged Lin Dong and buried her head in his arms. As if, only then, was there a hint of security? Unexpectedly, upon hearing her proposal, Lin Dong let out a cold snort. Call the police? It's too cheap for him. The fact that he's been in jail for so many years and hasn't done well since he got out proves that this method doesn't work for him. Special people need to be treated in special ways. After saying these words, Lin Dong condescendingly looked at Lu Chang, his eyes revealing a touch of teasing. Chapter 180, Playing a Game. Being gazed at by these icy eyes, Lu Chang was struck by lightning. It felt as if there was a tiger looking at him, threatening to open its bloody mouth at any moment. What are you doing? Don't be so nervous. Let's play a game. As long as you win, I'll let you go. And if you lose, I'll take a little something from you. Play games? Lu Chang froze for a moment. Before he went in, he did play electric a couple of times. However, judging from the current situation, Lin Dong was definitely not referring to that kind of game. Besides, his instincts told him that there was a good chance he wouldn't be able to leave with all his whiskers intact. It's easy, I'll give you 3 questions. As long as you answer all 3 questions correctly, then, congratulations, you can leave safely. However, for every question you get wrong, as a punishment, I will take some object from you, such as both legs and feet, until there is nothing left to take anymore. What? Lu Chang's eyes widened as the 36,000 pores on his body shrunk in unison. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong looked so harmless, but was so perverted inside. I can't believe I have to bet my own parts on it. It was almost more terrifying than the criminals he had met in prison. What made Lu Chang even more desperate was that Lin Dong's strength was definitely above him. No, it simply crushed him. Therefore, he had no right to refuse at all and could only be at the mercy of others. If you don't play this game, you're only going to die. After a celestial battle, Lu Chang was forced to nod his head. I'll play with you. Oh, you're quite sensible. Listen up. First question. Under what circumstances does a person go 7 for 7? Lu Chang was dumbfounded. The mother and daughter Song Roland on the side were also stunned. What kind of question was this that Lin Dong was mentioning? And how could this happen to a human being? Unless it has special powers, or is inside a game. Lin Dong also did not leave Lu Chang much time to think, and had already started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lu Chang shivered more than once with every number that Lin Dong uttered. It's not a game, it's a death wish. I know. I'll be in 7th heaven when I smoke, right? Lu Chang looked at Lin Dong with a slightly pleasing expression, thinking that he had gotten it right. Unfortunately, Lin Dong quickly shook his head. Smoke only comes out of your mouth and nose. Have you ever seen anyone smoke with their eyes? First question. You lose. The answer is cremation. People are only buried and burned when they are 7. As punishment, I'm going to remove one of your legs. After saying these words, without waiting for Lu Chang to react, Lin Dong raised his right foot high and directly stepped down. A scream came. If you don't know, you'll think someone's killing a pig for New Year's Eve. Lu Chang was sweating profusely and his teeth were chattering as he clutched the calf with the shattered bone. Looking at Lin Dong again, it was as if he had stepped on a mole cricket, his face expressionless. Second question. Please listen to the question. You demon, madman, I won't let you go. Lu Chang cried out in pain, tears streaming out of his eyes. Song Roland and Lu Shiyun had verbally cursed themselves as scum and demons, but as a result, when compared to Lin Dong, they were simply a little white sheep. However, time waits for no one. Now he must listen carefully to the second question. At what point does a person just let themselves be slaughtered and let someone else cut them up with a knife? What the hell kind of question is that? Lu Chang was on the verge of tears. How in the world could anyone be so stupid as to allow someone to plunge a knife into their body? Wouldn't that be a death sentence? Surname Lin. You fart. You're talking nonsense. There's no answer to this question at all. Lin Dong smiled coldly and ignored Lu Chang's clamor as he turned to look at the mother and daughter Song Roland on the side. he noticed that Lu Shiyun seemed to light up in front of his eyes. Shiyun, you seem to have guessed the answer, right? Lu Shiyun nodded gently. With her intelligence, when she heard the first question, she immediately realized that Lin Dong was talking about brain teasers. Using this line of reasoning, the answer to the second question is not hard to guess. Daughter, my baby girl, you know the answer? Hurry up and tell me, please, I really need it. Have you forgotten who brought you to this world? Lu Chang said bitterly. A few hard tears were squeezed out in response. At this time, it occurred to me that he was Lu Shiyun's father. Just now, it was clear that he was going to spoil his daughter as well. As expected, Lu Shiyun's eyes only held resentment towards him without any feelings, including sympathy. Of course I know who gave birth to me. That would be my mom, who has nothing to do with you. You're scum. You don't deserve to be called by my name. Song Rulan's eyes were red and she subconsciously grabbed Lu Shiyun's arm. On the other side, Lin Dong was also waiting a bit impatiently. Speaking faintly, time. Shiyun, it's up to you to reveal the answer. Lu Shiyun nodded and said confidently, the answer is to do the surgery. The only way a person would let someone cut their body is if they were having an operation and were under anesthesia. Senior Lin, am I right? Lin Dong nodded slightly and cast a pleased look towards Lu Shiyun. It's still our Shiyun who's the smartest. For a while, Lu Chang's heart was once again like a knife. His own daughter, in front of him, was intimate with another man, as if they were the family of three. Obviously the bloodline that flowed through Lu Shiyun's body was that of their Lu family. This Lin Dong took away everything that belonged to him. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Lu Chang hissed madly and struggled desperately. However, no matter how reluctant he was, the price of answering a question incorrectly had to be met. That is, break another leg. As Lin Dong's right foot landed on the ground, Lu Chang was completely crippled. Even if I go back alive today, I'll be in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Ah! Hearing Lu Chang's heartbreaking screams of pain, the mother and daughter duo surprisingly didn't have half a bit of sympathy except for a slight frown. It's enough to see how indignant they are inside. Now, you have one last chance. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and his voice was like a demon. Lu Chang hurriedly forced himself to endure the pain and beat his head against the wall. Just answer the last question correctly to get out of here alive. Now, he can't afford any slip-ups. What is it that the people who sell it know, and the people who buy it know? Only the people who use it don't know. And guess what? Friendly reminder. The answer to this question. It's about you. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he added in a very playful manner. Lu Chang was instantly confused. Have something to do with yourself? Is it hard to be a prison? For a while, Lu Chang was on pins and needles, because he couldn't come up with an answer. His forehead was sweating like crazy, dripping onto the floor. Those who sell it know it, those who buy it know it, those who use it don't know it. What the hell kind of question is that? What does it have to do with me? Lu Chang scratched his ears anxiously. The eyes were full of doubt, but they were never able to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 181, I'll never see tomorrow's sun. Time passed by, and Lu Chang was still puzzled. On the contrary, Song Rulan and Lu Shiyun had already vaguely guessed something under Lin Dong's reminder. The eyes that looked at him also grew colder and colder. It was as if he was looking at a corpse, a fish on the chopping block waiting to be slaughtered. Honey, you must know the answer, right? Tell me now, please, I'm on my knees to you. Baby girl, tell daddy okay? Daddy knows it's wrong. As long as you save me, I promise to leave you all and never come back. Lu Chang kowtowed frantically and begged for mercy. It was enough to see how much fear Lin Dong had brought to him. Song Rulan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally became ruthless, clenched her fists, and inclined her head away. This guy, he almost ruined her life. Now, for the sake of my daughter, this guy should never be spared. It's time. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's demonic voice rang out. The next moment, a big foot stepped on Lu Chang's right wrist. With a little crushing, he wouldn't want this hand. The answer is, coffins. It's the dead who don't know what they're using. No, Lu Chang's eyes burst out. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that the answer to that question would be a coffin. No wonder. Lin Dong said it was related to himself. If you die, won't you have to live inside that wooden box? Lin Dong, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. And you'll get what's coming to you. Lu Chang shouted hoarsely while covering his wrist with a pained expression. It would be fine if Lin Dong directly ended him. Playing like this takes a huge toll, both mentally and physically. At this point, Lu Chang's spirit was on the verge of collapse, and even his speech was a little crazy. However, Lin Dong was oblivious. After experiencing the firefight of the 7-star gang, breaking an arm or a leg was already considered trivial in his eyes. If you're really ruthless, 1 or 2 lives are nothing. Crunch! Just then, 2 cars came from the rear, with one left and one right. They happened to block Lu Chang, making it difficult for him to fly. Mother and daughter Song Rulan were startled. thinking that Lu Chang had found helpers, and they opened their mouths in unison. Lin Dong, this matter has nothing to do with you. Go away. Senior Lin, don't let us drag you down because of us. Lin Dong had already offended Lu Chang to death by striking so hard. If you stay, your life is likely to be in danger. If we don't go, it'll be too late. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not have the slightest intention of leaving. The car door opened and 4 or 5 people clambered down. Then, in unison, they walked up to Lin Dong and bent down slightly. Lin Xiao, boss. What? Seeing this scene, mother and daughter Song Ruolin were stunned. These men were fierce and vicious, and I had thought that they must be Lu Chang's friends in prison. As a result, the other party even walked up to Lin Dong and called out with one mouthful of young Lin. What the hell is going on? Lin Dong frowned slightly impatient. Jiang, what took you guys so long? By the time you guys do something, the yellow flowers will be cold. Jiang and the others looked at each other. With the crappy car they were driving, how could they possibly compare to Lin Dong's Primera? The gap between the two was bigger than the race between the tortoise and the hare. Okay, things are pretty much settled. You take this man back and treat him well. Hearing these words, Jiang and the others immediately understood. With a grin at the corner of his mouth, he then walked towards Lu Chang, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state. You stay back. Asterisk off and get away from me. Lu Chang was like a white rabbit, his eyes were terrified and he kept retreating. Hey, if you dare to mess with our Lin Xiao, count yourself unlucky. Let you see the sun tomorrow, and I'll be your grandson. Jiang threw Lu Chang into the van like he was lifting a chicken cub. Bang! A loud bang rang out. This time, more than broken bones, I'm afraid they'll all be shattered into bone crumbs. Immediately afterward, Lu Chang was directly packed away. Lin Dong looked towards the stunned mother and daughter Song Ruolin on the side. Ruolin, Sure Yun, don't be afraid, it's all over. From now on, no one will ever bully you again, I promise. Hearing Lin Dong's words of conviction, the mother and daughter woke up as if in a dream. In the next moment, they had a very tacit understanding and walked towards Lin Dong together, jumping into his arms on the left and right. Lin Dong, thank you, Senior Lin, without you, we wouldn't know what to do. Looking at the mother and daughter throwing themselves at him, Lin Dong was a little embarrassed. He knew that with Lu Shiyun's clever little brain, she must have guessed something, but not picking a fight is the same as nothing happening. It seemed that he could only find a suitable opportunity to confess his relationship with Song Ruolin. Thus, Lin Dong wrapped one hand around the other and patted their fragrant shoulders. Come on, I've got a house for you. After that, this hole will never have to come back. As for luggage, don't worry about that either, just buy all new. Hearing this, the two took a chill pill. Looking at Lu Shiyun's complicated little expression, Song Ruolin realized that she had overacted a bit. So, hurriedly, he shook off the arm that was wrapped around him. Lin Dong, hurry up. It's after 10. The road is dark, and it's easy to get into trouble. Looking at Song Ruolin's shy and impatient face, Lin Dong smiled faintly. This woman still can't wipe her face. It seems that it can only be tempered slowly later. Soon, mother and daughter were once again in a Primera. Only, this time, each of the three of them had their own agenda, and for a while, surprisingly, no one spoke. Noticing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lin Dong gently coughed twice and casually found a topic of conversation. Sure Yun, how's college life? Still getting used to it? At the mention of this topic, Lu Shiyun suddenly became interested. Seifu, I'm having a great time at school and my roommates are taking very good care of me. They're all still talking about when you're going to go back and meet you again. Ha ha, Lin Dong smiled. It seems that the last time I stuffed money, it worked a little bit. Those roommates of Lu Shiyun, instead of rejecting her, took care of her like a princess. It's true what they say that money makes the world go round. Okay, I'll take the time to go over there. When we move to the new house and it's easier for you to come home on weekends, come back and see your mom more often. Aha! Lu Shiyun playfully nodded her head. Although, seeing her mother and Lin Dong being so close to each other, she felt some resentment in her heart. However, once she thought of all that Song Ruolin had given for herself over the years, she took the initiative to hold Song Ruolin's hand again, her face full of heartache and gratitude. Mom, it's been hard on you all these years. When I make money later, I'll take good care of you. Chapter 182, Prove It. Mom believes in you. Good girl. Mom. Mother and daughter embraced, looking emotional, tears streaming down their faces. Lin Dong saw this scene through the rearview mirror and was inwardly overwhelmed with emotion. On top of that, inside his mind, the images of a great being sleeping together and two dragons playing with pearls also surfaced uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but feel a little foolish. It didn't take long for the Primera to pull into the Manhwa Shuyuan. Eventually, it stopped in front of a 3-story villa. Here we are. Up ahead is the house I have prepared for you. Villa? Senior Lin, how much does this villa cost? Lu Shiryun's small mouth opened wide into an O shape. Her expression was surprised and pleasantly surprised. She had thought that it was just an ordinary house. I didn't realize it was a villa, even if she didn't understand the market. However, she knew that this kind of villa was definitely not cheap. In the face of the mother and daughter's shock, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Since I promised to take good care of you, I will never go back on my word. And don't worry about the money. Money, to me, is just a number. Just a number? Hearing these words, the mother and daughter duo worshipped Lin Dong even more. At the same time, it also became even more curious as to what kind of person Lin Dong was. Ordinary people don't have that kind of money to buy a villa without blinking an eye. It's also impossible to have so many minions at your disposal. Shiryun, here's your card. Go open the door. Aha! Lu Shiryun answered and jumped up and ran to open the door. Lin Dong looked at her back and suddenly smiled evilly as he slapped his big hand on a certain massive plumpness. Instantly, it made the other party's delicate body tremble. Linden, the child is still here. What are you doing? Song Roland's face was filled with blush as she tried to get out of Lin Dong's clutches. However, the more she resisted, the more excited Lin Dong became. What for? You? Of course. Song Roland blankly glanced at Lin Dong, bit her lips and did not resist anymore, allowing the large hand to roam the body with abandon, grabbing and squeezing twice now and then. Wow, this house is huge. Just then, Lu Shiryun's exclamation of surprise came from inside the villa. Revolving staircase, big bathtub, home theater, game room. Master Lin, you're too thoughtful, aren't you? It's just like a fairy tale castle. Lu Shiryun had only seen this kind of scene in a movie and couldn't help but turn around everywhere, living like Lu seeing the Grand View Garden. Song Roland walked in and looked at everything in the villa, and was also dumbfounded to want to soak inside the bathtub. Lin Dong could see what she meant and the corner of his mouth curled up into a bad smile. Roland, it just so happens that I'm dirty too. Why don't we join together? What's it called? Yes, a Mandarin duck bath. Hearing this, Song Roland's beautiful eyes widened. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was able to say such revealing words. At that moment, it caused her to blush and subconsciously reached out her hand, wanting to cover Lin Dong's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Shiryun is still here. She doesn't know about our relationship yet. Song Roland said so on her lips, but in reality, she had long since seen that Lu Shiryun had discovered the end. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been creating opportunities for them to be alone. Looking at Song Roland, who was as ripe and tantalizing as a peach, Lin Dong was also apoplectic and directly wrapped his arms around her small waist. You mean you can wash with me when Shiryun's not around? This time, Song Roland surprisingly didn't deny it and just lowered her head in blush. Just then, Lu Shiryun walked out of the kitchen just in time to see the two of them hugging. He turned around in a hurry, and his expression was a little less natural. Senior Lin, Mom, I'm tired. I'll go upstairs and sleep first. You guys get an early night too. Bam! Before the words fell, Lu Shiryun hurriedly ran upstairs. The whole time, they didn't dare to look at the two more than once, for fear of seeing any more exciting images. For a while, Song Roland was a bit confused and didn't know how to explain to her daughter. She was not a little cutie, had long seen that Lu Shiryun had always liked Lin Dong. Every time we met, we rubbed up against each other's arms. As a result, such a good man has gotten himself a head start. This kind of behavior, when spoken of, should definitely be called out to the dogs. Ugh! Song Roland sighed and couldn't help but frown. Lin Dong, tell me, am I doing this to apologize to Shiryun? Why don't we just keep a little distance? I'm afraid Shiryun won't be able to think straight and do something stupid. Hearing these words, Lin Dong was instantly displeased. Didn't he go to all this trouble just to hold a beautiful woman? If Song Roland didn't agree, wouldn't it be a basket case? Thinking of this, Lin Dong very domineeringly came in a princess hug and directly picked up Song Roland. Ah! Song Roland's body lost weight and subconsciously screamed. Wakeland, I don't want to hear that. You're my woman and no one can take that away from me. Understand? If you insist on leaving me, I'll give you mother and daughter a large sum of money, and then, never see each other again in this life. Hearing these words, Song Roland's brain buzzed and she subconsciously raised her head. What met his eyes was Lin Dong's determined and serious expression. I could tell he wasn't kidding. Song Roland was so scared that she hurriedly shook her head, and she couldn't help but hug his neck with both hands, whispering, yes, I'm sorry Lin Dong, please, don't let me go, okay? I just don't know how to face Shiryun, never wanted to leave you. Looking at the panic in the beautiful young woman's eyes, Lin Dong gently smiled and could not help but want to tease the other party. How do I know if you mean it? Unless, of course, you prove it to me. What? Song Roland froze for a moment, not knowing what Lin Dong meant by that. The next moment, Lin Dong carried her to the bedroom in 3 moves, then, thrown heavily onto the bed. Ah! Song Roland only felt a heavenly spin. In the next moment, the clothes draped over her body were directly removed by Lin Dong. Great springtime, completely exposed to the air. As Lin Dong looked at it, he could not help but feel an evil fire. However, he didn't rush to eat the cupcake, but instead looked at Song Roland with a serious face. Roran, prove to me how much you don't want to leave me. Unless, of course, what you just said was a lie. Hearing this, Song Roland subconsciously shook her head. Looking at Lin Dong's serious expression, she knew that if she did not do something, she would make this man in front of her sad and disappointed, tangledly biting her lips. In the end, she crawled a little bit towards Lin Dong, offered to reach out and undress him. Throughout the process, the 10 fingers kept trembling and the movements were very raw. Obviously, there isn't much experience with this. However, in order to win Lin Dong's favor, it was also considered to have used all its strength. Lin Dong enjoyed himself very much, only feeling refreshed and floating. Chapter 183, Divine Stealth. Not long after, the two silhouettes gradually merged together. Slow down, Linden. I can't take it anymore. It's killing me. Hearing Song Roland's war cry from her soul, Lin Dong heatedly smiled. Where is this going? Tonight, neither of us will sleep, and tomorrow you'll catch up on your sleep during the day. Hearing this, Song Roland couldn't help but flutter her eyelids twice. She was then greeted by an even more furious blast of wind and rain. In the next bedroom, someone was completely sleep-deprived. Senior Lin and Mom are playing too much, and they don't care about my feelings at all. And when exactly did they hook up? What a pain in the ass. Lu Shiyun's pretty face was red, her hands gripping the quilt with a death grip, her eyes full of grudges and shyness. Her thoughts, too, were now very confused. On the one hand, she couldn't accept that her mother had gone behind her back and gotten involved with her favorite, Master Lin. Even, they were making love and pulling up in front of her. This love that was supposed to be hers. Now, it was taken away by Song Roland. On the other hand, Lu Shiyun had another moment of celebration. A young and beautiful woman like Song Roland would remarry sooner or later and have a stepfather herself. Lin Dong's appearance perfectly filled the gap. Whether as Song Roland's boyfriend or his own father, he was impeccable. What's more, Song Roland has been keeping a room alone for herself for more than 10 years. Now, it's so hard to have a man come into her heart. If she makes a mess out of it, then this daughter will be too ungrateful. After all, her mother had the right to pursue happiness as well. But, Lu Shiyun bit her lip with a reluctant expression. This person, why is it Senior Lin? Senior Lin, didn't you promise me that after graduation, you'd let me be your girlfriend? I don't want to be separated from you because of my mother. Thinking of this, Lu Shiyun's eyes shed a few small pearls. Meanwhile, the sounds of pleasure rang in her ears for a moment. Women's screams, men's muffled grunts. Through the walls, 3D surround sound. Damn it, these two, treating me like air. Lu Shiyun was really furious and stomped away from the covers, thumping her way to the door of the next bedroom. The sounds coming from inside made her blush and raise her head in shame. After all, she was still untouched and yellow. There's no way to imagine how hearty the double battle was in there. Suddenly, Lu Shiyun realized that the door to the room was not closed tightly, leaving a crack. Lu Shiyun hesitated for a moment, and driven by curiosity, she cautiously moved over. What came into view were unpleasant images. Woo! She was just about to open her mouth to exclaim in shock when she hastily covered her mouth again. If Lin Dong and Song Roland found out that she was spying, it would be a real shame. Looking at it, Lu Shiyun's body was hot and her heart was racing. How she wished that the one being pressed by Lin Dong was herself. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had said that she was still too young now. At the same time, Lin Dong, who was frantically doing exercises, suddenly received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the special conquest mission. Congratulations to the host for the extra reward. Divine invisibility. Lin Dong froze for a moment, and his movements could not help but stop. He hadn't received a system message in a while. This conquest mission, in particular, is simply unattainable. This meant that Song Roland had been completely conquered by her. More importantly, the reward, it's a little too outrageous. Invisibility? Really? If anything, the previous 1,000 cups of drunkenness, divine appraisal technique, and divine fighting technique barely stayed within the realm of what humans could achieve. Then, this divine-grade stealth technique had completely shattered Lin Dong's perception. After carefully reading the introduction, sure enough, just as Lin Dong expected, this stealth technique was what he understood it to mean. After using it, you can temporarily enter a state of colorless and faceless invisibility. Stealth time is determined by the user's stamina. The stronger the stamina, the longer the time. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to be discovered by outsiders. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly, and the first thing that came to his mind was the many wonderful uses of the divine level stealth technique. For example, The last time the Seven Stars gang attacked the Blue Leprechauns. Using stealth, one could totally sneak into the bar unnoticed and take out the big shark in one fell swoop. Instead of taking a bunch of people, winding up barging in and almost getting a bullet in the head. This divine-level stealth technique was not only a life-saving skill, but when utilized well, it was also a killing technique. Thinking of this, Lin Dong became even more excited and his movements became even swifter. It caused Song Roland to pout and sweat profusely. No, I can't Lyndon, please, leave me alone, I'm really about to die from you. Lin Dong was somewhat helpless, looking at Song Roland, who was already on the verge of becoming deflated. He could only give up the conquest. The next moment, Song Roland fell to the east and west, laying down on the bed on all fours, surprisingly falling directly asleep. Lin Dong was somewhat helpless. All that could be done was to simply wash it, and then cover it up and get ready to rest. I didn't expect it. Just then, snap, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside. Looking up, the bedroom room was open a crack. Only now, it was empty outside. Lin Dong's pupils contracted as he suddenly thought of something. Crap, she saw me. Forget it, it's better to know sooner rather than later. And sneaking around isn't a long-term solution. Lin Dong could not help but lick his lips when he thought of Lu Shiyan's budding and delicate body. Now, both mother and daughter have been captured by him. The rest was a matter of slowly conditioning them to accept a little bit of serving themselves together. Early the next morning, when Lin Dong woke up, it was almost noon. He stretched and realized Song Roland wasn't around, so he hurriedly got up and walked to the living room. In the kitchen, a tantalizing backside figure, with an apron on, was making breakfast. Lin Dong, you're awake, dinner's ready, come and eat. Lin Dong's heart warmed. Since he was a child, only Li Xiuqin had cooked breakfast for him. However, Lin Dong was even more curious about another issue. Roland, where did Shiyun go? At the mention of Lu Shiyun, Song Roland's expression was a bit awkward, as if she had thought of something difficult to talk about. She said she was going to play with her classmates and went out early in the morning. Lin Dong, I have a feeling that Shiyun seems to know something. What do we do? To this question, Lin Dong's answer was simple. Walking directly over, he hugged Song Roland from behind, and his chin was also pressed onto the other party's shoulder, and his two big hands were also very restless and wandering wildly. In a short while, it made Song Roland pant and her body go hot and limp. What else is there to do? Big and small. Of course. Bah, you're so out of line. Song Roland let out a pout and slapped away his wolf paw. Chapter 184 Luo Yuju under house arrest. After having breakfast, Lin Dong hurriedly left. There was a more important thing for him to do. Wang Hu, how's the thing I asked you to inquire about? Any sign of that guy? Not long after, Wang Hu's certain voice came from the other end of the phone. Young Lin, as per your orders, we offered a heavy reward for intelligence gathering and finally found some clues. Chen Nanshan has at least 3 strongholds in Tianhai. One is the Emperor One nightclub, which is now yours. One is the Platinum Han Clubhouse, sort of the headquarters of the Seven Stars gang. Lin Dong frowned slightly. And the other one? Wang Hu hesitated and said slowly, the last one, an ordinary neighborhood outside the 3rd ring road of Tianhai, is still unsure of its authenticity. This is it, Lin Dong categorically said. The most dangerous place is the safest place, and the more inconspicuous it is, the more astounding the secrets hidden inside. If I'm not wrong, even if Chen Nanshan doesn't live there, there should be some kind of family member of Chen Nanshan living there. Wang Hu froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong would be so certain. When you think about it, it does make some sense. Lin Xiao is right. The informant often sees cars from the 7-Star gang, delivering food and drinks there. That's why he's suspicious. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Well, you don't have to worry about this. I'll check it out myself. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong did not drive the iconic Primera in order to cover his tracks. Instead, he stopped a cab and headed to the Sunshine Garden neighborhood that Wang Hu had mentioned. After half an hour, it arrived without incident. Unsurprisingly, the neighborhood looks ordinary. One might even say a little old. And the people coming and going are all grandparents. Just as Lin Dong was at a loss for words, suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz came from a distance. After parking in the space, 2 burly men with tiger backs walked down. Well, if it isn't Beardy Bear. Lin Dong's gaze stared and he recognized with a glance that these were the 2 bodyguards who had followed Luo Yuju at the beginning. So, Luo Yuju lives here? In a flash, without waiting for the 2 to discover himself, Lin Dong's mind moved and his figure disappeared into thin air. Before he came, he had already tested the effects of the stealth technique. With his current stamina, it was surprising that he could last as long as half an hour. Half an hour, you can do so much, or even, find a pretty girl to let off some steam. Soon after, the bear passed in front of Lin Dong. As expected, it was not even noticed that a big living person was standing right next to him, completely treating Lin Dong as heir. As they walked, they also whispered, "The boss is really something too. There's no evidence at all and he directly arrested his sister-in-law. It can't be that he's overthinking it, can it? Oh, this kind of thing, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. Who can stand to wear a green hat on their head? Also, if I were the boss, I wouldn't leave her alone." Hearing these words, Lin Dong was inwardly shocked. Sure enough, it's her. It looks like Chen Nanshan found out what he did with Luo Yuzhu, a ruthless, directly put her under house arrest, and also specially arranged for people to send food. Chen Nanshan had wanted to wait until he had finished dealing with Lin Dong before settling the score in the fall. I didn't realize that it had dragged on until now. In the next moment, Lin Dong directly followed him. The bears took 7 turns and, eventually, stopped in front of the 502 door. When he opened the door, a blonde was lying on the couch, bored and watching TV. On the coffee table, there was still the meal they had delivered yesterday. Looking at that mesmerizingly delicate face and devilish S-shaped body, who else could it be but Luo Yuzhu? Sister-in-law, eat more or less. If you starve yourself, we won't be able to explain to the boss. Bear Big and Bear 2 looked at each other and persuaded them bitterly. In case Luo Yuzhu starved herself out of something, the two of them would definitely be disposed of together. Get out, all of you. Luo Yuzhu was thunderstruck and kicked over the coffee table in front of her, sending rice everywhere. Even a wineglass was picked up and slammed heavily on the 2 bodyguards. When Xiongda saw this, he couldn't stand it and cursed. Damn, who do you think you are? To tell you the truth, the boss is already preparing, and soon, that little lover of yours is going to get screwed by him. Once he is dead, the boss will free up his hands, and then he will slowly clean up this little you. Hearing these words, Luo Yuzhu's brain buzzed and her body shook. It was not that he was worried if Lin Dong would be alright, but he was afraid of Chen Nanshan's various tactics. I thought that I was only under house arrest, and it was Chen Nanshan who remembered the old feelings and could not bear it. I didn't realize that the other side just couldn't spare their hands for a while. Looking at Luo Yuzhu's expression of fear, Xiongda Xiong'er glanced at each other and laughed coldly. They had long since had enough of Luo Yuzhu's fiery temper, and immediately fell to their feet. You know you're scared? It's too late. After the last few meals, you should be on your way. Who told you not to mess with that man in 1,000 ways? Bang! There was a loud bang. The bear slammed the door and left, leaving a room full of messes that no one has cleaned up and cleaned up. Luo Yuzhu sat on the sofa with empty eyes. When she thought of all the tactics Chen Nanshan had used to fix others, she felt a chill down her back. Unfortunately, the door to the room had been locked and her cell phone confiscated, so there was no way to escape. Damn Chen Nanshan, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Kill you, I'll kill you. The more Luo Yuzhu thought about it, the crazier she became. Originally, she was just an ordinary college girl. Later, she was forced into the harem by Chen Nanshan, ruining her life. She had been so battered over the years that she had long ago broken. The thought of her life being ruined by Chen Nanshan made her want to stab the other party to death, even if they all die together. Just then, a voice that was both strange and familiar suddenly rang out. Beauty, it's been a long time, you seem to have gotten thinner. Who? Luo Yuzhu's beautiful eyes opened roundly as she turned her head in shock. Has anyone else been in here besides the bears? The next moment, a man stepped out in a big way. After taking a good look at the other party's appearance, Luo Yuzhu's face was so surprised that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Yes, it's you, the barman. Without a doubt, the person who came was none other than Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled, his face filled with apologies. I'm really sorry, and I didn't realize that it would put you in this position, but if I were given another chance, I'd still want to possess you, too. Luo Yuzhu's mind trembled and pursed her lips. You guys, you're pretty bossy. In the next moment, Luo Yuzhu unexpectedly went crazy and got up to pounce into Lin Dong's arms as if she was entangled in an octopus. Give it to me quick. It's been a few days and I'm suffocating. Chapter 185. What are you waiting for? Looking at the blonde angel who was wrapped around himself with a fiery passion, Lin Dong was filled with surprise. Originally, I thought that Luo Yuzhu would hate himself so much because of his house arrest that he couldn't eat him alive. I didn't think that meeting again would be this kind of scene. It looked like Luo Yuzhu did want to eat Lin Dong, but instead of eating him to death, they want to hold him down on the bed and eat him clean a little bit. What are you waiting for, handsome boy? Luo Yuzhu sized up Lin Dong's stunned expression and could not help but reach out her small hand and gently caress it. Feeling the cold touch on his face, Lin Dong gradually came to his senses. I see, you're worried about Chen Nanshan's men coming back, aren't you? Ha ha, so you're such a goon. Don't worry, they only deliver food once a day and leave when they're done. In the first place, you had the balls to me in the bar, and now that you've put up your pants, you're not going to admit it? Luo Yuzhu let out a pout and deliberately poked Lin Dong's chest with her index finger. For a while, the atmosphere was incredibly ambiguous. Looking at this thousand splendor of beauty in his arms, Lin Dong was not a saint. How could he sit back and not be confused? Moreover, if he didn't even dare to touch Luo Yuzhu, he might as well go to the temple to become a monk and ring a bell. Who says I'm afraid to you? Lin Dong lightly grunted. In the next moment, he directly wrapped his arms around Luo Yuzhu's water snake waist, and did a princess hug. Ah! Luo Yuzhu was startled when she suddenly rose up in the air, and with it, a thrill unlike any other came over me. She stared straight at Lin Dong's face as if she was a vixen waiting for the monarch to favor her. Little devil, I thought you were afraid. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Let's see how I'm going to clean up your vixen today. Lin Dong swung his big hand and slammed Luo Yuzhu heavily onto the soft bed. Immediately afterward, the hungry tiger pounced. It elicited a wave of screams from the other side. Lin Dong ignored Luo Yuzhu's pleas for mercy and, in 3 tries, tore her clothes. Seeing this beast that was so close at hand, Luo Yuzhu couldn't help but let her petite body tremble. Then, the heart raced and his body got a little hot. This kind of passion of a small separation had never been experienced with Chen Nanshan. Now, Lin Dong was letting her have that feeling. I want it. Give it to me. Give it to me now. Luo Yuzhu spoke while tearing at Lin Dong's clothes in a frenzy. Within moments, the two were rolling and nibbling at each other. There was no telling how long Luo Yuzhu had been holding her breath in this house. As soon as he saw Lin Dong, it was as if heavenly lightning had struck the earth. Little, handsome boy, you're amazing. 10,000 times better than that Chen Nanshan. No, there's no way he can compare to you. Luo Yuzhu's charming eyes were like silk and her breath was like orchids. Long ago, he had gotten carried away and was incoherent. Hearing this, Lin Dong's excitement grew even higher and he almost laughed out loud. He couldn't satisfy you, so he had to go cheap on me. Aha! At this moment, Luo Yuzhu was no longer able to respond. It's as if a pool of stagnant water is at the mercy of the people. It was definitely the most physically and mentally pleasurable moment she'd had since becoming a woman. It took 3 or 4 hours of tossing and turning before the battle finally ended. Looking again at the battlefield of the two men, it was wet with sweat. Phew, finally over. Handsome boy, you almost all but killed me. Luo Yuzhu trembled and lifted her head breathlessly, her eyes full of resentment. But the cutie, all could see that she was simply head over heels with pleasure. Lin Dong smiled faintly and did not directly get up to leave. Instead, he lay beside Luo Yuzhu and carefully wiped the sweat from her body. Looking at Lin Dong's gentle actions, Luo Yuzhu's gaze was stunned. Tears then welled up in her eyes. In the next moment, she unexpectedly took the initiative to jump into Lin Dong's arms. Why are you being so nice to me? I'm just abandoned by Chen Nanshan. Lin Dong frowned, feeling that Luo Yuzhu was emotionally unstable. It looked like there were a lot of stories between her and Chen Nanshan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be stressful at the mention of the name. Thinking of this, Lin Dong patted her shoulder and smoothly took her into his arms. Jiu, it's okay, it's all in the past. You can tell me any grievances you have, and I won't let anyone bully you. Hearing this, Luo Yuzhu cried even harder. Then, the story of what happened to him was eased out. At first, Luo Yuzhu was just a college student. I heard that KTV was making a lot of money, so I ran there for a part-time job. Unexpectedly, it was instantly spotted by Chen Nanshan, who came to spend his time. Softly and forcefully, he became the so-called sister-in-law. After the two got together, at first, Chen Nanshan treated her pretty well. It didn't take long for the novelty to pass and Chen Nanshan changed. Not only did he alienate her, but he also got mad at her when he had something to do, either hitting or cursing her. Luo Yuzhu lived a very depressing life, and from time to time, she came out by herself to indulge in buying drunkenness, and also dyed her hair blonde. However, because she was Chen Nanshan's woman, the sister-in-law of the 7-star gang, no one dared to get close to her at all. If anyone dared to hit on her and do anything outrageous, the next day, the body would be in the sea. In the long run, Luo Yuzhu became even more self-absorbed and insane. It was not until Lin Dong appeared that Luo Yuzhu became a woman again, instead of being a canary in a cage every day. I hate that guy. If I'm given a chance, I'll never let him go. I'll stab him to death with my own hands. Luo Yuzhu gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred for Chen Nanshan. After hearing this, Lin Dong also kept sighing. I didn't realize there was such a story behind it, but that's what gave him the chance to fight back. Yuzhu, Chen Nanshan and I have already reached the point where we are on the same page. You and I will die. Now, I need your help. Will you tell me everything you know? Maybe we can take out Chen Nanshan just by joining forces. What? Luo Yuzhu looked at Lin Dong with some shock. It was the first time she had ever heard of someone trying to mess with Chen Nanshan. You're not dreaming, are you? Or is your brain broken? Taking out Chen Nanshan, how is that possible? Lin Dong smiled faintly and gently stroked Luo Yuju's face with an expression that was not the least bit intimidated. Nothing is impossible in this world. Do you know the Lambeth Bar, the Emperor One nightclub? Now, it belongs to me. The Lambeth Bar, Emperor One nightclub? Hearing these two names, Luo Yuju froze like a wooden chicken. It was followed by a flash of ecstasy. As Chen Nanshan's woman and the seven-star gang's sister-in-law, how could Luo Yuju not know the importance of these two places? That's Chen Nanshan's cash cow. Every month, it brings him millions of dollars. Such an inexhaustible mountain of gold had fallen into Lin Dong's hands? It was enough to prove that Lin Dong's power was definitely not weaker than the seven-star gang, even above the other. Chapter 186, Borrowing Money. Yu Jiu, it's make or break. Seeing the change in Luo Yuju's emotions, Lin Dong knew that the strong medicine had worked. As Chen Nanshan's pillow person, I'm sure she can provide quite a lot of useful information. Sure enough, after seeing Hope, Luo Yuju was no longer as crazy as before. Instead, his eyes cleared and his emotions calmed down. As far as I know, there are two locations where Chen Nanshan frequents. One is the Emperor One nightclub you mentioned, and the other, the Platinum Han Club. Lin Dong nodded slightly. He had already learned this information from Wang Hu. What Luo Yuju had to say next was the main event. On the 15th of every month, the seven-star gang will routinely meet at the Platinum Han Clubhouse, and Chen Nanshan will occasionally attend. However, most of the time, orders are issued over the phone, and even I, too, am not sure of his exact whereabouts. Right now, that's all I know. But with a little more time, I can get more intel. For example, some of the underground, illegal businesses he was involved in. Oh, hearing that previous sentence, Lin Dong was originally disappointed. Chen Nanshan was really an old fox and was very life-thirsty. Not even his own pillow, who couldn't know everything about him. Hearing the latter sentence, Lin Dong immediately brightened up. Okay, Yuju, I'll wait for your good news. By the way, I'll leave you with this one. Lin Dong took out one of the latest model fruit cell phones. This cell phone is for you, to relieve your boredom in general, and to contact me directly if anything happens. After that, I will still come to see you. At this moment, Luo Yuju was once again moved to tears, contrasting Chen Nanshan's roughness and brutality, and Lin Dong's infinite gentleness. The little cutie, both knew what to choose. Even if Lin Dong lied to her and used her, she was willing to do so, because she had nothing left to lose. If Lin Dong had not arrived today, perhaps she would have already jumped to her death. Yes, you must come, Luo Yuju said as she hooked her arms around his neck and sent a long warm kiss. After the two kissed goodbye, they soon encountered a new problem. That is, with the gate locked tightly and Bear Big and Bear 2 tightly guarded, there was no way for Lin Dong to leave silently. Just as Luo Yuju was worried, Lin Dong opened the window and stepped on top of the air conditioning unit. With a gentle leap, he landed firmly on the downstairs balcony. Then, as she stared in shock, she dashed off. Now, Luo Yuju finally believed that Lin Dong could arm wrestle Chen Nanshan. With this skill and courage alone, no one can compete with the entire Seven Stars gang. On the other hand, Lin Dong took the stairs and walked downstairs. Unsurprisingly, two bodyguards did stand guard outside. Ha! The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised as he activated his stealth technique and walked past them in a dignified manner. Turning, he glanced again at the window of 502. Don't worry Yuju, I won't go back on my word. See you next time. After bidding farewell to Luo Yuju, Lin Dong also started his deployment once again. Tell Wang Hu to send his men to focus on the Buckingham Clubhouse and monitor every move there. After doing this, Lin Dong just wanted to go back to the villa to have a good rest. After all, Luo Yuju, this little goblin, was just too abrasive. Unexpectedly, just then, a phone call came in. Looking at the caller ID, Lin Dong froze for a moment. Hello, is this Lin Dong? I'm Xiao Yu, your college friend, remember? Lin Dong smiled. Just graduated 3 or 4 years ago, how could he forget? Besides, when they were inside the dormitory, it was the two who had the best relationship. When Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao bullied him, Xiao Yu often stood up for justice and defended his face several times. These things, Lin Dong kept in his heart. Xiao Yu, of course I remember you. Where have you been getting rich lately? Hey, get rich, I'm getting screwed. What do you mean? Lin Dong frowned and subconsciously spoke. As I recall, doesn't your family run a decoration company? You went back to inherit the family business after you graduated. What kind of person would dare to mess with you? Hearing this, Xiao Yu was silent for a long time. Eventually, there was a heavy sigh. Ugh, it's over. It's all over now. After graduation, I took over my dad's renovation company, and I made a lot of money at first, but as a result, I was recently set up by a woman who borrowed from a loan shark, and now that the interest is rolling in, I'm already in debt to several $1 million. Lin Dong, do you have any money in your hand? Can you lend me a few $100 first? I haven't eaten in a few days. What? Lin Dong's gaze was stunned. I didn't expect that Xiaoyu, who had always spent a lot of money, had gotten mixed up to this point. You know, when he was still in college, Xiaoyu bought a BMW and flirted with girls everywhere. Now, to ask to borrow a few $100? The contrast, it's too much. Ahem. I know it might be a bit presumptuous to ask you for money out of the blue, but I wouldn't have bothered you if I hadn't really been unable to borrow money. Those relatives and friends of mine, seeing that our family has no money, have all cut off their friendships. Just do a good deed, will you? Lin Dong frowned. How could he possibly be worse off than a couple $100? Okay, I'll turn it around for you. Well, thank you. Xiaoyu took a long breath. He hadn't had a drop of water in the last few days, and was starving and in desperate need of a full meal. It didn't take long for the alert to come through on his cell phone. When I opened WeChat, Lin Dong even directly transferred $20,000. Lin Dong, are you mistaken? I borrowed a couple $100, not 20,000. Just wait, I'll give you back the extra money. Hearing this, Lin Dong gently smiled. In fact, he was also testing Xiaoyu. If Xiaoyu tacitly accepted the money, it proved that the man was hopeless. Maybe he's a gambling dog, and that's why he lost his family fortune. Those words just now were all falsehoods. 2. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu did not have the slightest hesitation, and was about to transfer the extra money back. This means that he didn't lie. What a poor way to find yourself. No need, Xiaoyu. Take the money and ask me for more if you don't have enough. You took such good care of me when I was in college. It's nothing to ask me to borrow some money now. I, Lin Dong, have always made a clear distinction between grudges. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was moved beyond words. What it meant to see true love in times of trouble, he now had a deep understanding of. Thank you, Lin Dong. When I slow down, I will definitely return it to you. Xiaoyu, where are you now? Is it convenient to meet? Lin Dong took the initiative to ask. Xiaoyu froze for a moment, suspecting that he had heard wrong. After the accident, those relatives of his family have long run away, afraid of getting into trouble. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong wanted to see him. Are you out of your mind? What? We went to college together. Can't we just catch up? Besides, I lent you the money. Shouldn't you show it? Ha ha. Xiaoyu nodded bitterly and reported a location. Not long after, Lin Dong took a taxi to a fly restaurant. In the past, Grand Duke Xiao would never have come to a place like this. Going to all the Michelin restaurants, revolving restaurants, it was obvious that he was really down and out. Chapter 187, The Axe Gang. Are you, Lin Dong? Lin Dong had just stood in front of the entrance of the restaurant when a shocked voice came from behind him. Turning around, a pimply-faced man with glasses was sizing himself up. He was still clutching a freshly bought meat loaf in his hand, the corners of his mouth covered in grease. It was only after careful identification that Lin Dong recognized it. You're Xiaoyu? Yes, it's me. Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Noticing that Lin Dong was staring at the meat sandwich, he hurriedly put his hands behind his back. I'm sorry to make you laugh, old classmate, but I just can't help it. Alas, Lin Dong shook his head and did not mock the other party. When he was in school, how was he not eating his way through school? So, he understood the other person's feelings very well. Let's just make do with what we have, and you know what I'm going through. Xiaoyu was about to bring Lin Dong into that fly tavern as he spoke. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Lin Dong. I'm kidding, old school. My treat for a change. Not long after, Lin Dong brought Xiaoyu to Tai Yuan. Xiaoyu was directly confused. Why did you come here? It's expensive here. Anything you eat costs thousands. Lin Dong, everyone earns fortunate money. You don't have to break the bank so much. Xiaoyu thought that Lin Dong was the broken man from before and did not want him to spend more money. Unexpectedly, in his panicked gaze, Lin Dong directly pulled out a car key. After seeing the sign on it clearly, Xiaoyu stared wide-eyed and was directly dumbfounded. Porsche? Panamera? Lin Dong, you're getting rich. Soon, Xiaoyu also noticed that the watch Lin Dong was wearing was also a Patek Philippe, worth more than $2 million. Lin Dong smiled faintly, seemingly satisfied with Xiaoyu's reaction. What's the point of getting rich? It's just a small business. It's not up to scratch. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was filled with shame. Originally, it was thought that Lin Dong must not have mixed well after graduation. I didn't realize that people have been flying high for a long time. It was for this reason that Lin Dong dared to ask him for dinner. Thinking through all this, Xiaoyu shook his head with a bitter smile. I didn't expect that I, who was the richest in school, became a beggar, but you became a rich man. Alas, it's really the creation of people. Xiaoyu, tell me properly, how did you get cheated? With your brain. I can't figure out who could have fooled you. Lin Dong was incomparably curious as to what kind of setup had caused Xiaoyu to fall into a trap and lose his hoof. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Xiaoyu was as if he had lost his life and hung his head. Actually, It's my fault for being greedy. Half a year ago, a woman named Yen Qingfang found me and gave me a big order to renovate a building. And when it's done right, there will be at least millions of profit. At first, I had the good sense to sign a contract with them and $1 million deposit. The other party was very forthcoming with the money and the project started without a hitch. It's been going on for most of the year, and I've spent millions on renovation materials alone. When the appointed time came, I went to the woman to ask for the money. But, as a result, she delayed the settlement. I had no choice but to take out a loan shark to get my paycheck paid first. As a result, it's still dragging on and on. I didn't realize until the end, when I took them to court, that the company on the contract didn't even exist. No, I should say, it's long since been bankrupt and written off. The building that was renovated was also sold by them to other companies. The account went straight to a bad debt and I don't even know who to ask for the money. So it is. Lin Dong nodded thoughtfully. It turns out that Xiaoyu has encountered a scam. And, a scam in the tens of millions. Without this money you've given me, I'm really dying to live. The house and car are all sold and the wife has gone back to her mother's house. I've been inquiring about ways to sell organs and blood for the past few days. Alas, Xiaoyu a long pause and sigh. A little bit cannot see the original spirited look. Lin Dong nodded, finally realizing how badly Xiaoyu had been cheated. By the way, what about the woman who lied to you? It was fine if Lin Dong did not mention this pot, but when he did, Xiaoyu's lungs were about to explode. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I realized later that this woman has a gangster background. I think it's called the Axe Gang. The last time I went to see her, I didn't even see anyone, and I got beaten up straight away. Hospitalized for a month with a broken bone, just barely recovered. Upon hearing the words Axe Gang, Lin Dong frowned slightly. Don't look at the small place of Tianhai, but it is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. On the surface, the Seven Stars Gang is the strongest, but that doesn't mean there aren't evenly matched opponents. This Axe Gang is one of them. Their sphere of influence is in the south of the city and they do a lot of gray business. Originally, Lin Dong's mind only wanted to mess with the Seven Star Gang and did not want to provoke other forces. Now it seems that this Axe Gang is no slouch either. Xiaoyu, if I'm not mistaken, you should have been set up. I've heard it said before that the Axe Gang often makes a setup to go and wreak havoc on home companies. As long as they mess up someone else, they can be one and the same. Think about it. Do you have any competitors in the remodeling business? Hearing these words, Xiaoyu slammed his head and suddenly remembered something. Grass. When you say that, it suddenly occurs to me. That Yen Qingfeng. There's a Tiansheng decoration company that was only established this year, and it still hasn't gained a foothold. That's why I was asked to cooperate. Now it seems that they just want to screw me over and grow Tiansheng. After Lin Dong's mention, Xiaoyu was enlightened. However, even if he knew, what could he do? He had completely and utterly lost to Yen Qingfeng, and even the Axe Gang behind him. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. They say that the mall is like a battlefield, and it seems to be true now. This so-called Tiansheng company, which had only been established for half a year, had dragged down the Xiao family, which had been based in Tianhai for a long time, and even ate it in one bite, never without the Axe Gang behind it. Jingle bells. Just then, Xiaoyu suddenly received a phone call. Big Boss Xiao, tomorrow is repayment day. The $20 million you owe, when will you pay it off? You can't run away from the monk. We know where the younger siblings and your son are. What? Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, the other party threatened him with his wife and children. You dare. Believe it or not, I'll call the police now. Ha ha ha, call the police? By the time the police come, we'll have long since run away. Besides, you're the one who owed the money in the first place. We signed a contract in black and white. If you don't pay back this $20 million, don't blame us for turning the other cheek and taking your wife and children. Big Boss Xiao, take care of yourself. Dropping this sentence, the other party simply hung up the phone. Only Xiaoyu was left with a pale face, trembling non-stop, unable to even hold his chopsticks. Sorry wife, sorry son, I can't drag you guys down with me. It was at this moment that someone tapped him on the shoulder and spoke faintly. It's only $20 million. It's just a small amount. But what I want to know more is who did you borrow so much money from? Who was it that lent you the loan shark? Chapter 188, Kidnapping. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's gaze was stunned. Then, with a fierce slap of his thigh, he had an expression of sudden realization. At that time, the bank wouldn't give me a loan, so I went around looking for people to borrow money. One day, a group of people came to me out of the blue and said they could help me through my difficulties. It also says that only 1% interest will be charged as long as it's paid off within a month. I was in over my head and agreed to them, only to find out later that the contract says 1% for a month. But, beyond that, the interest doubles every day. At the end of the day, the $2 million I borrowed turned into $20 million. So much money I Even if I smashed the pot to sell the iron, will not be able to pay it back. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid the loan sharks are also related to Yen Qingfeng. Speaking of this, Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and his anger was to the extreme. Damn, this from start to finish. It's all a setup by them. I'm going to fight them. Xiao Yu was so emotional that he slammed the table hard and stood up directly. Seeing this, Lin Dong sighed somewhat helplessly. It had been thought that it would be difficult for a smart person like Xiao Yu, whose family did business, to be counted. As a result, it is still jumping into the traps carefully designed by others. Xiao Yu, give me the phone number of that group of lenders and I'll find out what their background is. Lin Dong, you still have this skill? Xiao Yu was once again impressed with Lin Dong. It was vaguely felt that Lin Dong seemed to have undergone a transformational change, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, he would inadvertently exude the aura of a higher power. Subsequently, he also beat a dead horse and sent all the information to Lin Dong in his head. Lin Dong then sends it to Wang Hu. It didn't take long to get the message. Young Lin, behind this loan shark company is the Axe Gang. There's also this Tiansheng Decoration Company, which also has a large capital injection from the Axe Gang, all born from the same mother. Lin Dong had an expression that said it all. The whole thing, from start to finish, was planned by the Axe Gang, and Xiao Yu is definitely not the first victim. I don't know how many people the Axe Gang has harmed with this routine. In the end, it's all about profit. Had Xiao Yu not been greedy, he wouldn't have taken the bait and fallen for the Axe Gang's trick. But it's too late for that. The first order of business was to help his old schoolmate with his troubles. Just then, Xiao Yu received another call. It's still a call from the family. Mom, what's wrong? Xiao Yu's heart thumped, suddenly having an ominous premonition. Son, come back here. Huan Huan and Xiao Bao were playing in the park downstairs and suddenly disappeared. I looked everywhere and didn't see them. It's been hours and I'm ready to call the police. What? Xiao Yu's pupils shrunk and his face flushed red. When you think about the call from the Axe Gang just now, where do you not know? Where the wife and kids have gone. Don't call the police. Mom, I know where they are. I'll go look for it now. You mustn't call the police, Xiao Yu said in a hurry. Once the police are called, the other side may dogpile. In case anything happens to his wife and children, it's useless to earn more money. For a while, Xiao Yu was spinning around anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. What to do? What to do? $20 million. How can I possibly afford to pay it back? I don't have a penny in my hand, and my house and car are all mortgaged. So where can I get the money? The next moment, someone suddenly grabbed his trembling shoulders. Xiao Yu, you call the loan sharks now and tell them that the money has been put together. However, it has to be a face-to-face transaction. What? Xiao Yu snapped his head up and bumped into Lin Dong's gleaming gaze, instantly calming his mood. Still, the thought of a wife and child is impossible to calm down. Lin Dong, $20 million, is not a small amount, and, in a short time, I won't necessarily be able to pay it back, so think about it. It was also rare that even at this time, Xiao Yu was still thinking about Lin Dong. He is also aware that he is already in debt and it will be difficult for him to make a comeback. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong simply shook his head. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Besides, back in school, you took care of me so well, and now, consider me returning the favor. Linden, Xiao Yu was moved to tears. Then, taking a deep breath, he nodded solemnly. Don't worry, as long as you survive this time, my company will be yours. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Alright, grab the phone. The safety of your sister-in-law and the child is most important. Aha! Within a short time, the two men followed directions and drove to an abandoned neighborhood on the south side of town. This is exactly the Axe Gang's sphere of influence. This is it. Xiao Yu swallowed deeply and looked around fearfully. Though very uneasy, the thought of his wife and children quickened his pace again. Soon, the two walked into a dilapidated factory building. What appeared in front of their eyes was clearly a group of run-of-the-mill punks. At the head of the group was a fierce-looking Scarface who was looking at the two with a smile on his face. I didn't expect it, but Big Boss Xiao dared to come. Looks like you've actually gotten enough money together. Scarface snorted coldly and sized up Xiao Yu from head to toe, a mocking smile on his face. Immediately afterward, he looked at Lin Dong next to him. I don't know why, but it always feels like I've seen this face somewhere before. It's just that, for a moment, I can't think of anything. Boss Knife, I've brought the money. Where's my wife and kid? Xiao Yu frowned and opened the door. If you don't see them, you don't want to see the money either. Hearing this, Boss Blade couldn't help but change his face. Damn it, how dare you make conditions with me? Seek death. Fight me until they spit blood. At the order of the Knife Boss, several punks swarmed up and surrounded Lin Dong and Xiao Yu, making gestures to move. Wait. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a white-collar young woman in her 30s walked in style, dressing up sexy and quite a bit. Behind her, there were several other punks escorting a mother and child. Xiao Yu froze for a moment at first. Then, angrily, he shouted her name. Yan Qingfang, you are the one who put me through this. Give me back my wife and son. As he was shouting, a punk kicked him in the stomach. Xiao Wu stumbled and fell straight to the ground. Boss Knife also changed his previous show of strength and fawningly rose to greet him. Sister Fong, you're here, have a seat. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong could not help but frown slightly. It looked like this Yan Qingfang was not in a low position in the Axe Gang. Otherwise, these punks wouldn't be cowering in fear of her. On second thought, however, it's not surprising. If Yan Qingfang was some kind of a cat or dog, the Axe Gang wouldn't have entrusted her with a heavy responsibility. Chapter 189, Price Increase. No need. I'm here today to ask for money. Yan Qingfang didn't even look at Boss Knife. Then, slightly narrowing his eyes, he coldly looked at Xiao Yu. Big Boss Xiao, you better really bring the money. Otherwise, your family of 3 will go and reunite down there. Honey, help me. Help us. Dad, they hit me. I'm in pain. A cry came from the wife and child. Xiao Yu heard it and his heart melted. Lin Dong also clenched his fists, his brows filled with killing intent. When you're on the road, there's a rule of thumb that you don't get your family in trouble. This kind of behavior from the Axe Gang was not only disgraceful, but also offended Lin Dong's bottom line. Today, Lin Dong would definitely not let them off regardless of whether he released them or not. Yan Qingfang, release them. As long as you release them, I'll pay right away, Xiao Yu said with some urgency. However, Yan Qingfang was holding her arms and sneering, not eating him at all. Pay? Your company is on the verge of collapse and your car and house are mortgaged. So I'm curious, where did you get the money? I don't think, at this point in time, that any idiot would be willing to lend you money. You're not thinking of writing a blank check, are you? Xiao Yu was inwardly shocked. Unexpectedly, Yan Qingfang was even harder to deal with than he had imagined. In the next moment, Xiao Yu looked at Lin Dong with a look of help. Lin Dong understood and stood out greatly. I have the money, $20 million, every penny. How do you want to trade? Oh, Yan Qingfang and Boss Blade lit up at the same time. I didn't expect that there would really be a wrongdoer who would be willing to pay back Xiao Yu's money for him. The two looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Soon, Yan Qingfang, as a senior member of the Axe Gang, stepped forward to negotiate. How do you prove that you have $20 million? Lin Dong smiled contemptuously. That's easy, just bring in the POS and check it out. Won't you? Okay, take the guy. Yan Qingfang nodded and waved her hand. Immediately, someone brought a brand new POS machine. It seems that these people were also prepared for this. Lin Dong swiped his card and entered his password. Soon the balance showed up. The little brother took one look at it and was outright stunned. Asterisk 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 200 million. What? 200 million? For a moment, the entire plant was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, half in a daze. Xiao Yu, in particular, stared with wide eyes and an expression of disbelief. Ben thought that Lin Dong had made a little money. $20 million, and it's a lot of work to get it together. I didn't realize that people had 200 million lying in their accounts. If he were to realize that to the current Lin Dong, 200 million was just a drop in the ocean, he did not know how he would feel. You actually have this much money? Yan Qingfang and Boss Blade were also confused. I didn't expect to catch a whale from a casual fishing trip. A moment later, Yan Qingfang's eyes darted around, not knowing what kind of ghost idea she was playing. Well, one hand pays the other. You can scratch off $20 million right now. Lin Dong spoke gently. It's as if, to him, $20 million is no different than $2. Just when Xiao Yu thought that things could finally come to an end, Yan Qingfang suddenly spoke. Wait, who said it was only 20 million? $20 million was the previous price, and now that so many days have passed, the interest rate has risen again, and it will be 30, no, $40 million. What? Hearing this, Xiao Yu was struck by lightning. Yan Qingfang doubled this little mouth. $20 million, already astronomical. I didn't realize that she wasn't satisfied and opened her mouth to ask for $40 million. Boss Knife was also shocked by Yan Qingfang's sitting duck. A secret thumbs up followed. Worthy of being Sister Fong, you're bold. You this, said $20 million, how can you arbitrarily increase the price? And up so much. Xiao Yu head pointed at Yan Qingfang's nose and cursed. Unfortunately, even if he cursed as hard as he could, Yan Qingfang was not moved in the slightest. It was not easy to come across a rich man like Lin Dong. It was unreasonable not to take advantage of the opportunity to rip him off. Anyway, with the hostage in hand, there was no fear that Lin Dong would not give in. As expected, Lin Dong barely hesitated and directly nodded his head in agreement. Yes, $40 million is $40 million. Now deal. Wow. For a moment, the plant was quiet again. Everyone looked at Lin Dong with shocked faces, as if they were looking at a little cutie. Then, the eyes became greedy. Unsurprisingly, seeing Lin Dong being so nice, Yan Xingfang once again changed her mind. No, 40 million isn't enough either. Just now, Big Boss Xiao took a mouthful of and cursed so harshly that he must compensate for the mental damage. Also, we took the trouble to help him take care of his wife and kids, so how come we have to pay some hard-earned money? It works out that way. The corners of Yan Xingfang's mouth were grinning to the sky at the thought of the $200 million that was about to arrive. Without even noticing it, Lin Dong's eyes gradually turned from the coldness at the beginning to harshness. 200 million. That's right, it's going to be 200 million. Hearing Yan Xingfang's lion's share, Xiao Yu completely despaired. If it was only $40 million, he could still fight for it. But $200 million, that's too much. It should also be Lin Dong's entire fortune. Even if they were blood brothers, they would not be able to take it out. Ha! Xiao Yu shook his head in despair and looked at his wife and children. I'm sorry, son, I did this to you. And Lin Dong, you've already helped me a lot. It's better to go. Once I'm dead, it's all over. Before the words fell, Xiao Yu suddenly pulled out a fruit knife. Now, long ago, I was ready to die. It's been a mental battle these days. Now, finally, I was able to be ruthless. Yan Xingfang and Bossblade were in a hurry when they saw this. If Xiao Yu dies, who will they ask for the money? Quick, stop him, never let him die. The next moment, a hand pressed down on Xiao Yu's arm. At the same time, a voice sounded softly. 200 million is 200 million. I'm willing to give that money for the sake of my brother. But I have a condition. Let his wife and child go first and make sure it's safe before I deal with you. Hearing this, Yan Xingfang first froze for a moment. It was followed by a face full of joy. This guy, is he out of his mind? Or is he Xiao Yu's real father? Otherwise, how could it be done? Release them now. Yan Xingfang was worried that Lin Dong would change his mind and opened his mouth repeatedly, urging Boss Knife to release him. Xiao Yu looked at Lin Dong with a dumbfounded expression and was moved beyond words. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu received a call. Wan and Bao are safe. Finally, Xiao Yu took a long breath. Lin Dong also smiled and spoke. Very well, 200 million will be given to you immediately. Not a swipe, though. Chapter 190, is that all you got? What do you mean? The Axe Gang crowd froze. If you don't use credit cards, do you use cash? That's a lot of money. Enough to fill a house. Soon, the smile on Lin Dong's face gradually disappeared. In its place, there was a strong killing intent. This 200 million, is the plutonium I burned for you? Keep it down there and spend it slowly. What did you say? Yan Xingfang and Bossblade froze for a moment. Xiao Yu also looked dumbfounded. It was not until this moment that he realized why Lin Dong had agreed so readily before. Turns out, from the beginning, he never wanted to pay. The only reason they agreed was to trick them into releasing them. Linden. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu once again burst into hot tears and stumbled over his words. Seeing Xiao Yu in this state, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Xiao Yu, I advise you to hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave later. What? Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that a steady stream of punks had already surrounded him, with a fierce look on their faces. But you, Xiao Yu was a little hesitant. I told you to leave. Can't you hear me? Lin Dong snapped back over, icy cold eyes, like a hungry wolf about to embark on a hunt. It sent an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded and subconsciously pulled out his legs and ran. Trying to escape? Bossblade snorted coldly, and was instantly about to rush over and stop the man. Unfortunately, someone beat him to it. A figure flashed past, ghost-like, rushing to his front, and threw a powerful punch at his face. Bang! A loud bang rang out. With a muffled grunt, the big, ferocious Boss Knife fell straight to the ground. On his forehead, a large, greenish-purple bag appeared. On the contrary, Lin Dong was fine. Gulp! The crowd subconsciously gulped. That's when it became clear why he dared to go it alone. Turns out, he's so good at it. Yan Xingfang was equally taken aback. But, having been in the Axe Gang for so long, what world hadn't she seen before? The stronger Lin Dong was, the heavier her killing heart became. The Axe Gang would never allow such a big threat to exist. More critically, Yan Xingfang had her eyes on the $200 million in Lin Dong's bank card. Brothers, copy. I'll give $1 million to whoever gets him killed. I, Yan Xingfang, am a man of my word, and you all know it. Hearing this, the Axe Gang's eyes lit up. Even the knife boss, who was lying on the ground, grimacing and screaming miserably, stood up stiffly. $1 million, that's no chump change. Normally, the Axe Gang pays them a few tens of thousands of dollars at the end of the day. Now, it's straight up 100 times. How could they not sell out? In this world, it's never a matter of bracing the bold and starving the timid. At this moment, In the hearts of the Axe Gang's people, Lin Dong was no longer a person, but a walking mountain of gold, a banknote with legs, just waiting for them to go up and grab it. The men then pulled their trademark weapons out of their backs as well, two-hand axes that glowed with a bitter cold light. The reason it's called the Axe Gang is that, uniformly, their weapons are all axes, traveled all over the world, robbed houses, but also rely on this pair of axes. Today, they would also use these two-hand axes to chop Lin Dong into pieces. Damn, dare to hit me. I'll break you into pieces. Don't even try to grab it for a while. This hand and foot are mine. Boss Blade, you're too greedy. How are we going to collect our prize money if we give you all our hands and feet? Oh, well, to each his own. Boss Knife snorted coldly. In the next moment, a dozen people with axes surrounded Lin Dong. Seeing this scene, Yan Xingfang let out a sigh of relief, her expression gradually calming down. The thought of being tricked into letting Shua's family go was infuriating. All day long, you fight geese, and, as a result, you get pecked by them. Dare to play tricks on me. Today, you and that Xiao guy will both die. Yan Xingfang sat on the sofa with her beautiful legs crossed, just waiting for Lin Dong to be chopped to death by the chaotic axe. Unfortunately, she would never see that image. Looking at the Axe Gang's crowd who were pressing forward at every step, Lin Dong did not panic in the slightest. Even a wider smile. At first, at the Blue Goblin Bar, he single-handedly faced more than 100 people from the Seven Stars Gang without losing a single step. Now, what's there to be afraid of with just a dozen people? But it's too cheap for you to do it with your bare hands. It just so happens that Xiaoyu left a little something to use. Upon seeing clearly what Lin Dong was holding, the crowd froze for a moment first. This was immediately followed by laughter. Surprisingly, it was a thumb-length fruit knife. Laugh me to death. With this, you want to take it out to fight us? You're going to die. Boss Knife sneered. Before the words were out of his mouth, he was the first to charge, axe in hand. The others weren't far behind, and they all wanted to split the $1 million prize. Immediately, however, they will know how wrong they were. Whoosh! In a flash of lightning, Lin Dong's quick eyes and hands stabbed the knife boss in the wrist. Ah! Boss Knife screamed miserably and subconsciously covered his wrist. The hand axe also fell in response. On the other side, Lin Dong did not stop. The dragonflies were stabbed several times in the chest of the knife boss. The opponent bled out and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Dong ran straight to his next target. In just 2 or 3 minutes, using the same technique, 7 or 8 people were wasted. There were still a few punks left, and they were all shocked. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Dong was not holding a fruit knife, but a divine weapon. Stay back. You, stay back. Run. The crowd clutched their heads in fear and axes clattered to the ground. Unfortunately, Lin Dong did not intend to let them go. Wow! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, only Lin Dong was left standing in the entire plant. Everyone in the Axe Gang was knocked to the ground by him, dead or wounded. The Axe Gang, is that all they can do? Ridiculous to the point of insouciance. Lin Dong skimmed his mouth with a disdainful expression. Just then, a sound of high heels panicking on the ground rang out. It doesn't take much thought to figure out who's panicking and running for their lives. Oh, it's too late now that you know you're afraid. A cold light flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. Then, it rushed up with a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. It didn't take long to see someone's trail. Crazy. This guy is absolutely crazy. Who do I have to mess with but him? Hurry up. Yan Xingfang scurried away. Puff. Due to being too flustered, Yan Xingfang was careless and fell to the ground. Even so, she didn't dare to stay. Even if it meant crawling, she had to crawl out. Just then, a foot stepped on the back of her hand. Ah! As the saying goes, 10 fingers are connected. At this moment, Yan Xingfang almost fainted from the pain. At the same time, the devil's whispering voice rang in his ears. Boss Yan, where do you want to go? I haven't given you my money yet. Chapter 191, A Clean Slate. Hearing this familiar voice, Yan Xingfang's brain buzzed and she was almost scared out of her wits. Don't even dare to raise your head and meet each other's eyes. However, how could Lin Dong let her go? Oh, playing dead. Ha, then I don't mind. Making you like those people out there, with a broken arm and a broken leg. Or, staying here forever. Lin Dong sneered as a cold aura flashed across his eyes and increased the strength of his feet. There was a hysterical scream. Ah! Looking at Yan Xingfang's right hand again, it had changed shape. There was also the sound of crackling and snapping. No, don't kill me, please, spare me, I don't want to die. Hearing Yan Xingfang's bitter plea, Lin Dong did not even blink his eyelids. People like that, bad things happen. Now, anything said is crocodile tears and cannot be taken seriously. In the next moment, Lin Dong bent down and pinched Yan Xingfang's chin, causing her to raise her head. Gee, that's too bad. Lin Dong sighed and shook his head twice every now and then. Hearing this, Yan Xingfang immediately brightened up. Afterwards, she took the initiative to undo the 2 buttons, exposing a large portion of her snowy whiteness in front of Lin Dong's eyes. It had to be said that as a mature woman, Yan Xingfang's body was so good that it exploded. Front and back is just the simplest and most apt description. The only way to realize how loaded this woman is to take off her jacket. Plus, her small, attractive looks. It's no wonder he's at the top of the Axe Gang. One look and you'll know that there's a big brother behind it. Moreover, her brain, too, was too much smarter than Luo Yuzhu. Definitely more than a vase in the Axe Gang. Maybe, even in charge of the economy, calling the shots. However, no matter how illustrious she was in the past, right now, she was only Lin Dong's prisoner. One must trade beauty for one's own little life. Big brother, let me go, will you? As long as you condescend to let me go, I'll serve you every day, wherever you want, and I'll be your slave. I'm itching now, help me, Yan Xingfang said as she twisted her body on the ground. Large swathes of snow-white spring light were exposed in front of Lin Dong's eyes as she moved. Such a fragrant picture. Watching it made people so horny that they couldn't wait to pounce on her right now and bully her fiercely. However, soon, Yan Xingfang's wishful thinking fell flat. Although, Lin Dong was not a decent person. However, in the face of this kind of false woman, he didn't even want to look at her more than once. What if, in the middle of the pleasure, Yan Xingfang suddenly pulled out a dagger from her pocket and sneak attacked? Then wouldn't he have picked up the sesame and lost the watermelon? When the time comes, there will be no pills for regret. Oh, Boss Yan, you've misunderstood. When I say pity, I mean it's a pity that it's too easy to get you killed. What? Yan Xingfang's pupils shrunk as the charm in her expression faded away. In its place was an intense wave of fear. It was not until now that he realized that the Lin Dong in front of him was not an ordinary man. Instead, it's a monster, a demon. It was at this moment that a sudden clutter of footsteps came from outside the plant. Immediately afterward, a figure broke into view. Lin Dong, where are you? I'm coming to save you. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Looking up, he realized that Xiaoyu had run in with a wooden stick. On his face, a look of death. This guy, he didn't even leave? Lin Dong, Lin, *******. Xiaoyu rushed straight in and suddenly saw Yan Xingfang who was stepped on by Lin Dong. His brain went blank and the wooden stick in his hand fell to the ground. What's the situation? Lin Dong smiled and waved. Xiaoyu, come say hello to your old friend and catch up. Xiaoyu slowly came back to his senses. This was followed by an expression of extreme madness. Bam! He turned 3 steps into 2 and kicked Yan Xingfang in the head before he even arrived. The force was so strong that it almost deformed the other's entire face. Woohoo! Yan Xingfang was dizzy for a moment, feeling like she had been kicked out of her concussion. Damn! Put me in such a bad situation. I'll kill you. Xiaoyu almost lost his mind as he kicked and kicked again. Soon, Yan Xingfang was bruised all over her body. Her whole body was bruised and purple, not a single piece of good flesh. Yan Xingfang was in tears, but don't even dare to fart. It was then that she realized something with a jolt. Wait, what do you call him? Lin Dong? That Lin Dong who went against the 7-star gang. Upon hearing Lin Dong's name, Yan Xingfang's eyes fell out. Never in a million years did he think that he would provoke this bogeyman. As a senior member of the Axe Gang, how could she not know that recently? A new force had appeared in Tianhai. A big buyout of nightclubs and a hard fight with the 7 Stars gang. Chen Nanshan suffered a big loss, and the 7 Stars gang was even more defeated and suffered heavy losses. Just now, Lin Dong had struck out in a big way and was unrivaled. Yan Xingfang was basically certain that this Lin Dong in front of her was the legendary Lin Dong. What do you mean? Xiaoyu listened in confusion, not knowing what Yan Xingfang was talking about. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Boss Yan, knowing too much won't do you any good. Of course, a dead man. That little thing, it doesn't matter anymore. Dead people? Yan Xingfang's eyes widened as if she had been struck by lightning. No, Lin Xiao, I don't want to die. Please, for the sake of the Axe Gang, spare my cheap life. Seeing that Lin Dong still did not let go, Yan Xingfang finally became anxious and yelled hysterically. Lin Dong, aren't you afraid of the Axe Gang's retaliation? Kill me and the Axe Gang won't let you go. In the face of Yan Xingfang's threat, Lin Dong was unimpressed. He didn't even have the 7 Stars gang in his sights, let alone a fraudulent Axe Gang. It's just not funny. However, in order to drain Yan Xingfang of the last ounce of value, Lin Dong still feigned a look of fear. Hiss, the Axe Gang? That sounds scary. How about this? Boss Yan, as long as you return the money to Xiaoyu, I'll consider letting you go. How about that? Yan Xingfang's gaze was stunned. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so good at talking. However, at the mention of money, she became anxious again, because, the money she cheated from Xiaoyu, she turned in long ago. Even if there are a few $1 million in the distribution, it will simply not be able to fill the hole. Ugh, that can't be helped. Lin Dong shook his head. Wait, I can revoke the loan contract so that he doesn't owe us any money. In desperation, Yan Qingfang could only surrender her biggest card. In the beginning, they were the ones who put up the loan sharks. As soon as the contract is torn up, the debt of more than $20 million also ceases to exist. Really? Xiao Yu's originally desperate eyes suddenly brightened. Lin Dong was waiting for those same words. Then thank you, Boss Yan. Soon, Yan Qingfang's hands were busy turning over a contract. Lin Dong took a look at the interest and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Borrow $2 million and it becomes $20 million in a month. That's making money at a rate that's almost as fast as printing money. Chapter 192, Ransom for a Man with Money. Rip. Xiao Yu tore up the contract with force. For a moment, it felt refreshing and relaxing. From now on, the loan shark's CEOs are written off. However, if that was all, Lin Dong was not satisfied. Boss Yen, the loan is gone now, but you've delayed us for such a long time, and you've given my brother's family a fright. Shouldn't you give a little bit of lost wages and moral damages? Yan Qingfang's face suddenly changed. Wasn't that something you said yourself before? Now, it's being used in the same way as the other. However, even if she knew that Lin Dong was blackmailing her, she did not dare to say a word. He could only obediently hand over his own petty cash, a whole $5 million, and directly transfer it to Lin Dong. Anyway, as long as she made it back to the Axe Gang alive, she could seek revenge. When the time comes, these things will have to be spat out by Lin Dong with interest. Lin Dong saw the flash of hatred in her eyes, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Boss Yen, happy cooperation. Now, I'll get you on your way home. Lin Dong passed Xiao Yu a look. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, lifted Yan Qingfang, who was paralyzed on the ground with broken bones, to the river's edge. Boss Yen, you're home. What? Yan Qingfang opened her eyes in a daze. Suddenly, he realized that he was being carried by the duo to the river. The river is fast and furious, and I don't know how many lives it has swallowed. Yan Qingfang's brain buzzed with a loud bang. Where was she not clear about Lin Dong's meaning? This guy, clearly, wants to destroy the body. What do you mean? Yan Qingfang was shocked and shouted frantically. Lin Dong, didn't we agree to pay with one hand and release with the other? You've been given the money. You can't go back on your word. Kill me and the Axe Gang won't let you go. At the point of death, Yan Qingfang was even threatening Lin Dong. Unfortunately, no matter what was said, nothing could change Lin Dong's determination. Xiao Yu, this matter started because of you. Do it yourself. Lin Dong suddenly looked at Xiao Yu. Seeing Xiao Yu's hesitant face, Lin Dong smiled faintly. What? Are you scared? No. What the am I afraid of? Damn. This kind of shall not die. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth. The words fell out of his mouth, and he changed his face directly. In the midst of Yan Qingfang's frantic shouts, she drew out her own belt and bound her hands and feet. Afterwards, he also tore off a piece of clothing and blocked Yan Qingfang's mouth. Farewell, Boss Yan. Be a good person in your next life and don't do this kind of pitiful thing again. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and was about to push Yan Qingfang down immediately. In the nick of time, Yan Qingfang suddenly shouted out a name. Wait, Su Huaqiang. I have something on Su Huaqiang. Oh, Lin Dong gently smiled. At the critical moment, a hand grabbed the belt and yanked the man back. Since you're still useful, I'll keep you alive. Hearing this, Yan Qingfang let out a long sigh of relief. But still, the shock is still there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yu was in a cold sweat. Almost, he was going to kill someone. Luckily, Lin Dong was not moving for real and was only scaring her. Thank you, Linden. Xiao Yu looked at Lin Dong solemnly. I won't say any more superfluous words, and when I get back, I'll transfer the company to you. And the money that Yan Qingfang transferred just now, all of it is yours. Lin Dong's gaze was stunned. Ben thought that Xiao Yu was speaking in jest. As it turned out, he actually came for real. Lin Dong was skeptical that something was wrong with this guy's head. Don't be silly. I'm not bad. You should hurry home. Your sister-in-law and the others are waiting for you. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded his head vigorously. After a few words of advice, he left in a hurry. Lin Dong watched him walk away, lifted Yan Qingfang's collar and turned to walk back. At this time, inside the plant, there were still a whole bunch of people lying around. Seeing Lin Dong re-entering, his hair stood up in fear and his cheeks trembled. You, stay back, stay away from us. At this time, they also knew Lin Dong's identity. For a moment, the piss almost came out in fear. Looking at the scared out of their wits look of these people, Lin Dong smiled and threw a cell phone over. What do you mean? Boss Knife froze, not knowing what Lin Dong wanted. Blind? Yan Qingfang is now in my hands. Hurry up and make the call. Tell your boss to get the money to ransom her. So, Lin Dong had kidnapped Yan Qingfang? Boss Knife sucked in a breath of cool air and exclaimed. Lin Dong, are you crazy? Sister Fang is the woman of our boss. If you dare to kidnap her, Brother Chang will not spare you. Be sensible, hurry up and let go. Ah! Before the blade boss could finish his sentence, one of his arms was, once again, crushed by Lin Dong in an extremely rough manner. Scared everyone backwards. That's a lot of crap. If you don't call, then I'll have to call you. Don't. At this moment, Boss Knife was truly scared. I should never have messed with Lin Dong. Right now, one can only do as one is told. Soon, the call was answered. A muffled male voice in the middle of the air came from over there. Not like Chen Nanshan, who sounds like a kidney. Xingfang, how did it go? The kid named Xiao, did he pay back the money? Oh, it's that time of the year, and you're still thinking about money. A flash of disdain flashed across Lin Dong's eyes as he directly snatched the cell phone over. Brother Chang, right? I might have to let you down. $20 million Xiao you won't pay back. Who are you? Su Huaqian was stunned for a moment. I never thought that someone would be so bold as to speak to himself in such a tone. What made him feel even worse was that Yan Xingfang's cell phone. How could it be in his hands? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that if you don't bring the money over, Yan Xingfang is going to die. Tianhai City, south of the city, a certain nightclub. Bang! A man in his 50s with his lungs bursting. In front of him, there were 7 or 8 strong men with tiger backs standing in front of him. These people, all of them, were the heads of the various halls of the Axe Gang, usually robbing homes and doing nothing. But in front of this man, not even dare to fart. Seeing his anger, he hurriedly buried his head down. This man was no other than the Axe Gang boss. Su Huaqiang, are you people, all of you, just eating your words? Xingfang has been kidnapped, don't you know? Usually one screams a lot. Why don't they squeak now? Su Huaqiang's face was full of horizontal meat trembling, a pair of tiger eyes staring straight at the crowd, hating to find someone to come out and make an example of him now. On this piece of land in the south of the city, they, the Axe Gang, have always spoken their minds. Anyone who dares to mess with Su Huaqian will have to vaporize the next day. Now, someone even dared to move in on the Teiyukai and kidnap Yan Xingfang. Not only is he slapping Su Huaqian's face, he is blatantly declaring war on the Axe Gang. Chapter 193, Shaking the Man. At this point, the call did not hang up. Lin Dong's teasing voice sounded once again. Boss Su, if I were you, I wouldn't waste my time acting bitter here. My patience is limited. You wouldn't want, when you see her again, to see only a corpse, would you? What did you say? Su Huaqiang's pupils shrunk. It did not occur to him that Lin Dong was so bold to such an extent that he dared to blatantly threaten him. Looking at the entire Tianhai, one couldn't find a few people to come. You're tired of living, aren't you? Looking for death? Su Huaqiang shouted in a harsh voice. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was used to seeing fights and killings and did not eat his words. Come on, don't rant and rave with me. It's useless. I've heard that in Boss Yan's hands, there is a lot of evidence of you breaking the law, as well as recordings of extorting others. I wonder, is Boss Su interested in making a deal? Hearing this, a fine layer of sweat broke out on Su Huaqiang's forehead. Yan Xingfang being tied up alone wasn't enough to scare him. What really emboldened him was the slam dunk in the woman's hand. In case, Yan Xingfang couldn't withstand the torture and revealed anything. In less than 2 days, the Axe Gang will be uprooted. When that happens, no amount of money will have a life to enjoy. Wait. This brother, if you have something to say, don't be impulsive. How much money do you want? I'll call you right away. Don't bully Xingfang. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose. It seems that Su Huaqiang does have quite a few handles in Yan Xingfang's hands. Since Boss Su is so knowledgeable, I'll be respectful. I don't have a big appetite. How about 100 million? 100 million? Su Huaqiang's pupils shrunk. This kid, he's really not afraid of the wind. It's no longer a lion's share. It's a complete opening of the floodgates. $100 million. That's too much. Can it be less? Boss Su, you're going overboard if you say that. Lin Dong opened his mouth with a smile. As far as I know, your Axe Gang has been loan sharking all over the place outside, with a net profit of at least $20 to $30 million a month. I want $100 million. Is that a lot? That's true. But, no buts. I don't want to hear those 2 words. Lin Dong directly interrupted Su Huaqiang's words and said coldly, if you don't show any more sincerity, then I can only go and ask Boss Yan for the money. At that time, in case she accidentally says something, don't blame me. Don't. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Su Huaqiang completely panicked. After so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult opponent. Moreover, it seemed that Lin Dong knew their situation very well. It's clear how much money is even being made. Cannot help but let Su Huaqiang doubt. In the end, is the Axe Gang out of the mole, or Yan Xingfang ate inside out? Damn. This, when she comes back, I'll make sure she lives a life worse than death and regrets coming to this world. Su Huaqiang stomped his foot with force, his eyes revealing a touch of viciousness. In his heart, he had already sentenced Lin Dong to death. This time bomb must be defused, no matter what the cost. Definitely not letting Lin Dong see tomorrow's sun. Thinking of this, Su Huaqiang's tone eased. No problem. 100 million is 100 million. Where are you now? I'll send someone right over with the money. However, I must see the living Yin Qingfeng. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth ticked as he nodded. Yes, I'll meet you at the abandoned plant. By the way, you call for a few more cars, just in time to take care of this group of shrimp under you together. Yes, Su Huaqiang gritted his teeth and nodded. When he hung up, he was so angry that he just slammed the phone on the floor. It was the first time that the boss of the Axe Gang had been humiliated like this. Where the hell did this kid come from? How dare you threaten to blackmail the Axe Gang? I don't know if it's too much to ask. However, he had already made up his mind. When it comes to the Axe Gang's territory, it's the dragon you have to dish out, and it's the tiger you have to lie down. Whoever it is, this time, you're dead. Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xian Wu, the 4 great hall masters are at your service. As the words fell, 4 big-bladed men walked out. Each one of them had a fierce gaze and a fist in the air. They heard that phone call just now loud and clear. Someone kidnapped Yin Qingfeng and threatened Su Huaqiang for $100 million. Now, Su Huaqiang will definitely not stop. They also couldn't wait to go over and cut each other alive. What's the order, boss? Su Huaqiang narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his big hand. Green Dragon, White Tiger, take 100 men and bring Yin Qingfeng back. Vermilion Bird Xuanwu, and the remaining people, follow me to sit at the headquarters in case there is a sneak attack. Though, Su Huaqiang was burning with rage, wishing to dismantle the caller right now, but he hadn't lost his mind. Necessary precautions. Still, just in case, someone tunes in and comes to stage a sneak attack. Then if he dumps his nest, won't he lose both his money and his people? Understood, boss. We'll definitely bring Sister Fawn and the boy back. Don't worry. Green Dragon and White Tiger finished in a jar. Then, leading the way, he walked out in a flurry. The anger in Su Huaqiang's heart gradually calmed down, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. 100 million? Oh, I'm afraid you kids have money to take and no life to spend. Su Huaqiang gritted his teeth, wishing to crush Lin Dong's head right now. At the same time, it was also worried that Yin Qingfeng was leaking more secrets. The other side. Abandoned plant. When Boss Knife heard that the Axe Gang was going to send someone soon, his expression, which had just been as if he had lost his life, instantly became wonderful, and he even hummed a little song. You kid, you really don't see the coffin. Do you think that the 4 great hall masters are weaklings like us? For your information, they are all practiced. Packing you up is as simple as packing up chicks. Hearing this, the rest of the mixers nodded their heads frequently in agreement. Although the Axe Gang was not as large as the 7 Stars Gang, however, its strength was not bad. The 4 hall masters were even more ruthless, with blood on their hands. Otherwise, Su Huaqiang wouldn't have been entrenched in the southern part of Tianhai City for so many years, as stable as Mount Taishan. Oh, you mean, to compete with me in terms of crowds? Ha ha, truth be told, that's exactly what I want. Lin Dong smiled faintly, his face filled with a playful expression. You, what do you mean? Boss Blade froze for a moment, subconsciously feeling something bad. Under his shocked gaze, Lin Dong lightly dialed a number. Old Su, grab our men and get over here right away. I'm in a bit of trouble. It won't take much. 200 or so will be enough. 200 or so? Hearing this, the Axe Gang's group of gangsters stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 194, handing over the money and the man. Lin Dong, you must be joking, right? How can there be over 200? Boss Knife stared at Lin Dong with wide eyes and trepidation, disbelief written all over his face. The others were confused too. If, indeed, Lin Dong had called in so many people, then won't the Axe Gang be devastated today? Or was it that from the beginning to the end? This was a setup set up by Lin Dong. The reason he had Boss Knife on the phone wasn't to ask for money at all, but to try to catch a turtle in a jar? Oh, you just figured that out now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Unsurprisingly, the people sent by Su Huaqiang are already on their way. Lin Dong revealed a sardonic smile that straight away made one's scalp tingle. Knife boss group of people crotch hot, vaguely smell of urine. It was not until this moment that they realized how deep Lin Dong's heart was and how ruthless he acted. In Lin Dong's body, they saw the shadow of Su Huaqiang when he was young, even more frightening than Su Huaqiang. In the next moment, a few of Su Huaqiang's diehards suddenly climbed up, wanting to flee the place and ventilate the area. However, they had still underestimated Lin Dong's stance. Whoosh! In a flash of lightning, Lin Dong appeared in front of them. A few light punches and a few people were directly crippled. The 2 legs were like twists, bent and tangled together. At the same time, there were screams of pain. Ah! Lin Dong smiled contemptuously. Want to leave? Asked me? I'll wait here and see if my men come faster or if your axe gang men are more leggy. Time passes by. Just as Lin Dong was waiting with some impatience. Crunch! A chorus of brakes squealed. Immediately afterward, a group of people fishtailed and rushed into the plant. At a glance, there were as many as hundreds of people, and each with a short axe in each hand. Under the night, a cold, murderous light shone. Looking again at the way they were dressed, there were two kinds. One is a tattoo of a murderous blue dragon on his back, and the other is a tattoo of his hands with a white tiger's head motif. It's the Green Dragon Hall and the White Tiger Hall. Great! Brother Chang sent someone, faster than Lin Dong's people. Boss Blade and the others cheered and craned their necks in excitement. In their opinion, even if Lin Dong had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not have the slightest power to resist in front of these more than 100 people. The Axe Gang is bound to win. Zhao Qinglong, the Green Dragon Hall's hall master, saw the Blade Boss lying on the ground at a glance, and immediately became enraged, his eyes bulging out. For this man is none other than one of his men. Damn! Dare to kidnap my people. You kid is really living out of your mind. In the next moment, Zhao Qinglong held a short axe and was ready to compete with Lin Dong. However, he was stopped by the nearby White Tiger Hall advocate. By who? Wait, didn't the boss explain? There's no rush to make a move. Let's explore this person first. But Zhao Qinglong was a bit unhappy. Before he finished his words, Zhang Baihu glared at him fiercely. Thinking of Su Huaxiang, the latter could only give up. After all, there are so many eyes watching. More importantly, they had yet to see Yan Qingfang's figure. Only by catching that person can he explain to Su Huaxiang. Seeing that Zhao Qinglong had finally calmed down, Zhang Baihu only walked into the plant and confronted Lin Dong. This brother, dare I ask what is his name? Zhang Baihu politely arched his hand. Upon hearing this question, Lin Dong had yet to open his mouth, and Boss Blade and the others were a bit anxious. Hall Master Wang, don't talk nonsense with him, get him killed. He's that Lin Dong who's been making a lot of noise lately. He just called and shook people up, and there's over 200 of them on their way. What? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Baihu's face abruptly changed as he sized up Lin Dong in shock. It was only then that I realized that the face was somewhat familiar. It was none other than Lin Dong, who had recently caused a lot of trouble in the city, and even Chen Nanshan had touched his nose. Damn it, how could it be him? Zhang Baihu was startled and couldn't help but clutch the axe in his hand. Zhao Qinglong also gulped deeply, with a look of trepidation. Thought it was a little yakuza, but I didn't realize that it was a dragon that crossed the river. Ha ha, everyone doesn't have to be so nervous. Harmony makes money. Harmony makes money. I'm here, not to antagonize anyone, just to seek my fortune. As long as you guys pay the money, pay with one hand and release with the other, this matter will be over today. Ha, Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong were somewhat skeptical. Anyway, let's see Yan Qingfang first. Boss Lin, we believe that you didn't do it on purpose. After all, you didn't even bring any people with you. However, you casually detained the boss's woman. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Zhang Baihu threw a wink. The crowd immediately understood and stepped forward in unison. Within moments, Lin Dong was surrounded by a large group of people. Oh, your boss's woman? The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly hooked. I'm sorry, but I don't have a man or a woman in my eyes. Only a who tricked my brother into breaking up his family and almost jumping off a building. Hearing these words, Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong frowned slightly. Even if Lin Dong had risen out of nowhere and recruited in Tianhai, he couldn't have such a big mouth, could he? Yan Qingfang is what their boss Su Huaxiang is. Seemingly guessing what the several people were thinking, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he said, as for your boss, what else could it be? Wang bastard looking at green beans, seeing the right eye, seek death. Zhao Qinglong was furious and lifted his hand axe, aiming it directly at Lin Dong's neck to slash up. He was able to be the head of the Green Dragon Hall by relying on the word loyalty. When he heard that Lin Dong had actually compared Su Huaxiang to a king's ass, he was instantly enraged. Ha! Facing the aggressive Zhao Qinglong, Lin Dong did not even lift his head and lifted his leg, kicking Zhao Qinglong's chest with unrivaled precision. Knock! A muffled sound rang out. Zhao Qinglong, who was flailing 1 second, flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings the next, knocking down a large number of people. Hall Master Zhao, Dragon, are you okay? The crowd was shocked. It did not occur to him that Lin Dong, who looked like a white boy, had such a powerful body. It was just a kick that knocked Zhao Qinglong over. Zhang Baihu was even more stunned, finally realizing why Boss Knife and the others would be lying on the ground unable to move with missing arms and legs. However, it was also because of this that increased his determination to do away with Lin Dong. Whether it is for the sake of Su Huaqiang's face or the future of the Axe Gang, this son must not be retained. And wait, Boss Lin, how exactly can you release them? We all came here with sincerity and really want to invite Sister Fong back. Sincerity? Lin Dong smiled disdainfully. So many people with sharp weapons, eyeing him intently. Call this sincerity? Sincerely, it's more like killing him. It's simple. As I said, one hand pays the other. How can I make a big change without the money being given to me? This, Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong looked at each other with some helplessness. They had to ensure Yin Xingfang's safety first. If anything goes wrong, it's too late to regret it. Chapter 195, 100 million is not enough. The money is in this card. Don't worry, 100 million won't be a penny less. Our boss has always been true to his word. In full view of everyone, Zhang Baihu took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not pick it up, but raised an index finger and shook it. I'm sorry, 100 million is the price just now. Now the price has gone up. It's $200 million. What? At this moment, even the little cuties also knew that Lin Dong was playing them from start to finish. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Split him. In a flash, the entire plant was in disarray. Seeing that the other party finally made a move, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. The delay has been long enough, and I'm sure those people from Su Haichao have already arrived. As expected, the very next moment when the group of people ferociously pounced on Lin Dong, rumble, outside the plant, there was a sudden roar of an engine. Immediately afterward, countless figures poured in. The aura is even more ferocious than the axe gang, and the weapon held in the hand is even more ferocious, which is clearly a three-pronged military spikes. A three-pronged military spike, a knife with a pronged blade and three sides of higashi, widely banned for extreme cruelty. An ordinary person injured by a sharp weapon like an axe or a dagger can still be treated medically. However, the wounds created by the three-pronged military spikes are very difficult to heal. Blood troughs also make wounds bleed more and speed up death. Therefore, it is often referred to as the bloodletting king and the armor-piercing thorn. This kind of lethal weapon, the 200 or so people in front of us even had one in their hands. The axe is like a toy compared to the two. More critically, there were more of them. Who are these people? They are Lin Dong's men, even dressed in uniform. It's over. We seem to have kicked the bucket today. There was a moment of panic in the axe gang crowd. Damn. How dare you count us out? Hurry up and contact Kung. Zhang Baihu was sweating profusely. Never in a million years had he thought that Lin Dong was so sinister and far from being as harmless as he appeared to be. Seeing this scene, the knife boss and the others lying on the ground were also ashen. Originally, it was thought that the arrival of the two hall masters would be able to give Lin Dong a bit of color. Now it seems like it's all smoke from the ancestors' graves to get a lousy life back. Lin Xiao. The next moment, several familiar faces came into view. It was Su Haichao, Wang Hu and the others. Behind them, 200 men were also imposing. No one would believe that a few days ago, most of them were just a bunch of run-of-the-mill punks. Seeing this, Lin Dong nodded in relief. Soon, his gaze fell back on the wide-eyed axe gang crowd. Old Su, Wang Hu, do it. Be careful. These guys are quite a bit stronger than the 7-star gang's group of goons. Don't get caught in the gutter. When these words came out, Su Haichao and the others nodded. With their insights, they could naturally tell that what Lin Dong had said was not false. These guys, they do have that much real talent. However, there is only so much of it. Don't worry, Lin Xiao, we won't let you down. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes and we'll end the fight. Su Haichao's voice was dull, like ringing a bell, and could be heard throughout the plant. As the words fell, the crowd behind them also straightened their chests. On the other side, Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong's faces weren't as good. You want to take us down in 10 minutes? Bragging is not a good idea. That's right, we're the main force of the Axe Gang. Who the hell are you to talk like that? Guys, this guy is looking down on us. What should we do? Zhao Qinglong turned around and raised his arms. Sure enough, these people from the Axe Gang have more balls than the 7 Stars Gang. Each one raised his axe with red eyes and shouted at the top of his lungs. Kill, kill, kill. Axe in hand. No one goes anywhere. Yes. Zhao Qinglong nodded and exchanged glances with Zhang Baihu, leading the charge forward. Good timing. If you're a bunch of wimps, I'm not having fun yet. Su Haichao clenched his three-pronged military spikes, and his eyes showed a fierce light. It's as if, back in the days when it was all about the knife. Soon, the Great War broke out. Lin Dong drew back and left the battlefield. A battle of this level didn't need him to personally take action yet. He could have ended it faster if he had entered the war. Kill one without losing money. Kill two with blood money. Damn, if you dare to mess with our Axe Gang, you won't get any good juice. The sound of the charge was deafening. Don't say that the Axe Gang is small in number, but they have a lot of momentum. If you don't know, you'd think there were thousands of them. Meanwhile, Lin Dong walked to an office door. Upon hearing the rustling movement inside, Lin Dong's pupils shrank with an ominous premonition. The next second, he kicked in the door. Bang! With a loud bang, The door of the room was directly split into pieces. Looking inside the office again, at some point, Yan Xingfang had already undone the belt on her hand and was trying to jump outside through the window. Seek death. Lin Dong frowned. How could he let such a good meat ticket go so easily? Lin Dong. Yan Xingfang was scared out of her wits and accelerated her movements to escape. However, she was a step too slow after all. Get your ass back here. Lin Dong took an arrow step forward and grabbed the flesh at the back of her neck. Then, yanked back into the room as if lifting a kitten. She was once again bound hand and foot. Now, Yan Xingfang was truly winged and had no way to escape. You asshole, how the hell are you going to leave me alone? I've paid you. Why don't you have any credibility? Seeing that escape was not possible, Yan Xingfang cried out with a handful of snot and tears. That look, don't mention how aggravating it was, but any compassionate person will be unable to do so. Unfortunately, Lin Dong did not eat her. I'm not honorable? You're a loan shark and you're behind on your project payments, so you're a man of your word? Hearing this, Yan Xingfang immediately stopped squeaking. Also, aren't you waiting for the Axe Gang to come and rescue you? I'll show you for yourself what your savior is now. Get thee up. Lin Dong kicked Yan Xingfang's plump ass and kicked her to the plant like a leather ball. By now, the melee was over. Inside the factory building, more than 100 people were either lying on the ground crying and wailing in pain, or squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. The bruised and swollen look was as bad as it could get. In particular, Zhao Qinglong and Zhang Baihu had broken their arms and legs and became invalids. Seeing Lin Dong walk out carrying a woman, everyone froze for a moment first. Then, eyes snapped open. Fong? No one could believe that the woman in front of them with hair like a chicken's nest and in a sorry state was Yan Xingfang. How ruthless is Lin Dong's hot hand to destroy flowers? Compared to the surprise of the Axe Gang's crowd, Yan Xingfang was even more shocked. She recognized Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong at once. The mighty two hall masters had been beaten into two reptiles. It simply broke through Yan Xingfang's perception. You, who the hell are you? Chapter 196. Facing Yan Xingfang's soulful questioning, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Looking around, his eyes eventually settled on Su Haichao and the others. Unsurprisingly, within a month, there will be no more Axe Gang or Seven Stars Gang in Tianhai. These people, that's what happens when you go against me. Lin Dong, if you're sensible, hurry up and tell me what you know. Maybe, if I'm in a good mood, I can still spare your life. Lin Dong smiled coldly. It was as if, to him, crushing someone was like crushing an ant. Wang Hu and the others had long since seen it. Lin Dong was generous, and they were willing to die for Lin Dong. Even if you get injured or even lose your life, you will have a good amount of compensation and no worries. Yan Xingfang was a bit flustered. It wasn't until this moment that she realized what she was up against. Although, it seemed that Lin Dong was about the same size as Xiao Yu. However, the two were not on the same level, whether in terms of intelligence or means. One Lin Dong could play 10 Xiao Yu to death. It's easy to play dead yourself. Looking at Zhang Baihu and Zhao Qinglong's miserable appearance, Yan Xingfang's legs and feet went weak and her face turned white. She knew that there was no point in being negative. The only way to pick up a lousy life is to manifest your worth. In full view of everyone, Yan Xingfang took out a USB flash drive from her bag. It contains the evidence you want, but not all of it. Over the years, I've brought down dozens of companies for Su Huaxiang, and I've seen him kill people with my own eyes, and all that key evidence. I've put it somewhere safe. It's also for my own safety, in case he crosses the river, so I don't have to do nothing. I have to say, the woman was smart enough to leave herself a way out. Only, she had never expected that this back road had become a handle for Lin Dong to blackmail Su Huaxiang, or even, take this opportunity to make the Axe Gang disappear. Oh, Boss Yan is true to his word, so where is that place? Lin Dong glanced at Yan Xingfang who was trembling and opened his mouth with a smile. As he spoke, his eyes swept around the Axe Gang crowd, seemingly looking for something. Yan Xingfang's brows were knitted, her expression somewhat hesitant. If she told that place, she wouldn't have any value. At that time, whether he died or lived, it was all at Lin Dong's whim. While he was torn, a man suddenly stood up with a blackened weapon in his hand. Su Haichao's pupils shrunk and his mouth shouted, "Not good, it's a gun. Someone's trying to kill someone. Lin shall be careful." The crowd's faces changed drastically. It never occurred to me that the Axe Gang group of people were heartless and had guns with them. Apparently, this is also Su Huaqiang's backhand. He knew that Lin Dong was not that easy to deal with. Thus, gunmen were arranged to wait for the opportunity to kill Lin Dong or Yan Xingfang. Just in the nick of time, Lin Dong slightly narrowed his eyes and flexed his fingers. Something broke through his fingers. The target is aimed straight at the shooter. Ah! A scream rang out. The gun in the shooter's hand fell to the ground and instantly went off. Bang! Looking further into the Axe Gang pile, one of the punks was unfortunately shot and bleeding profusely. Get him! Wang Hu shouted a loud voice. A bunch of people swarmed the gunman and held him down. Then look at the expression on the gunman's face, full of shock and resignation. At the same time, a great pain that tore through his heart and lungs came from his wrist. Looking down, on his wrist, a wound the size of a fingernail cap had appeared and was bleeding. How is this possible? Su Haichao looked at Lin Dong with a dumbfounded expression of disbelief. The others didn't know. He was so close that he could see exactly what was happening. Just in the nick of time, Lin Dong flicked out a stone, hitting the gunman's wrist perfectly. Moreover, the timing of the strike was excellent, as if it had been prepared. Could it be that, young Lin, you already knew that someone had a gun? Su Haichao inquired with some surprise. The moment these words were uttered, the crowd looked at Lin Dong in unison. Sure enough, on his face, he saw the 4 big words chest. Ha ha, what's so surprising about that? Didn't you guys see it? The crowd looked at each other with a bit of a sweat. They didn't even think about it. It seems that security is still not done properly. Well, no kidding, I just noticed. In the future, you guys have to be more mindful. This kind of thing will never happen again. Understand? The crowd nodded and hit the ground running, their eyes much more alert. Lin Xiao, this is the weapon that man used. A Type 54 police pistol, decades old. Su Haichao carefully presented the gun with both hands. Lin Dong, however, did not care to play with it. Right now, there were more important things for him. Boss Yen, besides me, it seems, someone else wants you dead. Lin Dong looked at Yen Qingfang with a playful expression. I just saved you. Shouldn't you thank me for saving your life? At this moment, Yen Qingfang still had palpitations. Where did she not know, with her clever brain, who the shooter had been sent by? In a flash, Yen Qingfang's face was filled with hatred, and her mouthful of silver teeth almost clenched. Su Huaqiang, you forced me to do this. If you want me to die, don't blame me for betraying you. Big deal. Ha ha, Lin Dong let out a loud laugh. Now it seems that Yen Qingfang has managed to backfire. Sui Hua Kung, even your woman is on my side. What are you going to fight me with? In the next moment, Lin Dong returned the cell phone to Yen Qingfang. Unring the bell. Boss Yen, give Boss Su the good news. Yen Qingfang nodded her head gently. Then, as the crowd watched, a private number was dialed. Soon, the call was answered. There was a long silence on the other end before a man's uncertain voice came out. Qingfang, is that you? It's great that you're still alive. I was worried sick just now. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up. Chapter 197, Moral Damages. Hearing Su Huaqiang's excited voice, Yen Qingfang was not the least bit moved. There was only a wave of nausea and a desire to vomit. 10 minutes ago, perhaps, she would have believed this crap. However, having just been almost killed, she had completely recognized Su Huaqiang's true nature and understood how ruthless this Axe gang boss was. So, Su Huaqiang, don't be hypocritical. The gunman you sent has already been taken out by Lin Dong, and all the people from the Green Dragon Hall and White Tiger Hall are also lying on the ground, crying for help. Yen Qingfang smiled coldly with an expression of indescribable pleasure. Who made Su Huaqiang want to kill her? She felt very relieved to see the other party suffer heavy losses. What did you say? Su Huaqiang was first startled, followed by a hysterical and frantic roar. Fart, you must be the one who, in collusion with that bastard, came to swindle old me. I'm telling you, no matter what tricks you guys pull, I won't let you go. Dog boy and girl, wait for death. Bang bang. Immediately afterward, there was a sound of something being smashed. Su Huaqiang almost went crazy. That's the Axe Gang's most elite fighting force. How could it be easily defeated at the hands of others? He doesn't believe it. Give me the phone. Seeing Su Huaqiang break the defense, Lin Dong smiled slightly and took the phone over. Hey, is this Kung? Hello, it's you? Su Huaqiang heard Lin Dong's voice. However, until now, he was still unclear about Lin Dong's identity. Brother Chang, I'm really sorry for making such a big commotion when I first came to the Treasure Land, Lin Dong said smilingly. In fact, originally, I just wanted to invite the 2 hall masters for dinner, drinks and whatnot. As a result, they had to dance around. There's nothing I can do but hold them back and let them clear their heads before they talk. Here, both of you, suffer to open your mouths. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth curled up into a bad smile as he brought the cell phone to Zhao Qinglong and Zhang Baihu's mouths. The two cried out at once. Kung, come and save us. This guy is that Lin Dong who has been making a lot of noise lately, bringing over 200 people to ambush us. If we don't come, the brothers will be wiped out. What? Upon hearing the word Lin Dong, Su Huaqiang, who had just been blowing his beard and eyes, was instantly dumbfounded. As the boss of the Axe Gang, how could he not be aware of the big things that had happened in Tianhai recently? This guy, Lin Dong, came out of nowhere and tossed up quite a commotion. After knowing the identity of the other party, Su Huaqiang finally calmed down. He knew that what Yen Qingfang said was most likely true. Lin Dong, what do you want to do? The money is negotiable, but the man you must return to me. And that, I'll never let her go. Swish, hearing Su Huaqiang's words, Yan Xingfang shivered and looked at Lin Dong with a begging gaze. Lin Xiao, please don't hand me over to him. He's just an old pervert. I'll be tortured to death by him. Lin Dong smiled, his eyes carrying a hint of playfulness. Boss Yan, it depends on your sincerity. I'll tell you everything. Yan Xingfang hurriedly nodded her head. I can tell you everything I know if you let me live. Especially with the Axe Gang's business involving blackmail and violence. All the accounts I've handled have been recorded. While saying this, Yan Xingfang also took Lin Dong's arm and rubbed it on her chest. Hearing this, Su Huaxiang couldn't sit still. Originally, he had wanted to bargain with Lin Dong. Now it looks like it's not going to happen without a hemorrhage. Shut up. You shut up. Lin Dong, don't listen to her. There is not a single word of truth in this woman's mouth. You'd better make a deal with me. I, Su Huaqiang, have always been a man of my word. A spit and a nail. Ha! Lin Dong disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Brother Chang, if you were true to your word, you wouldn't have sent over 100 people to trouble me. And you're not going to pay the promised $100 million? Give. I'll give it right away. Give me your bank card number. Su Huaxiang hurriedly opened his mouth. The transfer was then immediately called for. Within moments, $100 million disappeared from his account. For a while, his entire body seemed to have aged a dozen years, and he kept sighing and sighing. It was a long wait before he slowed down. Now that the money's here, it's time to let go, right? Lin Dong looked at the arrival text message on his cell phone and smiled gently. Kung, where is this going? This $100 million is what I deserve. You sent so many people to beat up one of me. It's not fair to not collect some moral damages, right? Well, then, what else do you want? It's simple. Within 10 minutes, hit me with another $100 million. This is not too much to ask of me, is it? Hearing these words, Su Huaqiang's throat became sweet and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This request is more than excessive. It's like writing him and ting on his head. $100 million is already an astronomical figure. Now, Lin Dong even wanted another $100 million. This is clearly not giving him a chance to live. Lin Dong, be a man and leave a thread, and we'll see each other afterwards. I'm giving you face to make this call. Young man, don't be too angry. Lin Dong smiled faintly and said back very stiffly, if you are not exuberant, is it still called a young man? Brother Huaqiang, don't delay. In 10 minutes, if you don't see a transfer of $100 million, then you'll never see these 100 or so brothers again, and all that evidence of your offenses. I'll pack it up and send it to the police right away. Think about it. Hearing this, the caller fell silent. The others were also looking at Lin Dong with shocked faces. They could not believe what they were hearing. When Lin Dong spoke like this, wasn't he afraid that Su Huaxiang would completely flip out in a fit of rage and bring the Axe Gang to die with him? Even without the Green Dragon Hall and White Tiger Hall, under Su Huaxiang, there were still several hundred people available. In case he couldn't think straight and fought with Lin Dong. Even if Lin Dong won, he would still have to suffer a great loss of energy. There's no reprieve without 3 or 5 years. Young Lin, why don't you reconsider? That's more than enough to lose. Yan Xingfang was also shocked by Lin Dong's lion's share. What kind of business is this? No room for error at all. Su Haichao Wanghu and the others were equally dumbfounded. They knew that Lin Dong was bold. However, they did not expect it to be this big. Not even the Axe Gang. Young Lin, don't worry. No matter what happens, we'll protect you. That's right. If the Axe Gang dares to come and die, you Dajiang, will be the first to charge forward. In the next moment, the others also erupted in a roar. It shook the plant. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head with a calm demeanor of being wise and in control of everything. Don't worry, this old dog doesn't dare to act rashly. If he was 20 years younger, he might have fought me, but he's almost 50, just when he's at his most life-thirsty, and doesn't dare to take any chances at all. So the result is obvious. Chapter 198, Heavy Rewards. Not long after, Su Huaxiang did make a call. The voice was mellow and the tone was droopy. Lin Dong, just do as you say, but you have to understand one thing. From today onwards, the Axe Gang is immortal with you. You'd better not fall into my hands, or else I'll make your life worse than death. What? Su Huaxiang actually really agreed. He's not out of his mind, is he? That's $200 million. With this mess, the Axe Gang is probably not far from disbanding. The crowd was talking. All of them were shocked and jaw-dropped. They thought of a million possibilities. For example, Sui Wakang led a fight. Or, smashing up Lin Dong's nightclub. Even, sending killers to assassinate Yan Xingfang and Lin Dong. Never would I have thought that Su Huaxiang would wimp out. This wimpy move was tantamount to giving half of the Axe Gang to Lin Dong. Later, never lift your head. However, It wasn't as if everyone hadn't heard Su Huaqiang's later sentence. As long as Lin Dong received the money, it meant that Lin Dong and the Axe Gang became enemies. With Su Huaqiang's cunning nature, he might, perhaps, join hands with Chen Nanshan to deal with Lin Dong together. When that time came, Lin Dong would have to face not only the 7-star gang, but also the Axe Gang. Thinking about it, it sends shivers down your spine. Oh, don't bother with strong. It's money that I'm comfortable receiving. You might as well cut the crap and transfer the money. Lin Dong ignored Su Huaqiang's threat. For him, lice are not afraid to bite, and debts are not a worry. Even if the 7 Stars gang and the Axe Gang teamed up, they were not in the least bit weak. Well. Su Huaqiang said 3 good words in a row. Yet again, $100 million was transferred to Lin Dong. Now, it was just waiting for Lin Dong to make a sign. Lin Dong, I have already complied with the request you made. Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Hearing this, Lin Dong nudged towards Su Haichao and Wang Hu, signaling them to release the person. Okay, Django, the man is back to you. In this matter, let's clear the air and have a good cooperation. Wait, Lin Dong, aren't you forgetting something? Su Huaqiang was not so old and gullible. Where is Yen Qingfan that? Didn't we agree to pay with one hand and release with the other? Do you want to back out? Black on black, the eyes are kinda pointy. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth skimmed. Then, pulling out a long-prepared saying, Brother Chang, you've misunderstood. It's just that I still have some things that I haven't talked clearly with Boss Yen. What is it? For example, where did the shooter just now, with that pistol in his hand, come from? Hearing this, the caller was silent again. After holding his tongue for half a minute, Su Huaqiang gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Count on it. The words fell out of his mouth and the phone hung up straight away. Lin Dong smiled gently, and Su Haichao and the others also breathed a long sigh of relief. Only Yen Qingfang, shocked and disturbed, looked uneasy. Right now, she still had a little use for Lin Dong, but after utilizing it, perhaps, the end is not much better than falling into the hands of Su Huaqiang. In her heart, Lin Dong was 10 times more terrifying than the Axe Gang group. Lin Dong seemed to know what she was thinking and smiled as he patted her shoulder. Don't worry, Boss Yen. I'm much more reliable than that old dog Su Huaqiang. As long as you can satisfy me, when it's done, I'll give you a sum of money and send you abroad where no one can find you. Yen Qingfang's gaze was stunned. Doing so sounds okay. It's just that the Linden money has arrived. Could it be that it's not over yet? Lin Dong saw the doubt in her eyes and smiled faintly. Where is this? Do you think that what I want is just these $200 million? That way, you're thinking of me too simply. My ultimate goal is to make the Axe Gang disappear. What? Hearing this, Yen Qingfang's petite body shook as her eyes filled with shock. It was completely unexpected that Lin Dong was so ambitious. It's not enough to swallow 200 million, but you want the Axe Gang to disappear completely. Shaolin, it's worthy of you. I, Wang Hu, will follow you to the end. The same goes for me. Su Haichao, if you point east, I will never go west. Ha ha ha. There were more than 200 people under Lin Dong's command, all of whom were in high spirits and were energized. As long as Lin Dong gave the order, they definitely did not have any second thoughts and charged forward with a brain. In response to this, Lin Dong could not be without expression. I'm very satisfied with your performance this time. So heavy rewards. Swish. In the next moment, everyone's eyes lit up and they couldn't help but rub their hands together. Yen Qingfang was startled. Isn't it just a bit of hard-earned money? As for being so excited? Old Su, Wang Hu, you two are merited for leading the team and coming at the very right time. Each of you will be rewarded $500,000 in cash. The other brothers who were there, they were each given $100,000 bonus. Another $100,000 for outstanding performance. Hiss. Hearing this, Yen Qingfang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. More than 200 people, each with $100,000 at the bottom, meaning that Lin Dong's mouth is open, directly throwing out more than $20 million? That's too ho-hum. Yen Qingfang was thunderstruck on the outside. Without comparison, there is no gap. Like today's situation, Su Huaqiang hold up the death of each person to send $10,000, sometimes only $3,000 or $4,000. When it came to Lin Dong, it had more than doubled tenfold. No wonder, the group willingly worked for him, even took a bullet for him. For a while, Yen Qingfang was a bit foolish. If he followed Lin Dong, would he not be able to soar as well? This boss can be much more generous than Su Huagong. Most importantly, Lin Dong was young and strong. Maybe, that kind of thing. It's also firepower. Thinking of this, Yen Qingfang couldn't help but lick her lips, deliberately lifting up a pair of big heavy landmines. She wanted Lin Dong to notice herself. Unfortunately, Lin Dong's mind was not on her. Okay, you guys go back. And this woman, no one is to see her without my orders. Just in case Su Huaqiang is desperate and sends another assassin. Got it? Yes. Lin Xiao, The crowd roared in unison, elated. Afterward, he watched Lin Dong leave. After leaving the abandoned factory, Lin Dong drove the Primera and went directly to the Sunshine Garden. Then, with an invisibility spell, he went upstairs in front of Bear, picked the lock, and walked into the room. The whole time, not a single movement was made. At this time, Luo Yuju was hiding under the covers, secretly playing with her cell phone. Baby, I'm coming. Hearing this voice, Luo Yuju first froze for a moment and thought she had heard wrong. Immediately afterward, her eyes were covered. You, who are you? Let go of me, let go of me. Luo Yuju was startled and panicked, her two beautiful legs kicking wildly at the air. It wasn't until there was one more deep kiss on his forehead that he realized that someone was playing a trick on him. The panic on his face receded like a tidal wave and was replaced by ecstasy. Linden, how did you get in here? Scared the hell out of me. Seeing Luo Yuju's slightly trembling jade rabbit, Lin Dong's heart went wild and his two wolf claws directly covered it. I don't just want to be in the room, I want to be inside you. Chapter 199, damn it, curious, annoying. You're not ashamed to say such things. Luo Yuju blankly glanced at Lin Dong. The mouth says so, but the body is honest. The two small, soft, boneless hands reached out directly to undress Lin Dong, impatient to start a game. It couldn't be helped. Ever since she had gotten a taste of sweetness from Lin Dong, she had loved the taste and couldn't wait to be a bride night after night. Seeing Lin Dong, all day long, his soul is lost. Right now, the fact that Lin Dong had risked being discovered at any time to come here had further caused her to feel an unprecedented excitement. Without waiting for Lin Dong to open his mouth, he himself took the initiative to roll over and ride on top of Lin Dong. Little dudes, this is what you've been looking for. I'm not letting you go until I've drained you today. Luo Yuju licked her lips with a hungry look. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but eat his fingers. Before long, it made Luo Yuju roll her eyes. Click. Just then, there was the sudden sound of a door opening. What? Luo Yuju was startled and hurriedly pushed away Lin Dong, who was pressing on her body, her face pale. Today, the bears have already delivered their meals. Then it was a no-brainer as to who was opening the door now. Lin Dong, hide quickly. Chen Nanshan is here. If he finds out you're here, he'll kill you for sure. Run. Luo Yuju looked alarmed and lowered her voice to a low shout. Hearing this, Lin Dong was also taken aback. Then, subconsciously, he climbed up and tried to escape from through the window. However, just halfway there, he suddenly snapped back to his senses. Wait, why would I run? This guy has come at the right time. I happen to have a score to settle with him. A chill flashed across Lin Dong's eyes. Then, under Luo Yuju's shocked gaze, he walked outside. The speed was so fast that Luo Yuju didn't react at all. Where are you going? He's got a gun on him. Don't do anything stupid. Luo Yuju was anxious at the back. Hearing this, Lin Dong was not too surprised. Big Shark had a gun, and it was normal for Chen Nanshan to carry a gun with him. If he showed up rashly, he would surely be beaten into a sieve. Fortunately, he was prepared. Luo Yuju, you, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? A roar suddenly rang out. The next moment, a middle-aged man with a big back head erected and a suit on, burst into the bedroom in a huff. Seeing Luo Yuju lying on the bed, unclothed, her eyes instantly reddened. Then, with a burst of gnashing of teeth, he pulled a pistol from his pocket. Heck, it was a valuable Desert Eagle. Facing the black hole of the gun muzzle close at hand, Luo Yuju's face turned pale and she was scared out of her wits. Although, with her mouth, she wanted to stab Chen Nanshan. However, when they actually faced each other, they still couldn't help but tremble. It's a fear that comes from the depths of the soul. However, Luo Yuju was a little puzzled as she had clearly seen Lin Dong walk out. So why had she not collided with Chen Nanshan? You, what are you babbling about? What and who? I'm obviously sleeping alone. Okay? Luo Yuju was in a hurry and directly dropped the pillow at Chen Nanshan's feet, feigning a look of anger. Damn, I see you're not seeing the coffin. I'll catch this little white boy out today and throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. Chen Nanshan didn't believe Luo Yuju's words at all, held up the Desert Eagle, and kicked on the closet. However, after opening it, he realized that there was nothing inside but a pile of clothes. He then rummaged through the entire room, checking all the places where he could hide someone, even the air conditioning unit outside the window. However, after a carpet search, Chen Nanshan did not see half a human figure. In the entire room, there were only two big living people, him and Luo Yuju. How is this possible? I clearly heard a man's voice. What the hell is going on? Chen Nanshan was confused. He was pretty sure that the gate was locked. If there's someone in the house, there's no way they're going to run out. Could it be that one is hallucinating? Compared to Chen Nanshan, Luo Yuju was even more dumbfounded. She was very skeptical if Lin Dong could do magic. Otherwise, how could a big living person disappear under Chen Nanshan's eyes? It's a good thing, though, It was just the right time for her to scold Chen Nanshan a few times. "Oh, I think you're really crazy, either suspecting this or thinking about that. Sooner or later you're going to be hospitalized in a mental hospital. Look for it, keep looking for it. Have you found my little white boy yet?" Hearing Luo Yuzhu curse, Chen Nanshan blushed for a moment. This whole thing is, indeed, an oops. But, after all, he is the boss of the Seven Stars gang, with hundreds of minions under his hand. Even if you've done something wrong, there's no way you're going to admit your mistake and apologize to a. Damn, you, how dare you talk back? Let's see if I can collect you. Chen Nanshan's face sank as he raised his arm, about to give Luo Yuzhu a slap in the face. When Luo Yuzhu saw this, her brain buzzed and her heartbeat missed half a beat. No one knew better than she did how heartless this guy was, with no mercy at all. The slap was likely to knock her right out of her brain. However, just in the nick of time, snap, Chen Nanshan's arm suddenly hung in midair and came to an abrupt end. To describe it more accurately, it was that no matter how hard Chen Nanshan tried, even if he exerted all his strength, he couldn't move a single bit. What's going on here? Who grabbed my hand? Chen Nanshan looked horrified and his back was covered in cold sweat. When Luo Yuzhu saw this, her pupils also shrank, unable to believe what she was seeing. Could it be that Chen Nanshan did too many bad things and saw a ghost? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but fall on her sword and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Oh, it must be because you've done all the bad things that even the heavens can't stand to see it and sent the black and white irregulars to come to you to claim your life." What? Hearing this, Chen Nanshan, who was already skeptical, was shocked and hurriedly used his other hand to slap it. The next moment, his arm was suddenly released. Are you a human or a ghost? Come out for me, come out. Chen Nanshan looked alarmed, clutching the desert eagle in his hand, about to pull the trigger. Luo Yuzhu was startled, worrying that Chen Nanshan would injure himself by mistake. Just then, someone suddenly grabbed him by the throat and held him down hard. Puff, a heavy sound. Chen Nanshan landed on the back of his head and fell to the ground, feeling a drilling pain. But, spare me, he didn't let go of the pistol. It was followed by another kick, on his chest. Chen Nanshan was in so much pain that tears came out of his eyes. More than that, though, it was fear from the bottom of his heart. Really thought I'd seen a ghost. This great immortal, raise your hand and spare my life. I don't know how I've offended you, so do me a favor and let me go. I promise, when I go back, I'll burn incense to the Buddha and burn medieval coins for you. 1,000,000,000,000. At least 1,000,000,000,000. Chapter 200, Old Dogs with Bare Asses. 1,000,000,000,000 plutocrats? Lin Dong smiled coldly. Since Chen Nanshan thought he was a ghost, it would be better to take the trick. How dare you? A mere $1,000,000,000 and you want to bribe this immortal? Chen Nanshan's brain went blank, and his cheeks trembled in fear. Ghosts? He really met a ghost. And, a ghost that came to claim its life. Chen Nanshan looked at Luo Yuzhu next to him. The expression on the other's face was equally horrified. He knew that it was definitely not fake and that he had really seen a ghost in broad daylight. In the next moment, Chen Nanshan did not care about the face of the Seven-Star Gang's boss as he fell to his knees with a plop and kowtowed repeatedly towards Lindong. De Xian, I really don't want to die. Please, let me live. What do I have to do for you to spare my life? For money, I can give money, however much it is. If you want a woman, there's one here too. Do whatever you want with it. Hearing this, Luo Yuzhu trembled with anger, but she didn't dare to get angry, because she was really scared that the ghost was looking at her. Doing this kind of thing with a ghost, who knows what will happen. On the other side, Lindong also froze for a moment. I didn't expect that the fearful Seven-Star Gang boss would be a coward. Sell out your woman at all costs to save your little life. However, Lindong knew very well that it was impossible for him to ask Chen Nanshan for money. Once you do that, you're exposing yourself without a fight. Moreover, Lindong could not lay his hands on him now. Chen Nanshan also has a lot of nightclub business. The only way to get this guy to spit it all out is to take his little life. Thinking of this, Lindong nodded. There is a way. It's up to you. Yes, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. Chen Nanshan was ecstatic when he heard that things had turned around. Then, hurriedly, he kowtowed several times again, his forehead red and swollen. In order to survive, he should not try too hard. Well, Lindong intentionally stretched his voice in a long tone at him, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile. This fairy, as a ghost messenger of the netherworld, has ascertained that you have committed a number of murders on Earth, and that a number of people have died tragically at your hands, and are still dying in peace. Can you plead guilty? What? Hearing this, Chen Nanshan was struck by lightning. I thought that I had done a seamless job and no one would know. I didn't expect to be outed all of a sudden. However, thinking that the other party was a god, he accepted it with open arms again. And, it's too late to admit it. The villain confessed to the crime. The villain is never dare again. Snap, snap. Chen Nanshan said while giving himself a few slaps, admitting his mistake with an incomparably sincere attitude. Lin Dong was stunned when he saw this. Not bad for the boss of the 7 Stars gang, capable of bending and flexing. However, if this was all that was needed, it would not satisfy Lin Dong. You think that'll do it? It's still early. In order for them to be transcended as soon as possible, you must, starting today, burn incense and bathe daily, recite Buddhist scriptures, and burn 100 billion plutonium coins as a way to pay for their reincarnation. Besides that, there is one more thing that you must do. Chen Nanshan could still accept these things in the front. It's just a bust. It's no big deal. However, Lin Dong's next words left him dumbfounded and his face turned green. You're not dry and karmic fire is haunting you. If you want to dissolve it, you must take off all your clothes and go outside to be bathed by heaven and earth in order to wash the sins from your body. What's that supposed to mean? Chen Nanshan listened with some confusion, but it was a vague feeling that it wasn't good. Next to him, Luo Yuju's tears were about to come out of her eyes when she heard it. Chen Nanshan, the other daffodils are telling you to strip naked and go outside to bask in the sun so that you can become clean. Hearing these words, Chen Nanshan's eyes directly widened. He was playing a bitter trick in this room, and at most, only Luo Yuju saw it. If you run outside and run around naked, I'm afraid, you'll be on the news every other day. Moreover, there are still a lot of 7 Stars gang's minions outside. If they saw it, they would surely laugh at themselves. Even if on the surface they were incredibly respectful, behind their backs, they had to be madly mocked. How could he do such a self-destructive thing? Seeing Chen Nanshan's reluctant face, a cold light flashed across Lin Dong's brows. Oh, not willing, are you? There's no other way. This immortal has no choice but to take you to the netherworld and let the king of Hades personally judge you and throw you into the 18 layers of hell. What? Chen Nanshan's pupils shrunk. Doesn't that mean he should die? No, I'll do as I'm told. Grandpa Ghost, be merciful, I'll take off my clothes now. With no other choice, Chen Nanshan had to unwillingly strip himself clean. Luo Yuju was right. This guy was really a 3-inch man. Lin Dong was happy when he took a look. Just as he was about to do something else, he suddenly realized that the stealth time was almost up. Until now, Chen Nanshan still clutched the pistol. If he found out that he was playing God, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Lin Dong added a fire. A direct kick to Chen Nanshan's ass kicked him out of the bedroom. Outside the door, a group of 7 Stars gang punks were waiting. Seeing his boss shirtless, his eyes nearly glazed over. What followed was a stifled laugh. Laugh your asses off, all of you. Close your eyes, turn your heads, and don't look. No one is to say anything about this today. Do you hear me? Chen Nanshan's face was as red as a monkey's butt, but he didn't dare to insult Ghost Grandpa, because he was worried that the other guy was staring right behind him. Hesitating and entangled for a long time, Chen Nanshan went downstairs in a very humiliating manner. On the way, he encountered several neighbors who were looking at him with the eyes of a psychopath. Chen Nanshan couldn't lift his head at all. No one had expected that the boss of the Hall of 7 Stars gang would make such a comical move. Looks like an old dog with a bare ass. This was all thanks to Lin Dong. On the other hand, once the stealth time expired, Lin Dong directly appeared. Lin Dong, you didn't leave? Where have you been hiding? Why haven't I seen you? Luo Yuju was surprised and delighted. It was thought that something had happened to Lin Dong, but as a result, the other party was unharmed. It was still enjoyable to watch just now, wasn't it? Lin Dong said smilingly. Ha, I've wanted to clean up this old boy for a long time, and today I've finally gotten out of a bad mood. It's you? Luo Yuju's beautiful eyes opened roundly, and she also came to a sudden realization as an afterthought, although she did not know how Lin Dong did it. However, upon closer examination, that voice was somewhat similar to Lin Dong's, and it should have been him who pinched his throat to say it. That's awesome, handsome boy. That guy would have killed me for sure if it wasn't for you today. Luo Yuju palpitated and patted her chest. Afterwards, there was a desire to warm up to Lin Dong. However, it was rejected by Lin Dong with a shake of his head. Not today. I'll come back another time. Now, the outside is full of 7 Star gang thugs. If I don't leave, it'll be too late. Don't forget the mission I gave you. Whether or not you can mess with Chen Nanshan depends on you. Chapter 201. Under Lin Dong's intimidation. In broad daylight, Chen Nanshan stood downstairs in the district with his bare buttocks. Soon, it drew a lot of onlookers. Asterisk. What age is it? When people still do performance art? Performance art my ass. Obviously caught in the act of adultery and rushed out without even putting on pants. I don't look like it. What kind of woman likes to be that small? Not as big as my 8-year-old son. Don't look at it, kids, or you'll get corns. The crowd spoke in tongues, treating Chen Nanshan as if he was mentally ill. Some even took out their cell phones and crunched for pictures. At this point, Chen Nanshan gradually regained his senses. The more I think about it, the more it seems wrong. Damn, where is a ghost in this broad daylight? Old me is being set up. Just now, he felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Now, at last, it's all coming back to me. Lin Dong. Chen Nanshan gritted his teeth and uttered the name with a low growl. The group of gangsters looked at each other with some uncertainty. Throughout the entire process, they did not see any outsiders, much less Lin Dong. The boss isn't out of his mind, is he? Otherwise, how come you're running around naked again and chanting Lin Dong's name? You, get your clothes off for me, now. In the next second, Chen Nanshan pointed at a junior with red eyes. The gnashing of teeth looked as if he wanted to eat someone. Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, Chen Nanshan directly raised the Desert Eagle in his hand. If you don't take it off, I'll shoot you. The little brother blanched at the sight. Hurriedly, he took off his clothes and handed them to Chen Nanshan. Those long-winded women were also startled when they saw a gun in Chen Nanshan's hand and retracted their heads. Damn, what bad luck. Lin Dong, you, not only do you play with my woman, but you even dare to fool me. I'll give you a taste of what it's like to be a cuckold. 2. Chen Nanshan glanced viciously at Luo Yuju's window, dialed a string of numbers, and roared in hysterical fury. Advance the plan, do it right away, and pull out those women at all costs. If you don't see anyone before dark, you'll never come back. Snap. In anger, Chen Nanshan directly slammed his cell phone to pieces. A bunch of juniors were a bit alarmed at the sight. It was the first time they had seen the boss so angry. As for the plan that Chen Nanshan had said, they were also well aware of it. It's the woman who sent someone to kidnap Lin Dong. It turned out that a week ago, Chen Nanshan had begun to lay out a plan to spy on women who had had sex with Lin Dong. It's a shock not to find out. Lin Dong played even more flowery than Chen Nanshan. Played everything from technicians to internet celebrities, from innocent girls to mature young women. Moreover, these women were still dead set against Lin Dong, even when she knew he had other women. She didn't argue and was willing. When Chen Nanshan found out, he was a little jealous and a little annoyed. These women, are they all brain dead? What's so great about Linden? So fond of him. Soon, Chen Nanshan hit his idea on these women. As long as these women were kidnapped, Chen Nanshan believed that Lin Dong would definitely throw in the towel and obediently give in. Moreover, each of these women is of great color and beauty. Any man who saw it would be dumbfounded. An old pervert like Chen Nanshan was naturally no exception. What's one Luo Yuju? It was only enjoyable to exhaust these women of Lin Dong in one go. Listen up, you guys. From now on, not a fly will be spared, and no one will be allowed in or out of this S-room. Since she wants to die herself, I'll make it happen. Cut off water, electricity and food and see how long she lasts. In the end, it's just a matter of being a good boy and begging me? Lick my feet? Chen Nanshan's eyes flashed with a flash of gloom. Then, without looking back, he left the Sunshine Garden. On the other hand, Lin Dong hummed a little tune and drove the Primera back to the Blue Siren. After a few days of cleaning, the bar has been cleaned up. Just a little more redecorating and it will be open for business. Lin Xiao, you're here. When Zhang Dafa saw Lin Dong, he hurriedly greeted him with a trot. Before, his eyes were only filled with the desire for money. Right now, it was filled with loyalty and awe towards Lin Dong. The reason is simple. By following Lin Dong, not only could he earn more money than he could spend in several lifetimes, moreover, Lin Dong's means had left him breathless and in awe. He dared to mess with the Seven Stars gang, and even made the Seven Stars gang suffer defeat after defeat. In the entire Tianhai, other than Lin Dong, it was really impossible to find a few people. Daffabet, how's business these days? Lin Dong poured himself a glass of wine and slowly savored it. Nothing went wrong at the other nightclubs besides the Blue Siren. Did it? Hearing this, Zhang Dafa smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Xiao Lin, business has been good these past few days. The gang from the Seven Star gang was not seen either, as if they had disappeared. Presumably they were scared by your beating. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Last time, Su Haichao and the others made an appearance that was too stunning and shocked the Seven Stars gang. Unless, of course, they have tougher tactics. Otherwise, there was simply no capital to call the shots with Lin Dong. The destruction of the Seven Stars gang was also just around the corner. However, Lin Dong did not take it lightly. Beneath the calm waters, dark currents swirl. Chen Nanshan's character, who had always avenged his wrongs, could never sit back and wait for death. There's likely some bigger plot brewing. Just then, a phone call suddenly came in. Lin Dong cleared his throat and said with a smile, Xiao, what's wrong? Did you negotiate the transfer of a few more nightclubs? Lin Dong, I feel like someone is following me. Where are you now? I'll be right there. Chu Xiaoxia's tone was panicked, as if she had encountered some kind of change. What? Lin Dong's pupils shrank. Finally, I realized why the Seven Stars gang hadn't moved in the past few days. It turned out that Chen Nanshan, the old dog, had his eye on his woman, Chu Xiaoxiao, Su Mingqi, Lu Shiyun, and his parents, who could be in danger at any moment. Lin Dong, help, help! The next moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's scream suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Lin Dong's heart instantly rose to his throat. Zhang Dafa, who was on the side, was also not calm. Lin Xiao, call the police. If Miss Chu falls into the hands of the 7-star gang, the consequences are unimaginable. As he spoke, Zhang Dafa picked up his cell phone and was about to call the police. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong stopped him and shook his head. There's no need to rush. Dash won't be in danger. What? Zhang Dafa froze for a moment, somewhat unsure. Soon, the sound of a fight came over the phone, along with a series of murderous screams. It wasn't long before the phone sounded again. That's when it turned into a man. Young Lin, those people have been taken down. It's your call whether to kill or die. Chapter 202, Reward. Phew! Lin Dong breathed a long sigh of relief as the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Afterward, looking at Zhang Dafa, who had a dumbfounded look on his face next to him, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Old Su, those people are on your watch, Lin Dong said into the phone. Also, is Xiao Xiao alright? Su Haichao understood and immediately handed the phone to Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao was so shocked and scared that her voice was still trembling when she spoke. Lin Dong, when did you send someone to protect me? How come I didn't even know? Lin Dong smiled. Fortunately, he had the foresight to send someone to protect Chu Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, it's easy to be captured by the 7 Stars gang. When the time comes, there's no telling what the torture will be like. Chen Nanshan, this old dog, is heartless and can do anything. Xiao Xiao, you immediately go to the villa with old Su, and don't go out for the time being for the next few days. Yes, Chu Xiaoxia nodded. Although she was a little jealous, she knew very well that this was not the time to be a demon. Every minute wasted, Lin Dong's woman would be in more danger. It was necessary to move them all before Chen Nanshan made his move. As expected, in the next half an hour, Lin Dong received several phone calls, from Mengqi Su and Shiyun Lu, respectively. What shocked Lin Dong was that Bai Yuqing and Tingting, with whom he had only met once, were also attacked. Fortunately, Lin Dong had calculated without fail and arranged for manpower to go forward for protection. If anything happened to these women because of him, he would have to blame himself for the rest of his life. From these movements, it could be seen that Chen Nanshan had gone completely crazy. No, I should say, he's dogged it. Chen Nanshan, you old dog, you finally can't hold back, can you? Want to screw my woman? Daydreaming, think I'm going to be like you, who can't even keep an eye on your own woman. You'd better be an honest green turtle. Lin Dong smiled coldly. In his mind, he couldn't help but flash back to those crazy images when he was with Luo Yuzhu. Now, the Yukai must be picked up as soon as possible. It wasn't just because Luo Yuzhu had sex with him and was considered his woman. More importantly, she knew many of Chen Nanshan's secrets. As the saying goes, hit the snake 7 inches. With this evidence, Lin Dong could poke at the 7 Stars gang's keypoints with precision and accuracy. Just then, Wang Hu suddenly burst into the bar on fire. Coming up for air. Lin Xiao, finally found you. Why can't you get through on your phone? Lin Dong froze for a moment. Wang Hu, what's the matter? So urgent? Could it be? Is there something wrong with the villa side? Wang Hu shook his head and gulped. Don't worry, young Lin, there are many people assigned to the villa side. Nothing will go wrong. Right now, it's you who should be paying the most attention instead. Me? Lin Dong frowned slightly, not knowing the meaning of Wang Hu's words. Soon, Wang Hu sent over a message directly. It's a bounty. It was clearly written on it that someone had offered $5 million as a bounty for Lin Dong's little life. If caught alive, the price can be even higher. As for the signature, unsurprisingly, it was none other than the 7 Stars gang. Lin Xiao, what should we do now? There will be a brave man under a heavy reward. There must be someone who is desperate to sneak in secretly for this $5 million. Although there are many of us, it's easy to get into trouble with such an attack that can't be prevented. When Lin Dong heard this, he immediately laughed. Instead of any panic, it was extraordinarily relaxing. Wang Hu was puzzled. Young Lin, it's all on fire. Why are you still laughing? What's wrong with laughing? If I don't laugh, do I have to cry? Lin Dong gave Wang Hu a blank look. Afterwards, he spoke faintly. Do you know why Chen Nanshan spent $5 million to offer me a bounty? Because he no longer has the means to fight us hard. He can only spend money and find someone else to buy my life. If he pulls another dirty trick, I do need to be on my guard. But who am I afraid of when it comes to spending money? In the next moment, Lin Dong sent a message to Wang Hu. It was the very bounty he had just written out. The content, not surprisingly, was precisely the bounty on Chen Nanshan. As for the price, it's fully doubled. $10 million bounty. If Chen Nanshan is captured alive, it's $20 million. This, young Lin, you're too trenchant. You really don't treat money as money. Wang Hu marveled in awe. Inwardly, he was even more impressed with Lin Dong. Hi, it's really high. Use magic to defeat magic. It was only Lin Dong that had this backbone and financial strength. At this point, Lin Dong seemed to not think it was enough and added, remember, if Chen Nanshan raises the price behind him, no matter how much the price is raised, we will always be twice as much as him. I'd like to see who has more money. Fighting me, this old dog, asking for death. Lin Dong snorted coldly as a cold aura flashed across his eyes. In the meantime, Buckingham Club, a junior found Chen Nanshan in a hurry. Boss, a new bounty has just been issued by the black market. Do you want to take a look? Chen Nanshan frowned slightly. He was furious because he had not captured Lin Dong's woman. So how could he have the time to read any bounty orders? Yes, it's about the junior added carefully. At that instant, Chen Nanshan's face suddenly changed. What did you say? Chen Nanshan hurriedly snatched his cell phone and took a look at it. And sure enough, it was the bounty that Lin Dong had initiated on himself. And doubled the price he offered. Raise the price. Raise the price for me. I don't believe that I can't get this Lin Dong killed. Chen Nanshan's lungs were about to explode with anger, and he couldn't wait to gnash his teeth. The junior brother nodded and hurriedly issued a new bounty, raising the amount to $15 million. Next to it, at the thought of spending so much money, Chen Nanshan's chest tightened and his eyes blinked. However, as long as he could borrow someone else's hand to finish off Lin Dong, then it's worth spending more money. Boss. Just then, the little brother suddenly realized something and looked at Chen Nanshan with a trembling voice. Lin Dong has raised the bounty to $30 million. Do you think we should continue to raise the price? Chen Nanshan's brain buzzed. $30 million? Even if he was the noble boss of the Seven Stars gang, in a short period of time, he would not be able to get so much cash. This Lin Dong, does he have a mountain of gold? Raise the price? I'll add your mom's head. In the next second, Chen Nanshan kicked his little brother in the head. As a result, I don't know whether it was due to excessive anger or a succession of blows that he couldn't accept, but he unexpectedly had a dizzy spell and landed on the back of his head, falling heavily on the ground. Boss. Meanwhile, Lin Dong arrived outside the Sunshine Garden neighborhood. The difference was that this time, he didn't come alone. Instead, he brought 50 or 60 people with him, ready to rescue Luo Yuzhu. After all, that woman knows a lot of secrets and must be kept safe. Do it! Everyone in the Seven Stars gang, not a single one of them will be left behind. Chapter 203, Rescue, Kill. With Lin Dong's order, the crowd rushed into the Sunshine Garden neighborhood like wolves and tigers. The battle, which came with such force, startled the residents of the neighborhood on the side of the road. Previously, they had already met the Seven Stars gang. It was a vague guess that someone important lived in the neighborhood. Otherwise, it wouldn't be heavily guarded 24 hours a day. However, it never occurred to me that I would see something like a gang fire in my lifetime. They were scared and ran as far away as they could. Those who are still at home, hurry to close the curtains for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Also, the seven-star gangpunks guarding the bottom of the unit building also heard the unusual commotion. Only, before they could react, they saw a large group of people scuffling over. Then, in one swift motion, they were flipped to the ground. Rush up the stairs again at breakneck speed. Before he came, Lin Dong had already said goodbye. Whoever is the first to rescue Luo Yuzhu will be given a bonus of $300,000. In the eyes of the Seven Stars gang, Luo Yuzhu is a hostage. But, for them, it's an Audi S4. There's money to be made and no money to be made. Soon, in room 502, the Big Bear 2, who was in charge of watching over Luo Yuzhu, also received the news. It's no good, Brother Xiong. Lin Dong has brought his men to fight up here. What? Xiong de Xiong'er's brain buzzed with the sound of 5 thunderbolts, the word shock written all over his face. Never in a million years did he think that Lin Dong would find his way here. Although, last time, Chen Nanshan claimed that Lin Dong had come. However, they turned the entire Sunny Garden upside down and saw no sign of each other. This made the two of them think that Chen Nanshan's judgment had gone wrong, but now it seems highly likely to be true. Moreover, Lin Dong's target was Luo Yuzhu in the room. Damn. This. I told you a long time ago that she was having an affair with Lin Dong, and you still don't believe me. Now it's good. Her paramour is bringing people to the door. Bear huffed and cursed Bear too. Komaraji blushed, but, still, he subconsciously kept his mouth shut. What's the point? The big deal is to fight him. Spell my ass. Tianji brought 50 or 60 men and didn't beat one of him. Greenbelt brought over 100 men and wiped out the whole army. Just the two of us. How can we fight? So, what then? Kumarji panicked. In that case, won't the two of them die for sure? Nope, there's a way to live. Kumar's eyes rolled. In the next moment, the two brothers looked at the door to room 502 in unison, and a crazy thought popped into their heads. Time passed by. Not long after, Su Haichao and the others easily took care of a bunch of 7-star gangpunks and rushed to the 502 entrance with a brain. Su Haichao and Yu Dajiang stood at the door on the left and right, like door gods. Good, this is it. Lin Dong nodded. It felt a little strange to see that the door to the room was actually ajar. The next moment, he slowly pushed the door open, only to see the last thing he wanted to see. Don't come any closer. Come any closer and we'll kill her. Xiong De stood in the doorway with a kitchen knife, glaring intently at Lin Dong. Xiong Er had Luo Yuju's neck in a death grip, and could strike at any time. Linden, suddenly seeing Lin Dong, Luo Yuju was a little emotional and subconsciously wanted to rush over and jump into her arms. As a result, he was held down to death by Komaraji. Be honest, at the expense of us still calling each other sister-in-law. As a result, you've long since cuckolded the boss. How shameless. In the face of Xiong Er's tirade, Luo Yuju didn't feel the slightest bit of shame, but instead, she broke out into a tirade. Bah, who asked you to call me sister-in-law? Isn't it all your wishful thinking? Also, didn't Chen Nanshan send the two of you to follow me just to spy and prevent me from messing around with other men? Hearing this, the two brothers were speechless. What Luo Yuju said was the truth. Seeing this, Luo Yuju let out a cold snort, her voice somewhat hysterical. Also, you guys wouldn't be unaware that at first, it was Chen Nanshan who forced me to follow him, right? This sister-in-law. I don't want to be one day. Come on, you guys kill me. I don't want to live. Luo Yuju shouted and put her neck against the chopper, looking extremely mentally unstable. The brothers were terrified. Can't wait any longer. Must leave now. Otherwise, once Luo Yuju had anything happen to her, they would all have to accompany her. Lin Dong, if you don't want anything to happen to your woman, hurry up and get out of the way. Get us another car and let us go. I promise to release her once we're safe. Ha! Lin Dong smiled coldly, holding his arms as he teased. You too, do you think that I am a 3-year-old child? Or an idiot like Chen Nanshan? You! The two brothers blushed. However, this kind of talk is really so stupid that they don't believe it themselves. Seeing that the two brothers were vaguely dogged, Lin Dong slowly took out something from his arms and aimed it at them. If you don't recognize me, you should always recognize this, right? What? The two brothers' pupils shrunk, as if they were struck by lightning. What appeared in front of them was a pistol. Moreover, Lin Dong had loaded the bullets in front of them. Luo Yuju froze for a moment. It never occurred to him that Lin Dong had a gun in his hand. What followed was a wave of ecstasy. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't release them, you'll report to Hades. Click. Lin Dong finished with an expressionless face and directly loaded his bullets, threatening to shoot at any time. No, Lin Dong, we were wrong. Be careful, don't go off. The two brothers looked at each other and coincidentally dropped the kitchen knives in their hands and let go of Luo Yuju. Luo Yuju regained her freedom and instantly cried like a pear. I do not know whether it is touched or afraid. Octopus generally wrapped around Lin Dong, buried his head into the other party's chest. Rain falling on the ground, generally crazy kiss. Seeing this scene, the crowd looked at each other with somewhat odd expressions. They had reason to suspect that if not for the fact that there were so many other people, Luo Yuju would have been able to ride on top of Lin Dong. Old Su, Dajiang, take the people away. Call the 7 Stars gang and ask them to pay the ransom. Yes. Su Haichao and Yu Dajiang understood and took Xiong De Xiong Er and walked out in a flurry of wind. They knew that next, it was very likely that Lin Dong and Luo Yuju would be doing something earth-shattering right away. Stay here, the two can't let go. Snap. With all the people leaving, the door of the room was also closed smoothly, leaving only Lin Dong and the crying Luo Yuju in the large room. Don't cry, I'm still here to save you. Starting today, you won't have to be afraid anymore. I'll make sure you're safe. Aha! Luo Yuju nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, her gaze fiery, itching to melt into his body right now. Seeing this, Lin Dong licked his lips. Then, in a princess hug, he carried Luo Yuju into the bedroom. Soon the room was ringing with symphonic music. Su Haichao and Yu Dajiang, who were guarding the outside, were red in the face as they listened. It seems that the boss is not only top-notch in fighting strength, but his ability to conquer women is also quite strong. Chapter 204, Uprooting the Roots. 2 hours later, the great battle was over. Luo Yuju was drenched in fragrant sweat and had a satisfied face, as if she was a sticky kitten, lying on Lin Dong's chest. Lin Dong, thank you, for giving me a second life. If I hadn't met you, probably, I would have been driven to suicide by Chen Nanshan. Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Luo Yuju had this sentiment and didn't know how many things Chen Nanshan had done to her that people and gods were furious about. The good thing is, it's all behind us. By the way, I found what you asked me to find last time. It's in the cell phone you gave me. I'll bring it to you. Just then, Luo Yuju suddenly thought of something and searched for it for a while. Finally, find a fruit 16. Hearing these words, Lin Dong could not help but brighten up as the corners of his mouth rose slightly. As the saying goes, even the strongest of defenses can't be breached from the inside. The reason why he valued Luo Yuzhu so much was that this woman could bring unexpected gains. And, most likely, it would be a fatal blow to Chen Nanshan. Soon, Lin Dong looked at his cell phone. Without looking, his brows furrowed into a glacial frown. What's on it can no longer be described as unpleasant. It's simply shocking. Gathering and gambling, forcing a good man into prostitution, willful killing, and manufacturing and selling drugs? Lin Dong's brain buzzed with shock. This was followed by a wave of ecstasy. Having these things is enough to send Chen Nanshan to prison, or even shoot him on the spot. However, he wasn't so hot-headed as to believe it completely. Perhaps this was a smokescreen thrown out by Chen Nanshan, deliberately using Luo Yuzhu's hand to confuse himself. Baby, these things, who else knows? Where did you get that? Luo Yuzhu was only crazy, not stupid, and immediately understood Lin Dong's words. So, opened his mouth to explain, don't worry, these things are all I followed Chen Nanshan's side to see with my own eyes. And, this is just the tip of the iceberg in his business. As long as we follow the trail and investigate, the crimes committed by Chen Nanshan will only be more, not less. Hearing these words, the stone in Lin Dong's heart finally landed. Since Luo Yuzhu had seen it with her own eyes, there was nothing wrong with it. Because, before this, Chen Nanshan would never have thought that his own woman would become the biggest spy. Baby, don't worry, I will definitely let Chen Nanshan die without a burial place. When the time comes, you'll be rewarded for your prosecution, and maybe, even by the police. Hearing this, Luo Yuzhu bitterly smiled and shook her head, truly saying, what reward or not, as long as I can be with you, I don't care about anything. Hearing this, Lin Dong was once again dumbfounded and could not help but roll onto his horse. Soon the room was once again filled with woozy sounds, and the bed was on the verge of collapsing. Meanwhile, Buckingham Club, Chen Nanshan, who had just woken up, lay weakly on the sofa with an ice pack on his forehead. It was evident that Lin Dong had dealt him a great blow. First, they captured those women of Lin Dong, which ended in failure. Post a bounty and get ridden in the face by the other side as well. He, the leader of the Seven Stars gang, had become a joke. It was at this time that another piece of bad news came fast and furious. Boss, big deal, sister-in-law, poo-poo, that woman, was robbed by Lin Dong with his men. What did you say? Chen Nanshan stood up from the sofa in a single bound, his eyes glaring round, his face full of disbelief. When did this happen? I obviously just left from there. This morning. The group of henchmen were wide-eyed and full of embarrassment. Just now. For a while, Chen Nanshan was speechless with anger. In other words, just as he left in the front foot, Lin Dong arrived with his men in the back foot. Immediately afterward, a wave of fear washed over him. If, however, he had not left yet, would he not be caught by Lin Dong? Wait, Luo Yuzhu that was saved by him? That woman knows so many of my secrets. If she tells Lin Dong, Chen Nanshan's head instantly cleared and he broke out in a cold sweat. Through this period of time, he had already seen how powerful Lin Dong was. This guy, he was 10, if not 100 times more vicious than those opponents he had met before. Now, it seemed that the reason why Lin Dong had saved Luo Yuzhu was because he wanted to use this woman to dig out his own dark information and completely mess up the Seven Stars gang. Thinking of this, Chen Nanshan was angry and afraid. Stomping his feet frantically, the madness startled the crowd. Damn it, if I had known this, I would have just killed that and saved her from falling into Lin Dong's hands. Chen Nanshan frowned tightly, his expression filled with regret. However, it has already happened and there is no use regretting it. Now, the most important thing to do is to hurry up and recoup the losses. Quick, prepare the car. In the next moment, Chen Nanshan put on his clothes with his hands and feet. 10 minutes later, Chen Nanshan rode in a Maybach and parked in front of a massage parlor. As a result, just as he stepped out of the car, he saw several police cars parked at the entrance. That fast? Chen Nanshan was shocked. Then, hurriedly shrinking back into the car like a turtle, pulling up the window and praying over and over in his mind that the police don't find anything. Be honest. Follow in the back. Soon, uniformed police officers escorted a group of young ladies in revealing clothes and heavy makeup out. Some were wearing only underwear. It's clear that the deal was on its way to being caught in the act. After they left, the massage parlor was also boarded up. Chen Nanshan's old face directly turned green and his heart went half cold. Never did he expect that Lin Dong would directly come up with a trick. However, this is just an appetizer. What truly made Chen Nanshan despair was yet to come. Jingle bells. The phone is ringing. Boss, Dragon Hotel opened a casino and gathered people for gambling. It has been seized by the police. Boss, someone reported our nightclub for organizing prostitution for underage girls, and everyone inside was taken away. Boss, The police found out that we're making drugs at the Buckingham Club and they're on their way. What now? One by one, the bad news came like a death wish. Chen Nanshan was on pins and needles, sweating profusely. Until the end, he was shaking even as he spoke. In just a few minutes, he lost at least several $100 million of his property. It's all the foundation he's been building for decades. Now it's all gone up in flames. No, no! Chen Nanshan shook his head in panic, unable to accept this cruel fact. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he couldn't undo the settlement. Soon, the Seven Stars gang will be uprooted. Wait, there are ways. After a celestial battle, Chen Nanshan took out his cell phone and reluctantly dialed the number that had made him deeply resentful. Soon, the phone results in a man's flirty voice. Is that Boss Chen? I've been waiting for your call for a long time. Looks like you figured it out. Chapter 205, Negotiations. Half an hour later, in a bar called Black Beauty, the two groups are facing off. One group, the Seven Stars gang that looks up to Chen Nanshan. In the other group, it was Lin Dong as well as Su Haichao and the others. The two groups were tit for tat, looking nose to nose and eye to eye, and both had real weapons in their belts. If it wasn't for Chen Nanshan and Lin Dong not speaking out, probably, all of them would have already dried up. In the end, it was Chen Nanshan who was anxious and broke the silence with a cold face. Lin Dong, this should be our first time meeting, right? What happened before? I did wrong. I'm here to apologize to you. Hearing this, the faces of the Seven-Star gang members suddenly changed. His own boss, a man of great majesty, did not expect that there would be a day when he would bow his head and admit his mistake. However, they know it in their hearts. Chen Nanshan would not have come to see Lin Dong if he had not been pushed to the brink of extinction. In the next moment, Chen Nanshan suddenly turned his words around. But even so, you didn't have to push me over the edge, did you? Tianhai City is so big, is it really too big to accommodate the two of us? You and I, to mutually benefit and make money together? Hearing this, Lin Dong snorted at and crossed his legs in front of him. Boss Chen, you really are a nobleman. Last time, you sent someone to burn down my bar. Haven't we already met? Oh, that's right, you were hiding in the car and afraid to come out, so you don't count as having seen it. Ha ha, as Lin Dong laughed out loud, Chen Nanshan's old face flushed red for a while and couldn't help but clench and crackle his fists. If he hadn't still been begging, he would have pulled out his gun. And do you believe yourself when you say that? Lin Dong continued to speak. If you really wanted to get rich with me, you wouldn't have smashed my venue 3 times. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Such a simple truth. You wouldn't not understand, would you? Hearing this, the crowd nodded in deep thought. The Seven Stars gang and Lin Dong were incompatible and had a huge conflict of interest. It was simply impossible for them to coexist peacefully. Cootie, all know that Chen Nanshan is talking, but the situation is pressing. Even if Chen Nanshan was 10,000 times reluctant in his heart and felt as bad as if he had eaten fly feces, he had to bow down to Lin Dong. Because, really, he couldn't afford to wait. One more minute of delay and he could have lost tens of millions more. With several consecutive nightclubs being closed down by the police, by the time he satisfied Lin Dong, it would not be far from the time when he would lose his family's money and go to jail. Thinking of this, Chen Nanshan let out a long sigh, as if he had instantly aged dozens of years. Lin Dong, you won. From today, you're the boss of Tianhai City. All I hope now is that you can give me a way out and give the brothers under me a bite to eat, okay? Seeing that Chen Nanshan had played the bitter card, Lin Dong also put away his smile and nodded. Since you said that, I'll give you a chance. Within half an hour, transfer all the nightclubs under your name to me, and in addition, compensate me another $200 million, and this matter will be settled. What? All nights, plus 200 million. It's not even enough to cede land, but even to pay reparations. This kid, he's trying to bring people to life. At that moment, behind Chen Nanshan, a few horsemen couldn't help themselves. Boss, don't bull **** with this kid. Big deal. The fish is dead. Our men are all outside, and at your command, we'll make sure he dies here. That's right, kill him and the Seven Stars gang will rise again. A group of horsemen shouted frantically, waving the knives, guns and clubs in their hands. The air was full of gunpowder. Chen Nanshan did not stop it and only looked at Lin Dong coldly. That shady, cold look in his eyes, as if he were a hungry wolf. Indeed, that's the point. As long as Lin Dong died here, those under his command would be leaderless and were not to be feared. With Chen Nanshan's tactics, he could easily recover the lost ground and rise again, and even bigger and stronger than before. That was why Chen Nanshan would have his men heavily armed. This deal today, it has to be a done deal. It's all or nothing. Such a big battle. Looks like Boss Chen has already made his decision. It's also true that making you hand over all your nightclubs and paying out $200 million isn't much different from killing you, but it's just the difference between dying right away and waiting 2 days before dying. In that case, it's not my fault. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Dong made a wink behind him. Snap! In the next moment, Su Haichao and the others also coincidentally revealed their bottom cards. It was a 3-pronged military spike. What? Chen Nanshan was dumbstruck. It did not occur to him that Lin Dong was so well prepared as well. Come on if you dare. A bunch of losers. I'll fight 10 of them alone. Su Haichao carried a military spike, staggering, with disdain in his eyes. These punks, in his opinion, were no different than a bunch of unarmed babies. Even with a sharp blade, it wasn't much of a threat. The only thing to worry about was accidentally injuring Lin Dong. Old Su, don't scare Boss Chen. I'm still counting on him to lead my brothers to a fortune. Lin Dong smiled. Su Haichao touched his head somewhat naively. Still, there was no letting down of guard. On Chen Nanshan's face, his expression was cloudy. However, he could already see that the situation was now very unfavorable to him. Whether it was numbers or weapons, the 7 Stars gang was at a disadvantage. Time passed, and the scene was instantly stalemated. Chen Nanshan was not willing to give away his decades of hard work. But, more than that, it is not willing to watch those properties being seized by the police. He knew that he had to make a decision. Looking at the spirited Lin Dong, and then thinking of his dying self, Chen Nanshan's heart crossed and he suddenly pulled out something. Heck, it was the Desert Eagle. As it was, Chen Nanshan's hands had been placed under the table, so not many people noticed his little move. Moreover, no one had expected that the boss of the hallowed 7 Stars gang would choose to sneak attack. Unfortunately, Su Haichao and Yu Dajiang and the others did not realize that Lin Dong had taken in Chen Nanshan's every move. He had known that the old fox would press on. In the next moment, just as Chen Nanshan was about to pull the trigger, Lin Dong suddenly spoke. Boss Chen, I heard Yuju say you're a 3-inch man. Is that true? If you need it, I can find you an old herbalist who's the best at this kind of stretching surgery. What? Chen Nanshan's gaze was stunned, and his face turned red. In the next second, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he violently lifted the table up. Then, a kick to the crotch of Chen Nanshan's pants. Ah! A sharp pain came through. Chen Nanshan screamed miserably and covered his crotch in death, nearly kneeling in front of Lin Dong in front of everyone. What made him even more desperate was that the Desert Eagle had silently appeared in Lin Dong's hand. The gun is a good gun. It's the man who's not very good. What do you say, Boss Chen? Chapter 206, Kneeling and Conquering. Instantly, Chen Nanshan's brain buzzed and cold sweat flowed out. Just now, he hadn't even seen Lin Dong's movements clearly, and the Desert Eagle, which he had spent a lot of money on, had fallen into Lin Dong's hands. This made him so anxious and angry that he could not wait to rush straight over to fight with Lin Dong. But he couldn't, and he didn't dare, because Lin Dong had already placed the muzzle of his gun on top of his forehead. The slightest movement could pull the trigger. Don't move, Boss Chen. You don't want your head to explode either, do you? Lin Dong smiled and spoke. The whole process, from picking up the gun to loading it to racking it, was smooth and handsome. What for? Seek death. Put the gun down. Seeing this scene, a group of 7-Star Gang's punks were shocked and furious, about to go forward to fight for their lives. Right at this moment, a bellowing cry suddenly rang out. Stop it, all of you. You guys are trying to get old man killed and get to the top yourselves, aren't you? Get out of my way, all of you. The person who spoke was none other than Chen Nanshan. At this moment, his eyes were bulging and he was so anxious that his face was red. Once a fight broke out, Lin Dong would inevitably pull the trigger at the first opportunity. So close, it could definitely kill him. These people were not protecting him at all, but wanted his little life. Thinking of this, Chen Nanshan looked at Lin Dong with a hint of begging in his eyes. Now, he could only count on Lin Dong to raise his hand. Lin Dong, what do I have to do for you to let me go? I promise, as long as you let me live, I will never be your enemy again. In the future, when the 7-Star Gang sees your people, they will also absolutely walk around and hide far away. Seeing Chen Nanshan showing a pleasing smile and wagging his tail at himself, Lin Dong skimmed his mouth with an unimpressed expression, because he knew this old fox's character too well. If he let him go so easily, when he returned to the 7 Stars gang, he would definitely use all his strength and come back to trouble himself again. Letting the tiger out of the bag is just stupid, but the pitfalls of killing in public are just too great. Lin Dong did not want to do this until it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, Chen Nanshan has not yet surrendered all the nightclubs. If he dies, who will he ask for it? Thinking of this, Lin Dong coldly smiled. Boss Chen, today, I cannot kill you, but you want to just pat yourself on the back. That's not going to happen. I want to see your sincerity. Understand? Hearing this, Chen Nanshan's face turned pale. Where did he not know that Lin Dong was thinking about his family's fortune? Although he was very reluctant. But, now, he was at the end of his rope and had no chance of turning the tide. By agreeing to Lin Dong's request, he could at least survive. Yes, I promise. I'll give you $200 million right away, and then transfer all the nightclubs under my name to you. Chen Nanshan called a henchman and reluctantly drew up a contract. It was written in black and white that all the nightclubs under his name would be transferred to Lin Dong, and pay $200 million in compensation. As Chen Nanshan pressed his handprint, the contract came into effect. Meanwhile, the $200 million arrived without incident. Only then did Lin Dong nod in satisfaction. Behind them, Su Haichao and the others were cheering and glowing. Bringing down the Seven Stars gang was definitely a huge victory, and they were honored with it. More importantly, from today onwards, anyone, any gang, who dares to cause trouble at the Lindong nightclub will only end up dead. However, it was clear that both the nightclub and the money had arrived, and Linden's gun never moved away. Chen Nanshan's expression was horrified as he trembled. Lin Dong, I have already agreed to your request and transferred the nightclub to you. Why don't you let me go? Could it be that you're going to back out? In an instant, Chen Nanshan's heart was in his throat. If, for example, Lin Dong really went back on his word and shot him dead, there was really nothing he could do about it. Looking at the group of punks behind Chen Nanshan, they were also eager to try. Can't wait for Chen Nanshan to die and divide up the remaining assets of the Seven Stars gang. Ha ha, Boss Chen misunderstood. We work so well together. How could I possibly lay a hand on you? Lin Dong said smilingly. I just think that the atmosphere is so good. It's just not right not to sing a song and dance. Singing? Dancing? Chen Nanshan froze for a moment. Originally, it was thought that Lin Dong's intention was to find a few beauties to come over to sing and dance to help with the fun. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's next words caused his pupils to shrink. Brothers, do you want to hear Boss Chen sing? Boss Chen has so many nightclubs and KTVs. He must be a good singer. However, ordinary people can't hear him. Let's see. What's a good song to sing? That's right, just sing Conquest. It's the right song for the occasion. Let's give a round of applause. Su Haichao and the others puffed and laughed, understanding Lin Dong's meaning. This was not enough to ruthlessly humiliate Chen Nanshan. Come one. Boss Chen sings of conquest and must kneel. Hearing this, Chen Nanshan's face swished. The group of horsemen behind him were also furious, cursing and glaring at Lin Dong. Surnamed Lin, don't go too far. What is the status of our boss that you let him sing? And sing on his knees? You're humiliating him by doing this. When push comes to shove, we'll fight you directly. At worst, we'll be good men again in 18 years. A group of punks shouted with their mouths, but their bodies didn't move. Nope, still moving, but it was a step backward. When Chen Nanshan saw this, his heart went cold. The tide has turned and he can no longer suppress this group of rebels. Perhaps, these people couldn't wait for Lin Dong to hurry up and shoot him with a single shot. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Boss Chen, it seems that your men have a lot of opinions. Why don't we just forget about it? Brothers, since Boss Chen won't sing, there's nothing more to say. Copy. With a command, Su Haichao and the others once again pulled out their weapons, with a fierce look on their faces, ready to charge up at any time. Wait. In the nick of time, Chen Nanshan finally spoke, almost holding a few words through his teeth. I'll sing, can't I sing? But you have to promise everyone that you'll let me go as soon as I finish the song. Chen Nanshan stared at Lin Dong with eyes that seemed to be able to kill. Ha ha, what is this from Boss Chen? Lin Dong, a gentleman's word is a promise, and words spoken are water thrown out. Unlike your Seven Stars gang, you talk like. Hearing this, Chen Nanshan blushed. Then, nodding stiffly, he opened his mouth very unnaturally and sang, and so to be conquered by you, cutting off all paths of retreat. Louder, did you leave your vocal cords at home? Su Haichao suddenly roared and kicked Chen Nanshan's knee. Lin Xiao told you to kneel and sing. Are you deaf? Click. Chen Nanshan knelt on both knees, a stifled expression, almost ready to cry. Who would have thought that the Hall of Seven Stars gang boss, reigning Tianhai's man of the hour, one day, actually give on the knees to sing Conquest? This would definitely cause a stir if a video was made and sent out. Chapter 207, Fish Out of Water. Snap, snap. As Lin Dong led the applause, the entire Black Beauty bar instantly applauded and hooted. Then look at Chen Nanshan. After singing this song, like an eggplant in frost, it wilted and could not stand up anymore. With more than 10 years of splendor, when had he ever been humiliated like this? It was almost worse than killing him. Unsurprisingly to Lin Dong, a large group of people from the Seven Star gang also despised Chen Nanshan to the extreme. The eyes were no longer respectful, only mocking disdain remained. Perhaps, without the need for Lin Dong to make a move, this group of people would implode and do away with Chen Nanshan. Brothers, did Boss Chen sing well? Good. One more. That's right. Another song, father. What? Chen Nanshan's pupils shrunk, clenched his fists. and even disregarded the desert eagle in front of him, and directly stood up, his face red and neck thick, yelling, "Lin Dong, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. If we push it, the big deal is that I'll die here." Lin Dong smiled. "Boss Chen is mistaken. The brothers are joking. You're a handful of years old. How can you possibly be allowed to call us dad? Alright, I've seen Boss Chen's sincerity. You can go now. Let's all send off Boss Chen and the good brothers of the 7-star gang." After saying this, Lin Dong moved his gun away from Chen Nanshan's head. The latter then breathed a long sigh of relief and went limp. "No, I can walk by myself." Chen Nanshan gritted his teeth and walked towards the door. Unexpectedly, within a few steps, he stumbled and almost fell. "Ha ha ha!" A roar of laughter erupted. Chen Nanshan heard it and was incomparably stifled inwardly. The favorites didn't dare to have a seizure. One can only walk out quickly without looking back. The 7-star gang members were silent. Their faces were cloudy and their gazes vaguely tinged with disappointment. The other side. The smile on Lin Dong's face faded and he put away the desert eagle. "Brothers, today, we are considered to have offended Chen Nanshan to death. In the future, we must be doubly careful." Yu Dajang scratched his head, somewhat not quite understanding. "Lin Xiao, this guy is a loner now. How dare he fight us?" Looking at Yu Dajang's stupid and clear eyes, Lin Dong shook his head. "A 100-footed insect dies but never falls down, and a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although, on the surface, Chen Nanshan no longer has the capital to call our bluff, it doesn't mean he'll bow down and give in." Su Haichao nodded and immediately picked up the conversation. "Young Lin, do you mean that we need to guard against Chen Nanshan playing dirty tricks?" "Nice." Lin Dong nodded. "A villain like this will never be willing unless he is screwed straight to death. The reason I let him go was to make the 7 Stars gang implode. But if Chen Nanshan can still calm the situation, then it will be troublesome." Hearing this, the crowd immediately put away their smiles. It seemed that as long as the 7 Stars gang did not fall and Chen Nanshan did not die, the threat was not lifted. "Okay, y'all go back to resting. I have things to do, so I'll go ahead." Lin Dong dropped these words and directly walked out. Who knows what he's going to do? The other side. Chen Nanshan rode the Maybach and returned to the Platinum Han clubhouse. Although, the police had already seized the clubhouse and destroyed the drug manufacturing and trafficking den inside. However, there was also a secret room here that Chen Nanshan had built at great expense. No one else knew about it except him and a few of his inner circle. Crunch! As soon as he entered the door, Chen Nanshan sat down on his butt on the sofa. The whole person seemed to have been drained of his essence. His face was white, and his breath was like a swimmer. There's no way, no matter who it is, giving away decades of hard work is unacceptable. Chen Nanshan was already considered mentally strong for not committing suicide on the spot. Linden. When he thought of the humiliation he had just received, Chen Nanshan gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. At first, he did not place Lin Dong in his eyes at all, even if Tianji was crippled. He was unimpressed. He only thought that Lin Dong was a brat who was powerful in punching and kicking and did not know the heights of heaven. As a result, very soon, Lin Dong quickly rose to prominence. The money seems to be inexhaustible, and the heavy recruitment of manpower poses a huge threat to the 7 Stars gang. Unfortunately, by the time he realized this, it was too late. As Lin Dong came down with a set of combinations, he was unable to parry them at all. Until now, 99% of the assets are in each other's pockets. Asterisk. Even if I die, I will drag you down and take you away. Chen Nanshan roared in hysterical rage, frantically smashing everything around him. After a long time, Chen Nanshan was exhausted, and his eyes fell on the table. A red telephone. It's a single-line phone, and no matter what number you enter, it will only call one person. It was also his last card. Chen Nanshan would not use it until it was absolutely necessary. Now, however, is the most critical time. If you don't counterattack and finish off Lin Dong again, then, without waiting for Lin Dong to make a move, the people under his hand would be able to eat him up. Soon, the call was answered. "What's up, boss?" Hearing a familiar voice from the other end, Chen Nanshan let out a long breath. It was as if the voice had a magical power that could relax him instantly. Soon after, Chen Nanshan's eyes showed a strong killing intent as he gritted his teeth and said, "Panther, your brother and I are now at the end of our rope, and I need you and my brothers to step in." "I understand, boss. You spent all that money, didn't you just do it now? This life of ours is yours, as long as you say the word. No matter if it's up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire, we won't blink an eye." Hearing this, Chen Nanshan couldn't help but burst into old tears. It was the most touching thing he'd ever heard. "These days, boss, where are you now?" "We'll be right over." Chen Nanshan nodded and immediately revealed the location of the secret room. Afterward, shut the door behind him, because he couldn't be sure that those men out there would not betray him. "We can only wait for reinforcements to arrive." Okay, see you in 10 minutes. On the other hand, Lin Dong followed the Maybach and silently arrived outside the Platinum Han clubhouse. This is Chen Nanshan's lair? This place, hasn't it been seized by the police? Lin Dong frowned slightly, his expression somewhat puzzled. If he hadn't seen a few 7-star gangpunks guarding the outside, he would have thought that he had found the wrong place. Look, someone, who's where? Just then, a few punks seemed to notice something unusual, shouted and ran over at a fast pace. With a thought, Lin Dong instantly disappeared without a trace. Strange, I clearly saw someone standing here just now. Could it be a hallucination? A few punks hurriedly arrived, only to find the neighborhood empty. Couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. Chapter 208, Chen Nanshan. Your time to die has come. Forget it. A few punks searched in vain and didn't think much of it, continuing to mutter. What's the plan, brothers? This time, the boss has lost all his family's money. I reckon that the 7 Stars gang is not far from disbanding. Who says it isn't? As I see it, I shouldn't have messed with that Lin Dong. Now it's good. You've lost your wife and your army. Why don't we just take the money and run? When these words came out, the crowd glanced at each other and couldn't help but feel a little foolish. They were supposed to be a bunch of street punks with no loyalty. The reason why he joined the 7 Stars gang and followed Chen Nanshan was to eat and drink. Right now, the 7 Stars gang was in a state of flux and could be wiped out at any time. Might as well grab a fortune and run as far as you can. Shoo, keep it down. Just then, a tattooed man frowned and glared fiercely at a few people. Have you guys forgotten that the boss spent a lot of money to raise a bunch of dead soldiers? That group is professionally trained, each with several lives on their hands. Now in this situation, I reckon, the boss will call these dead soldiers back for a fight to the death. You guys are whining here. Be careful of dying without knowing how. What? The crowd's eyes snapped open and a chill ran down their backs. Many people knew that Chen Nanshan raised dead soldiers. However, because these dead soldiers hardly show up, so, it's easy to ignore. Now, Chen Nanshan was pushed to the brink. In all likelihood, the dead soldiers will be sent out to make a last stand. It was the critical moment when it was best for them not to do anything rash. A dead soldier? Beside him, Lin Dong, who was eavesdropping, frowned and could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chen Nanshan, I thought that you were at the end of your rope. I didn't realize that you had killer skills. Luckily, I kept my hand in. It was because Lin Dong was worried that Chen Nanshan was plotting something that he followed him all the way here. I didn't realize it was a surprise. Just then, crunch, a van sped up and stopped in front of the Buckingham clubhouse. Immediately afterward, 3 tiger-backed, heavily armed, black-clad strong men leaped down and walked in at a fast pace. When Lin Dong saw this, his pupils shrank and he instantly guessed the identities of these people. Dead soldiers. They were the only ones who could go to Chen Nanshan unimpeded and strut around in front of everyone in the 7-star gang. No, I'll have to follow it up. In the next moment, Lin Dong in his stealthy state quickly chased after him, followed the 3 burly men in black to the underground parking lot. As the other turned the mechanism, a secret room came into view. No wonder, Chen Nanshan still dares to come back. Who could have found it in such a hidden place? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes and touched in at the last second of closing the door. At this time, Chen Nanshan was lying on the sofa. Seeing the 3 strong men in black, they sat up with strong support, their eyes full of eagerness. Panther, you guys are finally here. The strong man at the head was called Hua Bao, and these 2 behind him were orphans, brought up by Chen Nanshan. It could be said that Chen Nanshan had nurtured them. They have also done a lot of dirty work for Chen Nanshan over the years. Many of the enemies and rivals are the ones they took out. This was also Chen Nanshan's biggest card. Apart from himself, everyone in the 7-star gang had never seen the true colors of the Panther and the others. The reason for such a tight defense is for emergencies like the one we have now. Panther, roughly, I already told you on the phone. This time, what you are asked to do is to do away with that Lin Dong. Whatever means are used, even if it means shooting him in broad daylight, the mission must be accomplished. What? Hearing these words, Lin Dong's heart shook. Chen Nanshan was on a desperate path, completely crazy. Kill yourself regardless of any consequences, even if it makes the news. What shocked Lin Dong even more was that the leopard and the others did not have any surprised expression at all. It's like, it's all taken for granted. Dead soldiers. Sure enough, it's a dead soldier. Boss, don't worry. We brothers, our lives are all yours. This Lin Dong, we will kill him even if we put our lives on the line. Hearing this, Chen Nanshan nodded heavily. This was followed by a long sigh. He had spent at least $100 million in order to train a few of the Panthers. These equipments on his body alone were worth a lot of money. It would be a loss if anything went wrong. However, in order to kill Lin Dong, no matter how great the risk was, he had to take it. Only by killing Lin Dong would he be able to wipe out his former shame and rise again. Well, there's no time to lose, so grab yourselves and get ready. Lin Dong should still be at the Black Beauty Bar, having fun with his men. It's a good time to strike. I'll be right here, waiting for you guys to come back. Panther and the others nodded, their eyes determined. They had already made plans to kill Lin Dong even at the cost of their lives to repay Chen Nanshan's favor. It's all or nothing. Boss, wait for our good news. The trio said this confidently and turned to walk out, closed the door in passing, without paying attention. Just at this moment, a pair of large invisible hands suddenly touched their waist. More accurately, it's the holster that holds the M9 pistol. The other side. Witnessing the trio leave, Chen Nanshan clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth for a while. Lin Dong, don't be too happy. If I, Chen Nanshan, don't have a good time, you don't want to live either. This is the price for going against me. Bang! In the next second, Chen Nanshan slammed his fist heavily on the table, shaking the tea and spilling it all over the place. Crunch! Just then, there was the sound of a room door opening. Chen Nanshan immediately frowned. Panther, what are you guys doing back here? Is there something that's still unclear? However, looking up, it wasn't a couple of panthers that opened the door and walked in. Instead, it was a familiar face that made him despair and fear. Boss Chen, we meet again. Lin Dong slowly walked in with teasing eyes. Lin Dong. Chen Nanshan was immediately struck by lightning, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Never in a million years did he expect Lin Dong to find this place. What made Chen Nanshan's scalp numb was that in Lin Dong's hand, he was also holding an M9 pistol. It was clearly a weapon he had bought for Panther and the others. In an instant, Chen Nanshan came up with a bold thought. It must have been the Panther who betrayed himself. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way that Lin Dong could have found this place and still have their pistols. Ha ha, Boss Chen, is it a surprise to see me? Too bad you can't kill me. On the contrary, you, Chen Nanshan, your time to die has come. Bang! Without any nonsense, Lin Dong directly pulled the trigger. A loud bang rang out. On Chen Nanshan's forehead, a bloody hole the size of a fingernail cap appeared. Her was shot through the head, and even the Great Spirit could not save him when he came. Chapter 209, The Scapegoat. Ta-da! A clutter of footsteps sounded. Unsurprisingly, this shot not only took Chen Nanshan's life, but also attracted the attention of others. Knowing that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time, Lin Dong immediately used his invisibility technique to hide his figure. Bang! On the front foot, Lin Dong had just disappeared. On the back foot, the door to the chamber was kicked open. It was no one else but the three panthers who had left not long ago. They had just stepped out of the clubhouse when they realized that the pistols on their belts were all gone. It made them so anxious that they looked everywhere. Just then, a gunshot suddenly rang out. The three realized that something was wrong and rushed back. As a result, Chen Nanshan, who had been alive and kicking a few minutes ago, was now motionless, collapsed in a pool of blood. On his forehead, there was a bloody hole pierced by a bullet. Wide-eyed, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. It's simply death. Boss, who is so bold as to kill the boss? Damn, it must be these bastards from the Seven Stars gang. Seeing that the boss is out of power, they want to kill and take the money and run away. The three flower leopards were so angry that they couldn't wait to rush there right now and kill the people outside by 1,000 cuts. Just then, they suddenly saw two pistols on the coffee table. Wait, what's our pistol doing here? The two dead soldiers froze and subconsciously brought their guns up. When the leopard saw this, his brain buzzed and he hastened to stop it. Wait, don't take it. Bang! A loud bang rang out. The door to the chamber was kicked in from the outside. This was followed by the sound of tight footsteps. A dozen loaded, heavily armed police officers rushed into the chamber and aimed their guns at the three panthers. Drop your guns and don't move. Hold your head and crouch. What? Looking at the police who suddenly rushed in, the three were directly dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, the eyes were filled with anger and despair. Damn, it must be that Lin Dong. I didn't believe the boss when he said he had a belly full of bad things. But now, finally, I've learned. Panther gritted his teeth in anger. In favor, there's no way around it. Now, they're in a jar. Either tie your hands or fight this group of cops. In the next moment, the three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. Without waiting for the group of policemen to react, the two dead soldiers raised their pistols and viciously pulled the triggers. Click, click. Unexpectedly, the two men pressed several times in succession, and no bullets were fired. The two men's brains buzzed, and they realized that the bullets had been removed from inside. The leopard's pupils also suddenly shrunk, cursing in anger. This Lin Dong, even at this point in time, had even set them up. It's just evil intent. The other side. Seeing that the two dead soldiers dared to resist, the police did not hesitate and quickly returned fire. Bang bang. This time, the gun finally went off. The two dead soldiers were instantly shot a dozen times and killed. The leopard was the only one left with a blank brain, frozen in place. Don't hit me. I surrender. Seeing the two warm bodies on the ground, Panther made a split-second decision and dropped to his knees in a flash, holding his head in his hands. Although, he's not afraid to die, but he didn't want to die for nothing. The murderer, obviously, was Lindong. Even if he had to die, he had to find out Lindong first, make him pay for his murder. Put next to him, Lindong saw his desperate face and really clammed up, bursting out laughing. The crowd looked at each other, wondering, inexplicably, who was snickering. However, in this situation now, it is impossible to care about such minutiae. This leopard in front of us is dangerous and must be captured immediately. Be honest, it didn't take long for the leopard to be escorted to the police car. The group of 7-star gang punks watching outside didn't escape, and were all packed away by the police. Soon, the Buckingham clubhouse was once again calm. Lindong appeared on the side of the road and smiled faintly. Chen Nanshan, Chen Nanshan, you've been mighty and flaunting your power all your life. Have you ever thought that it would end up like this? And these crouching dragon and phoenix children you found, the gun was taken away without knowing it. For that matter, you call them dead soldiers? Lindong smiled coldly. The next moment, a pistol was in his hand. Heck, it was the M9 of the Panther. Things like guns have always been available for a price. If it was not for the purpose of planting a few people, the other two, Lindong would not even bother to take them out. Soon after, Lindong made a call to Wang Hu. Wang Hu, send someone immediately. Take over all the nightclubs of the 7-star gang. Don't let go of any of them. Right. Ask Luo Yuzhu what other properties Chen Nanshan has in Tianhai. Pack up and take over all together. Hearing this, Wang Hu was startled. They just made a deal with Chen Nanshan half an hour ago. As long as the 7-stars gang compensates $200 million and hands over the nightclub, both sides will stay out of trouble. How long has it been? And Lindong is flipping out and rushing to make cold shots? Wang Hu said somewhat sheepishly. Lin Xiao, as the old saying goes, rabbits bite when they're anxious. Chen Nanshan has already been pushed to the brink of extinction. If you do this, what if he dies with us? To die together? Ha ha. Thinking of Chen Nanshan's expression of fear and trepidation before his death, Lindong could not help but let out a loud laugh. This smile directly dried out Wang Hu. Don't worry, unless Yama releases him, Chen Nanshan can't come back. What did you say? Wang Hu couldn't make sense out of it. He's already dead. His body is still hot. Do you want to come over and take a look? Lindong teased. Don't. I was wrong, Lin Xiao. Wang Hu was scared to death. What followed was a wave of ecstasy. Never thought that Chen Nanshan would die so easily. It was thought that this guy was a ticking time bomb. As a result, without waiting for the explosion, it became a dumb mine. Okay, cut the crap and get on with it. Tonight, I want to see all the nightclubs, hanging my Lindong sign, understand? Yes, Lin Xiao. Wang Hu answered and went to get ready in a hurry. Lindong smiled and called Su Hai Chao again, telling them not to slack off and protect his woman well. Although, Chen Nanshan was dead and the 7-stars gang fell apart, but that doesn't mean the danger is lifted. Don't forget, there's an axe gang. Having suffered a big loss at the hands of Lindong, that old dog Su Huashan would definitely not be willing. Police station, interrogation room. At this point, the leopard, sitting in a chair and wearing a silver bracelet, is crying out for justice. Comrade policeman, I'm innocent. We really didn't kill the boss. This is a setup. Hearing what the leopard said, the police officers in charge of the interrogation were speechless. You mean, within a minute of your departure, someone entered the secret room, killed Chen Nanshan with your pistols, and then, under our noses, disappeared unnoticed? The leopard was somewhat speechless. He also thought that the whole thing sounded very outrageous. But that's the truth. ______.